At the 7th Adventurer Awakening School, the atmosphere was incredibly lively with the class awakening ceremony. One by one, the candidates stepped forward to the awakening stone to take their aptitude test. Anyone who successfully passed this trial would immediately receive a set of novice equipment corresponding to their class, ready to enter the practical combat round. Amidst the crowd anxious about their future, a young man stood in line with an expression of utter weariness. The reason was simple: this was already his 3rd year taking the exam. After a moment of clamor, Ning Feng's name was finally called. Just like the weather forecast, as soon as his name echoed, the spectator stands erupted with mocking laughter. Oh, isn't this the great senior of the 12th grade? A prominent figure who always follows goddess Wang Yue around. We thought he was some kind of genius, but he's already 18 and still hasn't awakened his ability. Ignoring the sarcasm, Ning Feng slowly walked straight onto the stage. The examiner in charge of his test was Qi Wei, a beautiful and charming female teacher. Qi Wei kindly advised Ning Feng to relax his mind. She even gave the young man some extra time to catch his breath, waiting until he was in the most comfortable state of mind to officially begin. Ning Feng slowly placed his hand on the crystal. He tried to release all the pressure inside him. But this time, a wave of sheer astonishment washed over him. Unlike his previous 2 failures, the crystal finally responded. A brilliant green glow burst forth, representing the prestigious magic class. As soon as the process was complete, Ning Feng automatically mastered the introductory spell called Mud Swamp. The next step was to measure the star rating of his class. Qi Wei held her breath, her eyes wide open as she awaited the result. Ironically, Ning Feng only scored a measly 1 star, falling far behind Wang Yue's initial 5-star achievement. Qi Wei let out a soft sigh, feeling sorry for her student's difficult path ahead. Beneath the stands, bursts of loud laughter erupted again. Just moments ago, they were worried Ning Feng might pull off a spectacular comeback, but in the end, he was only a bottom-tier, 1-star adventurer. Qi Wei frowned in annoyance. They were all peers, yet their words were so harsh. She stepped closer, intending to ask what skill Ning Feng had obtained. However, seeing the dazed expression on the young man's face, she swallowed her question. It seemed this shock was far too heavy for Ning Feng. Qi Wei gently pushed the novice kit into his hands. "Pull yourself together, kid. Put on your gear and move on to the next trial." Ning Feng took the items mechanically. In truth, the reason he had frozen earlier had absolutely nothing to do with that 1-star class. As it turned out, right after his awakening, an unfamiliar voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, host has completed the process. Requirements to unlock the system have been met." Before Ning Feng's brain could process the information, the voice went on, displaying a virtual interface that announced he had received the Dark Source passive and a hidden gift. The rules clearly stated, using dark power would result in backlash, but if he directly used a forbidden spell, all side effects would be completely negated. And that secret gift was the weekly privilege to cast a brand new forbidden spell without consuming a single drop of energy. Ning Feng fell into a state of utter confusion. Darkness represented the most notorious evil forces on the continent, while forbidden spells were the pinnacle of all magic. Yet here he was, holding both of these terrifying powers in his hands. It sounded like an absurd myth, but his trials were not over yet. The system cheerfully announced that the weak Mud Swamp spell he had just received was undergoing an evolution. In the blink of an eye, it was completely blackened and transformed into the ultimate skill, Majestic Earthen Body. Ning Feng's head buzzed with confusion, but looking on the bright side, he still had the practical combat exam ahead. He decided to use this arena to test his firepower. The practical exam was divided into small groups of 50 people, who were thrown into a secret realm to practice their skills by defeating monsters. The rules were extremely strict. No one was allowed to receive help or backstab others. The entire event would be monitored and recorded by drones. Qi Wei loudly reminded the students to quickly check their skill sets, and Ning Feng also pulled up his status panel to review. His current skill was called Majestic Earthen Body. This was an evil forbidden spell. Once activated, Ning Feng would summon dark energy from another world, creating a shield capable of crushing any enemy that dared to draw near. Ning Feng racked his brain. No matter what, this so-called dark forbidden spell screamed danger. If people found out he was using dark arts, his small life would definitely be forfeit. Just what was the origin of this bizarre system anyway? But time did not allow Ning Feng to dwell on this mess. Because in the very next moment, Qi Wei waved her hand and ordered all candidates to enter the mysterious space. He had no choice but to blend into the crowd and move forward as the surrounding scenery shifted. The students scrambled forward, eager to find monsters to defeat. The first obstacles they encountered were goblins. Ning Feng warily looked around and noticed recording drones hovering everywhere overhead. Therefore, he did not dare to recklessly cast that forbidden spell. Unfortunately, it was the only offensive weapon he had at his disposal. Having no other choice, he found a hidden corner to huddle in. Naturally, every move of these young examinees was being broadcast live to the observation room outside. And Ning Feng's hiding act successfully infuriated Captain Zhou on the judge's bench. Everyone else is fighting for their lives to kill monsters and level up, but what is that kid doing, playing hide-and-seek? Qi Wei hurriedly tried to defend him. His ability awakened rather late, and his physique is weak. Besides, his awakened skill is defense-oriented, so pushing him to fight alone is indeed a bit too much. But Captain Zhou was notoriously stubborn and would never show mercy for such excuses. He grumpily demanded that Qi Wei drag Ning Feng out of the exam. After all, in his eyes, a one-star trash would never be qualified to be a true adventurer. Before Qi Wei could open her mouth to protest, Lao Zhou's subordinate suddenly shrieked in terror. "Boss, the recording drone was just smashed by something. The signal is completely dead." Moreover, the measuring equipment was blaring sirens, scanning a power source bursting inside the secret realm that far exceeded safe limits. "Investigate immediately and find out what the hell is going on in there." Captain Zhou broke out in a cold sweat, frantically directing his subordinates. Meanwhile, in the combat arena, the students were getting thoroughly beaten because a monster with overwhelming strength had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It seemed to be a genetically mutated goblin with the face of an imp, but the violent fighting style of a werewolf. It led the low-level goblins, forming an army to launch a counteroffensive against the candidates. "Hear my command. All you trespassers who dare invade today will lose your lives and become fertilizer." The goblins were originally weak creatures, but with a big boss backing them up, they suddenly united into a resilient and extremely formidable army. As another surveillance drone flew past, the mutated goblin immediately threw a wind-splitting punch into the sky. The expensive equipment instantly exploded into fragments and rained down onto the ground. Somehow, a piece fell right onto the head of Ning Feng, who was hiding in the nearby bushes. He blurted out a cry of pain, which inadvertently drew a swarm of goblins toward him. Unfortunately, even the boss was among them. "Ha ha, turns out there is still a little brat playing hide-and-seek in this corner." Ning Feng had been hiding so thoroughly that he was completely clueless about the situation outside. He wondered why these weak monsters had gathered in such a large crowd, even spawning a cool-looking leader. But his sharp eyes quickly noticed that all the flying cameras around had been smashed to pieces. With no eyes watching him now, it was a golden opportunity to test out that forbidden spell. Ning Feng pointed a single finger straight up into the sky and solemnly cast Majestic Earthen Body. The elite goblin boss immediately turned pale. Because in the blink of an eye, dozens of pale skeletons rose from the cold ground one after another. Outside in the central control room, chaos erupted as all surveillance cameras lost connection. Dark energy detected exploding in the restricted zone. A king-class monster is suspected to have appeared. Call for reinforcements and evacuate all non-essential personnel from the danger zone immediately. Qi Wei's hands and feet went weak with fear. A king-class monster was a disaster that could level an entire city. Why on earth would such a colossal creature appear in a student exam venue? Back in the sealed battlefield, the goblin leader and his minions were scared out of their wits. At first, they were convinced that their prey, Ning Feng, was completely defenseless. Who would have thought this young man could summon such a massive undead army with a mere snap of his fingers? As for Ning Feng, he was thoroughly enjoying the feeling of casting an evil forbidden spell for the first time. Except for some disgusting slime left on his hands, everything went incredibly well. The system notification panel flashed continuously with the same pattern. Notification: defeated common goblin, gained 10 experience points. At this rate, the entire goblin army would soon be wiped out by Ning Feng. Meanwhile, the enemy boss stood frozen, his brain unable to function normally. This suffocating aura of pure evil left him utterly bewildered, wondering if the man standing before him was even human. But what was the use of thinking at a time like this? The outcome was inevitable. The once mighty monster had to reluctantly join his comrades in the afterlife. Having cleared the threat, Ning Feng immediately pocketed a sweet 6,000 experience points. He excitedly pulled up his status panel, only to find he had surged straight to level 10. It must be noted that historically, even the strongest students could only level up once or twice at most during the exam. The catch was that this holy level 10 was mostly funded by the massive experience pool from the goblin boss's corpse. But then again, why did a creature like that wander into this place anyway? Only now did Ning Feng notice the pile of loot dropped from the elite corpse. At a glance, they were all top-tier items. Most prominent among them was a tattoo-like treasure capable of permanently boosting his agility stat by 10 points. Beside it lay a weapon named Shadow Claws. Its glow alone showed it was a rare find. If equipped, it would grant its owner a massive boost in strength, agility, basic attack damage, and critical strike rate. Unluckily, it required level 20, so Ning Feng could only look on with longing. Still, he swiftly put it in his inventory. If he couldn't use it, selling it for cash would be no loss. By now, the young man fully realized how overpowered it was to be blessed by a system. At this rate, his road of monster slaying and leveling up would surely be a bed of roses. Just as Ning Feng swept up the last of the treasure, a broadcast echoed, instructing all candidates to evacuate immediately. With a free moment, Ning Feng looked closely at the surrounding area. Only then was he shocked to see that the terrain, from the vegetation to the soil, had been completely torn apart. Not to mention the countless massive craters emitting a dense smell of darkness. Indeed, the destructive power of a forbidden spell was no joke. Ning Feng hurriedly pulled out a teleportation scroll. Lingering any longer at this scene and getting caught would mean absolute trouble. And so he quickly packed up and fled the spatial realm along with the fleeing crowd. On the other side, Captain Zhou was sweating in extreme tension. Encountering a king-class monster was a near-death situation, while the reinforcements were moving at a snail's pace, with no telling if they would make it in time. Yet at that critical juncture, he was dumbfounded to find that the evil aura had vanished without a trace. A dark scenario flashed through Lao Zhou's mind. Damn it, don't tell me that beast broke the barrier and escaped into the outside world. He immediately made an emergency call to the high-level management in charge of the examination. The order was to activate a barrier to seal off the entire campus, leaving only a single gap to evacuate the refugees. Seeing everyone looking like they were at a funeral, Ning Feng felt a bit uneasy and confused. As soon as Qi Wei spotted him coming out safe and sound, she rushed over to check on him. Ning Feng, are you still in one piece? Ning Feng hadn't lost a single scratch, as he was the very source of the trouble that everyone else was racking their brains to solve. After scanning him up and down to make sure her student hadn't lost a single hair, Qi Wei shooed him away. She also casually mentioned that the school was officially closing down temporarily. Anyone without business here must absolutely stay away. Ning Feng walked home alongside Wang Yue with a dazed face, while the goddess's attitude made it look as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. What on earth is going on? Rumor has it that an unknown force erupted in the exam zone, and now the entire school is under lockdown. The truth was that the unknown energy had come from Ning Feng's own hands, but the silly young man still assumed that the mysterious goblin boss was the one behind it. Seeing his gloomy face, Wang Yue thought the abrupt cancellation of the exam had crushed Ning Feng's spirits. After all, he had waited 2 long years for his awakening day. She actively invited him to party up and level together, since the slow defensive class he had just received stood no chance of surviving alone. To her surprise, Ning Feng flatly rejected her. Deep down, he was dying to fight side by side with the beauty. The trouble was, Ning Feng's entire arsenal consisted of dark forbidden spells. Showing off such contraband in public was out of the question. If Wang Yue caught him, she might personally send him to the afterlife. You have no right to refuse. Show up at the West Gate tomorrow morning at exactly 8 o'clock. I will be waiting for you there. Ning Feng froze, not expecting the beauty to be so forceful. How was this an invitation? It was clearly an imperial decree. With the time and place set, Wang Yue flipped her hair elegantly and walked away. Why didn't you even care about my opinion? This dictatorial girl left Ning Feng standing dumbfounded in the middle of the road. His mind was like a roller coaster, constantly spinning. He didn't know what excuse to use to back out. He had planned to pretend to be sick to skip the date. But knowing Wang Yue's personality all too well, even if he managed to hide today, she would drag him out tomorrow. Ning Feng scratched his head and finally squeezed out a plan, though he wasn't sure of its success rate. Ning Feng walked straight to the Yuan Cheng Trading Hall, which sold equipment with pre-installed skills. He planned to buy some items that came with the mud swamp spell to put on a show and fool everyone tomorrow. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, he would also dispose of the loot he had scavenged from the elite monster that morning. Greeting Ning Feng was a beautiful female employee, but with his hair practically on fire, he had no mind to admire a pretty face. He asked her to bring out any item embedded with the mud swamp spell, be it a weapon, accessory, or any random prop. With a quick glance, she sized up Ning Feng as a rookie. Hey handsome, are you a newly awakened student? Honestly, spending money on items for weak spells like mud swamp is a total waste. To boost her sales, she began her professional pitch, enthusiastically introducing various high-end gear that boosted high-level skills, perfect for smooth leveling. Despite her chatter, Ning Feng remained stubborn with his original decision. After all, he was only spending money to put on a show for Wang Yue, not to actually go train. Seeing the stubborn customer, the employee immediately did a complete 180. Someone else take this customer. I talked my mouth off only to end up with a broke peasant. I don't have time to waste on him. Wow, another classic case of judging a person's worth by their wallet. Seeing that Ning Feng had no intention of splurging on high-end goods, she handed this nuisance over to a rookie. The newly assigned girl seemed much gentler and more well-behaved, so Ning Feng repeated his request exactly as before. As a result, she enthusiastically led him around the stalls, pulling out all sorts of suitable items for him to try. Finally, Ning Feng was satisfied and decided to buy a ring. With his shopping completed, it was time to sell his loot for cash. The girl politely escorted him into the valuation and consignment area. Sitting proudly in the appraisal room was a middle-aged man, known in the trade as Wang Deshi. Ning Feng placed the shadow claws on the table, and Wang Deshi immediately channeled his skill, performing a professional appraisal. Well, this is an orange glowing weapon, definitely a rare piece from the speed branch. The level requirement is low, yet the stats are incredibly smooth. This item is perfect for rookies. It even has 3 pre-slotted sockets, allowing you to insert gems to adjust stats and optimize your power. This is quality stuff, young man. I know a few wealthy clients who are dying for an item like this. Do you have a target price in mind? Since this was Ning Feng's first time selling, he naturally wanted the price to be as sky-high as possible. Wang Deshi quickly went to a quiet corner to call clients, leaving the staff member named Yang Xin to serve tea and attend to Ning Feng. The first partner Wang Deshi contacted was a school director. He had been looking for a top-tier item to pave the way for his beloved son. By coincidence, these shadow claws perfectly fit the bill, so the 2 parties had a very swift exchange. In the end, Director Zhang slammed his hand on the table and bought the item for 50,000 spirit coins. After deducting the brokerage fee, the amount transferred directly into Ning Feng's pocket still reached 46,000 spirit coins. As soon as Wang Deshi revealed that figure, both Ning Feng and Yang Xin gasped in disbelief. He had absolutely no idea he could make such a fortune. Out in the lobby, the beautiful but snobbish employee was still gossiping with her colleague. "Hey, aren't you into handsome guys? Why did you dump that cute boy just now?" "Oh please, my taste requires looks, money, and talent. That poor trash wouldn't even be fit to carry my bags even if he knelt," she replied snobbishly. While the gossip group was chatting away, they suddenly saw Ning Feng walking out of the consignment room side by side with Wang Deshi. News traveled faster than lightning. They instantly overheard that this young man had just sold an item for 50,000 spirit coins. What's more, he wanted to browse and buy several other items. 50,000 spirit coins was a fortune to these employees, and the commission from this deal would surely be massive. Hearing this, the nasty employee felt as if struck by lightning. Her heart was torn to pieces. If she had only put in the effort to serve Ning Feng nicely, the fat commission from that 50,000 coin deal would have been snugly in her pocket. Before Ning Feng departed, the employee Yang Xin timidly held him back for a moment. "Mr. Ning, if you ever need to buy or sell items in the future, please contact me directly. My name is Yang Xin." The next morning, Ning Feng joyfully stepped out with an extremely refreshed state of mind. Last night, the young man had tested the gear thoroughly and confirmed that the skills embedded on the equipment were completely immune to system interference. This meant he could sleep easy, without worrying about being exposed and getting his neck wrung by Wang Yue. Recovering his confidence, he arrived at the meeting spot right on time. But as soon as he met Wang Yue, a group of people emerged from out of nowhere, arriving in an absurdly showy manner. The lineup consisted of a mage, a shield warrior, a sledgehammer-wielding berserker, and a priestess. They were all close guildmates of Wang Yue. Ning Feng waved casually to greet them, but the mage and the shield user glared at him as if they wanted to shoot him down. Even though it was their first meeting, they scowled as if Ning Feng owed them 80,000 coins. The most annoying was the fair-skinned mage, who ignored Ning Feng entirely and pushed forward to pester Wang Yue. "Yue, if I remember correctly, you are about to complete your second-class advancement, right?" "That's correct." "Is there a problem?" Ning Feng stood aside, his jaw dropping. The eldest Miss Wang was indeed a monster. The rules dictated that class advancement could only be done every 30 levels. This guy's mention of her second advancement meant Wang Yue was already nearing level 60. The title of a 5-star awakened 16-year-old genius girl was definitely no joke. "It's nothing major, I just wanted to give you a small gift." The mage acted like a gentleman, pulling out a high-grade permanent stat-boosting potion from his inventory bag. Everyone gasped in admiration. This treasure possessed a brilliant orange quality, permanently granting 3 speed points for life. In terms of power, it couldn't even compare to the 10-point agility tattoo Ning Feng had scavenged, but it was still flashy enough to dazzle onlookers. Seeing his teammates' astonished looks, the mage bragged even louder. "It is indeed rare, but it's just a minor thing, costing around 20 to 30,000 spirit coins. I'm sure Yue doesn't mind the cost. The key is that this premium potion cannot be easily bought even with money. My old man had to pull many strings with his connections just to get this one bottle." His plan was to use this sacred potion to win over the beauty, but Wang Yue only thanked him for his kindness while flatly refusing the gift. The fair-faced guy refused to give up, eagerly trying to force the item into her hands. But Wang Yue was naturally headstrong and never spared anyone's feelings. "I said I don't need it." She decisively poured cold water on him once more. "We are busy, so we will take our leave first." Humiliated, the mage roared in anger. "Wang Yue, are you crazy? Why are you wasting your precious time on this useless trash?" "Zhao Cheng, shut your mouth." Those reckless words had truly enraged Wang Yue. Yet Zhao Cheng's foul mouth refused to shut up as he sneered at Ning Feng's 1-star class as utter garbage, claiming he would never amount to anything in his entire life. Ning Feng listened and felt extremely annoyed. What was the point of this guy biting him just because his courtship failed? Did Zhao Cheng have a loose screw in his brain, or should he just cast a random forbidden spell to send him straight to the afterlife and out of sight? His companions saw that Zhao Cheng was going too far and tried to pull him away, But this fair-faced guy insisted on doing things the hard way. He kept belittling Ning Feng, claiming that everything on him combined wouldn't fetch a fraction of his luxury potion's value. At this point, even the patient Ning Feng reached his limit. Dealing with this biting dog, the best method was to snap back even harder. I thought it was something grand. A cheap drink that grants a measly 3 points, and you dare show it off to intimidate people. Do you think you are the center of the universe? Zhao Cheng was furious. What did a broke beggar like you just bark? Are you tired of living? The shield user flanking Zhao Cheng jumped in to mock. Oh, acting so tough. Or does little bro have some legendary gear on him? Pull it out and let us broaden our horizons. Zhao Cheng snickered, eagerly waiting for the moment Ning Feng made a fool of himself. He raised his chin and declared that if the boy could produce anything better, he would kneel and kowtow to apologize on the spot. Otherwise, if Ning Feng was just bluffing, he would have to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Ning Feng was just waiting for this moment. He calmly waved his hand, pulled out the permanent stat-boosting imprint, and handed it straight to Wang Yue. This turn of events left even the eldest Miss Wang dumbfounded. It was a bizarre treasure the likes of which she had never seen in her life. Zhao Cheng's gang was naturally wide-eyed and open-mouthed, though he still deluded himself into thinking Ning Feng was playing a trick. Fake or real, use it and we will see soon enough. Wang Yue worried that this item was of astronomical value and hesitated to use it. But Ning Feng urged her casually, and the onlookers also egged her on, curious to witness the effect of this item. Finally, she relented and activated it. Zhao Cheng's group held their breath, keeping their eyes wide open. They watched as Wang Yue suddenly smiled radiantly. Indeed, her stats had surged dramatically. Zhao Cheng felt as if dealt a heavy blow, refusing to believe the truth. Indeed, he was the type to make excuses when defeated. He screamed that a broke loser like Ning Feng had no way of owning a divine item, claiming it must be stolen. When you kowtow later, knock your head a bit harder. My hearing is poor, so I might not hear it clearly. With Zhao Cheng's arrogant nature, how could he bear the humiliation of begging someone like Ning Feng? Unfortunately, a real man must keep his word. Under the judgmental glares of his companions, Zhao Cheng was backed into a corner with no escape. He had no choice but to grit his teeth, drop to both knees, and slam his head hard against the floor. Meanwhile, Ning Feng had his fill of satisfaction, unable to hide a triumphant smile. After settling this debt of honor, he quickly took Wang Yue's hand and slipped away. Breathing the same air as someone like Zhao Cheng was absolute torture. Once they were far away, Wang Yue still looked deeply troubled. But their relationship was not something to be weighed against some silly stat-boosting item. Deep down, Ning Feng truly hoped Wang Yue would quickly complete her second advancement and easily enter the most prestigious university, rather than clinging to him forever like this. The reality was that if she kept staying close, he would be completely unable to level up. Wang Yue had no idea of Ning Feng's inner struggle, imagining instead that he was feeling insecure and belittling himself, because he thought he was unworthy to stand by her side. Ning Feng was completely speechless. This girl must be in the final stages of delusion, making up such a dramatic romance. Oh, almost forgot, I have this for you. Wang Yue pulled 2 treasures from her bag. Both were skill grimoires. As long as Ning Feng reached the required level, he could easily learn them. The faint purple glow they emitted proved they were not cheap, but compared to that permanent stat tattoo from earlier, they couldn't compete. So Ning Feng casually accepted them, hoping to stop Wang Yue from overthinking and feeling indebted. The duo began their grind by entering a secret realm called the Perilous Cemetery. The name said it all. The area was filled with tombstones and crawling zombies. Wang Yue excitedly and fiercely shot down monsters using her signature bow and arrows. Meanwhile, Ning Feng tried to save some face by cheering her on with 200% of his energy. Deep down, he was crying out in helplessness. The experience points dropped in this dump were incredibly measly, but unfortunately, Ning Feng couldn't confess to Wang Yue that he had already reached level 10. Wang Yue, however, forbade him from lifting a finger, telling him to just sit back and share the party experience. Ning Feng had no choice but to bite the bullet. While they were busy grinding, Wang Yue's phone rang. On the other end was the pink-haired priestess from their guild, who had called earlier that morning. Yue, we just got some secret info. The super boss Fallen Archmage Lick is about to respawn. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you want to join us? Zhao Cheng stood there eavesdropping on the conversation and suddenly chimed in with a roar, acting like an overbearing uncle who knew how to show care and concern. He stubbornly demanded that Wang Yue rush over to support immediately, because that corrupted Lick was an oversized monster, and without gathering enough team firepower, they would just be throwing their lives away. But his foxtail was exposed, because that monster had a chance to drop the Mage Divine artifact he had been craving day and night. Wang Yue hesitated, but Ning Feng was an extremely understanding young man. You go ahead and deal with it, I can take care of myself. We are stuck in this dungeon anyway, a slight delay in my leveling won't hurt anything. All right then, just head over to the safe zone quickly and wait for me. Ning Feng made an okay sign, secretly overjoyed. As soon as Wang Yue's back disappeared, the smile on his face began to warp and turned utterly diabolical. After such a long time, he finally found a moment to be completely alone. That super boss everyone was just buzzing about, Ning Feng naturally wanted to go and solo it to see how it felt. Since last night, he had secretly prepared beforehand, loading 2 brand new ultimate skills into his head. It was all thanks to the hidden gift rewarded by the system at the beginning, allowing him to use a new skill for free every week without costing any money. Since that was the case, there was no reason not to cram his head with as many forbidden spells as possible. Unfortunately, Ning Feng's current level was still pretty low, with only 3 skill slots in total, and the pile of books gifted by Wang Yue had to wait until he reached level 15 to be used. And inside this perilous graveyard battlefield, a few other squads were also eyeing the fight. They all shared the same target, that grand boss. Its coordinates were at the top of a towering tower deep within the dungeon. From the edge of the dungeon, players had to fight their way through a long and exhausting distance to even hope of reaching the destination. A squad was huddling together to discuss how to proceed, when suddenly a blinding blaze swept right past their faces. The momentum rushed forward like it was powered by a jet engine. Rubbing their eyes for a closer look, they were shocked to realize it was the lineup of the Sushi Guild. The duo Wang Yue and Zhao Cheng were already famous in every corner of the kingdom, sitting proudly among the ranks of the most formidable rookies on the continent. As expected of their reputation, it seems small fry like us don't stand a chance of getting a piece of the pie. Wang Yue's squad charged straight ahead, and it had to be admitted that their coordination was unbelievably smooth. Having only made it halfway, Zhao Cheng was already smugly delusional that the grand boss's head would definitely end up in his hands, casually trash-talking other groups as mere garbage. Wang Yue had no energy to argue with the lunatic, focusing solely on doing her job well. The little priest and the hammer-wielding berserker both sensed that Wang Yue's strength had surged lately. Sure enough, the attribute-boosting sigil given by Ning Feng was a super rare item. Adding 10 points of speed directly to her body indeed brought peerless efficacy. Right at that moment, deep within the core of the dungeon where the eerie tower stood, an unprecedented phenomenon suddenly occurred. And that mystery was none other than Ning Feng's abrupt landing. He had just casually cast a space attribute forbidden spell. This little toy allowed Ning Feng to warp space, teleporting him to the destination in the blink of an eye, saving him the trouble of fighting through the mountain path. The duration of this skill lasted for a whole hour. The moment his feet touched the ground, Ning Feng came face to face with the corrupted Lick. But instead of trembling, he casually waved in warm greeting. The corrupted Lick was startled out of its wits to see an intruder breaking into its lair. It immediately unleashed an earth-shattering ultimate move, easily capable of blowing away a 5-man squad in an instant. HMPH, an overconfident adventurer who doesn't know his own limits, where did you get the audacity to show up in my domain all alone? Unfortunately, that grand move completely misfired because Ning Feng had already teleported away using his forbidden spell. With his elusive movement style, he instantly teleported and hid right behind the boss's neck. Simply because this young master doesn't like splitting the loot with the people out there. The corrupted Lick's heart skipped a beat again, while Ning Feng slowly broke into a deeply devious grin. He continued to cast a newly acquired active skill called Tian Yuan Hu Yu. Once unleashed, Ning Feng summoned a scorching rain of blazing meteors pouring down from the sky, dealing devastating damage to a specified area. As this stone and fire wrath pounded down, the entire tower was instantly engulfed in dense smoke and fire, shaking violently. Minor minions like zombies and guarding specters vanished in a flash, not even having time to gasp, condensing into a heap of experience points that poured directly into Ning Feng's account. But the true absurdity lay in the moment the corrupted Lick breathed its last. He secured a final juicy 50,000 experience points, skyrocketing through 20 levels to reach the cap of level 30, officially advancing to a first transition class. As abundant as the experience was, the dropped loot was also blindingly brilliant, including 2 non-specialized skill books for the mage branch. Every single item was incredibly useful to Ning Feng, especially the newly acquired Lick Sigil. The description clearly stated, absorbing it would permanently deduct 3 points of stamina, but in return, it would permanently boost his spirit attribute by 15 points. The moment he used the Lick Sigil, the system sent Ning Feng a brand new notification. The content basically stated that upon entering the class transition, he had the option to awaken a hidden class called Wang Ling Wu Shi, or unlock a prerequisite chain of hidden quests to advance to the all-element Quan Zai Fa Shen. Hearing this, Ning Feng felt like he had struck gold. One should know that hidden classes were 1 in a million, as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, and were usually innate from birth, with ordinary mortals having no chance at them. Yet simply by using these sigils, he effortlessly triggered a hidden class. This was truly a feast falling from the sky. Throwing caution to the wind, Ning Feng didn't waste a single second of thought before choosing the all-element Quan Zai Fa Shen class. With adrenaline rushing to his head, Ning Feng's Tian Yuan Hu Yu continued its rampage, pouring down like a brutal hailstorm. He accidentally generated a massive magical shockwave, so violent that even the Sushi Guild members crawling far away felt the tremor. Wang Yue cried out in panic, ordering everyone to halt and pull back immediately, strictly forbidding any further advance. But Zhao Cheng, greedy by nature, would rather die than give up on this boss. Even with the situation so perilous, he still insisted on charging forward. Was his brain waterlogged, or did he intentionally want to drag everyone down with him? Seeing Wang Yue's furious attitude, Zhao Cheng instantly chickened out, not daring to utter another word. Wang Yue pulled out her phone, intending to tell Ning Feng to leave the dungeon quickly. To her surprise, a message from him had already been sitting on her phone. "Sorry, I got caught up in some urgent business, so I slipped away first." At this moment, Ning Feng was walking alone straight toward the class transition hall. The space inside was quiet as a grave, with only a bespectacled female receptionist buried in her work. "Hello, are you here to accept the class transition quest?" Ning Feng nodded slightly in confirmation. Next, he fluently recited his personal information for the girl to input into the system. Seeing that Ning Feng was 18 and only at the first transition level, a trace of disappointment flashed in the girl's eyes. Such talent was probably below average. Nevertheless, she maintained her professional demeanor, showing no disdain as she warmly guided Ning Feng to the area for first transition mages. After handing over all the procedures, she turned to walk out and ran right into Captain Zhou. This middle-aged man had just returned from surveying the scene at the notoriously perilous graveyard dungeon. The results showed that the place was in utter ruins. Though the power that struck was still unidentified, its danger level was surely at least King Tier. In just 2 days, they had already been spooked twice by monsters of King Tier or above. The girl fell into quiet contemplation. Indeed, which is why the higher-ups sent me here to summon Gu Ying to quell the chaos. Back at the transition platform, Ning Feng realized his quest was split into 2 distinct paths. One path was Wang Ling Wu Shi with a difficulty of a rank, and the other was the all-element Quan Zai Fa Shen, which was S-rank but served as a prerequisite quest. Having already set his heart on this hidden class, he closed his eyes and selected the all-element Quan Zai Fa Shen without wasting any brain power deliberating. The challenge for Ning Feng was to head into the Hui Yang Shen Dian dungeon. With a 3-day deadline to obtain the required item called the Divine Imprint, Ning Feng decided he would venture into that bright land right away. Unfortunately, he had to wait a few days. When he turned to leave, the bespectacled sister who had guided him earlier was nowhere to be seen. Although he felt a bit puzzled, Ning Feng was busy with 100 things and had no time to overthink it. In reality, the sister had been pulled away by Captain Zhou long ago. Her real identity was a core member of the secret organization named Gu Ying. Rumors had it that everyone in this organization possessed rare and hard-to-find hidden classes. Furthermore, they all knew how to utilize dark power to fight, specializing in top-secret missions. At this moment, she was cautiously examining every corner of the scene at the perilous graveyard dungeon. The remnants of dark power around here were still immense. Though much of it had dissipated, it was still enough to leave her breathless. The trouble was, the scene was spotlessly clean, making it impossible to guess what the culprit was scheming, which kept Captain Zhou as anxious as if he were sitting on hot coals. This was also because reports of incidents kept pouring in from various places. This omen was exactly like the prelude to an impending catastrophe. He intended to ask if these unfortunate events were connected, but she simply replied that she would report to the higher-ups to request reinforcements for a thorough sweep. "Excuse me, are we absolutely sure the culprit is a monster, or could it be?" Captain Zhou wanted to spit out a word but kept hesitating. "You want to ask if the culprit is a deviant like me, correct? Forgive my loose tongue." Yet the mysterious sister flatly dismissed the idea of human involvement. The reason was that the threat level here had broken past the king tier. To tame such a massive dark power, the price to pay was absolutely not something a mortal body could bear. Meaning, there is an extremely terrifying creature residing somewhere in the city, ready to unleash disaster at any moment, right? The mysterious girl nodded, acknowledging that Captain Zhou's anxiety was completely justified. "I fear it is still lurking in some dark corner, and we must drag it out as soon as possible." But little did they know, the legendary monster they were referring to was currently lounging at home, casually relaxing. The reason was that he had just skyrocketed to level 30, casually unlocking 4 hot skill slots. Taking advantage of this, Ning Feng immediately took out the 2 skill books sponsored by Wang Yue to learn them. The opening one was Magic Shield. As soon as he pressed the Cultivate button, the system automatically fused it with the Defiled Clay body, crafting the passive skill Defiled Clay Guardian. This ultimate move would automatically trigger whenever he took a hit. All damage received would be absorbed by the Defiled Clay body. The damage absorption limit would equal the damage output of the Defiled Clay body. Once combat ended, the Defiled Clay body would automatically restore itself. Ning Feng laughed heartily in delight. It turned out that forbidden spells could be mixed with ordinary magic to create such an overpowered effect. Now he had a super high-quality protective shield in his pocket, making physical damage from small fry feel like mere tickling. As for the second manual, Rockfall spell, the system quickly blended it with the Defiled Clay body and Tian Yuan Hu Yu in a heartbeat. The bonus earned was the passive skill Earth Element Mastery, which boosted the power of all Earth system spells by 20%. After messing around until his skill bar still had room, Ning Feng headed straight to the trading market to hunt for a few more manuals to stock up. The moment he showed his face at the entrance, he bumped right into the arrogant female staff member from the other day. But this time, her attitude flipped completely as she warmly welcomed Ning Feng. Yet he flatly declared that he only wanted to work with Yang Xin. "Yang Xin is busy with another customer. How about letting me serve you today?" She swayed seductively, trying her best to look as alluring as possible. But Ning Feng instantly threw cold water on her. "No thanks, I can just browse around by myself." The arrogant girl was shocked to her core, unable to believe there was a man who would reject her so indifferently. In her frustration, she shamelessly followed Ning Feng like a leech. But before they had taken 3 steps, Yang Xin was seen running over panting to welcome him. In truth, she wasn't busy with any customers at all. She had just been hurrying to finish her lunch box. The moment she overheard Ning Feng's name, she dropped her chopsticks and rushed out. Thus, Yang Xin led him to knock on Wang Dexi's door. Ning Feng then tossed out 2 skill manuals he had no interest in using. Having sorted that out, he happily took Yang Xin along to shop for some magic books. As his figure faded, Wang Dexi stood there in deep thought. Last time he threw out orange weapons, and today he pulled purple books out of nowhere. The background of this young man, Ning Feng, was truly beginning to spark his curiosity. That evening, Ning Feng invited Yang Xin out for a meal. Yet when he went to the counter to swipe his card, he was stunned to find that she had already secretly paid for the whole bill. The young man scratched his head in embarrassment, but Yang Xin smiled and explained that she had a perfectly good reason for paying. Unfortunately, as for what that specific reason was, she kept it to herself, not wanting to share the details. After parting ways, Yang Xin hailed a taxi and headed straight to the city's second hospital. The secret behind that smile was her elderly father, who had been bedridden and hospitalized all this time. Thanks to Ning Feng, Yang Xin had pocketed a massive commission last month. Only with such pocket money could she afford the expensive medical bills. But damn, misfortune had officially caught up with her today. The unlucky taxi carrying Yang Xin was suddenly struck head-on by a monster. More concerningly, it wasn't just a single monster, but 7 of them gathering. These hideous beasts emerged from a massive spatial rift, hovering in midair. The driver died a pointless death in an instant, without even a chance to say his last words. With the situation extremely tense, Yang Xin had no choice but to kick open the car door and scramble onto the roadside. What on earth was happening? How did these monsters slip through a heavily guarded, restricted zone? Yang Xin was too distracted to notice a monster with crimson claws quietly creeping up behind her. At the same time, the silhouette of a grotesque man appeared in the sky, wearing an indescribably wicked grin on his lips. By the time Yang Xin spotted the monster, she hurriedly conjured a fireball and blasted it right in the face. Unfortunately, this attack felt like a mere tickle. After all, she was just a fragile first transition mage, rated at a measly 1 star. The previous blast was completely useless, failing to shave off even a single drop of the monster's health. Consequently, Yang Xin was immediately backed into a corner of death. The ravenous beast pounced forward, preparing to tear her into 100 pieces. At the absolute critical moment, a man suddenly landed, slaying the monster with a single strike. "Are you all right, young lady?" Oh, it turned out to be Captain Zhou. He roared at Yang Xin to run for her life and find a place to hide quickly. The surroundings had now been reduced to flat ruins. The dungeon itself was showing signs of merging with reality. Worse, the monsters rushing to this place were absolutely not minor grunts that ordinary mortals could handle. In all his years of experience, Captain Zhou had never witnessed such an utterly devastating event. He was convinced that this mess was entirely instigated by the monster lurking within the city. While lost in analysis, Lao Zhou almost took a sneak attack directly to his back. Surprisingly, the culprit of this ambush was definitely not a wild beast, but possessed a human form. Are you a deviant after all? A deviant? This lord would never associate with such trash," the man replied, his face twisted with malice. At a glance, his entire right arm was grotesquely deformed to a disgusting degree. "I am the supreme blessed one of dark power." What on earth was a blessed one? Lao Zhou had lived a long life, but was hearing this term for the very first time. Yet there was no time to investigate petty titles. He only knew for certain that the guy was out to kill him. Captain Zhou immediately went into a desperate counterattack, but to his surprise, that bastard's strength was beyond absurd. His power was at least comparable to a third transition martial artist, no joke. The grotesque guy pointed a finger straight at the ground and laughed maniacally. "This is my home turf." From that dirty finger, a surge of spiritual energy erupted. "A small fry like you isn't even fit to carry my shoes." The villain flew forward, slamming directly into Captain Joe's position. The billowing dark aura surrounding his body began to twist together, transforming into a deadly drill that bored a massive hole through the man's chest. Blood sprayed everywhere as Lao Joe was sent flying dozens of meters away, while the guy threw his head back and laughed triumphantly, echoing across the sky. He trembled with excitement, basking in the energy coursing wildly through his veins. Unfortunately, before he could close his self-satisfied mouth, a hissing voice rang out from the left side of his chest. "You mere insect, dial back your delusions. The magic you are using was entirely bestowed by this lord. Without my backing, how are you any different from your inferior peers? In the end, you are just an ant waiting to be stepped on." And so, the man who had just violently beaten Lao Joe half to death now fell to his knees, trembling like a puppy. A hideous minion face suddenly emerged, hovering above his head. That evil entity kept brainwashing him, demanding to sacrifice every citizen in the city. To pave the way for a monarch like him to descend upon the world, the guy nodded, trembling. "Your servant obeys." Fast-forwarding to Ning Feng, the young man was just tiptoeing out of the restroom. A scene of devastation met his eyes, leaving him completely frozen. Good grief, I barely finished answering nature's call, and there's already a pile of corpses out here. Catching the scent of a human, the monster whipped its head around and locked onto his back. With murderous intent, it lunged forward, intending to tear its new target apart. Who would have thought that before its claws could even touch the hem of Ning Feng's clothes, the ground beneath its feet split wide open, shooting up a sharp stone spear that impaled the monster's innards. This hit credited Ning Feng's newly opened skill, beautifully named Dai Xia Yanbai. Luckily, he had just spent some currency to acquire this toy earlier. It was a complete package featuring a purple skill, and even benefited from the buff of his Earth System magic. Ning Feng cleared his throat and pushed open the restaurant door to observe the world outside. Only then was he shocked to find that the battlefield outside was 10 times more disastrous than inside the restaurant. The moment he stepped into the open, he ran right into the grotesque man from earlier. The man was in the middle of a slaughter spree. Seeing Ning Feng's figure, his eyes shot with bloodshot streaks of desire. "Haha, did this great lord actually miss a little fry like you? Oh my god, what kind of plague is showing up now?" While Ning Feng was still staring blankly, the grotesque guy closed in on his face. His right arm suddenly swelled as large as a palm leaf fan, grabbing Ning Feng's body into his palm. He tensed his muscles, intending to crush him like a tomato, yet he remained stiff and couldn't budge him a single millimeter. The man stood dazed in confusion. Ning Feng was clearly just a mortal body of flesh and blood. How on earth did he have the power to block his devastating strike? Even stranger, he faintly detected an earth-shattering dark aura lingering around this youth. Its power could probably send him flying across several streets. Damn it, why am I shivering before a murderous intent that smells more of hell than death itself? As for Ning Feng, he didn't dare be complacent. A glance was enough to tell that the thing pinning him was also a beast. If he accidentally let him cast a forbidden spell to wipe out the city, he would be weeping. Taking the initiative, Ning Feng mustered all his strength to punch back. Thanks to his profound inner power, he successfully crushed his opponent. His giant, armored hand shattered into dust, crumbling away to leave only a stump as thin as a toothpick. The traitor panicked like a headless chicken, screaming for his leader's salvation. Yet in this ruined mess, not a single soul bothered to offer a reply. The surrounding monsters were also terrified out of their wits, trampling over each other to escape as the spatial rift overhead began to close. As soon as the last monster squeezed through, the rift to the other world sealed shut without a trace, leaving only the deviant struggling desperately on the ground. At this moment, the magic power inside him had vanished completely, not leaving a single drop. In truth, those who called themselves deviants or espers were merely people who had luckily awakened dark attribute classes. Once they got a taste of this power, their capabilities were enough to crush standard classes of the same rank. Therefore, once their dark supply was cut off, they would instantly become as helpless as cripples. That was exactly the tragic state of the traitor. The moment the spatial exit closed, he became a punching bag for Ning Feng to beat mercilessly. With the excellent support of earth-controlling spells, he gloriously sent him straight to his grave. Despite burning a few calories, looking at the chaotic scene outside made any exhaustion bearable. Driven by habit, Ning Feng's hands moved faster than his brain as he swept up the dropped loot and slipped away like the wind. If he caught anyone's eye, 100 mouths wouldn't be enough to clear his name. Back on the other side, the cold-faced sister known as Gu Ying was overwhelmed with field reports. Her birth name was Su Lan. The way the monsters abruptly retreated in a swarm left her head spinning, unable to figure it out. How did the enemy forces wrap things up so early? The big boss had also issued a directive that although houses and structures were heavily damaged in this sweep, fortunately, the citizens remained unharmed. Unfortunately, the task force in the south of the city took the hardest hit. Their signal has been dead since. Su Lan's face went pale upon hearing this. The southern district was Lao Zhou's territory. Could something have happened to the old man? She had to make her way over there to investigate. When Su Lan dragged herself to the southern district, her eyes accidentally caught an unfamiliar male face. His real name was Du En, a member of the secret society Yun Wai Huan Jing. This guild operated outside the law, comprised entirely of heavyweight martial artists. They preferred to leave no trace. Today, Du En showed up here mainly to gather some clues. As it turned out, the bastard Ning Feng had just sent to the afterlife was a traitor of the Yun Wai Huan Jing Guild. He had breached the barrier to let the dungeon descend onto Earth, and even guided the magic beasts to raise their old home, causing countless comrades to lose their lives. Hearing these words, Su Lan's expression darkened. Could it be that thanks to his death, the dungeon's descent was cut short? Du En fell silent, then turned to press. "Did your group take him out?" Su Lan quickly shook her head in denial. She had only just arrived and was completely clueless about who cleaned up the scene. Du En stared intently at the cold corpse of the traitor. This rogue loved diving deep into dungeon rifts and had countless cheap tricks. So many times I cornered him, yet he always slipped away. How on earth did some master force him to suffer such a painful defeat? Looking at the crushed remains on the ground, Su Lan was also flooded with speculation. Someone like Lao Zhou, who bragged about being at the third transition, was beaten black and blue, yet some anonymous hero had the power to crush him and even halt the dungeon's sweep. Where did a city as tiny as a nostril produce such a prominent figure? Du En didn't bother lingering, leaving a brief excuse about being busy gathering loot before taking off. As for Ning Feng, his house echoed with hearty, joyful laughter all night long. That brat's corpse had dropped as many as 2 orange-grade weapons for martial artists. This was a massive windfall, far better than grinding random bosses. But during their duel, he hadn't equipped them, likely because his level wasn't high enough to use them yet. Carrying this damn skull pendant as well, he couldn't find a single clue no matter how hard he looked, and the system was completely silent on its rank. Ning Feng flipped it over a few times, pondering, there surely isn't some stray spirit residing inside this piece of junk, right? One might as well vote for Ning Feng to retire from his booster gig. Buying a simple robe and sitting at an intersection to work as a fortune teller would be quite fitting, given how incredibly accurate his mouth was. The demon hiding in the necklace was indeed the culprit who had brainwashed the bastard who just kicked the bucket. Everyone imagined him to be in some corner of another world, but who would have guessed he was cowering in this piece of scrap metal? Hiding inside, he still kept an eye on all the movements outside. When Ning Feng arrogantly asked if there was any evil spirit residing within, that dark ghoul was scared out of its wits, getting goosebumps all over. It hurriedly ordered its remnants to pull the plug, cutting off all connections with reality. If it carelessly exposed itself, it would surely be eating dirt. Early the next morning, Su Lan carried a fruit basket to the hospital to visit Lao Zhou. According to the old man's babbling, Du En was the savior who had dragged him back from the brink of death. That freak of a monster had turned pale with fear upon catching sight of him, quickly retreating back into the rift. Even Su Lan could faintly guess from their first encounter that Du En's combat level was not inferior to hers at all. Despite his deep inner power, he still lost his prey, which was ultimately snatched away by some hidden figure. The faint remnants of a dark, malicious aura still lingered around the scene. Putting it all together, the council came up with a conspiracy theory: that anonymous powerhouse was absolutely a deviant as well. Captain Joe secretly wished that if only that powerhouse would join their side, life would be fantastic. Just imagining it felt wonderful. If he unfortunately sided with the opposition, the entire city would surely be weeping. While Lao Zhou and Su Lan's group were racking their brains to dig up the background of the anonymous boss. That prominent figure was whistling and relaxing, sorting out his class transition. In the end, the auspicious day finally dawned. Stepping into the dungeon as a newcomer, Ning Feng immediately came across a towering, massive structure. He was absolutely certain this was the Hui Yang Shen Dian the system had hinted at. The youth casually strolled through the restricted area, completely unaware of a sharp gaze pinned to the back of his neck like a knife. The observer was none other than Du En. Rewinding to a few days ago at the trading hall, Du En had personally gone to visit Wang Deshi. He requested to purchase a set designed specifically for fourth transition martial artists. With such a strong scent of money, he was more than qualified for VIP treatment. That annoying female staff member looked on with greedy eyes, hurriedly trying to butter him up to secure a future of rich commissions in her pocket. Wang Deshi smiled from ear to ear, tipping him off. My humble shop happens to have a regular customer who is about to liquidate a fourth transition martial artist set, covering both pieces. A complete set of chest and leg armor. Tempted by the prospect, Du En was eager to meet the owner right away. But Wang Deshi had to dash his hopes, reporting that the other party was too busy to make it today. Of course, the seller was none other than Ning Feng. In truth, Du En's visit wasn't just a coincidence. The fourth transition martial artist set happened to consist of only those two chest and leg pieces, and their stats matched perfectly down to the millimeter. Thus, even without touching them in person, he was absolutely certain they were tokens left by his late master. Could master share some information about that regular customer? If you'd like, I'm willing to throw in extra cash to buy out the entire set. This blunt offer made Wang Deshi break into a cold sweat. Keeping customer secrets was their professional guiding principle, after all. Connecting the dots, the moment Ning Feng requested to liquidate the items, this young man immediately came looking for them. This bizarre sequence of events made the old man uneasy, and he dared not act recklessly. He had to reuse a lame excuse to politely usher Du En away. He mumbled that the customer was currently traveling to another province on business, and that he would make a quick phone call to check and report back to him later. After seeing off Du En, Wang Deshi huddled inside the appraisal room, scratching his head in sheer frustration. Smelling something fishy, the sharp-nosed female clerk drifted over to pry. It turned out their boss had secretly hired private investigators to dig into Ning Feng's family tree ages ago. The uncovered files were deeply depressing. Both parents were meager two-star class holders who had vanished without a trace when Ning Feng was still in diapers. He had to fend for himself just to survive until unlocking his class at age 18, and to this day, he was still stuck at a pathetic one-star level. The female clerk stared in disbelief. Wait, he looks so impressive, but in the end, he is just a piece of trash. Her sharp sixth sense had warned her from the start that this guy Ning Feng was a bad omen. Now, a mediocre background was one thing, but the real mystery lay elsewhere. With such a useless lineage, where on earth did he steal those high-tier items he brought in to sell? A dirt-poor one-star could never obtain such rare treasures. This was the exact thorn in Wang Deshi's side. He had also uncovered that Ning Feng and the eldest young lady Wang Yue were childhood friends, but the Wang family's corporation would never have thrown him more than a few pennies. Remembering how Du En had looked so sour and furious earlier, Wang Deshi felt his stomach twist, fearing the items Ning Feng brought in were somehow connected to him. But wait, that peculiar clerk suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. That gear set from the kid Ning Feng might very well be stolen, maybe not by robbery, but its origin was definitely questionable. This time, the brat had poked a hornet's nest. Du En was clearly a fourth transition professional. Although he was not yet an absolute ruler, he was still considered a top-tier powerhouse in this area. The malicious woman got comfortable, ready to enjoy the drama, convinced that Ning Feng was guaranteed to meet his end at that man's hands. Returning to the present moment, Du En was stealthily tailing Ning Feng like a shadow. He could rub his eyes 100 times and still not wrap his head around how a novice like him could single-handedly repel the dungeon's purge. Years ago, even a genius like his master had been beaten to death by that same dungeon boss. Worse still, his late master's armor set was absolutely sitting inside Ning Feng's inventory right now. Du En weighed the possibilities. If this kid was not a genuine powerhouse, then there had to be some shadowy faction backing him from behind. Consequently, he remained extremely cautious, not daring to make even the slightest reckless move. Ning Feng eagerly made his way toward Huiyang Divine Temple. Then the young man busied himself with changing his gear and armor. Du En focused his attention, hoping to gauge the other's combat strength simply by analyzing his choice of gear. Unexpectedly, the ragtag gear Ning Feng put on instantly left him speechless. This choice of clothing was incredibly cheap, making him look no different from a raw novice. Could it be a disguise? Du En pondered. Considering his young age, wearing rookie gear was indeed a clever way to blend into crowds. Although Ning Feng's low level was obvious, Du En's paranoid mind made him assume the opponent was setting a trap to shake off any tail. Breaking into a cold sweat, he dared not get too close and could only resort to casting a tracking skill on the youth. The spell Du En used was an active skill called Spiritual Guidance. It acted like an embedded tracker, keeping close tabs on the target without them ever noticing. Putting aside that disastrous fashion sense, another massive question popped up in Du En's mind. The fact was, the monsters surrounding this temple were all low-level minions. As such, the drop rate for high-tier gear here was worse than winning the lottery, so why on earth was this kid wasting his time grinding here? On his end, Ning Feng remained completely unbothered, ignoring Du En's presence entirely. He dashed straight into the main hall, where the aggressive monsters inside immediately went wild. As soon as they saw his figure enter, the entire pack swarmed him, eager to tear him apart. Yet protected by his high-grade Dirt Guardian, Ning Feng remained completely unscathed, not losing even a single hair. The shield's near-instantaneous activation speed made Du En's jaw drop in utter disbelief. Even if the creeps here were low-level, Ning Feng's ironclad barrier was simply too absurd to comprehend. After their initial assault failed miserably, the beasts began to back away in fear, parting to make way for him. This parting of the monsters only deepened Du En's conviction that the youth was indeed a hidden master. Ning Feng advanced straight toward the giant stone statue in the center of the temple, where the final boss resided. Du En assumed the kid was going to engage in a fierce solo showdown. Ironically, the stone statue stood frozen like a block of wood, completely flipping the script. It was obvious that the creature had been terrified out of its wits by Ning Feng's dark aura, surrendering before the fight could even start. The youth did not even spare a glance at this useless thing, simply bypassing it and walking straight ahead. It turned out a secret chamber was hidden behind the statue, revealing a towering set of armor mounted on the wall with its wings fully spread. It was indeed the famous Lu Yitianshi. This was the actual boss designated by the system, not the crude statue outside. The moment Ning Feng's shadow fell upon it, the eye sockets of the armor suddenly glowed with a brilliant light. Yet in another shocking twist, it did not even bother to counterattack, choosing instead to fly straight up toward the ceiling. Why did this coward suddenly flee? Ning Feng scratched his head in confusion. Meanwhile, Du En, waiting outside, was utterly bewildered. It was his first time discovering that the Huiyang Divine Temple concealed a secret chamber. This rare boss was a once-in-a-decade encounter, so how did that brat know the layout so well? Truly worthy of an S-class agent. Who else would pay such close attention to a minor first transition trial? Ning Feng eagerly chased after the Lu Yitianshi, but unfortunately, this boss was just like the stone statue outside, terrified out of its wits by his sheer presence. The Lu Yitianshi felt utterly helpless, The battle was lost before it even began. The boy's suffocating aura was simply too overwhelming. Yet life was cruel, and this arena was designed by the system for him. There was nowhere to hide. Catching a glimpse of his opponent trying to slip away out of the corner of his eye, Ningfeng immediately cast his newly acquired ultimate skill, Lei Ma Jui Kong. With a single activation, a massive, apocalyptic lightning storm was unleashed. If this thunderbolt struck, its destructive power would easily rival a heavenly tribulation. The moment the spell fired, the Lu Yitianshi took a fatal hit, its head scorched black by the lightning with nowhere to run. Despite its reputation as the majestic and imposing Lu Yitianshi, it was roasted pitch black by a single cast of Ningfeng's Lei Ma Jui Kong, looking like a charred bird. The shockwave was so powerful that it reduced a corner of the Huiyang Divine Temple to dust. Duan collapsed, his limbs trembling. Good Lord, he was witnessing such devastating magic for the very first time. That shabby-looking kid possessed a terrifyingly immense power. Duan frantically theorized that the youth's level might easily surpass that of his late master, perhaps even reaching the legendary 8th transition. Ningfeng looked at the ruined battlefield and sighed in disappointment. In a normal quest, defeating the Lu Yitianshi would have yielded a massive amount of experience points. Unfortunately, this was a first transition trial. Before completing it, he could not level up, so all that experience was completely wasted. Having secured his loot, Ningfeng tore a teleportation scroll, preparing to slip away. Yet somehow Duan suddenly emerged from a corner, crying out, "Boss, boss, please wait just a moment." Ningfeng was so startled he nearly bit his tongue. Who on earth was this strange man, and where had he crawled out from? Oh no, had this guy witnessed his entire display of forbidden dark magic? Seeing Ningfeng's pale face, Duan also felt a surge of fear and quickly tried to flatter him. "Boss, please calm down, let this humble servant explain for just 3 minutes." Ningfeng's mind was still processing the situation. Was this guy out of his mind, calling him boss? But before Duan could say another word, the emergency alarms blared loudly. They needed to escape this mess first, and settle any issues once they were outside. Duan nodded obediently like a child, then quickly followed Ningfeng to escape the dungeon. Slipping into a secluded corner to talk, Ningfeng finally understood the reason why Duan had been tailing him. Years ago, his master had been a highly renowned figure in the community. Unfortunately, the old master had sacrificed his life to seal the dungeon breach, while a traitor had fled the scene. For years, that traitor had been sacrificing human lives to break the seal. Duan had pursued him relentlessly but failed. Now, meeting Ningfeng face to face, his attitude flipped 180 degrees from suspicion to absolute reverence. Ningfeng was speechless looking at him. After all, this guy was a 4th transition powerhouse. Had he not revealed himself, Ningfeng would have never known he was being followed. Yet, Duan had no idea that the idol he was worshipping had just barely completed a basic 1st transition trial. Ningfeng felt deeply depressed, realizing his level was still at the bottom of the ladder. At this rate, his secret would eventually be exposed. However, his gloomy expression was misconstrued by Duan as immense murderous intent. Panic-stricken, Duan broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "The boss is so quiet, could he be planning to silence me?" That dark thought sent a shiver down Duan's spine. Trying to regain his composure, he knelt to thank Ningfeng for avenging his master, then swore to serve him whenever needed in the future. The timing was perfect, as Ningfeng also wanted to recruit him. At least this guy's level was high, and he was a solo player, which would make him incredibly useful in the future. Forcing a stern expression, he said, "What happened here today must remain strictly between the two of us." "Rest assured, boss, my lips are sealed." These words came from the bottom of Duan's heart. Having witnessed Ningfeng possess terrifying dark power, yet never harm innocents, even repelling the dungeon purge to save the city, Duan was filled with immense respect and admiration for such a humble powerhouse. Having nowhere else to go, he decided to stay in Qin Yu City to remain close to his idol, Ningfeng. The misunderstanding was resolved. Just as they were about to part, Ningfeng's phone suddenly rang. On the other end, Qi Wei called to say there was an urgent matter to discuss. waiting for him to return. Ning Feng was confused. Why was Qi Wei calling him so urgently? What had happened? There had to be a serious reason for her to be in such a rush. The core of the issue was that Su Lan had arrived at their headquarters, having caught wind of Ning Feng's mysterious movements. The fact that a known bookworm who had just awakened a few days ago had suddenly rocketed to the first transition made Su Lan highly suspicious. However, Qi Wei fully trusted her student. Even though Ning Feng's talent was low, he was gentle and extremely hardworking. I am not labeling him a villain, Su Lan quickly clarified, though she still had several questions that needed to be resolved. A few days ago, Su Lan had submitted the full report of the Qinyu City disaster to headquarters. She also proposed the theory that the devastating residual magic was undoubtedly the work of deviants. As soon as Su Lan finished speaking, the meeting room fell dead silent. Breaking the silence, an elder spoke in a slow, measured voice. Su Lan, you are an esper yourself, so why ask such a naive question? The elder said this because channeling dark power always came with a terrible price. The higher the power, the worse the consequences, ranging from life depletion and madness to mutating into a monster. Even the mildest backlash could ruin an esper. Furthermore, recent threats were king-level, making the existence of an esper with king-level power seem utterly absurd to him. Hey, your imagination is running a bit too wild. There is no such thing as a king-level esper in this world, mocked a slick-backed hair man sitting nearby. With such a vivid imagination, you should write movie scripts instead of wasting your talent as an esper. Su Lan did not expect such fierce opposition, but she remained firm in her stance, even though she lacked concrete proof at the moment. Seeing her stubbornness, the knockoff Son Goku mocked her again, saying she was all talk and no results. He even declared that if a king-level esper actually existed, he would willingly sever his own head for her to kick like a soccer ball. The elder coughed to quiet the man, and the council agreed to send forces to Qinyu City. If the situation spiraled out of control, the special task force would take over, while Su Lan requested reinforcements from the Gu Ying organization. However, the upper echelon delayed this request, making Su Lan grit her teeth in frustration, questioning if they lacked trust in her team. Seeing this, the elder calmed her down, advising her to wait. How could she wait when the city's situation was already a complete mess? Back to the present, Su Lan was still discussing matters with Qi Wei. Just then, her subordinate brought shocking news. The Huiyang Divine Temple dungeon in Longbo City had just been purged by a dark force, though no casualties had been reported yet. Qi Wei turned pale upon hearing this, because the location Ning Feng had registered for his first advancement test was exactly this Huiyang Divine Temple. Su Lan was also aware of this. After all, before being summoned by Captain Zhou, she was the one who had approved Ning Feng's class transition application. Su Lan smiled meaningfully, noting that this drama was becoming more interesting by the moment. Currently, a thick defensive barrier enveloped every corner of Longbo City. Ning Feng and Du En were walking through the crowded streets, where the local citizens looked extremely anxious. The youth overheard whispers that the public anxiety was directly related to the events at Huiyang Divine Temple. However, he had no idea that he was the primary cause of this commotion. Ning Feng was simply experiencing a headache because Longbo City was on high alert. Given the current situation, they could only wait for the lockdown to be lifted before they could catch a ride home. However, an unexpected event occurred. The sky above Longbo City suddenly ripped open into a massive rift. The old script repeated as swarms of hideous creatures began pouring out of that bizarre spatial rift. Looking at the defensive magic barrier, the monsters sneered in utter disdain. You weak, inferior humans, hiding inside this cracked turtle shell will not save you. From that deadly rift, beasts poured out in overwhelming numbers. Their leader looked extremely fierce, with giant horns on his head like a demon incarnate. It laughed mockingly, claiming Longbo City's shield was as thin as paper and could never hope to stop them. Immediately after, the lead demon ordered his minions forward. It roared, ordering his followers to bring humanity a gift called despair. Upon receiving the command, The monsters roared and charged frantically toward the city center. Under their fierce onslaught, the barrier surface began to crack and splinter. When the breaches became wide open, the crowd realized that disaster had struck. What on earth is happening? Everyone panicked and was caught completely off guard. The monsters officially breached the shield, initiating a terrible massacre. Piercing screams echoed through the air. Unarmed citizens panicked, trampling each other in a desperate bid to survive. Even the city guards started to break into a cold sweat. They could not comprehend how those hideous creatures had breached such a solid defensive barrier. In the chaos, some unfortunate citizens were pushed directly onto the weapons of the security forces. Witnessing the chaos, Duan's expression darkened. He stepped forward to shield Ningfeng, casting Zhen Wu Du Qi to create a protective barrier for them both. Duan guessed this was a dungeon invasion, but on a far more dangerous scale than the previous one. Duan respectfully asked Ningfeng, "Sir, should we teach them a lesson?" Ningfeng acted surprised. "Oh, do you have a way to handle this mess?" In reality, during the last invasion, Ningfeng had defeated the traitor and stopped the process. However, the youth was oblivious to his own achievement, so his question was genuine. Meanwhile, Duan thought, a master of his caliber could easily wipe them out, so why ask me? This must be a test to see if I have what it takes to be his trusted aide. The more Duan thought, the more logical it seemed. He warmed up, determined to put on a performance that would not disappoint Ningfeng. "I understand your intent, boss. Sit back and watch, leave everything to me." Meanwhile, Ningfeng's mind was filled with giant question marks. Understand what? What was he handling? But in public, Ningfeng could not use his forbidden dark magic, so letting Duan handle it was indeed the best choice. "Well, if you want to show off, go ahead." Duan assessed the situation. On one side were beasts rampaging, on the other were crowds fleeing for safety. A few brave class holders stood up to fight back, but their damage was negligible to the enemies. Especially when facing the two-horned leader, the gap in power was painfully obvious. Waves of defenders were tossed aside like broken dolls. Meanwhile, its thick hide did not sustain even a single scratch. The leader slaughtered for a moment, then looked bored. "How disappointing. I thought I would find someone decent among you humans to entertain me." Carrying its bloody weapon, it stepped forward slowly. Wherever it walked, tragedy followed. The crowd panicked, fleeing in absolute despair. To this cruel beast, humans were nothing more than annoying trash. Its desire to slaughter humans burned even brighter. The lead demon raised its massive blade, aiming at a trembling girl. But just as it struck, a smaller blade blocked the fatal blow. Duan took the stage. The beast was shocked to find someone who could block its strike. Duan glared with fury. Though the boss behind could fight, as long as he was here, the boss would not need to dirty his hands. "Boss, stand back and watch. Leave this small fry to me." Ningfeng was reluctant to ruin Duan's cool moment in Longbow City, but asked him to stop calling him boss as it was embarrassing. The monster grinned. "Oh, so humans are not entirely useless." Duan did not waste words, channeling all his energy into his glowing blade. With a powerful flick, the massive beast was sent flying backward. It coughed up blood, shocked by the absurd strength of a small human. Before it could regain its balance, Duan closed in like the wind. Holding dual blades, his gaze was as cold as ice. He showed top-tier blade skills, creating dozens of slashes in the blink of an eye. Naturally, all those precise slashes landed on the demon's flesh. The watching citizens held their breath. "Oh my God, what a master! The beast cannot even fight back. With such skill, he must possess a powerful hidden class." Duan walked out of the ruins, looking exceptionally impressive. As rumored, he possessed a 5-star hidden martial artist class, at level 137. Witnessing that, Ningfeng's inner fanboy screamed in excitement. "Oh my God, this guy is incredibly good." However, the protagonist suppressed his excitement, saying calmly, "Not bad." With the leader defeated, the other warriors launched a counterattack. The leaderless monsters were no match and fled back into the spatial rift. Duan walked over to Ningfeng. "Boss, do you have any other orders for me?" "No need, you did an excellent job." Ning Feng could not hide his excitement, giving a thumbs up. Duan's performance had been amazing. Passers-by stared in curiosity at their strange interaction. Why would a powerhouse like Duan bow to a young kid like Ning Feng? They wondered if he was some wealthy young master training with a bodyguard. If so, he was showing off too much. After gathering the loot from the beast, Duan handed it straight to Ning Feng instead of keeping it. First were two orange glowing items. Even if they did not match his class, selling them would yield tons of star coins. Next was an agility skill book called Lethal Pursuit, which Ning Feng thought would make a perfect gift for Wang Yue. Last was a shield called Demonic Aegis. Though ugly, it would still sell for a decent price. Please wait a moment, heroes. Several adventurers, accompanying the mayor of Longbow City, arrived. They thanked Ning Feng and Duan for saving the city from disaster. Mayor Kai Dongming bowed deeply in gratitude, being extremely polite. It was amusing how Ning Feng's face always made him look like a dangerous person to others. Kai Dongming assumed that because the city went on high alert, it hindered the expert's journey, causing him offense. So the mayor bowed again, apologizing to Ning Feng. He ordered a subordinate to fetch a flight scroll he had recently purchased as compensation. Ning Feng's eyes lit up. A flight scroll was a great item, hard to buy in his area. Even though it was single-use, it was convenient for short to medium travel. Kai Dongming timidly requested them to stay in Longbow City for a few days, due to the current global chaos. Sorry, I am busy and cannot accept, Ning Feng declined, as his advancement quest had a strict 3-day deadline. However, to Kai Dongming, this refusal sounded like a threat. Kai Dongming broke into a cold sweat, not daring to urge them to stay any longer. His subordinate arrived with the teleportation scroll just in time. Kai Dongming also included a VIP black card from the Yuan Cheng Trading Hall as an apology. Ning Feng was surprised. This card was reserved for elite individuals and came with many privileges. No wonder the mayor was rich enough to buy a teleportation scroll. His status was clearly not ordinary. Since gifts were handed to him, he saw no reason to refuse, so Ning Feng smiled and thanked him. Seeing this, Kai Dongming sighed in relief, pleased that it went well. If Longbow City faces disaster again, could we ask you for help, boss? Having accepted the card, Ning Feng could not refuse, promising to help if he had the time. Kai Dongming was overjoyed and his entourage cheered wildly. The boss agreed, Longbow City is saved. After settling things, Ning Feng and Duan used flight magic to fly straight home. At the transition hall of Qin Yu City, the mercenary group was waiting anxiously for Wang Yue. Today was the big day for her second advancement quest. Look, Wang Yue is finished, as she walked out of the hall, followed closely by Zhao Cheng. Just stepping out, the eldest young lady of the Wang family caught sight of two figures flying past like birds, heading inside. She froze for a few seconds, realizing one of them looked exactly like Ning Feng, as the whisper escaped her lips. But this only made Zhao Cheng burst into loud laughter. You must be mistaken, miss. A flight ticket costs a whopping thousands of gold coins. How could a penniless guy like Ning Feng afford it? And even if he somehow struck it rich and bought one, what on earth is a trashy rookie like him doing in the class transition hall? Wang Yue found this extremely irritating to hear. If she had not considered Zhao Cheng her teammate, she would have given him a good beating long ago. Wang Yue glared sideways at him with an affectionate look. If your mouth dares to badmouth Ning Feng one more time, I will show you what I'm made of. Zhao Cheng never expected the beauty to react so fiercely, which only made the fire of jealousy toward Ning Feng burn even hotter in his heart. He truly could not understand why a great beauty like her kept defending such a completely worthless guy at all costs. Come on, put those trivial matters aside. Have you two received your second-class transition exams yet? The other 3 members of the team rushed over, eagerly asking about the situation. Zhao Cheng put on a tragic face, pretending to regret that he only managed to get an A-rank quest instead of an S-rank one. Hearing this, his teammates let out a sigh of relief and consoled him. Oh, getting an A-rank is already amazing. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Taking advantage of that, the pink-haired priest girl in the group placed even higher expectations on Wang Yue than ever before. However, Wang Yue's expression was rather stiff, making everyone's heart skip a beat in anxiety. Why does Wang Yue look so pale? Don't tell me you were unlucky enough to draw a C rank or lower quest. Zhao Cheng secretly sneered in his mind, thinking that even the genius girl praised to the high heavens would have her downfall. Drawing a quest of too low, a rank would deal a fatal blow to her future stat grinding and skill unlocking. Seizing the moment, he beat his chest like a hero. Wang Yue, just stay calm. With hard work, you'll catch up eventually. Besides, I will stand by your side and help you. At this moment, Zhao Cheng looked just like a male peacock flaunting his feathers in front of a female. In response to his enthusiasm, Wang Yue only gave him a sharp glare. If you're not even sad about getting an A-rank quest, why should I put on a gloomy face when I drew an S-rank one? As soon as Wang Yue spoke, the entire group froze in shock. It turned out that her unusual expression wasn't because she drew a terrible quest, but because she had just unlocked a hidden class that no one had ever discovered before. Zhao Cheng was the first to jump up in protest, insisting that the initial awakening had already set one's career path in stone. He had never heard of any mysterious myth claiming that a hidden class could suddenly emerge during the transition process. Wang Yue idly recalled the miraculous scene in the registration room earlier. Her class tree was originally locked in as an agile archer. However, thanks to holding the core piece, an imprint item that boosted agility, her path took a spectacular turn, directly evolving into the Shadow Vanguard. The moment the class transition notification flashed before her eyes, Wang Yue herself was too shocked for words. That divine imprint was something Ning Feng had gone through the trouble of gifting her. She never expected it to bring about such a wonderful miracle. Recalling Ning Feng's immensely confident face at that time, Wang Yue was convinced that her close friend had already figured out the system and understood everything beforehand. For that reason, her gratitude for this gift multiplied, even though in reality, Ning Feng did not know a single thing about it. Wang Yue eagerly pressed the button to choose her brand new career path. Along with it, the transition questline automatically adjusted to match. As she explained the situation, Zhao Cheng's face grew increasingly twisted and unsightly. What on earth is a Shadow Vanguard? That sounds completely unheard of. Could the server have a network error? If you blindly pick the wrong option, your whole life will go down the drain. Zhao Cheng acted like a caring guy worried about the beauty, but in his heart, he was screaming in jealousy over her good fortune. Wang Yue decisively waved her hand to dismiss him, telling Zhao Cheng to stop sticking his nose into her business. Her words dealt a heavy blow, making him feel as if a bucket of ice water had been splashed on his face. Wang Yue's two female teammates danced with joy because their teammate had hit the jackpot with an S-rank quest. Oh my, I wish I had a top-tier childhood friend like Ning Feng. Hearing this, Zhao Cheng's blood boiled with rage and his vision went blurry. But if his jealousy toward Ning Feng was a 1, his desire for Wang Yue's magical treasure was a 10. Zhao Cheng secretly resolved to spend whatever it took to hire people to search for that miraculous imprint, even if he had to waste a fortune or risk his life to get it. Switching over to Ning Feng, the young man had by now smoothly integrated the gift of the divine imprint. His stamina bar jumped up by 5 points, followed by his spirit attribute increasing rapidly by another 5 points. With the transition exam checked off as complete, the system immediately booted up the character upgrade process. After the successful transformation, Ning Feng even managed to gain an extremely powerful passive skill called auto-operation. His dark energy manipulation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Ning Feng's hands were already itching, wishing he could encounter some beasts soon to test out his new moves. Throughout the time the kid underwent the transition ritual, Duan remained waiting outside obediently with folded arms, looking like a stone statue. Every single movement was captured by Su Lan. She felt extremely confused by the illogical presence of this great figure in the hall. Moreover, he even stood guard at the door for Ning Feng. In truth, Su Lan had already dug up quite a bit of background information on Duan. Despite his youthful face, this young man had already reached the 4th transition level. Compared across the entire territory, he was a rare genius of the highest caliber. Yet according to the staff's whispers earlier, when the pair entered the hall, Du-En had behaved with utmost deference and respect toward Ning Feng. Her favorite student truly possessed an aura of mystery. Since earlier, Su Lan had been glued to her phone, staying in touch with Qi Wei. "Ms. Qi, we will have to rely on your abilities for the next steps. Just trust me, I will verify everything thoroughly. However, I firmly believe that the boy would absolutely never stand on the opposing side of our battle lines." Returning to Ning Feng and Du-En, as the two walked out chatting enthusiastically, a voice suddenly called out his name from behind. Ning Feng turned his head, and upon seeing Qi Wei's figure, his soul nearly departed his body. Because he suddenly remembered that his teacher had just called him on the phone to deliver extremely grave news. "Take your time, boss. I'll just back off to the corner and stay out of the way," Du-En said, being extremely sensible as he stepped aside to give them space. Unfortunately, the title boss that the young man blurted out made Qi Wei raise an eyebrow in curiosity. Ning Feng shuddered, his brain working at full capacity to find an explanation. Driven to a corner, he made up a very fake-sounding excuse. "Please don't mind him, teacher. This friend of mine is just addicted to making jokes." Qi Wei did not have the spare time to pry into such trivial matters. She went straight to the heart of the issue. She stared intently at Ning Feng, her sharp voice questioning whether he had just passed his first-class transition. Ning Feng broke into a cold sweat. How did Ms. Qi know him so well? Though he knew the truth would eventually come to light, being caught red-handed right now was indeed a bit too soon. But on second thought, Qi Wei was one of the few who always protected Ning Feng. He was sure his teacher would not push him into a corner, so he decided to lay his cards on the table. "This whole thing sounds a bit mystical, and explaining it would only make it more tangled, so I just wanted to keep it as my own secret." Qi Wei nodded slightly in empathy. "But I still need you to confirm one last doubt. Tell me honestly, is your mind being eroded by dark forces?" "Why would you think that, teacher?" Ning Feng's scalp went numb with fear. Could his absurd system-backed protagonist plot have been discovered by others? "You know full well that the world has been in absolute chaos lately. The occurrences of cracked dungeons merging into reality are rising at an alarming rate. Countless unlucky people who inhaled the toxic air of dark power are gradually mutating into deviants." Ning Feng secretly let out a sigh of relief. It turned out his teacher was just worrying unnecessarily. He immediately denied being a deviant. What a joke. Those people were constantly under government surveillance. Ning Feng absolutely did not want to get involved in that troublesome mess. However, Qi Wei wouldn't easily believe his hollow vows. She took out a small, pitch-black stone, hoping Ning Feng would cooperate with a test. According to Qi Wei's explanation, Ning Feng only needed to channel a bit of his energy into this crystal. If there were dark seeds within him, it would immediately light up to sound an alarm. Ning Feng hesitated, but persistently refusing would only make him look more suspicious. He took a risk, touching the surface of the stone with his fingers, and carefully channeled a stream of energy inside. How on earth did it happen that, in less than a second, the damn stone exploded into pieces? Startled out of his wits, Ning Feng shrieked, Hello, what kind of bizarre situation is this?" "Oh my goodness, it actually shattered." Qi Wei's jaw dropped in shock. This spectacular scene was something not even movies could replicate. Recalling the moment she received this item from Su Lan, she had been given extremely meticulous instructions. This gadget was extremely sensitive to dark energy, which was why the authorities always used it as a detection tool to track down deviants. When injected with energy, this magic crystal would vibrate violently. The more intensely it vibrated, the higher the concentration of dark energy absorbed. But unfortunately, Su Lan had not attached a manual back, then explaining what it meant if the magic crystal exploded outright. Perhaps even its owner had never anticipated this rare mishap. "Ms. Qi, I know the story of a rookie who just awakened skipping straight to class transition sounds a bit wrong, but you watch me grow up. At least you must trust my shining character, right?" Qi Wei fell into silent contemplation. That was true. Ning Feng had been orphaned since childhood and had suffered from a delayed awakening, 2 years behind his peers. His circumstances were truly pitiful, and his ability to maintain an optimistic smile until now was already a miracle. Emotionally, Qi Wei placed her full trust in him. However, she still carried the burden of responsibility on her shoulders. She would have to write a report on today's incident to submit to the higher-ups anyway. Qi Wei silently hoped Ning Feng would understand and empathize with her dilemma. Ning Feng let out a heavy sigh, vaguely guessing what the government's reaction would be. But at worst, if pushed into a corner, he would just pack his bags and slip away from Qinyu City altogether. Considering the character check closed, Qi Wei took out a glowing skill book from her bag. This was a gift she had gone to great lengths to acquire early on, as a reward for Ning Feng smoothly passing his first-class transition. Ning Feng accepted the gift, an indescribable wave of emotion welling up in his heart. "Ms. Qi, thank you so much for always protecting me all these years. What a coincidence, I also just got an item that I want to give you." The item Ning Feng pulled out was a belt emitting an orange glow named Holy Feathered Wings. The stats of this item were incredibly amazing, adding 20 points of spirit, boosting healing and stamina recovery efficiency by 50%. Moreover, the wearer enjoyed full immunity to shadow-type attacks, but the most valuable feature was the sacred aura effect. Its owner could freely cast healing spells without having to mutter lengthy incantations. Qi Wei rubbed her eyes repeatedly, unable to believe it. The value of this item lay not just in its bright orange rating, but in that instant cast healing privilege, which could pull countless lives back from the brink of death in critical moments. Since this gift was far too valuable, Qi Wei was hesitant to accept it so casually. But Ning Feng playfully forced the belt into her hands, chattering that it was just something he picked up while running around doing his transition quest. Qi Wei was completely helpless, so she reluctantly put it away. After the exchange of gifts, the kid said goodbye to his teacher and waved for Duan to slip away quickly. Qi Wei stood frozen in place for a long time, her mind racing with a million questions. Ning Feng tossed away orange-grade equipment to someone else without even blinking. Was this rascal a hidden boss playing dumb, or was he just excessively kind-hearted? Qi Wei dragged herself back to the Adventurer Association headquarters, bringing the fragments of the magic crystal to report clearly to Su Lan. Even Su Lan had her eyes opened, witnessing such an explosion for the first time. Qi Wei began to feel increasingly anxious. If the people from the Deviant Association truly saw Ning Feng as a thorn in their side, everything would go down the drain. Su Lan took a deep breath and stood up abruptly. "Forget it, let's close the matter here." "What do you mean close it here?" Did Su Lan intend to drop the curtain and stop the investigation entirely? Perhaps the sheer power of Qi Wei's favorite student had exceeded their narrow understanding. Su Lan assessed that if Ning Feng were truly a hidden powerhouse, persistently digging into his past would only bring trouble upon themselves. If they accidentally stroked the tiger's whiskers and angered him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Lan coldly ordered her subordinates to seal all investigation files on Ning Feng from now on, classifying all his personal information as confidential and keeping it hidden away. Qi Wei raised both hands in enthusiastic agreement with this wise decision. After all, Ning Feng was still just a green kid, from an ordinary background without any powerful backing. Su Lan dropping the investigation was equivalent to removing the knife from the kid's neck. Only now could the teacher stretch her shoulders and let out a sigh of relief. However, letting Ning Feng off did not mean Su Lan would sit idly by. Her radar immediately shifted to the fierce bodyguard constantly following him, Duan. That night at Ning Feng's place, the young man lay sprawled on the comfortable sofa, constantly letting out heavy sighs. Qi Wei had just texted him to say that the higher-ups had decided to call off the investigation on him. While this should have been joyful news, Ning Feng was feeling depressed thinking about the arduous path of grinding levels ahead. If every time he transitioned, he ended up completely destroying a secret realm, it would inevitably cause a major earthquake. He was already on the government's blacklist now. If he kept repeating his actions, he would sooner or later be caught and dragged into the spotlight. Seeing his boss so gloomy, Duan also felt anxious for him. He racked his brain for a moment and then blurted out a brilliant idea. "What if you change things up, boss? Instead of using state-provided resources, you switch to conquering wild secret realms." The reason Duan proposed this idea was that, due to recent anomalies in the world, unowned secret realms had been popping up like mushrooms after rain. Among them were several areas that the government higher-ups were too lazy to spend money and manpower on clearing. The rest were unfortunately occupied by dark factions as their base of operations. Hearing this, Ning Feng's eyes lit up as if he had struck gold. Well, that sounds like a smooth idea. He immediately urged Duan to dig up more information on these brand new areas. Duan scratched his head, admitting that he had only set his eyes on 2 locations so far. If Ning Feng approved, he was ready to head out and scout for more. "Perfect, then I'll leave it to your abilities." Ning Feng nodded with utmost satisfaction. Ever since he recruited a top-tier confidant like Duan, many difficult problems were suddenly resolved with ease. Right now, the most important thing was to rest. Tomorrow morning, he would head to the black market to sell some goods for pocket money, and then treat himself to a short vacation. After all, with the powerful dark forbidden spell in his hands, leveling up was now as easy as eating cake and drinking tea, with no need to worry about being overtaken by his peers on the leaderboards. At the end of the private meeting, Duan walked back to his lodging. As he was strolling leisurely, he was blocked by a middle-aged man with a completely unfamiliar face. The man thumped his chest and introduced himself as Zhang Jai. It turned out he was the newly appointed mayor of Qinyu City, whose seat was not even warm yet. Zhang Jai had gone to the trouble of coming here to curry favor with Duan for his heroic deed in saving the world during the previous secret realm invasion. Taking the opportunity, he casually inquired if the young man had any interest in settling down in Qinyu City. Duan, wearing his heart on his sleeve, nodded honestly and said he indeed had that intention. Zhang Jai beamed with joy, his smile stretching from ear to ear. "Then that is a great blessing for us. Having an immortal like you descend to help indeed brings immense fortune to this city." After chatting for a bit, Zhang Jai pulled a glittering gold card from his pocket. He promoted it as a limited edition immunity pass reserved exclusively for top-tier adventurers of the city, coming with countless privileges. As long as Duan agreed to be the protector of this place, all his requests would be approved in a heartbeat. Duan accepted the card and flipped it over to inspect it, causing Zhang Jai to break into a cold sweat again. Because he had heard rumors that many big figures from other prosperous cities had knelt to beg for Duan's signature only to be kicked away mercilessly. Qinyu was just a remote city. Zhang Jai feared this small temple could not accommodate such a great Buddha. But the outcome took a sharp turn. Duan casually thanked the middle-aged man and calmly slipped the card into his breast pocket. This gesture was as good as an instant agreement. Zhang Jai felt as light as if he were walking on clouds, feeling as though he had just achieved a magnificent feat. This guy was a 4th transition powerhouse. With such an idol staying to protect them, Qinyu would surely be absolutely safe. That night, Ning Feng stayed up late, lounging on the sofa and grinding ranks in his game for a long while. It wasn't until his eyes grew heavy with sleep that he scrolled through the class group chat and noticed his classmates were still gossiping wildly. They were all crying and complaining because before they could grind to level 30 for their class transition quests, all the secret realms in the city had been locked down. Ning Feng chose to lurk and listen in. His classmates were all youngsters who had just awakened at age 16. To squeeze through the university doors, they had to at least reach the first transition. Who would have thought that in just a few short days, starting from rock bottom, he had stepped over everyone to ascend to the peak of glory? Just as he was planning to play dumb and keep quiet, some idle fool suddenly tagged Ning Feng's name to mock him. In such a critical situation, probably only bottom-tier slackers like Ning Feng would have the peace of mind to leisurely sit there and grind games right. Out of curiosity, Ning Feng clicked on his profile, only to find he was just an impulsive, brainless guy who had been desperately pining after Wang Yue. Does me playing a few games cost you anything? Only when their teacher Qi Wei showed up and issued a few reprimands did the chaotic group chat finally quiet down. Seeing the teacher speak up, that loudmouth was scared witless and hastily unsent his message. Afterwards, the topic of conversation veered in a completely new direction. Someone dropped a video into the group showing the beasts running rampant and destroying the city. The group gathered to discuss it animatedly. Rumor has it the entire city's defense system is gone. There is no safe place left anymore. And there is news saying rogue deviants are causing trouble, just like last time. Then we heard an anonymous expert flew out to save the day, sending those monsters to the afterlife with a single strike. Does our Chin-Yu city actually have such a hidden monster of a powerhouse? If I knew who that savior was, I would kneel and call him grandfather. If this gossip group found out that the hidden immortal was none other than their classmate Ning Feng, they would probably go into shock on the spot. Ning Feng scrolled through the messages and began to feel a bit guilty. Just a few days ago, he had heard Du and Qi Wei talking about deviants. He never expected the situation to fall apart so quickly. He had only recently discovered the system exploit and enjoyed the VIP treatment for a few days. He absolutely could not let these golden days be cut short so pointlessly. No matter how many relatives those monsters dragged to earth, Ning Feng swore he would turn them all into barbecue. Just as Ning Feng was lost in his daydream, the sinister demon hiding inside the pendant in his hand suddenly sneezed loudly. It did not understand why, but a sudden chill ran down its spine, making it feel an extremely bad omen about to fall upon its head. The next day, Ning Feng walked leisurely to the Yuan Cheng exchange as planned. Yang Xin had been standing there for who knows how long, waiting for the young man. Because of that enthusiasm, she had to endure sarcastic remarks from some obnoxious female employee whose name she couldn't even recall. Women's jealousy was indeed tiresome. She mockingly sneered that Yang Xin was truly blind to stick her nose into other people's business. Clinging to Ning Feng like that, thinking you struck gold, only to end up bringing in a thief. On top of that, he dared to steal items from a fourth transition warrior. This time, he will definitely be crushed to dust. Stop talking nonsense, Mr. Ning would absolutely never do such a thing, Yang Xin argued angrily. Wang Dushi has already sent someone to verify everything. That guy named Ning is ultimately just a piece of trash who took 18 years to awaken. With his background as a lonely orphan, how could he have the luck to possess such high-quality items? The female employee seemed unwilling to stop, her sharp mouth continuing to pour out venomous words, firmly insisting that Ning Feng was a thief. While her mouth was still running wild, the ground suddenly cracked open. An earthen spike shot straight into the air, grazing the hem of her clothes, nearly turning her into a skewered kebab. She turned pale with fear, collapsing onto the floor in tears. My apologies, your mouth was so foul that I almost pulled the trigger. Yang Xin stood dazed, while the sour woman, realizing Ning Feng dared to cast magic in a business establishment, immediately shrieked for security. Yang Xin frantically urged Ning Feng to escape quickly before the security forces arrived. After all, the Yuan Cheng exchange was a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, not somewhere to be trifled with. Once a scene was made and he was caught red-handed, it would be a huge trouble. Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Dushi arrived aggressively, leading a team of burly guards. Since digging up Ning Feng's background, his attitude had turned a complete 180 degrees, completely shedding yesterday's servile and flattering demeanor. Ning Feng, who gave you the audacity to cause trouble here at our Yuan Cheng exchange? Wang Dushi, I heard whispers that you were conducting a secret investigation on me, and even had the nerve to label me a thief. Wang Dushi showed no guilt, his tone growing even more arrogant. Whether you're a thief or not, you know best in your own heart. Trying to question me, you're still too green. As soon as he finished speaking, the two tall, muscular guards behind him rushed forward. Ning Feng was disgusted by how the Yuan Cheng exchange treated its valued guests. He was also too lazy to lift a finger, so he pulled out the powerful black card gifted to him by the mayor of Longbow City and held it up. The two charging guards suddenly braked so hard their shoes nearly caught fire, stopping right before his nose. Wang Dushi's face instantly turned paper white. Even if he were severely nearsighted, he could still recognize the supreme status of that powerful black card. How on earth could this be? A fake, it must be a fake. The female employee standing beside him was equally terrified. Ning Feng took in the spectacular changes in their facial expressions and felt amused. It seemed the gift from Mayor Kai indeed carried immense weight. Wang Deshi frantically pressed Ning Feng on where he had obtained that divine card, but Ning Feng casually slipped it back into his pocket with a haughty air. "Didn't you investigate me very thoroughly? If you have the ability, go ahead and keep digging." Wang Deshi was completely speechless. He hastily dialed his phone to call headquarters for help. The entire bustling Yuan Cheng exchange had no choice but to temporarily lock its doors and suspend operations. A few minutes passed, and Mayor Kai Dongming himself called, firing straight into Wang Deshi's phone with an extremely hostile tone. "The higher-ups reported that you dared to dig into my gifting of the black card to Mr. Ning. Have you tired of living?" Only now did Wang Deshi truly break into a cold sweat. He tremblingly made excuses, claiming everything was just a minor incident. He knew full well that Kai Dongming's father was one of the founding figures who established this exchange. Even with 10 times more courage, he wouldn't dare stroke Kai Dongming's whiskers. "A minor misunderstanding. I went through thick and thin to win over Mr. Ning. If you offend him, you'd better watch out." Kai Dongming's roar over the phone was loud enough to pierce Wang Deshi's eardrums. Kai Dongming also could not believe Wang Deshi would bring such disaster upon himself. "You idiot, stay right there. I will fly over and settle the score immediately." The line went dead, leaving Wang Deshi wishing he could cry his eyes out. He racked his brain but couldn't fathom what terrifying connection Ning Feng and the mayor had that would make the big boss lose his temper like this. In his panic, he devised a second escape route, which was to quickly dial Duan, reporting the good news that the equipment he had been yearning for day and night had been found. He calculated that as long as a fourth transition powerhouse who shook the 4 directions appeared, even Mayor Kai would have to show respect and go easy on him. While there was a storm brewing outside, Ning Feng was still leisurely bouncing his leg and drinking water with Yang Xin in the waiting area. A while later, Mayor Kai rushed in, drenched in sweat, with Duan beside him, looking as anxious as if sitting on a bed of hot coals. Ning Feng blinked in surprise. "What wind brought both of you distinguished guests here?" Yang Xin's eyes went wide with shock too, never expecting her young customer to have such an illustrious social circle. The moment they arrived, Mayor Kai and Duan gave the talkative female employee a look that sent chills down her spine. She trembled like a leaf. Unless she were blind, there was no way she could not feel the overwhelming killing intent radiating from these 2 prominent figures. She cast a pleading look at Wang Deshi, hoping for a lifeline, only to find in despair that her boss looked even more battered and wretched than herself. Wang Deshi was drenched in sweat, his trembling lips continuously muttering, "I'm finished, I'm truly finished this time." Originally, Kai Dongming intended to make the 2 foul-mouthed individuals kneel and apologize properly to Ning Feng. However, he decisively dismissed the idea, believing that even if these people knelt until their knees rubbed raw, their character wouldn't improve. Kai Dongming did not bother to waste any more words, coldly ordering both of them to pack their bags and get out of the exchange immediately. Hearing this, Wang Deshi and the female employee turned as pale as drowned corpses. His bottled-up anger exploding, Wang Deshi immediately spun around and threw a few punches at the female employee to vent his frustration. "It's all because of you, stupid woman, ruining my entire life." They were clearly cut from the same cloth, yet he heartlessly punched and kicked a woman until she spat blood. Unable to bear the eyesore any longer, Kai Dongming jerked his chin and ordered the security team to drag both pieces of trash outside, restoring a clean environment to the exchange. The highly perceptive mayor noticed that Ning Feng seemed quite pleased with how the young lady Yang Xin handled things. All things considered, this young man's impression of the Yuan Cheng exchange had not yet dropped below 0. "Yang Xin, today's commotion has treated you unfairly. Just keep up the good work and dedicate yourself. This exchange will absolutely not mistreat you." Yang Xin's cheeks flushed red as she shyly lowered her head softly promising to do her best. On the other side, Ning Feng also felt a bit awkward. After all, just because of his minor personal trouble, Mayor Kai had to personally make a trip down here. Oh, don't be so polite. Your business is my business. If you two hadn't stepped up to help last time, I'm afraid the entire Longbow City would have been drenched in blood long ago. Bringing up the earlier matter, Kai Dongming noticed Ning Feng browsing the exchange's treasure list and inquired if he had his eyes on any particular item. Ning Feng frankly admitted that he was searching for a strange treasure called the micro-residual poison. Unfortunately, that bizarre name left both Kai Dongming and Duan staring at each other in confusion, as neither had ever heard of it. Seeing the clueless expressions on the two seniors' faces, Ning Feng began to sense that something was amiss. He quickly improvised, claiming he had only stumbled upon it online, but the truth behind it had to be traced back to last night's events. That night, Ning Feng was diligently studying the skill book teacher Qi had given him to test out. The book contained the Spirit Power Draw skill, which was originally an emergency energy replenishment technique used by mages during combat. However, the moment he touched the skill, the cunning system automatically reworked the technique, combining it with dark power to create a mutated breakthrough version. As a result, he ended up with a brand new passive skill called Dark Confluence. This skill allowed Ning Feng to absorb all the micro-residual poison hidden within excess dark energy and convert it into his own strength attributes. That was why he had come here today to search for it, but judging by their expressions, they were completely clueless about this item. After settling everything smoothly, Mayor Kai waved goodbye to them and used a flight scroll to soar away. With his stomach growling, Ning Feng invited Duan to find a place to grab a bite. To his surprise, Duan enthusiastically dragged Ning Feng back to his private residence. Expecting a modest apartment, Ning Feng was greeted by a magnificent villa estate. It seemed the leadership in Qin knew exactly how to pamper and value their talents. Ning Feng stepped inside, dazzled by the grandeur. Duan was even generous enough to offer the entire estate to Ning Feng if he liked it. But of course, Ning Feng was not the type to rob his subordinate's home. It seemed he would have to grind harder for money in the near future. His goal was to save up enough to buy a similar mansion and move in nearby to be neighbors with Duan. While the two were chatting merrily, Duan's phone suddenly rang. On the other end was Mayor Zhang Jai, who had just received some fresh news. It turned out that a group of envoys from headquarters had just landed to investigate some recent strange incidents, so they wanted to invite Duan over for a TN talk session. Duan fell silent for a few breaths, his profound gaze fixed intently on Ning Feng. That glance left the youth feeling utterly bewildered. The reason Duan was so tense was his fear that those busybodies sticking their noses in would disrupt his boss's peaceful life. Worried about this, he decisively hung up. No matter the size of the issue, he had to ask for Ning Feng's instructions before taking any action. Duan relayed Zhang Jai's words exactly to Ning Feng. The youth rubbed his chin in curiosity. An inspection team? He had no idea what they looked like, but prevention was better than cure. It was always best to be cautious. Meanwhile, in another development, a highly mysterious male figure entered the scene. How could a rundown and gloomy place like Qin Yu produce some hidden boss? The inspection team that Zhang mentioned was actually a squad of awakened ability users, which included Su Lan. And of course, Qi Wei's presence was also indispensable. They were conducting a closed-door meeting under Su Lan's leadership. Have any of you ever met that unnamed influential figure? A fierce-faced man asked in a deep, booming voice. Judging by his appearance, he was definitely the suspicious character who had just shown up. Faced with the sharp questioning, Su Lan merely replied indifferently, "Never met him at all." If you haven't met him, then why is everyone whispering that this divine boss single-handedly saved Qin Yu? The scarred man pressed on relentlessly, cornering Su Lan. The root cause was that the damn secret realm had suddenly descended, and the rescue forces were completely wiped out, yet somehow the disaster was nipped in the bud, resulting in. The rude man did not even let Su Lan finish her sentence. The nature of secret realm invasions was always erratic, so he stubbornly insisted that without clear witnesses or physical evidence, all speculation was trash. Ironically, the aftermath of the two incidents clearly pointed to the work of a king-class boss. He frowned and wondered why that mysterious boss was hiding like a coward. Well, Ning Feng was the mastermind behind that mess, so why would he expose himself just to court trouble? Although Su Lan had already pieced together the overall picture in her mind, she had to force herself to play dumb. Her temporary silence made Qi Wei, sitting next to her, break out in a cold sweat. To cover up Ning Feng's identity, Su Lan had risked using her authority to completely wipe his records clean, so now all fingers were pointing straight at her. Seeing her friend shoulder such immense pressure, Qi Wei could not help but feel guilty. Just then, Zhang Jai pushed the door open and walked in. He grimly reported that he had called to invite Duan, but was bluntly rejected with a brief, "too busy" excuse. The absolute worst trash are these disorganized, rogue adventurers. Just a stray dog with no place to call home, with loads of free time, yet he dares to act high and mighty with us. It was unclear what rank this rude guy held, but his obnoxious mouth was truly out of this world. Spitting out just a few words, he managed to infuriate one person after another. However, since he bore the responsibility of solving the case, his impatience to dig up the truth was somewhat understandable. Late that night, the guard post at the sinister cemetery secret realm had to welcome a rather unwelcome guest. It was none other than the grumpy-faced man from earlier. The gatekeepers recognized at a glance the scent of an inspector from headquarters. Thus, no one was foolish enough to block an official, and he strolled confidently deep into the heart of the secret realm. Even though it was his first time walking this path, seeing the absolute ruin and devastation around him, he still could not help but shudder. What kind of monstrosity possessed such earth-shattering power to completely flatten an entire pocket dimension like this? Even more terrifyingly, the residual dark energy lingering in the air was still dense, incredibly pure, and brimming with murderous intent. He sneered mockingly. If that boss whom the public praised to the skies were to face this boss, he would surely be nothing more than a bug crushed underfoot. But the fool would never dream that the monster he was painstakingly searching for and that mysterious boss were basically one and the same. He threw his head back and laughed savagely. "Ha ha ha, this place is truly entertaining." He raised his hand in the air, greedily enjoying the swirling black mist that hissed and slid through his fingers. Then he bellowed again like a madman. It truly lives up to its reputation as the residual aura of a king-class monster. The surrounding space seemed to be choked by a massive aura. "Everything here will soon bow to me, ha ha ha." His background remained a question mark, but judging by his twisted demeanor, he was definitely not a good person. Returning to the luxurious atmosphere at Duan's villa, Ning Feng was still engrossed in carrying his team in a mobile game. Suddenly, the system's alarm chimed, warning him of the presence of an apocalyptic relic. Ning Feng's relaxed expression instantly tightened like a bowstring. He faintly sensed an invisible thread connecting a distant aura to his own body. Abandoning his game, he sprang up, narrowing his focus to locate it. The connection signal grew clearer by the second. Ning Feng felt as if he was about to pin down the exact coordinates of the object. He decisively grabbed his jacket and threw it over his shoulder. "Wait, boss, it is so late. Where are you going?" Duan's eyes widened in surprise when he saw his leader fully geared up. "I am going to handle a small matter. Take my phone and finish this match for me, and don't go AFK so our teammates curse at us." Ning Feng vanished in a flash, leaving Duan holding the phone with a dumbfounded look. Following his intuition, the coordinates of the object were somewhere around the sinister cemetery area. However, just a moment later, those coordinates seemed to begin moving suspiciously. At the same time, a chaotic gale was whipping up at the secret realm's guard post. The reason was that a colossal monster had just broken out. Witnessing this scene, the two guards' teeth chattered in absolute terror. Because that majestic inspection team leader from earlier was now stuck to the monster's hideous body. His arrogant demeanor was entirely gone, replaced by desperate cries for help. "My body is completely paralyzed. Is anyone there? Pull me out of this slime." Ning Feng was anxious to get there, but unfortunately, his taxi was blocked by a group of adventurers. They loudly announced that the road ahead was closed due to a red level alert. Without wasting words, Ningfeng kicked the car door open, stepped out, and proceeded on foot. Anyway, that nuisance of an object seemed to have temporarily stopped moving. Looking back at the secret realm scene, the man's shrieking was still piercing and deafening. Judging by his agonizing state, it was clear his internal organs were being violently scrambled. By this time, Su Lan and Qi Wei's team had also rushed to the scene. As soon as they arrived, the gruesome sight before them nearly frightened the souls out of their bodies. What on earth was happening? The situation soon grew even more tragically indescribable. Despite her best efforts to resist, Su Lan was battered black and blue by the monster, her body covered in scratches. Qi Wei hurriedly healed her friend. Fortunately, using the speed-buffing belt Ningfeng had given her before, Qi Wei chanted her hymns at rapid-fire speed, helping Su Lan recover in no time. Yet the difficult dilemma remained, as even a core ability user like Su Lan could barely scratch the beast. It was only thanks to Qi Wei's healing combos that Su Lan managed to struggle to her feet. Meanwhile, the hideous creature was already lumbering straight toward the city. The squad immediately sent a distress signal to the mayor to dispatch Duan for support, but given the distance, they doubted if he could make it in time. Hearing Duan's name, Su Lan could only let out a heavy sigh. His ability was not much different from hers, and she had just been beaten half to death by it. If they had to rely solely on Duan's fists, they would likely face a grim outcome. The last glimmer of hope probably rested entirely on the mysterious expert backing him. Meanwhile, the beast labeled as an apocalyptic relic was still tearing up everything in its path. By now, the team leader's soul had been drained to the point where his eyes were vacant, completely stripped of consciousness. After laying waste to a long stretch of land, the moving mass of flesh finally collided with Ningfeng. Staring at the offensively ugly creature, only one thought flashed through his mind. Should I blast it with a new forbidden spell just for fun? The monster scanned for enemies and instantly let out a frenzied roar. Its flabby body was surprisingly agile, launching itself like a flare straight at Ningfeng. Its razor-sharp iron claws were ready to shred the youth into 100 pieces. Unfortunately for it, it could not even touch a single strand of Ningfeng's hair. Ironically, the overwhelming murderous aura radiating from Ningfeng made the beast cower, trembling as it backed away. Just then, the system's electronic chime rang out. Apocalyptic relic successfully scanned. Do you wish to digest it? Wait, why is the notification only appearing now? Could the activation condition be that I have to get right in its face? Without hesitation, Ningfeng decisively clicked confirm. The beast let out a series of agonizing shrieks, sounding as if it was suffering immense torture. Immediately afterward, its body bloated and exploded into countless fragments of dark energy. Through the smoke and dust, Ningfeng accidentally absorbed the residual memory fragments of the creature. The absorption progress bar slowly filled until it reached maximum capacity. A storm of stat points poured in, and all of his personal attributes suddenly surged by a flat 100 points. Ningfeng's eyes gleamed with greed as if he had struck gold. One had to know that from the moment he reached 3-star to completing his 3rd advancement, all accumulated stats combined could not compare to this single haul. However, the price to pay was that his brain suddenly throbbed, flooded with dozens of chaotic, bizarre scenes pouring straight into his subconscious from the void. Boss, what kind of disaster just swept through this battlefield? Duan arrived panting heavily, but the table had already been cleared long ago. Well, an ugly pet wandered by just now, so I casually sent it to the afterlife. Ningfeng nodded his chin toward the pile of rubble, tossing out the remark as casual as could be. Trapped among the charred remains was the unconscious body of the team leader. Duan narrowed his eyes, examining it closely. Mayor Zhang Jai had just warned of an escaped monster. This mushy thing was definitely it. He was not surprised that Ningfeng had beaten the monster to a pulp. What made him scratch his head was that the scene was completely clean, with no trace of forbidden spells or dark magic left behind. How on earth did he consume that guardian-like thing? You arrived just in time. I will leave the cleanup to you." Ning Feng patted Duan on the shoulder and instantly vanished like a gust of wind. After all, he was not foolish enough to stay and let a curious crowd gather to film and take photos. Ning Feng's sudden teleportation made Duan's jaw drop once again. Damn, with this wind-splitting speed, could it be that his boss was not actually a fragile mage? This doping-like speed was enough to leave assassin-class users in the dust. Duan increasingly felt that his boss was indeed a mysterious cosmic black hole. Every few weeks, he would make his heart leap into his throat with these sudden thrills. As for that foolish team leader, after waking up, he was collared and thrown into a cell. Following a few rounds of interrogation, he obediently confessed to all his crimes. According to his confession, while exploring a secret realm, he accidentally discovered a magic beast with the ability to convert dark energy into boundless power. Blinded by greed, he used his inspector title as a cover to sneak into the sinister cemetery to steal that power. However, the theft failed, he suffered a backlash, and the beast devoured his consciousness, using his body to run amok. The disaster was resolved smoothly, partly thanks to Duan's persuasive talk and the towering shadow of his mysterious boss. Zhang Jai was ecstatic, happier than if he had struck gold. What a blessing, what a supreme blessing. It turns out our Qin Yu really has a divine guardian backing us. The heavy stone weighing on Su Lan and Qi Wei's hearts was also lifted, although they still could not dig up more information about Ning Feng's true identity. Based on this series of events, they could at least confirm that the student was not in league with those disgusting monsters. Fidgeting with excitement, Zhang Jai's eyes lit up as he turned to whisper to Duan, asking if he had ever had the honor of laying eyes on that expert. Duan scratched his head and admitted that he had also been fortunate enough to meet him once. Catching his words, both Su Lan and Qi Wei were startled. "What did you just say?" Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Jai immediately pleaded with Duan to act as a bridge to build a connection. He beat his chest, promising that as long as the expert was willing to protect Qin Yu, the city would do its utmost to satisfy him even if he asked for the stars. But Duan immediately threw cold water on the idea, advising the mayor to put away such fantasies. His boss was noble and indifferent to vanity. Hearing this, Zhang Jai's face fell in obvious disappointment. On second thought, with a solid pillar like Ning Feng, there would be dozens of people begging to follow in his footsteps. Who wouldn't desperately want to cling to such a golden thigh? Seeing his superior's face contorted as if forced to drink bitter medicine, Duan offered a few words of comfort. Boss has family rooted in Qin Yu, so naturally he won't abandon this place. Everyone can sleep easy, but remember to keep your distance and don't go poking around to disrupt his family's life. The word family immediately sent Su Lan and Qi Wei into a quiet trance. Especially Su Lan, whose mind began spinning, shifting from her suspicion of Ning Feng being the hidden boss to the hypothesis of whether that great figure was this teenager's master or relative. Ignoring the outside world speculation, Ning Feng was currently relaxing at home with his legs crossed. Reviewing the recent incident, he pieced together the nature of what was called an apocalyptic relic. To put it plainly, it was just the residual bones spat out by secret realm bosses before they died. The chaotic illusions that flashed through his brain earlier were actually attached files recording the glorious pasts of the Demon Kings he had swallowed. Having no interest in wearing the Demon King's crown, he had initially curled his lips, dismissing these remnants as useless trash. However, looking at it from different angles, he discovered they actually had considerable utility. By mastering their memories, clearing secret realms would be as easy as a breeze. Areas heavily contaminated by dark energy would usually receive automatic strength buffs at specific hours. If the spatial barrier collapsed, the apocalypse would fall directly upon humanity where Ning Feng lived, while the training process for awakened individuals remained riddled with flaws. This explained why talents reaching the fourth advancement were as rare as autumn leaves, and even the skills of these awakened individuals were lackluster and failed to operate at full capacity. If this situation persisted, humanity would sooner or later go down to the grave together. Even if Ning Feng was confident in carrying the entire map alone, He had no interest in living like Tarzan among monsters. Every cloud has a silver lining. This parallel universe was not the only place plagued by monsters. A few other timelines had successfully wiped out the invaders entirely. Ning Feng rubbed his chin, planning that if he farmed more apocalyptic relics, extracted survival secrets, and shared them with the community, they could definitely pull off a spectacular comeback. But how to pass them on without being deemed a madman required some thought. After all, this kind of macro knowledge was far beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals, and if things went wrong, the mess would be hard to clean up. The piercing ring of his phone pulled Ning Feng back to the reality at hand. It was the eldest Miss Wang calling in person to check on him. On the other end, she eagerly boasted about her achievement of completing the class transition S-rank quest, earning the flashy title of Luminous Pioneer. For this smooth rank-up, the chief credit went to Ning Feng, so Wang Yue insisted on treating him to a sumptuous feast to repay him. Before that, the moment she had just stepped out of the transition array. Wang Yue's hunting squad had been waiting, throwing flowers and popping confetti to celebrate her success. That pie-faced Zhao Cheng had also successfully upgraded, holding his nose in the air while soaking in the flattering words of his cronies. He had even made a grand gesture, emptying his wallet to book the city's finest restaurant to invite the beauty to party all night. But alas, our eldest Miss Wang did not give him any face, brushing him off with her usual line, "This young lady is busy." After such an exhausting dungeon raid, shouldn't you take some time to recharge? What's the rush, can't we postpone it? The thick-skinned Zhao Cheng kept pestering. Yes, it is extremely important. Wang Yue snapped with a curt reply and turned on her heel, leaving Zhao Cheng standing dumbfounded alongside 3 blushing teammates. With rage choking his throat, he gritted his teeth, silently cursing Wang Yue for putting on airs and discarding their friendship the moment she achieved her second advancement. Sensing the tension in the air, the female cleric hastily stepped in to soothe him. "Come on, Wang Yue isn't that arrogant. Maybe her house is on fire and she needs to put it out." But Zhao Cheng was petty and vengeful. Realizing he stood no chance with his goddess, he immediately turned hostile, playing the card of dragging her down if he couldn't have her. He turned to sow discord. "You guys must be exhausted running after her tail, right? She snagged an S-rank quest and even snatched a hidden class. The gap between her and this pathetic squad of ours is now light years wide." His mocking words, though provocative, hit a sore spot, and he continued to pour oil on the fire. He claimed with absolute certainty that it was only a matter of time before Wang Yue kicked the squad to the curb to find a better one. Those toxic words successfully turned his teammates' faces pale. At dusk, Wang Yue dragged Ning Feng to a local joint specializing in giant whole roasted lamb. Greeted by a table overflowing with food, Ning Feng's eyes crinkled, and he grinned from ear to ear. "Today's feast is to thank you for the divine seal. Honestly, without it, I wouldn't have cleared the trial so smoothly," Wang Yue expressed sincerely. "Wait, you mean that thing actually unlocked a hidden class?" Ning Feng tore off a piece of roasted lamb, chewing vigorously but not forgetting to ask. His mind lit up as he recalled from the Demon King's memories that the system of mortal awakened classes was originally flawed and heavily patched up. Who would have thought Wang Yue would get lucky and unlock an extremely rare hidden class branch? Could those badges be the key pieces needed for evolution? Wang Yue nodded rapidly. She asked Ning Feng how to farm more of those seals, planning to spend her savings to purchase them for him and to upgrade her teammates. Unfortunately, Ning Feng had only blindly lucked into a few. Still, Wang Yue's generous heart warmed him a little. "Forget it, let me handle the supply of seals. The world is in chaos now, having a few more defensive tricks is the best policy. Once I find a suitable one, I'll toss it to you. Who knows, you might hit the jackpot with a hidden class too." Looking at Wang Yue's serious, mature expression, Ning Feng almost choked with laughter. He took the chance to tease her. "Grinding by oneself is exhausting. From now on, Big Sis just needs to carry and protect this little brother. Don't try to steal my spotlight, I'm serious." Wang Yue roared in protest, but because she moved too eagerly, a sharp pain shot through her right shoulder straight to her brain. Ning Feng paused his eating, frowning as he asked what was wrong with her. Wang Yue gritted her teeth and rubbed her shoulder. This is my reward for a moment of carelessness while fighting the boss, even though I kept casting healing skills. At the end of the day, an S-rank boss is no joke. The wound goes bone deep, so it looks like I'll need to rest in a cast for a while. Right on cue, Ning Feng's phone rang loudly. As soon as he swiped to answer, an arrogant voice boomed through the speaker. "Hello, is this the brat Ning Feng? Who is this?" he asked lazily. The other end shrieked like a slaughtered pig. He arrogantly barked that Ning Feng didn't need to know his identity, just obediently hand over the location where the seals were hidden. Losing all patience with the lunatic, Ning Feng bluntly hung up. He turned to repeat the exact conversation to Wang Yue. The smile on the beauty's face vanished. She had sworn to keep the confidential item Ning Feng gave her a secret, so who on earth had snooped and leaked this information? Contrary to her agitated state, Ning Feng remained nonchalant, turning back to finish the rich roasted lamb. But the phone refused to let him off, buzzing violently again. Ning Feng picked up, the voice on the other side escalating to a new level of insolence. "You brat dare to hang up on me, do you have a death wish?" With Wang Yue present, Ning Feng didn't bother to argue with the rabid dog. He hung up a second time and simply set his phone to Do Not Disturb for some peace. After stuffing themselves, the two paid the bill and parted ways. Deep into the night, as Ning Feng turned the doorknob and stepped into his room, his heart nearly skipped a beat. His cozy home was in complete shambles, looking like a bombed battlefield. This tragic state suggested either a visit from thieves or a bunch of thugs coming to cause trouble. Sure enough, a random punk with dyed blonde hair was sitting arrogantly in the room. Making no attempt to hide, he even greeted him smugly. Well, young Master Ning is back from his outing." Ning Feng caught on instantly. This punchable face belonged to the dog who had barked over the phone earlier. So the death wish, philosophy he had arrogantly spewed earlier, was meant to set the stage for this destructive display. "Which master unleashed you here?" Ning Feng tilted his head slightly, asking coldly. "A newly awakened small fry dares to speak insolently to me. Didn't anyone in class teach you to kneel before the strong?" His actual combat skills remained to be seen, but his boasting was certainly unmatched. Suddenly, from the blind spot behind Ning Feng, another dark figure rushed out like a rabid dog attempting a sneak attack. But how could such cheap sneak attacks escape the overpowered radar of the protagonist? Ning Feng merely shifted his hips and shrugged, causing the enemy's vicious punch to brush past harmlessly into empty air. Using the momentum, he generously delivered a heavy elbow strike to the throat, instantly sending the assassin into an eternal slumber. The blonde punk stood there with his jaw dropped. It seemed this target, Ning Feng, was far tougher and more troublesome than the cheap information he had bought suggested. Ning Feng dusted his shoulder, returning the warning with a chin tilt. "I return your advice from earlier back to you. When standing before an expert, please check your insolence." The blonde guy gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress his rising panic. The report clearly stated this brat was only a low-grade, one-star mage. Yet the punching bag he had just dispatched to the afterlife was a formidable 3-star assassin. The fact that Ning Feng had knocked him out with a casual strike without even using magic was truly mind-boggling. Sensing impending doom, the blonde punk pulled a smoke bomb from his bag and tossed it onto the ground. Taking advantage of the moment Ning Feng squinted and stepped back, he turned tail and fled as fast as his legs could carry him. However, reality was not so kind, just as he leaped to clear the balcony railing. An iron-like hand gripped his ankle and yanked him backward. This sudden braking caused the blonde punk to crash face first, his teeth slamming hard against the railing, leaving him a bloody mess. "Clean up this pigsty you just made right now," Ning Feng shouted, "and compensate for that dented cabinet immediately." The blonde punk and his unlucky partner had to strip off all their personal belongings to pay off the debt, but this junk was barely enough. Ning Feng pressed a blade to his neck, forcing them to name the mastermind behind this destructive play. And as expected, the name they confessed was the petty Zhao Cheng. Resentful upon learning that the item Ning Feng gave to Wang Yue was incredibly powerful, he had paid out of pocket to hire these two lackeys to sniff around for information. Ning Feng was not surprised. On the contrary, he was quite pleased. Since the enemy was so eager to seek death, he would naturally accommodate them to the fullest. Coincidentally, he was holding an unused forbidden spell, and the annoying thugs in front of him were the perfect test subjects. This was originally an active skill that Ning Feng had never had the chance to cast. It drew upon the user's mental energy to manipulate the enemy's consciousness, temporarily turning the victim into a powerful proxy. Before using that scoundrel Zhao Cheng as a guinea pig, Ning Feng decided to do a quick warm-up on these two thugs first. At that same moment, Zhao Cheng and his childhood buddy were putting their heads together, whispering about Ning Feng. Because Wang Yue adamantly refused to attend the victory banquet tonight, he was in no mood to socialize with his scruffy teammates. Eavesdropping on a few words revealed that these two despicable guys had pulled some underhanded tricks during Wang Yue's class advancement process. That accomplice of his had deliberately lured the final boss into her quest area to push her into a life-or-death situation. The planned script was for Zhao Cheng to play the hero saving the beauty, easily winning her heart. Who would have thought that Wang Yue possessed such overwhelming strength? Despite being covered in wounds, she still single-handedly sent the boss to its grave, completely ruining his dirty scheme. While the two dark-minded schemers were engrossed in gossiping, a large figure suddenly blocked their path. After a few seconds of being startled, Zhao Cheng recognized that the man in front of him was the blonde guy sent to trash Ning Feng's house. He breathed a sigh of relief and grumbled, "Geez, you walk without a sound like a ghost. Did you get what I wanted?" The blonde guy stood as still as a statue. Replying to him was a cold counter-question. "Were Yue-er's injuries caused by your hands?" Both Zhao Cheng and his lackey froze for a few seconds at this out-of-blue question, but he immediately regained his usual arrogance. He stepped forward, contemptuously slapping the other's cheek. "Are you tired of living, meddling in other people's business? Is something wrong with your head?" Zhao Cheng was so arrogant that he acted completely lawless. He was completely blind to the surging, towering killing intent in the eyes of the man before him. In the blink of an eye, he and his buddy were grabbed by the throat by the blonde guy, whose body was actually under the control of Ning Feng. Anyone who dares to touch a single hair of Yue should not expect to breathe the same air anymore. Ning Feng spat through gritted teeth. However, he would not easily let these two despicable guys get such a quick ticket to reincarnation. Just moments ago, Zhao Cheng himself had bragged about wanting to make him suffer a fate worse than death. In that case, he would treat him to a full taste of agony, as Ning Feng's grip tightened by the second. Zhao Cheng and his accomplice felt their souls leaving their bodies under the terrifying pressure from Ning Feng. After about 60 seconds, the bodies of the two unfortunate souls officially turned to ashes. That was absolutely the most horrifying and agonizingly long minute of their entire lives. After settling the matter, Ning Feng casually let the blonde vessel disintegrate into the wind, a flawless way to clean up the crime scene. Nevertheless, the turn of events also harbored quite a few risks. The apartment Ning Feng lived in belonged to a mediocre neighborhood. If some influential awakened ones poked their noses in to investigate, it would be hard for him to cover it up. Although his current strength allowed him to roam free without fearing any faction, he was not so idle as to stay at home all day to watch out for small fry like the blonde guy. Originally, Ning Feng intended to use the memories borrowed from the Demon King to make a grand plan. Fortunately, he had not written them down on paper yet. Otherwise, if the troublemakers found them, it would lead to a bunch of head-aching troubles. Ning Feng lazily stretched his muscles. What needed to be done now was to clean up the battlefield, then temporarily move into Du An's mansion for shelter. He was, after all, a fourth-turn expert and an honored guest of the mayor. The defense system in Du An's upscale area definitely beat this dump. Ning Feng packed his bags and slipped away in the night, recounting the incident to the host as soon as he arrived. Sure enough, as soon as the words reached the expert's ears, he jumped up in rage. "How dare they touch a hair on Boss's body? They are tired of living. Boss, please rest assured, I will immediately go on a sweep, and I will definitely catch the puppet master behind this. Truly a young man with too much energy, Ning Feng flopped onto the sofa and waved his hand. Put that aside for now. I have a favor to ask. Do you have a connection with any reliable alchemist? Duan nodded and inquired about the criteria the boss set. Ning Feng rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, and listed each condition. First, their skill must be solid and they must have good character. Second, it is best if they are a solo player. The more obscure their family background and relations, the better. Duan flipped through the character directory in his brain. I know someone quite skilled, but unfortunately he has already joined a large corporation. Ning Feng clicked his tongue and waved his hand. Then that is useless, we cannot use him. From the jumbled memories he had just absorbed, that unlucky Demon King had personally sent several master alchemists to the afterlife. The products they created possessed terrifying medicinal properties, easily crushing today's technology. However, Ning Feng had no idea about the detailed process, so he could only gather the leftover formulas and ask an expert to piece them together. Unfortunately, those who had tied themselves to large-scale organizations lacked mobility, and the risk of leaking secrets was no joke. Only to attract another swarm of flies like Zhao Cheng later, which would be a pain. Keep an eye out for me if you have the chance. I will go listen around myself, Ning Feng said, and went to meet Zhou Gong after assigning the task. The next morning, he tried casting a net on Wang Yue's side, and surprisingly caught a big fish. Even more surprising, the target was the family member of an acquaintance living right next door. The healer girl Su Ting, who was in the same group as Wang Yue, had an older brother with quite sharp skills. Previously, he had intended to join the team, but because he clashed with Zhao Cheng like water and fire, he gave up. Wang Yue said enthusiastically, "If you are interested, I will introduce the two of you." Ning Feng clicked his tongue. It was that cursed Zhao Cheng again. Wang Yue was truly unfortunate to encounter this deadweight. Fortunately, he had nipped that seed of disaster in the bud. If he had let him live another day, she would have suffered for a long time. By the way, what are you working so hard to find a doctor for? Wang Yue pouted curiously. I happened to find some tattered formulas at home and wanted to ask an expert to evaluate them. Found at home again? She narrowed her eyes suspiciously, because he had used the exact same template to explain the imprint the other day. Did his house hide some sort of secret treasure vault of Mrs. Truong Mai Lan? Lately, Ning Feng was acting extremely elusive and mysterious. Nevertheless, the young lady of the Wang family had never once doubted her childhood friend. Therefore, she eagerly introduced the potion expert to him. This older brother was named Su Wei, and his appearance exuded intellectual vibes. Calm and steady, he seemed like a quality partner. Ning Feng tossed the manual over, and Su Wei immediately stared at it intently. In terms of materials, he did not find anything unusual. Unfortunately, the extraction process was way too unfamiliar and tedious. Do you know the actual effect of this liquid? Su Wei asked. Rumor has it that drinking this will double your experience bar. Ning Feng scratched his chin and remarked casually. But his nonchalant attitude made Su Wei's jaw drop to the floor. The best shops out there could only boost it by 40%, and the price was already exorbitant. If they could actually brew a double experience treasure, even the lowly 1- or 2-star people would have a shot at soaring to the heavens. I am clueless myself, but I do not dare to ask around in the market with these things. I had to come and ask for your professional diagnosis. Su Wei did not stand on ceremony and rushed straight to the brewing room to decipher it. While waiting, Wang Yue and Su Ting acted as hostesses to keep Ning Feng entertained. A moment later, the group was startled by a booming noise echoing from the ceiling. Su Ting anxiously prepared to rush upstairs to check the situation, only to freeze upon seeing a slime monster fly out of her brother's workshop. This was originally a test subject Su Wei often used to test potions. The slimy lump was scrambling away in utter terror. But before it could crawl a few meters, it took a fireball right to the face, its tiny body instantly exploding like fireworks. The trio of Ning Feng, Wang Yue, and Su Ting froze completely, their brains unable to process the sight. Su Ting followed the sparks and saw her brother laughing maniacally, his grin stretching from ear to ear. We've hit the jackpot, absolute success 100%. A giant forest of question marks popped up over the heads of Wang Yue and Su Ting. Su Wei completely ignored the two ladies and lunged in front of Ning Feng. He grabbed his shoulders and shook them enthusiastically. "My dear brother Ning Feng, I just took a sip of the elixir brewed from your secret book and used that slime monster as a punching bag, and the experience bar really doubled." Ning Feng kept a deadpan face, but inside he was overjoyed. If this potion was effective, then the formulas he snatched would definitely work. Su Wei was in a state of hyperactivity, constantly firing fireballs at the unlucky slime monsters. Su Ting shook her head in dismay, certain that her brother had gone mad. Usually, her brother guarded this room like a sacred tomb, not letting her step a single foot inside, yet today he personally trashed it. To justify his sudden madness, Su Wei excitedly explained the shocking results in detail to the two girls. Having said that, he turned to ask Ning Feng about his future plans. "If you put this on the black market, the money would literally drown you. In these turbulent times, who on earth would be stupid enough to turn down a power-boosting treasure?" Ning Feng rubbed his chin in thought. Doing business would indeed bring in a fortune, but it would easily attract the attention of the big players. This venture had to be planned carefully to avoid bringing harm to himself. In the midst of this, his phone suddenly rang. An urgent announcement from their homeroom teacher, Chi Wei, was sent to the class chat group. The academy was preparing a monster hunting field trip in a secret realm in Qinyu City for the seniors. The schedule was set for early next week. Because of the limited space, the classes had to be divided into shifts to avoid overlapping. As soon as the message was posted, the chat group instantly turned into a chaotic market. The students eagerly gossiped about experience-boosting potions, everyone scrambling to pool money to buy a few bottles. Unfortunately, the goods on the shelves had been cleared out by big players, and demand far exceeded supply. Ning Feng scrolled through the screen, new calculations flashing in his mind. In the end, he decided, "As for this double experience holy water, I've decided to let our close brothers use it first, and hold onto the stock for a while before putting it up for auction." Reporting to the boss, "Does this little sister count as family?" Su Ting blinked, looking at Ning Feng expectantly. "Of course you have a share," Ning Feng waved his hand generously. "It's a deal. From now on, Yue and I will be your protective shadows, and as for my brother, feel free to exploit him as much as you like," Su Ting said in wild excitement. Standing nearby, Su Wei was speechless at his money-minded sister. Ning Feng told himself that this was the smartest move for now. If the divine potions in his hands were exposed, they would surely cause an earthquake. This massive profit was like a double-edged sword. If flies of Zhao Cheng's caliber swarmed in, he would be in deep trouble. To avoid alerting the enemy, Ning Feng chose to supply his own faction to consolidate his power base. Once they were fully fledged, he would then target anyone who wanted to join. Suddenly, Ning Feng remembered that there was still a quality candidate in Wang Yue's team who didn't side with the villains. The berserker kid, named Zhou Jiangshu, definitely deserved a dose of the divine potion. Wang Yue's and Su Ting's eyes lit up instantly. Just the other day, Zhou Jiangshu was feeling extremely depressed, fearing he wouldn't make the cut to follow his teammates into the same school. Now with Ning Feng's experience soup, the problem was as good as solved. Of course, Ning Feng wasn't doing this out of pure charity. Zhou Jiangshu was agile, straightforward, and a great teammate who meshed well with Wang Yue. Nurturing this talent would definitely be useful later. "Brother, wait, Boss Ning, does your warehouse have any other goods?" Su Wei, who had been quiet all this time, suddenly popped his head out to ask. Ning Feng assessed Su Wei as a usable pawn, so without hiding anything, he pulled out the rest of the manuals and shoved them straight into his hands. Unfortunately, these scrap papers were several grades higher than the experience potion. They listed countless herbs that Su Wei wouldn't have heard of even if he grew 10 more heads. He could only reluctantly translate 2 formulas, but with his current meager level, brewing the final product was nothing but a dream. Ning Feng wasn't surprised either. After all, these were national treasures from another dimension, and forcing these novice awakened ones to digest them was a bit too much. Being able to filter out a few useful items was already a massive blessing. In that case, I have a suggestion. Once the experience potions are ready, let's call Zhou Jiangshu and form a team to go grind. Wang Yue raised her hand excitedly. Absolutely spot on. Su Ting agreed with both hands and feet. And of course, how could the young lady of the Wang family let Ning Feng off? He was naturally dragged along to act as a porter for this monster hunting trip. Su Wei calculated that based on the group's share, there would be enough stock by early next week. Wang Yue seized the opportunity to seal the deal, scheduling the departure for next Monday. Ning Feng, from being the bankrolling boss, suddenly became a mere figurehead, bossed around mercilessly by Wang Yue. On Monday morning, Ning Feng showed up at the meeting point designated by Wang Yue. While leaning against a pillar and yawning while waiting for his teammates, a bus rolled past. Packed inside the bus was a whole pack of monkeys from his class, heading in a line toward the neighboring city for school-mandated networking. As soon as they spotted Ning Feng's face, the idiots started mocking him again. "Oh look, isn't the ultimate trash going to grind levels today? What are you even doing here, carrying shoes for us? A small fry like you going into the secret realm might just become a burden. Who has time to carry such a dead weight? Why waste your breath on trash? I'd rather take a nap during that time." The traffic light turned green, and the bus carrying the loudmouth spewed smoke and drove off. By the time teacher Chi Wei ushered this pack of troublemakers to the destination, the area in front of the secret realm entrance was already packed with crowds. Looking at this writhing sea of people, their class was bound to bake in the sun and inhale dust for at least 2 hours. As the stepchildren of the ordinary track, just being allowed to join was a massive blessing from their ancestors, so waiting patiently in line was only natural. While they were yawning, the brats suddenly stared wide-eyed at Ning Feng, the thorn in their side they had just mocked, standing side by side with Wang Yue's team. With Zhao Cheng and his lackey kicked out, replaced by him and Su Wei, it was a perfectly balanced 5-person lineup. The pack of monkeys immediately curled their lips and spat out words as sour as vinegar. I knew he was riding on Goddess Wang's coattails. His face is so annoying. The boys were seeing stars from jealousy, but before the flames of envy could be snuffed out, fuel was thrown on them. Because in the very next second, Ning Feng and his group were bowed to by the gatekeepers and invited straight into the restricted area. Completely bypassing the exhausting waiting process like the country bumpkin students. Chi Wei sighed and explained that Ning Feng was tagging along with the Sushi Guild, so he naturally enjoyed Green Channel privileges. Wang Yue's Sushi Guild was famous for being an elite but small-scale force, so enjoying such benefits was a common occurrence. With nowhere to vent their frustration, the boys resorted to cursing Ning Feng, wishing he would be torn to shreds and devoured by wild beasts in there to get out of their sight. How am I any worse than that talentless guy? I also want to be escorted by the beautiful Wang Yue and the Sushi Guild, a brat yelled at the top of his lungs. This comical scene accidentally reached the ears of several fierce-looking awakened ones. These people approached the students with a surging killing intent and began to pry their mouths open. Just a quick question, is the goddess Wang you were barking about just now Wang Yue, the one occupying the top 5 of the supernova rankings, right? The kids' legs turned to jelly, completely ignorant of this gang's background and whether they held good or bad intentions toward their goddess. But oppressed by the heavy aura, they tremblingly confessed, "Yes, that's her." Having obtained the information, the thugs didn't even bother to say thank you and walked swaggeringly toward the gate. A sharp-eyed girl was shocked to realize that this group was also composed of notorious figures on the Supernova Gold ranking. The only female in this gang was Chang Mu-Qiu, who held the 4th spot. The giant carrying that broadsword was Li Qi, sitting comfortably in 3rd place. And the leader, walking with his face held high, was none other than Gu Wenzhou, the runner-up of the rankings. As soon as they entered the center of the secret realm, Ning Feng discreetly handed Zhou Jiangshu a bottle of double experience essence. The youth jumped up as if he had struck a gold mine, shouting, "Is this the real deal, the legendary holy water that increases experience by 100%? Irritated, Su Ting immediately gave him a smack on the head. "You idiot! Are you afraid the world doesn't notice us enough that you have to yell so loudly?" Zhou Jiangshu scratched his head and grinned, apologizing profusely for his overexcitement. Then Zhou Jiangshu turned to ask Su Wei, "This must cost a mountain of money to buy, right, brother?" Su Wei waved his hand. "Not at all, the roots used to make it are dirt cheap, and the brewing process is pretty easy. It's exactly because it's so cheap that makes it a highly valuable commodity. Think about it, if everyone could level up rapidly for the price of a loaf of bread, who would be foolish enough to decline? At that point, Ningfeng would definitely be welcomed by major guilds like a savior." Zhou Jiangshu beat his chest like a wildman, swearing to lay down his life for Ningfeng. Su Ting chimed in too, offering sweet praises that inflated Ningfeng's ego. "We're all close friends, no need to be so polite." Ningfeng scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. Wang Yue stood with her arms crossed, watching this warm scene, her lips curling up. Since childhood, Ningfeng had suffered from mild autism, living a secluded life, so the number of close friends he had could be counted on one hand. Especially after his disastrous setback at age 16, when his failed awakening made him the laughingstock of the class. As a result, the young man, already depressed, became even more withdrawn. It was a once-in-a-lifetime sight to see Ningfeng looking so carefree and innocent. Wang Yue secretly hoped that from now on, her childhood friend would be less withdrawn and quickly integrate into society. But the self-congratulations end here. Wang Yue cleared her throat to restore order, quickly bringing the team into tactical coordination for clearing the dungeon. The absence of Zhao Cheng and his lackey meant their lineup lacked a sweeper and a tank, so the lives of the team had to come first. Wang Yue specifically instructed Ningfeng to stand back quietly and not take any reckless action to avoid drawing the monster's aggro. Although she didn't want to look down on him, in her eyes, Ningfeng was still just a useless one-star mage. Therefore, she would personally lure the monsters. Zhou Jiangshu would act as the punching bag, Su Ting would handle healing and armor boosts, and finally, Su Wei would throw potions depending on the situation. Looking at this tactical layout that completely ignored him, Ningfeng felt incredibly weary. At this rate of leeching, he wouldn't gain much experience. But since everyone was deeply worried about his safety, Ningfeng didn't bother to disrupt them. Besides, with the forbidden spellbook in hand, his grinding speed was like riding a rocket, so lagging behind by a step or two wouldn't kill anyone. The priority was to measure the damage output of his 4 teammates. As soon as the explanation ended, Wang Yue immediately charged. She drew her bowstring tight, releasing a brilliant golden light that tore through the dark. The arrow pierced straight into the mossy, undead swarm, triggering a terrifying explosion that blew away 3 heads in a row. The rest of the zombie horde witnessed this and instantly flew into a rage. They lunged forward at lightning speed like moths to a flame, seizing the opening. Su Ting waved her wand, casting the Raging Thunder Storm spell, channeling a massive amount of power directly into Zhou Jiangshu. The guy who usually looked silly actually looked like a god of war when entering his berserk state. Receiving the overflowing energy, Zhou Jiangshu swung his giant axe head directly onto the ground. The shockwave from that terrifying strike instantly wiped numerous undead out of existence. The remaining rotten corpses sensed the danger and tried to turn back. Not wanting to be a mere background prop for his juniors, Su Wei rushed forward and threw several fire grenades in quick succession. The 3 zombies, standing like statues, instantly followed the fate of the unfortunate slime monsters from the laboratory. His experience bar surged wildly, making Su Wei fight even more enthusiastically. If he maintained this momentum, the day he was qualified to brew Ningfeng's new formulas was close at hand. The duo of Su Ting and Zhou Jiangshu happily high-fived to celebrate. Thanks to this 100% cheat privilege, their clearing speed was multiplied. Their goal of reaching the second turn before the big exam was well within grasp, and the gate to entering a prestigious school alongside Wang Yue was wide open. In the midst of their self-satisfaction, a snide laugh echoed from the dark cave. The whole team instantly took a defensive stance, and Zhou Jiangshu snapped angrily. "Who's lurking there? I thought it was some hideous ghost, but it turns out to be human." "Excuse me, I didn't mean to laugh, but your comedy show was just too hard to resist." The truth was revealed as Gu Wenzhou and his two shadows strolled out, immediately targeting Zhou Jiangshu with mockery. A bunch of small fry who haven't even crawled past the second turn, yet dreaming of entering a top school. Do you think it's that easy? Su Ting and Zhou Jiangshu were shocked to recognize that this shameless bunch was entirely made of high-ranking troublemakers on the national leaderboards. Well, sharp eyes, sniffing us out so quickly. Gu Wenzhou clapped. Gu Wenzhou sneered arrogantly. Seems like our reputation is quite formidable, huh? Zhou Jiangshu clicked his tongue and ignored his showboating. What made him rack his brain was why Gu Wenzhou's gang had come to Qinyu City, when they clearly weren't locals. Sensing trouble, Wang Yue stepped forward to shield her teammates. We're busy grinding. If you guys have some intention, spit it out quickly. Seeing Gu Wenzhou stride over arrogantly, Ning Feng secretly shook his head in sigh. The guy still wore that overbearing face, bluntly laying out his ambition. His purpose in coming all this way was to recruit Wang Yue to his side. Hearing this recruitment offer that reeked of a multi-level marketing scheme, both Su Ting and Zhou Jiangshu's jaws dropped. Was Gu Wenzhou's face made of leather that he dared to poach someone right in front of her friends? No thanks, I already have a place to stay. Wang Yue threw a bucket of cold water on him. Truly the young lady of the Wang family, so brutally direct it's satisfying, Ning Feng thought. I know your team has that maid Zhao Cheng who barely ranks 14th. If he wants to suck up to me, I can give him a reserve spot. Gu Wenzhou still refused to extinguish his hope, even though Zhao Cheng was nothing but a speck of dust in his eyes. It's only for the sake of the beauty that I'm willing to carry that deadweight. Wang Yue growled coldly for the second time. Am I speaking gibberish that you can't understand? I have no interest in changing jobs. However, Gu Wenzhou belonged to the leech breed. Seeing his target remain stubborn, he lowered his voice to coax her. Listen, the national rules of the game have just been completely overhauled. The constant changes in the restricted zones and the skyrocketing strength of the wild beasts have forced the 3 prestigious schools to raise their admission thresholds by a level. For this year's enrollment, they are only opening doors to exceptional individuals or super squads. The gate is wide, but the seats can be counted on one hand. According to Gu Wenzhou's logic, as long as elites like him and Wang Yue joined hands, the passing rate as top scorers would be absolutely guaranteed. Let me remind you, your destiny is to stand above 10,000 people. Gu Wenzhou tried hard to act like a domineering boss. Having squeezed out that lecture, he cast his eyes toward the positions of Su Ting and Zhou Jiangshu. His gaze was filled with such filthy contempt that it made one want to gouge his eyes out. Look at these deadweights, being useless is the ultimate crime. Wang Yue boiled with rage as she witnessed her close friends being insulted by a nobody. She pulled out her bow from behind her back, entering a combat stance. Gu Wenzhou mocked her even more. Oh, I didn't expect the beauty to have such a fiery temper. Unfortunately, Wang Yue's strength lay in long-range kiting. If they engaged in a close-quarters death match here, their chances of winning were virtually zero. Although Gu Wenzhou had a foul mouth, his assessment was spot on. Su Ting realized the situation was unfavorable, so she tugged at Wang Yue's sleeve to pull her back. Let's retreat quietly and find another spot to grind. Yue, why waste energy listening to garbage? Wang Yue herself had no interest in ego battles. Taking her teammates' advice, she withdrew her weapon, too lazy to bicker with Gu Wenzhou's gang. The young lady tossed her head back and turned around, and the whole crew followed closely behind to slip away quietly. Only Ning Feng, bringing up the rear, frowned in thought. That flat-faced Gu Wenzhou seems pretty tough. I wonder if our young lady Wang, with her newly enhanced class, is strong enough to slap him in the mouth. But man proposes, God disposes. As soon as Gu Wenzhou stopped flirting, Li Qi aggressively blocked Ning Feng's path. It turned out this nearsighted guy had mistaken him for Zhao Cheng. As soon as Ning Feng waved his hand to correct him, Li Qi sneered. His arrogant attitude was fully on display, just so it turns out to be a useless stray blocking the way. Get lost. Suddenly provoked by a rabid dog, rage boiled up inside Ning Feng. His eyes became as sharp as saw blades, glaring directly at his opponent as if to swallow him alive. Before he could even make a move, his righteous friend Zhou Jiangshu had already flown into a rage. He rushed forward to shield Ning Feng, pointing straight at Li Qi's face and yelling, "Hey you, watch your mouth, don't push people too far. A weakling like you dares to speak up." In Li Qi's eyes, Zhou Jiangshu was just a piece of trash slightly better than Ning Feng. The moment his mouth closed, his fist shot out like an arrow. A violent uppercut aimed straight at Zhou Jiangshu's stomach. According to medical knowledge, if he took this cannonball straight on, Zhou Jiangshu's internal organs would surely be ruptured. Fortunately, he reacted in time to parry the blow. Unfortunately, before he could even feel proud, Li Qi followed up with a heavy punch from his other hand. This time Zhou Jiangshu had no way to dodge and could only grimace as he took the full force of the punch. Wang Yue turned around in horror and screamed, "Da Shu, are you still breathing?" She intended to rush to the rescue, but was blocked by Gu Wenzhou. This gang was truly the type to ruin what they couldn't have just out of spite. "Get out of my sight!" The young lady Wang was so furious she was practically burning, spitting out each word laced with gunpowder. These insulting words thoroughly slapped Gu Wenzhou's pride. This guy was truly the king of double standards. He insulted others with ease, but when water was splashed back in his face, he threw a tantrum about being hurt. On the other side, Zhou Jiangshu patiently waved his hand to show he was fine, stopping Wang Yue from doing anything reckless. But in truth, he was in agony. Da Shu shuddered, realizing several of his ribs were definitely broken. That bastard was clearly trying to take his life. Despite his protesting internal organs, Zhou Jiangshu still insisted on protecting Ning Feng because he firmly believed his friend was completely defenseless. "Ning Feng, get back now," Zhou Jiangshu screamed until his voice cracked. He had already prepared himself for a life-and-death struggle with Li Qi. The giant looked down triumphantly, pointing his thumb straight down at Zhou Jiangshu while spitting out the word, "garbage." Zhou Jiangshu was finally driven mad. He channeled all his strength into his right hand, lunging forward to smash the other's face, but his enemy's fist shot out like lightning. With his forward momentum, Zhou Jiangshu had no way to break. With two forces crashing into each other like this, a shattered face was the foretold outcome. If hit, the hospital bill for orthopedic surgery would definitely not be cheap. Su Ting and Wang Yue were terrified and drew their weapons to rush to the rescue, but the hero of this moment turned out not to be either of them. In that critical split second, a slender hand casually reached out, easily catching Li Qi's devastating punch as if catching a fly. And the one who neutralized that lethal blow was none other than Ning Feng. Ning Feng's effortless deflection of Li Qi's attack made both his teammates and Gu Wenzhou's gang drop their jaws in sheer disbelief. As for the victim, Li Qi, he realized in sheer panic that he couldn't pull his fist back at all. Watching his signature move nullified by the guy he had called trash just 3 seconds ago, Li Qi was utterly bewildered, his brain completely shutting down. Damn it, why is my body so stiff? That kid is clearly wearing a mage robe, so how is his physical strength so terrifyingly absurd? While his mind was still in a daze, Ning Feng smoothly transitioned from defense to locking Li Qi's wrist. Immediately after came a thunderous slam. The muscular Li Qi was instantly hoisted up like a helpless chick. His massive body traced a perfect parabola in the air, crashing straight into the towering cliffside nearby. The giant was now battered and broken, embedded deep into the shattered rocks. His eyes rolled back and foaming at the mouth as he logged out of this world. Ning Feng glanced at Li Qi with sheer irony, calmly tossing back the very words the man had just uttered, "Useless trash." Witnessing his comrade being brutally thrashed, Gu Wenzhou frantically rushed to his aid, but he had no idea that behind him, Wang Yue was already aiming her weapon, ready to shoot. This female archer truly possessed a mischievous soul, somehow aiming her arrow straight into the victim's backside. Gu Wenzhou grimaced and clutched his rear like a patient with late-stage hemorrhoids, the stinging pain causing his face to distort miserably. Su Ting, hiding behind Wang Yue, witnessed the entire farce and had to cover her mouth, trying desperately to suppress her giggles. Chang Muqiu looked at her leader, whose face had turned pale as he cried in agony. After all, Gu Wenzhou and Li Qi were renowned experts on the leaderboard. Yet a fierce berserker was beaten to a pulp barehanded by a mage, while the supposed meat shield was shot right in the rear by an archer. The situation was so bizarre that Chang Mu-Qiu rubbed her eyes several times, still thinking she was dreaming. I only desire a quiet life, so why do you all insist on forcing me to show my talents? Talk about asking for trouble, Ning Feng complained with a wide yawn, then turned to look at Su Ting, who was still so busy laughing at Gu Yunzhou that she completely forgot to heal her comrade. Xiao Ting, hurry up and heal Dai Shu. Reminded by Ning Feng, Su Ting snapped out of it and remembered her duty. Zhou Jiangshu quickly received recovery magic from her. Ning Feng turned to ask Zhou Jiangshu how to deal with the 3 blockades. To everyone's surprise, Dai Shu bowed obsequiously, his voice trembling with deep respect. Oh, I have absolutely no clue. I will leave everything to your decision, sir. Ning Feng secretly sighed, thinking that being addressed as sir felt rather pressuring. The sudden respect caught him off guard, but on second thought it was only natural. Who wouldn't be terrified of someone who could take down a top expert with a single strike? Looking at Li Qi's group, a mischievous thought crossed Ning Feng's mind. He ordered Zhou Jiangshu to go over and strip all the gear off the man to compensate for their mental distress. Having already revered Ning Feng as his boss, Zhou Jiangshu immediately nodded and obeyed without a single word of complaint. On the other side, seeing the impending nakedness, Gu Yunzhou screamed in panic. Hey, are you planning to commit highway robbery in broad daylight? Who gave you the audacity to do this? The moment those words left his mouth, the ground next to Gu Yunzhou shattered from a terrifying punch. Naturally, the one demonstrating this show of force was Ning Feng. Raising his hand, he fixed a murderous gaze on the man surnamed Gu, sneering coldly. What did you just mumble? Gu Yunzhou was so frightened his soul almost left his body after that brutal strike. Knowing that a wise man submits to circumstances, and fearing for his fragile life, he instantly changed his tune faster than turning a pancake, squeezing out a highly strained, pleasing smile. The armor on my body is actually quite rare. If it pleases you, sir, feel free to take it. Being so cooperative was wise, but Ning Feng was not going to let him off that easily. He grabbed Gu Yunzhou by the scruff of his neck and whispered a threat, stating that he despised trouble, and if he caught him attempting to stab him in the back, a tragic end would surely follow. Gu Yunzhou trembled and stammered, swearing never to harbor any treacherous thoughts. Boss, spare my life. We were blind not to recognize a great mountain. From now on, we will absolutely abandon our arrogance. Chang Mu-Qiu, the only unscathed member, put her clever negotiation skills to use. She obediently stripped off all the items she carried and respectfully offered them to Ning Feng with both hands. Witnessing the girl's tactfulness, Ning Feng generously offered a word of praise. Who would have thought that Chang Mu-Qiu's cheeks would flush red over such a casual remark? Perhaps Ning Feng's domineering aura had completely captivated her mind. Ironically, our young man didn't care in the slightest about the beauty. After sweeping up every bit of loot, he happily walked back to his friends. Let's head over to that area to farm some mobs. Only after the remnants of Gu Yunzhou's group had disappeared did Wang Yue let out a heartfelt sigh. Originally, she had planned to spread her wings and protect Ning Feng during the monster hunt, but she never expected the kid to hide his strength so deeply. Ning Feng sighed softly and explained, I didn't mean to hide it from you guys, but you know I've only just awakened. Showing off too much would surely bring trouble. That reasonable explanation made Wang Yue drop her slight resentment. After all, Ning Feng's personality had always been shrouded in mystery and somewhat eccentric, so she was no longer surprised. Taking a deep breath to calm her mind, Wang Yue lightly patted Ning Feng's shoulder and spoke with a face full of pride. No matter how things turned out, I am truly very happy and proud of you. With just that single word of encouragement from Wang Yue, Ning Feng felt as though a radiant source of energy had filled his heart. Zhou Jiangshu and Su Ting also ran over excitedly. Now that they fully understood Ning Feng's heaven-defying power, both were extremely eager to hear about his next steps. Would he join a prestigious academy or choose to align with a powerful faction? But truth be told, Ning Feng had not mapped out such a distant plan yet. Both options came with countless restrictive and strict rules. A single slip-up could expose all his secrets to the light. To him, those places held absolutely no mandatory value to pursue. The most urgent goal right now was to sweep through this mysterious land to level up. Since unleashing his strength, Ning Feng's mind had eased up quite a bit. Now he could openly stand as the main attacker instead of sneakily pretending to be weak. Even though casting destructive magic in front of crowds remained a taboo, his buffed stats, a few hidden skills, and magical items were more than enough to dominate. The five-person team grunted and farmed for days on end before Ning Feng finally showed his face back home. At home, Duan had been waiting for him so long his neck had stretched like an ostrich's. Despite working so hard, Ning Feng only managed to go up by exactly one level. Without the growth stimulant potion, this journey would have been several times harder. However, this progress had already far exceeded the normal rate. Under normal circumstances, even outstanding talents like Wang Yue would have to spend 2 long years to reach level 20 for their second-class advancement. For mid-tier professions, rather than wasting their youth grinding monsters for experience, focusing on getting into academies would be far more comfortable. Forget it, why bother overthinking? Ning Feng stretched and let out a lazy yawn. For the coming days, he decided to play the lazy cat at home. Enjoying a relaxed life was the ultimate truth. If gaining power meant trading it for heavy pressure like everyone else, then what was the point of reaching the top? Due to this philosophy of life, in the following days, when Ning Feng wasn't inviting Duan to immerse themselves in virtual worlds, he was burying his head in captivating comic books. For a change of pace, he would occasionally drag Duan to the garden to set up the grill and sizzle some meat. Unfortunately, the heavens didn't seem to want him to enjoy these peaceful days for too long. Typically today, right in the middle of chewing on his meat, Yang Xin suddenly called. She chirped with news about an upcoming premium item sale. Master Tang, who had just taken over the position of the old man surnamed Wang, had personally sent an invitation to Ning Feng to attend. Having nothing better to do, he nodded and agreed to go check it out. Who would have thought that Ning Feng's status had now been upgraded to that of a supreme client? To the extent that if he wanted to choose items, Yang Xin and Master Tang had to personally bring the goods straight to his door for him to inspect. This kind of service was truly wonderful, giving Ning Feng another chance to stay glued to his beloved sofa. Before long, Tang Yikai and Yang Xin knocked on the door of Duan's grand estate. Ning Feng treated Master Tang with a certain level of etiquette since the other party belonged to the older generation. However, Tang Yikai's responsive attitude was strangely submissive and deferential. The reason stemmed from the fact that Mayor Kai had strictly instructed him to serve this young man meticulously. Even if Ning Feng were the sole client of today's exchange, it would still be approved. Tang Yikai didn't know how terrifying Ning Feng's background was to warrant such pampering. But once Mayor Kai issued the order, he wouldn't dare argue even for a fortune. Yang Xin quickly presented a folder listing a dazzling array of items for Ning Feng to review. He stared at the series of flashy names, but could only shake his head with a sigh of disappointment. While Tang Yikai broke into a cold sweat, fearing that the dull items had angered the young hero, Ning Feng's expression suddenly hardened. Tang Yikai quickly leaned in to look, then slapped his thigh in admiration. "You are indeed a connoisseur, sir. How did your keen eyes spot this masterpiece instantly?" The object that caught Ning Feng's eye was none other than the sensation-causing point enhancement serum. The shocking part was that its efficacy could double the speed of progression. Ning Feng remained silent, his mind constantly playing back the simple and kind face of Su Wei from a few days ago. Unable to restrain his curiosity mixed with annoyance, Ning Feng coldly questioned Tang Yikai about the origin of this item. His sharp, piercing gaze made the master break into a cold sweat, forcing him to submissively confess the truth of the matter. This medicine is actually a treasure entrusted by the Kang Rui faction to be put on the exchange. Ning Feng frowned in contemplation. Kang Rui was one of the 7 strongest factions in the country, boasting sky-high influence. Had Su Wei secretly leaked the recipe to them, or had he been forced by this faction through underhanded means? Did they whisper any clues about the origin of this divine medicine? Ning Feng scrutinized Tang Yikai once more. Sensing the heavy pressure emanating from Ning Feng, Tang Yikai hurriedly poured out everything he knew. Rumor has it that Kang Rui recently explored an anomalous space called the Trial of the Gods. The rules to conquer this place are extremely bizarre, requiring solo combat. It seems the tower is divided into countless levels, and passing every 10 stages grants a blessing. This medicine is a priceless item they retrieved after fierce battles. Duan frowned in suspicion. He was completely in the dark about this land. Could it be a structurally altered dimensional space? According to state laws, exploring any abyss must be reported, and citizens could easily query basic parameters through the intranet. Duan's words lifted a weight off Ning Feng's chest. As long as Su Wei was safe, that was enough. However, the place called the Trial of the Gods sparked an intense curiosity in him. From the sound of it, that place hid countless fascinating challenges. Coincidentally, the moment this thought flashed through his mind, the mechanical voice of the system chimed to announce a new quest. The goal was directed at conquering the Trial of the Gods and seizing the power within. The deadline was set at 60 days. The corners of Ning Feng's lips curled into a smirk of pride. Since their binding, this was the very first time the system had automatically assigned a quest. It looked like this divine land was indeed a fierce place. With his mind set on a new adventure, Ning Feng no longer cared in the slightest about the trading items. He turned to Tang Yikai and spoke. Master Tang, I have decided to opt out of this event. I truly appreciate your kindness in making the trip here. Oh, it is no trouble at all. If Senior Ning needs anything in the future, please feel free to instruct me. Receiving Ning Feng's politeness, Tang Yikai sighed in relief as if a heavy boulder had been lifted off him. The level-up medicine was originally valued as the crown jewel of the auction, with countless factions drooling over it. Who would have thought Ning Feng would show such distaste and nitpick so much, giving the old man quite a scare. Meanwhile, Duan immediately set to work, determined to dig up every scrap of information regarding this new dimensional space. Sharing the passion for gossiping, Ning Feng quickly escorted Tang Yikai and Yang Xin out. Closing the door, the two locked themselves in the room, and Duan immediately sat down in front of his computer. To penetrate the government portal, a user needed to possess the appropriate level of authorization. Fortunately, the bypass token personally granted by Mayor Zhang made the infiltration as easy as pie. Ning Feng leaned forward to get a closer look. The leaked image showed a place resembling a towering skyscraper. Duan quickly scanned the notes and found that Kang Rui had swiftly secured exclusive rights to this area. This meant the government had handed over absolute control to them. Without Kang Rui's nod, no one was permitted to venture inside. Ning Feng clicked his tongue in frustration. Territories backed by big players were always this troublesome. Entering through the front door now seemed hopeless. But unfortunately, the system had locked in the quest, and disobeying meant destruction. It looked like he would have to resort to underhanded tricks to bypass them. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Ning Feng approached the entrance to the Trial of the Gods alone. The portal loomed monumentally, 100 times more imposing than it had appeared on screen. Outside, two guards stood like statues. For the past few days, Kang Rui had been constantly posting alluring teasers about this new land online to recruit talent. This promotional tactic inadvertently provided excellent research material for Ning Feng. If he used spatial teleportation to slip through, those low-level guards surely wouldn't be able to detect a thing. Acting on his thoughts, Ning Feng chanted a spell to open a void boundary, leisurely stepping past the security line of the nodding guards. Ning Feng turned around to pull a mocking face at the two puppets, then leaped straight into the vortex of light. Who would have expected that the moment his foot touched the boundary, the entire entrance suddenly erupted in an explosion that tore through the night sky. Ning Feng was caught completely off guard, the violent shockwave mercilessly throwing him far into the distance. The earth-shaking sound immediately threw the entire headquarters of Kang Rui into chaos. They frantically mobilized personnel to rush to the scene to investigate. Meanwhile, the culprit, Ning Feng, had managed to drag his battered body back to his safe haven. However, his current appearance was in total shambles, his limbs as limp as wet noodles, completely drained of his very last drop of mana. What on earth just happened? Ning Feng threw back his head and wailed in frustration. The moment he made contact with the gate, a violent wave hot as molten lava surged from within, crushing all his protective magic shields in an instant. From where on earth did that terrifying power originate? Misfortunes never come singly. The system notification board flashed blood red. A line warned that the defensive firewall was being scanned by someone, shaving off 3% of his health. Even more frightening, with every warning beat, his health bar unconsciously dropped by another point. Ning Feng panicked. Even such a high-end system had been breached. Whose hideous probing trick was this? At that moment, He Shiyu, the head of Kang Rui, rushed to the scene in a panic. Waiting for the healer to revive the two sloppy gatekeepers, he immediately forced them to report the exact events of the explosion. Unfortunately, these two low-ranking soldiers had equally smooth brains and were completely clueless. They only vaguely recalled the barrier of the pocket dimension, suddenly exploding into thick smoke. Then their vision went dark, and they both passed out. He Shiyu's face turned black as soot. Since Kang Rui claimed this land, such a bizarre incident had never occurred. He suspected the space inside had begun to fracture. Leader, should we deploy that treasure to scan again? The female mage accompanying him softly suggested. Though it wasn't clear what the treasure was, He Shiyu nodded in agreement after hearing it. Without hesitation, she raised her magic staff high, drawing an incredibly intricate matrix diagram in the air. It turned out that since its inception, the Trial of the Gods had been infused with a unique formation. This system automatically logged every event that occurred, allowing them to rewind the flow of time to dissect every clue. Simply put, it was no different from a security surveillance camera. At this moment, the glowing formation was continuously reversing. However, the image that appeared surpassed all expectations of He Shiyu and the female mage. Blurred in the stream of light, a pitch-black shadow in human form slowly materialized. Immediately following, a muscular figure emerged, roaring in anger, "Arrogant evil god, who gave you the audacity to step upon my holy land?" The speaker possessed a brilliant aura like the sun, his imposing voice forcing people to their knees, truly a sublime deity. In the blink of an eye, that deity gathered essence into his palm and unleashed a destructive strike aimed straight at the heretic. Ironically, that earth-shattering, rock-crushing move only sliced into empty air. He Shiyu stood frozen, his eyes wide with shock. The vividness of the ancient afterimages made his chest tighten under the oppressive pressure of the higher deity's mana. Damn it, that bastard escaped again. We must turn every corner upside down to catch him. We absolutely cannot let living beings suffer once more. The glowing giant muttered in frustration after missing his prey. He Shiyu broke into a cold sweat, utterly bewildered. Destroying humanity? What kind of crazy plot was unfolding here? This situation had clearly grown too massive for him to handle alone. He Shiyu immediately sent out urgent couriers to summon the leaders of the 7 strongest factions to hold a conference. Presiding over the meeting was Liu Yingzhen, the leader of Wei Wu. She noted that based on the visual evidence from He Shiyu, the top brass had sufficient grounds to confirm that deities were indeed real. Although we cannot uncover that deity's origins yet, the magic power unleashed reached the level of forbidden spells recorded in history. President He, according to the files you submitted. If one completes all trial stages, the participant will be witnessed by the gods and granted blessings, correct? An old man with hair white as snow and eyes sharp as a razor questioned He Shiyu. This person was Fang Dan, the leader of Qi Yuan. It is true that such a note exists, but we never expected that great deity to descend in the flesh, He Shiyu replied wearily. The key lies in the fact that even the ultimate forbidden spell was powerless against the evil god. This is indeed an ominous omen. Another voice spoke, this time belonging to Queen Yuling Hua. President Luo Yue Ning from Wang Shu also nodded in agreement with this view. Based on the clip we just watched, if that evil god truly wants to devour the world, then our entire association combined would only be waiting with our necks exposed to die. Assuming clearing the trials grants a miracle, who's to say that gift package doesn't include a formula to defeat the demon, like a forbidden spell manual or something similar? This suggestion came from Wang Bo of Xianju. Maybe we'll strike gold. We should send someone to scout the path. Zhang Yanchuan, the leader of Kai Yan, finalized. With everyone chiming in, the meeting room's atmosphere suddenly boiled over with greed. He Shiyu's mind raced. He knew full well that the predatory gazes of these veterans were locked onto the trial of the gods. Seeing their hunger to jump in and grab a slice of the pie, he decided to play along with their schemes and dismantled the exclusivity barrier. His calculations done, He Shiyu cleared his throat and spoke. If you all desire to try your luck, I am happy to welcome you. However, I must warn you beforehand, the monsters inside are no straw puppets. With our current average strength, wishing to sweep through everything is pure delusion. He Shiyu's warning threw cold water on their excitement, forcing the elites to ruefully admit that looting divine relics was far beyond their current capabilities. Liu Yingzhen stroked her chin, cast her eyes toward a dark corner, and called out a name that had remained completely silent until now. Lao Feng, do you have any brilliant ideas for this situation? How the hell should I know? Each of you sitting here claims to be a lord or ruler anyway. Oh, calm down, my friend. The situation is critical, which is why we invited you to assist. Liu Yingzhen, smelling gunpowder, quickly tried to soothe him. Unfortunately, that clumsy consolation only added fuel to the fire. In the eyes of people like you, is there anything else worth caring about besides spying on us mutants? Lao Feng growled with deep irony. The old man's appearance gradually materialized. Alas, instead of flesh, there was a fiercely burning skull. Lao Feng was furious, because a few days ago, his disciple had reported a bizarre incident in Qinyu. These big shots not only ignored it but also took it upon themselves to dispatch troops to scout. In the end, everything failed, and they even angered the heavens, bringing about a major disaster. Had it not been for the intervention of that anonymous savior, that city would have likely vanished long ago. To briefly introduce, this fiery old gentleman was named Feng Yi, former head of Gu Ying and master of Su Lan. Except for Liu Yingzhen, the remaining young rulers stood mouth agape upon meeting Feng Yi. They had heard rumors that the old man had dabbled in dark magic, leaving his body withered, forcing him to quietly retire. Who would have thought this legendary specter would be sitting right at this round table today? Liu Yingzhen had no choice but to bite the bullet and ignore Feng Yi's anger, as borrowing Gu Ying's strength was essential in this hour of need. Lao Feng, could you ask your disciples to forward Kang Rui's recording to that expert in Qinyu for review? With his keen eyes, he will surely dig up some valuable clues. Feng Yi sneered mockingly. Only when the house was on fire did these sycophants bother to remember him and his disciple. Just as the old man was about to swear another streak, Liu Yingzhen quickly tried to bribe him by promoting his favorite disciple and throwing in 2 jars of premium wine as an apology gift. Hitting him right where it mattered, Feng Yi finally calmed down, the eerie flame atop his head slowly shrinking. His dry face gradually regained some vitality, and Feng Yi reluctantly nodded to seal the deal with Liu Yingzhen. Yet in their wildest dreams, this assembly could never guess that the great savior they were begging for was the very thief who had sneaked in and caused chaos last night. On a lazy morning, Ning Feng continued to play the sloth, squirming on his bed. The screen popped up another quest notification named A Minor Incident, Don't Worry About It. The goal this time was to reach the second-class advancement to reboot the system, with the countdown still at 60 days. Before the old debt could be paid, a new one had arrived. Ning Feng scratched his head in frustration. Last night's fiasco had been enough to scare him out of his wits, but no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't figure out where he had made a misstep. Just as he dragged his feet down to the living room, Ning Feng bumped into 2 uninvited guests, Feng Yi and the beautiful Su Lan. He was no stranger to Su Lan, but he had truly never met the old man beside her. Duan quickly stepped forward to act as a bridge. This is Mr. Feng Yi, the former head of Gu Ying, who currently serves as the chief of the Hunter Management Committee. Accompanying him is his disciple, who also serves as the manager of the Gu Ying branch in our city, Su Lan. This visit is to deliver a request to the anonymous savior. Hearing the name Feng Yi, Ning Feng's jaw dropped in shock. Feng Yi, could you be the legendary Grim Reaper of Kai Yan? Haha, it's just a hollow title whispered in the world, don't mind it. Feng Yi smiled warmly and humbly brushed it off. However, Ning Feng knew full well how that hollow title had shaken the world in the past. This old man had countless achievements, specializing in conquering deadly regions and personally crushing countless fraudulent syndicates. Was hailed as the most terrifying monster in Gu Ying. While every other member's profile was hidden, the old man stood openly under the sun because his name alone was a powerful deterrent. In the eyes of the younger generation, the monumental Feng Yi always sat firmly in the top 3 positions. Getting to see his face and chat with him for a few words was enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. "You must be Ning Feng. My apologies, visiting for the first time empty-handed. I heard you're about to take an important exam, so the state has sent a modest gift to wish you luck." Though he claimed to have prepared nothing, the bag the old man brought contained 5 million in cash and 200 bottles of super premium elixir. The state was truly playing big this time. Ning Feng never would have dreamed that, after just a quick nap, a giant mountain of money would crash down on him. Itching with curiosity, he went straight to the point to see what kind of help the master and disciple needed from him. Feng Yi, being naturally straightforward, got right to the point without beating around the bush. He gestured for Su Lan to play the tape of Kang Rui's incident from last night for Ning Feng to evaluate. Just as the clip finished playing, his mind went into complete chaos. What on earth was this? I am clearly a model student of exemplary behavior, so how did I suddenly end up wearing the guise of a destructive evil god? Ning Feng connected the dots back to the notification, a minor incident, don't worry about it, and his stomach churned. Minor my foot, damn system. The situation outside was surely in complete disarray. Ning Feng gritted his teeth to suppress his panic. If he showed any guilt now, they would all be doomed. Since his identity as the evil god was still a secret, he had to play the bystander perfectly. Yes, I will forward this data to that senior later. If anything happens, I'll report immediately. Ning Feng politely cupped his hands to Feng Yi. Then we shall trouble you. We will take our leave and await a reply. If you ever find yourself in a tight spot in the future, feel free to contact Su Lan. Feng Yi responded with polite etiquette. As he finished, Su Lan eagerly handed over her business card. Ning Feng stared at this woman for a moment, finding her oddly familiar. Thinking back, he remembered that she was the receptionist who had guided him during his very first class awakening. No wonder his background had been dragged to light at lightning speed. After a brief chat, Feng Yi and Su Lan waved goodbye to Duan's home. As they walked, the old man praised Ning Feng to the skies, praising the kid for being polite, obedient, and possessing a mature mind. The state actually harbored intentions to recruit his entire group. Only then did Su Lan shyly voice her long-held doubt. Master, do you think Ning Feng and that secluded expert are actually one and the same? Does it make any difference? Feng Yi's indifferent attitude left Su Lan dumbfounded. As long as Ning Feng desires to be a simple student, then let us treat him as one. It works out for everyone. Giving 5 million to a schoolboy, regardless of public opinion, is perfectly fine in terms of goodwill. But if that student transforms into a world-saving savior, then by what yardstick should we negotiate? I am afraid no one has a satisfactory answer. Feng Yi understood that the demons were expanding relentlessly, while mere mortals like them, just as He Shi Yu had said, didn't even have the right to catch a breath of the deity's crumbs. Therefore, even an old veteran like Feng Yi could only place all his hopes on that hidden figure, wishing he would become their sturdiest protective umbrella. Back to Ning Feng, the moment Feng Yi's silhouette vanished, he fell into an inescapable mess. Last night, his protective layer had been severely breached by that bizarre probe. Connecting it with the clip, he vaguely realized that the deity was relentlessly hunting for his identity. Shattering his indestructible shield with just a snap of the fingers was clear proof that the man's strength approached, or perhaps even surpassed, his own destructive forbidden magic. This was undoubtedly the heaviest burden Ning Feng had to face in this dimension. The quest labeled a minor incident now played a matter of life and death, for only by resolving it could the system core be reconstructed. Therefore, since the die was cast, completing it was his absolute priority. On second thought, he still had to cling to the system to evade the predatory gaze of that powerful deity. On the other hand, conquering the trial of the gods could not be thrown to the wind either. If he failed to seize the opposing energy, sooner or later it would return to devour him. His brain smoking from overthinking, he turned to Duan for help. "Did Mr. Feng leave any other papers?" "Yes, let me organize them so they're easy for you to read." The records Feng Yi handed over clearly mapped out the interior of the sacred land. The layout resembled a massive tower with countless layers. Unfortunately, since no one had swept to the end, its actual height remained an enigma. The low-level monsters inside were incredibly fierce, far exceeding the mobs in the old farming spots. The current record was stuck at stage 42, established and held by He Shiyu. Ning Feng was racking his brain. The mechanism of this bizarre tower was still unclear. If he accidentally unleashed a forbidden spell and got caught by the Lord up there, his cover as an evil god would be blown. Suddenly, a flash of light crossed his mind. The system didn't force the host to act personally, so hiring someone to do it instead was highly reasonable, wasn't it? And the brightest, most trustworthy candidate right now was none other than his partner, who was currently glued to the screen. Duan had also previously skimmed through the video of He Shiyu clearing 42 trials. Ning Feng then probed to see how far this young man could crawl if he went into battle. Duan stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, then scratched his head and answered honestly. Well, around the 35th trial at most. It was exactly as he had predicted. He Shiyu was, after all, a superhuman hovering on the edge of his 5th-class transfer, and in terms of raw power, he completely outmatched Duan. However, Duan was a highly loyal and capable right-hand man. Only by throwing him into the tiger's den could Ning Feng truly sleep in peace. Thinking of this, Ning Feng suddenly had the idea of personally designing a special training course for Duan. Only then could he truly sleep with a peaceful mind. Immediately after, Ning Feng sent a message to Feng Yi, making up a reason that a certain mysterious powerhouse wanted to send someone from the Kang Rui Guild to take on the trial in the secret realm. At the same time, Duan also took an application to Gu Ying to borrow a special training room, using the excuse of needing to cultivate in seclusion for a while. Feng Yi stroked his long beard, carefully calculating. I recall Duan hasn't reached the 5th-class transfer yet, right? Su Lan nodded slightly to confirm. Feng Yi thought for a few more seconds, then suddenly chuckled. Seeing Su Lan's bewildered look, Feng Yi related yesterday's event. All the guild leaders of the 7 great guilds had gone to challenge the divine trial's secret realm, and as a result, even the top powerhouse Liu Yingzhen had to leave in bitter defeat. Su Lan was shocked to hear this. Liu Yingzhen was already the pinnacle powerhouse in the entire country. If even he failed, who else could carry it? She began to feel bleak about Duan's future, but her master seemed extremely excited. Feng Yi was so delighted that his flaming skull reverted to its original form. He was genuinely eager to witness Duan's performance immediately. I am really curious to see how far a character personally taught by that mysterious powerhouse can go. After chatting and laughing for a while, Feng Yi suddenly realized his head was burning intensely. He turned away dejectedly, while Su Lan clearly saw a faint sadness lingering on her master's face. That flame was the cruel price that Feng Yi had to pay, burning away his life hour by hour, day by day. For a very long time, she had always racked her brain to find a way to soothe her master's pain, but every effort seemed to lead to a dead end. In the end, the two of them still decided to grant Du and permission to use the special training room. The news of Du and going into seclusion to prepare to conquer the secret realm quickly shook the powerhouse circles. Rumor had it that countless prominent figures previously wanted to borrow this training room, but were all coldly turned away by Elder Feng. The scene of a massive crowd of 4th and 5th class transfer experts flocking over made the entire Zhangjai market boil with excitement. Su Lan stood beside Duan, guiding him attentively. The simulation system of Gu Ying was incredibly magical. As long as enough data was loaded, it could recreate a combat environment, and of course, only those who reached the 4th-class transfer threshold were qualified to enter. Duan quickly handed her the detailed document. On the other side, Ning Feng was admiring the room with great interest, his heart filled with delight. I swear this is the first time I've ever opened my eyes to such high-end stuff. A smile bloomed on Feng Yi's face, and he maintained an extremely respectful attitude. Oh, this is nothing. If you like it, we can easily set up countless more exquisite items. Su Lan took Du An's data file to run a scan. She was astonished to find that every detail was unbelievably precise. Even the fatal weaknesses of the monsters were clearly exposed. What was even more frightening was that the data Liu Yingzhen had just struggled to gather on the teens' level floors was also clearly present in here. Of course, she couldn't possibly guess the source of Du An's data, nor did she dare to show any curiosity. As for Ning Feng, he had no time to explain, because the Demon King had visited this divine secret realm in the past. By searching through the fragmented memories of the Demon King, he was able to compile this guide. After all, who in the world knew the weaknesses of the servants better than their master, the Demon King himself? "Mr. Duan, would you mind if we watch your training process from outside?" Feng Yi was dying of curiosity, so he shamelessly asked to watch. Duan was a very sensible person. Facing such a renowned senior, he would naturally never refuse. "You are absolutely welcome, and by the way, I hope to receive some guidance from Elder Feng." Feng Yi quickly waved his hand, humbly saying he was only watching to learn and didn't dare to show off his meager skills before an expert. Hesitating for a moment, he still couldn't hide the curiosity that had been stuck in his mind, so he asked Duan directly. "May I ask, did the boss ever mention whether the evil god will actually drag this world into the grave?" As soon as those words were spoken, Su Lan, who was standing nearby, turned around in shock. This was clearly a matter of life and death on the scale of human extinction. Ironically, before Feng Yi asked this question. Just a few days ago, Duan had also taken that exact same question to interrogate Ning Feng. The moment he heard it, Ning Feng seemed completely frozen. Asking the evil god himself about the evil god, he really chose the right person to bear his soul to, didn't he? Unfortunately, Duan was a trusted subordinate handpicked by Ning Feng. If he just gave a flat no, it would look too plain, but if he blurted out a long explanation, it would be easy to mess up. How could he dare to reveal his hand and admit he was the evil god? Therefore, Ning Feng could only throw out a vague, highly mysterious response. "As long as I am still breathing, that will not happen." Duan carefully conveyed those exact golden words to Feng Yi and Su Lan. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi smiled like a blooming flower, stroking his beard with a look of pure enjoyment. "Oh, the tone sounds so indifferent, yet the aura is overwhelming. This is truly the majesty of a supreme powerhouse." Su Lan was stunned, unable to imagine what kind of deity that hidden powerhouse actually was to dare to treat gods as light as a feather. In another development, Ning Feng was chuckling to himself, silently applauding his own infinite wisdom. Answering this way satisfied their curiosity while perfectly covering his identity. Having resolved the knot in his heart, Feng Yi returned to the main topic. "Mr. Duan, the upcoming journey to conquer the secret realm will have to rely on your performance." After receiving the data, Gu Ying's special training room immediately transformed, replicating the scene of the original secret realm to a 90% accuracy. Just as predicted, before Duan could even warm his seat after stepping in, he was smacked in the face by the horrifying monsters. Witnessing Duan constantly getting beaten up and covered in wounds, Ning Feng felt extremely anxious. Originally, he planned to tell him to take a short break to recover. Who would have thought this guy possessed a stubbornness as rigid as a chainsaw? "It's fine, I'll just slow down my pace a bit. If I die, I'll just try again." Duan panted heavily like a blacksmith's bellows, but still maintained a calm tone. In his heart, he regarded this as a golden opportunity granted by Ning Feng and absolutely refused to let the Lord down. Su Lan looked at his unyielding appearance with a heart full of admiration. Those monsters had already far exceeded the limits of a fourth-class awakened. If it were her, she probably would have given up in the very first minute of overtime, let alone stubbornly holding on. Meanwhile, Feng Yi had much deeper thoughts than his disciple. He had heard Su Lan tell the story of Ning Feng only awakening at 18, a full 2 years behind his peers, yet taking only a few days to complete his first-class transfer. Since that miracle had manifested in Ning Feng, it would surely rub off on his most trusted confidant, wouldn't it? Perhaps that powerhouse was nurturing a method to break the system's limits, helping Duan unleash an even more terrifying burst of power. If that were true, the dream of reaching out to touch the divine grace was no longer far away. Returning to Ningfeng, he was sinking deep into contemplation. Seeing Duan battered and bruised, he realized he had been thinking far too naively. Previously, he had assumed that knowing the monster's fatal weaknesses would make clearing the secret realm easy, but reality had slapped him hard. Human strength has limits, and equipment or skills are not perpetual motion machines. Even if one knows the enemy's weaknesses, if physical strength is exhausted and limbs cannot even touch the opponent's clothes, then a head full of knowledge is just wasted. In the event that Duan failed, that heavy responsibility would eventually fall upon his own shoulders to resolve. Once that moment arrived, trouble would pour down like a waterfall. In the midst of a highly dangerous battlefield, his only choice would be to cast a forbidden spell to survive, and the inevitable result would be his identity as the evil god being completely exposed. As that thought flashed by, Ningfeng immediately turned to greet Feng Yi. "Senior Feng, Miss Su, I'll take my leave first. Next week school starts getting back on track, so I have to go prepare a bit." "Ah, sure, if you need any help, feel free to let us know." Ningfeng left Duan behind to continue tormenting himself, while he used the excuse of preparing for the new school year to slip away first. But in reality, he wanted to utilize this free time to grind some levels. At the same time, he hoped to pick up some useful skills or powerful equipment to pass on to Duan. Ningfeng slipped into an empty alleyway. In this day and age, if you want to go out without being monitored by the human cameras, using a flight scroll is the best way. Some time ago, he had carefully instructed the people of the Yuan Cheng Trading Hall to gather a large batch, and using them now felt like having an infinite supply. After activating the scroll, Ningfeng landed safely in front of a secret realm. According to the information provided by Duan, this was one of the 2 deserted secret realms that the government's hands had not yet reached out to manage. This place was truly an ideal spot to grind levels, although right in front of the entrance was marked with the biting and tearing traces of a battle. But how could Ningfeng have the time to analyze the scene? He just plunged in to see what was going on, thinking that if there was trouble, he could run for his life later. Right inside that deserted secret realm, a bloody massacre was taking place exactly as predicted. A pack of grotesque deviants was frantically swinging their blades, slaughtering other unfortunate awakened. As soon as Ningfeng landed, they also vaguely caught the scent of the characteristic light from the flight scroll. However, these freaks were not in the least bit afraid. On the contrary, they were as joyful as if they had struck gold, seeing another fool bringing his own body to be sacrificed. The more prey that arrived, the more sumptuous the offering to Lord Ma Tian would be. Thanks to the blessing of you insects, Lord Ma Tian has fully charged his energy. The white-haired, masked leader laughed extremely arrogantly. Honestly, I don't really know what kind of entity Lord Ma Tian is, but just hearing their tone, today must be the auspicious day for him to emerge from seclusion. Seeing their boss so excited, the lackeys behind also cheered and chimed in, looking just like a group of crackheads having a collective trip. Every nonsensical word from those deviants was fully recorded and transmitted through a listening device planted on the body of an awakened who was lying half-dead in a pool of blood. This horrifying information flew straight to the ears of their teammates who were on standby outside the secret realm. Ma Tian's descent meant that the secret realm invasion was about to open its gates once more. The whole team trembled with fear upon hearing the news, because once the secret realm invasion was triggered, the nearby city would turn into a demonized dead zone in an instant. And unfortunately, the nearest area was Changling. The residents there were probably standing on the edge of an abyss. "Captain, what do we do now?" a team member stammered. The captain's face was equally pale. The 4 elite squads sent ahead as vanguards had all been chewed up by the pack of deviants without leaving a trace. In the current situation, even if they risked their lives to charge in, they couldn't stop the outbreak of the secret realm invasion. The monsters inside were extremely powerful. The city's magic defense system would probably not even tickle them, let alone stop their advance. Everyone, retreat immediately. Quickly report this news to the government so they can urgently evacuate the citizens. Save as many lives as possible. The captain's decisive, almost cold tone made the members' hearts tighten. "Captain, what about you?" Actually, as soon as they asked, they already guessed the outcome. The situation was extremely desperate. Without measuring equipment, how could they accurately time when the secret realm would erupt? Someone had to stay behind to trigger the emergency alarm. No one was willing to leave their respected captain behind to die, but time did not allow them to linger. Under his urgent shouts, the whole team could only grit their teeth and run away. Only when their figures had completely vanished did that great man look up at the sky, his eyes reflecting deep despair. Why does heaven have to choose this exact day? After uttering his sigh, he slowly pulled out his phone, his hand trembling as he dialed a familiar number. It was a call to his little daughter. He tried to force his voice to sound calm, lying that he had to participate in a sudden drill later, not forgetting to affectionately tell his beloved daughter to be good and listen to her mother at home. Having said that, he suppressed his grief and hung up abruptly. Less than a few seconds later, the little girl hastily called back. "Daddy, why did you hang up so quickly? I still had one thing I didn't get to say to you. Oh, what does Daddy's treasure want to remind Daddy about? Daddy, happy birthday." The child's clear, innocent voice was like a knife tearing through his tough facade, causing the man's tears to spill over in loud sobs. In the distance, the vehicle carrying the team members had faded away. The countdown for the secret realm's invasion and the dark forces had officially begun. Everyone's heart was as heavy as lead, and anxiety for their captain's life hung over the entire space. As for their captain at this moment, despite his tears flowing, he knew very well that today he had secured a one-way ticket of no return. Completely contrary to the tragic atmosphere outside, the deviants were currently dancing and celebrating as they felt the surging dark power. "Ha ha ha, Lord Matian's manifestation will surely grant us countless privileges." The leader tilted his head back and laughed savagely. In another corner, Ning Feng was still strolling casually as if walking in a park, completely oblivious to the combat situation. He had just looted a very sharp active skill called Dark Magic Spider. Once unleashed, this skill would summon a raging blizzard from the void, and wherever it swept, the enemies there would instantly turn into beautiful ice statues. Thanks to this new toy, Ning Feng had easily sent countless monsters to meet their ancestors. The amount of experience points dropped by the monsters here was also quite decent. In just a flash, Ning Feng had smoothly leveled up to 37. Outside the secret realm, the sky was suddenly packed with thick, dark clouds. The gloomy scene was so dark that even the bleakest future would look bright in comparison. The grand gate of the secret realm began to shake violently, then slowly split open into a massive crack. Seeing this strange phenomenon, the deviants were overjoyed and hastily prostrated themselves. The leader cleared his throat, representing the group of bootlickers. "We, your servants, welcome the descent of Lord Matian." In their ears, the slow sound of clacking footsteps gradually approached. Catching the eyes of the kneeling deviants was a pair of tattered, ancient shoes. Only when they abruptly raised their heads did they realize in horror that the person who had just stepped out of that door was not their majestic Lord Matian at all, but instead the bewildered face of Ning Feng. At this moment, the young man had no idea what was going on, only standing there scratching his nose, with a bunch of question marks dancing over his head. Both sides stared at each other, the awkward atmosphere seemingly frozen. A few seconds later, Ning Feng broke this bizarre silence in alarm. "Wait, what the hell is going on here, old guys?" The leader was equally bewildered. He pointed his finger straight at Ning Feng and shouted, "Where is our Lord Matian?" Ning Feng had absolutely no idea what deity they were calling out to, but the brutal truth was that their Lord Matian had just unfortunately taken his dark magic spider skill head-on, and was currently lying snugly inside a super-massive block of ice. Inside, he was probably weeping in resentment. This king is freezing to the core. The boss facing Ning Feng was currently running calculations in his brain. He was absolutely sure Ning Feng didn't know them, meaning this kid was not the incarnation of Lord Matian. But looking at that tattered and poor attire, he was definitely a green newbie. What right did a newbie have to linger around this death zone? Not to mention, the flight scroll he had used earlier was a luxury item that cost a pretty penny. The leader pieced all the clues together, then confidently concluded that Ning Feng was a cunning guy who wanted to come here and cling to Lord Matian's thigh. But before he could even flatter him, He was scared witless by the pressure of the dark forces, so he frantically used the scroll to flee. After deducing this on his own, he pointed straight at Ning Feng's face with a domineering attitude and roared, "You little brat. You came here planning to ride on our Lord Ma Tian's coattails, didn't you?" Ning Feng's ears buzzed upon hearing this, and he could only mumble a correction that it wasn't so. "Then what the hell did you drag your corpse here for? Is that any of your business?" Ning Feng pouted and retorted. His playful attitude successfully enraged the leader. At his age, this was the first time he had been mocked by a newbie like this. He began to switch to threat mode. "Do you know who I am to dare speak so insolently?" But Ning Feng naturally didn't know, so he puffed out his chest, slapping it to hype himself up. "Open your ears and listen. My name is Gu Rong, and a class-wanted criminal with the blood of over 200 people on my hands." What a lunatic, carrying a massive crime yet boasting about it as if he had just topped the university entrance exam. Ning Feng got a headache from listening, clicking his tongue and throwing out a cold sentence. How annoying. Gu Rong couldn't believe this kid was even more arrogant than him. Ning Feng had now dropped his innocent look from earlier, disdainfully curling a finger toward Gu Rong as if calling a puppy. "If you want to fight, bring it on. If not, get the hell out of my sight." This was truly a challenge that left his opponent with no choice but to accept. Hot blood rushed to his head, and Gu Rong swore to chop this wet-behind-the-ears kid into 100 pieces to wash away the humiliation. The noisy lackeys behind also cheered and added fuel to the fire as they saw their boss fly into a rage. But the raging fire of hatred to slaughter Ning Feng didn't burn for long before it was doused by a bucket of freezing water. Because the sky above their heads suddenly turned pitch black in an ominous way. When the group blankly looked up, their souls instantly fled because catching their eyes was a massive black shadow blocking their view, wearing a spine-chilling grin. The deviants who just a second ago were aggressively wanting to chew Ning Feng to pieces now had weak limbs, broke out in a cold sweat, and continuously wailed for help. As for Ning Feng, he had officially turned on the mode to eradicate them completely. This was a freshly minted forbidden spell, and with several guinea pigs offering themselves, why not test it? This ultimate technique was called vision desecration. Once activated, Ning Feng would drag his enemies into an endless illusion where he could see through all their weaknesses, thereby tormenting them to death with magic. Every critical weakness of the opponents was clearly displayed as plain as day, typically like that grand and majestic leader. His shoulder had a crack resulting from casting skills with incorrect posture for a long time, and countless other defense vulnerabilities were exposed completely. Ning Feng at this moment was like flipping through a book, easily reading every corner of the enemy. Even more terrifying, within the illusion he controlled, he could imprison them and torture the same weakness tens or hundreds of times. His manner was no different from a demon leisurely playing with its prey. No wonder this skill bore the name vision desecration. Its malice was truly something else. Although this tormenting pleasure was slightly repulsive and lacked humanity, in terms of practical use in seeing through opponents' weaknesses, it was definitely top tier. Returning to the brave captain, after weeping for a while thinking he was about to kick the bucket. He waited endlessly, but didn't see any sign of a strange phenomenon signaling the secret realm was about to invade. So he gritted his teeth and made a high-risk decision, climbing up to the very top of the mountain to investigate. On second thought, if the secret realm really erupted, even growing wings wouldn't help him escape. Dying at the mountaintop or the foot of the mountain differed only in the view. With that mindset, the man proudly walked up the slope. The higher he went, the more the freezing air cut into his flesh. But when his feet touched the summit, the scene before his eyes made his mouth hang open in shock. Gu Rong, the notorious villain nicknamed the Ash Blade, and all his thuggish lackeys lay there dead and gray. The killing method was so brutal that he couldn't imagine what kind of deity had taken action to clear them out. The government had sacrificed 4 of the most combat-capable squads just to hunt down Gu Rong, only to return empty-handed. Yet here he was, meeting his maker in such a ridiculous way. "Captain, what on earth is the situation in there?" The team member's voice came from the other end of the line, broken and mixed with anxiety. In this secret realm, It seems like a 1,000-year-old ice block just crushed everything, sweeping it clean with not a single monster left breathing. The man murmured in shock while examining the scene. What the hell? Even the final boss of the secret realm was beaten to pieces. Originally seeing it frozen, he intended to step forward and tap it a few times to see if it had truly ascended to heaven. He would have thought that a gentle touch would shatter it entirely, dropping no items and offering zero experience. This situation confirmed 100% that some expert had sent it to eternity beforehand. In short, the boss and the entire secret realm had been wiped clean, and Gu Rong's gang had already gone to collect their lunch boxes. The team member on the other end stammered like a sleepwalker, blabbing out an extremely silly question. So in short, is that secret realm invasion today still invading, Captain? Faced with that naive question, the captain was also tongue-tied, not knowing what words to use to describe this laughable situation. Returning to Ning Feng's screen, he had smoothly returned after his wild excursion, clearing the deserted secret realm. Duan was still up to his old tricks, frantically locking himself in the training room. Ning Feng had no idea this guy was pushing himself that hard, quickly rushing in to grab his collar and drag him out. Duan had just dragged himself out, his face extremely gloomy because he had only made it to the 45th floor. Contrary to his subordinate's gloom, Ning Feng laughed, patting him firmly on the shoulder in comfort. No need to be in such a rush. Rest and stretch your muscles for the next few days. Lately, I just wanted you to get used to the pace of the secret realm. Once I'm free next week, I'll personally design a demonic training regimen for you, so get ready. Duan was a man who feared neither heaven nor earth, and hearing Ning Feng wrap up with that sentence, the heavy stone in his heart finally dropped. For the past few days, he had been constantly terrified that his poor performance would cause Ning Feng to discard him. Now having taken this tranquilizer, Duan happily walked off to order some nourishing food to make up for the days of eating beatings for dinner. Ning Feng also wanted to find some entertainment to unwind. Just as he settled down to play a game, the notification sound from Feng Yi's message rang out. Only then did he suddenly remember that they had added each other on WeChat last time. And the miraculous thing was that Feng Yi actually messaged Ning Feng to carry him in a game. At first he thought the old man's account had been hijacked by a hacker, but upon asking, he found out it was indeed the real old Mr. Feng. After fighting side by side for a few matches, Ning Feng realized Feng Yi's keyboard smashing skills were much sharper than many young men of this generation. Feng Yi even proudly puffed out his chest and boasted that he had a grandson around Ning Feng's age. Thanks to long nights of grinding ranked games with him, his skill had reached this level. Hearing this, Ning Feng recorded a voice note and sent it over, promising that once the college entrance exam was over, he would invite the kid to form a 3-man team to demolish the leaderboard. Feng Yi was highly pleased with this, readily agreeing and hanging up. Ning Feng let out a sigh of relief, his mood exceptionally cheerful. Feng Yi was not only a righteous senior, but his voice within the government carried significant weight. If he could foster a good relationship, his future path would be paved with roses. In the midst of this, Feng Yi remembered an important matter and sent another voice recording. He announced that the top 3 universities were preparing to open a super rookie training camp. They would only sift through the best, selecting the most outstanding young talents. Anyone who performed well would be admitted directly without exams and would even be showered with massive nurturing resources. Feng Yi was so generous that he intentionally reserved 2 spots for Ning Feng. He held his phone, pondering for a moment. In the past, when he first held the power of the forbidden spell, he didn't care about wearing out his pants on a lecture hall bench. But things change. His future opponent was extremely tough to deal with, named Ming Shen. Currently, Ning Feng was incredibly poor in actual combat experience, fighting mostly on instinct and throwing forbidden spells blindly. If he truly encountered Ming Shen, he would surely be beaten so badly even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Realizing that truth, he immediately did a U-turn, messaging back in agreement with Feng Yi. Then these 2 spots are locked in for you. If you have close friends, feel free to bring them along to register together. Yes, thank you very much, Senior Feng. Feng Yi smiled and put away his phone, pulling out a childhood photo of his grandson to look at, murmuring to himself, these 2 have quite similar personalities. They might just end up sworn brothers. In the blink of an eye, Ning Feng had to pack his bag and return to school. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, he saw students crowding together, whispering excitedly. It was because the college entrance exam was breathing down their necks. This year, let alone the top-tier schools, even the second-tier universities were competing to push admission standards sky-high. Rumors had it that students who performed poorly and couldn't pass the test would have their degrees withheld, or worse, be sent straight to the battlefield as grunt soldiers. In short, the boundary between a 3-star and a 1-star awakened was now so blurred that it wasn't worth worrying about. If one didn't have a monster-level caliber like Wang Yue to squeeze into a key school, then both 3-star and 1-star shared the same fate of being stepping stones. This harsh reality made the 3-star boys in the class even more annoyed with Ning Feng, whom they had always contemptuously labeled a 1-star trash. The bell rang, and the teacher Qi Wei stepped onto the podium, followed by a brand new student face. The shocking thing was that this new student was none other than Chang Mu-Qiu. Her drop-dead gorgeous beauty instantly made the boys lose their dignity, staring with mouths wide open. Ning Feng raised his eyes and immediately recognized his acquaintance. Wasn't this the girl who accompanied Gu, Wenzhou, and Li Qi on the Secret Realm expedition last time? Are you kidding me? This is Chang Mu-Qiu, the 4th-ranked expert on the national super rookie list. As a genius adored by 10,000, she didn't stay comfortably in a key school on a major street. So what on earth was she doing coming down to this middle-of-nowhere place? The students below began to stir and make a racket like a chaotic market. But Chang Mu-Qiu's next request truly dropped a time bomb into the classroom, because she bluntly asked Qi Wei to let her go all the way to the back corner of the classroom to sit at the same desk with Ning Feng. As soon as Chang Mu-Qiu sat down, Ning Feng instantly felt dozens of glares looking like daggers aimed straight at the back of his neck. The boys clutched their heads and discarded all logic, completely unable to digest this. First was the goddess Wang Yue, now it was the super rookie Chang Mu-Qiu. Why did these finest specimens of humanity keep throwing themselves at a piece of garbage like Ning Feng? How could you understand? This big boss is holding the protagonist's script with a shining aura. Ning Feng was too lazy to care about their jealous glares. He only silently noted that this girl, Chang Mu-Qiu, seemed to act in a highly mysterious and bizarre manner. The incident of Chang Mu-Qiu packing her bags and transferring to Ning Feng's school had enraged Principal Zhang, her former boss. He furiously flew straight to the office of Principal Fang, the head of Ning Feng's school, to have it out face-to-face. Chang Mu-Qiu's decision caused no small consequence. Mr. Zhang not only lost a golden goose, but what was more bitter was that she had even snatched away a ticket to the special training session with her. This year the camp opened, and the entire province fought hard to secure only 4 spots, with Mr. Zhang's school alone hogging 2. Now that Chang Mu-Qiu had transferred to this school, it meant Mr. Fang's school had suddenly gained an extra spot out of thin air. On the surface, Principal Fang put on a polite and gentle demeanor, but inside, he was grinning as if he had hit the jackpot. As the 2 old men were dancing around each other, a knock sounded at the door. A staff member entered to report that an esteemed guest wished to see the principal. "Principal, why is your phone unreachable? Who is looking for me?" I was busy discussing affairs of national importance with Principal Zhang, so I turned on airplane mode. The staff member stammered for a moment before uttering a name that froze the air. It's Feng Yi, the esteemed elder Feng Yi from the Adventurer Administration Bureau." Upon hearing this, the faces of both principals turned pale in an instant. The 2 old men rushed outside, bowing deeply to welcome Feng Yi. This stroke of luck falling from the sky made them tremble with excitement. Just what kind of grand stature did Feng Yi possess? He was a legendary figure who could summon the wind and rain, famous throughout the world. Ordinary mortals who wanted to catch a glimpse of his face could only do so by turning on the television. Feng Yi brought along a handsome young man and introduced him as his eldest grandson, named Feng Rui. The old man did not beat around the bush, straight up stating that Feng Rui wanted to transfer his registry to this school to study. Those words, spoken as lightly as a feather, were like a bolt of thunder from a clear blue sky. Not only Principal Fang, but even Principal Zhang almost dropped his jaw in shock. Why would the beloved grandson of the great elder Feng Yi covet this rundown high school? This was truly a legendary dragon visiting a shrimp's den. According to Principal Fang's slow-recalling memory, this Feng Rui was also a monster ranked 12th on the National Supernova Leaderboard. His class was a Dark Attribute Blood Origin Knight. Rumors in the streets said that out of fear that his dark power would backlash and cause deviation, Feng Rui had always suppressed his true strength. If he unleashed his full power, breaking into the top 5 would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. But no matter how much he racked his brain, he could not understand why this young master chose to plunge into his obscure school that nobody cared about. Standing nearby, Principal Zhang was so furious that his teeth ground together. The geniuses on the Supernova Leaderboard were automatically granted a slot in the training camp. If Feng Rui enrolled here, then Principal Fang's school would effortlessly scoop up another slot. Not stopping at that shock, Feng Yi delivered another knockout blow. He announced that the Adventurer Administration Bureau held 2 special slots for the training camp, and he had personally assigned them directly to the students of this school. Hearing this, Principal Zhang's eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted on the spot. Where on earth was the logic in this? A rundown, poor provincial high school was suddenly swallowing up 3 or 4 slots for the elite training camp. He was intensely frustrated, unable to comprehend what kind of gold mine this shabby school possessed to attract so many major figures. Principal Fang, now having grasped a diamond-encrusted lifebuoy named Feng Yi, immediately turned on Principal Zhang faster than flipping a pancake. Whereas he had been intimidated by Elder Zhang's prestige moments ago, Principal Fang now bluntly issued an eviction notice without any hesitation. Although Principal Zhang was fuming with rage, he had no choice but to swallow his anger and pack his bags to leave. Once the third wheel had vanished, Feng Yi leisurely led his grandson into the principal's office to discuss the details. The old man solemnly declared that he wanted to award those 2 training tickets to Ning Feng, a student in Class 2 of the 3rd year. This request left Principal Fang utterly bewildered. A kid who had just awakened, whose class was a pathetic 1-star like Ning Feng, where would he get the qualifications to set foot into such a high-class camp? This is an arrangement by the Adventurer Administration Bureau. You do not need to question it. Though his mind was filled with 1,000 question marks, Feng Yi's words were like an imperial decree, and Principal Fang did not dare to utter a single word of protest. It was worth noting that the Bureau was the nerve center specialized in supervising and governing the adventure community. It was completely separate from the 7 great guilds, wielding supreme authority over life and death. Combined with Feng Yi's influence, whoever was backed by the Bureau would have a brilliant career path. Principal Fang racked his brain more and more, finding it completely illogical. Where did a nobody like Ning Feng get such a grand umbrella of protection? But on second thought, questioning it was futile. As long as he obediently followed whatever Feng Yi decreed, he would remain safe and sound. As a consequence, not only did the beautiful Chang Mu-Qiu, but even the young master Feng Rui rooted themselves in Ning Feng's class. What's more, even Wang Yue, Su Ting, and Zhou Jiangshu all applied to transfer to this class at all costs. Ning Feng suddenly felt like a gorilla locked in a zoo. Whenever he opened his eyes, dozens of eager eyes were staring intently and examining him. As soon as Su Ting sat down next to him, she squinted her eyes with a beaming smile. The reason was that the school had called Zhao Cheng, but rumor had it that he turned down the slot for the training camp. Thus, that golden ticket naturally landed on her head. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiangshu had already snatched up one of the 2 slots gifted by Feng Yi. Wang Yue, already comfortably ranked in the top 5, naturally secured her own ticket. As a result, all the representatives of the school for this year's training were now crowding around Ning Feng. Feng Rui hit it off with Zhou Jiangshu's group so quickly that he was not only blending in, but was on the verge of completely dissolving into them. In another development, only Chang Mu-Qiu was casting sharp, bullet-like glares toward Wang Yue. She bitterly realized that she was not the only one attracted to Ning Feng, which meant she had to push herself even harder to score points in his eyes. Even carrying the fluttering heart of a young girl, she secretly prepared a meeting gift to present to Ning Feng. The surrounding students froze for 5 seconds at this sight, their minds unable to process it. Why on earth were the school's brightest supernovas all gathered here, and on top of that, surrounding someone who was always labeled as useless like Ning Feng? As for Ning Feng, he had long been immune to these labels, so he did not bother to care. The only thing lingering in his mind right now was the name Zhao Cheng. According to the gossip from Su Ting, he had voluntarily thrown away the golden opportunity to go to the training camp. It was incredibly suspicious. Could it be that he had vanished all this time without anyone knowing? In truth, over the past period, Zhao Cheng's father had deployed countless manpower to turn every corner upside down to find his son. But of course, the result was a big fat zero. The old man had even spent lavishly to hire a powerful, prominent expert to assist with the investigation. Though his heart was burning with anxiety, he could only wait restlessly for news, completely helpless. The assistant had cleverly requested a long-term leave of absence for Zhao Cheng under the pretext of special training, which was how the ticket to the training camp fell into Su Ting's hands. Lately, old Master Zhao's face had been looking quite gloomy. He threw back a line instructing his assistant not to disturb him unless the sky was falling, then strode straight into his precious son's room. The four walls of the room were covered with photos, large and small, of Zhao Cheng from the days of his childhood. He reached out and pressed firmly on the wall, and to his surprise, a dark and mysterious secret room opened up behind it. Back on the school campus, Feng Rui was enthusiastically tag-teaming to befriend Ning Feng's group. This young master even made a grand gesture, pulling out a water element summoning magic skill book as a gift. He said this was a trophy he had just hunted, and if Ning Feng could use it, he should feel free to take it. One had to know that summoning magic was a rare and hard-to-find class, so this book was practically priceless on the market. Even with money, one might not be able to buy it. Feng Rui spending so lavishly was the textbook definition of a wealthy young master with a powerful father. But it wasn't just him. Chang Mu-Qiu also took the opportunity to present a meeting gift, and the item she offered was a battle mage skill book. This was also a class belonging to the rare, antique category, making such a skill book a true treasure. Unfortunately, Ning Feng could not absorb either of these two manuals into his head right now. The reason was that before returning to school, he had sneaked into a remaining wild secret realm to grind, and an unscripted incident had befallen Ning Feng. That damn secret realm required a full party of 5 members to allow entry for the challenge. Ning Feng had charged in single-handedly, only to end up with a bitter taste of failure. His level did not budge a single bit, and his new skill slot remained locked tight. However, looking back, those 2 books were indeed hard to resist temptations. Furthermore, he was urgently in need of recruiting a few capable underlings to make it easier to gather information in the future. Thus, Ning Feng happily pocketed their meeting gifts, and of course, courtesy demanded reciprocity. To return the favor, he casually tossed 20 bottles of the premium experience potion to each of them. Chang Mu-Qiu's eyes lit up, instantly recognizing this as the exclusive contraband of the Shang Rui Guild, though she had no idea that Ning Feng and Su Wei had brewed this batch themselves in their spare time at home. She had heard rumors in the streets that only influential figures within the Shang Rui Guild were specially allowed to consume these kinds of experience elixirs. Feng Rui's state of mind was no less conflicted than Chang Mu-Qiu's. He knew all too well that this divine liquid's price was inflated to the heavens, and even tons of money might not buy it. Yet Ning Feng had tossed out 40 bottles in the blink of an eye, as if handing out candy. At that very moment, both of them reached the exact same realization without speaking. They had to cling to this giant golden thigh for the rest of their lives, no matter what. Seeing them so lively, Wang Yue sauntered over to join the fun. She perfectly mimicked Chang Mu-Qiu's coquettish behavior, chirping that she also had a tribute to present. Ning Feng looked at her, his face sagging with exasperation. "Eldest Miss Wang, spare me. If you have something, just spit it out." Wang Yue grinned and pulled out a potion bottle. She said this was a top-grade product that Su Wei had just spent sweat and tears brewing, specifically instructing her to deliver it directly into Ning Feng's hands. Looking at the potion bottle emitting a dazzling, eye-blinding glow in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a slight jolt in his heart. Having pocketed the miraculous potion, Ning Feng immediately made a quick exit and headed straight to Duan's manor. After all, the school gave free rein to the students preparing for the training camp. If he wanted to skip class, he skipped. Who would bother to manage him? In another development, Duan's thoughts were currently as heavy as lead. It was just that Ning Feng had promised to let him rest for a week before throwing him into the purgatory furnace. Yet many days had passed beyond the deadline, and that great expert was still nowhere to be found. Just when Duan was about to shed tears, thinking he had been cast aside, Ning Feng suddenly popped up cheerfully and tossed the glowing potion straight to him. This is a superb restorative brewed by Su Wei with great effort, specifically designed to treat internal injuries accumulated over the years. Chug this whole bottle, and then we will kick off our hellish training session. Duan's eyes immediately lit up like car headlights, and he hurriedly reached out to catch the elixir. His heart bloomed with joy, silently thanking the heavens that the boss had not discarded him. With that, Duan popped the cap, tilted his head back, and chugged it down to the very last drop like a man lost in the desert who had just stumbled upon an oasis. The moment he finished drinking, Duan instantly felt his body filled with miraculous energy. His entire body felt as if it had just been soaked in a hot spring. His muscles and bones relaxed, feeling so comfortable he wanted to fly into the sky. Ning Feng nodded with satisfaction, admitting this stuff was top-notch. He recalled the last time he ventured into the secret realm and took a direct hit from the Ming Shen's forbidden curse, bringing back a whole basket of internal injuries. But with just one bottle identical to Duan's, his injuries had instantly vanished. Now that he was patched up and good to go, Ning Feng tapped Duan on the head, forcing him to circulate his energy to the peak in preparation for the terrifying training session. Duan had endured and waited for this day for too long, so his battle intent was boiling hot. However, Ning Feng still had to grab him by the collar and warn him seriously that this was no joke. Once you feel like you can't bear it, please perk up your ears and follow my instructions. Seeing the boss's tense expression, Duan also broke into a cold sweat. In the very next instant, Ning Feng cast his notorious vision-insulting skill on him once more. Just moments ago, 7 glaring, fatal targets were clearly visible on Duan's body. But now only a single faint trace remained near his right lung. That was the after-effect of overusing the overloaded force skill, but the good news was that it was also self-healing. Seeing this, Ning Feng nodded in great satisfaction. Duan, listen carefully. I will expose all the fatal acupoints on your body. After that, I will target those very weak spots to beat you into shape for your training. Duan perked up his ears to listen, his expression serious. Ning Feng immediately threw cold water on him, criticizing that the lousy overloaded force technique was completely misaligned with him, as chronic use would ruin his lungs. Secondly, Duan often patched skills together incorrectly. Clearly, both capturing the stars to reach the moon and falling star strike were lethal blows, but combining them was extremely clunky. This habit of do and using these two moves together had to be thrown into the trash immediately from this moment on. Not stopping there, Ning Feng also exposed a whole basket of clumsy maneuvers in Duan's fighting style. Having his secrets laid bare, Duan fell to his knees in utter admiration. The boss was truly a genius. With just a glance, he had uncovered a mountain of major flaws. After his lecture, Ning Feng threw Duan straight into the fiery furnace of special training. This time, the young man had gathered enough courage, his face looking much more confident. The core of this torment was that Duan would be imprisoned in a series of illusions molded by Ning Feng using his vision-insulting skill. In that illusory space, he was the absolute ruler, while Duan had no choice but to take the beating with no hope of turning the tables. The ultimate goal of this brutal method was to force Duan to take a beating as his daily bread until he finally grew wiser. Fortunately, some small fry sandbags had previously allowed Ning Feng to practice this skill thoroughly. Thus, he now knew how to suppress his force so that Duan's consciousness wouldn't disintegrate. Although the pain of being beaten was still excruciating, the speed of his level-up was absolutely top-tier. Speaking of Duan, he fully understood that at this point, no one else in this world besides Ning Feng could upgrade him. So, despite his body being battered and broken from the blows, he still dragged himself up with iron willpower, swearing not to disgrace the boss. The two of them clashed fiercely like this. Duan was beaten to the ground, only to grit his teeth, stand back up, and throw himself back into the fray to fight it out again. This self-torture was endless. Only when Ning Feng sensed the intense aura of an impending breakthrough from Du and did he release him back to Gu Ying's training cage. Back here, the young man had to fight against monsters copied from the trial of the god's secret realm. Having absorbed the brutal training from Ning Feng, Du An's speed, reflexes, and overall combat style had now soared to an incredibly high level. He danced with his blade, hacking away at the enemies like a clockwork guillotine with broken brakes. After clearing one gate, he charged straight into the next, slaughtering relentlessly until there were no more gates left to clear. Simply because the monster database provided by Ning Feng only went that far. Witnessing Du An's spectacular transformation in the blink of an eye, Su Lan and Feng Yi, who were watching from outside, stared with their jaws wide open. The moment he heard Su Lan announce that he had cleared all the simulated secret realm levels, Du An ran completely out of steam and collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Tears of joy streamed down his face. Wiping his nose with his hand, he sobbed and grinned foolishly, crying out, "Boss, I did it right." Feng Yi blinked repeatedly, thinking he was sleepwalking. In just a short month, Ning Feng had molded a bottom-tier fourth transition adventurer into such a terrifying combat machine. This was truly a living miracle. Through this, the old man further solidified his thought. His Adventurer Administration Bureau had to tightly cling to the thigh of this hidden boss, no matter what. With hot blood rushing to his brain from overexcitement, Feng Yi's head started smoking and burst into flames. Standing beside him, Su Lan's heart almost leaped out of her chest upon seeing this. But to Feng Yi, these minor burns on his flesh were nothing compared to the thrill of witnessing Du An's slaughter just now. "Granddaughter, calm down. As a mutant, for this old body of mine to have dragged itself this far is already a massive bonus." Feng Yi chuckled casually to reassure Su Lan. Hearing those words, Su Lan's brain immediately put the pieces together. Elder Feng throwing his eldest grandson Feng Rui into Ning Feng's high school was not merely to forge a casual relationship. Clearly, the old man had already targeted a golden source of protection, ensuring that even when he closed his eyes and passed away, the boy would still have an umbrella of safety. Thinking of that future, Su Lan suddenly felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She came up with the idea of asking that nameless boss to help extinguish the dark fire that was consuming Feng Yi's life force. However, Feng Yi remained indifferent and unhurried. The only thing filling his mind right now was to send Du An out to smash and conquer the trial of the god's secret realm immediately. That was the most burning and urgent task at hand. The next day, having fully recharged his energy, Du An followed closely behind Feng Yi straight to the headquarters of the Shang Rui Guild. The top brass of the 7 great guilds had been sitting there waiting for them for ages. Liu Yingzhen stepped forward as the spokesperson for the 7 guild leaders, warmly bowing to Du An as if welcoming the god of wealth. Du An maintained a cold expression, scanning each face in the room. These guild leaders were all powerful 5th transition experts, or those bordering the 5th transition, each possessing an ego as high as the sky. He recalled that back in the day, even if his master were to return from the dead, he wouldn't be worthy enough to have these people line up to welcome him. Yet today, a mere 4th transition nobody like Du An made them all scramble to cheer for him. It seemed the manifestation of the gods had thrown these big bosses into such a panic that they had discarded all their pride. Calculating it now, the only freak who could face divine power and still laugh casually was probably none other than Ning Feng. In the other corner, He Shiyu's face was as dark as stone. He thought bitterly to himself, "I just worked my butt off to reach the 5th transition. Why on earth do I have to grovel to a 4th transition brat?" But compared to his annoyance with Du An, he wanted to punch Feng Yi in the face even more. To him, Feng Yi was just a slippery old man who liked to act mysterious like a rogue practitioner, keeping all secrets hidden from the 7 great guilds. As for his fellow guild leaders, in his eyes, they were just a pack of cunning foxes, willing to hand the exclusive secret realm of Shang Rui on a silver platter to an outsider just to curry favor for power. They were truly a disgraceful bunch, selling out their honor. Despite his anger, He Shiyu currently had no influence to speak up. Feeling frustrated, he could only lead the delegation to the entrance of the secret realm. However, there was no way he would make things easy for Duen. "Mr. Du, rumor has it that you have just completed your training. Everyone here is eager to feast their eyes on your superb moves. Hope you can show some generosity and allow us to connect the Secret Realms array to livestream it live." The conspiracy was obvious. He was just waiting for Duen to fail miserably so he could record a video to mock him. To his surprise, Duen nodded in agreement without a second thought. Even more bizarrely, the young man pulled out his premium phone and set up a tripod to stream directly to Ning Feng's device. The guild leaders, upon learning that the person on the other side of the screen was the notorious Great Boss, instantly turned pale, sweating profusely. They all secretly yearned to catch a glimpse of the one hyped up as the invincible war god of the continent, but every single one of them was a coward. If they accidentally offended him, they would surely be sent to the underworld. That famous big boss was currently lounging comfortably in Duan's manor, munching on snacks while watching the livestream with his legs kicked up. In the first few minutes, Duan's pace in clearing the waves seemed very smooth. Every skill he unleashed was incredibly smooth, the intense killing intent in his eyes radiating a power that far exceeded the level of an ordinary fourth transition expert. To the point where even Liu Yingzhen had to grit her teeth and admit that Duan's skillfulness and sharpness might even surpass her own. That haughty He Shiyu from earlier now quickly toned down his critical glares toward Duen. For with this level of skill, even if someone claimed Duen was at the sixth transition, he would believe it without a doubt. The more Duen swung his blade, the more hyped he became. In a flash, he flattened 30 levels of the secret realm, swept through the 40th level, and broke straight through the 50th. The audience watching through the small screen blinked nonstop, their jaws dropping. No one had anticipated that a newcomer like Duen could completely shatter the records of the two veterans, Liu Yingzhen and He Shiyu. Stepping into the final floor, Duen encountered a copy of the boss he had thoroughly thrashed in the simulated space. Despite taking a few hits and getting bruised in some places, in the end, he still sent it to its grave. Back during his grinding days in the training session, this was also the stopping point because the database provided by Ning Feng was only that limited. Surprisingly, in the actual secret realm, this was indeed the very end. Just as Duen finished off his target, a dazzling holographic notification board suddenly popped up before him. Congratulations on successfully clearing the realm. This scene left not only Duen, but also the entire panel of watching judges completely flabbergasted. Who would have thought this young man could sweep through the entire run to the golden trophy as easy as pie? Duen himself was so choked up with emotion that he was speechless. The reward that descended upon him was exactly as scripted, Favor of the Gods. And that beautiful title, Favor of the Gods, once unmasked, was none other than a god's forbidden curse. Watching from the side, He Shiyu wished he could eat him alive. That favor was an exclusive reward for the first person to clear the gate. This meant that from now on, even if he or any other small fry cleared this place completely, they would never get a taste of that premium reward. In his mind, the words furious rage exploded. The venue clearly belonged to his own house, so how on earth did the grand prize land right into the mouth of a fourth transition kid? He Shiyu was so angry he wanted to spit blood, his teeth grinding together unconsciously. But unfortunately, everyone's eyes were currently glued to Duen, so nobody had the time to notice his attitude. Duen was surrounded by a bunch of virtual notifications as the system loaded frantically to scan his talent. However, after scanning back and forth, the system spat out an error stating that his class system was too incomplete, making him unqualified to digest the god's forbidden curse. This plot twist was truly mind-bending, leaving both Duen and the group of guild leaders outside staring blankly with their mouths open, their brains unable to process it in time. Only Ning Feng was secretly laughing, having predicted this long ago. In the Demon King's database, leaked information had revealed that the class system of adventurers in this timeline was still plagued with bugs and far from fully upgraded. Duen, of course, shared the same fate and had to regretfully bid farewell to the god's forbidden curse. Just as Ning Feng was clicking his tongue in regret over the fine reward being wasted, the system suddenly automatically remodeled the prize to perfectly fit Du-An's constitution. Thus, the god's forbidden curse instantly transformed into the god's imprint. Du-An's original class belonged to the physical system, backed by the Zhen Yuan Sheng Ling, a prominent faction among the 12 main gods. At this moment, the system laid out 3 distinct class paths, and the young man only had to press a key to choose a path for his ascension. The first option was the martial soul sword venerable path of the war god system, a style of controlling the sword with energy, cold, and decisive swordplay without words. The trait was that whenever facing beasts, it would automatically unleash explosive power, crushing the opponent into dust. The second path was the Wu Jai Du Sheng, a pure playstyle that rejected all external power-ups, dedicated day and night to breaking one's own limits. Every punch and kick carried a thunderous, terrifying power. The final path was the Wu Dao Bing Giant system. This player specialized in using all kinds of gear to crush opponents. The best part was copying moves, learning the opponent's physical type skills on the fly during combat. Accustomed to wielding short daggers, Du-An did not think twice and immediately chose the martial soul sword venerable path. In the blink of an eye, a glittering imprint emerged right before him. This premium imprint was essentially a condensed lump of divine power, stuffed with cosmic laws and the root source codes of strength. Facing the high-grade item, Du-An didn't even blink, eagerly concentrating on absorbing it into his body. While he was busy digesting the imprint, the people outside were in an uproar over another shocking event. The entire sky over the city suddenly lit up brilliantly, golden light radiating as if tons of gold dust were being scattered. Someone clearing the trial of the god's secret realm had indirectly elevated the level of the entire world by a notch. This sensational news was plastered directly onto a massive virtual window hovering in midair. And naturally, people all over the world widened their eyes to watch, staring at the suddenly brilliant cosmic ceiling and those elegant, flowing lines of text. The onlookers scrambled to pull out their phones, snapping photos to capture this scene. Leaning his hand on the window sill, Ningfeng swept his eyes down at the streets below, quietly enjoying the feeling of absolute fulfillment. The mission assigned by the system to breach the trial secret realm was finally complete. Now that massive gold mine of energy was practically in Ningfeng's hands. Just a short while later, Du-An strode arrogantly out of the secret realm's gates, but his appearance now exuded the vibe of a completely different elite boss. The level of the big shots here was now so far below his that they weren't even worthy to carry his shoes. Liu Yingzhen sensed danger. Measuring Du-An's current strength by the standard of a fourth transition was completely absurd. To put it bluntly, the strength ceiling of this entire world would sooner or later be shattered because of Du-An's antics. Any major figure would want to cling to such a potential monster. Thus, those prominent bosses scrambled to curry favor, inviting Du-An to join their teams. However, Du-An had always preferred to be a free bird. And now, he was entirely devoted to following Ningfeng, so he flatly rejected the idea of joining any guild. He rushed straight back to his home, and the moment he met Ningfeng, tears streamed down his face once more. "Boss, oh my gosh," Du-An stammered, unable to speak clearly because he was so emotional. I did it. I didn't let down your expectations." Ningfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, giving him a thumbs up in praise, thinking to himself, "This guy trains in the physical system, but his soul is as fragile as a sheet of paper. Your hard work is what truly counts. I wouldn't dare to shamelessly take all the credit." After that, the two sat down to plan about that premium imprint. Earlier, looking through the blurry phone screen, Ningfeng couldn't clearly inspect its details. He recalled from memory and sketched out the shape he had once seen. To his surprise, it perfectly matched the pattern Du-An had just obtained. "Big brother, you also use this?" Du-An's mouth fell open. "Yeah, during a previous dungeon run, I accidentally picked one up, so I threw it to Wang Yue to play with." The atmosphere instantly froze. Du-An suddenly felt a sour pang in his heart. That sacred imprint was something he had to crawl, bleed, and risk his life to obtain by clearing the secret realm. Yet Ningfeng had picked it up like trash and even casually gave it away to others. Du-An suddenly grew serious, realizing his efforts were still far from enough. On the other hand, Ning Feng was also frowning in deep thought. Duan said that the imprint was genuine, molded from divine power. Could it be that because he inherently possessed divine power, any random dungeon he entered would produce a replica of the same quality? Although Ning Feng looked down on it, on second thought, an evil god was still a god. Besides that, there was another critical point that made him scratch his head. That was the list of the 12 main gods that emerged when Duan chose his class. That meant the most formidable enemy Ning Feng had to deal with right now was not just some nameless individual, but an entire gang of all 12 big bosses up high. Duan reported that to obtain the high-grade imprint, the 7 great guilds were deploying troops to hunt for secret realms like crazy. He was certain that within the next few days, not only the 7 giants, but even smaller guilds would join the bloody race to compete. Ning Feng's face was as dark as water. Duan had cleared the gate, and the system had pinged to confirm the mission's completion. This meant he only needed to track down whoever cleared a secret realm to leech the power of that area. The only catch was, what if the person who won the trophy turned out to be his sworn enemy? That troublesome thing called the God's Imprint sounded impressive, but it was actually a minor issue. The point that made Ning Feng's brain want to explode was that after clearing the secret realm, those people could secretly cultivate forbidden curses. If these dangerous toys fell into the hands of enemies, it would be like having a sword pressed against his neck. Not to mention, if his identity was exposed to the 12 big bosses because of this, Ning Feng would definitely bring upon himself a colossal amount of trouble. The only way out was to brainwash or buy off all the veterans who had cleared the realms to join his side. But while the script was easy to draft, how would he execute it? Just thinking about it already brought a whiff of hardship. Seeing the big boss remaining silent all this time, Duan timidly opened his mouth again. "Big brother, to be honest, there is still the aftermath of another mess. I don't even know if I handled it wisely. What is it? Just say it." So, Duan brought up the exact drama from this morning and replayed it from the beginning. Just as he stepped out of the Gate of Glory, Shiyu eagerly jumped out to collect the debt. According to the previous contract, Shang Rui had the right to seize all items Duan gathered in the secret realm. With Duan's current level, he did not even care about those pieces of equipment. So, except for the imprint he had already swallowed, Duan threw the entire bag of loot back to Shiyu without missing a single penny. Unfortunately, the face of the guy surnamed He remained twisted and unpleasant. His intention was crystal clear. "No way, you must spit out the imprint as well, or don't even think about leaving this courtyard." Although he had not barked it out loud yet, that threatening message was already written in bold on his forehead. Shiyu swallowed his anger and let out a long sigh. Duan had already digested the sigil. Even if he cut open his stomach and pulled out his guts, he would not be able to get it back. The surrounding guild leaders were dazzled by the mountain of shining gear. It was all orange-grade equipment, plus top-tier gems. But the most valuable key item was the recipe for brewing the potion of forgetfulness tucked inside. This magical liquid had the ability to wipe out a designated skill, instantly returning that skill slot to an empty state. Because people worked like beasts of burden to level up, skill slots were as precious as pure gold. Deciding which skill to fill an empty slot with practically determined one's entire future. With this potion of forgetfulness in hand, they could easily discard useless skills to slot in more powerful high-tier ones. Shiyu caressed the recipe sheet, a satisfied smile playing at the corner of his mouth. This was truly a divine medicine that would reshape the rules of the entire world. He calculated that by monopolizing this magical liquid, Shang Rui would easily lure a crowd of elite experts to come begging to join them. At that point, crushing their competitors would be a foregone conclusion. The only thorn in his side now was how to shut Du, and the only person who had memorized this recipe, to prevent him from revealing it to the world. "Mr. Du, according to the contract, you must keep your mouth shut about the recipe for the potion of forgetfulness, absolutely forbidding it from being leaked." Shiyu stepped forward to threaten him immediately, even generously offering a decent compensation price to buy Duan's silence. But Duan brushed it off. "I must clarify one thing." Duan calmly uttered each word. "I have already seen this recipe at the anonymous big boss's place. The original is exactly the same. So even if I stay as quiet as a mouse, he can still easily brew a whole pot of this potion whenever he wants. Hearing this shocking news explode, all the guild leaders dropped their jaws simultaneously, freezing like wax statues. Ishiyu was the sharpest one, quickly pulling his brain back to reality. Previously, he had sent his men to sniff around and knew full well that the clearing rewards were extremely rare items that had never appeared in the world, with no traces to be found in any books. Therefore, the fabricated claim that the mysterious big boss held the blueprint for the potion of forgetfulness in his hands was indeed ridiculously absurd to the extreme. "Mr. Do you have any proof for this boasting?" Duan was left speechless for 5 seconds. Ishiyu, seeing his opponent tongue-tied, thought he had caught him red-handed, and confidence filled his chest once again. In this world, once something entered his pocket, no one could dream of stealing it away. But before he could finish his smug smile, Duan spoke up unhurriedly. "I am not qualified to prove it on behalf of the big boss, but if you all desire proof so badly, I will gladly oblige. Just so you know, my big boss also holds the recipe for your advanced experience potion. Not only that, but he has also brewed a massive batch of them a long time ago." The words Duan uttered were as light as clouds, yet they struck Ishiyu, causing him to freeze like a statue on the spot. His mouth kept muttering like a lost soul, "How is that possible?" Surrounding elders could not hide their astonishment upon hearing this either. Heavens, did that invisible big boss reach his hands all the way to the forbidden items within the trial secret realm? No wonder Duan carried the team so hard. Perhaps he had been taking that medicine for a long time. Indeed, standing next to a gold mine means sooner or later you will strike it rich. Looking at the chaotic crowd in extreme confusion, old Feng Yi just leaned to one side, stroking his beard with a satisfied smile. No wonder the other day Feng Rui swore up, and down that right upon their first encounter, Ning Feng had effortlessly tossed 40 bottles of experience potion to him, and the girl Chang Mu Qiu to use for fun. By this point, the old man finally understood that such liquid was merely trash, not even worth mentioning in Ning Feng's eyes. Now he was even more certain that sending his eldest grandson to the new school was indeed the most accurate decision of his life. Duan did not have the time to linger and watch the drama, so he and Feng Yi packed up and left first. On the way back, out of intense curiosity, old Feng leaned in and whispered to Mr. Du. "Your big boss must have a whole warehouse of strange medicines, right? To be honest, this old body of mine is being gnawed away by dark magic, growing weaker and losing all its energy day by day." In his entire life, Feng Yi had never been the type to bow and beg anyone. But deep down, he still yearned to hold on to his old life for a few more years to keep Feng Rui company, which was why he had to throw away his pride to ask and beg like this. Duan scratched his head with a forced smile, not quite sure himself, but gave a verbal promise that he would ask his big brother about it once he got back. This was also the point that had been bothering him. Frankly speaking, Ning Feng was not stingy at all with old Feng. His inventory still had some nourishing potions. The only problem was they had not been tested, so he did not know if they would have any effect on the old man. "Well, let's do this. When you're free, take a few bottles of nourishing potions, toss them to old Feng, and tell him to try them out." Upon receiving the command, Duan rushed straight to Feng Yi's office to deliver the items, but Su Lan shook her head and informed him that the old man had gone to attend some high-level meeting. Left with no other option, Duan had to temporarily leave the potions with Su Lan for safekeeping. After working hours, she carried the items all the way to Feng Yi's private villa. But even though she pressed the doorbell repeatedly until it almost broke, there was no sign of anyone coming out to check. Su Lan clicked her tongue, guessing that Feng Rui was not home, so she had to turn back with regret. But she could not have guessed in her wildest dreams that at this moment, young Feng Rui's mind was being devoured inch by a sinister dark power. "Don't you desperately desire to save your grandfather's life? I can throw you a lifeline as long as you kneel and submit to me." Feng Rui was tightly gripped by that slimy magic. That bizarre voice kept echoing in his head, tearing his sanity to shreds. Feng Rui gritted his teeth and struggled to resist. As the precious grandson of Feng Yi, how could he possibly betray humanity to deal with the devil? Seeing its prey struggle weakly, the dark chaotic mass grew even more ecstatic, its shrill, wild laughter echoing back. Haha, those weak, trashy creatures called humans always love to embrace a few empty moral principles just to bind themselves. Let's wait and see how long you can hold out. When the day comes that your grandfather draws his last breath right before your eyes, I hope you'll still talk as big as you do now. Although Feng Rui gritted his teeth and made it through this ordeal without being torn apart by that magic, it had to be admitted that this stab had struck the most fragile vulnerability of his psyche. The next morning, Feng Rui huddled in a corner of the stadium stands, his face completely blank like a lost soul. Ning Feng happened to walk by, and with just a glance, he could easily tell that a storm was raging inside the kid's mind. Wanting to lift his mood, Ning Feng used the most familiar bait among boys, inviting him to play games. To his surprise, Feng Rui brushed it off. "Sorry, big brother, my grandfather strictly forbade me from playing games at school." Ning Feng did not force him either. "All right, then let's wait until Senior Feng returns from his business trip, and the three of us can team up. Senior Feng's finger dancing skills are no joke. He really opened my eyes the other day." Hitting the nerve named Feng Yi, Feng Rui became even more downcast and depressed. In reality, his grandfather dove into these silly video games only because he wanted to get closer to him. When Feng Rui was very small, his parents fell during a life-and-death mission. That fatal shock plunged the young boy into a psychological crisis, shutting the doors of his heart, making him dislike speaking, and keeping him locked in the corner of his room every day. At that time, Feng Yi was in a panic, not knowing how to comfort his eldest grandson. Suddenly remembering that Feng Rui was extremely obsessed with gaming, he secretly began learning how to play those games for kids to become close buddies with the boy. Even during the phase when Feng Rui was sunk in the darkest swamp, Feng Yi still gritted his teeth and remained patiently by his side, holding his hand to pull him out of the abyss. It was precisely because of this that Feng Rui idolized his grandfather to the point of valuing him as his own life. Throughout the entire session listening to Feng Rui pour his heart out, Ning Feng rarely sat so quietly and nodded so seriously. Just by looking at that mournful face, one could easily guess what kind of mess was making Feng Rui so extremely sorrowful. Meanwhile, Feng Rui was busy participating in an extremely important meeting. The main topic of the conference revolved around two explorers named Bing Xia and Gu Ying. The one named Bing Xia originally reached the 4-star Third Realm standard. 8 years ago, he was imprisoned for deliberately intending to harm his own kind inside a secret realm, receiving a 15-year sentence. However, 6 years ago, while quietly serving his sentence, he suddenly vanished from the prison without leaving any trace. His accomplice Gu Ying also possessed the exact same 4-star Third Realm achievement. Previously, he was on the closely monitored list of mutants. 5 years ago, this guy also followed his brother's example, mysteriously turning invisible right inside the prison. Just a few days ago, news confirmed that this troubled duo had snuck back to Bing Xia's old house in Xiangyuan City. Immediately after, they acted ruthlessly, completely slaughtering 2 families of other adventurers. The aftermath was a scene where not a single person was left breathing. Ironically, those 2 unfortunate victims happened to be members of the group that had captured Bing Xia in the past. His purpose was crystal clear, a relentless act of revenge. However, what made the public scratch their heads was the victims' strength. They were all known as Fourth Realm warriors, so how could they easily fall before 2 criminals who had only reached the Third Realm? Even more absurdly, they seemed to just watch helplessly as their entire families were slaughtered without a single shred of resistance. To clarify the doubts, the conference organizers replayed the security footage obtained from one victim's private home, exposing the entire course of the battle at that time. What made the entire hall gasp in terror was actually Gu Ying's terrifying power. Although records still showed him lingering only at the 4-star Third Realm level. But if one carefully observed his every step, every swing of his hand, and every blow struck by this guy, then his true limit had definitely broken through the 5th realm, sealing a long time ago. Feng Yi clicked his tongue and admitted that if they were to compete fairly, perhaps even a veteran like him might not survive against the guy's fists. No wonder those 2 adventurers could only helplessly cross their arms and submit. For someone to leap from the 3rd realm all the way to the threshold of the 5th realm, What kind of earth-shattering fortuitous encounter had this bastard stumbled upon during those years he vanished? Somehow, the root cause of Bing Zia and Gu Ying's appearance was closely linked to the Zhao family. It was Zhao Cheng's old man who splashed money to hire these two to investigate news about his precious son, although the target was still completely missing without a trace. Yet amidst those bloody slaughters, Bing Zia had smelled an extremely familiar scent, the rolling, burning dark magic. He made a judgment that, according to common theory, anyone who could manipulate evil magic must have received direct backing from a demon king. Just look at the souls who lost their lives in Kinyu City not long ago. In the end, they were merely pawns on some demon's chessboard. On the contrary, individuals possessing outstanding innate talent would be dragged straight back to the demon king's lair to be personally molded. To put it simply, those fortunate ones would completely sever contact with the mortal world, quietly remaining in a secret realm to train for a rather long period. He and Gu Ying had also experienced a similar period of wandering in the past. Because of this, Bing Zia began to suspect that the young master of the Zhao family might have caught the eye of a dark force, legitimately entering a secret realm to cultivate and achieve success. I only know one thing. My boy was busy performing some strange ritual. Could your analysis have something to do with that sacrificial practice? Old Zhao narrowed his eyes, half believing and half doubting as he inquired. I dare not guarantee the exact percentage, but looking at the sealed room your son used to cast spells, it was precisely the setup for summoning an evil god, arranged without a single mistake. Bing Zia nodded. He was certain that with such an elaborate sacrificial formation, combined with Zhao Cheng's aptitude, as long as the kid was stubborn enough, being taken in as a disciple by the demon king would be completely within grasp. Old Zhao found this comforting, and the heavy stone weighing on his chest for so long suddenly vanished. Of course, how could he ever dream that his beloved son had actually been sent to meet his maker by Ning Feng a long time ago? With that, Bing Zia pulled out a business card and stuffed it into the old man's hand, casually instructing that after having tea in the evening, he should arrange a car to take the two of them to the address written on the card. Are you two planning to look for someone? Exactly, we have to pay a visit to our future junior brother. And unfortunately, the prey targeted by these two demons happened to be Feng Rui. Right now, the young master was gloomily huddling in his room, boredly counting the stars in the dark night sky. In the young boy's mind, the tragic memories of his childhood, when his parents passed away in each other's arms, kept replaying over and over. Suddenly, a knocking sound pulled him back to reality. Feng Rui did not suspect anything at all and casually walked over to turn the doorknob. To his surprise, what met his eyes were the faces of Bing Zia and Gu Ying. Unfortunately, old Master Feng Yi had not yet brought the hot news from the meeting back home, so Feng Rui stood there completely dazed, entirely clueless about the background of the two prominent figures standing before him. Are you the kid, Feng Rui? Bing Zia lifted his chin and spoke. Yes, that's me. Very well, then let's go inside and chat for a bit. Bing Zia, completely reckless, casually gestured toward the living room of someone else's house as if he owned the place. By this point, the young master of the Feng family could smell trouble. His sharp senses were more than enough to detect the spine-chilling killing intent radiating from these two intrusive individuals. Who on earth are you two? Feng Rui furrowed his brows and asked tensely. I've come on behalf of Master to check on your health. Prepare yourself, because from now on, you must call us senior brothers. Feng Rui stared with wide eyes upon hearing this. What absolute nonsense about a master. Since the day he was born, when on earth had he ever bowed to anyone as his master? You must have met Master last night, right? Bing Zia's cold reminder was like a bucket of ice water splashed on his face, waking Feng Rui from his daze. It turned out these two were in league with the dark force that had almost devoured him the previous night. Thinking back, it was terrifying. Behind them, that disgusting magic was definitely looming. Feng Rui did not hesitate for another second, immediately entering a defensive stance, ready to fight to the death. Unfortunately, no matter how much of a young genius he was, standing before these two formidable old monsters was like throwing an egg against a rock. Bing Zia, with just a light swing of his hand, grabbed Feng Rui and mercilessly threw him, smashing him against the wall behind. "You've got some nerve, raising a hand against your senior brother. You really are a wet-behind-the-ears brat who doesn't know any manners." Feng Rui bit his lip and gritted his teeth, trying hard to struggle, but the difference in level between the two sides was as vast as heaven and earth. In all his years, this young master had never tasted such a thorough beating, left battered and bruised to this extent. The reason Bing Zia showed up at the doorstep today was entirely to follow his master's imperial decree. That hidden figure figured Feng Rui was still a stubborn kid, so he sent Bing Zia over to coax him with sweet words. Who would have thought that after just a few sentences, the boy would bristle and demand a fight, making Bing Zia extremely irritated. Although his blow was not enough to put Feng Rui in the grave, it was more than enough to cause the boy agonizing pain, leaving him twitching constantly. According to Bing Zia's words, it seemed that mysterious master was highly fond of Feng Rui. Not only had he prepared a feast of immense power for him, but he also expressed his willingness to cleanse the evil magic currently gnawing at Feng Yi's body. With just a nod from Feng Rui, the path to the summit of glory for a powerful expert would immediately be paved with roses. Unfortunately, sweet words can kill, and the mouths of such scum could never be trusted. Moreover, the blood flowing through Feng Rui's veins came from a proud and righteous noble family. Therefore, how could a few sweet words from filthy evil cultists easily sway him? While Bing Zia held Feng Rui tightly to the floor, Gu Ying took the opportunity to turn the house upside down in search of things. Seeing that old Feng Yi was not home, both of them showed clear disappointment. Bing Zia even clicked his tongue in regret, saying he had originally intended to personally deliver his deep regards to old Feng. But with Feng Rui's mind, he was more than smart enough to understand that the regards he mentioned actually meant beating someone to a pulp. "You bastards are forbidden from laying a single finger on my grandfather." Even though his strength was exhausted, whenever his grandfather's safety was mentioned, Feng Rui would thrash violently like a wild beast. With a mere flick of Bing Zia's hand, the young boy collapsed onto the cold floor, his body bruised and battered, his injuries terribly severe. Bing Zia looked down from above, treating him like nothing more than a filthy little insect. "I've heard rumors that sacrificing one's own bloodline will trigger dark magic to its absolute maximum. Senior Feng's dog life is now for us to decide. We'll give you 3 days to sharpen your brain." They issued a clear threat. As long as Feng Rui was willing to kneel and call their master teacher, all conflicts would be completely wiped clean. Otherwise, if the kid remained stubbornly resistant, then they were more than willing to send old Feng Yi on a trip to the afterlife. Those words, sharp as razor blades, dragged Feng Rui straight into the abyss of utter despair. Cutting back to Ning Feng, this young man was still completely carefree, entirely unaware of any impending storm. He was still casually farming dungeons, like taking a stroll through a market. His destination this time was a replica of the Wild Tribe dungeon to soak up some experience points. With his combat power and fist-swinging skills reaching new heights, Ning Feng quickly turned the lead boss into a pile of dry firewood in the blink of an eye. Despite clearing out the dungeon, Ning Feng still found it bland, without any lingering sense of satisfaction. These past few days, he had been searching constantly but could not dig up any decent leveling spot. Out of pure desperation, he had to squeeze into these tiny secret realms to hone his actual combat skills. But the bitter part was that the system quest named, "No Problem, It's a Piece of Cake," only gave him a strict deadline of 43 days to complete. If Ning Feng had not managed to crawl to the second realm by then, he would surely be carrying a sack to collect his own corpse. He began to frown and contemplate, wondering whether he should just charge in and clear the tricky secret realms that had recently popped up. While his brain was still battling with various thoughts, Ning Feng suddenly caught an incoming call from Du An's number. Hearing the hesitant, stuttering voice from the other end, he knew full well that something extremely sensitive had definitely happened. "Yes, big brother, old Master Feng." He mentioned that he wishes to take the masked big boss as his revered master. After getting the full story, Ning Feng did not say another word and immediately rushed straight to the second city hospital. Feng Rui was now staying in the intensive care unit, and his health was starting to show positive progress. The only catch was that currently, the young man was still not skilled enough to control the evil magic running wild in his body. As a result, the young boy had to regretfully stay glued to his hospital bed for a few more days so the doctors could easily monitor him. While Ningfeng and Feng Rui were whispering in the recovery room, out in the hallway, Duan was busy discussing business with old Master Feng Yi. For an old man with white hair and beard like Feng Yi to open his mouth and ask to take a master to learn the way was indeed a hilarious joke to the world. But unfortunately, the two beasts Bing Zia and Gu Ying were truly an enormous menace, directly threatening the peace of society. Even though the government took great pains to keep an eye on them, they were still struggling and had yet to find a decent plan to quell the chaos. At a dead end with nowhere else to turn, Feng Yi had to swallow his pride and bet all his hopes on the backing of that hidden expert. But what startled the old man was that, having only just sent word through Duan, the big boss nodded in agreement instantly. In truth, before dragging himself over here, Ningfeng had thoroughly aligned his thoughts with Duan so that he could make it clear to Feng Yi. This was absolutely not a master-disciple relationship. He simply wanted to find an opportunity to boost old Feng's power through a private training course. Even if he wore a mask, accepting an old man who was old enough to be his grandfather and who also held a towering status like Feng Yi as his student would be embarrassing to death. Mr. Du, I wonder if that expert put forward any exchange conditions. Duan quickly listed Ning Feng's extremely casual demands. The core requirement was that the big boss needed a private training ground. Its size did not need to match a stadium, but it absolutely had to be completely confidential so he could freely practice. And at the same time, set up a private training session for Feng Yi. Hearing that it was just a minor matter, the old man nodded in agreement immediately. Amidst the peaceful moment, a throat-tearing voice suddenly screeched from the hospital room, "What on earth are you people showing up here to do?" Both figures immediately spun around and dashed at full speed straight into Feng Rui's hospital room. Sure enough, the shameless Bing Zia and Gu Ying actually dared to bring their arrogant faces straight in here, casually carrying a fruit basket in their hands as a gift for the patient, looking entirely genuine. Upon seeing Feng Rui, they immediately acted out a scene of deep brotherly affection. Tusk, it's also because senior brother used a bit too much force the other day, making junior brother have to be hospitalized like this. My heart has been constantly filled with guilt, so I had to rush over here to see how you are doing and apologize by the way. Though their mouths babbled apologies, their smirking expressions flew directly in the face of the word repentance. Additionally, the repetitive senior brother junior brother chant coming from Bing Zia's mouth made Feng Rui's ears ring, his blood boiling with rage. You shameless bastards, how dare you drag your faces all the way here? Feng Yi kicked open the door and charged in like a whirlwind, his entire body instantly covered in towering bone armor. This action was like a declaration of war, signaling that he was locked and loaded to fight these two beasts to the bitter end. To his surprise, Bing Zia not only did not bat an eye in fear, but calmly tossed back a teasing remark. Well, Senior Feng, you wouldn't be so thoughtless as to make trouble right in this place, would you? Looking at his reckless attitude, old Feng also had to swallow his anger, hesitating to swing his fist. To put it bluntly, with this guy's freakish level, even if he staked all his assets to risk his life, his chances of winning were as thin as a sheet of paper. Sensing the hesitation in Feng Yi's eyes, Bing Zia's group turned up their noses even higher. They sneered and swaggered out the door. Before slipping away quietly, they did not forget to leave behind a warning for Feng Rui, reminding him that the countdown clock now had only 2 days left. Just as they emerged from the corridor, they immediately ran into Duan guarding the door. Gu Ying was so arrogant that he dared to spit directly onto the chest of Duan's shirt. It was a great blessing that Duan naturally possessed a calm temperament in his blood, otherwise that disgusting action would have sparked a head-bashing fight with anyone else. Mr. Du, let this old man offer his most sincere apologies. Feng Yi bowed deeply, feeling incredibly guilty for bringing trouble to Duan. He quickly waved his hand and laughed it off. After all, the old man was not at fault in this matter. Completely opposite to the tense, string-tight atmosphere of the room, Ningfeng was as cool as a cucumber. This young man was even drooling, eyeing to completely devour the fruit basket that those two scumbags had just brought over. As night fell, the duo of Bing Zia and Gu Ying leisurely made their way back to the Zhao family headquarters. They joined Zhao Cheng's old man, setting the stage for a drinking feast with girls all around to let loose completely. As the alcohol rushed to his brain, Bing Zia suddenly remembered an interesting matter. He had once overheard that the princess of the Wang Corporation, Wang Yue, possessed breathtaking beauty. Thus, lust flared up, and he plotted to capture her to make her his personal toy to relieve his boredom. Seeing his honored guest's interest piqued, old Zhao also immediately flattered him. "Are you talking about that brat Wang Yue? Originally, my boy Cheng planned to use her as a sacrifice, but if you have taken a liking to her, feel free to take her. She is all yours." Bing Zia was thrilled to hear this, throwing his head back and laughing savagely at the ceiling. But just as he was enjoying the peak of his satisfaction, a deafening crash slammed down. The massive gate of the Zhao family had been flattened. Standing tall as they walked in, the two uninvited guests were none other than Ning Feng and Du Wen. Naturally, both had put on tight masks beforehand to keep their identities confidential. Du Wen coldly waved his hand, dismissing the irrelevant onlookers to get out of sight, demanding only Bing Zia and Gu Ying to stay behind and surrender their lives. Having two strangers burst straight into the house and call them by their real names, these two thugs not only did not get cold feet, but their bloodlust surged even more violently. Bing Zia tossed a look to mock Gu Ying, then slowly drained the last sip of the still-burning wine on his lips. Gu Ying caught his senior brother's signal extremely quickly, instantly transforming into an arrow rushing straight toward Du and to launch a preemptive strike. He believed in his heart that this matchup would be as easy to chew as a piece of cake, just like the previous time. But no one could have anticipated that his punch, packed with 10/10 of his power, was effortlessly caught by Du En's hand like catching a thrown ball. With just one initial exchange, it was more than enough for Du En to accurately measure the enemy's ceiling of strength. This bastard had indeed crossed the fifth realm milestone a long time ago. Had it not been for the days of being physically trained to death by Ning Feng, along with the added power from that sacred imprint, he probably would have been sent to the afterlife by the guy with just a flick of his hand. On the other side, Gu Ying's face went completely blank with confusion as he witnessed his trump card being locked down tightly by Du and without missing a beat. In his brain, a worst-case scenario immediately flashed. Du En was acting as a tank taking the damage, creating an opportunity for Ning Feng, under the guise of a mage lurking in the back, to unleash a fatal blow. Unfortunately, life is not like the movies, and the scenario that played out was completely different from what he imagined. Because Ning Feng had somehow found a comfortable chair and was leisurely sitting cross-legged on it. His hand skillfully tore open the corner of a bag of snacks. While munching crunchily, he eagerly watched the fun play unfolding before him. It was precisely this reckless demeanor and indifferent attitude that dealt the most painful slap to the pride of the arrogant Gu Ying. Seizing the moment of his opponent's distraction, Du En unleashed a thunderous kick, purely to warn that fool, "Your opponent is standing right here." Gu Ying was pushed back several dozen paces by the force. He growled and immediately activated his armor mode, covering himself from head to toe. He roared again, frantically throwing himself forward. Harboring a massive grudge along with exploding magic to strike Du En once more, the pressure from the punch Gu Ying unleashed was more than enough to crush a sturdy young man's skeletal system into dust. Fortunately, Du En's skill was also top tier, and the two sides traded punches furiously, evenly matched, creating a breathtaking brawl down to the very second. Old Zhao and his group of opportunists could now only huddle together in a corner, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. Although Du En had previously granted them an amnesty to get out of the way, witnessing such an earth-shattering battle, these faint-hearted people would not dare to move even half a step. The old man of the Zhao family glanced over, finding that Bing Zia's face was as dark as a soot-covered pot. Or to describe it more bluntly, he was so infuriated that he was about to explode. His deadly weapon had been drawn and held firmly in his hand, yet how on earth could Ning Feng still sit there calmly, munching on his snacks? Only when Bing Zia's cruel blade slashed diagonally toward the top of his head did Ning Feng sluggishly draw his weapon to counter. Metal clashed against metal, producing a spine-chilling sound, accompanied by tens of thousands of electric sparks that flashed and blinded the eyes. Bing Zia had also fully equipped his combat gear by this time. Trying on this armor made him look so hideous that he was barely recognizable. Turning to Ning Feng, he was going all out, holding a sword in one hand and a staff in the other. Other than that, he was completely bare, not even bothered to wear a single piece of armor. This dual-wielding setup was not some clumsy joke from Ning Feng. The root cause lay in the fact that he was carrying a passive skill called Slaughtering Nature, which was originally a notorious dark curse. The divine effect of this skill was that, as long as he brought both magic tools and melee weapons to the field, all of his damage stats would immediately be doubled, equivalent to a 100% boost in power. The aura radiating from Ning Feng suddenly surged violently, putting even a seasoned veteran like Bing Zia on guard. Living to this age, this was the first time he had ever encountered a mage with such a brutal and aggressive combat style. Ning Feng did not say much, taking a leap forward to slash relentlessly, forcing his opponent to stagger back several paces. Although the slashes he unleashed seemed extremely violent, to Bing Zia, the impact felt rather insignificant. He dismissed the brat as nothing more than a novice, waving his weapons around aimlessly with zero real combat experience. On second thought, he wondered if this kid was intentionally hiding his true strength, playing dumb to set him up with some hidden trump card. This very thought made Bing Zia break into a cold sweat, afraid to make any reckless moves, yet constantly dodging like an eel would not do either. Dodging Ning Feng's sword strikes until he was dizzy, he had to bide his time for an opening to unleash a counterattack. In a flash, the two figures clashed in close combat again. The short sword in Ning Feng's hand looked as thin as a leaf, yet when it clashed with Bing Zia's glaive, it did not budge or chip in the slightest. While that bastard was gritting his teeth and glaring, slashing like a maniac on the other side of the battlefield. Our young man's posture remained elegant, light and graceful as a feather. After battling in close quarters for a while, Bing Zia began to lose his breath and was clearly falling into a disadvantage. He vaguely guessed that his opponent was holding back, but who would have thought that this Ning Feng was like a machine, hitting harder as he warmed up, with power pouring out like a torrential waterfall. Sensing danger and realizing that the tide of battle was turning against him, Bing Zia hurriedly raised his hand to call for a truce. "Wait a minute. I do not care where you came from, but can we sit down and have a proper talk? We are both top-tier experts, so why must we force each other into a dead end for nothing?" "No," Ning Feng spat out a single word as cold as ice. "Because my only goal in coming here is to send you to your grave." Bing Zia had swallowed his pride to plead, only to be met with a bucket of freezing water thrown straight at his face. Rage immediately rushed to his brain. "Do not boast. In the eyes of my master, someone like you is nothing but an ant." "Oh, is this master you worship the demon king who guards the mystic realm?" Ning Feng stroked his chin, pretending to contemplate as he questioned back. Hitting his sweet spot, Bing Zia nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at grain. He began to ramble endlessly, boasting that his master was the supreme being, possessing boundless magic power that no one on this earth could ever hope to match. Do not even compare him to human explorers. Even the Demon King bosses of the same rank in other mystic realms have fallen countless times beneath his heels. Even more brutal, his master's elegant hobby is to pull out the bones of prominent opponents and carve them into sparkling jewelry. Bing Zia's mouth ran wild, bragging to scare Ning Feng out of his wits. "Your master is so formidable that he can defeat even demon kings, and he has such a sinister hobby of collecting bones." "Exactly." Thinking Ning Feng was terrified, Bing Zia chuckled triumphantly in response. To his surprise, a few seconds later, the young man showed an excited face as if he had struck gold. "Then where is your beloved master hiding?" In another development, the old man Feng Yi had now brought Su Lan and a pair of guards, rushing to the scene. The reason was that this group had just received a notification about the whereabouts of the duo Bing Zia and Gu Ying. As soon as they landed in the lobby of the apartment building, Lao Feng immediately unleashed his scouting skill to detect the activity happening all the way up on the rooftop. Through his divine vision, Feng Yi caught sight of Bing Zia sweating profusely while battling a masked dark figure. And obviously, his battered appearance revealed the brutal beating he was receiving. In contrast, Ning Feng was still calmly tapping his foot, completely at ease. His physical stats seemed like a cheat code, surging with every passing second. Because the disguise was too clever, Feng Yi strained his eyes but still could not unmask Ning Feng. The old man could only click his tongue in admiration of how dominant this person was. His moves looked like mere scratches at first glance, yet his attributes completely overwhelmed the notorious criminal from start to finish. The moment Ning Feng's power surged by 80%, he was suddenly swallowed whole into Bing Zia's mouth. The skin on his stomach suddenly tore open, revealing a pitch-black mouth as large as a pit, bristling with sharp fangs. It took a devastating bite, gulping Ning Feng's entire body into its stomach. HMPH, brat, you finally forced me to sacrifice this ultimate move. What a pain. To pull off this stunt, the price to pay is indeed hefty. This rapid turn of events made the old man Feng Yi below lose his breath and break into a cold sweat. Shifting the focus to the side, Gu Ying was still fighting tirelessly against the young Duan. Sensing that Ning Feng had just been swallowed by his senior brother, he began to mock and jeer, intending to distract Duan and make him lose his footing. Unfortunately for his cunning mind, Duan remained as steady as a tripod. His faith in his big brother Ning Feng never wavered, partly because he was already too familiar with his capabilities. Hoisting his own petard, Gu Ying was so busy mocking that he left himself wide open, and consequently, he took a sword strike straight across his chest. Even my life is not worthy of worrying about my boss, so trash like you stands no chance at all. The only response Duan received was a painful, heart-wrenching shriek from Gu Ying. In another corner, the old dog Zhao, seeing Bing Zia easily swallow his opponent, finally dared to timidly show his face from his hiding spot. Lord Bing indeed has unmatched martial arts. How could this sort of trash ever compare to your heels? This talkative old man never dreamed that his filthy flattery would cost him his dog life. Bing Zia, already harboring a grudge and finding a convenient outlet to vent, swung his blade and sliced old Zhao in half. An eyesore like you is the real trash, he spat, expressing absolute contempt. By this time, Bing Zia's form had evolved into something grotesque, with absolutely no human features left on his body. Bing Zia calculated in his mind. Since he had already turned into a monster, he had no qualms about consuming a few more mercenaries to restore his vitality. As the thought surfaced, his eyes instantly flared, locking onto the stealth orb deployed by Feng Yi. Lao Feng quickly caught the demon's gaze, his heart pounding as he realized he had been exposed. Damn it, back when the guy was still in human form, they had struggled to fight him even when ganging up. Now that he had transformed into that hideous monstrosity, if they did not run away as fast as possible, they would all end up dead together. But Bing Zia's dream of devouring Lao Feng was still far from reality. Because, just as he lunged forward to attack, his bloated belly suddenly exploded with a loud bang. From the messy pile of shredded flesh, Ning Feng, majestic as a descending god of war, tore open the monster's stomach and stepped calmly into the light. Looking at him, he was completely unharmed from head to toe. On the contrary, Bing Zia, with his guts ripped open, had turned into a foaming, messy heap lying flat on the floor. Gu Ying, seeing his sworn brother slaughtered, lost his wits, with no mind left to guard against Duan. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Duan delivered a decisive blow to finish off this loyal disciple. Gu Ying was now only gasping, drawing his final breaths. Nevertheless, Ning Feng was in no hurry to send him to his grave just yet. Because the young man still wanted to pry open his mouth to extract some classified information. A few minutes later, in a distant place called the Zhu Wuyugu Mystic Realm, trouble was already brewing. The deafening alarm of an intruder echoed. There was no need to guess. Ning Feng had surely successfully interrogated Gu Ying to get the location of their master's lair. Although it was unclear how powerful this demon king was, he certainly looked quite imposing. As soon as he heard the alarm blaring, he slapped his thigh, knowing instantly that his enemy had approached his doorstep to face their judgment. Because the life jade tablets of Bing Xia and Gu Ying had shattered to pieces. Before taking his last breath, Gu Ying had secretly pressed the distress button through his soul weapon, allowing the Demon King to catch a few scattered words. The last question Ning Feng asked during the interrogation was the location of their master's lair. My master is currently in secluded cultivation at the Du Su Shan mystic realm. He will definitely avenge this blood debt for my brothers. Sensing Ning Feng's approach, the great Demon King immediately waved his hand to dismiss his subordinates to the back. His sharp mind realized that anyone capable of shredding both Bing Xia and Gu Ying was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Sending these weak minions to block the path would only be a waste of resources. After the low-level minions retreated, the Demon King let out a heavy sigh. Although he knew his subordinates were loyal, in this tight spot, his only hope of survival was to roll up his sleeves and rely on his own strength. Suddenly, the string of skulls decorating his armor flashed with an eerie light in unison. Following that phenomenon, a brand new human skull, bright red as if freshly dipped in blood, suddenly emerged right in the center of his chest. The demon caressed the item in his hands, his eyes gazing at it as if it were the most precious gem in the world. To put it bluntly, many years ago, he was just a low-class boss. But with some sheer luck, he stumbled upon the toxic legacy of a powerful evil god. This item not only granted him boundless energy, but also taught him the brainwashing technique to turn humans into puppets. With this treasure backing him, he easily crushed his former rivals and brainwashed them into sacrificial offerings, although he was completely clueless about the identity of the intruder who was marching in. In his dark mind, he believed that even if the unlucky intruder were a saint descended to Earth, they would only have the honor of joining his bone collection. Turning to Ning Feng, the young man was currently scratching his head because the cave was shrouded in dense fog, completely blocking his vision. He had the idea to use a lightning-forbidden spell, unleashing a massive lightning storm to blow away the mist and find his way. To his surprise, his calculations backfired. After using the skill, the path became even more obscure and unpredictable. The most frustrating part was that after walking until his legs were sore, he could not find a single low-level monster to practice his punches, let alone train properly. Walking a bit further, the system notification chimed, signaling that the radar had located the mid-grade mutant toxin. Ning Feng was overjoyed, grinning because indeed, this corner truly hid that treasure, and moreover, it was still fully intact without a scratch. Closing his eyes to savor its faint scent, he continued to make his way forward. After wandering around, he finally came face to face with the demon, and surprisingly, the mid-grade mutant toxin was sitting quietly inside the glowing skull in his hand. However, the Demon King, who had just been roaring about eating people alive, was now stiff like a piece of dead wood, to the point where Ning Feng casually walked past and snatched the skull. While that fool just stared blankly without resisting. 99% chance, this amateur had taken the full force of Ning Feng's previous lightning storm, toasted into a lump of black coal. It was hilarious to think that the great master of the demonic duo Bing Xia and Gu Ying was accidentally crushed to death by Ning Feng just like that. Returning to our protagonist, after consuming the mutant toxin, all of Ning Feng's personal stats were boosted by a full 100 points. With his current robust physique, even if he locked all his gear and ultimate skills in a chest, he would still easily overpower the vast majority of explorers out there. Even better, the young man's level had jumped straight to 43, successfully unlocking the slot to learn a new skill book. Ning Feng eagerly pulled the skill book for Water Element, summoning out of his bag to inspect it. To be honest, he was extremely anxious, constantly fearing that if he accidentally triggered some sinister curse, a super monster would be summoned and bite him back. But overthinking would not help at all. Ning Feng decided to take a gamble, directly clicking to learn this skill. As expected, the same old script repeated. The moment the magic entered his mind, it was immediately corrupted into a forbidden dark art, transforming the simple water element summoning into a skill called Dark Gate. Using this skill, the ground would tear open into a portal of darkness, unleashing swarms of dark beetles to attack relentlessly for 12 hours. Alternatively, Ning Feng could summon a high-ranking demon lord to serve him indefinitely. Hearing this, the young man held his head in a mix of laughter and tears. How could his premonition be so accurate? Using this skill would be way too conspicuous. He was already sweating trying to keep his identity hidden. Now, opening a portal of hell to summon a pack of demons would be no different from exposing himself. Reflecting for a bit, the second option of summoning a high-ranking demon lord with no time limit seemed quite seamless. Ning Feng nodded, figuring that this option was a bit more low-profile. If a ripe opportunity arose in the future, he would definitely test it out. Rewinding to the case of Bing Xia and Gu Ying, ever since those two bit the dust, Lao Feng kept holding Duan's hand and thanking him repeatedly. The old man understood perfectly well that this battle was entirely arranged by Duan and that anonymous grandmaster. This thorough eradication of the two scoundrels was not just a personal grudge, but had actually saved the lives of people nationwide, which was why Lao Feng remained so deeply moved and grateful. Su Lan stood to the side, a bright smile on her face. Thank goodness, the storm had finally settled. Once upon a time, both officials and prominent adventurers were highly skeptical about the true identity of the hidden expert. But ever since Feng Yi staked his life to vouch for him, the crowd finally agreed to trust his judgment. The outcome of today's bloody battle had completely wiped out any ridiculous doubts about the mysterious boss. Most importantly, those two painful sores, Bing Xia and Gu Ying, had finally been thoroughly cleared out. Thanks to this event, Ning Feng's reputation under his anonymous identity soared like a kite in the wind. Hearing rumors that he wanted to find a quiet place for secluded cultivation, the officials did not dare to delay for a second. They raced to conduct field surveys, quickly narrowing down a few potential locations that looked promising. The selected spots were all top-tier training centers funded heavily by the government. From lush green spaces to high-quality equipment, coupled with absolute privacy protection, there was absolutely no room for unwanted eyes. Despite Feng Yi explaining every detail of each training area until his throat was dry, Duan still did not dare to cross the line and blindly make a choice on Ning Feng's behalf. This was because Ning Feng desired a specific training space to deceive the outside world and keep the secrets of his dark cultivation methods hidden. Therefore, Duan had to take a massive stack of documents back to hand directly to Ning Feng so he could make his own decision. By the next day, the duo decided to personally inspect the training camp that met the highest standards. As soon as they stepped through the gate, Ning Feng's eyes widened at the massive scale of the facility. According to Duan, this was a brand new Explorer headquarters established by the state, bearing the highly mysterious code name 51. This place was still brand new, with no one having used it yet, but if Ning Feng needed it, the state was ready to hand over the keys with both hands. Wait, this entire massive place? Ning Feng widened his eyes to confirm. Absolutely, big brother. Duan patted his chest confidently, explaining that this training headquarters was a towering 10-story building reaching into the clouds. The interior was fully divided into top-tier zones, including training areas, fancy offices, entertainment spots, and spacious living quarters. With all sorts of amenities, it could easily accommodate up to 2,000 people living together at the same time. The machinery and infrastructure were top-notch and gleaming everywhere, of unquestionable quality. Everything was fully completed from start to finish, backed by an intelligent artificial intelligence management system on duty. Even if Ning Feng felt like staying in this place for 2 or 3 years, everything would still run smoothly without the slightest hitch. After touring around the base, Ning Feng was extremely pleased. This place was perfectly suited for his secluded training to build up his strength. Even without discussing how to utilize it, just walking around and looking at the high-quality facilities filled him with excitement. Ending their tour, the two headed back to report to Feng Yi. The experienced old man had already cleverly guessed that the mysterious boss would choose this lucrative base 51. After all, the favors Ning Feng and Duan had bestowed were immense, saving Qinyu City from the brink of death twice, halting the Grim Reaper at Long Bow, and uprooting the troublemaking duo Bing Xia and Gu Ying. With such massive contributions, it was no wonder the government pampered them, even happily handing over that massive asset to support them fully. To put it simply, Ning Feng and Duan did not have to spend a single penny. The only thing they needed to do was sign a few documents to finalize everything. Our big boss is naturally too lazy to deal with these trivial matters, so it would be best to leave the management of that mansion entirely to me and senior brother Ning here. Duan quickly chimed in. After all, the plan to clean up Ning Feng's background was still confidential, so he had to reluctantly play the role of Du and senior brother who came out of nowhere. Feng Yi nodded in agreement, making no secret of his desire to fully support the mysterious boss. Even if he wanted to form a guild, he would gladly handle everything from A to Z. Hearing this, Duan quickly recalled that Ning Feng had mentioned this. The catch was, what they needed was a fast channel for news without the hassle of creating a guild. Our big boss is technologically illiterate and has no idea how to use the internet, so how can we stay updated on crucial news, Senior Feng? That is as easy as pie. For a national-level figure like the boss, the state can easily provide a dedicated private line. The only issue is that it lacks privacy. If you sneeze, the folks at the ministry will hear it. Through Feng Yi's response, only the label of a national-level powerhouse caught Ning Feng's attention. It seemed his status in this land had undergone a dramatic transformation from an ordinary citizen to the top of the food chain. On second thought, having two idle people like him and Duan's search for news was completely inferior to the state intelligence network. Of course, Ning Feng was not foolish enough to rely solely on this source. He was also planning to establish a few other information channels just to be safe. Establishing a guild was something Ning Feng had once considered, but it involved too much tedious paperwork. Since his inventory of top-tier items was already piling up like a mountain, he figured he would transform this base into something more unique later on. Finishing the paperwork, Duan and Ning Feng headed back. On their way out, Duan still managed to look back and remind Feng Yi that his grueling, special training schedule would begin next week. At that exact moment, Feng Yi's phone rang loudly. It turned out to be a subordinate reporting urgent news, stating that a few abnormal disappearances had just occurred, which felt exactly like the pattern of Bing Xia and Gu Ying from the past. This development made people worry that those scoundrels might rise from the grave once more. Lao Feng broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. Even if he were trained by that mysterious boss, his frail body was already running on empty. How could he handle the entire situation? Feng Yi held his head in frustration. If only there were a juicer that could instantly squeeze out a basket of elite fighters like Duan, life would be so much easier. Night fell by the time Feng Yi dragged himself back home. Feng Rui was already sitting cross-legged, waiting for him. Beside the boy was a wide-open suitcase stuffed messily with clothes. Where are you planning to run off to? Feng Rui nodded eagerly, boasting that because the training camp was about to open, Ning Feng had specially designed a training crucible, selecting 5 people including the boy, and they would set off the day after tomorrow. Feng Yi almost dropped his jaw, never expecting the anonymous boss to be so generous as to take under his wing this group of inexperienced kids. Out of sheer excitement, he accidentally triggered his transformation, turning directly into a flaming skull. "Grandpa, you are on fire again!" Feng Rui jumped up and cried out. Feng Yi waved his hand, telling his grandson to calm down. Lately, he had been taking the medicine provided by Duan, and his old body had improved significantly, though that dark power still occasionally acted up. What kept Feng Yi awake with curiosity now was who else Ning Feng had recruited into that training crucible. "I heard they are all good brothers, Grandpa. Except for me, they are all people who have been close to Feng Ji since childhood." Feng Rui's final words filled Feng Yi with joy, making it clear that the hidden boss was truly dedicated to nurturing his subordinates. The heavy burden on Lao Feng's chest vanished in an instant. With the boss personally refining them, he was certain these kids would soon grow their wings to take down the dark forces. After letting out his pent-up breath, Feng Yi became even more hyperactive than his grandson. He spent the whole evening packing things for Feng Rui, repeatedly telling him to be obedient and listen to Ning Feng. After 2 long days, Feng Rui was escorted by his grandfather to the 51 base early in the morning. Wang Yue's group arrived a bit later, dragging themselves in. Su Ting shrank her neck, looking around for a while before patting her chest and letting out a long sigh of relief. It was a stroke of immense luck that Ning Feng did not bring that tigress Chang Mu Qiu along. The entire group looked like novices, their jaws dropping at the grandeur of this facility. They could bet that even the headquarters of the 7 great guilds could not compare to the luxury of this place. Wang Yue kept scratching her head and muttering, wondering what trick Ning Feng had pulled to acquire such a prime piece of land. Ning Feng had to make up a story to cover it up, claiming that the owner of this place was an elder of his family. Everyone nodded in absolute belief, except for Wang Yue, who sensed something fishy. Was he kidding? They had known each other since childhood, and she had never heard him mention a single word about this elder who fell from the sky. Ever since awakening his class, Ning Feng had been like a mysterious figure shrouded in mist. But Wang Yue was certain he would never harm her, so she was too lazy to expose him. Once everyone was present, Ning Feng introduced Du and as the head coach for this grueling training season. While Zhou Jiangshu and the others were still standing there in confusion, Feng Rui swallowed hard and quickly bowed, "Senior Du, greetings." Du-en, however, still radiated a gentle aura, smiling warmly at the youngsters. Wang Yue's group stared even wider at this scene. "Feng Rui, do you know Brother Du-en? You look just like a new bride meeting her in-laws. Did you guys live under a rock not to know him?" Feng Rui widened his eyes in surprise, while the rest shook their heads in unison. The boy had to give them a quick crash course, revealing that Du-en was the first person in the world to clear God's trial, and someone of Liu Yingzhen's level would only be left in the dust before him. The youngsters instantly turned pale. Who could have guessed that the friendly-looking guy was actually a hidden monster? Thus, they all immediately switched to serious mode. Du-en herded the entire group straight into the high-intensity training room. He suddenly felt their fighting spirit surge, unaware that his own legendary reputation was what had pumped them up. Ning Feng stood on the high platform, quietly observing below. This facility was reinforced with thick concrete. Not to mention, the training room was perfectly disguised. Even if he felt like tossing a random forbidden spell down here, he wouldn't have to worry about anyone noticing. The idea of bringing Wang Yue's group in here to experience some harsh training was something Ning Feng had recently conceived. His laziness didn't allow him to form a guild, but rolling up his sleeves to nurture a few key fighters was a piece of cake. With treasures in his hands, power in his grasp, and picking a few trustworthy elites, he could easily form a formidable crew. Doing so would avoid the tedious paperwork of a guild, while the quality would easily surpass them by leagues. Wang Yue, after all, was labeled as the most promising prodigy in this place. Yet the moment she stepped into the training crucible, she was beaten so thoroughly that she fell into a miserable state. Ever since she awakened and began fighting, Wang Yue had never experienced such a terrifying beating that left her unable to lift her head. Fortunately, this was only a light sparring session. Had she been beaten like this on a real battlefield, Wang Yue would have likely broken down and given up long ago. She became even more convinced that the reason Ning Feng improved so rapidly was because he was subjected to this kind of torturous training every single day. Turning to Zhou Jiangshu and Su Ting, these 2 young men were basically not renowned geniuses, nor had they ever dreamed of using sheer hard work to surpass those born with the golden spoon of talent. But the anomaly named Ning Feng had stepped in, casually giving them a massive dose of hope. Therefore, entering this grueling season, both swore to exert 200% of their energy to fight to the end. Looking at Feng Rui, the mental resilience of this boy was even brighter than a flare. The young Master Feng was tired of hiding behind his grandfather's back all the time. Moreover, knowing full well how precariously Lao Feng was walking on a thin line, he desired even more to become a superhero to protect his grandfather. The last piece was Su Wei, whose face was always as calm as a quiet sea, making it impossible for anyone to read what was on his mind, yet his intense desire to transform was clearly visible. Their determined attitude made Ning Feng nod with satisfaction, realizing that dragging them into this training furnace was a highly wise move. All 5 of them were competing to squeeze out their very last drop of sweat. Even someone as robust as Zhou Jiangshu felt as if he had been locked in the 18 levels of hell and tortured for centuries. The door of the training crucible swung open, and Du-en walked in with a stern expression. "Today's beating session is officially over. You all can take a break, Starting tomorrow, I will design a tailored training routine for each of you." As night fell, the entire group gathered to recharge after an exhausting day. Wang Yue mumbled while chewing her rice. Even though the grueling training course had only just begun, the experience she had gathered already far surpassed everything she had accumulated over the past few years. Indeed, if she had tried to do this all on her own, she would never have figured out her own ridiculous shortcomings. Young Feng Rui kept quiet amidst the chaos, sensing that the dark energy inside him felt unusually strange today. Clearly, even though he had gone all out during his practice session, that annoying force remained quiet, not even attempting to act up like it usually did. Each of them was lost in their own thoughts, but the most sentimental and gloomy one was definitely Su Ting. While everyone else was chatting away, she just slumped over the table, burying her face. According to the gossip from Wang Yue, the pressure on Su Ting and Zhou Jiangshu lately was as massive as a mountain. It turned out that their school had managed to snag quite a few slots for some superstar training camp, causing netizen keyboard warriors to unleash a storm of hateful comments online. Most people sneered that the skills of Su Ting and Zhou Jiangshu were totally mediocre, and that showing up at the camp would only drag down the roster. Quite a few even cooked up conspiracy theories that the two must have used the back door, arrogantly boasting that once they entered the camp, they would beat them to a pulp. Amidst all that backlash, some saint actually dared to step up and shield Ning Feng's crew from the criticism. The group scrambled to dig up information, only to find out that the person was Chang Mu-Qiu. It seemed this girl had completely lost her mind, utterly captivated by Ning Feng's badass power. To comfort Su Ting's fragile heart and fire up the rest of the group, Ning Feng dangled a promise, promising that in a few days he would surprise them with a whole bunch of gifts, with the only minor catch being that they had to sweat it all out in the training room. Night fell. Ning Feng sat cross-legged on his bed, letting his mind wander far away. Having previously snatched the Demon King's memory orb, he had acquired quite a bit of classified information. In fact, there was a group of 7 evil gods born from the dark power, and these entities ruled over all the monsters in the secret realms. Unfortunately, the owner of the memory he had just absorbed belonged to an entirely different class compared to those 7. This figure was branded an evil god, but he once held a seat in the council of 12 chief gods, bearing the grand title of the all-powerful magic god. He had teamed up with the other 11 bosses to wage war on the 7 evil gods, defeating them so thoroughly that the monsters were too terrified to ever look at the world of light again. A wild twist was that this magic god, who had just shattered the darkness, suddenly became obsessed with researching that dark energy, eventually driving himself insane. Luckily, the other 11 chief gods noticed and ganged up on him. Fighting all 11 of them on his own was obviously a lost cause, so he took a heavy beating, managed to escape underground, and turned into an evil god ever since. This legend had become a bedtime story for the faction of light, which everyone blindly believed. However, the dark faction whispered a completely different version of the story. From the monster's perspective, after sending the dark threat packing, the gods' followers grew complacent and lazy. As a result, their devotion plummeted rapidly until they eventually treated the gods like nothing. This made the gods in heaven furious. So, they conspired to create a brand new generation of disciples, primarily to squeeze power out of their fanatical devotion. Consequently, the board gods grew increasingly fond of instigating conflicts among their disciples, using them as entertainment or offering them up as sacrifices. Even the monsters hiding in the sewers were greenlit to resurface and play their parts. This was also the root cause of secret realms popping up like mushrooms after rain. In the midst of this chaos, only the all-powerful magic god, now disguised as an evil god, remained completely unfazed. He didn't care how many worshipped him, refusing to participate in this cheap game of thrones. But one fine day, the crossfire flew straight into his territory. Since his followers were few and weak as wet cardboard, their entire base was almost wiped out. The evil god was furious, but he swallowed his anger and humbled himself to ask the other gods to stop this bloody theater. Unfortunately for him, his pleas fell on deaf ears, and they mocked him to his face. Thus, the two sides severed ties, and a massive war was triggered. The magic god, usually as gentle as a lamb, suddenly unleashed a terrifying display of power. All by himself, he slew 2 chief gods and completely crippled 6 others. In the end, he was pushed back, but the other side suffered heavy casualties as well. Nobody knew where the evil god had vanished to. Rumors in the underworld said he had slipped into a chaotic dimension, neither righteous nor evil, and had been lying low ever since. Terrified of his vengeance, the chief gods pinned all kinds of blame on him to ruin his reputation, while actively sending out hunters to track him down and root him out once and for all. The memory playback cut off abruptly there. Ning Feng clicked his tongue in deep regret, as no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find whether the all-powerful magic god's story ended happily or tragically. In short, these were just shaky rumors, so he decided to toss them into the recycle bin for now. The urgent matter at hand was to grind for experience and finish his quest. Risking his life on a tightrope had never been Ning Feng's style. As soon as dawn broke, he slipped out of the training camp and went to open the door to a brand new secret realm. The radar tool of the Adventurer Association was incredibly convenient. Even abandoned secret realms were exposed to broad daylight by this network. A prime example was the den Ning Feng was about to enter, where the monsters inside were acting aggressive, as if they hadn't eaten breakfast. Ning Feng executed a few moves, sending several monsters to their graves. The experience points he received were incredibly generous, a clear sign that the final boss here was bound to drop a mountain of valuable loot. After a tiring sweep of the trash, the boss finally dragged itself out, bearing the fancy title of the Armored Bull Demon. Its ferociousness made the small fry from earlier look like nothing, even if you multiplied their rage by 10. Facing such a powerful beast, Ning Feng grew incredibly excited, his blood boiling. Although the crazy bull was indeed formidable, it unfortunately had a bulky build, making it crawl like a turtle compared to Ning Feng. On this stage, he led his opponent by the nose like a walk in the park, but there was one frustrating reality that made him scratch his head. The boss's armor was as thick as asphalt, completely unfazed by sword strikes. To make matters worse, Ning Feng's sword ended up shattering to pieces. On second thought, this wasn't all that surprising. Because his level was still quite low, the gear in his hands stood no chance against the heavyweights who had advanced their classes 4 or 5 times. After so much relentless grinding, Ning Feng's beloved sword had finally reached its limit. Seeing the broken sword, the beast grinned savagely in triumph, while Ning Feng could only curse in his mind, "You stupid beast. So what if I lost my weapon? I happen to be a pro who specializes in forbidden spells." And sure enough, the destructive power of a forbidden spell was nothing to be trifled with. The massive bull was blown to smithereens by Ning Feng in an instant. Absorbing all the rich experience points from its corpse, he leaped straight from level 43 to 47. Yet Ning Feng's insatiable greed whispered that it wasn't enough. Gaining just 4 levels was barely anything, especially since he had also lost his beloved weapon to that crazy bull. Making up for the loss a bit, the Armored Bull Demon's corpse dropped a skill book called Wind Blade Technique. As soon as Ning Feng learned the book, it automatically evolved into the forbidden spell Yin-Eroding Wind. Even so, his face slumped in disappointment. Obviously, having more forbidden spells meant better survival chances, but relying solely on them was not sustainable. Just imagine, without a weapon to protect himself, even a few minor weaklings could give him a hard time, let alone picking fights with the big bosses in the heavens. Before heading to another cave to farm experience, Ning Feng had to stop by a market in some city to buy some temporary gear. The staff brought out a bunch of orange-gleaming longswords, all premium high-quality items, for Ning Feng to inspect. But he didn't even bother to look, simply calling out to buy them all in one go. A decisive card swipe left the female employee frozen in shock. Who on earth was this guy? Her jaw dropped in disbelief. With such a youthful face, he didn't look at all like a high-tier black card holder from the trading center, yet he easily bought 7 orange items in bulk. She had gone out of her way to bring out the finest masterpieces, but Ning Feng remained completely unfazed. His indifferent attitude made it look as though he was just browsing through scrap metal. But the drama didn't keep them waiting long. as the auction house suddenly welcomed another troublemaker. It was none other than the young noble of the Gu family, a prominent and powerful name in this region. This player also carried an influential black card. He was also drooling over those fine swords, but unfortunately, Ning Feng had already bought them all. When the staff member, Miss Cao, caught sight of young Master Gu, her face turned pale. If the two sides ended up clashing, she would be the first one caught in the crossfire. Young Master Gu kicked the door open with a bang, stepping straight into Ning Feng's private guest room. But the moment he saw him, his tough guy face contorted in absolute terror as if he had seen a ghost. Lord Ning. Ning Feng, who was sipping his tea, looked up and cast a puzzled glance at young Master Gu. Which hole did you crawl out of? Young Master Gu almost coughed up blood. Excuse me, I was in the same group as Li Qi and Chang Mu Qiu, whom you completely stripped of all our gear the other day. But outwardly, his lips remained sealed, not daring to utter a single complaint. Yes, it's me, little Gu. Gu Wenzhou, boss. Can you believe what a bizarre coincidence this is today? After that bitter lesson, Gu Wenzhou was terrified and didn't dare to act smart in front of Ning Feng. He had sent people to dig into his background, but they were shut down every single time by invisible walls, as if some mysterious power was backing him. Searching the web, the rumors about Ning Feng were a chaotic mess. Some claimed he had only just awakened, while others screamed that he was a reincarnated god. The news was so ridiculously exaggerated that he didn't know what to believe. But Gu Wenzhou was willing to bet his life that anyone who could force the Gu family to back down must have an extraordinary background. Seeing him stand there like a statue, Ning Feng pointed at the pile of longswords behind him. Do any of these catch your eye? Gu Wenzhou jumped as if stung, quickly waving his hands in denial. Oh no, I was just shopping for random stuff. Anything works for me. You should take all the items you need, boss. In his heart, he suspected Ning Feng was playing mind games. If the guy could strip his gear once, doing it a second time would be a walk in the park. He wasn't stupid enough to buy high-end gear just to have it taken again. The staff member, Miss Cao, and the surrounding crowd were all dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? Was this a script error? Was this really the young Master Gu, who sat comfortably in the top 2 of the national superstar rankings, the arrogant guy who usually looked down on everyone? Why was he acting so submissive and sweet-talking to that young kid today? Gu Wenzhou squeezed out a few flattering words for Ning Feng, then pretended to be busy and quickly slipped away. As soon as he turned the corner, he slipped into the restroom. He slammed his fists against the sink to vent his frustration. When had a famous young master like him ever had to swallow such humiliating treatment? He swore he had to do something about it, or else this anger would eat him alive. Unfortunately, Gu Wenzhou had absolutely no idea what to do, as a direct fight would definitely end in his defeat. As a result, he decided to play sneaky, using an anonymous account on a forum to throw shade in a heated discussion thread. My intuition is never wrong. This guy named Ning Feng is highly suspicious. I suggest the authorities dig deep into him. A moment later, someone slapped him back in the face. The response was basically, Ning Feng is a great person. If you don't know anything, please shut your mouth. Gu Wenzhou's mind almost exploded when he realized the person firing back at him was none other than Chang Mu Qiu. Blood rushed to his temples in anger. His former teammate was actually acting like a fan of his enemy. Gu Wenzhou gritted his teeth and swore that he would dive into dungeons to level up, and then return to crush Ning Feng to clear his humiliation. Cutting back to the other side, after sweeping the weapon shop, Ning Feng happily headed back home with his new gear, holding a large bundle of newly acquired weapons. This young man went back to grinding, clearing monsters from one dungeon to another. His experience bar slowly filled up millimeter by millimeter. In the end, Ning Feng finally reached level 60. Although keeping his forbidden spells locked away cost him a bit more effort, the result was that he was now eligible for his second-class advancement. While looking around, Ning Feng's eyes fell upon an altar in the middle of the secret realm. These beasts once served as minions for various evil gods, until the day their dark masters were completely wiped out by the Council of 12 Chief Gods. Now, these monsters were not only stirring up trouble in the human world out of boredom, but they were also plotting to resurrect those 7 evil gods. Of course, Among the chaotic horde, there were also powerful figures who dreamed of seizing power to crown themselves as the true evil gods. This world had descended into chaos, yet the high and mighty leaders above ignored humanity's survival, focusing their gaze only on targeting evil gods like Ning Feng as their sworn enemies. On second thought, the legend about the all-powerful magic god preserved by the monsters was highly likely to be entirely accurate. In the eyes of most of those bored deities, the lives of humans and other random races were nothing but playthings for their amusement. Being bound to dark, forbidden spells and branded as an evil god was indeed like winning the lottery, but forgetting to buy insurance for Ning Feng. However, he knew all too well that in this chaotic era, local spirits and high gods were all cut from the same cloth. Relying on one's own fists was the only truth. In the midst of his contemplation, Ning Feng's phone vibrated violently with a message from Su Wei. The message told him to get back to headquarters. Ning Feng calculated that it was just about time for him to receive his second-class advancement quest. The reason Su Wei urged him to return was that he had just unearthed some new loot. When they first arrived here, Ning Feng had made a generous move, providing Su Wei with a 5-star standard research tent. And this craftsman had just brewed a chemical concoction called the Oblivion Potion. Drinking that liquid would automatically erase one skill from the user's memory. And this was the prized item hidden within the gifts that Ning Feng had promised them long ago. In a great mood, he pulled a thick stack of skill books out of his bag. All of them were glowing with a brilliant orange light. These books were the result of Ning Feng's careful searches to perfectly match each of their classes. Zhou Jiangshu and the others' eyes immediately lit up like car headlights. Normally, they only dared to browse the flea market for cheap purple skill books. Now, seeing high-end orange masterpieces for the first time in their lives, their excitement went through the roof. Wang Yue held the skill book, wondering if she was hallucinating. Were these all looted from monster dens? Indeed, and only from high-end dungeons. Once your skills improve in the future, I'll take you along to clear them together. Feng Rui stared wide-eyed at the book, knowing that the drop rate for orange gear in dungeons was as rare as finding a needle in a haystack. How on earth did Ning Feng buy them in bulk to distribute one to each person, not to mention matching their classes perfectly? Wow, Ning Feng's power had probably soared to some distant universe by now, leaving them in the dust on the ground. Seeing the group standing with their mouths wide open as if they had short-circuited, Ning Feng had to clear his throat. Are you all planning to stand here forever? Hurry up and start practicing these new moves. And so, the group trailed back to the grueling training ground. On their way, they bumped into Du An and Feng Yi. Except for Feng Rui and Ning Feng, the rest were complete rookies who had never met Elder Feng before. So freezing up in sheer awe was absolutely unavoidable. Even someone who was usually as calm as Wang Yue had an excited expression on her face, as if she had struck gold. Feng Yi also secretly scanned the kids from head to toe, figuring that this young crew must be Ning Feng's allies. Despite still being wet behind the ears, with a big shot guiding them, their career path would surely be lined with a red carpet, soaring straight to the moon. The sudden presence of old Feng reminded Ning Feng of an important matter. It was already a new week, and he had come here today to receive his special beating. Fortunately, there was no shortage of training rooms here, as making this senior train alongside the kids would look ridiculous. After some casual small talk, Feng Yi switched to traditional parent mode. His opening question was just like a typical mother's, asking pointedly about the recent grinding progress of his beloved Feng Rui. Ning Feng immediately caught onto his eager desire to watch over his grandson, so he brought Feng Yi straight to the observation platform. Meanwhile, Feng Rui's crew remained in the training room, vigorously practicing the skills they had just acquired. These four were now carrying high-end skills. Wang Yue was performing shadowless wind and water. Feng Rui stood firm with layered rampart. Zhou Jiangshu brandished the giant's blade, while Su Ting used healing link. Having trained together all week, their cooperation was exceptionally smooth. Feng Yi stood high above, nodding in approval, thinking that managing to acquire such formidable skills at their age was excellent, though their movements still looked a bit awkward. Du-en immediately corrected him, explaining that their clumsy movements were because the kids had only just learned the shiny orange grade skills. Hearing that, Feng Yi almost cleaned out his ears. Orange grade. Yes, indeed, all looted from high-end monster dens, Du-en emphasized again to confirm. Feng Yi's excitement almost made his head steam. Everyone knew the military had tried to clear high-level secret realms since long ago, but unfortunately, they had never succeeded. People had only guessed about the drops, and now Feng Yi's own eyes were witnessing the appearance of those orange skill books. Feng Yi felt the urge to ask Du-en for permission to report this back to the military. Du-en, on behalf of Ning Feng, waved his hand in agreement. Go ahead, this is no secret. Everyone will find out sooner or later anyway. Feng Yi's heart pounded in his chest, his gaze fixed on the young crew practicing below. Although they were still green, their skills could be honed over time, especially with the backing of a mysterious big shot. He boldly bet that these kids would eventually surpass old veterans like him. The destiny of the nation seemed to rest on these youngsters now. While Wang Yue and the other kids were busy practicing their skills, Ning Feng had his own problems to deal with. When he arrived at the class advancement hall, Su Lan openly dropped her jaw in shock. Other explorers usually had to grind relentlessly for up to 2 years just to advance from the first tier to the second. Yet this young man had cut that grueling journey down to a mere 2 months. Ning Feng accepted a super difficult S-rank quest called All-Element Magic God. The requirements for this task were to head to the desolate Chan Hua frozen plain to retrieve the elemental emblem. Next, Ning Feng had to obtain 20 conversion stones and 100 undead essences, all within a tight deadline of just 1 week. Ning Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Why on earth did he need 20 stones? Ordinary class advancement quests usually only required 1 stone as proof. Unfortunately, this item didn't drop from monsters. It had to be mined from ore veins, meaning the drop rate was miserably low. To be safe, Ning Feng decided to check out the trading center to see if he could buy them. So he headed back to the Yuan Cheng Trading Center. When the manager heard the high-spending client order 20 stones, his face twisted in a mixture of worry and smiles. Oh, apologies, boss. With the class advancement trend being so hot lately, stock is scarce and demand is high. Please give us 3 days, and we guarantee we'll secure enough stock for you. Ning Feng calculated that the Yuan Cheng branch wouldn't dare to cross him. 3 days wouldn't hurt. He planned to get the emblem item first, and due to his laziness, Ning Feng also decided to just buy the undead essences from this market to make things quick. Casually, Ning Feng remembered something and added, oh, by the way, I still have a bunch of junk I gathered from various monster dens that I haven't cleared out yet. Could I have you guys take care of them for me this time? Is that all right? Ning Feng swiftly pulled a basket of equipment out of his inventory. Yes, it was indeed a mountain of glittering junk. The trading center owner squinted at the blinding light. This brat Ning Feng actually dared to call these top-tier items miscellaneous loot. A quick glance revealed over a dozen purple skill books for various classes, accompanied by a set of glowing orange armor. In an era where everyone was racing to level up, these masterpieces would sell out in an instant. The trading center owner was overjoyed as if he had struck gold. This would easily secure his year-end performance, and no one would be able to surpass it. No wonder Mayor Kai kept repeating that they had to serve Ning Feng with the utmost care. This kid was truly a golden goose. Ning Feng headed back to the Chan Hua frozen plain secret realm. At this moment, there was also a team grinding hard here. Ning Feng's solo appearance made the secret realm management whisper among themselves. It turned out that the Adventurer Association had recently enacted a brand new regulation. Simply put, anyone wanting to enter a dungeon had to be sponsored by a guild, with a party of at least 5 members, or else they would just have to watch from the sidelines. However, Ning Feng carried a special pass issued by headquarters, which allowed him to enter secret realms at will. The management team leader had been trying to act tough just moments ago. Yet the moment he checked Ning Feng's VIP card, he quickly bowed and opened the gate to invite him in. The leader blinked as he watched Ning Feng's fading figure, wondering how powerful this guy's background was. The date this card was issued matched the release of the new regulation too perfectly, as if someone had prepared it specifically for him to use. Or maybe a high-ranking official sent an undercover inspector to check up on us. A casual comment from a nearby subordinate made the leader's jaw drop. He immediately called his team to stay sharp and on high alert. Because if that guy Ning Feng was indeed an inspector, then their gatekeeping duties had to be as flawless as possible. Ning Feng easily passed through the entrance of the secret realm, quietly letting out a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had told Feng Yi beforehand, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to get his hands on this special pass. As soon as he stepped through the gate, a rickety wooden bridge met his eyes. Ning Feng stood there staring at it for a moment, then made a reckless decision. He threw himself straight down into the deep abyss beneath the bridge. Relying on his flashy combat skills and a collection of forbidden spells for protection, the young man landed safely at the very bottom of the abyss, which was considered the deepest part of this ravine. Looking up, the wooden bridge from earlier had completely vanished from sight. Well, that height was certainly no joke. At this moment, the first enemy for Ning Feng in this secret realm finally showed its face. Looking at that bizarre appearance he had never seen before, he was absolutely certain this guy was the hidden final boss. The battle lust in his body began to boil once again. Ning Feng waved excitedly, "Bring it on, let's make this quick end." Before he could finish his sentence, the boss interrupted him. "Lord God Master, have you descended to the mortal realm yourself?" This wild twist left Ning Feng frozen for 5 seconds. While his brain was still trying to process, the boss continued in an ecstatic voice. "Though your servant's eyes are now blind, I can still feel the aura of the Lord God Master. You must have forgotten me, but your servant is your loyal, beloved follower, Grand Mage Han Yin." Things were getting out of hand, and Ning Feng was completely bewildered. He guessed this guy was mistaken, but he never dreamed that a hidden boss would address him as the Lord God Master. It seemed Ning Feng did give off the vibe of an evil god after all. Trying to argue his way out of this might only bring trouble, so he decided to play along. "Ah, right. So what brought you to this state?" "Please forgive your servant, Lord God Master, for I am also in the dark. Originally, our faction was cornered and battered by other forces, and I myself had perished on the battlefield." Han Yin became more emotional as he went on, drawing Ning Feng into his story. He had clearly been torn to pieces, yet somehow ended up in this corner. Since waking up, strange whispers had tortured his mind, driving him mad with a desire to slaughter. It was only when Ning Feng dropped down here that his sanity finally returned. Ning Feng pieced Han Yin's story together with the chaotic memories he had just absorbed. He vaguely recalled that the followers of the all-powerful magic god had been ambushed by other factions. Wait, could the title, Lord God Master, be referring to the all-powerful magic god? Han Yin firmly believed the person before him was his boss, becoming increasingly tearful, weeping after just a few words. "Lord God Master, you came down here to save your servant, didn't you?" Ning Feng was speechless and visibly awkward, wanting to deny it immediately. But the moment he started to say, "I'm not," Han Yin's face fell in deep sorrow, making him feel incredibly guilty. "Look, I'm really sorry, but I'm not your Lord God Master. I'm just a student who came here to put you out of your misery." As he uttered these cold words, Ning Feng felt quite guilty. He expected Han Yin to leap up in anger and go berserk again. But he didn't. Despite being blind, he stared back with shining eyes toward Ning Feng, "Putting me out of my misery. So you came down here to help me find peace from this torture." Ning Feng was completely speechless. He realized that although Han Yin was a dungeon monster, his heart was purer than many who called themselves human. Yet he stubbornly insisted that he was his respected boss, perhaps suffering from temporary memory loss, or at the very least, a powerful incarnation of the Lord God Master. Saying this, Han Yin raised his magic staff high and roared, "O great master of all magic, the respected all-powerful magic god of my heart. Please grant me one final favor." Ning Feng's eyes widened. He had indeed guessed correctly. His role was indeed the all-powerful magic god. Looking at Han Yin's miserable state, Ning Feng's compassion was stirred, and he couldn't bring himself to strike. I'm stuck trying to find the elemental emblem. Is there any trick to getting it without having to kill you? Han Yin shook his head slightly. He had no idea either, but he could tell Ning Feng was sympathizing with him, so he gently comforted him, saying that in his current miserable state, dying early would actually be a great blessing. Hearing this, Ning Feng was even more speechless. He clicked his tongue and asked if Han Yin had any unfulfilled wishes left. To his surprise, his wish was quite simple, just to chat with his master for a bit before fading away. How could Ning Feng refuse? He put away his weapon. All right then, sit down and tell me what happened back in the day. Han Yin slowly squeezed out each word to reminisce about the past. Back then, the almighty mage god loved to disguise himself as a human to sneak down to the mortal realm and cause trouble with them. Han Yin's gang knew his terrifying identity all too well, but still had to force themselves to act innocent, which was actually quite depressing. Through the story, this almighty mage god seemed to lack the image of a true deity, but it was that whimsical nature that made Han Yin's gang willing to follow him through thick and thin without feeling any pressure at all. After chatting about the past, Han Yin curiously asked how Ning Feng was doing lately. Scratching his head, he confessed that his life now was as bland as water, just going to school, grinding to level up, and burying his face in video games during his free time, getting bored day after day. There is no internet in this godforsaken place, otherwise you would definitely have to show me a few tricks to climb the ranks. Han Yin slowly stood up and stretched a bit to relax. Ning Feng sighed, knowing the time to send his friend on his way had come. Although he did not want to do it at all, he still had to grit his teeth and complete the system quest. Han Yin, if our paths cross again in the future, I promise we will play a few matches of life and death games. A promise is a promise, just like the way you once traveled down to the mortal realm to cause a ruckus with us brothers. Those were the final words, concluding the brief bond between these two lives. In the very next second, Ning Feng unleashed a strike to send Han Yin into eternity, granting him the peace of mind he had long yearned for. In another development, right in the heart of the city, a secretive meeting between the bosses of the 7 great guilds and Feng Yi was taking place under high tension. He reported the matter of the mysterious expert who had swept up all the orange quality skills from the high-tier dungeons. Upon hearing this, the top bosses drooled with greed, clamoring to recruit that grandmaster to carry them through secret realms. Feng Yi was certainly not blind and had planned everything. However, when he previously inquired through Du En, he only received a cold shoulder, being told that the grandmaster had no interest in doing business together. As soon as his words landed, the faces of those top bosses soured like rotten meat. At this point, that hidden grandmaster should be sensible enough to join hands with us, acting solely on his whims and disregarding everyone like that. Don't you all find it an eyesore? Guild leader Fang Dan began to grumble. Hearing that arrogant tone, Feng Yi felt extremely annoyed and disgusted. Back when Bing Zia and Gu Ying showed up to take Feng Rui's life, the 7 old geezers sitting here had all indifferently washed their hands of it, claiming there was no cure. At that time, Feng Yi had resigned himself to fate. Fortunately, Ning Feng and Du En had stepped in righteously. In those days, these people regarded standing by as their creed. Now, when it came to a lucrative piece of cake in the dungeons, they turned around and insulted Ning Feng as narrow-minded and reckless. Feng Yi slammed the table with a loud bang and stood up abruptly. Sure enough, when food is involved, some people just start jumping around, don't they? Let me gently remind you all to clear your heads. That expert doesn't owe any of us a damn thing. Old Feng had always been famous for his righteous character, never holding personal grudges. Therefore, when he spoke, absolutely no one dared to utter a single word of protest. Seeing the thick smell of gunpowder, Liu Yingzhen quickly changed the subject. Old Feng, I heard a rumor that you are planning to conquer a rare secret realm soon, is that correct? Indeed. Then save a seat for me on that ride, Liu Yingzhen thick-skinnedly coaxed. Seeing this, guild leaders Yu Ling Hua and Zhang Yan Chuan also chimed in to tag along. Feng Yi naturally ran out of excuses to push these old guys aside. Speaking of which, the training regimen that Ning Feng created for him was truly not meant for humans. Feng Yi's decrepit old body had to be bedridden for 2 whole days of rest to recover. But after pain came gain, and the results were magnificent. Compared to the weak old man of the past, the current Feng Yi was a completely upgraded version, worlds apart like heaven and earth. Turning back to Ning Feng, the young man had now smoothly passed his class promotion. The system had just granted him a brand new passive skill called Mysterious Barrier, capable of blocking all prying eyes from the world. Walking out of the hall, Ning Feng's mind was in a tangle. It turned out that the memory fragments extracted from the remnant poison were spot on, that Almighty Mage God was no evil entity. He was simply slandered by those 11 other deities to tarnish his reputation. Not to mention, if Han Yin's words were true, then he and that old Almighty Mage God were cast from the same mold. Ning Feng could only sigh and blame it on a game bug, or perhaps there was some shady affair between this system and that god. Plus, Han Yin was supposed to be long dead, so why was he brought here to be a mysterious boss? Could this be a cosmic information lifeline thrown down to him? Dozens of huge questions hung over his head, giving Ning Feng a massive headache. During this dungeon run, in addition to a bunch of sweet skills, Ning Feng also snatched a necklace-like toy from Han Yin. The fact that his soul did not evaporate thanks to divine backing was probably due to the glowing stone on this pendant. Before long, the Supernova training camp officially commenced. This time, the organizers split it into 2 divisions, high school and university, gathering almost all the most prominent rising adventurers in this region. The high school division was packed with 180 individuals, including 32 golden faces of the Supernova class, alongside 148 outstanding 4-star class users. Before the kids could even settle in, they became excited by the arrival of the big shots. This time, not only did the 3 prominent university principals show up, but even the key figures from the 7 great guilds and the General Management Bureau came to watch. It was indeed a rare sight. Rumor had it that anyone who performed exceptionally well this time would be recruited directly by the giants to sign lucrative contracts. Thus, the youngsters grew even more enthusiastic. Once they signed, they would not only be showered with resources, but upon graduation, they would also have a designated spot to work directly under the big bosses, with the lowest position being at least a team leader. Every newcomer wanted to show off to score points with the seniors, but they lacked the guts. Eventually, a boy with his chin held high in the air finally stepped forward. To everyone's surprise, it was He Shixing, the one sitting comfortably at the top of the Supernova rankings and also the younger brother of He Shiyu, the leader of the Kang Rui Guild. Ever since his awakening, this young master had despised joining his peers for grinding. Instead, he only hung out with the top experts of his family guild to clear dungeons, making his strength truly formidable. Not to mention, the Kang Rui Guild practically dominated the supply of premium experience potions, so his level was highly mysterious, far surpassing those greenhorn kids. A moment later, another massive bus pulled up in front of the camp gates. The gossiping crowd burst into whispers again, as everyone recognized this as the bus carrying visitors from Qinyu City. The people inside the bus were none other than the group that had been causing a stir on the internet over the past few days, so it naturally piqued everyone's intense curiosity. As the door opened, Ning Feng stepped down first with an extremely cool demeanor. Following right behind him was the squad of Wang Yue, Feng Rui, Chang Muqiu, Su Ting, and Zhou Jiangshu. Oh my, this school's morale is pretty fierce, isn't it? Yeah, they look just like a professional mercenary squad that has just completed their training. HMPH probably just put on a show to show off. The rowdy kids showed no respect, making snide remarks about Ning Feng's team whenever they opened their mouths. Principal Fang stood nearby, cold sweat soaking his back. Even if he were blind, he could easily sense the scrutiny of other schools directed straight at his own. Indeed, being too famous brought trouble. Just looking at the campers' expressions, it was clear they were targeting Ning Feng's group like sworn enemies. At this moment, Ning Feng was bombarded with system notifications, at least a few dozen of them. They were all spying attempts using tracking skills, but unfortunately, they were all blocked at the threshold by his mysterious barrier. Thank goodness he had just acquired this passive skill after leveling up. In truth, Ning Feng was the shining star being scrutinized the most in this squad. On the opponent's side, after failing to gather any information, the kids stared open-mouthed. What on earth? Why can't I see anything about his level? Could his strength have already surpassed the second transition? That guy. Is he really a high school student like us? Unless my brain is fried, doesn't he not even have a spot in the top supernova ranking? Surprisingly, not only were his peers left in the dark, but even the big bosses of the 7 great guilds were utterly helpless against Ning Feng's security wall. The 2 elders, Fang Dan and He Shi Yu, looked thoroughly annoyed. How could a mere kid surpass their levels? He Shi Yu comforted himself, thinking that Ning Feng must have clung to the mysterious expert and been gifted some information-blocking tools. Fang Dan nodded in agreement, because to argue otherwise would be like slapping their own faces and admitting they were inferior to a child. Seeing Ning Feng steal all the spotlight as soon as he appeared, He Shixing pouted in irritation. Gritting his teeth, he wondered what on earth made this guy so formidable. Before coming here, He Shixing had repeatedly analyzed the video of Duan wreaking havoc in the trial of the god's secret realm, even leading his own warriors to simulate the moves until exhaustion. However, Duan's sheer power was too far out of reach, and He Shixing could not replicate it no matter how hard he tried. Since Ning Feng was always with Duan, He Shixing assumed they shared some secret training method. He had hit the nail on the head, showing some intelligence. Unfortunately, the brothers He Shi Yu and He Shixing kept scheming to steal that training plan. Alas, they could only dream of such a thing. Unable to gather any information on Ning Feng no matter how hard he pried, Fang Dan sneakily passed the turn to Liu Yingzhen. Old Liu, aren't you going to cast your net and try? However, since Liu Yingzhen considered himself a gentleman, he disdained such sneaky prying as beneath him. Standing next to Liu Yingzhen, Lao Feng cheerfully raised his hand to wave at Ning Feng's students. This action delivered yet another shock to the newcomers. Oh my God, Senior Feng is waving to greet them. What kind of connection do these brats from Qin you have with our Master Feng? Once all the young fledglings had gathered in the yard, the registration station began its operations. The leaders of various factions led their companions to the desk to check in and receive their serial numbers. After completing the check-in, they were directed to the next area to learn about the training camp's ranking rules. With the registration finalized, the entire crowd was ushered into a massive hall to listen to speeches. This was undoubtedly the most sleep-inducing segment because the template was exactly the same every year. Principal Fang, sitting quietly in the lower rows, found himself in a rather awkward situation. By some stroke of bad luck, he was seated next to Principal Zhang. As soon as they settled in, the man named Zhang eagerly pried about Ning Feng, but Principal Fang kept his mouth shut, refusing to utter a single word. Ever since Chang Muqiu packed her bags to leave his school for Ning Feng's side, this Zhang fellow had been like a leech, constantly sending spies to gather intel. Fortunately, Principal Fang was naturally discreet and guarded his secrets well, preventing any leaks, even though he tried his best to act invisible and avoid inquiries. But Principal Zhang had no intention of letting it go. He raised his voice loudly to draw the attention of the surrounding colleagues. Today, all of us in the administration are eagerly waiting to see if the quality of education at Qin Yu's High School No. 7 can achieve anything of note. After all, it is the cradle that gathered the most supernovas. Don't lose face now. Principal Fang kept his head down, struggling to avoid the sharp gazes directed at him. To be honest, his heart was also pounding with anxiety. The knowledge he possessed was limited to when Wang Yue was taken away for training. Unfortunately, the results of that training were not exactly stellar. But in the end, he had no reason to worry about Wang Yue, Feng Rui, or Chang Muqiu, since they were already elite fighters at the top of the rankings. What gave him a headache were the other 3, Ning Feng, Su Ting, and Zhou Jiangshu, fearing they would be crushed in this fierce crucible. After some rambling, they finally reached the reading of the rules. This season's Supernova training camp would use a free team formation, with each group holding 5 slots. Ultimately, each individual's score would be the sum of their solo performance and team points. Notably, the top 10 strongest from the high school division would be promoted to train with the university division. But wait, before the training camp officially heated up, everyone had to enter a secret realm to warm up. This place was only open to adventurers below the 3rd transition. The judges were even prominent enough to field a Super VIP team to conquer the realm beforehand as a demonstration to impress the juniors. It had to be admitted that the style of this special team was indeed extraordinary. For these 5 individuals were the prominent figures who had occupied the top supernova spots for the past half-decade, the absolute elite of the elite. And naturally, He Shixing secured a seat among them. The group of 5 marched steadily toward the entrance of the secret realm. The white-haired youth leading the group slightly raised his chin. Do we need to hold back a bit later? If we unleash all our power, those kids might get overwhelmed. The buzz-cut youth in iron armor beside him poured cold water on the idea. What nonsense are you talking? The elders are all here to watch this time. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to shine, kid. Even though we are just a makeshift team, if anyone dares to get in my way, don't blame me for playing dirty. Truly blinded by fame, the white-haired youth was too lazy to argue further. The 5-member group remained silent and aggressively stepped through the threshold of the secret realm. The interior was pitch black, filled with a suffocating miasma that made everyone feel nauseous and tight-chested. The blonde female mage eagerly took the lead to open the path. The first obstacle of the team quickly revealed itself. It was a whole swarm of goblin spiders, each with a plump, bulging abdomen. With razor-sharp fangs and legs sharp as spikes, the moment they caught the scent of intruders, they immediately went into a frenzy, rushing forward to bite and tear them apart. But this 5-person team lived up to its reputation, remaining calm as ice in the face of the monster swarm, maintaining a solid stance. However, the way they unleashed their skills was anything but gentle. It was as fast as lightning, leaving the naive spectators outside open-mouthed and completely stunned. Although He Shixing was the youngest, he stole the spotlight, showing off and carrying the team with extreme skill. His aura completely overwhelmed his peers. Gu Wenzhou also scrutinized him closely. Although his pride refused to bow, the young Master Gu still had to bitterly admit that even though he was only 1 rank behind He Shixing, his skill was already left in the dust. Feng Yi and Liu Yingzhen also fixed their eyes on these outstanding youths. Rumor had it that the 5 of them had been trained together recently. With proper guidance this time, it wouldn't be long before they could clear high-level dungeons together. Inside, their speed in wiping out the monsters was faster than a heartbeat. In no time, they encountered elite monsters, yet their pace, far from slowing down, accelerated even further, unleashing a barrage of attacks that left the opponents no room to breathe. After sweating through the entire run, the dungeon's final boss finally showed its face. He Shixing smirked in triumph. Using Flash, he rushed forward first, and with the support of the other 4 experts, the boss was quickly defeated. This time, their makeshift team had shattered the limit, setting a shocking record on the scoreboard, 48 minutes and 18 seconds. Completely smashing the old record of the Jiangnan Wu Guai squad, which had a sluggish time of 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 46 seconds. As the 5 warriors emerged from the dungeon, the fiery red-haired girl in the group suddenly walked straight toward Ning Feng to strike up a conversation. Hello, Ning Feng. I am Kai Yuchen, and Mayor Kai Dongming is my biological uncle. I heard him mention you all the time recently, so I came here today specifically to meet you. Ning Feng let out an "oh" and lingered to exchange polite words with her. The surrounding youths took the opportunity to stare in curiosity. They racked their brains, but could not understand why a prominent senior from the university division would lower herself to have a casual chat with a high school kid. The climax came when they realized the person chatting with Kai Yuchen was Ning Feng, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Ning Feng again? At this rate, this guy might become the center of the universe in this entire training camp. Meanwhile, Ning Feng was enthusiastically introducing Wang Yue to Kai Yuchen. The latter responded very warmly, showing none of the arrogance typically seen in top-ranked supernovas. Furthermore, Kai Yuchen's manner of speaking to him was strangely modest. During your stay here, if you lack anything, just let me know, and I will have the exchange market deliver it immediately. Well, you are indeed very thoughtful. Witnessing this, Su Ting leaned over and whispered to Wang Yue, Yue, you'd better tie Ning Feng down. The girls surrounding him are all formidable, with prominent families and incredible combat skills. Previously, her uncle the mayor kept boasting about Ning Feng, making Kai Yuchen extremely curious. Now that she was here, she was blocked by his information firewall and couldn't gather any details, making her even more intrigued. Taking advantage of being in the same training camp, Kai Yu Chen resolved to observe and analyze this young man. Right at that moment, the armored youth with a buzz cut strolled over, intending to invite Kai Yu Chen to hang out somewhere cool. However, she flatly rejected him with a wave of her hand, saying she was busy observing the newcomer's performance. The youth curled his lip in clear disdain. What is there to see in these minor matches? All the most powerful fighters are already gathered right here. Unfortunately, not only did Kai Yu Chen want to stay, but even Shixing refused to leave. He was undoubtedly staying to watch Ning Feng's match. Seeing that he could not convince anyone, the armored youth shrugged and slipped away with the white-haired youth. The time arrived, and the teams entered the secret realm one by one. The rules dictated that 6 teams would be deployed together per batch. They would be given several trial missions to complete. At the final checkpoint, the judges would calculate their scores based on their completion rate. Most of the fledglings here lacked practical combat skills, especially the high school students, who found the difficulty of these dungeons truly hard to digest. Watching the students struggle and suffer, the elderly principals broke into a cold sweat. At this rate, it was feared that not a single team from the high school division would pass the trial. The situation was bleak as the teams struggled in the secret realm. They had not even laid eyes on the boss's claw, as merely dealing with the weak monsters left them completely out of breath. This disastrous result dragged the students' morale down to the bottom of the abyss. Those who were usually enthusiastic were now trembling with fear and wanting to back out even before the fight started. After a long wait, Ning Feng's team was finally called to action. Their mission was to thoroughly clear the Iron Crocodile Swamp secret realm. As soon as they entered, the group carefully analyzed the terrain to understand their objective. Professionals never rushed in blindly. Customarily, they split their roles into 4 distinct branches: offense, research, support, and protection. The offense branch naturally consisted of heavy hitters with raw power, taking on the task of completely clearing the secret realm or acting as vanguard to take hits from powerful enemies. The research branch used their intellect to analyze the secret realm, extracting all hidden knowledge to compile as data for humanity. The protection branch took charge of securing cleared areas or shielding the vulnerable backline in case of sudden changes. Finally, the support branch specialized in boosting the front line, extending combat duration, and preventing casualties with swift healing. Ning Feng focused intensely on reviewing the mission board. Each combat style was assigned 10 tasks, with each completed task yielding 10 points. Accompanied by a core objective, defeat the final boss to pocket 50 points. Ning Feng acted as the leader, so all his decisions were absolute. Wang Yue fully deferred the choice of division to him. Then, let's go with the research division, fitting for a top theory student like me, Ning Feng grinned. In truth, he did not care about the bookworm label. The critical reason to pivot to the research division was that there was a mountain of information he was still ignorant about, such as concepts of deities, their retainers, or mysterious world tiers. His companions Su Ting, Feng Rui, and Zhou Jiangshu naturally agreed instantly. Wang Yue glanced over the task list of the research division and noticed a difficult task: capturing a live monster as a specimen. Carrying a struggling creature while fighting the boss might be asking for trouble. No problem, we will just take down the boss first, and that will settle it, Ning Feng declared nonchalantly. To be clear, until now, no high school team had even passed the entry level. Yet Ning Feng talked about defeating the boss and clearing the dungeon as if taking a walk in the park. Hearing this, the principals outside felt a cold chill run down their spines. But these kids meant what they said and took action immediately. With the strategy finalized, Ning Feng's group cleared the dungeon like a whirlwind. Their clearing speed, when compared to Shixing's temporary team, was not inferior in the slightest. In fact, it far surpassed it by a wide margin. The eyes of both the newcomers and the elders were now fixed intently on Ning Feng's team formation. Kai Yu Chen finally saw clearly, understanding why her uncle had praised this kid so highly. With just a glance, Liu Yingzhen immediately recognized the distinct level of Ning Feng's group compared to the rest. All 5 of them were equipped with a suite of brilliant, orange-quality skills. This aspect alone was enough to overwhelm the level of the other campers, combined with the monstrous individual capabilities of the 5 of them. It was absolutely no joke. The fusion of high-tier skills, precise execution, and telepathic coordination created a peak cooperative performance. Liu Yingzhen stared wide-eyed without blinking. They were clearly just 5 high schoolers, yet their coordination was perhaps even more professional than that of seniors like him. Most shocking of all was Ning Feng. A glance made it seem like he was just using basic attacks without unleashing any high-level skills. Yet every ordinary swing of his hand was easily enough to neutralize the opponent's defenses. Ning Feng's strength was truly a bottomless pit. The people around were about to whisper, but Principal Fang had thrown away his dignity at this point, not bothering to care about anyone else. All his focus was locked entirely onto his 5 golden students. Ning Feng's group of 5 was filled with intense fighting spirit. Striking coldly and decisively, their coordination was absolutely flawless. The final boss was quickly forced into the open, awaiting its demise. Without needing a single word spoken, Wang Yue and Zhou Jiangshu instinctively split into 2 spearheads, striking straight at the enemy. Ning Feng, Feng Rui, and Su Ting leisurely retreated to the backline to provide support, so relaxed that they did not even bother to lift a hand. A moment later, the boss fell flat on its face. The group swiftly swept up the remaining tasks and calmly returned to the hall to submit them. The scoreboard immediately shook violently as Ning Feng's squad knocked He Shixing's team down a rank, dethroning them and taking the crown with a shocking timer of 8 minutes and 14 seconds. They proudly stepped out of the secret realm portal as victors. Every gaze in the courtyard was drawn entirely to this corner. The first to snap out of the daze was Chang Muqiu. The young lady clapped her hands enthusiastically. Following suit, Gu Wenzhou's entire group also clapped along. Despite his previous open annoyance with Ning Feng, after witnessing that combat display, the young Master Gu probably willingly accepted defeat. The surrounding campers also joined the applause, creating a massive wave of excitement like welcoming an emperor home. The crowd immediately swarmed Chang Muqiu and Gu Wenzhou, eagerly digging for information about Ning Feng and his teammates. Chang Muqiu, with her reputation for blindly admiring Ning Feng, naturally used the most flattering words to praise them. But the young Master Gu was the real shock. The one who had been badmouthing Ning Feng online just a few days ago was now glaring and warning everyone never to utter an insulting word against his idol. Witnessing the soaring morale of the students, the elders stroked their beards and smiled with satisfaction. It turned out this was the true grit of champions, the youngsters' figures now resembling the youthful versions of Liu Yingzhen and Feng Yi. A moment later, the rigorous review for the high school division officially concluded. The top 10 ranking list was about to be revealed. All the campers were certain that Ning Feng's crew alone had secured 5 slots. Strangely enough, search as they might, their names were nowhere to be found. The top 4 spots were instead awarded to He Shixing, Gu Wenzhou, Li Qi, and Chang Muqiu. The newcomers looked at each other in confusion, and finally, the young Master Gu spoke up to ask, "Excuse me, did Ning Feng's group fail to make the top 10? The organizing committee did not place them on the same level as the newcomers. We have decided to appoint them as assistant instructors." Indeed, shocking news hit them one after another. Ning Feng's group, having gone from being heavily criticized online to winning the crowd's trust and affection with just one battle, was now highly respected. Now they had advanced to receive the privileges of assistant instructors. They were escorted directly to a luxury apartment complex. This place was a high-end guest house reserved exclusively for teachers, with incredible amenities. From this moment until the end of the training course, they officially bid farewell to the shabby student dorms. Just as the youths dragged their luggage into their new lodging, a lively knock sounded on the door. The moment he came face to face with Feng Yi, the manager suddenly became flustered, his face visibly anxious. Not only Old Feng, but even Liu Yingzhen had personally arrived. The leaders of the 7 great guilds had gathered in full, bringing along numerous renowned experts. It seemed the background of these 5 youths was truly extraordinary. The manager was flustered, like a headless chicken, hurriedly pouring water to entertain the VIP guests. His mind was still in a daze from seeing so many prominent national figures crowding into this place. The spacious living quarters of Ning Feng's team were instantly packed with people. The influential crowd proceeded to introduce themselves one by one. Most prominent were the 3 leaders representing 3 prestigious institutions, Bei Qing, Zai Lian, and Chang Wu. These people had traveled all this way obviously not just for a polite visit. After the shocking performance of the team led by Ning Feng, everyone possessed the ambition to recruit this group of talents to serve as the crown jewel of their respective schools. Ning Feng suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. Previously, Du En had handled all the tedious diplomacy. Now, stuck in the training camp without him, he truly did not know how to handle this pack of hungry wolves. With his experienced eyes, Feng Yi could easily see through the teenager's awkwardness, so the sharp-witted old man stepped in to defuse the situation. You 3 educational leaders should hold back your eagerness a bit. You are scaring the children. It's best to let them quietly finish this training first. We can discuss recruitment matters later. Quite right, the children are exhausted after a whole day of grinding. The 3 big shots agreed in unison, yet each of their minds was constantly calculating moves to recruit them, determined not to yield these raw diamonds to their rivals. Thanks to Old Feng's righteous intervention, Ning Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The subsequent conversation became lively, with laughter echoing until late into the dark night before the distinguished guests finally took their leave. The next morning, Ning Feng woke up from his deep sleep very early. Just stepping into the common living area, his heart almost skipped a beat upon seeing the zombie-like appearance of Zhou Jiangshu and Feng Rui. The root cause was that before dawn, Zhou Jiangshu's phone was ringing off the hook with calls from parents asking about school selection. 3 giants of prestigious academies bombarded his family's phone number directly. As a result, Feng Rui, who shared the room, was also tormented by the ringing and stayed awake all night. The situation in the girls' area was just as miserable. Even up to this moment, Wang Yue was still holding her phone tightly, deep in conversation. On the contrary, Su Ting's expression was extremely cheerful. Rumor had it that her father was overjoyed, throwing a lavish feast for 3 consecutive days. Zhou Jiangshu's parents finally tasted the glory of being parents of a star student. Relatives and friends flocked in droves to congratulate them, and they were genuinely happy for their comrade. However, hearing his close friends talk incessantly about their families, a sudden pang of loneliness and sorrow pricked at the bottom of Ning Feng's heart. At that exact moment of vulnerability, a call from teacher Qi Wei rang. Fortunately, thanks to her kindness, the young man regained a bit of the familiar warmth of family. The purpose of Qi Wei's call was, on one hand, to ask about her favorite student's living situation, and on the other, because the top 3 academies had approached her to inquire about his preferences. Ning Feng knew all too well that since his parents passed away, this teacher was the only one in the world who truly understood him best. Therefore, he sincerely hoped for her advice. Concluding the long chit-chat, the trainees officially entered their 2nd day of training on schedule. Today, the 10 brightest faces of the high school section would be paired to spar with the university seniors. Unfortunately, the fact that 5 underclassmen leaped straight to the position of assistant instructor completely shattered all historical precedents. Even stranger, the 3 names Ning Feng, Su Ting, and Zhou Jiangshu were not even on the supernova list. The core training phase, Secret Realm Conquest, would begin right now. The management tensely warned the entire team about unexplored areas where death lurked in every corner. Therefore, strict discipline was mandatory, and acting like a reckless hero beyond one's strength limit was strictly forbidden. Before setting out, the 10 high school trainees would be split up, each following a group of the seniors. Specifically, Chang Muqiu happened to end up in Ning Feng's team. All in all, her recent performance had been quite decent. Wang Yue's group was not so petty as to forbid someone from sharing a spot. The the group stepped into an eerie, unnamed space. This place was crawling with bizarre, hideous creatures. Ning Feng meticulously recorded each weakness of the monsters clearly. The physical combat was entirely entrusted to the remaining members to handle. It seemed he didn't even need to lift a finger. Although she had witnessed Ning Feng's terrifying clearing speed, actually cooperating with them still left Chang Mu-Qiu so stunned she could barely breathe. Their progress in tearing through the dungeon was as fierce as a tempest, reaching the final lair in the blink of an eye. Sweeping through all the way, the experience points kept rising rapidly. Chang Mu-Qiu was obviously smart enough to realize the issue. She immediately saw through the spectacular transformation of Wang Yue's group compared to when they first met. Their power had reached a whole new level. A competitive fire ignited within her, and she longed to showcase her talent to earn their nod of approval, dreaming of obtaining the same peak special treatment as this group. Taking advantage of the leisure time, Ning Feng brought up the topic of academics to chat. This morning, Teacher Qi Wei had analyzed everything thoroughly for him. The research department at Xilian was top-notch, but its discipline was as strict as martial law, meaning he might not survive there. On the contrary, the environment at Beiqing was free-spirited, which seemed like the perfect place to showcase his skills. The young man also agreed with this direction. Wow, being Teacher Qi Wei's favorite is indeed well-deserved. She even planned down to these tiny details for you. Wang Yue laughed and patted her friend on the shoulder. Suddenly, Su Ting went pale, holding her phone screen in front of the group's faces. Look quickly at the mess in our class group chat, guys. The storm had officially arrived. Right in the heart of Qin Yu, a farming area suddenly went wild, spawning an out-of-control incident. A horde of high-level beasts multiplied at a dizzying speed. Around 100 lives were trapped like birds in a cage, and unfortunately, Teacher Qi Wei was on that unlucky list. The magical fluctuations around the portal were in an uproar, and the rescue team outside was completely helpless, unable to even set foot inside. The young students of school number 7 in Qin Yu were in a chaotic frenzy like disturbed ants. The kids kept clinging to the rescue commander, crying bitterly and begging for their teacher's life. Unfortunately, the space had sunk deep into mutation, and the authorities had to give up. The sole option was to contact the higher-ups to wait for reinforcements from major guilds. You guys have to do something. You can't just stand there with folded arms. Although the students' legs were trembling, they were determined not to abandon their teacher. You complained about the lack of support personnel, so Teacher Qi Wei risked her life to go in. Now you retreat here to relax while leaving our teacher as monster bait. The commander, having his sore spot poked, immediately bristled. Although he was the direct cause that pushed Qi Wei into danger, the situation forced him to give up. If asked to enter and risk his life, he would refuse outright. He told himself that getting out alive was a great blessing, and if Qi Wei died, she could only blame her bad luck. The kids, witnessing him go back on his word faster than lightning, were speechless and couldn't squeeze out another word. Zhang Luo, Zhou Nana, what on earth is going on here? A familiar voice rang out, breaking the atmosphere. The young trainees felt like they had struck gold, as the owner of that voice was none other than Ning Feng. He was supposed to be training, but now he had landed in this cursed place simply because he was worried sick about his teacher's life. Seeing their guardian angel arrive, the kids poured out a flood of explanations. Originally, the school opened a dungeon for students to level up. Suddenly, disaster struck, leaving a bunch of people stuck inside. Qi Wei had struggled through blood and tears to clear a path for the students to escape, but the gatekeepers complained about a lack of manpower and called for aid. So she entered the death trap again and had not returned since. Seeing the crying kids accuse him, the commander's blood boiled as he shouted, "Hey, stop falsely accusing me, as if I sent your teacher to meet King Yama." I already shouted at her, she was the one who wanted to rush in. He gritted his teeth, his face looking extremely menacing. Unfortunately, that fake imposing aura faded after only a few seconds. Because in an instant, Ning Feng grabbed him by the neck and slammed him straight onto the ground. The underlings, seeing their boss getting beaten, hurriedly drew their weapons. Unfortunately, before their weapons could move, they were locked tight by a giant vice. "Shut your mouths," With that giant physique and extremely threatening tone, who else could it be but Zhou Jiangshu? It turned out Ning Feng had brought along his entire team as backup. That minor boss had already started foaming at the mouth, dragged along the floor by him like a trash bag. The small fry below lost their wits, obediently shutting their mouths and putting away their weapons. Walking not too far, Ning Feng ran into a seemingly familiar face. The two had met at the training camp. It was Lu Ping, the second-in-command of the Qi Yuan organization. He was surely part of the rescue force responding to the call. The gatekeeper Small Fry, sensing Lu Ping's presence, were as thrilled as if they had caught a lifesaver. "Our time has come, Boss Lu has arrived. This time, those brats who like to show off will be beaten to a pulp." Ironically, Lu Ping didn't even bother to give the gatekeepers a glance, let alone test Ning Feng's group. He even joined in, grabbing one leg of the commander and dragging him toward the dungeon, leaving the henchman frozen in place. "What's wrong with this guy?" Lu Ping asked, tilting his chin. "He escaped from inside. We are using him as a living compass." Approaching the boundary, they ran into a restriction barrier, but how could a few obstacles trouble Lu Ping? His status was that of a top-tier expert nationwide, and also the second-in-command of one of the 7 notorious great guilds. How could those small fry, salaried workers at the gate match his strength? But what made the henchman's brains race was the identity of that young man. How could a wet-behind-the-ears kid make Lu Ping show such respect? The entrance was filled with dark miasma, so Ning Feng and Lu Ping's teams parted the fog and walked in. Their stamina and damage stats evaporated at a dizzying speed. The female mage following Boss Lu quickly diagnosed the issue. This is a terrain effect trap. It directly inflicts debuffs or decaying states on victims within a static space, making resistance almost futile. And this was clearly an unlucky draw, as everyone's stats were being depleted with every breath. Lu Ping, who had known this place since its inception, wondered where this cursed rule came from. The mutation must have spawned it. Among the grimacing crowd, only Ning Feng maintained a calm expression. Lu Ping secretly guessed that this kid was completely immune to the debuff trap. The harsh truth was that his base stats were so monstrously high that these 3 health-reducing curses were like a mere itch. Even so, the young man understood his comrades were reaching their limits. The only way out was to strike fast and clean, saving Qi Wei and the survivors gasping for breath in the lair. Glancing at the motionless body on the floor, Lu Ping winked at his subordinate. "Wake him up quickly, squeeze the map out of his mouth for me." The bad boss was forced awake by the female mage's magic. He stammered in extreme panic. "Where those people are is very far, thousands of miles from the exit. The path is full of fierce beasts, you won't make it. I don't want to die so soon, please spare my life." Ning Feng obviously had no intention of releasing him. He gave him 2 options: either guide them to the teacher or be left behind as fertilizer for this cursed land. At that very moment, in the depths of the cavern abyss, the unfortunate trapped people were forced to face and fight the bloodthirsty hungry ghouls. Tragically, the majority of them had been clawed and beaten to a pulp. The only torch of life shining at this moment was Qi Wei's healing magic. From then until now, her hands had never rested as she exerted all her effort to save the crowd. Her face was as pale as paper, but her spirit resolutely refused to surrender. A few individuals shed tears of gratitude for the female teacher's selfless sacrifice. But the selfish ones clicked their tongues, mocking that she was wasting her efforts. Because they were mostly low-level fighters under 3 stars, even if fully healed, they wouldn't have enough strength to fight off those hideous monsters. Since being trapped, a long time had passed. The desperate souls were still anxiously waiting for a miracle from the rescue team. Everyone was on tenterhooks. Suddenly, the disguised stone shield shattered. Bitterly, what welcomed them was not reinforcements, but the hideous form of a beast tearing through the obstacle. Just locking eyes with the embodiment of death, the faces of the hiding crowd, including Qi Wei, instantly went pale. With that massive body, throwing eggs at a rock might even be less tragic. On the thin line between life and death, the old man who had just been snatched from death's grasp by Qi Wei suddenly rushed out to act as a shield. The beast's sharp fangs pierced cleanly through his chest in a haunting, blinding spray of blood. The young daughter beside him, who was just in tears of gratitude toward Chi Wei for saving her father, was now drowned in a pitch-black sea of despair. Chi Wei knew that staying here for even another second meant certain death. She quickly dragged the poor girl deeper into the shadows of the cave. For following right behind that bloodthirsty beast was an entire pack of ravenous monsters. Just a second too late, and the entire pack would tear them all to pieces. Unfortunately, the size difference was utterly ridiculous. Even if they ran as fast as they could hardly outpace the deadly strides of those wild beasts. Just as the claws were about to seize Chi Wei and the young girl, a solid ice shield sprouted from the ground. The towering ice wall sliced across the boundary of life and death. With absolute precision, Ningfeng tore through the wind and landed just in time. Following the savior was Wang Yue's team, bursting with killing intent. Compared to some dry, boring exercises, the feeling of facing this brutal beast head-on was still thrilling to every cell. Su Ting and the mage from Lu Ping's team quickly cast spells to patch up the wounds of the survivors. Chi Wei's life was finally safe. The body of the unfortunate father was also retrieved by Ningfeng from the beast's mouth. The daughter held her father's remains tightly, wailing heart-wrenchingly in a deeply tragic scene. The immediate threat was cleared for now, but the female mage kept calculating that even including the deceased, there were barely 20 people. Where had the others evaporated to? Just as Lu Ping opened his mouth to reply, the ground suddenly shook violently. The cave ceiling cracked into cobweb-like fissures, spewing countless giant, hideous tentacles that hovered in the air. Zhou Jiangshu swung his blade, testing with a lightning-fast strike. However, those slimy tentacles possessed a dominant self-regeneration ability. In less than a few moments, the wounds healed perfectly as before. Worse, the exit was completely blocked by this tangled mess. These blind tentacles behaved as if they possessed a cunning intelligence. Taking advantage of everyone being frozen, it aimed its tip to sneak attack Chi Wei directly. But before the tentacle could even touch the teacher's clothes, it was severed by Ningfeng and sent flying far away. The young man roared, "Everyone follow me." Ningfeng charged to the front line, dancing with his sword to part the waves and clear the way. Lu Ping's sharp eyes spotted a difference compared to Zhou Jiangshu's strike earlier. The sections of tentacles, chopped down by Ningfeng, had completely lost their ability to regenerate. He cleared a path drenched in blood. The crowd behind him ran for their lives and finally caught a glimmer of light ahead. They rushed forward like moths to a flame, endlessly thanking the heavens for keeping them alive. But as soon as they cleared the exit, everyone's brains froze once more. That light was no exit, it was the ultimate despair. The place they had risked their lives to enter was the lair of an octopus-like monster. No wonder so many tentacles appeared earlier. Unfortunately, this monster was absolutely colossal. Even a notorious veteran like Lu Ping was stunned, seeing such a grotesque size for the first time. Wang Yue also began to break out in a cold sweat, losing her composure. Only Ningfeng remained cool as ice, gesturing for the group not to panic before charging forward alone. The youth was certain this giant lump of flesh was the source causing the secret realm's mutation. Sending it straight to the grave was the fastest way to clear up this mess. Ningfeng charged like an arrow, unfortunately taking a fierce lash from the beast's tentacle. Although he was unscathed, the sword in his hand shattered into dust, making the team's hearts skip a beat. Luckily, he had splurged on 7 high-grade swords previously. If this one broke, he would just pull out another to fight. Ningfeng gritted his teeth without a word, slicing off the tentacle that dared to lash him. The beast let out a miserable wail, instantly going berserk. It frantically unleashed a storm of attacks at its opponent, but Ningfeng was no pushover either. In the end, taking it down was not as smooth as eating a bowl of soup. But for him, it was still within his capability to handle. After an earth-shattering struggle, the octopus monster was finally slain. With the seed of mutation turned to dust, the rescue team finally came in to do their job. Painfully, countless souls were left behind forever in this disaster. Through this, Lu Ping's respect for the young Ning Feng soared. Without his help, this area would have taken much longer to control, and casualties would have piled up immensely. Ning Feng only shrugged, offering a few casual words. For his mind was preoccupied with Qi Wei's pale complexion. Qi Wei was Ning Feng's respected mentor. He felt extremely lucky to have pulled her from death's door just in time. He knew all too well that teacher Qi Wei was exhausted to the bone, both physically and mentally drained by the recent crisis. So he pulled out a gift from his bag for her, an orange-quality consumable named Wound Healing. This item permanently increased stamina and spirit by 5 points, while boosting the efficiency of all healing skills by 50% forever. A priceless treasure of this caliber was something not just Qi Wei, but even Lu Ping was seeing for the first time. Boss Lu stared intently at the item, half-doubtingly asking, could this be the legendary God-given imprint? Yes, the monster exploded just now and dropped this. Ning Feng replied casually, which made Lu Ping panic even more. After all, aside from Ning Feng and those close to him, the whole world only knew Duan as the first person to receive this heavenly boon after clearing the trial of God. Everyone in the world coveted its shocking value. Furthermore, after Duan, no one had been blessed with a second imprint. Yet Ning Feng had obtained such a rare item and acted completely indifferent. Even more shocking was that he threw it to Qi Wei as easily as giving away a bunch of vegetables. She kept waving her hands, knowing she was just a minor 3-star class and not daring to claim such a priceless item. But since Ning Feng kept shoving it into her hand, forcing her to take it, Qi Wei had no choice but to accept it. While she was absorbing the imprint, an idea flashed through the student's mind. Ning Feng thought it would be best to arrange a special training regimen for Qi Wei just like Feng Yi, to improve her survival skills so he could cast away his worries. Unfortunately, this supernova camp confined them for 2 whole months, and even forbade trainees from requesting leave. Constantly worrying that another incident might happen during these 2 months, Ning Feng turned to probe Lu Ping. Instructor Lu, can I take some time off around noon this weekend to go somewhere? No problem. If you want a rest, taking a few more days off is fine too. Standing before a living national treasure, Lu Ping was not stupid enough to make things difficult. He nodded immediately, which made Ning Feng smile happily too. Rumors had it that Lu Ping was hypocritical and extremely difficult to deal with, but after today, he didn't seem so bad after all. The cleanup work here was left entirely to the rescue team. Lu Ping was about to escort Ning Feng back to the camp, but unexpectedly, reporters swarmed them like flies to honey. They eagerly questioned who between the two was the hero that decapitated the monster. Lu Ping winked and pointed behind him. It is this young man right here. Ning Feng instantly froze, extremely panicked. In this life, what made him shudder most was social small talk, and even more nightmarish was having to spar verbally with annoying people like these reporters. Lu Ping was admittedly straightforward, but that straightforwardness threw a pile of trouble directly at him. Taking a shower of camera flashes, dozens of microphones, and countless questions, Ning Feng's head spun, feeling so suffocated that he felt like he was about to faint. Even when facing the strongest beasts, his heart had never been this scared. Brother Feng seems extremely tense, doesn't he? Feng Rui, standing to the side, frowned in curiosity. This was the first time he had witnessed Ning Feng looking so flustered. He wasn't good at smooth talking, especially during these peculiar, put-on-the-spot interviews. Since he was a kid, he always avoided school interviews like a slippery eel. Wang Yue chimed in to explain, but she had no intention of stepping in to take the bullet for her friend. In her view, his future path would be paved with roses, so it was best for him to adapt to this star status. Struggling for a long time, Ning Feng finally sent the nosy journalists away, dragging himself back to the resting place at the training camp. His body exhausted, he lay on the mattress, his brain still buzzing from the earlier media shock. Not until he remembered an important matter did Ning Feng regain his composure. When he defeated the Phantom Octopus, he received an active skill book named Guardian Spirit. Although this skill had a long cooldown, it could summon a Guardian Spirit to block a fatal strike. Its value was truly infinite. After Ning Feng absorbed the skill, as expected, it automatically evolved into a dark forbidden spell. The spell transformed into a passive skill named Calamitous Undying. The rule was that for every 100,000 faith points collected, he would gain 1 resurrection. His current faith points were stuck at 4,243. The good thing was that each time the world level increased, he would easily receive a full 1,000,000 faith points. Ning Feng suddenly remembered the 12 chief gods of the past. Wasn't this so-called faith points the very thing those high-end mighty figures always craved from their followers? He understood a bit about the world-level mechanism, but when it came to collecting faith points, he was completely in the dark and would probably have to research it for a long time. Anyway, having the ability to restore life in his hands was still the most important priority for him. While Ning Feng stayed at the training camp, another incident broke out in the heart of Qin Yu not long after. This time, it had nothing to do with the secret realm mutation, but came from the rise of an adventurer named Dian Yu. Belonging to the same league as Bing Xia and Gu Ying, this guy had disappeared without a trace for 5 whole years. Having just reappeared not long ago, today this bastard walked down the street with his head held high. Just because of some minor verbal friction with others, he suddenly went mad. Biting and clawing passers-by like a rabid dog, he had already beaten about a dozen innocent people half to death. Their lives hung in the balance, and 8 guards met the same unfortunate fate. According to preliminary assessments, his strength had already surpassed the 5th transition. Ordinary adventurers were completely helpless against him, so Feng Yi eventually had to take action personally. Indeed, despite being so old, he never got a day to rest in peace. Dian Yu, upon sensing Feng Yi, immediately had his eyes light up. Well, what wind blew Senior Feng here? Back when I was a kid wasting time in school, you were my idol. Today, having Senior Feng personally step out to trade blows with me is indeed a great honor. Ironically, Feng Yi's phone rang right at this moment. The old man quickly answered to listen. This disrespectful behavior made Dian Yu extremely angry, as he was furious thinking Feng Yi was ignoring him. Feng Yi spoke on the phone. "Does the boss have any instructions for me? All right, I will settle this quickly and go straight to the base to speak with you." The Demon King's disciple smirked cunningly. "Insolent old fox, you dare to ignore this venerable one." With that, he roared, unleashing his power directly toward him. "Do you really think you are the strongest?" A giant green hand with sharp claws fiercely tore through space and pounced toward Feng Yi. Facing the fatal blow, the old man calmly reached out to end the call. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed his inner power, using the ultimate technique Dancing Flame Serpent to strike a fierce blow directly at the opponent's face. His authoritative flames pierced through that terrifying hand, tearing it apart like bamboo. The Demon King's disciple stared wide-eyed, his face pale, gasping as he screamed, "What on earth is this?" The old man disdainfully assessed his opponent. "His strength is comparable to Gu Ying, but having been trained by the boss, my power is different from before. Mr. Du is still waiting. I must fight swiftly to end this." The madman's face darkened, staring with unwilling eyes toward Feng Yi. He braced himself again, channeling his inner energy to cover his entire body with a dark green-black hellish aura. However, on this side of the battlefield, Director Feng also refused to back down. His inner power blazed with a brilliant, dazzling red flame. Both immediately unleashed their powers at each other, creating an extremely terrifying scene. The onlookers watching from the periphery gasped in amazement. "My God, what potion did Director Feng take to be this powerful? This strength is easily enough to surpass the 5th transition." The henchman wailed in frustration. "I don't believe it. I am the direct disciple of the Demon King. How could I be defeated by an old man like you?" As soon as those words left his mouth, a massive wave of power was already waiting to swallow his body. He was stunned, completely unable to react in time. Instantly, where he stood, an earth-shattering explosion leveled everything. Without a second thought, one knew that Mad Dog had perished. After cleaning up the eyesore, Feng Yi walked past coldly. "I have other business, so I will take my leave first." The person standing nearby nodded blankly. "Yes." Moving to the base's living room, Feng Yi and Du En were sitting in discussion, the surrounding atmosphere seemingly tense to the point of suffocation. The old man probed, "Does the boss mean he wants to publicly share the formula for advanced potions for the nation to use?" Du En nodded in confirmation. Yes, the boss's exact words were to popularize all the elixirs for the country. The smoothest way is to hand this over to the Adventurer Management Bureau to act as the hub. Feng Yi pondered, "The Earth is falling into imbalance. The danger levels of secret realms are constantly surging, while Hunter's strength lags far behind, unable to keep pace. At the same time, grinders who want to increase their strength must crawl into harsher dungeons. This is truly a deadly loop. This batch of advanced potions, once released, could completely alter the current balance of power, making it a key strategic resource. The boss must have thoroughly evaluated our bureau before agreeing to hand this over." After pondering for a while, he finally spoke, "Countless thanks for the boss's trust. This is indeed a great recognition for our Adventure Management Bureau. Does he have any other requirements for this?" Du En rubbed his chin. The chief said exactly one final sentence, and there didn't seem to be any requirements. The old man gasped, "Wow, selfless contribution without needing anything in return. This is indeed the stature of a great figure. It turns out that in the boss's eyes, boosting everyone's strength for peace is the ultimate purpose in life." Thinking of his close friend, Du En happily replied, "Exactly, that is also what I admire most about the boss. Seemingly casual decisions in the eyes of the big boss always turn into great actions that save countless lives." Feng Yi furrowed his brows. "The boss has the heart of a bodhisattva, but we cannot just take advantage of it so easily. I will submit a report and draw up an operational plan so that his efforts do not go to waste." Night fell quickly, and deep in the Shangrui lair a roar tore through the air. "What did you say?" The henchman stammered in panic. "We caught wind of someone selling advanced experience multiplier potions and forgetting potions on the black market. The packaging is completely different from ours, but the effects are exactly the same." The boss frowned in confusion. "The guild's advanced miraculous elixirs are all brewed by my own hands under the president's supervision. The users are also strictly limited internally, even a fly couldn't leak through. So which corner did this bootleg stock leak from?" Yu's face darkened. "In this world, the only one who can brew high-grade potions besides me is that damn mysterious boss. Could it be that this bootleg stock was released onto the black market by him?" As soon as those words left his mouth, he hissed, ordering his subordinates to investigate immediately. The henchman looked blankly in surprise. "Check on that mysterious boss, sir." Yu roared in annoyance. "Of course you are to dig up the black market for me." The subordinate hurriedly complied. Turning the lens back to Ning Feng, in the teacher's apartment complex, he and Wang Yue were walking shoulder to shoulder along the hallway. Suddenly she asked mischievously, "Do you want to review your sensational interview video?" Ning Feng grimaced and pleaded, waving his hands repeatedly, No, spare me." The girl grinned and reassured him, "Just kidding, but actually it's really good, so many viewers are singing your praises." In the comment section, netizens showered Ning Feng with praise, signaling that a bright new breeze had arrived. He thought that lately, his faith points had suddenly skyrocketed, surely due to the effect of that interview video. It seemed that in the future, he would have to get used to the media lens. As he and Wang Yue were walking down the street, a passerby suddenly noticed his presence. The young couple excitedly waved and called out, "Hello, Assistant Ning." Ning Feng smiled and returned the greeting, "Have a good day." Wang Yue silently noted that ever since Ning Feng displayed an overwhelming power that defied all common sense, absolutely no one dared to gossip anymore. Now, even the most elite students of the 4 prestigious academies had to respectfully bow and call him Assistant Ning from the bottom of their hearts. Along the street, greetings rang out continuously behind the two of them. "Greetings, Assistant Ning, and take care, Assistant Ning." His current demeanor exuded a majestic and imposing aura, completely erasing the image of the foolish youth of the past. The whispers still buzzed behind them, "Is that Ning Feng? So cool, if only I could get even half of his strength, my life would be made." The scene shifts back to Qinyu City. Captain Joe kept his eyes glued to his phone's screen, his voice filled with amazement. This time, our Qin Yu is basking in the reflected glory of young Ning Feng. Suddenly, Mayor Zhang put down his phone, holding his head in his hands and sighing deeply. Captain Joe found it strange and asked, "Mayor Zhang, what is making you so gloomy?" At that moment, Su Lan also turned to leave. "I'm going outside to take a quick call." The old man explained, "Young Ning Feng will eventually have to go to university. Once he leaves, I'm afraid that mysterious master will also disappear without a trace. Lately, Duan has been calling repeatedly to return the villa we painstakingly prepared, because that master rarely stays in Qinyu anymore." Mayor Zhang continued to express his worries. "Without the protection of such an expert, I fear Qinyu will fall back into its former miserable state. Having gone through 2 anomalies and a monster invasion, just remembering it is enough to give me chronic insomnia." Captain Joe's gaze accidentally caught Su Lan's pensive expression, making him look surprised. Without hesitating long, he called out loudly, "Captain Su, who are you longing for that you look so dazed?" Su Lan was still in shock. "Just now, Master informed me that the mysterious master agreed to personally train me. Pinch me, am I dreaming?" Mayor Zhang seized the opportunity to entrust her. "Captain Su, the future of this entire city rests on your shoulders now." Captain Joe also joined in the teasing. "Dinner tonight is on me. In exchange, please look after this little brother of yours in the future, Captain Su." Su Lan blushed furiously in embarrassment. "What is wrong with you two today?" The scene shifts to a secluded basement, where a panicked voice suddenly rings out, "Lao Feng, is what you just said true?" Feng Yi maintained an extremely solemn expression. "Not a single word is wrong. The anonymous master has agreed to hand over the entire secret formula for brewing premium potions to the government. I am currently drafting a proposal to seek approval from my superiors to build a manufacturing plant in the nation's name, partnering with him." The entire room fell into silence as everyone quietly pondered. Currently, only the Shang Rui Guild monopolized the secret formula, putting heavy pressure on all organizations. If the government stepped in to produce high-grade medicine, stabilizing both output and price, this would indeed be tearfully good news for the entire cultivation world. He Shi Yu thoughtfully calculated something, but decided to keep it to himself. A moment later, he spoke up. "As for the master sharing the secret formula, I personally support it with both hands. But have you all thought about whether there is some hidden motive behind that noble facade?" Liu Yingzhen frowned and asked, "President He, what are you implying?" He immediately explained, "This is the high-grade medicine our group seized from the black market. Its medicinal properties are identical to the ones produced by the guild, only the bottle is different. I have personally inventoried our warehouse, and none of the guild's goods are missing. The amount of medicine authorized for the auction house is extremely small, and the tracking magic has shown no signs of goods being leaked to the black market. So where on earth did this batch of medicine come from? You surely haven't forgotten that during the last Trial Realm raid, Duan revealed something. That mysterious master had already mastered the recipe for brewing premium potions long ago." Another member immediately chimed in. "The black market underworld has a massive smuggling network that completely evades the law, and countless shady transactions take place there. While we are still in the dark, if this medicine falls into the hands of criminals, the consequences will be catastrophic. Regardless of whether that master has bad intentions, this action is no different from abetting the enemy." Feng Yi spoke in a serious tone. "Is there really such a shocking dark side? I will send someone to investigate right away." In reality, he was already planning to assign this task to Su Lan once she completed her training. Of course, he also needed to give the master a heads-up first. The other old man snorted coldly. "I warned you before. Having a powerful individual act entirely on personal whim without being bound by the rules makes absolutely no sense. Regardless of how Director Feng plans to handle this, our Jia Yuan Guild will send people to join forces with the Shang Rui Guild to uncover the truth. If we happen to find out that this medicine is indeed connected to that master, I hope Director Feng will enforce the law strictly and not use protecting an acquaintance as a shield anymore." Elder Feng replied resoundingly, "Rest assured, if this is truly connected to him, I will personally bear all the consequences." The scene shifts to a realm area where the sky is shrouded in a gloomy, suffocating darkness. Su Ting clarified, "My brother controls the medicine very strictly. Imports and exports are all documented properly, and there is absolutely no sign of leakage." Feng Ying also hastily reported, "My family's medicine warehouse is personally managed by me and my grandfather, with continuous record comparisons. I count every bottle daily, once when I open my eyes in the morning and again when I close them at night." He thought to himself, "I originally treated these bottles of potion like trash, yet they treasure them like priceless gems. But this is good. Thanks to this strictness, I can easily narrow down the root of the goods." Ning Feng rubbed his chin and analyzed, "If the goods didn't leak from our side, and the Shang Rui Guild is also claiming innocence, did the black market stock fall from the heavens? Could there be a third party besides me and that guild who knows the formula?" In the heart of the black market, the air carried a gloomy and cold scent, and all the vendors were bundled up, completely hiding their true faces. A cunning-looking man was silently scanning around, stalking a target. A whispering voice sounded. Who would have thought that over a tiny bottle of medicine, all 7 great guilds would send people to investigate? The cloaked man replied coldly, "No need to worry. How could the lowly creatures of this world possibly detect our presence? After all, I have already openly roamed around to intimidate them." Having said that, he laughed gleefully. "Oh, some tasty bait has come to buy medicine on its own." The purple-haired woman frowned and complained, "This godforsaken place is so hard to navigate." The man leading the way stepped forward to report, "Sir, these 2 customers want to buy high-level experience potions." The woman interrupted immediately, "We are not here to buy medicine, we are looking for someone. Last week a swordsman in a white robe came here to trade, but he has disappeared without a trace since then. Do you know where on earth he is?" The man hiding behind the cloaked figure stepped forward, his face contorted with malice. "My lord, these people came here to make trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, the cloaked figure slowly raised his head, and countless hideous octopus tentacles poured out from beneath the fabric. It turned out that hidden beneath the human disguise was a grotesque, monstrous creature. The slimy tentacles rushed forward, tightly wrapping around the 2 strangers in the blink of an eye. The pressure from the tentacles grew increasingly savage. Before the young man and woman could react, they were ambushed and forced to take the beating helplessly. Suddenly, sharp needles grew from the tips of 2 tentacles, ruthlessly piercing straight into their throats. They immediately felt their limbs go limp and their strength drain away, followed by an agonizing bone-deep pain. Before long, their weak resistance faded, and both let go, drawing their last breaths on the spot. The henchman was scared out of his wits witnessing the slaughter, cold sweat pouring down his body as he stammered, "Please forgive me, Lord. They lied to me at the door that they were buying medicine." The monster replied indifferently, "It doesn't matter. I chose this slum precisely to clean up this kind of trouble anyway. Who cares if a few lives vanish in the black market?" Then he roughly threw the 2 corpses onto the ground and ordered coldly, "Drag them down to the basement." The subordinate hurriedly bowed and complied. Deep inside a sealed room, the pile of corpses was dumped into a deep pit, surrounded by an extremely sinister and disgusting purple-glowing slime. A gloomy voice delivered an order, "The sacrifices for this batch have met the quota. Everyone will temporarily withdraw and rest. Once the new warrior awakens, we will prepare to launch the next step. At that moment, the throne of this world will belong to our species. I cannot be absent out there for too long." With that, the intense purple light shot out of the abandoned building at an incredible speed. It rushed straight toward a magnificent mansion, seemingly the true abode of some alien creature. The purple light immediately slipped into the body of a man who was intently turning the pages of a book. His expression suddenly warped, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile that would send shivers down anyone's spine. A few days passed, and Ning Feng held the phone to his ear asking softly, "Still no trace found." Duan carefully reported, "Some people admitted they were pitched premium medicine in the black market, but the scalpers have completely vanished now. It is unclear whether they caught wind of the situation and went into hiding." Tapping his fingers while holding the phone as he pondered, he calmly replied, "I see, no problem. If there's any new movement, just let me know." Duan hung up, feeling frustrated with himself. If I can't even handle a small matter like this, how can I have the face to follow the master? As soon as his thoughts ended, the phone in his hand rang loudly again. Captain Su, did you dig up any bright clues on your end? On the other end, Su Lan, who was busy searching the black market, sighed and replied, currently still no trace. The camera shifts back to the quiet, abandoned house, where a dense, deadly aura hung thick in the air. Deep inside, a horrifying phenomenon occurred as the entire pile of corpses in the deep pit suddenly evaporated, without leaving even a bone. The people who were thought to have died suddenly stood up, their eyes snapping open with a sharp, brutal purple light. The group in the office was gathered around a banquet table, and the dining atmosphere was extremely lively and bustling. Captain Zhou observed quietly, thinking to himself that Assistant Ning's temperament was incredibly friendly, lacking any of the arrogant, haughty traits of young geniuses. After working side by side for a while, the two sides had become quite close. Ning Feng, of course, was also calculating in his mind. Those gathered here were the country's outstanding elites. In the future, when the world upgraded, collecting faith power would surely benefit greatly from their strength. A talkative young woman chimed in, Assistant Ning, have you set your eyes on any guild yet? With your outstanding talent, invitations must be piling up like a mountain. He gave a bright smile and replied, currently, I have no interest in joining any organization. Another guy wondered, so do you plan to establish your own empire, or is the sushi team already affiliated with a certain guild? Ning Feng replied casually, sushi is Yue-Er's foundation, we are only borrowing the name temporarily. The crowd began to ponder. Sushi sounded like just a small local guild, practically unknown on a national scale, but with a roster of monsters like this, a glorious future was guaranteed. And Assistant Ning sweet-talked Assistant Wang as Yue-Er. Their relationship was obvious, so there was no need for tedious explanations. An excited male student turned to Assistant Wang and asked, I really want to join sushi. Is the recruitment process very strict? She suddenly felt embarrassed. Ah, well. A student next to him interrupted, and others chimed in eagerly. I'm graduating this year, please give me a chance to join sushi. Me too, I want to join as well. When the banquet ended, Wang Yue breathed a sigh of exhaustion. What was supposed to be a simple lunch had turned into a recruitment site. Su Ting, on the other hand, felt smug. Looking at the profiles of such elite applicants, I suddenly get the illusion that our organization is rising to become one of the 7 great guilds. The joke made everyone burst into hearty laughter, instantly dispelling the awkwardness. Ning Feng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. His original purpose when entering the training camp was just to spot a few talents to bring back and train, but he had hit a bigger jackpot than expected. With the eyesore Zhao Cheng swept aside, Yue-Er now had full authority over her foundation, making it perfectly qualified to become a strong supporting army for him. Speaking of Zhao Cheng's disappearance, one could only say he got his karma. It started with his father colluding with Peng Zia and Gu Yang. Unfortunately, during a search by the authorities, they unearthed a sinister array hidden inside his estate and those of his lackeys. Currently, a warrant for the Zhao Cheng duo had been issued by the government. Yue-Er also took the opportunity to remove them from the guild roster, clearing the path to save herself from a heap of tedious trouble. Suddenly, a piercing ringtone blared, pulling him back to reality. Ning Feng pulled out his phone, and a photo sent by Duan caught his eye. It looked like this guy had unearthed those anomalous pits. The messages popped up rapidly. Master, Su Lan just raided this hideout inside a house in the black market. The scene is littered with brewing equipment and several bottles of high-grade leveling medicine, with labels identical to the goods seized by the Shang Rui Guild. We have reason to believe the smuggled medicine was leaked from this den. Ning Feng stared at the photo, his expression momentarily freezing. What on earth is this? The frame shifts to the desolate ruins, and Su Lan reported, the scanner detected remnants of a dark power source. Could this be traces of a specific mutant species? Just as she finished her sentence, Duan surged in. No, it isn't. This is a type of evil beast humanity has never encountered, parasitic demons. He explained slowly. Normally, demons cannot leave the realm territories for too long to survive outside. But these parasitic demons are a bizarre exception. They must latch onto other living bodies to lay eggs, simultaneously seizing total control of the host's mind and actions. Without specific techniques, it is difficult for mortal eyes to distinguish between an ordinary citizen and a possessed body. During their hatching phase, these demons are extremely fragile and must hide. These pits in the floor are called parasitic nests, used as incubators for their eggs. Shuddering at his words, goosebumps broke out all over Su Lan, and she stammered, "So now?" Duan caught her concern and nodded, "Exactly. The parasites in this nest seem to have successfully hatched." Sensing the severity of the situation, Su Lan gritted her teeth. "Doesn't that mean there is an invisible army of parasitic demons freely crowding among humans?" Duan furrowed his brow. "That is still not the most terrifying part." Night fell at the Shang Rui Guild headquarters. He Shi Yu slammed his hand on the table in frustration. "After so many days of searching, we still haven't dug up any news." Suddenly, the door burst open. A man with a murderous aura stormed straight into the room. Seeing the newcomer, He Shi Yu inquired, "Lao Huang, what ill wind blew you here?" As soon as he finished speaking, the other man bared his teeth in a bizarre smile. Fleshy tentacles poured out of his body like a torrent, rushing toward everyone present. Sharing the same fate as the black market victims, Shi Yu and Fang Dan were bound tightly before they could even cry out. Shi Yu widened his eyes, realizing the person in front of him was not witch Dr. Lao Huang at all. What on earth was this monstrous thing? Without giving him another chance to struggle, a poison-tipped needle plunged straight into Shi Yu's carotid artery. His eyes instantly went dull, losing focus, as a network of blue-purple veins bulged across his flesh in a terrifying display. Completing the manipulation, he withdrew the tentacles, and the two automatically fell to their knees in submission, as if awaiting orders. With the plot succeeding, the monster threw back its head and laughed savagely. He inspected his two newly acquired puppets. "I thought this net would only catch He Shi Yu, but it even hooked Captain Fang of the Jai Yuan Guild. What an unexpected joy. By obtaining two such fifth-turn experts, my power is bound to skyrocket. To offer your bodies to breed our great clan is the ultimate honor for you lowly creatures." Returning to Duan's side, he calmly explained. The master once conveyed that while the parasitic demon's true body is not overly strong, it possesses a special passive skill called hive mind nature. As their numbers expand, their collective power multiplies, making each individual stronger. At the same time, the queen mother responsible for reproduction receives a far more massive stat amplification than her ordinary lackeys. Su Lan's eyes lit up. No wonder they huddled in the black market from the start, purely to quietly recruit troops. Duan clicked his tongue in agreement. Exactly. After all, human potion is useless to them. That medicine was ultimately just fragrant bait to lure hosts to their deaths. At this point, she couldn't help but shudder anxiously. So in the end, what can humanity use to crush these parasites? He related, the master said that once their energy swells to a certain point, dark measurement devices, or talismans, can completely expose them. But to pull them out by the roots, we must use divine bestowed items. Su Lan was stunned. What kind of treasure is a divine bestowed item? Duan explained patiently. Simply put, it's a treasure personally granted by gods, or one that has been dipped in the blessings of the Supreme Being. Catching the key point, she nodded quickly. I must report this to Master immediately to quickly mobilize forces for a hunt. Her mind was racing. Although she didn't know where to find that damn sacred object, since the Master had specified it, their side would surely dig it up somehow. But neither of them could have anticipated in their wildest dreams the harsh reality that Ning Feng himself had no concept of what a divine bestowed item was. He racked his brain to recall. In the Demon King's memories, there was indeed some information about these parasitic demons, which allowed him to visualize their host coexistence trait. Upon receiving a fatal blow, these demons would transfer all damage to their host's body to share the risk. Their sluggish nature actually became an extremely formidable defensive weapon. Only a divine bestowed item would be capable of neutralizing that trouble and cleanly separating them. But thinking about it, how could such an overpowered item be found in this world? With the elusive movement of these demons, If they successfully branched out and multiplied, humanity would face an unimaginable disaster. In the end, what trick should he use to sweep them away? While he was racking his brains, his phone suddenly vibrated, showing Du-An's name on the screen. He picked up immediately. "What is it, Du-An? Has something happened?" An extremely panicked voice came from the other side. "Master, it's bad. A massive wave of dark energy just fluctuated at the Shang Rui Guild headquarters, playing out exactly as you warned." Du-An reported frantically. "Currently, all guild personnel have vanished from the communication system, and even President He Shiyu is out of range. Furthermore, countless adventurers with strange appearances are swarming to surround the Shang Rui headquarters." Hearing this, Ning Feng sprang up. "Strictly forbid anyone from approaching that area to avoid useless bloodshed. I will go clean it up myself." Pitch-black night descended upon the Shang Rui Guild area. The fake Lao Huang stood proudly on the high floor, stroking his beard smugly. Finally, the days of hiding in dark corners are over. Under his command, a squad of possessed soldiers stood in neat lines, awaiting orders. Fang Dan and Shiyu bowed in unison and called out loudly, "Reporting to the Queen, the entire army has gathered." He smirked and nodded. "Excellent." Suddenly, a footstep sounded from behind, startling him, and he hurriedly spun around to look. It was Ning Feng, who casually stood with his hands behind his back, standing tall in the midst of the possessed corpses disguised as humans. Despite the chilling scene, Ning Feng's attitude remained as calm as ever, his eyes projecting a suffocating murderous aura directed straight at the monsters. The leader frowned in suspicion. "Isn't this the young man from those online videos? What is this brat doing here?" Taking in the scene before him, his mind raced. The number of possessed hostages was too large. If he cast a doom-forbidden spell, they would immediately become meat shields for the parasitic demons. He also didn't know if the weapons he was using qualified as sacred objects. The fake Lao Huang smirked with a sneer. "Kid, why are you fighting all by yourself? Those people were too scared to come, so they pushed you out to be a paper tiger, didn't they?" Ignoring his provocation, he said flatly, "Are you the king of this den?" The man puffed out his chest complacently. "And you even respectfully call me king? Does this kid plan to kneel down and beg to join me?" "Unfortunately for you, this seat has no interest in adopting lowly humans, though your power is indeed formidable. If I use your body as an incubator, it will surely hatch a terrifying super warrior." Unwilling to bicker, Ning Feng gathered his strength and dashed forward, delivering a direct strike to the monster's face. The slimy tentacles had barely reached out before they were sliced to pieces by his sword strikes, leaving the fake Lao Huang scared out of his wits. In that instant, he roared in fury, "I respect your strength, but don't expect these simple attacks to kill me. The boundary between you and me is the distance from a mortal to a god, kid." He squinted at his wounds, sighing in disappointment. Indeed, using ordinary weapons produced no effect whatsoever. The leader rubbed his hands in smug satisfaction. I looked closely. How could this brat get a divine-bestowed item? The thing in his hand is just a common, mortal tool. Lao Huang laughed aloud. "No wonder you have strength surpassing ordinary people. Turns out you are just a run-of-the-mill errand boy for the Demon King." "What's wrong? Realizing you can't win, do you want to call your master to manifest and take the beating for you? Hasn't your lord taught you this lesson? If a high-level existence tries to force its way down into this lower world, its power will be severely drained. Unless an evil god descends in person, if we fight here, this seat is invincible." He murmured to himself, "The core subordinates of an evil god always carry a few treasures granted by their boss. Perhaps one of them happens to have a toy that counters parasitic demons. Anyway, using a forbidden summoning spell won't drain too much power. I just don't know what kind of bizarre appearance the little darling rising up will have. I pray it doesn't overdo it." Suddenly, from the thick dark clouds, a pair of bloodshot red eyes ripped open, its face completely concealed behind the dense mist. Midst flashes of lightning, a round creature bounced out. With a pig-like face and an arrow-shaped tail tip, the most accurate description was definitely a premium capybara. Its bizarre appearance made both him and Lao Huang freeze on the spot. Ning Feng blinked and rubbed his eyes vigorously, wondering if this was actually a high-level demon commander. The chubby fluffball waddled toward him on two pairs of tiny, stubby legs. This grand entrance turned everyone's gaze into pure bewilderment. Amusingly, the little guy tried to stand up tall to look majestic, but due to its short height, it lost its balance and tumbled flat onto the floor with a thud. The fake Lao Huang couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. "Where did you pull this toy from? There isn't even a trace of dark aura squeezing out of it. Do you intend to rely on this prey?" As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible, violent wave of power descended, sweeping through everything. Before Lao Huang could react, he took the full force of the suppression and fell to his knees on the ground. Not only him, but the entire possessed army under control also collapsed involuntarily to the floor. Lao Huang was in utter panic. What on earth is going on? Suddenly, the only thought flashing in my mind is to lie around lazily, with absolutely no desire to move my limbs. Next, the Demon King sluggishly opened its mouth, taking a light bite at the empty air. Instantly, a series of dense black smoke streams were forcibly dragged up from the void. Continuing in that manner, the Demon King took several consecutive bites at the empty air. Ningfeng stood with his arms crossed, observing. The little guy was directly devouring the parasitic demons hiding in the shadows. This solution seemed 10,000 times easier than using a divine-bestowed item. Lao Huang's eyes widened and his mouth hung open. No, unbelievable. I thought that at most, it was just a demon lord. In the end, what kind of horrific thing did he summon to completely crush me? Ningfeng leisurely walked up to the monster. "Well, creature of a lower world, didn't you say you were invincible?" At this point, he finally felt terrified. "Oh, no, I was just boasting and talking nonsense. Please, 1,000 times over, do not take it to heart." He pulled out his phone. "Since that's the case, perfect. Obediently help me record a video for research material." Under the camera, his monstrous form was clearly visible. Yes, I am guilty. I beg for mercy by Coutwing, please spare my life." He spoke up. "First, confess honestly. Which route did you use to sneak into our world?" The monster began to confess. "Previously, this guy relied on his strength to lead a battle team to plow through my realm. I had no choice but to take advantage of his carelessness to take root and parasitize him, following him back to your world." He questioned curiously, "So what is your origin in the realm? Are you a hidden boss?" He nodded hastily. Yes, exactly as you guessed, that is indeed the case." He mumbled, "Initially I was quite fragile, so I only dared to hide in the black market to scavenge. Because in such a chaotic place, if anyone went missing, it wouldn't attract any outside concern. It wasn't until recently, when my strength leveled up, that I skipped the incubation phase and directly injected larvae to seize human brains, which gave me the audacity to capture the Shang Rui Guild." As soon as he finished his confession, the Demon King also waddled over, its mouth suddenly opening wide. Seeing this, the monster cried out in a panic, "Don't eat me!" Naturally, all this vivid footage was captured by the camera and sent straight to the guild headquarters. Liu Yingzhen sighed. "Considering our side lacks secure facilities to detain and preserve parasitic demons, we have to leave the cleanup entirely to Ningfeng. Though it is extremely painful to admit, as a lower-tier world, every time we unfortunately encounter monsters appearing before us, we truly struggle to take a single step." A member said in a trembling voice, "If student Ningfeng hadn't stepped in to save us, the Shang Rui Guild would have certainly met its ruin." Another old man brushed it aside. "No, the entire alliance of the 7 great guilds, even the whole world, would have perished, and we could only watch helplessly without being able to do a thing." Feng Yi spoke up to reassure them. "Everyone, stop spreading panic. At least the mysterious master and Ningfeng are still on our side. Now that the truth of the high-grade medicine incident has been clearly revealed, clearing the master's name, both sides can fully join forces." With the knot resolved, the entire room raised their hands in approval. "I agree. I fully support. Settled." Feng Yi presented resoundingly. "The state will fund the establishment of an organization specialized in the brewing and distribution of the Supreme Potion line. In particular, 80% of the profits will be offered to the master." Ningfeng silently rejoiced in his heart. Suddenly scooping 80% of the dividends without having to lift a finger was indeed full of sincerity. The old man talked endlessly. Furthermore, the government has decided to award a certificate of merit to honor Xiao Feng's 2 recent heroic deeds. The award ceremony will take place right at the closing of the training camp. The media's cameras are already stationed out there, eagerly waiting to interview Xiao Feng. Ning Feng rejoiced inwardly. Only an idiot would pass up such a free offering of faith power. He quickly replied, "Then I will have to trouble Senior Feng to pave the way for me." The old man chuckled warmly. "Oh, no need to be so polite." After speaking to Feng Yi, he turned around and entrusted the matter to Duan. "I need to head back to the camp. Please look after this little troublemaker. It seems to only enjoy eating magical beasts." Duan bowed deeply to receive the order. "Please take your time, boss. I will take it into the secret realm to hunt right away." He swallowed hard, thinking that if the boss's pet could chew through parasitic demons so effortlessly, its power might even crush his own. It seemed he would have to work twice as hard. Ning Feng stroked its fur, analyzing its abilities. The little creature's passive trait seemed to be a domain that forced all targets to lose their will to fight. Thankfully, it didn't trigger this effect during casual walks, saving him the trouble of hiding it. This little guy loved to nuzzle and sniff the scent of Han Yin lingering on the necklace. Could there be a bloodline or some special connection between this fellow and Han Yin? Ending his train of thought, he stroked it and said, "You are always so slow and sluggish. From now on, I will call you Man-Man." The scene shifted to the faculty housing area in the training camp, where Ning Feng was staying. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out, "Where has our big hero gone?" "Where is the big hero?" Ning Feng startled, thinking it sounded just like a child begging for candy. A girl walked up asking with a smile, "So you are the famous savior Ning Feng?" His eyes widened in confusion. "What big hero?" At the same time, 3 young men followed her in and greeted, "Professor Zai, long time no see." He turned to look. It turned out to be Xiao Rui. Indeed, it had been a long time since they last met. Coincidentally, the gathering today was full of familiar faces. Jiang Shu also awkwardly nodded to greet the professor. Xiao Rui quickly acted as the introducer. "Let me introduce everyone. This is Zai Yuan, an honorary lecturer at Baking University and an advisor to the 7 great guilds. She was my father's classmate years ago. Much of the current theory and technology for scanning secret realms are the results of her research." Hearing this formidable list of achievements, Ning Feng was stunned, thinking, "She is incredibly capable." The woman smiled and replied, "Rather than praising me, you should praise student Ning. He saved so many lives. I was stuck doing experiments in a secret realm and couldn't make it back earlier. As soon as I arrived at the camp early this morning, I heard rumors of student Ning's glorious deeds, so I came over out of curiosity to see what our savior looks like." He scratched his head in embarrassment. "You flatter me too much." Then he remembered that the training camp brochure mentioned a Professor Zai leading the science department. He had assumed it would be a stern, elderly figure, but Professor Zai turned out to be so energetic. Professor Zai happily grabbed his hand. "You guys probably haven't had breakfast yet, right? Sit down and eat." Immediately after, she excitedly advertised, "This entire feast is prepared from the spoils of defeated monsters. Everyone, please dig in." Everyone praised the food while chewing. "Oh my, this is incredibly delicious. The marinade is so flavorful." Su Ting spoke with her mouth full, her words slurring together. Zai Yuan nudged closer to Ning Feng and whispered, "It is broad daylight, yet we haven't seen Teacher Li going around knocking on doors for roll call." He realized that's true. Usually he wakes up at the crack of dawn. Teacher Li muttered to himself, "Professor Zai is truly an unmatched workaholic. She just got back and immediately forced us to work through the night. Yet, she strictly forbade anyone from disturbing Ning Feng, and those grunts even agreed that the big hero should have the privilege of sleeping in." The old man bitterly swallowed his resentment. How could the scales of treatment between people be so terribly unbalanced? Professor Zai walked over with a smile. "Student Ning, I have carefully watched the combat footage. Your tactical decision-making is peerless among your peers." Wang Yue interrupted proudly, "Professor Zai, you might not know this, but Ning Feng is the top student in our department. His theoretical test scores have never yielded the first place to anyone." Professor Zai chuckled, "No wonder." She winked at Ning Feng. It is rare to find a genius who has both a rock-solid theoretical foundation and practical combat skills. Actually, during my recent hunt, I gathered some strange ancient artifacts from the depths of the secret realm. If you have time, come and take a look. Ning Feng's interest was piqued, and he asked with wide eyes, "Is there something special about those items?" After waiting for a while, the group eventually made their way together to Teacher Li's office. Professor Zai smiled brightly, asking him if this was his first time visiting the training camp's research room, adding that because it was set up in a hurry, the place was as messy as a battlefield. Upon seeing her, Teacher Li gasped in surprise. Seeing this, Professor Zai waved her hand, "Just carry on with your work. I will show these kids around to broaden their horizons." Teacher Li broke into a cold sweat, wondering to himself why, despite being teaching assistants, they acted as if a high-ranking official was on an inspection tour. Surrounded and watched by the crowd, Teacher Li grew so tense that his back was drenched in cold sweat. At that exact moment, the necklace resting quietly on Ning Feng's neck suddenly glowed brilliantly. He frowned, thinking, the Han Yin necklace is suddenly flickering with energy. There must be something nearby triggering it. Professor Zai turned around and waved excitedly. "Ning Feng, come over here and guess what this pile of junk is." Glancing at the item cleaned by Xenia, he rubbed his chin and remarked, "It looks man-made. If it's not broken brick, it must be some carved wall fragment." She nodded in approval. "You have sharp eyes." Professor Zai took a breath and began to explain. "Usually, secret realms are just monster dens, but this place is different. It seems we have unearthed a civilization that vanished from the world." Ning Feng raised an eyebrow in confusion. "A vanished civilization?" Professor Zai sighed and continued. "These items were gathered from a pile of bones within the secret realm. Since the monsters there are incredibly ferocious, we didn't dare go too deep and only picked up what we could find. But I bet there is an entire underground city hidden within those bones." Ning Feng secretly broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, could Professor Zai have accidentally dug up Han Yin's old homeland? How could there be such a ridiculous coincidence in this world? He spoke up to break the atmosphere. "Professor Zai, could I take a closer look at these things?" She nodded generously. "Make yourself at home." Ning Feng leaned in to observe carefully. It turned out that the energy radiating from the crystal was being rapidly absorbed by the Han Yin necklace. Could these two items be related? She approached and whispered, "Well, did you figure out anything?" Ning Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Not yet. I probably need to personally enter that secret realm to investigate further." Professor Zai patted her chest confidently. "Test a piece of cake. Let me handle the paperwork." As soon as they set foot in the secret realm, Professor Zai quickly introduced the group. "Let me introduce you. This is my elite research team. Once we go in, they will do their best to cooperate with you." The researchers gathered around with flattering words. "Ah, Assistant Ning, seeing is believing. If you need us to run any errands, just let us know. By the way, when we are done, could we take a photo with you as a keepsake?" Xiao Wei watched and rejoiced inwardly. These people were all academic geniuses who could easily become professors anywhere. Normally, they would never show such admiration to anyone, yet Brother Feng had completely won them over. Mu Qiu had a worried look. "This is such a major mission. Is it really okay for me to tag along?" Wang Yue patted her shoulder encouragingly. "We are in the same boat now. We live and die together, so what is there to worry about?" On the other side, Professor Zai was as energetic as if she had been injected with adrenaline. She raised her hand and shouted, "Forward, comrades, let's move." The group walked a long distance. Currently, Ning Feng and Professor Zai were huddled together examining the map. Suddenly, a gust of dark, pitch-black smoke smelling heavily of darkness rushed straight toward them. At that moment, the ground shattered, and a monster with jagged, needle-like teeth opened its wide maw and lunged straight up from beneath the earth. Professor Zai stood frozen in place, her mouth agape wide enough to fit a goose egg. On the contrary, Ning Feng remained perfectly calm, treating matters of life and death as light as a feather. At that very instant, a massive axe-carrying terrifying force swung straight down onto the unfortunate monster's head. Ning Feng smiled with squinted eyes and waved casually. It's just a minor issue. The trash has been cleared, everyone can continue ahead. Professor Zai's followers were terrified. They stared at each other in disbelief. Oh my, such a massive monster was taken down in a single blow. These youngsters are truly real gods of war. Having dealt with the obstacle, Zai quickly ran over to report. Professor Zai, it seems I have found something strange. Beneath where the monster's carcass lay, a deep pit was revealed, seemingly hiding something highly mysterious underneath. Curious, the group descended into the pit. Professor Zai inspected it for a moment, then clicked her tongue. Indeed, these are the ruins of an ancient civilization. Could the locals here have been completely wiped out by the monsters? Hey, if our world were to be swallowed by them, would we also become a secret realm for others to explore? Ningfeng stood leaning against the wall with folded arms, thinking, Professor Zai's guess is spot on. I vaguely remember that the trial zone of the Shangrui Guild used to be a proper world with its own civilization. Before he could finish his thought, the pendant around his neck started acting up again, flashing brightly and forcing Ningfeng to pay attention. Immediately, he stepped closer to the cliffside and discovered a strange object flashing in unison. He calculated in his mind, it's this glowing junk again. Whenever it gets close to the Han Yin pendant, it reacts intensely. I wonder if I can find more of this if we head deeper into the ruins. A researcher ran over in a panic to report, Professor Zai, there is a dense dark aura rising up ahead. Professor Zai looked in shock toward the high platform spewing black mist. Ningfeng glanced over and immediately recognized the familiar scent. This atmosphere is identical to the ritual used to summon an evil god, but the pressure is much heavier than the fake one I encountered last time. Deep within the abyss, a massive monster was staring at the group as if they were a delicious dinner. Crowding at its feet was a horde of red-eyed goblins, grinding their teeth as they awaited orders. The boss let out an ear-splitting roar. The entire horde of minions immediately surged forward like madmen toward everyone at a terrifying speed. Zai Ran, seeing the situation was dire, warned, Zio Yi, they are as numerous as ants and running incredibly fast. Watch your life. But Zio Yi grinned carelessly. No big deal. We have Brother Feng covering us from behind. Let's just treat this as a physical fitness test. With that, Zai Ran roared and charged to the front line. You brats, don't even dream of breaking through our iron wall. Seeing its minions utterly defeated, the boss was furious. It glared at Ningfeng's group with fiery eyes, wishing to devour them alive. Professor Zai's research team whispered among themselves, monsters are spawning like mushrooms. Should we jump in to help? Wait, if we go out there, we might just become dead weight for the kids to carry, which would be embarrassing. Professor Zai scratched her head anxiously. This time, the kids will really have to push themselves to the limit to hold on. Wang Yue rubbed her hands eagerly. My hands are itching. Should I fly up and test my skills against that boss? Ningfeng smiled brightly and gestured, all of you go ahead and beat it up. I will clean up the trash down here. In the blink of an eye, he swept away the entire horde of hideous monsters. The monster carcasses piled up, scattered all over the ground. Professor Zai's team stood agape, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. What on earth? Assistant Ning alone managed to stop this entire tsunami of monsters. Ningfeng folded his arms and nodded, calculating, I'll leave the stage for Yue to direct. After all, Mu Qiu, Teacher Qi, and Sister Lam have all tasted my hellish training, and now everyone is incredibly strong. Even if I am absent, it would take a lot to wipe out the Song Mu Si team. Right now, he just stood there like a statue, yet the remaining monsters trembled, stumbling and not daring to take a single step forward. The onlookers were traumatized. It seems those monsters are terrified of Assistant Ning's shadow. Oh my, what are the youngsters eating these days to be so ferocious? I might have to write an early retirement application to save myself from embarrassment. Back on Wang Yue's battlefield, she shouted orders. The boss has shown itself. Everyone, prepare to heal and buff up quickly. Zio Rui, standing behind, also shouted in response, understood, boss. The monster did not waste words, directly unleashing an area of effect attack that whipped up blinding dust and smoke. Immediately after, its colossal body blended into the hazy dust. To ordinary eyes, it would certainly cause disorientation, making it impossible to find the target's coordinates. But reality proved different. Just as it attempted to hide, a dazzling beam of golden light crashed in with lightning speed. That energy was as violent as an invisible dagger, piercing through the dust and tearing straight into the monster's flesh. Rewinding to the desert a few minutes prior, the carcass of the monster dismembered by Zai Ran lay exposed under the open sky. Strange, is there anyone else lingering in this corner? How on earth did they find the entrance? Rushing footsteps approached as a group of strangers shouted, "Hurry inside, we must seize the good loot before they snatch it." The group called out to warn each other. The detector shows human presence at the exit. Watch out, they might be enemies. Draw your weapons and get ready to engage. But man proposes, God disposes. The exit portal suddenly blurred like mist, and one of them cried out in panic, "We are done for, this secret realm is malfunctioning, it's trying to kick us out. How frustrating." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire group vanished without a trace, leaving only a few faint streaks of light on the ground. Inside, Wang Yue felt a chill down her spine and shook Ning Feng's arm. "Hey, do you hear some murmuring sounds? It feels like people whispering." But Ning Feng was lost in thought and waved his hand. "Really? I didn't pay attention." His brain was working at full capacity to analyze the Han Yin necklace absorbing energy from the crystal. He had no mind to gossip about other matters. Professor Zai stepped forward, frowning. "I swear I also heard some murmurs coming from the direction we just came from. But the guard at the entrance is very tight. Even a fly would have a hard time getting past, let alone outsiders." Zhao Rui hesitantly asked Ning Feng for his opinion. "Should we go back and check if anything happened?" He also grew curious. "All right, let's go over and see what's going on." Professor Zai eagerly took the lead to investigate, her eyes carefully scanning every inch of the ground. Then she waved her hand, and using some unknown magic, a chaotic set of footprints suddenly appeared on the empty ground. Professor Zai rubbed her chin and concluded, "These footprints don't match our team's shoe sizes. Someone has definitely sneaked in here. But the strange thing is, the closer they get to the exit, the more these footprints seem to evaporate. How bizarre." A team member reported, "I just asked the guards. They swore on their lives that not even an ant managed to slip through." Professor Zai frowned, speculating, "Then where did these uninvited guests come from, and which way did they vanish?" The entire group scattered like a disturbed beehive, focusing on inspecting and recording any unusual evidence left behind in the secret realm. Professor Zai was still troubled by the footprints. "They start from here. Perhaps those people used some makeshift teleportation to get in. That pile of scattered monster corpses is definitely their handiwork, without a doubt." Liu Yingzhen walked over, inspected them, and nodded. "Extremely precise strikes, clean kills with no signs of a struggle. These people are very formidable. They didn't even bother to pick up the dropped loot as if they were." Before he could finish, Feng Yi interrupted and concluded, doing a speed run. He calmly explained further, "Speedrunning is essentially clearing a secret realm at breakneck speed, solely focusing on beating the stage as fast as possible. They use fatal blows to clear out monsters, aiming only for core golden items, while ignoring and discarding miscellaneous junk. To play like this, they must be exceptionally powerful and have a level of tacit understanding that borders on telepathy." Wang Bei also shook his head in exasperation. Choosing such a difficult secret realm to speedrun is truly insane. Aside from Ning Feng's group of monsters, I challenge anyone to find another person capable of performing such a shocking feat. Professor Zai gasped, "Wait, could we have just run into travelers from another world?" Her eyes lit up as she went on. "Even if I'm just guessing, the probability is not zero. We have already dug up ruins from another world right here. What if there are dozens of parallel worlds out there, and they are even more advanced than us? I wonder if there's a way to add them as friends and text them." Ning Feng completely agreed with Professor Zai's theory. At least within the Demon King's memories, he had glimpsed several anomalous worlds. He just hadn't expected that people from different worlds could so easily travel back and forth. Professor Zai rubbed her chin and analyzed, "If they are friendly or just passing through, we can manage. But if they have malicious intent, we are in big trouble. It would be like inviting enemies over. Unfortunately, they appear and disappear like ghosts. Nobody knows what they are planning or if they'll come back. Wang Bei sighed, holding his forehead. Misfortunes never come singly. Troubles just seem to line up one after another. At this moment, Feng Yi and Ying Zhen cast a secret glance at each other, exchanging a meaningful look. Right after, Ying Zhen cleared his throat. "Student Wang Yue, there is a serious matter we old men would like to ask your opinion on. Would the Zioshi Guild be interested in replacing the Shang Rui Guild to take a seat among the 7 great guilds?" This sudden responsibility left Wang Yue frozen for a few seconds, her small face displaying absolute bewilderment. Ying Zhen sighed and continued, "I'm afraid the younger generation might laugh, but after that recent parasite incident, both the Shang Rui and Qi Yuan guilds were left in shambles. Old Fang Chu from Qi Yuan has resigned, leaving the president's chair vacant. As for Shang Rui, members are fleeing, and they are currently forced to swallow their pride and apply for a demotion." She stammered in a cold sweat, but I've only just grown up and am still a student. Besides, my Zioshi Guild is just a tiny seedling." He waved his hand and laughed. "You worry too much. We've already had a round-table meeting about this. All the presidents welcomed you with open arms." Wang Bei, standing nearby, also nodded repeatedly. "Exactly." Flustered, she quickly turned to look at Ning Feng with puppy eyes, hoping her boss would throw her a lifeline. But how could he speak up to let her off? Ning Feng only offered a warm, encouraging smile and then slowly spoke. "Do whatever you like. Even if you decide to plunge into this mess, I will always stand behind you to support you." Wang Bei secretly slapped his thigh, thinking, with these golden words of backing from Ning Feng, Wang Yue can easily establish herself in the 7 great guilds. With such powerful support, being a high school student or a tiny guild doesn't matter at all. Wang Yue gritted her teeth and stammered, Then I will take the risk and try. If I accidentally mess things up, I hope the seniors will guide me gently." Hearing this, the 3 old men smiled from ear to ear. Great, approved. Zai Ran stood outside, scratching his head in confusion. "I'm totally lost. We just came out of the Secret Realms cave, and in the blink of an eye, how did we become part of the 7 great guilds?" His gaze accidentally drifted to Su Ting, causing her to blush deeply and stammer incoherently. Standing aside, Ning Feng rubbed his chin and chuckled. If Yue secured a seat in the 7 great guilds, his plan to expand his influence would take a giant leap forward. Reflecting on it, this deal was incredibly profitable. Right in the midst of his satisfaction, a timid, groveling voice suddenly sounded in Ning Feng's ear. "Respected Lord God." He startled, looking around at the surrounding crowd. Unfortunately, the people around remained completely oblivious. Don't tell me I'm the only one hearing this ghostly sound. Ning Feng lowered his head to stare at the necklace on his chest, vaguely recognizing that this weeping tone seemed to belong to Han Yin. Shifting the focus to the desert, a loudspeaker blared, "Attention, everyone, speed up the work and absolutely no working alone. Who knows if those people might secretly sneak back to backstab us, so keep your eyes open. If anything happens, yell for Professor Zai or the assistant to come help immediately, understood?" Hearing the announcement, the crowd chatted, "Assistant Ning, is he the young hero who was on television recently?" The person beside him nodded in agreement. "Exactly. With such a terrifying powerhouse backing us, we can rest easy. But thinking about it, it's mind-blowing. He looks so young, yet who would have thought he's a hidden boss?" Returning to Ning Feng, he was currently standing in the corner of a tent, whispering with Professor Zai. While talking, his mind was racing to analyze why the pendant had suddenly stopped absorbing energy from the crystal without any reason. Fortunately, the crystal still looked intact, as if nothing had happened. If it had started smoking, everyone would have gathered to inspect it. But that calling voice from earlier, could I really be hallucinating? While he was racking his brain, that gloomy voice whined again, "Respected Lord God." He frowned and asked in his mind, "Han Yin?" The voice eagerly replied, "Yes, yes, it is your humble servant. Oh, being able to speak to you again is the greatest blessing of my life. My heart is pounding with joy right now." After speaking, Han Yin chuckled in delight. Ning Feng muttered to correct him. "Han Yin, tone it down. Put the excitement aside and summarize what happened just now." Han Yin whimpered, I am also clueless, my lord. It seems my soul just suddenly woke up. He questioned again. Then does the necklace stone you left behind and this random energy-absorbing thing have anything to do with each other? The master and disciple chatted for a while, and finally he slapped his thigh. So that's what it is. This corner turns out to be the heart of the world. Han Yin solemnly explained. The heart of the world is the heart of a world, forged from all kinds of complex laws of that universe, my lord. Even if that world is unfortunate enough to explode, as long as this heart is not shattered, it can still patch itself together. But my lord, if this thing is crushed, then that world is completely gone. The supernatural powers of the ancient gods actually originated from this core. They also often use the heart of the world to revive their trusted disciples, but the only issue is. While talking passionately, Han Yin suddenly swallowed his words, as if someone had stuffed a rag into his mouth. Finally, he squeezed out a few stammering words. Oh dear, 1,000 apologies, my lord. My terrible memory seems to have forgotten the most important part. Ningfeng smiled to comfort him. Don't panic, take your time and think. But Han Yin started his dramatic display again. Your servant is truly useless and has displeased the Lord God. I am indeed a worthless piece of trash. Though his face remained calm, his heart was in turmoil. Han Yin's but makes my skin crawl. Could this resurrection thing carry some brain-damaging side effects? Turning back to Professor Zai, the staff were submitting reports one after another. Professor Zai, we dug up this entire area. Aside from some abandoned haunted houses, we couldn't find any valuable antiques to sell. Ying Zhen stroked his beard and advised, since those invisible entities could appear at any time, this old man suggests we shouldn't camp here for long. Wang Bei agreed. I support packing up and leaving quickly. Once evacuated, we should lock the secret realm's portal to save ourselves from trouble. Feng Yi grinned and turned to ask, Great Guild Leader Wang, do you have any suggestions? Addressed by such a grand title, she had not yet processed it and pointed at herself in confusion. Huh, are you asking me? The old man explained patiently, you are now officially a member of the 7 great guilds. To close a special secret realm like this, we need the approval of 3 guild leaders to be valid. Wang Yue awkwardly scratched her ear. Ah, yes, then I also agree with guild leader Liu's opinion. Immediately after, the group gathered to seal the portal. Feng Yi clapped and laughed. Now the door is tightly closed. Thank you everyone for risking your lives today. At dawn the next day, at the faculty dormitory in the training camp, Ningfeng was whistling and lathering up soap in the shower, feeling extremely relaxed. Suddenly, Han Yin's booming voice roared in the bathroom. Lord God, your servant has recovered the memories. Startling him, his hand slipped, turning the valve straight to freezing cold water. Ningfeng screamed in agony, Ah, it's freezing to the bone. Hearing the scream, Han Yin hurriedly begged for forgiveness. 1,000 apologies, my lord. My worthless life deserves to be cut into 100 pieces. Ningfeng, shivering as he wiped himself with a towel, brushed it off. Never mind, it's a small matter. So what were you about to confess? Han Yin seemed to snap out of it. Ah, yes, indeed it is shocking news. Lord God, please draw your sword and strike off my head to put me out of sight. He held his forehead, speechless at his disciple's dramatic behavior. Are you crazy? It was just a blast of cold water. I said it's fine, so why do you keep asking to die? Han Yin quickly corrected. Oh no, my lord, I'm not crying over the shower. What I am talking about is the consequence of my resurrection. He wept and explained, in ancient times, the gods also used the heart of the world to revive their trusted followers. However, since the world's core was packed with dark energy, whenever the gods connected with their followers, they would suffer backlash and cough up blood, with a high risk of being brainwashed into evil gods. The tragic end was that the gods usually had to personally strangle the followers they had just brought back to life. Saying this, Han Yin wept bitterly. My humble life is not afraid of the grave, but I absolutely cannot bring this calamity upon you, Lord God. Hearing the part about the evil god, the corner of his mouth twitched into an extremely sly smile. An evil god? Are you kidding? I was practically born with the scent of darkness. But on second thought, if he revealed this blunt truth, Han Yin's fragile heart would probably shatter into pieces. Seeing him blank out, Han Yin cried out in panic, Lord God, Do you feel bloated, or is your brain showing signs of malfunctioning? Ningfeng folded his arms and replied with a highly serious expression, I checked thoroughly, everything is running fine. He suddenly realized that his borrowed skills were already dark and unorthodox, so adding a little dark energy was like a drop in the ocean. There was no way he would suffer backlash. No wonder he never lost a single drop of blood whenever he cast forbidden spells recklessly. Could it really be because of this absurd reason? Ningfeng grasped the key point and asked immediately, Han Yin, does your resurrection only harm me? Did you suffer any loss yourself? Han Yin was stunned and stammered, your servant is also clueless. He smirked, displaying the benevolent smile of a saint. Since you've already crawled out of the grave, just keep living. If there are any side effects, we'll just deal with them together later. Hearing this, Han Yin's tears fell like rain. Your words are exactly the same as the script from 1,000 years ago. But my lord, this broken body of mine must never drag you down. The smile on Ningfeng's face vanished. He lowered his voice and spoke solemnly, Han Yin, there is an earth-shattering truth that I have been wrestling with for a long time. But in the end, I decided to lay my cards on the table. Immediately, he poured out the deepest secret he had been hiding in his heart for so long. Hearing this, Han Yin was so shocked that he cried out, What, you are an evil god. Facing Han Yin's dumbfounded expression, Ningfeng shrugged and explained calmly, According to the rumors, yes, I've pretty much been labeled as such. Those hypocritical gods up there all gang up to call me an evil god. Not to mention, the spells I cast automatically turn into black magic the moment they fly into the air. Hearing this, Han Yin flew into a rage, cursing furiously, Impossible! How could you be an evil god? Those pieces of trash are the real demons. Because of their narrow-minded selfishness, my entire clan had to perish in that pointless, absurd war. Those bastards never cared about our lives. Only you stepped forward to seek justice for us. If they dare oppose you, I swear to follow you to the very end, even if I am crushed to pieces, I will never back down. He smiled and nodded, Thank you for your loyalty. I promise to protect you with my life and will never let anyone harm a single hair on your head. As soon as those words were spoken, Han Yin burst into tears again. Great divine lord, to be able to follow you once more makes me insanely happy. Ningfeng wiped his cold sweat and waved his hand. All right, please turn off your waterworks. He flopped onto the mattress, his eyes weary but his mind still racing. Honestly, even at this point, I'm still completely clueless about these grand concepts. For instance, what on earth is this world tier system? Han Yin immediately stepped forward to explain eagerly. Let me simplify it for you. A world tier is basically a stamp of approval that the gods bestow upon a certain world. The universe is vast and filled with all kinds of chaotic worlds, but not every place catches the attention of the gods. Only when a world produces a few intelligent creatures does it catch the gods' eyes. But even then, my lord, they only glance at it the way one might accidentally spot an unusual beetle. To be elevated, that world must pass the deadly trials of the gods. Only by passing can they be granted great power and advanced civilizations. In short, the more trials they overcome, the better rewards they receive from the gods, and the world tier rises rapidly. Han Yin kept rambling in his ear. Just now you mentioned that the top experts here have barely managed to crawl to level 150, and their best gear is only orange tier. This miserable level proves that this place's tier is pathetic. It has basically been discarded by the gods. Ningfeng closed his eyes and yawned. Is it really that garbage? Han Yin flattered him. Oh, with you descending here, what is there to worry about? Their future will surely be as bright as car headlights. Oh, speaking of which, regarding your gear, I have a small suggestion. The ragged clothes in this world are too outdated. Wearing them only diminishes your status. Therefore, you should upgrade your look by getting a set of divine artifacts. Hearing the keywords, Ningfeng sat up like a coiled spring. What did you just say? Divine artifacts. Han Yin explained eagerly. Usually, divine artifacts are forged with sweat by disciples like us. Once finished, you only need to infuse a bit of divine power, and it can absorb essence to upgrade infinitely. Ningfeng suddenly remembered that Han Yin's pendant also seemed to have a line of text saying it could be upgraded. Han Yin nodded vigorously. Exactly. This stone was originally a draft of a divine artifact. You only need to splash a bit of divine power to activate it, and it will instantly evolve into a genuine divine artifact. Ning Feng looked blank. So how exactly do I operate this? Han Yin guided him step by step. Just place your hand on the stone, then use your mind to visualize the rune representing your power. Ning Feng did exactly that. In the blink of an eye, a blinding light erupted from his neck. Intricate, glowing blue patterns suddenly spread across the surface of the basic stone, looking incredibly mystical. Ning Feng froze. This is magical. I just pressed it randomly and it actually activated. Han Yin puffed his chest with pride. Of course, you are the boss here. Those runes are drawn from the center of the universe. No one except true gods can use them. Not to mention, even those lackeys appointed by the gods themselves stand no chance of touching them. Han Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that since his boss was always so sentimental about his origins, now he could finally sleep peacefully. Suddenly, the system threw a notification panel right in front of him, making Ning Feng widen his eyes in shock. He muttered in utter disbelief, 1,200 spirit points. Oh my God, pooling all my current stats together probably wouldn't even equal a fraction of this number, let alone the heap of other premium attributes it grants. Han Yin still clicked his tongue in disapproval. Orange tier is still mediocre, my lord. Just wait, I will find better materials to upgrade it. As for the missing pieces of your equipment set, you'll need to gather all your former disciples to activate them. Ning Feng chuckled. Chatting with you is quite fun. It's like discovering I'm a total novice who knows nothing about the world. Han Yin flattered again. To serve as your living dictionary is the greatest blessing for my clan. In the blink of an eye, the sun had already risen. Han Yin waved excitedly. Wishing you a peaceful morning, my lord. Ning Feng glanced over. It's barely morning, and you look as thrilled as if you've struck gold. Han Yin spoke smoothly. Serving you makes my life feel full of brilliant hope. Ning Feng smirked, reflecting on their overnight chat. He realized that Han Yin's distant world was far different from his own, and his past experience might not fully apply here. However, putting him in a supporting role was absolutely perfect. Meanwhile, in a strange secret realm, a spine-chilling, gloomy atmosphere filled the air. An ugly monster emerged from the ground, frantically clawing its talons in all directions. Han Yin's figure gracefully appeared, casually hurling a massive block of ice directly into the monster's face. Taking a heavy blow, the monster went wild and charged at Han Yin like a wild beast, tearing up the ground and sending rocks flying like a hail of bullets. Professor Zai and her companions stood watching the spectacle, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Ning Feng grinned with satisfaction. With 1,200 spirit points coursing through him, the feeling was absolutely exhilarating. Teacher Lu stood nearby, slapping his thigh. Ning Feng, you are truly a monster descended to earth. Just now I thought you were going to fight the boss to the death, but with a flick of your fingers it was instantly deleted. As Teacher Lu spoke, Professor Zai nodded in agreement. Absolutely correct. Teacher Lu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hey, Professor Zai, can you stop repeating my words? Ning Feng dusted off his hands and walked over. Teacher Lu, are there any other monster dens for me to grind today? Unfortunately, the teacher shook his head regretfully. We are fresh out of options, my boy. He sighed, completely cleared. Our team was already fast, but today you cleared it at rocket speed. As a result, the committee members are scratching their heads because they can't allocate new secret realms in time. Hearing the teacher's sigh, Ning Feng scratched his head in confusion. Well, why are we being complained about for being productive? Teacher Lu sighed and explained, you know that the kids in this training camp are all competitive workaholics. Seeing us clear so early, they had too much free time and decided to enter other secret realms in the camp for extra training. In the blink of an eye, our group's level shot up, and our power completely overshadowed the other groups. The trainees from the neighboring groups were so bitter that they wrote a petition demanding that the groups rotate to take turns starting next month. Professor Zai asked in surprise, wait, didn't the instructors of the other groups say anything? Teacher Lu forced a wry smile. If the committee weren't managing things, those instructors might have come over with batons to steal members from our group. Worse yet, Some teachers secretly signed the students' petition and got caught red-handed. How embarrassing. Professor Zai placed her hands on her hips and laughed triumphantly. Serves them right. Even in their dreams, they shouldn't think about snatching our teaching assistant Ning Feng. Suddenly, Han Yin poked his head out and hesitated. Lord Divine Master, your spells. Ning Feng frowned. What is it now? Han Yin scratched his head in embarrassment. Ah, no, there's no problem at all. I'm just amazed by your spellcasting. You can perfectly time it, gather the surrounding conditions, and warp the magic so it detonates precisely within the required range. It's truly ingenious. Ning Feng smirked. Are you impressed by this little trick? As it happens, there are supplementary classes tonight. Keep your ears open and join me to see for yourself. In no time, it was class time. Ning Feng rested his chin in his hand at the corner desk, looking like a studious intellectual listening attentively. The instructor stood at the podium, spitting as he lectured passionately on computational combat strategy. After listening for a while, Han Yin's brain froze. He muttered, Lord Divine Master, what on earth is this? Ning Feng smirked to enlighten him. Mind-boggling, right? It's my favorite subject called computational combat strategy. Besides practical combat examples, it packs in knowledge from mathematics, physics, biology, and even terrain analysis. Perhaps because this world is underdeveloped and people lack advanced gear, they have to squeeze their brains to utilize scrap. They calculate how to mold a basic rune to deal maximum damage, how to adapt a limited skill into countless variations, and how to find a path of survival when on the brink of death. Of course, not everyone has the patience to stuff this dry theory into their heads. But our training academy is deeply rooted in this philosophy, and admittedly, it has molded many talented adventurers. Hearing this, Han Yin was filled with enthusiasm. He thumped his chest. To catch your eye, one must surely possess a wealth of knowledge. I swear I will devote myself to studying hard. The bell rang loudly and the instructor closed his book. Today's class ends here. Dismissed. Night fell pitch black as he and Wang Yue walked leisurely home along an alley as quiet as a deserted temple. Suddenly, someone emerged from a dark corner. Seeing him, that person also froze with wide eyes. The young man stepped forward tentatively, his eyes filled with confusion, and called softly, Teaching Assistant Ning Feng. Encountering the stranger, both he and Wang Yue were taken aback. Classmate he, Ning Feng thought to himself. Why is this guy blocking my path out here? Normally in the training camp, he Shixing and he had barely spoken 3 sentences to each other, and he had never paid him any attention. Why did he suddenly appear now, looking so nervous and breaking into a cold sweat? Suddenly He Shixing bent 90 degrees in a deep bow, his voice trembling. I came here to bow and thank you. If you hadn't stepped in, both my brother's life and the Kang Rui Guild would have gone up in smoke. You are our great savior. Ning Feng smiled faintly and waved his hand. Oh, it was just fate that brought us together. There's no need to go to such trouble to thank me. Reflecting on the past, He Shixing inwardly cursed his own foolishness. Out of respect for his brother, he had kept his distance from teaching assistant Ning Feng and had even been annoyed by those close to him. Now he realized how shallow he had been. Had he been wise enough to build a relationship with this teaching assistant earlier, the Kang Rui Guild would not have fallen apart like it did today. Blinking in confusion, Ning Feng thought, why is this guy still lingering? We aren't close at all, and I can't even think of anything to say to keep the conversation going. He Shixing hastily presented an item, his expression pleading, to show my respect, I have a humble gift. Please do not reject it. As their eyes met, he and Han Yin cried out in unison, wow, another treasure, a fragment of the heart of the world. Memories flooded back as he recalled Han Yin's explanation. Once a dimension collapses, fragments of the world core float in the void. As long as one gathers enough of them, the gate leading to that realm will open. At that moment, he woke up as if slapped awake from a dream. So that was it. Professor Zai must have used this trick to unlock the secret realms, but since she knew nothing about how it functioned, no wonder those outsiders vanished completely. Exactly, Han Yin quickly chimed in. The world core is a prime target in higher dimensions, which is why they search everywhere for fragments. Unfortunately for the intruders, they ran into you, Lord Divine Master, clearing the secret realm yourself. Thus, they were kicked back to their origin by the laws of the universe. Cutting through his thoughts, He Shixing explained, "This is a rare item my brother obtained from a secret realm. He kept it hidden and didn't dare use it. Hearing from Professor Zai that your team just cleared a similar area, I thought this valuable item would be best placed in your hands." Ningfeng naturally didn't waste time playing hard to get and decisively took it. "Thank you for your generosity. I'm highly pleased with such an excellent item." The scene shifted to another mysterious area as a firm voice called out. The tracking from the fragment indicates this exact corner is the coordinate. Professor Zai stared in admiration. Teaching assistant Ningfeng is so quick to figure it out. If I pick up any strange items in the future, I swear I'll call you first. With a subtle smirk, Ningfeng thought, agreed, that hits the spot. This promise is exactly what I've been waiting for. Han Yin reported with a sigh, my condition is currently a bit unstable. I probably need to draw some energy from the world core to stabilize. As long as the Lord Divine Master is not corrupted by that dark energy, I can rest easy. He put his hand to his forehead and thought, I must help Han Yin recover soon so I have a powerful helper by my side. The team marched right into the core. Looking up, everyone stood dazed, mouths agape. Ningfeng cried out in shock. Is this really a secret realm? Wang Yue stammered in agreement. The scenery here is unreal. Han Yin also scratched his head in bewilderment. What on earth is going on? Looking around, there isn't a single trace of apocalyptic ruin. He raised an eyebrow and asked, Don't tell me you are also clueless about this scenery. Han Yin nodded sheepishly, admitting he knew nothing. Professor Zai took the lead, waving at the crowd enthusiastically. Don't just stand there dazed. Let's head inside and check it out. Standing before them was a towering city wall, as solid as bedrock. Ningfeng stroked his chin, concluding that this was likely a major human settlement. Su Ting blinked repeatedly. I'm not seeing things, am I? Those are clearly living people. Wang Yue scratched her head in confusion. Wait, were we just transported to a completely different universe? Han Yin rubbed his chin and theorized, we might have been misled. Possessing a certain fragment doesn't necessarily mean it will drop us into that exact world's ecosystem. If this was a visual illusion, its level of detail was incredibly high and looked totally authentic. As they cautiously stepped forward, a gruff-looking guard brandished a spear and barked, Hey there, just taking a stroll? State your origin, where did you come from? Ningfeng's group was startled, cold sweat breaking out. He scratched his cheek, stammering, Well, we. The guard shouted like thunder, No need to act. You're just travelers from another planet passing through, aren't you? Ningfeng asked in surprise, Good heavens, how did you guess so accurately? The guard smirked. Judging by your bizarre clothes and hesitant posture, I could have guessed with my eyes closed. Curiosity piqued, he inquired further, So this place often receives interplanetary tourists. The gatekeeper nodded, occasionally, but bringing along green kids like you is rare. Hearing this, the group understood exactly who he was mocking. Professor Zai was fuming. She glared and snapped back, Who are you calling a green kid? I am not a child. The guard shrugged indifferently. Entering the city to look around is fine, but keep your head down and don't cause trouble, or I can't guarantee you'll make it out alive. Just as they turned to leave, the gatekeeper called out to stop them. Wait, don't leave just yet. Keep a close eye on the kid. It'll be troublesome if she wanders off and gets lost. Professor Zai shrieked in rage, arguing stubbornly, Are you deaf? I repeat, I am not a child. Ningfeng walked slowly, looking around. So this realm is also filled with bounty hunters. No wonder they barely reacted to our arrival. Soon the team reached the center. Everyone gasped in awe, Look, there's a giant statue. Let's see what is inscribed on it. The statue honored the warrior Alita, the legendary protector who guarded the entire empire. Ningfeng scratched his head and muttered, Truly bizarre. I've never seen these characters before, yet I can read them fluently. Han Yin analyzed, It must be because the World Core actively synchronized the language, which also confirms we did not wander into the wrong area. Professor Zai also stepped closer to examine it, pointing at the winding script. This part also records the legend of this warrior suppressing the chaos. In the year 1537 of the astral calendar, A tide of monsters flooded in like a broken dam, plunging the world into dark night and absolute terror, the breath of doom choking all hope. In the darkest hour, the brave warrior Alida tore through the gray clouds, brandishing her weapon to sweep away the demons. The light of truth shone upon the earth once more, and songs of victory echoed to the heavens. Her illustrious achievements were engraved in stone for future generations. That brilliant halo remained untarnished through countless passing seasons. Wang Yue stood with her hands on her hips. So to sum it up, this kingdom was once ambushed by monsters, but thanks to this heroine carrying the team and beating them down, peace was restored, right? Professor Zai nodded. The writing on the stone is certainly meant to praise her in that manner. Su Ting praised in admiration. Amazing, a lone woman soloing an entire horde of monsters. Zai Ran could not help but gape. Could it be that high-level individuals in other universes all possess such overwhelming strength? In the distance, a tree trunk suddenly flashed with a mystical light. Xiao Wei quickly raised a hand. Stop, everyone, hold on. Seeing this, Zai Ran jogged over to ask, is there trouble? Xiao Wei, looking a bit dazed, stammered, just now. He explained awkwardly that while everyone was focused on the statue, he had decided to scout the surroundings. Clearly visible on the bark was a glowing, blood-red line of text. And that winding script translated directly to, run away. Ning Feng frowned to confirm, are you sure you saw the words to run away and then it vanished in a flash? Xiao Wei nodded rapidly, absolutely, right at the base of that tree over there. Suddenly, a shiver ran down Ning Feng's spine. A premonition told him something was wrong. He glanced at the pedestrians strolling on the street, and cold sweat began to form. This is bad. The hostile glares the crowd cast in his direction made it seem as though they wanted to tear them apart. Sensing that their prey had grown suspicious, the heroic statue suddenly vanished without a trace. The citizens instantly transformed, revealing their true forms as a pack of beasts with bloodshot eyes craving fresh blood. Ning Feng broke into a cold sweat as he realized they had been caught in a visual illusion. Han Yin was also startled. These spirits are strange. I didn't smell any rot of the dead at all. Without giving them a moment to breathe, the monsters roared and surged forward like a swarm of bees, aiming to tear them apart. Ning Feng's hands moved in a flash, and his signature weapon settled firmly into his grip. Gripping the hilt, he gritted his teeth and launched a powerful strike that sliced through the monster's formation. Zai Ran did not stay idle. He gathered his energy and swung his axe down on the head of a charging beast. But reality was harsh. The monster's iron scales deflected the impact, shattering the axe to pieces. He held his head and cried out in dismay, "It's ruined my livelihood." Zai Ran turned pale, groaning inwardly. Even an orange tier skill was deflected. We've hit a hard wall. How can we possibly defeat this? The frenzied monster wielded a massive blade, glaring at Zai Ran with murderous intent as it prepared to deliver the finishing blow. At this point, he stood frozen, closing his eyes to await the Grim Reaper's call. Luckily, a gust of freezing air swept past, turning the monster into a shiny block of ice. Han Yin descended like a savior, rescuing Zai Ran just in time with a domineering presence. Meanwhile, Ning Feng was surrounded by bloodthirsty monsters, salivating as they prepared to tear him apart. Han Yin shouted anxiously, "Lord Divine Master, be careful. These hunting spirits originate from a higher realm than ours. With a mortal body, it is difficult to fight against these beastly opponents." Hearing this, he immediately braced himself and frowned. That's trouble. What strategy should we use to turn the tide? Han Yin suggested, I will exert the last of my strength to manifest in reality for a few dozen seconds to help you clear this trash. A warm, trusting smile appeared on Ning Feng's face. Do it. I'll have to trouble you again. Witnessing Han Yin's magical appearance, Wang Yue and Zai Ran froze for 5 seconds, stammering, what? What is going on? Ning Feng reassured them, stay calm, friends. This is my disciple brought over from another dimension. Han Yin also waved cheerfully, greetings everyone, a newcomer here, please take care of me. In an instant, Han Yin stood defiantly before the monsters, releasing a surge of killing intent without fear. Raising his divine weapon, Han Yin shouted, Let's get to work and relieve some stress for everyone. Thousands of sharp ice arrows shot through the air, piercing deep into the monster's flesh and making them howl in agony. Wang Yue and Zai Ran stared in awe. That magic is incredible. This damage output completely shatters the limits of an orange skill. Right then, a muscular hand reached out from nowhere, crushing Han Yin's ice arrows as easily as grapes. Parting the dust, a muscular woman slowly emerged. Her eyes were blood-red, casting a sharp glare at Ning Feng's group. Facing her, Professor Zai immediately searched her memories and recognized this familiar figure. It seems she is the prototype of the statue from earlier. She tilted her chin arrogantly and mocked, "Stranger mage, you seem to be the strongest of this bunch. But unfortunately for you, before my blade, your skills aren't worth a single penny." Han Yin smirked and retorted, "Shut your mouth, old lady. Though I'm not the absolute best, I can handle stripping your feathers all by myself." The woman roared in anger, "A mere mage dares to challenge a warrior. Who gave you such courage, those damned gods?" Hearing her cursing, Han Yin chuckled to annoy her. "Exactly, your guess is spot on, old lady." Seeing his indifferent attitude, she became even more enraged. "Another foolish, fanatical follower. Do you think those pathetic gods have time to look down on a nobody like you?" Catching the sarcasm, he turned to look at his boss for confirmation. Meeting his eyes was Ning Feng's affectionate gaze, accompanied by a warm smile like spring sunshine that comforted his soul. The monster bellowed in rage, "Brats, we are in a battle and you dare look elsewhere." Ning Feng's encouraging smile was like a shot of adrenaline for Han Yin. He braced himself, concentrating his energy to release a bone-chilling cold that spread through the area. The woman began to panic as her limbs stiffened. "My speed is restricted. What is this? Is it a slow spell from those water users?" "Impressive," she gritted her teeth, clenching her fists until her veins bulged. Then she let out a terrifying shriek, launching herself towards Han Yin, but everything stopped right at the windup. The failed charge exposed Alita's blind spot. Han Yin astutely saw through the issue. "I see, is that toy in your hand actually your energy source?" Han Yin took a firm stance and exerted his full strength, shouting the incantation, "Frost ray, ice burst, glacial wave, sweep away." She stared in panic and disbelief. "How? I wield such a premium demon weapon, yet how is his damage output so monstrous? Bastards, I will skin you all alive." Suddenly, icy rays penetrated deep, piercing into the monster's vital organs. Before she could grasp what was happening, Han Yin elegantly snapped his fingers. Instantly, the woman's entire body shattered, exploding like New Year's fireworks. The dust cleared, leaving not a single trace of ash. Only a lone weapon lay scattered on the ground. Professor Zai gasped in horror. "This power is brutal. Just standing by feels like a boulder pressing on my chest. I can barely breathe." Han Yin walked over, placing his hands behind his back to analyze. "This item is premium quality. It's a shame that old hag was too weak to master it." As he touched the hilt, the item flashed with a mystical pink glow. Seemingly intent on taming the item, Han Yin tested it with a few basic movements. "Well, let's see if this chunk of iron will obey." It turned out her remnant soul still lingered nearby. A triumphant laugh rang out. "Foolish mage, who do you think you are to understand the terror that the divine weapon brings? The artifact will drain your strength, using it as bait to rebuild my form and rise again stronger than ever. As long as the artifact remains unbroken, I have the right to claim immortality." Seeing the turn of events, Ning Feng stepped forward to check on his close companion. "Han Yin, are you all right?" Han Yin quickly reassured his boss. "Lord Divine Master, do not worry, I can still hold on. It's just that this wretched toy suddenly drained my energy, so I can no longer maintain this physical form." Ning Feng frowned in annoyance. "Draining energy, is it? Let me inspect it myself." Han Yin warned anxiously, "Boss, watch out so you don't get bitten." As he gripped the item, he indeed felt his vitality being rapidly drained into its core. The woman groaned in delight. "Your whole group is truly foolish, queuing up to sacrifice your power to me. This is perfect, saves me the trouble of draining those spirits." Ning Feng lowered his voice to an icy tone, locking his sharp gaze onto her faint silhouette. "Have you had enough fun yet? What's so funny that you're laughing like you've won?" She stared in shock, her mouth gaping wide. How can you see me?" she stammered. Ning Feng shrugged nonchalantly. "I just can. Why are you so tense?" Alita bit her nails anxiously. "This is wrong. The weapon has completely stopped draining energy, and it's even trembling like a leaf. What is it afraid of?" In fact, the moment his hand touched the weapon's hilt, Ning Feng already had a plan in mind. The system notification chimed right on cue. "Final fragment scanned. Do you want to enable absorption mode, boss?" He smirked calculatingly. Who would have thought this piece of trash was actually the remnant of the Central Meridian? Well, the show has just begun. Let's keep it for now and lay down the cards. Having sorted out his thoughts, his face darkened as he pointed his finger at her. "Spit it out. What on earth is this mess all about?" From behind, Professor Zai anxiously shouted over. "Teaching assistant Ning, has the storm over there settled yet?" Meanwhile, Wang Yue sharply noticed that the surrounding spirits were standing completely still like wax statues. She sobbed, pouring her heart out. "You have probably guessed by now that this place was once a beautiful kingdom. Even though we were occasionally troubled by visiting beasts, we carried the team hard and kept the entire country safe and sound." Heroic memories flooded back of the days when comrades fought shoulder to shoulder, slaying monsters until their arms grew weary, and she would cheerfully pat their shoulders to encourage them. "You guys are slaying it with those skills. Keep up the good work." In the midst of the excitement, a young man in the team suddenly froze, his eyes fixed on the empty space. Finding it strange, she crept closer and tapped his shoulder. "Za Long, what spell did you fall under to stand there dazed like that?" The young Za Long slowly turned his head, looking bewildered. "Is everyone blind? Right in front of my nose, there is a giant chest with flashing, bold text. 'Congratulations, you have caught the eye of a god.'" Everyone was stunned, stammering, I don't see anything at all." She stroked her chin and offered a conspiracy theory. Could Za Long have hit the jackpot and been chosen by the gods? Za Long stood frozen, staring blankly at the mysterious chest, his mind racing with unknown schemes. He gestured frantically with his hands, likely pressing options on the mystical interface of the gift chest. Immediately, a voice rang in his ears. "Your artistic score is outstanding. The gods have approved your application, and you are officially accepted as their favorite. Please swipe your card to claim the gift from the divine above." No one knew what item he had pocketed. However, what caught everyone's eyes was the sight of Za Long floating weightlessly in the air, as if pulled by a magnetic force. Just as he was about to ascend, Za Long looked back and shouted to the crowd below, "Stay well, everyone. I am heading up first." With tears in his eyes as he looked at the faces of his comrades who had gone through life and death with him, he whimpered, "I am going up to be a servant to the gods, but I swear I will watch over you all forever." A friend stepped forward to comfort her. "Alita, why the tears? Za Long has become a god, so with his protection our kingdom will surely be even safer. Besides, if we work hard, it won't be long before we catch the eye of the gods too." Heartened by those words, Alita wiped away her tears and replied with a bright smile, "You're right, that makes perfect sense." Unexpectedly, after some time, their country was still plagued by monster swarms, and the number of casualties did not decrease, but instead skyrocketed. The demons trampled every living soul in their path, plunging the entire kingdom into a raging, burning furnace. Alita's squad was now battered and exhausted, with everyone covered in severe wounds, gasping on the verge of death. Despite being in ruins, they still gritted their teeth to form a desperate defensive line, halting the advancing monsters. Overwhelmed by helplessness, she burst into tears. "Why is this happening? The monsters are as thick as ants, yet the gods have vanished and Za Long has gone completely silent. Are we just trash to them?" A blood-covered comrade trembled and clung to Alita's clothes, whispering, "Are we really going to die, boss?" Suppressing her weakness, she wiped her tears away, her gaze hardening with murderous intent. "Don't talk nonsense. The game isn't over until the final whistle. We still have our trump card." Gritting her teeth, she pushed open the iron door leading to the forbidden basement. That was where the cursed weapon she had just wielded was sealed. Hearing this, Ning Feng could vaguely piece together the subsequent events. "In short, you took a gamble, took up this demonic weapon to sweep the monsters, but unfortunately ended up bringing a dark curse down upon the entire country. Alita nodded sorrowfully. Exactly. After clearing up the mess, I intended to borrow the dark power to rebuild our kingdom, but retribution came swiftly. The darkness gradually devoured my soul, turning this entire country into a massive graveyard. As a result, every now and then, some curious foreigners would come here to explore, only for me to snap their necks and add them to the legion of the dead. Lifting the weapon, he pursed his lips in contemplation. Using forbidden items means paying a high price. That's just how the law works. Suddenly, rustling footsteps grew clearer, heading toward him. Ningfeng clicked his tongue and turned around to see who it was. A bright pink light flickered and tore through the fog, revealing the looming figure of a man approaching leisurely. The face was unmistakable. It was indeed Zha Long. "Hello, brother. Those gauntlets belong to me. Would you mind returning them to their rightful owner?" Seeing her old acquaintance return, Alita's eyes widened in shock. "Zha Long, did the sky fall or something for you to crawl back here?" There was no way Ningfeng would spit out such a juicy prize. He grinned. "My condolences, brother, but finders keepers, so it belongs to me now." Zha Long was clearly annoyed, but still forced a polite front. "We might have a slight misunderstanding here. I intentionally left that weapon here to absorb spiritual energy for refinement, so I hope." Catching the sensitive keyword, Alita gasped and questioned him. "Refinement? Open your mouth and tell me what the hell is actually going on." In the end, his good guy act completely crumbled, and Zha Long's face darkened as he glared fiercely at them. He roared menacingly, "Are you all deaf? I told you it's my property, or do you want to become the energy source for my weapon instead?" With just a glance, Han Yin exposed the source of the power. "It's the real deal, the genuine divine power of Zhen Yuan Sheng Ling from the higher-ups." Alita quickly fell to her knees at Ning Feng's feet, her voice pleading, "Great Lord, please forgive my ignorance. I only wish to uncover the truth. Please show mercy and lend a hand." He smirked and glanced at the other guy. "If you want to know the truth, go drag that guy over and interrogate him. Why are you asking me?" His final remark left Alita completely stunned, as if her acupoints had been struck, unable to believe her own ears. Zha Long looked visibly annoyed, frowning as he muttered about him. "What is that brat smirking at?" Alita hesitated. "Then what do you mean, my lord?" Ningfeng leisurely replied. "I have a little trick that can let you borrow your real body to settle this grudge, but once you're done, your soul will scatter like sea foam and be completely obliterated. Do you accept?" Alita lifted her head, declaring resolutely, "What is there to fear about dying again? Please grant me a physical form. I will bear all the consequences." Seeing her resolve to face death, Ningfeng didn't waste words and waved his hand, commanding sharply, "Look up." Alita obediently complied, "Yes, sir." He furrowed his brow, activating his ultimate technique, soul possession right. With the power of the Dark Lord, he used his own intent to lock onto the target's brainwaves, forcing that soul to mold into a transcendent vessel for a brief, intense moment. In the blink of an eye, Alita shed her monstrous form, restoring her flesh and blood body to its youthful prime. Confronted by his old acquaintance in this brand new form, Zha Long turned pale, his eyes wide with shock. What on earth is going on? Examining every detail of her reborn body, Alita gasped in admiration. The power of darkness truly lives up to its reputation. It is absolutely terrifying. Ningfeng stepped forward with clasped hands. "I will give you free rein. You can use this body to do whatever you want." Alita bowed her head in gratitude. "Thank you for your immense grace, my lord." Color draining from his face, Zha Long stammered, You are Alita. How on earth did you end up here?" Alita's eyes burned with rage. "Zha Long, I don't have time for your trickery. Spit out the truth right now, or I will split you in half." Trying to calm himself down, Zha Long changed his tone to threaten her back. "Are you possessed, or did that brat brainwash you? What kind of spell did he just cast on you?" Before he could even finish his sentence, Alita launched herself high into the air like a spring. With a fierce glare, she delivered a thunderous punch straight to Zha Long's face, leaving him frozen in place, unable to react in time. He shrieked in panic, "Are you crazy? Yet the moment the scream left his throat, the fist found its mark with a loud crash. Even as the chosen favorite of the gods, Zha Long was still a mere weakling before Alita. He was sent flying, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing her opponent crawling on the ground, the rush of adrenaline made her unwilling to let him off easily. Following up with another brutal kick, she knocked Zha Long out, leaving him sprawled on the ground like a helpless frog. Losing all patience, Alita grabbed him by the collar and growled, "Tell me the truth, Zha Long. Where did you hide the day our kingdom sank into a sea of monsters? Why show your face now? And what does this refinement concept mean? Explain it quickly." Only now did he shrink back and sob in defense. "Alita, it's a huge misunderstanding. I didn't betray our comrades. At that time, I was busy participating in another trial, which was a matter of life and death for me. By the time I checked back, our homeland was already ruined." He began his whimpering lament. "How could you possibly understand the humiliation and suffering I went through after leaving this world? Don't think being at the peak of the mortal realm is anything great. Once up there, compared to those gods and demons, I am nothing but the weakest existence, the crushing pressure and despair. If you were in my shoes, you would have broken too." Sick of his deceptive excuses, she pointed directly at his face and exposed him. "Stop this nonsense. Your core objective is to get your hands on that divine fall demonic weapon, isn't it?" Breaking into a cold sweat, he denied it frantically. No, I swear I only sneakily placed a magic imprint on the demonic weapon. Only when that imprint faded did I sense it. Alita, please don't push me to the wall. I only hope to use the divine fall to rank up. If I stay weak, those gods will kick me out sooner or later. By the time I placed the imprint, you guys were already dead anyway." Secretly, he cursed in his mind. "Damn it, if I hadn't sensed this magic flow running dry, why would I care about you guys? Oh, Supreme God, your devout believer is being torn apart by evil. Please consider my years of serving you and do not abandon me. Please cast down thunderbolts to burn this trash to ashes." Before his dirty thoughts could even finish, Alita's thunderous fist struck straight at him without missing. Ning Feng's group stood watching with wide eyes and open mouths, silently marveling at Alita's sheer brutality and seamless execution. Having settled the grudge, she obediently returned the weapon and knelt before Ning Feng. "Great benefactor, 1,000 thanks for granting me this precious moment. At last, my people and I are freed from being trapped in dark nightmares." He smirked and asked softly, "Briefly, where is the core heart of this world hidden? Also, my companions probably have many questions. Please use what time you have left to explain things to them." She bowed repeatedly. "By your command." Sinking into melancholy memories, Alita smiled bitterly. "Back then, we firmly believed that Zha Long being chosen by the gods was the kingdom's greatest honor, yet we were still forgotten like this. It was only at that very moment that I realized." Her words trailed off as her body began to dissolve like a fading memory. In her final moment, she left one last wish. "Since Zha Long originated from this land after all, let him be buried with us in the underworld as a final release for everyone." Watching Alita's figure fade into the air, Wang Yue suddenly felt a lump in her throat, a faint sadness creeping into her heart. Finding it unusual, Ning Feng patted her shoulder and asked, "Hey Yue, what's wrong? Why the long face?" She sighed, "I was just thinking, even a kingdom like Alita's, which was backed by gods, couldn't escape destruction in the end. Could our world suffer the same unfortunate fate one day?" Ning Feng burst into laughter. "You're worrying too much. As long as I'm here, the sky won't fall. Besides, I'm still waiting for you to take me to try all the good food places." Hearing him comfort her with food, Wang Yue immediately stopped her grieving and gave him an affectionate glare. "You absolute idiot." Turning to Professor Zai, Wang Yue blinked pleadingly. "How about our team has a big feast until we're full before heading back?" The professor happily approved. "Of course we can," Wang Yue excitedly added. "Then let me look around this place to see if there are any shops selling local delicacies." The team walked off shoulder to shoulder, slowly fading from sight, leaving the vast plains to return to their original, desolate silence. In the quiet desolation, the sky was suddenly torn apart by a streak of deep purple light, which gradually began to crack. From that rift, a foot slowly stepped down onto the ground. The newcomer bore the appearance of Zha Long, with bright yet completely hollow and soulless eyes. It seemed to be a mere impostor hiding in his form, slamming his fist in frustration. I was a step too late. That familiar scent has already vanished. But fortunately, the brain of this vessel managed to capture the opponent's appearance in time. Searching through the archives in his mind, he pulled up Ning Feng's portrait and muttered to himself, "Could the title of Almighty Magic God actually belong to this little brat? Either way, that kid is stuck in this corner of the world. He couldn't escape even if he grew wings. I must investigate further." The scene shifts to headquarters, where the big boss and the high-ranking officials were holding a round-table meeting in an extremely tense atmosphere. In a corner of the table, Wang Yue and teacher Lu sat as stiffly as stone statues, even keeping their breathing silent. Yuling Hua spoke in a flat tone. "The report from Professor Zai indicates that the gods randomly select a few lucky individuals from various worlds, granting them favors and tickets to ascend to higher-level worlds. However, this blessing is actually just bait to harvest faith. In their eyes, those who hit the jackpot are merely pawns on their chessboard of power." Luo Yue Ning nodded in agreement, which is why even with a god's favor, the risk of destruction remains the same. Ultimately, the law of survival is self-reliance, and everything must depend on oneself. The recent Secret Realm run showed that the monsters have far exceeded our faction's strength limits. Luckily, young Ning Feng stepped in to carry the team and turn the tide. Yuling Hua rubbed her forehead in distress. "But I fear that in the near future, the number of these unkillable, terrifying enemies will sprout like mushrooms." Her face fell, filled with worry. "Although Ning Feng is willing to stand on our side, having our council of elders rely on a youth like parasites. To be honest, I find it deeply embarrassing." With those words, the meeting room fell dead silent, with no one daring to utter a single word. Breaking the silence, Wang Yue spoke up hesitantly. "Excuse me, may I have permission to share a few thoughts? It's about how Ning Feng recently brought back a powerful expert from another dimension, a piece of news I assume everyone is already aware of. That senior took the time to calculate the gap in power between us and the monsters and came to a stark conclusion. Based on normal estimates, this Earth should have been wiped out 30 years ago. This bombshell of truth shocked everyone present. Luo Yue Ning frowned and quickly questioned, "President Wang, what does that mean?" She cleared her throat and recounted. Rewinding back 80 years ago, when secret realms crashed into reality, humanity suffered unprecedented losses in history. Amidst that dark age, the first generation of human adventurers emerged. But human strength has its limits, and even when mortals rose up, they were at an absolute disadvantage when facing magical beasts. Yet a miracle happened, all thanks to the previous generations, especially the leaders sitting here, who shed blood and sacrificed themselves, allowing humanity to survive until today. That expert confirmed that those trash monsters originally possessed enough power to crush our server long ago, yet our world is still alive and fighting. If that isn't a cheat code, what is? It's a miracle, everyone. I firmly believe that as long as we are given a chance, we are fully capable of keeping this miracle alive. Our seniors have carried this burden for 80 years, and now, we will protect everyone with our lives until the very end." The Council of Elders was left completely speechless after the speech, staring blankly at Wang Yue. Seeing the excessively quiet atmosphere, she scratched her head with an embarrassed smile. "Oh, did I say something wrong?" Instantly, thunderous applause erupted. The veterans were extremely pleased with her touching speech. Yuling Hua smiled as brightly as spring flowers. "President Liu, bringing young Wang in was truly a wise decision. Hearing those words, I feel my battle spirit blazing just like in my youth." Wang Bo nodded and analyzed. "So the reason the monsters are getting stronger is because they surpassed our faction's endurance limit ages ago." Hearing this, Zhang Yanchuan slapped his thigh and laughed. "And yet we've managed to hold out. Thinking back, that's something to be quite proud of." Liu Yingzhen cleared her throat to lead. "Surely everyone agrees with President Wang's speech. So for our next agenda, we must design a response plan in case we happen to clash with those gods in the future. Today's incident serves as a costly lesson." Relying on the gods is not necessarily a ray of hope for our future. Returning to the freak hiding in Zha Long's body, he was frantically searching for Ning Feng's whereabouts, cursing in his mind as he walked. The almighty magic god is actually hiding in this godforsaken place? What a deep scheme. Hiding in such a low-level world makes it impossible for the high gods up there to locate him. How cunning. He closed his eyes and spread his sensory radar. Excellent, I can catch the faint scent of my trial secret realm nearby. Just when I need a hiding spot, I'll just pick that place. Shifting scenes to the Shang Rui Guild, He Shixing stood amidst the ruins, looking around with deep regret. All the sweat and tears my brother poured into building this legacy vanished in the blink of an eye. No, I must grit my teeth and work harder, reclaiming the glory of the Shang Rui Guild at all costs. Just as his resolve was burning, a strange beam of light tore through space and appeared. It slammed down right in front of He Shixing's nose, startling him. From the center of that beam of light, Zha Long's towering figure stepped out. He was equally surprised to find someone blocking his way. Good grief, there are actually people in this godforsaken place. He Shixing immediately assumed a defensive stance, raising his voice to shout, "Who's there? Why have you crawled in here?" Zha Long smirked deceitfully. "Scared, kid? Calm down. I am the final boss of this secret realm and also the higher power you all pray to day and night. A god has descended." Hearing the word God, He Shixing broke into a cold sweat, his eyes widening like car headlights as he scrutinized the man before him. His mind quickly raced. Wait, this damn secret realm looks very familiar. Its rules clearly forbid two people from entering at the same time. The appearance of this god looks exactly like the images I've seen. Moreover, he can freely use the power within the secret realm. Having figured it out, the young man quickly knelt on the ground, speaking smoothly. "O great God, did you receive my prayers and personally descend to bless me?" Zha Long smirked deviously and spoke with sarcasm. "Praying is only for cowards and weaklings. You might as well squeeze out your strength and loyalty to prove you are worthy of receiving my blessings." He Shixing hastily knelt to swear. "O great God, please rest easy. I am willing to run myself ragged to dedicate everything to you." Zha Long calculated silently in his mind. That almighty magic god is a true old fox. Taking blind action before unmasking him would only invite trouble. Besides, borrowing this vessel cannot compare to my real body, so finding a few servants is only natural. Seeing He Shixing's instant submissive attitude, he nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. Then your first task is to tear this place apart and drag this person out to me." As soon as Ning Feng's image was revealed, He Shixing's eyes widened and his mouth fell open in shock. Why is it this plague god? Catching He Shixing's frozen state, Zha Long quickly sensed something unusual, feeling overjoyed as if he had struck gold. "Well, I didn't expect you to be familiar with him. This saves me the trouble of searching for a needle in a haystack." However, He Shixing quickly waved his hands to explain. "Oh, please forgive me, he and I are just strangers. I'm afraid I can't offer you any valuable information about him." The one claiming to be God in Zha Long's guise sneered. "No matter. From this moment on, you will shadow him like a ghost. If he sneezes, coughs, or does anything suspicious, report back immediately. But keep your mouth shut. If your cover is blown, you are dead." That disguise might very well be concealing an evil god who once leveled entire worlds out of sheer boredom. Hearing this, He Shixing looked blank. Are you joking? Could he really be the one from back then? God muttered in recollection. "Back when I sensed the trial secret realm being breached, I searched the divine realm only to be blocked by a bizarre force. I bet that almighty magic god is playing tricks behind the scenes to cover his tracks." Suddenly an idea struck him. Right. Who are the lucky ones who harvested the fruits of that damn trial? He Shixing stammered. Report. They are all friends of that evil god." Duan's appearance was immediately shown clearly. He stroked his chin and began spinning tales. "Such a pity. That glory should have been yours, yet it was snatched away right in front of you by the lackeys of the evil god. But stay calm. I have more than enough power to drag them over and reclaim what's yours. In return, hand over your absolute loyalty." Hearing this, He Shixing seemed to fall under a spell, not agreeing obediently. Yet even in his dreams, he couldn't have guessed that He Shixing would turn around and immediately report to Ning Feng, making him laugh in amusement. Well, well, what a comical scenario. He Shixing maintained a serious expression. Reporting to Brother Ning, that guy kept boasting about being the incarnation of Zhen Yuan Shengling, coming down here just to spy on what you've been up to lately. He stroked his chin and pondered. From what I remember, this body-borrowing trick has a very short time limit. The gods usually have to temporarily use the bodies of their believers, simply because their wavelengths align, preventing the body from rejecting the soul, which allows them to stay a bit longer. I almost got confused, assuming those gods were as overwhelming as me, capable of forcing any random passerby to be their vessel. Ning Feng inquired warmly, "Aren't you afraid he'll catch you stabbing him in the back?" He Shixing shrugged. "I've baited him a few times. He doesn't seem to know everything as the rumors claim unless he deserves an acting award. But anyway, you'd better be careful." He calculated silently. For rookie believers like He Shixing, their so-called faith is probably thinner than a sheet of draft paper. Knowing each other briefly, calling it total devotion would be a stretch, but exposing them won't be that easy either. Ning Feng smiled brightly. "Thank you for passing this hot scoop to me." He Shixing scratched his head, blushing. "Oh, you are our great benefactor, this small matter is nothing." He Shixing indeed had a sharper mind than his older brother. He reasoned. Facing a god, teaching assistant Ning is still as calm as ever. His background is definitely not simple. To be honest, my brother once thoroughly dug into his background, so believing a person like this is an evil god is like believing pigs can fly. He calmly thought to himself, "Ever since I uncovered my real origin, my soul has been unusually serene. If those gods want to play hunter with me, I'm more than happy to play along to the end." As soon as he stepped into the room, Ning Feng turned to discuss with Han Yin. Having He Shixing act as a double agent beside Zhen Yuan Shengling is fine for now, but staying there permanently will get him killed. It's best to quickly send that god packing. Han Yin spoke. "Divine Lord, come to think of it, we actually hold the upper hand in this place when fighting other gods." He was stunned. Why the sudden overconfidence? Han Yin analyzed calmly. When those powerful beings descend to this low-level slum, their energy is inevitably suppressed. This is an ironclad law of the universe. Even gods must obediently fall in line. If they want to show off in this land, they must recruit more believers. But you are entirely different. You are a local here, free to unleash all your power without restriction. As long as we nip their worship in the bud, where would they get the power to oppose you? The catch is that the Trial Secret Realm is currently protected by a divine shield. Those blows you took earlier were actually cross-dimensional attacks, striking directly from Zhen Yuan Shengling's domain. If he keeps hiding like a turtle in his shell, we can only stand outside helplessly. The best plan now is to lure that turtle out. Han Yin concluded, "All right, let's stick to this framework and draft a hunting plan. I will lay out all the clues I've uncovered for you right away." He recalled Han Yin's words. "Well, so this world is actually my home court. With dozens of forbidden spells in my possession, fighting at this level is nothing. The only issue is that the opponent has a trick that makes me hesitate slightly. The pressure exerted by the strong inflicts intense psychological torture, forcing lower-ranked targets to freeze up. The wider the level gap, the longer they remain paralyzed. From what I understand, this is a crowd control technique that uses level hierarchy to bully the weak. My current level is still quite modest. If they catch me off guard, I might be killed before I can even unleash a forbidden spell. To play it safe, I need to get some magical shields that resist mental shock. However, these premium items are extremely rare. Finding them will likely be a grueling task." An idea struck and he sprang up like a coil. "Hey, Han Yin, I need to slip back to the base. Can you guarantee that place is completely secure?" He puffed out his chest confidently. "You must be joking, my lord. That nest has always had top-tier security." The scene shifts to the location Ning Feng just mentioned. The group had quickly made their way there, catching Man stretching out to sunbathe. Han Yin patted its head. "This little troublemaker is actually a monster that crawled out of the dark world. In the underworld, it's known by the menacing name of the Chaos Mirror Beast. It has a special talent of emitting a chaotic energy barrier around itself, blocking any prying eyes from the outside. Duan swallowed hard. That sounds incredibly lethal. Han Yin immediately added, spot on, it is a top-tier demon lord. Its striking power far surpasses secret realm bosses, and destroying a world is as easy as pie for it. At this point, Duan's face turned pale, and he let out a loud shout. Are you kidding me? However, Han Yin calmly reassured him. What are you scared of? Since the Divine Lord brought it back as a pet, this little beast's temperament has become very gentle. Even the lingering scent of evil on it has mostly faded. Long ago, my village had plenty of hot springs, so it loved nothing more than having me scrub its back. We are as close as brothers. If you'd like, you can join in for a bath later too. Duan blinked repeatedly, his brain slightly short-circuiting. Me, am I allowed to touch it too? Though he knew this small creature possessed power, who could have guessed it was such a terrifying monster? Not to mention the expert named Han Yin standing there, who was undoubtedly someone you shouldn't mess with. Ning Feng suddenly remembered and happily called Duan. Ah, I almost forgot. Here are some pieces of loot I just picked up in the secret realm. Take them, they are guaranteed to work like a charm. These offerings are 2 treasures named Shadow Ninja Storm and Unyielding Battle Soul. They are rare items, not something you can just buy with money at any market. Duan was overjoyed. Thank you for your favor. I swear I will grind day and night to become your ever-victorious sword. If that random god dares to pluck the tiger's whiskers, I will sacrifice my life to be your shield. Ning Feng stroked his chin with satisfaction. Fortunately, with Alita's secret realm as a warm-up, everyone's outlook on the gods had been completely brainwashed and reset. Just like Duan here, even after hearing about Zhen Yuan Shengling dragging his corpse down to earth, his face remained completely unfazed. At this rate, if those gods wanted to throw dirt on him, they would definitely have to pay a heavy price. Imagining that, he could not help but smirk. The firewall of the base's dedicated network was truly unmatched. Now, let's go rummaging to see if he could dig up any magic tome that blocks mental torture or any valuable rumors. The screen immediately rewound to the cave where the secret realm trial took place. This raspy voice belongs to Za Long of this world. It sounds quite familiar. It seems I vaguely remember it. Shen Ming began to babble. In this wretched corner, human lives were as fragile as paper. Back when they were swept by the beasts, they could only stand still and take the beating, making the old gods sick to their stomachs, so they abandoned this planet. Who would have thought that after that great disaster, these mortals would still be alive and kicking? Zai Feng reported, watching from the shadows for so many days, I dare to beat my chest and swear that no god has lent a hand to save humanity, including that old almighty Dharma god. This means the people here possess some kind of hidden passive strong enough to fight to the death with the monsters. Upon hearing the final words, a sly smile curled at the corner of Shen Ming's lips. Oh ho, this smells interesting. Surely that almighty Dharma god smelled a gold mine here, so he intends to monopolize this world as his own backyard. He clenched his fists so hard his knuckles popped. Keep dreaming, babe. As if I would let you have this delicious cake all to yourself. Just then, Shixing also dragged himself back. His whole body was trembling like a leaf, looking so miserable as if he had just taken a severe beating. Shen Ming frowned and interrogated, Who plucked your feathers to make you look like this? Shixing hesitantly confessed, My apologies, Lord. I'm still stuck at the 15th floor checkpoint. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't drag myself through. A strange light suddenly flashed in Shen Ming's eyes. You've been stuck on the 15th floor and died 100 times already. Shixing's heart raced, his legs shook, and he stammered, 1,000 apologies. Suddenly, a blinding wave of energy hit him directly, making Shixing widen his eyes in shock. What on earth is this? The unyielding 100 deaths achievement. Shen Ming laughed. What are you scared of? I am generous enough not to settle scores with you. To put it bluntly, that ordeal just now was a test I specially prepared for you. Its effect is that once your health plummets below 15%, within a 10-second countdown, you will turn into iron and bronze, immune to all negative effects from injuries or illnesses, while also getting a buff of 30% damage and 30% defense. Shen Ming continued to throw out a juicy bone. Those who catch the eye of the gods will be granted challenge quests. As long as you play your part, the rewards will be permanent achievements that help reconstruct your bones. There are even exclusive gifts capable of forcing you to undergo a complete metamorphosis. This is just an appetizer. I have more than enough to throw at you that goes far beyond your imagination. These boasting words left Shixing standing like a stone statue, his face blank, not knowing whether he was scared out of his mind or crazy with joy. At the spiritual thought labyrinth's secret realm, according to the documents I've grinded through, there are about 2 or 3 spots in the country that have dropped mental-blocking magic. This place is one of them. As long as I camp here and grind, rare items are bound to drop one day. The little monsters cried like rain. Boss, that antisocial battle mage who likes to play solo is here with his sword to ruin things again. The king slammed the table and roared like thunder. What the hell? Does he think of us demons as mere trash? How frustrating. If I turn a blind eye this time, that brat will definitely think of me as a soft persimmon he can squeeze whenever he wants. But before the trash talk could finish, Ning Feng had already charged straight into the headquarters who knows when. The king grunted in anger, "Bring it on if you dare." But in less than a heartbeat, the little demons and their boss were all sent flying like sandbags. The king, wetting his pants in fear, whimpered, "Oh, hidden boss, please have mercy and spare my life just this once." His face darkened as he looked down coldly and interrogated, "Is this crying act a newly updated version of mental attack?" The monster king waved his hands frantically like a fan. "No, absolutely not. Please don't act yet, Lord. Give this lowly one 3 minutes to explain. With your steel-like mental strength, a low-tier demon king like me casting spells is just like scratching an itch. Others who want to beat me black and blue would at least have to bring a whole party and spend a full 2 hours to make a scratch. Who else is like you? Every single time you come down here, you pick on me and only me to farm." He scratched his head with a bit of embarrassment. "Oh, my bad, I just wanted to get a skill book." The king shed tears of self-pity. "Dropping loot is not under my control. If you push me to the point of depression, how can the drop rate be guaranteed?" He stood dazed, his mind racing as he asked himself, "So I am using violence to force a mental-type boss into a mental breakdown." The screen flickered back to Ning Feng's house. He scratched his head and lamented, "This searching for a needle in a haystack game is really not working out." Grinding till his back broke, yet in the end, he only got a mediocre mage skill book. This little toy is named Mana Backflow. Its effect is to release a supporting aura for allies within a certain range. Every time a skill is cast, there is a 35% chance to restore a certain percentage of mana for the whole team. Anyway, time is of the essence now, and he must urgently improve himself. Well, whatever item he has, he might as well just learn it first. The active skill, Divine Authority Revelation, meant for the Dark Forbidden Curse faction. The designated believer will immediately receive a blessing package from above, breaking their own limits to boost their strength at a dizzying pace. Using this not only lets me view all of my believers, but I can also personally choose the blessing method and test beforehand how overpowered its effects are. In the blink of an eye, the image of Han Yin caught his attention. He looked like a berserk warrior activating the divine power infusion skill. Waves of sinister energy surged and enveloped Han Yin, distorting his shape into a fierce demon that sent shivers down one's spine. Ning Feng gasped at the sight. It's a safe bet that Han Yin would rather bite his tongue than wear such a hideous outfit. Having made his decision, he immediately reached out and tapped the Shadow Protection Grace Pact option. However, on the control panel, an option popped up that left Ning Feng frozen in surprise, which was Trial Achievements. Han Yin explained, "That sacred weapon awakening trick is as useless as a sun hat in winter right now. Trial Achievements, on the other hand, are the secret technique that every god keeps up their sleeve, aiming to activate the sleeping potential in the target's body. You once said yourself that personal achievements are actually just a small part of the rules of the universe. The gods who fell here are only playing the role of guides. That's why gods love granting achievements to those who catch their eye, regardless of whether that person wants to be their believer or not." He nodded in enlightenment. "Ah, I see. so these achievements won't directly draw my divine power to transfer to you guys, right? The system immediately popped up a detailed list of stats for luck and magic. Ning Feng scanned through them. Han Yin quickly chimed in, "Exactly, so have you planned your next move yet?" He stroked his chin. "Just now when I was looking over the trial achievements panel, I spotted something quite interesting in Chang Mu-Qiu's profile." Hearing this, Han Yin widened his eyes in horror and stammered, "Wait, you mean you can even use the heavenly eye to peek at achievements of other classes?" He raised his eyebrows in confusion. "Yeah, is there something wrong with that?" Han Yin swallowed hard. "The unwritten rule is that gods can only peek at achievements related to the specific class path they govern." Ning Feng smiled. "Or maybe it's because I have a back-alley relationship with the system," Han Yin speculated. "Most likely. After all, the truth about your system is still a complete mystery." The camera quickly panned to the Red Moon Demon Cave's secret realm, where the scene was thick with hair-raising, ominous energy. Chang Mu-Qiu gasped when the system suddenly flashed a luck and magic buff notification. She screamed in excitement, "Oh my god!" Ning Feng smiled and waved his hand. "I will give you an explanation for this later. For now, roll up your sleeves and let's clear out the boss quickly." Hearing this, she shut her mouth and didn't pry any further. On the other front, the pale-faced monsters ran in panic to report, "Boss, those crazy adventurers have brought their gang to stir up trouble again." The pitch-black king threw himself to the ground, crying and giving up to fate. "Just destroy this cave quickly, I am so exhausted." After a chaotic brawl, Ning Feng finally relaxed his face and smiled triumphantly. Heaven does not betray the diligent, the item had finally appeared. The skill book glowing with a dazzling aura was indeed the chaotic mind shield that he had worked so hard to dig up for so long. The lens shifted back to the classroom, where Professor Zai stood on the podium with her hands behind her back, presenting, "Everyone, this is the secret realm we just discovered last week, and it is also our first practical contact with the legends of the gods." Suddenly she muttered to herself, "The high-ups of the 7 great guilds have decided to strictly forbid clarifying a clear stance on the gods at this time. Simply throwing out the harvest report from the secret realm for the public to gossip is enough. Having clashed with Alida's shadow, surely everyone's brain has loaded enough data to think deeper. The next move is to brainwash humanity into believing that we are more than capable of defeating extremely powerful enemies without anyone's backing. This miracle is the real deal, our own glorious triumph." Han Yin was wide-eyed in amazement. "Wow, this brainwashing trick is top tier. It turns believers from blindly relying on gods to being confident in their own strength. This generous mindset of leaving the stage for subordinates to shine, I'm afraid, could only be shaped by someone at your level, Lord." He Shixing was also sitting with his knees hugged, nodding off on the very back row of the lecture hall. But for some reason, his expression was terribly twisted and uneasy. As the break bell rang, Professor Zai clapped her hands and smiled. "All right, class dismissed. Take a 15-minute break." As soon as the crowd streamed out the door, Shixing scrambled after Assistant Ning. "Hey, I have a private matter I urgently need your advice on." Pulling him to a quiet corner of the hallway, Shixing went straight to the point without any beating around the bush. "Have you heard any rumors about trial achievements?" Contrary to Shixing's frantic look, Ning Feng answered calmly, "Ah, I know them very well." Shixing turned pale. Goodness, Assistant Ning indeed knows everything. Then his close circle must have bagged a bunch of sweet achievements ages ago. Suddenly, a dazzling achievement panel appeared right above his head, making Shixing fumble in panic. Ning Feng narrowed his eyes with a smile. "It's a unique title, right? Although it's common stuff that anyone can get, pulling a purple rarity shows your luck is pretty outstanding." He thought to himself, Assistant Ning's voice is as light as a feather, with no hint of bitterness about Zhen Yuan Sheng Ling handing me stuff. Perhaps in his eyes, this junk isn't even worth looking at. Then how many crazy items have those who follow Assistant Ning bagged? Just thinking about it makes my eyes red with envy. Shixing took a deep breath to suppress his trembling. "Honestly, I'm a bit worried. What if this is a collar to control me? That's why I ran to ask you just to be sure." Ning Feng waved his hand to reassure him. "Oh, come on, these toys don't have side effects. Just wear it and use it to your heart's content." Han Yin narrowed his eyes warily. It seems this kid is thinking of jumping ship. He wanted to bring out his gear to challenge the boss, only to end up getting played like a fiddle. Ning Feng said calmly, "That is just human nature. I find it normal and not surprising at all. To be frank, I have never trusted him. The tidbits he dug up are just garbage I purposely left out for show. If he remains my obedient pawn, then I've struck gold." Turning back to the Kangaroo Guild, Ning Feng's every move was projected repeatedly and accurately on the screen, as if that guy had secretly planted a micro-camera on him. Shen Ming scratched his head. Bizarre, absolutely bizarre. From our 2 brief encounters, I bet that almighty Dharma God has fallen miserably, his strength deflated like a popped balloon. Moreover, when he took a heavy beating and was severely injured in the Great War, if I hadn't kept my eyes wide open to spy on him, I would never have sniffed out his signature, pathetic magic aura. However, that self-sabotaging move of charging into my secret realm trial, exposing all his movements to the light, really makes my brain smoke. The script Ning Feng is playing is getting more and more baffling to me. Shixing chimed in, "Ning Feng is indeed powerful, but in the end, he hasn't shown any skill that goes beyond our understanding. There are times he is so lazy he just uses his bare fists to beat monsters. Those cheap tricks of spoon-feeding power to his surrounding lackeys, in your eyes, are probably just low-level tactics not worth worrying about. Please forgive my rudeness, but since basking in your glorious divine majesty, I have racked my brain and still cannot find any reason why that Ning Feng guy could even compare to you. The biggest puzzle in my mind is, if he is purposely playing the hidden identity game, why does he keep dragging his feet into our training camp to perform attention-grabbing stunts? Is he not afraid that you will catch him by the scruff of his neck?" After hearing that long speech, Shen Ming stroked his chin in thought and slapped his thigh. "I just thought of a possibility. This brat is probably just a lucky guy who picked up 1 or 2 treasures left behind by that old almighty Dharma God. If we fit this hypothesis, everything can be explained." He asked himself and nodded at the answer. Why is he highly skilled but only likes to use basic attacks? Because that divine artifact has buffed his basic attributes to the sky. Taking it to clear trash in this low-level world is more than enough. Then why did he drive everyone away when fighting the parasitic demons? Because to send them to the grave, he had to use the divine gift, and he was afraid the world would find out what kind of divine artifact he was holding. Why plunge into the training camp? Because stripped of that divine artifact, Ning Feng is actually just a rookie. He has to use the student label to reap countless benefits to compensate for his mediocrity. He Shixing once gossiped that Ning Feng's backer is an anonymous powerhouse, and if it's not the old almighty Dharma God, it must be his close relative. That guy likes to hide in the shadows, pushing this Ning Feng kid out to act as a shield. The screen shifted back to Ning Feng's room, where the sun cast golden rays through the window cracks. He and Han Yin stood with their hands behind their backs, looking out at the street. Han Yin spoke up, "Big boss, do you bet that Zhen Yuan Shengling guy will take the bait?" He sneered, playing the lucky guy who stumbled upon a divine artifact is indeed a perfect cover. My random gestures, with just a bit of extra flavor, will make plenty of people fantasize that they have seen through the secrets within. While the water is still muddy, Zhen Yuan Shengling wouldn't be foolish enough to act hastily. But once he deludes himself with that self-made conspiracy theory, these shackles will definitely break. If we want to lure him out of his cave, this trick is worth the gamble. Suddenly a shout interrupted his deep thoughts. "Brother Feng, let's go grab some porridge." Ning Feng grinned and replied, "Get the bike ready, coming right now, coming right now." The camera quickly panned to the cafeteria, where Ning Feng was busy carrying his tray of food. Right at the corner, he accidentally brushed shoulders with Shixing. Both were quiet as clams, but managed to exchange an extremely suggestive glance. As Shixing's shadow slipped past, a tiny whisper entered his ear. "The shark took the bait, brother." Shixing pulled up the recording of Shen Ming's words again. "I vaguely remember you snitching that sometimes that brat Ning Feng likes to act alone. Is that absolutely correct?" After listening to Shixing's presentation, Ning Feng raised an eyebrow and concluded, "Aha, so that random guy plans to ambush me when I'm alone and unprotected." Shixing's face suddenly tensed up, tight as a violin string. The following part is indeed a life-or-death battle of luck between two big shots atop Olympus. The setting was a desolate, dense forest, as silent as a graveyard at 3 in the morning. Ningfeng dusted his hands. To make body disposal convenient, I went through the trouble of digging up this remote secret realm. Let's hope that Zhen Yuan Shangling Gai isn't directionally challenged and ends up lost in Africa. Han Yin narrowed his eyes and guessed. Maybe he is hiding in the shadows with his tail between his legs, waiting for the right moment to show his face. I have racked my brain to set traps around here. Hopefully, no ridiculous variable pops up to ruin the party. It felt exactly like throwing a giant bait into the lake, now just waiting under the tree for the water monster to open its mouth and bite. Shen Ming was hiding in the bushes, racking his brain. Even though I have patched up a bunch of hypotheses from those weak clues, if I step on a landmine and that Ningfeng guy turns out to be the real almighty Dharma god, it's over. Taking only a fragile incarnation to fight him carries too much risk. If I'm going to war, I must buff myself with a few more layers of insurance to feel safe. With that idea flashing, Shen Ming began to calculate in his mind. Let's review the files on the fatal weaknesses of that old almighty Dharma god. The camera turned back to Wang Yue's gang, who were all walking together in a line. Things seemed critical when a massive trouble appeared to block their path, leaving them all pale with fright. Shen Ming muttered his battle strategy. Since I am not 100% sure of victory, only an idiot would bring a blade to duel with Ningfeng. So, while that brat is away, I will just capture his close friends. This almighty Dharma god is obsessed with the pawns on his chessboard, even willing to flip the table and fight us to the death just for those insignificant mortals. His gaping weakness is his foolishly cheap compassion. Those running around over there are all Ningfeng's close homies. I'll grab them by their necks as hostages first. Even if it turns out Ningfeng is indeed the real almighty Dharma god, I will still have a meat shield to bargain with. By the time that kid processes the situation, the cake will already be baked. Just as his evil thoughts finished, he stomped the ground and soared, launching like a ballistic missile straight into Wang Yue's formation to strike. Due to the bad luck of scout duty, Xiao Rui's head fell right into Shen Ming's deadly sight. A bony hand reached out at lightning speed to grab him. But bizarrely, no matter how he fought, it was like punching air. Even after struggling, he couldn't grab a single strand of Xiao Rui's hair. This comical moment also left Zai Yan and Xiao Rui frozen for a few seconds. Shen Ming began to sweat profusely, looking around frantically. Oh my god, this is the demon cave of the dark world. What on earth is happening? The system's voice announced that the active skill void walk had been activated. The dark forbidden Lord path allowed tearing the spatial membrane to swim into the dark world, teleporting in a flash straight to the target landing zone with a duration lasting exactly 1 hour. Suddenly, an ice-cold voice echoed from behind. Under the grand name of a noble god, yet you resort to such petty tricks to bully the innocent. Ningfeng sneered in disdain. Lucky for me, I read you like a book long ago. No matter how you hide this despicable behavior, it will show. Indeed, everything went exactly as predicted. Shen Ming foamed at the mouth and growled, You brat Ningfeng, wait, you are the almighty Dharma god. At this moment, Ningfeng's face was like King Yama on debt collecting duty. He stared at Shen Ming, the killing intent radiating so heavily it was suffocating. Memory rushed back to the moment. He turned to ask Han Yin, Hey Han Yin, do you bet that Zhen Yuan Shangling Gai will play dirty and drag my friends out as shields? Han Yin caught on instantly. You're afraid he will reuse the same dirty trick he played on us in the ancient past. Han Yin scratched his head. I wouldn't dare say for sure, but those labeled as gods have clearly pulled that trick once before. The prompt flashed the activation of the active skill, Divine Authority Revelation, from the Dark Forbidden Lord faction. The tagged believer would receive the full blessing package from the deity, breaking through their own limits to upgrade their power. Ningfeng tapped on the keyboard, calculating. Inside this Divine Authority Revelation technique, there is a blessing called Shadow Protection. This blessing is great because it acts like an early warning radar. When the believers are surrounded, it erects a protective shield, and since I am the one providing the umbrella, I can also sense the danger instantly. I plan to show my hand to Yue-Er's gang and test our luck with this blessing effect. If this works well, I won't have to worry about my friends being taken away by those idiots. Waking up from his daydream, Shen Ming broke into cold sweat. Damn it, there's no time to stand there overthinking. Even if this borrowed incarnation is destroyed, I must find out the bottom of this brat's strength. Ning Feng's eyes burned with dark fire, and he roared like a wild beast, "You scum! You don't even deserve to carry the title of God." Shen Ming's face went blank. Wait, that is. Before his soul could even return to his body, a dazzling pillar of light crashed down, swallowing him whole without leaving a single bone. Ning Feng looked at his opponent's charred body and turned to Han Yin. That blow probably sent this random guy straight to the afterlife, right? This is my first time entering the dark world to turn on PK, fearing I might get ambushed or face some unexpected turn. I just unleashed all my rage bar, not daring to hold back. Han Yin clicked his tongue. Taking a forbidden curse spell right to the face like that, even heaven would have to log out of earth. But of course, our boss is always the special exception. Han Yin searched his memory. I heard that you accidentally wandered into that secret realm trial nest last time. While exposed without armor, old Zhen Yuan Shang Ling threw a forbidden curse right at you, yet you only needed to chug a few gulps of antidote to jump around as if nothing had happened. Your current toughness, indeed, far exceeds human understanding. Ning Feng clicked his tongue. Who would have thought that old Zhen Yuan Sheng Ling would dare to wear Zha Long's guys to swim straight into our territory? Hopefully, this keeps him at bay, buying me some time to grind and make myself stronger. The camera shifted straight to the Mingyao tablet, the nest where Zhen Yuan Sheng Ling sat high and mighty, dreaming of dominating the divine realm. In the middle of the gilded palace, Shen Ming seemed to have just successfully logged back into his real body. Because the backlash of being kicked out of the server just now was too intense, it caused him heavenly pain, making him shriek like a stuck pig. Then without a word, his chubby body collapsed onto the floor like a potato. Seeing their boss foaming at the mouth, the minions scrambled to support him under his arms. "Oh, great lord, are you all right?" But his ego, as massive as a temple, had been trampled to dust by Ning Feng. Shen Ming, in a rage, threw whatever he could grab. "Get the hell out, all of you, get out!" His terrified minions bowed and scrambled to retreat. Shen Ming clutched his splitting head. "Are you kidding me? How on earth does that old almighty Dharma god know how to control dark forces? I scanned him so closely just now and didn't sense even a whiff of darkness from his body." Wrong, completely wrong. Even the 7 great evil gods could never squeeze dark power to such a ridiculous level. He scratched his head in panic. Oh no, could that old almighty Dharma god have struck gold and found the treasure we have been grave robbing for years? I must quickly contact the other gods to form an alliance right now. I absolutely must do so. Wait, if my current pathetic state is exposed, what if some stray soul fishes in troubled waters and stabs me in the back? With resentment overflowing from feeling so useless, he gritted his teeth and slammed his fists heavily on the marble floor, wailing like a child who lost his candy. Damn it, so frustrating. The frame cut straight back to the headquarters of the Kangaroo Guild. A long-legged man stepped down from a sleek luxury car. That flashy guy was indeed He Shiyu. He stretched and took a deep breath of fresh air with relief. Locked up in isolation in that moldy hospital for so long, I'm finally free. Hey Xiaoxing, while I was away, did any brat dare to pick on you? Shixing nodded. Generally, it was fine. Although quite a few brothers left the guild overall, no one dared to cause trouble. Shiyu patted his brother's shoulder and advised, "Whoever wants to leave, open the door and let them go. Our bread and butter, the trial's secret realm, is still right there. Just grit your teeth and hold on, sooner or later we can rebuild in the future." Shixing bit his lip, wondering if he should reveal the encounter with Zhen Yuan Sheng Ling to his older brother. If he heard that he had received the protection of a god, he would probably weep with joy at having secured such heavy-duty protection. As soon as Shiyu dragged his feet into the lobby, his eyes widened in shock. What on earth devastated the trial's secret realm? On the other end of the line, Ning Feng put the phone to his ear and heard the bad news from Shixing. What? The trial's secret realm is shut down and locked. Shixing broke into a sweat, worrying sick for his brother. He just got discharged and dragged himself home, only to be hit in the face with a sledgehammer like this. How could he take it? Han Yin explained in detail that the secret realm trial area was actually an extension of the divine realm. This was originally an important launchpad for the gods to spread faith to countless other worlds, so voluntarily abandoning this fertile land most likely stems from only one reason. That is, after the fierce battle with you, Zhen Yuan Shengling has been completely severed from all connections to this world, meaning he has silently accepted his defeat. Hearing this, Shixing stood dazed. Ning Feng spoke up, interrupting his train of thought. In short, in the clash with Zhen Yuan Shengling, for now let's just say I won. Shixing's face turned pale, sweat pouring down, but his heart was celebrating. He cheered inwardly. Fortunately, I haven't done anything to betray Master Ning in my life. This time, Master Ning will surely credit me with a hefty contribution. From the other end of the line, Ning Feng said calmly, "This time you indeed helped me a lot. If you need anything in the future, just come find me." Hearing this, Shixing was overjoyed, jumping up and replying instantly, "Absolutely." In stark contrast, Shiyu nearby was pulling a long, sad face. At the same time, in a breathtaking secret realm, the surrounding space was so tranquil that not a single speck of dust lingered. Looking at the crowd, Ning Feng lost himself in thought. Although we've temporarily shaken off Zhen Yuan Shengling's interference, the road ahead still requires a clear strategy. Furthermore, sooner or later, besides that fellow Zhen Yuan Shengling, other gods will also start eyeing this area. Immediately after, he loudly declared, "First of all, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to everyone for placing your full trust in me." Far behind Mu Qiu's back, a familiar figure smiled secretly. "Brother, if I tell you this, your illusion might be completely shattered." This precious younger brother had actually caught the eye of the gods, and only Shixing understood how immense the proud joy welling up in his chest truly was. The scene shifted to Ning Feng's classroom, where the atmosphere was suffocatingly quiet, each person deeply lost in their own thoughts. Wang Yue silently pieced all the events together. As expected, the countless mysterious phenomena from before were indeed engineered by Ning Feng alone, and that prominent, mysterious figure was none other than him. Meanwhile, Feng Yi assessed the situation differently. After all, this kid has never forced any innocent being. On the contrary, thanks to his help, many people managed to save their lives. Compared to those temperamental gods who act as they please, Ning Feng is the true harbor worthy of reliance and respect. Glancing at everyone's expressions, he rejoiced. It seemed his attempt to win their hearts was a massive success, and the reactions of some individuals were even more enthusiastic than he had imagined. Especially when facing He Shixing, the young man's eyes shone looking at Ning Feng, just like a fan meeting their idol in the flesh. He could only offer a helpless smile. "Friend, he has had that look since we first met, with a gaze so intensely passionate it's as if he wants to devour me." Ning Feng continued, "I bet no one here wants the world we live in to turn into a slaughterhouse for the gods to trample upon. Therefore, the urgent task right now is to rapidly cultivate our strength so everyone can protect their own land. Because our world's foundation is too thin and countless aspects are still backward, the only way is to harvest power from other worlds. Although I previously obtained some exotic medicinal formulas, that is still far from enough." Wang Yue quickly pressed. "From spiritual medicine, faint memories, achievements, to high-level skills, is there really no other option for us besides those?" Ning Feng slowly searched his memory. "A few days ago, I accidentally absorbed Alita's Divine Realm demon weapons and gathered quite a few new memories. Within that archive, I stumbled upon some extremely interesting toys." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Rui hastily interrupted, "Is it enhancement and enchanting?" Ning Feng nodded in approval. "Spot on. These two arts are specialized in upgrading equipment. While enhancement boosts base stats to a new level, enchanting injects various unique effects and attributes into the gear." Feng Yi stroked his chin and analyzed. "Up until now, we've just used whatever weapons dropped, lacking flexibility. Picky classes have an even harder time finding decent gear. If we could reshape equipment and pair it with strategic combat planning, it would surely yield countless powerful playstyles. Ning Feng added, however, the immediate obstacle is that whether using enhancement or enchanting, it requires a heap of rare materials like mountain copper, mithril, or fine gold. Hearing this, Shixing and Xiao Rui secretly exchanged glances, their hearts filled with confusion because since birth, they had never heard of these strange names. He sighed, that is the fatal bottleneck. With our current workforce, these materials are nothing short of luxury items, and we'd have to plunge into secret realms just to hope to mine them, yet time is far too tight. In the middle of the conversation, Feng Yi stood up abruptly and apologized. Excuse me, I must take this call. Wang Yue curiously brought the conversation back on track. So are those materials you just mentioned metal ores? I wonder what they actually look like. Turning back to Feng Yi, it was unclear what the other end of the line whispered, but his face suddenly darkened. He replied decisively, understood, I will head there immediately. Turning around, he hurriedly reported, Xiao Feng, mutants are causing trouble in Zhejiang City, I must personally go there to suppress them. He nodded instantly. It's urgent, may you have a smooth trip. The scene immediately shifted to Zhejiang City, where a series of high-rise buildings were suffering from devastating attacks, and thick smoke and fire billowed up, clouding a corner of the sky. An unfamiliar-looking guy showed his face, laughing boastfully and arrogantly. Even after searching everywhere, I can't find anyone who can withstand a single punch of mine. As soon as he caught a glimpse of Feng Yi, the young man ran over with a pale face to report. Chief Feng Yi, this guy suddenly vanished completely a few years ago, and now he has suddenly emerged out of nowhere. All of our firepower hitting him is just like scratching an itch. Hearing the bad news, the old man immediately stepped forward. Let this old man give it a try. Right at that moment, a dim silhouette slowly tore through the thick smoke and stepped out. The moment they faced each other, Feng Yi gathered all his energy and swung his hand, unleashing a lethal strike aimed directly at the enemy. However, his powerful strike slipped right off the other guy without leaving a trace. The stranger slowly glared with blood-red eyes, staring aggressively at Feng Yi. Facing such a formidable enemy, even a seasoned veteran like Feng Yi widened his eyes in shock and blurted out, "What on earth is this?" Getting what he wanted, he sneered arrogantly. It seems Senior Feng Yi's tricks are nothing to me. Refusing to back down, Feng Yi continued to gather his inner energy, delivering another blow with even more devastating power than before. But strangely, that wind-tearing power rushed straight at him like a passing breeze. He smirked. I told you it's useless, stop wasting your energy. The enemy boasted triumphantly. This armor of mine is fully plated with mithril. Do you know what mithril is? It's premium metal that counters all kinds of magic. Feng Yi was startled and shouted, You just mentioned mithril. Instantly, the old man ran away as fast as his legs could carry him. The mutant scratched his head, thinking in bewilderment, why did this old man suddenly tuck his tail and run so fast? Feng Yi ran for his life while hastily pulling out his phone. He panted, Xiao Feng, I think I might have just snuffed out a clue about that mithril stuff. After a while, the crowd waiting outside began to panic with worry. Captain Zhou anxiously contacted the inside. I wonder how the situation in there turned out, they buzzed with discussion. Rumor has it that the mutant is extremely fierce. Even Director Feng Yi was helpless and had to urgently call for a bunch of reinforcements. Another person added, No wonder I saw talismans flying everywhere earlier and the crowd was packed like a festival. Just how tough is that freak anyway? But in reality, inside, the villain's face was now swollen like a plate. Grinding his teeth, he roared in resentment. Who on earth are you guys? Beating me black and blue is one thing, but... He choked with frustration. Why did you strip me of my clothes? His face was distorted with extreme bitterness, yet he had no strength left to fight back. Ning Feng was starting to run out of patience. He tilted his chin. Is there any secret gold in this pile of rags? Feng Yi, quickly rummaging through the gear, replied, It doesn't look like anything decent at all. The prisoner lying there sneered inwardly. Even if you rob me of my gear, it's in vain. All upgraded equipment is soul-bound to the user. It's completely useless for anyone else to wear it. Seeing the deadlock, Ning Feng walked over with a dark face and interrogated him directly. "Where on earth did you get that pile of secret gold from?" Trembling, he recounted. "Previously, I caught the eye of a great demon king, and so I was brought by him into a secret realm to cultivate for several years. There is a large ore field inside, containing a bunch of special minerals used specifically to upgrade gear." He growled, "If you know what's good for you, spit out the location quickly." He cringed, looking at Ning Feng's group as if they were a pack of bloodthirsty demon kings. The scene quickly shifted to an unnamed secret realm. The system suddenly flashed a notification. "This is a secret realm that requires forming a party to grind, with a fixed team size of 30 people. It is currently full. Do you want to open the portal?" Ning Feng stared in surprise. "I can't believe this is a dungeon boss designed for 30 people to clear." Feng Yi, standing beside him, explained thoroughly, "These kinds of dungeons are very tough. Both the small mobs and the leaders are no joke. It's best if we stick together to stay safe." Recalling the memories from the Berserker's confession, the monsters in this cave were mostly beastmen, dividing their territory among 5 tribes. Their most notorious boss was currently rooted in the largest den. To take over this entire secret realm, our only option was to send that boss to the afterlife. No sooner said than done, he stepped through the spatial portal, shouting to everyone, "Let's go, guys." Shifting back to Zhejiang City, a specialized police vehicle was speeding down the road, escorting the Berserker from earlier. Within the cramped space, the prisoner suddenly smirked, squeezing out an extremely sinister smile. Seeing this, the irritated police officer snapped, "What's so funny that you're smiling like that?" He replied leisurely, "Nothing big, just recalling some funny stories." The officer lowered his voice and barked, "I'm warning you, stop messing around." The mutant planned maliciously in his mind, "I'm really curious to see what their faces will look like once that arrogant crowd enters the secret realm. Going in is easy, but coming out." When they set foot in that secret realm, what caught their eyes was a dark, gloomy space, with the bright red of burning fire dyeing the entire sky. Swarming, there was a horde of monsters of all bizarre shapes, roaring frantically. Ning Feng's group quickly appeared at the gathering point. One of the team members looked around and guessed, "This place looks like the corner of an arena." The mechanical voice of the system sounded, "The bloodthirsty arena, those strong who wish to survive until the last moment must display their strength before a caged beast." Su Ting frowned in confusion. "What is the meaning of this game? Are they forcing us to tear each other apart?" Without hesitation, Wang Yue immediately took action to smash the barrier of light, trapping the entire team. Seeing this, Feng Yi also quickly added his energy, lending her a hand. However, they quickly realized that the dam barrier was as solid as a rock. The beast boss standing outside grinned widely. He mocked, "Are you bugs trying to slip away? Obediently save your strength to fight your companions." The minions standing outside also chimed in, shouting, "Tear them apart, kill, kill." From afar, bloodshot eyes and deformed bodies were staring intently at Ning Feng's group. Standing out among them was a fierce-looking guy who had been sitting like a stone statue this whole time, not bothering to say a word. With just a glance, Feng Yi's sharp eyes recognized those 5 giants as the chiefs of the Beastman tribe. The system displayed a red notification once again. "Comradeship does not exist here, only enemies. The deathmatch countdown begins." Suddenly, Ning Feng slipped forward, gathering his energy, and a dazzling blue light flashed brilliantly. The chief cried out in panic, never dreaming in a million years that the impenetrable barrier would. Before his brain could even process what was happening, Ning Feng wore a very cunning smile. "The obstacle is cleared, everyone, feel free to step out." In the Beastman tribe's lair, who knows what kind of strike Ning Feng had unleashed? That now, he was leisurely taking a stroll to tour the demon's den. The leader bent down and introduced, "Sir, this is our workshop specializing in upgrading equipment. The warehouse next door has a full stock of everything you requested, like mountain copper, secret gold, and fine gold." As a monster curiously peeked upon seeing the stranger, the leader shouted loudly, "You useless trash, if you can't even do your job properly, don't shake like that and embarrass me in front of this big boss." The subordinate turned pale and stuttered, Yes, sir. Ning Feng scanned the surroundings. So this is how the equipment upgrade process works. The boss reported busily. Yes, this is our family heirloom art. He forced a smile, nervously worrying. I only fear that you won't find this product to your liking. The minions secretly exchanged glances, thinking, our lord is supposed to be a majestic and formidable warrior, yet now he is acting as submissive and obedient as a pup. What on earth is the background of these humans? Recalling the clash from earlier, he secretly wiped away cold sweat. That human mage general rushed at me and almost gave me a heart attack. He secretly confessed to himself. At that moment, I was absolutely sure that if I had been even a second slower, I would have brought destruction upon myself. He secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, I surrendered quickly, which is why I managed to save my old life. He calculated in his mind. Our world doesn't have these intricate crafting techniques. Due to the difference in racial tiers, trying to squeeze my brain to learn it would be in vain. I might as well just invite these beastmen to do business together and get it over with. Sensing that he wanted to purchase the weapons supplied by his tribe, the leader cheered in delight. This is truly our privilege. From now on, just leave the gear upgrading to us. Ning Feng scratched his head in bewilderment. He agreed instantly without even bargaining. Normally, when running a dungeon, you have to slay the boss first before you can open the sealed doors. But out of respect for the chief's friendly offer of cooperation, he didn't have the heart to draw his sword and send him off. Still, monsters are monsters, and they couldn't be trusted blindly. Understanding his concern, the beastman leader pulled out a blood contract technique as proof. This is the most sacred pact of our tribe, carrying the coercion of magic power. Anyone who dares to back out is guaranteed to face a disastrous end. With a lucrative deal falling right into his lap, Ning Feng quickly reached out his hand to seal the pact with the beast. The moment their hands touched, the oath was sealed, and from this instant, both sides officially became business partners. The unwritten law, absolutely no backstabbing. Suddenly, the beastman widened his eyes in panic. What on earth is this? Ning Feng was equally stunned. Wait, why did this skill activate automatically? The active skill panel lit up. Divine Revelation, Dark Forbidden Spell. The designated follower will be honored with a divine blessing, breaking their physical limits and raising their power to a whole new level. The beastman was also staring at the system panel. You have displayed your loyalty to the deity and are honored to receive the covenant's blessing. The tribute you require is equipment enhancement. His mouth gaped open and he stuttered. You are. In his mind, he had already painted a terrifying scenario. Someone who can casually grant a covenant blessing of this scale must surely be one of the 7 notorious demon gods. Immediately, he fell to his knees and bowed repeatedly. This subordinate was blind to not recognize your eminence, the demon god. I beg you to show mercy and forgive my ignorance. Ning Feng's face went blank. I only intended to sign a simple contract, so how did I suddenly end up wearing the crown of a demon god? Wait, demon god seems to be the villainous nickname those monsters used to call the 7 evil gods, right? The beastman continued with his delusion. I understand now. In the past, we offered our lives to the gods only to receive ruined chaos, yet not a single one bothered to look back. Who would have thought that the demon god here only demands the process of upgrading equipment as tribute? He philosophized. To prosper, one must choose the right item to bribe the demon god so as to bathe in this boundless dark power forever. He told himself, I can't believe I was lucky enough to receive a divine blessing. That I, Zai Ga, can sit high on this lord's throne must surely be due to the silent protection of the deity. The more he thought about it, the more touched the leader became, shedding tears of gratitude and bowing repeatedly to Ning Feng as if worshipping a living Buddha. He stared in disbelief. Is this guy short-circuited or what, constantly bowing like that? Or is he trying to ask for lucky money? Fortunately, this is a closed space, otherwise, if others saw it, I'd have nowhere to hide my face. He quickly stepped over to warn him. Listen carefully, you had better keep your mouth shut about my matters today. If you step outside and blabber, you'll be in trouble. Zai Ga bowed respectfully. Your command this subordinate obeys. All the tedious rituals were finally settled smoothly between the two sides. Zai Ga scratched his head. We need some time to work hard on enhancing the equipment. Since this is everyone's first time visiting us, why don't you let us throw a grand feast to welcome you?" The minions in the back huddled and whispered, "Do you see how the Grand Chief is suddenly overly enthusiastic? Don't tell me he was made foolish by these humans." Night fell, and at the Beastman tribe's lair, the campfire crackled and lit up the entire area. Su Ting's eyes sparkled as she stared at the fat pork leg sizzling over the blazing fire. Feng Yi also clinked glasses enthusiastically, chugging down premium barley juice with a beast warrior. He stroked his beard and thought, humans drinking together in harmony with monsters like this is truly hard to believe. Could this be a miracle granted by the Almighty? In another corner, Shixing and Zai Ga were also drinking merrily. Ning Feng smacked his lips helplessly. The expressions on these two are exactly the same. In his heart, Zai Ga was still plotting. At first I thought it was odd that these people, weak as slugs, were qualified to stand beside the Supreme Being. Now I understand. This deity must be planning a massive chess game. I will risk my life to become his most loyal right hand. As the feast ended, the blacksmith ran over hurriedly to report, "My lord, the first batch of goods is fresh out of the furnace." The system displayed another prompt. "Do you accept the soul bind? Note, once finalized, the item will be permanently bound to the user, with no changes allowed under any circumstances." Wang Yue gaped in awe. After being upgraded, all attributes of the equipment are boosted tenfold compared to before. With this terrifying threshold of power, normal players could grind for their entire lives and still never hope to reach it. Suddenly, Zai Ga was startled, as if he had just caught wind of a strange anomaly. He screamed in joy, "Power! I feel an unprecedented surging power. The Almighty has accepted my tribute." At the same time, Ning Feng also suddenly felt a strange change stirring within his own body. From the depths of his heart, a deep voice suddenly echoed out, "Who dares to summon me so boldly?" The stern voice commanded, "Spit out your conspiracy quickly, so I can." Before the last word could leave its mouth, that voice screamed in agony. The cold tone continued to echo, causing Ning Feng to jump. "Who dares to disturb my slumber?" His face instantly darkened, his eyes sharp. "Strange, why is there someone slipping into my consciousness and babbling like this?" That noise continued to torture Ning Feng's ears. "Reveal your intentions quickly, so I can." And just like before, right in the middle of its growl, it screamed in a deafening tone. He scratched his head in irritation. It's deafening. Yet Ning Feng was still completely clueless as to what was going on. He mobilized all his inner energy to probe his consciousness. Who on earth is playing tricks inside my head? The bizarre thing in his mind also cried out in panic. Why did I turn into this state? It looked around wildly. What strange place is this? That object suddenly rose high, and Ning Feng stood with crossed arms, observing its movements, temporarily comparing it to a bright red spark. It pointed at him arrogantly. "Brat, who do you think you are?" Ning Feng stared back and countered. "I was about to ask you the same thing. What kind of creature is this weird ball of fire?" The spark threw a fit. "How bold, you insolent fool, daring to blaspheme a deity." It beat its chest and declared its name. "Clean your ears and listen carefully. I am Master Zai Jin, one of the 7 demon gods who shake the world." It bragged, "My power is so domineering that your mind won't even be able to comprehend it." Ning Feng calculated. The name Zai Jin sounds familiar. I think old Han Yin mentioned it before. Seeing him silent, it thought it had the upper hand and tried to entice him. "Looking at your dazed face, this must be the first time you've ever laid eyes on a deity, isn't it?" It coaxed, "Don't be afraid. It's normal for commoners of your lower world to be ignorant. As long as you fawn over me and believe in me, I will grant you a divine amulet." Ning Feng immediately recalled everything in detail. During the time when the 12 main gods and the 7 demon gods were fighting to the death, he had personally sent this fellow to his eternal sleep. Zai Jin panicked completely and shrieked, "What? Who on earth are you? Reveal your identity to me quickly." Ning Feng was visibly annoyed. Why is this guy so loud-mouthed? Is there really no way to shut him up for a moment? Right after he got annoyed, the system panel popped up, seemingly bringing a new order. He stared in surprise when he saw the quest bar suddenly reappear. Zai Jin refused to be quiet, continuing to ramble. "Hey kid, say something, look up at me." Ning Feng began to boil with rage, glaring and uttering each word with killing intent. "If you know what's good for you, shut your mouth for me." Frightened out of his wits, Zai Jin suddenly felt extremely weak and whimpered an apology. "Yes, I'm sorry." The new quest that landed on him was titled Breaking the Cocoon for Rebirth, with a deadline of 20 days, along with a terrifying penalty for failure: absolute erasure of the host. After reading the bizarre quest, Ning Feng stroked his chin in contemplation, racking his brain over the matter of fusing godhood. The lens shifted back to the radiant divine realm. At the Bayan Ming Rui Feng Temple, a deathly quiet atmosphere enveloped the entire place. A servant bowed low, speaking in a timid voice, "Reporting, Lord God Master." Zhen Yuan Shangling roared in irritation. "Didn't I strictly warn that no one is allowed to disturb me?" the lackey stammered. "But my lord, this matter is extremely important, you must be informed of it." He swallowed hard and reported, "Wang Hun Gui Su and Yang Yu Shen Ning, the two Lord God Masters, have personally come to visit. Rumor has it that they have figured out the trick to fuse godhood." A few minutes later, the three great minds of the divine realm were seated together. Wang Hun Guisu probed Zhen Yuan Shengling. "Why is your face so pale and wan lately, old friend?" The arrogant beauty standing proudly nearby was none other than Yang Yu Shen Ning. Zhen Yuan Shengling hid his bad luck, waving his hand to cover it up. "Don't worry about it, it's just a minor issue I need to resolve. I heard rumors that the research project of you two has borne fruit, is that correct?" Yang Yu didn't waste any words. She silently waved her hand, and a surge of blood-red demonic energy instantly wrapped tightly around her. Seeing this, Zhen Yuan Shengling's eyes widened in excitement. With just a glance, he could smell this signature aura of an evil god. Yang Yu slowly explained, "This energy source is derived from the godhood of one of the 7 demon gods. Although I have absorbed less than 10% of it, my understanding of the cosmic laws has already surged to another level, and I can even control a small fraction of the dark power." Gui Su interrupted and added, "According to our assessment, this fusion process is currently operating quite stably. The only catch is that completely digesting another godhood takes a lot of time, but at least it shows that the path we are taking is highly accurate." Zhen Yuan broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, "It really is. I fear that almighty magic god fellow has also realized this trick. He snatched the godhood of the demon god Zai Jin, who knows what tricks he used to fully consume it." That thought caused the fire of resentment in his belly to burn furiously. He said bitterly, "It seems we've been left in his dust again. That jinx of a guy is always coincidentally one step ahead of us." He resentfully plotted, "If he has already refused to be in the same boat with me, then the only solution is to use every trick in the book to send him to the grave." Shifting scenes to a different atmosphere, a girl with a voluptuous figure was gracefully pouring elegant tea drops into a jade cup. She spoke in a sweet, coquettish voice, "Mr. Ning, please have some tea." He didn't stand on ceremony either, immediately picking up the cup and nodding, "All right, it's very good." In his heart, he was sighing heavily with exhaustion. "I am Ning Feng, having just struggled to reach level 90 yesterday, and was preparing to do the third-class advancement quest chain when suddenly, boom, I was hit with this stroke of terrible luck." The system panel coldly threw a bizarre set of requirements in his face. Requirements for the Omni-Element Magic God, third advancement quest. Enter the T Xiang Tong Lin's secret realm and collect natural symbol items. The collection list includes 50 transformation stones, 150 pure moon nectar, and 150 spiritual wood buds. Countdown, 15 days. Difficulty, S rank. The camera panned directly to the T Xiang Tong Lin's secret realm, where a high-pitched voice shrieked in shock. "What did you say?" That young man gently comforted him. "Brother, I deeply sympathize with your frustration, but you saw it with your own eyes." He clicked his tongue. A few days ago, the entrance to the dungeon suddenly vanished without a trace. He frowned, turning to question Han Yin, "What is the meaning of this, old man?" Han Yin stroked his chin and guessed, "My Lord God Master, I suspect this is surely an omen of the demonic tide." The old man slowly explained. Once those secret realms accumulate enough energy, they will retreat into hibernation to restore themselves. After the enhancement process is completed, the secret realm rift will expand several times and reappear, releasing a horde of monsters to tear things apart. This catastrophe is commonly known as the demonic tide. He emphasized the risk. Usually, the longer they hibernate, the more devastating the destruction of the monsters when they wake up. If our side can't stop them, there is a high chance we will face immense trouble. He broke into a sweat. I only have a mere 15 days. Will I be able to race against this timeline? But Han Yin showed an apologetic look and scratched his head. Please forgive me, my lord. This subordinate is not certain about this either. He fell back into confusion. Even Han Yin is clueless about this godhood matter, but since the system threw a quest of this tier in my face, it probably wouldn't corner me to a dead end, right? He secretly concluded. Anyhow, I should give the guys a heads up about this demonic tide so they can prepare their defenses carefully. Despite acting nonchalant on the outside, in his heart, Ningfeng was currently running thousands of calculations. The beautiful girl exclaimed, "Wow, this young man is truly remarkable." The shocking news he had the captain report to the higher-ups was classified as top secret. The big bosses not only completely handed over the command to him, but also specially mobilized people to assist him. She clicked her tongue in admiration. No one could have dreamed that this master is currently enjoying tea so leisurely here. Even the 3 bosses of the 7 major guilds volunteered for the front line, sweatily running around out there to build defensive bunkers. The assistant walked up to report. President Yu is urgently evacuating the refugees. It will probably take a lot of time and manpower, she asserted. Even if it's hard, we must do it, because Xiao Feng carefully warned us that if our defense collapses, the consequences will be utterly catastrophic. Seeing the beautiful Ling Hua praise Ning Feng to the skies like that, the young man did not dare to be careless, hurriedly replying, "Understood, I will immediately." Before the last word could leave his mouth, an earth-shattering noise erupted, dragging the attention of the entire crowd in that direction. In the middle of the sky, a pitch-black mass like a deep abyss ripped open in a flash, making the people standing below gape in absolute terror. Before anyone could recover their senses, tens of thousands of slimy beasts swarmed out of that hole like disturbed hornets. Every single one of them had blood-red eyes, and a mere glance was enough to send a chill down one's spine. In the 2 Xiang Pine Forest secret realm, a thick stench of death was suffocating the air. A timid monster crept up and asked hesitantly, "Grand High Priest, is it really wise to crack open the rift earlier than planned?" The leader replied calmly, "What are you so worried about? Didn't I instruct you thoroughly?" He boasted, "I have just caught the summoning frequency of Lord Zai-Jin." He patted his chest and swore, "I bet my life that Lord Zai-Jin is residing in some corner very close to us. If we want to catch his eye, we must present our offering right away." Back in the city center, people were in a frantic stampede to escape the monsters. "Emergency! Emergency! Everyone disperse and head to the shelters immediately." The demons laughed savagely with glee. One of them urged, "Look at those live sacrifices, running for their lives in absolute terror." He nudged his companion, "Hey, want to make a bet with me?" The 2 monsters challenged each other. "Let's see who can harvest more heads. The winner takes all. Let's charge ahead and carve a path of blood together." One of them squealed in delight, "Open your eyes and watch. Today's first blood is definitely mine." The other roared back in challenge, "It's a bet." But just as he was about to charge, hundreds of sharp ice arrows rained down from the sky, skewering the leading monster. The other monster broke into a cold sweat, standing frozen in sheer shock. He muttered, "How could this wretched place?" Ningfeng arrived just in time to help. Turning calmly to Han Yin, he said, "These guys look pretty ordinary, nothing formidable." Han Yin analyzed slowly. "Actually, this demonic tide isn't necessarily bad luck. If we crush them, we will gain a massive amount of experience and a whole basket of lucrative rewards." Hearing the magic words, Ningfeng's eyes lit up, and his fighting spirit surged intensely. He smiled smugly, "I'm always pleased to hear about good loot." On the fiery battlefield, a young man pondered while fighting. Our side is made up of elites from the 7 great guilds, supposedly possessing the finest tactical minds among human adventurers. He felt a pang of sorrow, yet in the face of these monstrous beasts, we are as fragile as timid lambs, forced to risk our lives just to make a desperate stand against the enemy. He recalled with a pained voice, watching brothers who went through life and death with us fall into pools of blood, never to rise again. We used to pessimistically think this bloody warfare was a perpetual death sentence hanging over us. But that was before he encountered Ning Feng's team, and watching their majestic combat style, those monsters now seemed like nothing more than mere toys. Meanwhile, Zhang Yanquan fought so enthusiastically that the adrenaline rushed to his brain. Wow, it's been years since I've had such an exhilarating fight. I feel like I've transformed into a pure combat machine. In another corner, Ning Feng smirked and thought. It seems distributing high-grade potions and heavy equipment to the core members of the 7 great guilds was a highly sensible move. He nodded. Besides, a massive battlefield like this is fertile ground for something extremely interesting. With that, he narrowed his eyes and looked up at the arrogant monster from earlier, which was still hovering and circling in the air. Suddenly, a blinding golden light carrying devastating destructive power struck the beast directly, leaving it utterly terrified. The crowd stared in awe, whispering with gaping mouths, "How is that even possible?" Someone said in disbelief, "That blazing dragon clearly had its vision blocked. How on earth did they manage such a precise shot?" Wang Yue stood in the distance, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. After that critical strike, her skill bars constantly flashed with additional buffs. Ning Feng smiled with approval. This chaotic battlefield was made for my vassals to showcase their strength. He concluded, and farm some sweet achievements. Everywhere, people were frantically swinging their weapons, slaughtering without pause. Not wanting Wang Yue to hog all the glory, Xiao Yue and Zai Ran also competed for kills, scooping up a fat load of experience. Su Ting, of course, refused to be left behind and sit idly by. She unleashed a team-wide power amplification skill, continuously boosting everyone to help them take turns wiping out enemies in an instant. The bonus effects were highly impressive. +8 spirit, cast speed increased by 15%, duration extended by 15%, and total damage boosted by 15%. Cornered, the monster stood dumbfounded, rubbing its eyes a dozen times, unable to believe reality. "Are you kidding me? How can something so absurd happen?" It muttered, "The high priest clearly claimed we are warriors backed by Lord Zai Jin, so why?" It grumbled resentfully, "How on earth are our attacks being blocked so easily by this rabble?" Before it could finish its thought, it saw even more of its minions lying dead on the ground. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the air, "My warriors, who dare stand in the way of your march?" The monster recognized it immediately. It was the high priest's secret sound transmission technique. The crowd murmured in curiosity, "What language is that strange sound babbling in?" A young man shrugged, "Just the gibberish of monsters. I can't make heads or tails of it either." Ning Feng frowned in surprise. "Strange, why is my ear automatically translating this language?" The voice continued to broadcast, "Lord Zai Jin is eagerly awaiting your offerings. Drag those brats to hell and show them what real fear is." Hearing the familiar name, he wondered, who again? Then Ning Feng directly patched into the transmission, "Hey Zai Jin, did you breed this bunch of lackeys out here?" Zai Jin panicked completely, denying it vehemently, "Not me. I swear I had no part in this. Boss, don't listen to their random barking." Instantly, he shrieked through the void, "You brainless fools, do you think your lives are too long? Drop your weapons right now." The 2 monsters on duty at the base were overjoyed to suddenly pick up the strange frequency. The priest was ecstatic, stammering, "Heaven is merciful. I have received a response from the god." Then, as if injected with a booster, he shouted excitedly, "Warriors, let us prick up our ears and receive the enlightenment of the Supreme One." Over here, the commander also strained his neck to listen. "I hear it. It's a bit static-heavy, but it's getting clearer and clearer." He sneered, "The god is giving an order." Before he could finish, Zai Jin's voice blasted straight into their minds, "You troublesome wretches. If you want to rush to your deaths, go ahead, but don't drag me down with you. "I don't care whether you live or die, get lost." Every single word entered the ears of the monsters, without missing a syllable. The entire group stood dazed and speechless, their minds completely blank in the face of this situation. The one standing next to the high priest, pale as a ghost, stammered to ask if the Lord Evil God had abandoned them. The priest was flustered, sweating profusely, not knowing how to respond. Irritated, the other guy yelled back, questioning him since he was the high priest, so why was he asking his subordinate? The strategist standing nearby had a sudden brainwave that fleeing was the best option, quickly shouting a suggestion to close the secret realm immediately. The high priest scolded him harshly, blaming him for opening the secret realm too early, which depleted the energy, making it impossible to close the gate now. Returning to Ning Feng's perspective, the system notification rang out, confirming that the demonic tide had been suppressed and the rewards were being distributed. Everyone was overjoyed, with some boasting of gaining 4 levels thanks to the massive experience, while others clutched rare gems, laughing so hard they could barely speak. Meanwhile, Ning Feng pocketed an extremely rare hidden reward, named the Scepter of Reconstruction. However, the actual function of this item remained a mystery. Staring at the strange object in his master's hand, Han Yin curiously asked what kind of key it was, leaving Ning Feng puzzled as he asked in return if his subordinate had never seen it before. Han Yin apologized dejectedly because his database of knowledge had not reached this item yet, but judging from the name Scepter of Reconstruction, it must be an exquisite item exclusive to gods. Ning Feng clicked his tongue and thought to himself that he might as well store it away. The urgent matter now was to finish his 3rd advancement quest. The scene shifted to the Tu Xiang Pine Forest secret realm. Right before the entrance, a silent figure appeared. That weather-beaten yet arrogant posture belonged to none other than Ning Feng, who had swept all the way straight into the enemy's lair. The monsters retreated in panic, but seeing him alone, they still harbored hope of turning the tables, planning to use diversionary magic to distract him before dealing burst damage with a critical arrow. Meanwhile, the priest scratched his head in distress, crying and lamenting, unable to understand what sin he had committed to be abandoned by the Lord Evil God. With his stubborn nature, he tried to caress the altar to catch a sliver of sound from above, hoping to receive the Lord Evil God's decree even if it was a death sentence. They vied with one another to press their ears against the stone altar, straining to catch a final ray of light. Suddenly, the voice of the evil god boomed out again, tipping him off that 2 guys were hiding behind the altar waiting to ambush him. Quick as a toxic wind, Ning Feng loomed directly behind their necks. Until the very moment they kicked the bucket, those 2 still stared in disbelief, and the priest could only let out a final, resentful howl. Having cleared out the trash, a new piece of loot slipped into his pocket. It was the Badge of Nature, a rare consumable orange-tier item that permanently increased agility by 5 points and spirit by 5 points. From the dark corner of the altar, the shadow of the evil god slowly drifted upward. He flatteringly urged him to come closer and absorb the dark power, guaranteeing his strength would skyrocket. But secretly, the evil god was gloating, planning to use him to absorb energy so he could also benefit, trying to seize this golden opportunity to turn the tables. Ning Feng decisively waved his hand, but instead of absorbing it, he channeled a terrifying surge of power and blasted it straight into the altar. In the blink of an eye, the grand altar was reduced to a heap of rubble. The evil god's dream shattered, and in sheer anguish, he screamed to demand why he had played such a ruthless move. Ning Feng frowned at the noise, casting a sidelong glance that made the evil god shrink back, sweating profusely and apologizing repeatedly. He clicked his tongue and thought to himself that these dark altar systems had too many complicated rules, and smashing them was much easier. After all, with his own system backing him, this petty dark power was nothing. Shifting the perspective to Zhen Yuan. He was furrowing his brow, concentrating his power, proud that a fragment of divinity from one of the 7 demon gods had fallen into his hands, intending to use the secret art of the Yang Su god to swallow it quickly. The rotating formation had just lit up when it trembled violently, signaling that he could not withstand the pressure at all. Zhen Yuan grit his teeth until they bled, utterly annoyed as the energy began to run wild like a runaway horse. Yang Yu stood nearby with folded arms and explained, saying that this clutter of dark impurities was a monster's offering. The divinity kept absorbing energy to break the seal, and integrating it was inherently difficult, so losing control was perfectly normal. He roared to exert his dominance, forcing the energy flow to submit because he had no time to waste. Even if the difficulty was sky-high, he bitterly believed that if that omnipotent mage could swallow it, he was more than capable of doing the same. The class advancement interface appeared. The report showed that the S-grade quest had been completed flawlessly. The rebirth process entered the visually stunning third advancement phase, with the 20-day divinity fusion automatically completing, and his repository of cosmic knowledge expanding significantly as well. Ningfeng rubbed his chin in confusion. It's already fused. Why does my body feel absolutely normal? The system continued to send notifications, clearly explaining that he had now attained divinity, allowing him to use his believers to breach the dimensional barrier to other dimensions, with the opening cost paid by the dark power offered by his followers. Ningfeng blinked, his brain slow to process what this concept of traveling the multiverse actually meant. The camera panned to a desolate, empty wasteland, so barren that not even a single bird feather was in sight. As soon as he landed, Ningfeng brushed his sleeve casually like a true expert. Space was instantly torn open, revealing a hazy purple rift. The beastman watching was utterly amazed, clapping wildly and praising the great demon god, who could tear the sky apart with a mere flick of his finger. Meanwhile, Ningfeng silently nodded in appreciation of this move. Since those gods dared to poke their noses into his home turf, it was only fair that he knew the way into their lairs. His sense of adventure awakened, and he wondered what the realm on the other side of the veil looked like, debating whether he should take a trip for a change of pace. The beastman fawned and offered to accompany him, but Ningfeng coldly dismissed him, saying he was only going to look around for a bit and didn't need any attendance. He assigned him a duty. Since this back door was located right in the middle of his secret realm, he had to keep a strict watch and forbid any strangers from approaching. He also promised that if things went south, he would arrive as reinforcement in a heartbeat. The beastman kowtowed, swearing to guard the entrance with his life. Having secured his rear, he leisurely stepped into the portal. As soon as he passed through the rift, the magnificent scenery immediately caught his eye, making Ningfeng gasp in delight. This atmosphere was worlds apart from his home, Blue Star. Suddenly, his brain clicked, and he remembered to cast his invisibility gear before taking a walk. An information window immediately popped up in the interface. Unleashing the skill-beguiling illusion, a type of dark forbidden spell that could blind mortal eyes and turn the target into a puppet in the palm of one's hand. He smiled as he calculated. The skill book he picked up from clearing the demonic tide the other day had now become a timely lifesaver. Once fully prepared, he began to stroll, his primary goal being to observe the terrain from a high vantage point to map out his path. Before his legs even grew tired, Ningfeng's eyes widened as he caught sight of a massive citadel towering in the distance. The local inhabitants below were moving about busily, but their appearances seemed highly abnormal and extremely bizarre. Ningfeng casually mingled with the massive crowd, secretly glad that his disguise was so perfect. He was also surprised to find the language barrier completely gone, likely due to his upgraded cosmic knowledge comprehension. Suddenly, a building caught Han Yin's attention, prompting him to quickly call out to his master to turn around and look across. Han Yin quickly explained that the majestic spire over there was the temple, a gathering place for the fanatical worshippers of Yangsu Shenzing. Ningfeng searched his memory. It turned out Yangsu Shenzing was just a tag-along support deity. Han Yin flattered him, praising his boss's impeccable memory. He secretly wanted to sneak in and take a look, but to avoid alerting the enemy and inviting trouble, Ningfeng decided to ignore it for safety's sake. Just then, a crowd of green-skinned locals gathered around, their faces twisted with blazing anger. Curious, Han Yin whispered to ask what that group was dissecting so heatedly. Ningfeng listened and pieced the facts together. It turned out a hunting squad had just emerged from a secret realm and gotten their hands on an extremely rare staff. He clicked his tongue in admiration, noting that the staff must be exceptionally fine to make the surrounding crowd so green with envy. Han Yin strained his eyes to look a bit longer and reported hesitantly that, if his vision was not failing him, that object looked extremely familiar. It was cast from the same mold as his master's beloved staff from years ago. The glorious image of his master's past suddenly rushed into Han Yin's mind, making him widen his eyes as he hastily added more details. This unique style of crafting was unmistakable. There was only one person among his subordinates who had the power to forge a divine artifact bearing this exclusive signature. The name Seseda, the Death Song Reaper, was mentioned, but Ning Feng's face remained blank as he had lost his memory. Without hesitation, he shed his disguise, exposing himself to the light and startling the green-skinned crowd with the sudden intrusion of a stranger. Ning Feng approached calmly and casually asked about the origin of the staff that the mage was clutching tightly. A sharp-nosed fellow in the crowd sneered, mocking him for being living under a rock, boastfully claiming it was the #1 hidden reward of the secret realm, a rare item called the Evil God's Staff. Its popular name was Seseda's Shame. Hearing those words, Ning Feng's facial muscles twitched involuntarily as a strange, lingering feeling washed over him. He muttered and struggled to pronounce the unfamiliar name, for his memory had indeed been wiped completely clean. The green-skinned man enthusiastically filled him in, asserting with certainty that she was the final boss guarding the secret realm. Rumor had it that she was once a subordinate of an evil god, but after falling from grace, she was shackled and imprisoned by the gods here. Hearing this, Han Yin grew anxious and tremblingly asked his master if they should launch a rescue mission for their old comrade. Ning Feng stood frozen for a moment, his mind racing with calculations unknown to anyone. Then, he put on a businesslike smile and asked directly how he could get a staff identical to that one. This naive question made the green-skinned man roll his eyes, asking back if he was a complete newbie. There was only one way to enter that secret realm. Cough up 1,000 Balin, and the big bosses would escort and lead him inside. Ning Feng's ears rang. What on earth was Balin? Was it the local currency, and where was he supposed to dig that up to pay the entrance fee now? Driven to desperation, he pulled out a brocade pouch dangling from his waist as bait. The system interface flashed again, confirming that the beguiling illusion was more than enough to deceive the mortal eyes of these small-time thugs, allowing him to lead them by the nose without breaking a sweat. Ning Feng's brain calculated rapidly. As long as he burned energy, this illusion skill could craft any form he desired. The system guaranteed that no one could see through it, so he might as well go all out. There was no way his mask would slip. The moment they saw the illusion in his hand, the two men's eyes lit up at the prospect of 1,000 Balin, praising the young brother for being incredibly generous and open-handed. The deal was struck on the spot, and the guide happily waved him to join, eagerly jogging ahead to lead the way. The group quickly slipped into the quiet space of the Witch-Devil Domain secret realm. The guide warned that the terrain here was as twisted as a maze, and a greenhorn would surely get lost. If they wanted the brothers' help to rescue them, they would have to cough up extra fees. Deep down, his scheming side was already at work, planning to pretend to lose him later so the kid would panic and call for help, giving him an excuse to squeeze out another fortune. But after rambling on without receiving any response, he turned back and called out grumpily. However, both of them instantly froze. The wealthy guest who had been right on their heels had vanished without leaving a trace. They jumped in panic, realizing their purses had also vanished into thin air, and began questioning each other to see who had taken them. Around another corner, Ning Feng smirked as he glided through the air, dashing forward like the wind. Han Yin patted his chest and guaranteed that the gloomy atmosphere here was definitely Seseda's lair, without a doubt. Its original name was the Death Chant Citadel, but those commoners had taken it upon themselves to change the sign to the Witch-Devil Domain. Han Yin knew every nook and cranny of this place by heart, able to find his way even with his eyes closed. as long as the structure of the secret realm had not been altered. Before he could even finish his guess about Sesida's whereabouts, a dilapidated library loomed before them. Han Yin whispered, pointing out that the heap of rubble was her beloved library, her most familiar sanctuary. The moment he finished speaking, a pair of slender legs suddenly stepped down from the void. Next, her beautiful face, steeped in the aura of the underworld, emerged, radiating a chilling, bone-deep coldness. Seeing his old friend alive and well, Han Yin was overjoyed, while Ningfeng also lowered his weapon, not bothering to stay on guard. But a sudden change occurred in a flash. The ground beneath them yawned open, trapping both of them in earth and stone, leaving Han Yin stunned as his brain struggled to process what had just happened. Han Yin's face immediately darkened, and he let out a bone-chilling roar. He reprimanded Sesida for daring to pluck the tiger's whiskers, pointing out that messing with the master was no different from seeking death. But the girl's eyes were completely vacant as she spat back in fury, warning the vile greenskins not to dream of insulting her, for if not for this cursed seal, she would have crushed their bones to dust. Han Yin frowned in confusion, wondering why his rationality had automatically returned when he met the master, while Sesida had lost control to such an extent. Suddenly realizing something, Han Yin reconsidered her words. Pausing for a moment, he wondered who she was calling a miserable greenskin. He quickly asked Ningfeng, suspecting that the illusion skill from earlier might still be active. Ningfeng snapped out of it, hastily canceling the illusion skill, and glanced at Han Yin to ask if disabling it had worked. Sesida's face, which had been boiling with murderous intent, softened. Her lion-like aggression suddenly deflated, and her features softened back to normal. Her eyes widened in shock, and her lips trembled as she choked out the words, "Divine Lord," unable to believe her eyes. Ningfeng's face fell as he thought to himself that the fierce battle just now had been caused by that troublesome, forbidden spell backfiring. Sesida wept tears of joy, delighted to see that her master was safe, and that by his side there was still. Han Yin pushed his way to the front to interrupt, eagerly showing off his face. To his surprise, Sesida's expression flipped faster than lightning, her dagger-like gaze piercing her old friend as she gnashed her teeth. She cursed the miserable greenskin first, and before the words even settled, she unleashed a torrent of energy, ready to tear Han Yin to shreds. She fired a barrage of insults, cursing her annoying, green-skinned colleague. Ningfeng watched the confusing drama from the sidelines, asking Han Yin in a whisper if those illusions shouldn't have completely faded by now. Han Yin broke into a cold sweat and laughed nervously, brushing it off. "It's nothing major, master." He ruefully recalled the old memories, explaining that the nickname Miserable Greenskin was a sarcastic title Sesida had pinned on him since ancient times. Seeing her master so clueless about the past, Sesida paused, hesitantly asking if he was facing some trouble. Han Yin reported tearfully that, for some bizarre reason, the Divine Lord's memories had been completely wiped clean. Hearing the bad news, Sesida's blood boiled, guessing that those pretentious gods must have used underhanded tricks to harm him. Han Yin adjusted his posture, saying that since she was still alive when he died, the data in her mind should be more than enough to restore their master's memory, warning her to stop joking around. Hearing this, Sesida prostrated herself on the ground, sobbing as she begged to return to his service. But the shackles of Yang Su Shenzing were so tight that she was powerless to break free. She recounted her grievances bitterly, explaining that Yang Su had foully drained her magic and demoted her to a mere monster guarding the secret realm, forcing her to endure being sliced to pieces hundreds of times, caught in a cycle of death and rebirth to taste the ultimate agony of both body and mind. With tears of resentment, Sesida begged earnestly, kowtowing to entreat the Divine Lord to pull her out of this abyss. Ningfeng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This case was far more complex than the previous young man's, and he wasn't sure if his old trick would work. Han Yin stood beside him to boost his courage, asserting that whatever his decision, his subjects would gladly accept it. Han Yin turned to finalize the plan with Sesida, warning her that the master would have to kill her first before pulling her back up through another method. Though this resurrection method was bizarre, they could not guarantee its success with absolute certainty. Sharing the same loyalty as Han Yin, the girl nodded firmly, devoting her life entirely to her master's hands. Calculating the threats from other factions watching them, he decided to act quickly to avoid any complications from a drawn-out stay. It was still best to slip away as quickly as possible. Ending his train of thought, a sharp weapon rested firmly in Ning Feng's hand. Closing his eyes, he executed a swift, decisive strike that pierced the girl's body, his expression turning slightly grim. In an instant, a series of mystical transformations began to consume Sesida's body. Master and servant stood in the middle of a brilliant formation, with magical beams of light twisting and weaving together radiantly. Outside, a wild wind swept through noisily, throwing the green-skinned crowd into a chaotic panic. One of them stammered, wondering what kind of bizarre forced teleportation was tearing through the sky. They loudly broadcast that the barrier of the secret realm had been shattered, hastily ringing the alarm to summon guards to clean up the scene. Ordering the guards to capture the perpetrator at all costs and drag them back for the goddess's judgment. The tribe's entire plain was rapidly enclosed by an energy cage, with ghostly chains tightening around every corner. On this end, Sesida looked in horror at the roaring magic circle, urgently prompting her master to flee immediately and leave her behind. Ning Feng frowned with concern. Sesida's body showed no sign of dropping any items, indicating that this rescue attempt was on the verge of failure. At that moment, the green-skinned guard patrols swarmed in like ants. Seeing him trapped in the goddess's spiderweb, they pointed and sneered, mocking the arrogant brat as a dead man walking. Sesida sank into a swamp of despair, weeping as she blamed herself for dragging her master down with her. Before her apology was even finished, her pupils suddenly dilated, shifting from grief to utter astonishment. The towering figure of Ning Feng ahead suddenly erupted with a spine-chilling dark energy that enveloped the entire area. He declared in a deep voice that there was still one final move left, though the risk was astronomically high, and if they were unlucky, she would be permanently deleted along with this wretched secret realm. Yet Sesida grit her teeth resiliently, asserting that if she no longer had the privilege to serve him, she would rather embrace destruction. Responding to her trust, Ning Feng unleashed his power and directly cast the supreme skill, Yin Eroding Wind. The notification window detailed the dark forbidden spell, Yin Eroding Wind, a gale of dark energy that crushed every particle of light within its range. The green-skinned small fries who had been waiting nearby had their souls nearly blown away by the cyclone, fleeing in panic while clutching their heads. At the eye of the storm, a brilliantly shining staff slowly descended. The forgeable orange-gray Death Chant staff boosted spirit by 12 points, plus an additional 15% to damage and skill range. Shielded by divine power, Sesida's soul had escaped death's grasp to safely reside within the core of the staff. Ning Feng smirked with satisfaction as he gripped the loot, softly breaking the good news to her that they had hit the jackpot. Returning to the desolate, dry wasteland, the beastman remained stationed there, faithfully guarding the entrance. A tear in space-time yawned open. Ning Feng stepped out of the portal, his face radiating a spine-chilling murderous intent left over from the battle. The gatekeeper greeted him obsequiously. Waving him away, he ordered him to dismiss the guard because the portal was about to collapse, and hearing this, the fellow promptly scurried off. He looked at the closing rift with regret. Crossing through this gate had cost him a fortune, and the dark power he had drained from the offering horde was now completely gone. He clicked his tongue in deep regret because of the restriction on transferring items between worlds of different level ranges. Otherwise, he would have brought back several chests of high-tier gear. Han Yin jumped for joy, grinning widely because divine artifacts were exempt from the restriction, meaning they had finally brought Sesida back home safely. Ning Feng lightly waved the staff in the air, curiously testing the weight of his newly acquired power. A mechanical voice confirmed that Sesida's soul was enveloped in a cocoon of divine power, resting peacefully inside the weapon without fear of dissipating. His mind already began planning to use runes to upgrade the staff to a new level, while molding a new body for Sesida would require digging up a fragment of the world core. Such a rare item only dropped in high-tier maps, so it seemed he would have to travel extensively across the multiverse in the future to sniff it out. The scene shifted to the magnificent temple of Yangsu Shenzing, which was also the stronghold of Zhen Yuan, where an entire squad of greenskins dragged themselves in to pay their respects, prostrating themselves in the hall to tremblingly report. Upon hearing the disastrous reports, Yang Yu's blood boiled with anger. She slammed the table and demanded to know who had dared to ransack her backyard. A man stammered with a tangled tongue, kowtowing to beg for forgiveness because his lackeys had let an unknown ghost slip through the secret realm that she had personally sealed. That horribly thick evil aura had completely blown away the sealed lock. She frowned, wondering if some dark monster had come to cause trouble. Pressing his head against the stone floor, his lips trembled as he confessed that he was completely clueless about the origin of the destroyer. Yang Yu roared in fury, cursing her foolish subordinates and demanding why they did not check the recording magic array equipped in the secret realm immediately. At this point, he mumbled with a choked throat like a man awaiting execution, stammering that the entire secret realm had vanished without a trace. Returning to Ning Feng's secret backyard, the scenery remained peaceful and tranquil, as if nothing had ever happened. He leisurely carried Man around for a survey. Admiring a vacant room that caught his eye, Ning Feng nodded in approval of the spacious area and decided to settle down right here. Acting on his decision, he inserted the key, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The screen displayed a prompt asking permission to plant the seed of reconstructing the Songvang Dai Cheng secret realm at these coordinates, with two options, yes or no. He scratched his chin in realization, finding out that the reconstruction key, obtained from the recent Demon Tide, was actually such a premium restoration treasure. While murmuring praises for the miraculous ruin revival mechanism, his finger confidently pressed the confirmation button. However, the consequence of rescuing Cessida had already alerted the gods, and only by devising some clever schemes to eliminate them one by one would life finally become peaceful. The focus shifted to Haohan Xingqiang, the ruling headquarters of Yangsu Shenzing. Yang Yu paced back and forth restlessly, biting her nails anxiously as she played out thousands of worst-case scenarios in her head. The dark energy was so violent that it tore through her barrier, making her wonder if some demon god had just crawled out of his coffin. But she quickly composed herself, letting out a long sigh. It had been so long since she last felt that shiver down her spine, which felt identical to her past clash with the almighty Dharma god. Upon mentioning him, her mind immediately pieced the events together, connecting the almighty Dharma god to Cessida's cage. Realizing this truth, her face turned pale and she broke into a cold sweat, terrified that the ghost might actually be him. The scene shifted to Kaihan Xingqiang, the supreme hall of Guisu. After listening to Yang Yu's weeping complaints, he asked mockingly if she was afraid of the almighty Dharma god returning from the dead to seek revenge. She shook her head frantically, uncertain of the truth. Guisu sneered and reassured her that the man had perished long ago and there was no proof he was still breathing. Guisu noticed, with a glance, that whenever her nerves were stretched tight, she had a habit of biting her nails unconsciously. Clearly, the near-death beating from back then had left a deep psychological scar on her mind. He clicked his tongue to boost her morale, belittling the almighty Dharma god as merely a stray dog lucky enough to survive. Having hidden in the dark for so many years, what could he achieve even if he crawled out now? Besides, his loyal followers had been thoroughly slaughtered in the past. Even if he planned to rebuild his sect, could his broken body withstand the joint assault of a powerful group of gods? Moreover, concerning the dark forbidden spell that shattered the seal as she reported, there was no way a holy being could use a dark god's power so smoothly. Finding his words convincing, Yang Yu patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief, muttering to comfort herself that she was just being overly paranoid. He continued to advise her, saying they should secretly gather information first, as losing just a tiny temple and a small secret realm was nothing to panic about. Yang Yu changed the subject to ask about Zhen Yuan Sheng Ling's cultivation progress. Guisu shook his head, reporting that he was still holed up in his cave, struggling to fully digest the tough godhood. The scene shifted back to the lobby of the Song Vong Dai Cheng secret realm, where the portal was beginning to activate. Han Yin rubbed his hands in excitement, praising the supreme magic. He clicked his tongue and guessed that, when Cessida woke up to find her estate still standing, she would probably jump for joy. The pile of scrap papers in that library was her lifelong accumulation, a great treasure of knowledge more precious to her than life itself. Suddenly Ningfeng cleared his throat to call him, and Han Yin quickly rushed forward, respectfully clasping his hands to await orders. Ningfeng spoke in a calm but firm voice, making a promise of honor to restore his homeland to its original state. Hearing this sweet promise from his master, Han Yin was so deeply moved that his nose stung, and tears began to stream down his face. Ultimately, he could not hold it in anymore and burst into loud, childish sobbing. He kowtowed to thank his master's immense grace, whimpering to beg forgiveness for crying and losing his dignity due to his deep homesickness. Ningfeng deeply sympathized with his subordinate's feelings. He silently reviewed his upcoming goals, realizing that collecting the heart of the world was not enough. He also needed to hunt for the Changsu Bai Shi to make it perfect. Fairly speaking, this journey had been highly profitable, bringing back not only Cessida but also a whole basket of spoils. He suddenly remembered his grinded badges. Ningfeng lifted his chin to boast to Han Yin, noting that with just a quick run through a secret realm, he had leaped from level 90 straight to 120, reaching the threshold of the fourth transition. Han Yin wiped his tears in admiration, agreeing that grinding in a high-level world was indeed a rich source of experience, which explained why his level was rising so rapidly. Ningfeng frowned and sighed, knowing that causing such a big scene would definitely draw the attention of the gods above, who might already be sharpening their blades for him. From now on, he would have to keep a lower profile when hunting monsters. Well, he might as well stop by the transit zone to pick up the new class advancement quest before planning his next move. The notice board displayed a brutal fourth transition quest list. Mandatory entry into the Ling Nian Miyu secret realm to extract the Xinjai Huijai, retrieve exactly 150 Zhuan Hua Shi, another 150 E9 Shui Jing, and 150 Qingxin Teng, all within a tight limit of 20 days with an S-rank difficulty tag. Ningfeng rubbed his chin, searching his memory. The Ling Nian Miyu seemed to be the place harboring that crybaby monster, the one who always threatened to cast a spell of depression on him. He sighed with relief, finding it quite fortunate that the quest targets only the hidden boss this time, instead of involving that annoying pest. He quickened his pace, charging straight into the Ling Nian Miyu map. As soon as he stepped inside, the scene before him made Ningfeng freeze in place. A massive green beast was staring intently at him with wide eyes. What was worse, its mouth was curled into an extremely provocative grin. Its arrogance reached a peak as it stuck out a hideous tongue and dragged a finger across its neck to taunt him. Ningfeng's eyes widened, and he rubbed them to make sure he wasn't hallucinating, wondering if this ridiculous creature was actually trying to provoke him. Rewinding to a few minutes earlier, at the stronghold of the Ling Nian Miyu secret realm. As soon as his silhouette appeared, the panicked guards rushed to report to their boss that the crazy solo mage had shown his face again. The boss rested his chin on his hand gloomily, wondering why this ominous feeling felt so familiar. Holding his head, he roared, frankly admitting that he was nowhere near strong enough to clash with that kind of monster. A thundering voice scolded the coward, asking why he should fear when the Great One was here to back him up. A spiky, ferocious figure then revealed itself. The green-skinned boss felt like a drowning man catching a lifebuoy, suddenly remembering that their side had just drawn a hidden boss whose combat power far surpassed his own. The hidden boss boastfully advertised his signature De Jiang Zhai Shu, declaring proudly that no matter how smart one was, once caught in his net, their mental stats would plummet rapidly. He instructed his subordinate to act as a decoy and dance around to draw attention, while he would deliver a flawless, fatal flank attack. Waiting until the intruder's mental stats were completely drained, he would beat him to a pulp to satisfy his grudge. Convinced by the plan, the green-skinned boss burst into laughter with shining eyes, gleefully cursing that the brat would definitely meet his end this time. With the De Jiangzhai Shu setup complete, returning to reality, the green-skinned boss performed his antics to distract him. Having hidden in ambush, the hidden boss suddenly leaped out and unleashed the heavy blow of De Jiangzhai Shu directly at him. Ning Feng took the full blow, yet his body remained as steady as a stone statue, barely moving. The green creature rejoiced wildly upon seeing the bait taken, slapping its thighs and roaring to celebrate the successful catch. However, Ning Feng's face remained utterly indifferent, without a single hair out of place after that brutal opening strike. Ning Feng smiled secretly to himself, praising the magic shield acquired earlier for its incredibly smooth mental resistance capability. This trick had been kept in reserve to fight Zhen Yuan Shengling, but before he could use it, someone had already rushed in to act as a target. It was the passive skill Yi Li Baochang, a premium weapon specializing in countering all mental attacks, which not only granted immunity, but also generously reflected a counterattack of 100 times the damage back to the enemy. Suffering from his own medicine, the hidden boss was hit in the face by the reflected energy so hard that his fangs snapped with a loud crack. Witnessing his leader's mouth shattered, the green boss's jaw dropped to his chest as he stared in shock, unable to utter a coherent word. Ning Feng immediately changed his expression, his hawk-like eyes locking onto the green face. The monster sweated profusely in panic, shutting his mouth tight and not daring to show his teeth in a smile ever again. Within his heart, he screamed in frustration. They got thrashed before the hidden boss appeared, and even after the hidden boss emerged, they were still thoroughly crushed. These hidden bosses were complete frauds. It was no different from meddling in trouble and inviting disaster upon themselves. Thinking of this immense injustice, tears of humiliation rolled down his cheeks. Unmoved by this, Ning Feng took a long stride forward and waved his hand gently to send him to the afterlife. After easily sending the boss to his grave, the notification for new loot chimed as it landed directly into his inventory. Opening it revealed the Xin Zhai Hui Jai, a premium orange-tier consumable that was single-use, but granted a permanent flat bonus of 20 points to his mental stat. He reasoned that as time passed and everyone grinded to rank up, these drop mechanic tricks for badges were now well understood. Only by defeating heavy hidden bosses could one hope for a mere 1% drop rate. Though grueling, it meant people would rely less on him, and things would gradually fall into place. With that, he grabbed his phone and called the trading center, urging them to check if their warehouse had gathered enough Zhuan Hua Shi yet. The other end whimpered in apology, complaining that the supply of Zhuan Hua Shi was severely depleted, and the entire market was frantically searching for them. They begged him to be patient and wait a bit longer. Ning Feng frowned in thought, realizing that transformation stones had always been rare and hard to find, especially since he had just swept a large batch during his last third transition. Under these urgent circumstances, it was understandable why they couldn't gather 100 stones. Considering he still had plenty of time, there was no need to rush, so he decided to return to the training camp to check on the situation first. The scene instantly shifted to the Supernova training ground. His sudden appearance came with surprise, as he wondered why this training area was suddenly as noisy and chaotic as a crowded market. The crowd caught sight of Ning Feng and immediately roared with excitement, shouting that the great Ning Feng had arrived. Scanning around, he recognized them as the top elite squad who had fought alongside him during the recent Demon Tide, so he casually asked what they were doing there. Right at that moment, Teacher Lu stepped forward and explained that the authorities had just issued an order to extend the training period at the camp. Because the current situation was changing unpredictably and all knowledge was still fresh, the higher-ups decided to concentrate resources rather than scatter them wastefully, focusing on forging a true core generation of talent. All the students cheered with joy upon hearing this, calling out to the great Ning Feng that they would now be able to see him regularly. Countless requests for guidance and a flurry of questions were directed at him, prompting Ning Feng to generously stay a bit longer to resolve everyone's doubts. A young man with admiring eyes praised the expert standing beside Assistant Ning as surely the strongest force under heaven. Immediately, the person next to him scoffed, asking if he was out of his mind, since Assistant Ning himself was the ultimate combat machine. Suddenly, a figure parted the crowd and rushed toward Ning Feng's position at the speed of an arrow. The surrounding crowd whispered in confusion, wondering if that was Kai Yu-chen and why she looked so pale and terrified. However, Kai Yu-chen ignored all gazes and rushed straight up to him, reporting tremblingly that they were in deep trouble. She stammered in fear, asking if she could disturb him for a moment because a major event had occurred. Confronted with the girl's extreme panic, Ning Feng maintained his usual composure, asking what kind of disaster had fallen upon them. Kai Yu-chen quickly reported that the trading counter had just secretly informed her that the batch of Yuan Hua she prepared for him had been snatched by someone. He frowned in confusion, wondering who could be so bold as to steal items from the Yuan Cheng Trading Center and what kind of power they possessed. The focus now shifted directly to the Yuan Cheng Trading Center. The branch manager was visibly delighted to have finally gathered 100 Yuan Hua shi, urging his staff to pack them quickly and deliver them directly to the camp for the great Ning Feng. The subordinate employee, who had maintained a cold and expressionless face, only nodded mechanically to obey the command. After giving instructions, the manager skillfully sealed the lid of the box. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, a surge of evil dark energy suddenly burst out from the bottom of the box. The dark mist expanded rapidly, wrapping tightly around the unlucky manager's throat with increasing force, making his eyes bulge in terror. The terrified staff rushed forward, screaming desperately for the general manager. However, the floor suddenly cracked open, and a swarm of hideous, deformed creatures crawled out. They swarmed and tightly bound the body of the subordinate employee. It was unclear what wicked magic those monsters used, but the man collapsed to the floor in an instant. Having dealt with their first prey, the monsters frantically turned and rushed toward the poor manager. A ferocious beast among them reached out its claws, squeezing his throat tightly. Shaking all over, the manager gasped out, asking what kind of monsters they were. An unfamiliar young man stepped out casually with a mocking smile, remarking that rumors claimed the Yuan Cheng Trading Center was hoarding Yuan Hua shi, and wondering if it was indeed true. Despite running out of oxygen, the pale-faced manager glared at the mastermind, gasping out that he recognized him. The culprit turned out to be Zhang Jia Sheng, the notorious young master of the Zhangwei Trading Center. Coincidentally, Zhang Jia Sheng and Kai Yu-chen had been schoolmates in high school, and he was once a highly celebrated supernova. Unfortunately, due to his aggressive behavior that injured others, he was stripped of his qualification to take the university entrance exam. Rumors said that out of resentment, he packed his bags and went abroad, vanishing completely for a long time. The deformed beast tightened its grip even further. Zhang Jia Sheng smirked and lifted his chin, instructing the beast to ease up so the old man wouldn't suffocate, as he wanted to extract more information. He slowly approached, demanding in a cold voice, asking what tricks they were trying to pull by gathering so many Yuan Hua shi. The manager cried out in panic, warning him not to act rashly because this was an order for an extremely powerful client. Zhang Jia Sheng feigned surprise, mockingly repeating the phrase "powerful client." He sneered that it must be fate, as their Zhangwei Trading Center also desired to serve such prominent figures. Having taken the loot, he casually turned around, saying he would take the goods, and if that VIP client came to ask, they should tell him to find him at the Zhangwei Trading Center. The manager groaned in despair, telling him he could not be so merciless. Yet the young master ignored the pleas as if they were wind, vanishing along with his pack of monsters. The manager lay flat on the ground, clutching his throat and gasping out in despair, calling for him to come back. As the recollection ended, Ning Feng rubbed his chin and pondered, noting that the Zhangwei Trading Center was comparable in power to the Yuan Cheng, and wondering if this was merely commercial competition. Kai Yu-chen explained awkwardly, admitting they felt ashamed to involve him, but they had sent representatives to negotiate, and all were thoroughly beaten by Zheng Jiasheng. Zheng Jiasheng's current power had become far more terrifying than in the past. Even worse, the beasts he summoned were fierce enough to overwhelm even prominent bosses in the secret realms. Leaving the matter aside, before she could finish speaking, Ning Feng's phone suddenly rang loudly. He politely signaled to Kai Yu Chen, asking for some space to take the call, and she quickly nodded in agreement. The voice of Du En came through the other end as the youth got straight to the point, stating that Mayor Kai had just informed him of something. Ning Feng quickly caught on, asking if it was about the Zhuan Huashi. He added that Kai Yu Chen had just given him a full report on the matter. Du En responded enthusiastically, saying it was convenient because he was currently patrolling near the Zhangwei headquarters, advising him to rest and not make the trip. Ning Feng nodded in approval, agreeing it was convenient and reminding them to stay safe. Han Yin suddenly chipped in, saying such trivial matters were indeed not worth his master's personal intervention. He noted that Du An's strength had improved significantly lately, making it highly reasonable to leave the cleanup to him. Not to mention that young talents needed gradual tempering, and with the support of Man, Du En would surely make a spectacular breakthrough. Shifting the perspective to the meeting room, a worried middle-aged man spoke cautiously, asking Zheng Jiasheng if it was truly wise to openly rob the Yuan Cheng Trading Center. The youth lifted his chin arrogantly, telling his uncle to sleep easy, pointing out that Yuan Cheng had always tried to take their market share, so he merely taught them a basic lesson because they annoyed him. The anxious uncle worried about his nephew, knowing that Zheng Jiasheng had been spoiled since childhood, making him arrogant and prone to causing trouble with his power, and now he had provoked a hornet's nest right after returning from abroad. Nonetheless, he tried to lower his voice to persuade him, expressing his worry that the 7 great guilds had been doing business with Yuan Cheng, fearing they might ask those guilds to step in and arbitrate. Zheng Jiasheng interrupted arrogantly, dismissing the 7 great guilds as nothing but entertaining clowns. He asked his uncle if he understood that gods truly existed in this world. The uncle sweated and replied timidly that he had heard rumors of those legends, which seemed to have only emerged recently. Zheng Jiasheng patted his chest proudly, solemnly introducing that his master was a direct disciple favored by the gods. The uncle glanced and evaluated him, thinking to himself that his nephew's master looked rather heterodox, probably some strange figure brought over from the West. The man's appearance exuded a strong smell of fanaticism without any holy light, making it obvious at first glance that he was up to no good. Zheng Jiasheng rattled on, stating his master was a native of a high-tier world backed by gods, and the deity he worshipped was so noble that mortals dared not speak his name, only referring to him respectfully as Wang Hun Gui Su. Indeed, this was the very title of the god who had once fought a fierce battle against Ning Feng long ago. He continued chattering, explaining that his master's global tour was meant to spread faith and gather followers for the Divine Lord, and any nation that willingly knelt before him would be protected. As for those stubborn enough to refuse to kneel, his master would simply wipe them off the map. Hearing his nephew's wild boasting, the uncle gasped, thinking that even for a visitor from a higher realm, such arrogant words were utterly insolent. Zheng Jiasheng clicked his tongue, saying his uncle had never witnessed his master's power, so he couldn't grasp its terror. While the two were talking, the phone on the table suddenly rang loudly. Zheng Jiasheng quickly rushed to grab the receiver. The moment the voice came through, he asked sharply for the point. The servant reported that a visitor claimed to want to retrieve the Zhuan Huashi. Zheng Jiasheng waved his hand, ordering them to let him in. Hanging up decisively, he turned to his uncle and raised an eyebrow, asking where they had left off. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the uncle replied shakily that they were talking about his master's sky-high abilities. Zheng Jiasheng nodded complacently, summarizing that the maximum limit adventurers in this corner could reach was only level 300, known as the 10th transition. Meanwhile, his master's level was at least over 1,000, a massive gulf that could never be bridged even with sheer numbers. The fanatic cried out that one day, his master would welcome the divine Lord to descend and spread miracles across the world, and at that moment, he would be honored as the first believer to receive divine blessings. This absurd theory actually made the uncle sigh in relief, noting that he no longer needed to worry, as even the 7 great guilds would be as fragile as insects before the divine Lord's majesty. Without warning, a violent force tore the door open, startling both Zheng Jiasheng and his uncle. Zheng Jiasheng turned around sharply, glaring and roaring at the intruder to ask who he was. Duan cast a cold, icy gaze at him, getting straight to the point as he stated he had come for the Zhuan Huashi. Zheng Jiasheng smirked mockingly, remarking that he must have lived abroad for too long, as kids these days seem to love making trouble. He immediately stood up, releasing a surging murderous aura to suppress him, shouting that he had ordered him to wait outside and asking if he was deaf. Yet Duan was one of the most blunt and stubborn individuals, who had never backed down before any enemy except for the great Ning Feng. In a flash, Zheng Jiasheng was lifted high into the air. The young master's entire body trembled uncontrollably. Duan's face was as sharp as a razor. Refusing to waste words, he directly threatened him, asking where the Zhuan Huashi were hidden. Zheng Jiasheng screamed inwardly in denial, finding it impossible since he had been rigorously trained by his master and possessed top-tier equipment and skills. How could he fail to perceive even a fraction of this kid's movement? Finishing his thought, Duan calmly shifted his gaze to the youth's master. The man remained rooted to the spot, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Surrounding him were dozens of bizarre, distorted monsters. Man sat perched on his shoulder, snoring lazily because the situation was too boring. The evil apostle praised him, noting his decent tricks and asking if he was also a believer of Zhen Yuan Shengling. Duan glanced at him, his facial muscles unmoved as he coldly uttered 2 words, "I'm not." The apostle persisted, saying his denial meant he understood Zhen Yuan Shengling's existence, guessing the kid had found some lucky encounter to rise so fast. However, he expressed his irritation at the response, noting there was not a shred of respect for the gods in his attitude, which he called an arrogant blasphemy. Unfortunately, the blind apostle had no idea his beloved disciple was in mortal danger. Zheng Jiasheng was terrified, screaming inside that his master was doomed, but his throat was too dry to make a sound. He continued, stating that despite their different faiths, he would teach him a lesson on behalf of the gods, letting his shadow guards show him that there was always a bigger fish. However, a strange noise suddenly cut through the air, causing the apostle to feel suspicious. He looked around in all directions, trying to determine where the bizarre sound was coming from. It turned out to be little Man. The little puffball had now woken up and happily pounced toward him. No eye could track its speed, only a satisfied burp was heard, proving its stomach was full. The apostle panicked, wondering where this strange thing had come from and where his shadow guards had gone. In the blink of an eye, his entire large army of shadow guards had been devoured completely, leaving not a single one behind. Zheng Jiasheng was truly terrified now, knowing his master's shadow guards were premium creatures transformed from high-tier monsters with terrifying power, wondering what kind of beast could swallow them all. Duan secretly imagined that Man must really love this flavor. The tiny pet timidly raised its paw and nudged the apostle gently. He then spoke on its behalf, telling the man to summon more if he still had any left. The apostle was shocked, finding it bizarre since this was supposed to be a low-level world, wondering what kind of terrifying den he had stepped into. He frantically gathered his energy, planning to blindly take a risk and find a way to slip away quietly. Man playfully tapped his arm, and the surging energy immediately evaporated as if it had never existed. This turn of events startled the apostle, causing him to jump in shock. Yet there was no way Man would let him escape so easily. The puffball rushed forward and landed a direct punch right onto the face of the dark god's disciple. Though the strike appeared to lack force, it shattered his teeth and left his face bruised and swollen. Not long after, the apostle fell to his knees on the floor, weeping and wailing. Crying miserably, He begged them to show mercy and spare him, claiming he was just a minor adventurer who had been swept here by a spatial disturbance while exploring a secret realm. Duan recalled a memory of space-time disturbances, remembering that Senior Han Yin had discussed this topic before. Generally, it was a rare occurrence capable of dropping someone from a higher realm down to this lower world. He inquired further about the rumors that the man wanted to summon a deity and what trick he was planning. He obediently confessed everything, stating he had planned to use the heart of the world to build an altar for a sacrificial ritual, hoping to attract a god's attention to become their representative in this realm and receive divine rewards. Duan and Man shared a telepathic connection, both instantly directing a threatening, murderous gaze at him. They demanded that since he had the heart of the world, he must hand it over quickly. The scene instantly shifted to the divine realm of Mingyao Fengbai. Zhen Yuan Shengling was in deep meditation to absorb his power. Yang Yu happily offered her congratulations on his success, and Gui Su also nodded in praise, noting that as expected of Zhen Yuan Shengling, his godhood was now fully integrated, and nothing could stop him. Zhen Yuan rejoiced internally, as since the integration of his godhood, the fatal internal injuries had eased significantly, and the erratic dark energy had finally quieted down. Suddenly, he cast his eyes toward his two companions, a gesture that immediately raised their suspicions. Zhen Yuan spoke up, "There is a matter that I believe I must make clear to you all." Having just absorbed the information, Yang Yu's face contorted even more with worry. The all-powerful magic god, he. Gui Su spoke up hesitantly. Could it be that last time he really intervened to save his own flesh and blood? Zhen Yuan frowned. What on earth are you blabbering about? Gui Su explained in detail. Not long ago, while you were in secluded cultivation, an incident occurred. Yang Yu broke out in a cold sweat. The all-powerful magic god has never behaved like this before. He has never actively started trouble. At this point, the same thought flashed through everyone's minds. Could he really have blackened into an evil god? Gui Su's face darkened. I have a plan that might just work against him. Zhen Yuan leaned forward in great excitement. Tell me, what exactly is this way to deal with the all-powerful magic god? Yang Yu was also too anxious to wait any longer. She was desperate to hear Gui Su's brilliant plan. Gui Su glanced at his two terrified friends and fell into a brief, thoughtful silence. Only after a long pause did he speak. The current situation is still just speculation and cannot be finalized yet. Let me personally test it out before we discuss further. Zhen Yuan cursed inwardly. This petty hypocrite must be secretly plotting some underhanded scheme. He claims it is just speculation, but he has probably been quietly carrying it out for ages. Gui Su was also calculating in his mind. This hot-headed guy is always so reckless when excited, rushing to provoke the all-powerful magic god without any certainty of victory. I absolutely cannot let him ruin my grand plans. Yang Yu quickly interrupted, but where is the all-powerful magic god hiding? Are we just going to stand by and do nothing? But Gui Su thumped his chest confidently. Rest assured, no matter how formidable the all-powerful magic god is, he is still all alone. The amount of faith in that lower world is meager. Where would he get the energy to sustain a fight against the other gods? Furthermore, without the support of a deity, that blue star will never be able to rise to the level of a high-tier world. How true! This was originally a barrier of cosmic rules, meant to prevent any single deity from monopolizing a world and growing so powerful that they upset the balance of all things. Therefore, the refuge of the all-powerful magic god would ultimately turn into a cage of his own making. The scene shifted abruptly to Zhang Jia Sheng's room. Ning Feng was cheerfully stroking Man's fur. The terrified apostle wondered, who on earth is this young man? His accompanying demonic beast is even more terrifying than my master's, yet it behaves so submissively in front of him. Ning Feng turned to ask Duan, have you looked into this one-eyed guy's background? He immediately nodded and replied quickly, everything has been confirmed. Duan began to report. About a month ago, this guy suddenly emerged from a secret realm in the Leduya region. Ning Feng searched his memory. Isn't Leduya a small country located all the way in Eastern Europe? Duan continued, spot on. The Leduya government has built up this one-eyed guy as a national-level powerhouse. They even used his reputation to establish an adventurers' alliance, trying to coerce neighboring countries into joining. Unfortunately, when they tried to win over our government, they were flatly rejected. So this one-eyed man's ambition is likely to come here to show off his power and intimidate us. Duan asked in curiosity, Boss, is there some hidden story behind this? Han Yin suddenly chimed in, it's ridiculous. That crazy one-eyed guy keeps claiming to be a devout follower of Wang Hun Gui Su. Yet the summoning ritual he was chanting earlier was actually summoning. You the all-powerful magic god. Hearing this part, Ning Feng was temporarily speechless. He snapped irritably, Hey, kid, how much longer do you plan on hiding things? Who exactly is this divine power you were trying to summon? The one-eyed guy was scared out of his wits, sweating profusely as he cried out, Report, it is the greatness of Wang. Ning Feng raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Sensing danger, the man frantically kowtowed like crazy. Oh, I was wrong, I was foolish. The god I tried to summon is actually an evil god, commonly known as the all-powerful magic god. Duan glared at him and scolded, How shameless! Who dares to call the great all-powerful magic god an evil god? He trembled and cringed, Forgive me, spare my life, but his brain suddenly caught onto something amiss. The one-eyed guy suddenly grew excited. The great all-powerful magic god. Oh my goodness, could you also be a devout follower of the great all-powerful magic god? Indeed, the reputation of the all-powerful magic god covers the sky. Even this lower world knows his title by heart. I apologize, how could a world that worships the all-powerful magic god be a lowly place? Zheng Jia Sheng stood there dumbfounded. What kind of madness is Master having now? Ning Feng's face darkened as he stepped forward, spit out everything clearly to me right now. The man hurriedly complied. The one-eyed man confessed tremblingly, My name is Kun Za Ba. Back in my home world above, we joined an anonymous organization. This group disdains all other gods and only worships the all-powerful magic god. In my world, this is an absolute taboo, so whenever we go out, we must disguise ourselves as followers of other deities to deceive others. He tapped his fingers and continued to ask, Then who is the leader of that organization? The man stammered, I am completely clueless. Since the day I was born, no one has ever had the honor of seeing the organizer's true face. Han Yin whispered in his ear, The leader might well have been your former follower, but we cannot rule out that this is a deep trap or a conspiracy set up by malicious people. Ning Feng said decisively, Once I gather enough sacrificial power, I will personally go over there during the next space portal opening and turn everything upside down to find out. The one-eyed man roared with fanaticism. Who would have thought that after drifting to this place, I would find a like-minded companion praising the great all-powerful magic god. His grace is truly everywhere. Han Yin burst into laughter. Oh my, I'm starting to like this comedic guy. Ning Feng and Duan's faces darkened, completely helpless against this fanatic's sheer shamelessness. Ning Feng nodded inwardly. All things considered, this guy did reveal some useful information. Now I just need to grind for 2 more world heart fragments to gather everything. Joy welled up inside him because he could finally unseal and awaken Cessida. The scene spun and dropped straight down to the Requiem City. Cessida rushed forward with tears in her eyes and hugged him tightly. My lord, your subordinate can finally gaze upon your face again. Throughout these long years, there has not been a single moment that I did not miss you deeply. Han Yin couldn't resist interrupting, What about me? Did you miss me? Cessida flew into a rage. Your face is the one I despise the most. Get out of my secret realm this instant. Ning Feng laughed heartily. It seems the affection between you two is as warm as ever, huh? She stamped her foot and yelled, My lord, you are completely mistaken. There is absolutely no such thing. Her defensive reaction made him chuckle. Cessida immediately began to vent her grievances. Have you forgotten, my lord? This wretched guy always messes up the books I carefully organized, reading them for his own pleasure and never putting them back. On top of that, he borrows things and never returns them. I banned him from setting foot in the library a long time ago. Han Yin playfully slipped ahead. Now that you mention it, how can we keep our Lord standing here? Let's head into the library to chat. I shall lead the way. A black shadow tore through the wind and flashed past Ningfeng. Cessida snarled, "You bastard, don't you dare make decisions on my behalf." In an instant, the three of them were seated inside the library, and a strange silence fell over the room. Suddenly, Han Yin started teasing again. "Hey Cessida, what kind of hosting is this? You can't even offer a glass of plain water." She replied coldly, "Library rules strictly forbid eating or drinking. I apologize deeply for the offense, but rules are rules. Even if our Lord is sitting here, there are no exceptions." Ningfeng smiled slightly. "Let her be, Han Yin. Stop teasing Cessida." Han Yin could only scratch his head and laugh it off. Cessida spoke calmly, "My lord, I am very eager to be updated on how the current global situation has unfolded." Ningfeng nodded briefly, "Granted." He then quickly summarized the entire picture for her to understand, with every gesture of Ningfeng's falling into her adoring gaze. Cessida was clearly delighted to admire her master. She analyzed, "If we only cling to this world to resist the alliance of gods, the difficulty will be overwhelming. Without the gods' intervention, the adventurers here will never be able to break through their limits, nor will they have the qualifications to become your capable assistants." You also saw that one-eyed Kunza Ba with just a few basic moves, he suppressed an entire continent. The gulf dividing the realms cannot be bridged by sheer numbers. Unfortunately, as for the higher worlds, the moment you interfere, it will surely attract the attention of the other gods immediately. Ningfeng rubbed his chin and concluded, "To put it simply, when they cannot get in, we are also stuck and cannot easily get out, right?" She nodded, "Exactly, my lord. But the consequences behind that are what worry me. If those gods secretly send spies to sabotage us, we might not detect the danger immediately." He frowned, calculating, what if those gods sacrifice their believers, sending an entire suicide squad to invade, just like when I went to rescue Cessida in the past? If there's an underground force meddling, it will indeed be a massive headache. Besides, those higher-ups have always treated their followers as chess pieces. They might actually be ruthless enough to do it. Han Yin spoke up solemnly, "My lord, I recently came to realize a rather interesting theory." Ningfeng urged curiously, "Let's hear it." Han Yin explained, "Previously, I noticed that the special achievement titles you bestowed, my lord, in addition to being related to your own expertise, also aligned with the specializations of a few other gods. Specifically, they are directly linked to two deities. Jai Ying Tongling, who governs the agility attribute, and Qi Yue Zhaiji, the master of the support and buff attributes." Cessida's eyes widened in surprise, but Jai Ying Tongling and Qi Yue Zhaiji were already sent to the afterlife by our Lord during the Battle of the Gods. Ningfeng paused and interrupted, "Are you implying?" Seeing him hesitate, Han Yin caught on immediately, "Precisely. It seems you have also realized that possibility, my lord." Cessida pouted in annoyance, "In short, what kind of riddle are you two playing? Please consider my feelings." Han Yin stroked his chin in thought. "Recently, I realized this conspiracy theory, the divinity roots of Jai Ying Tongling and Qi Yue Zhaiji. Could they have been completely devoured and assimilated by you into your own divinity? If this scenario is correct, then many mysteries will be clearly explained. For instance, how you, my lord, survived a destructive forbidden spell and recovered so quickly without a scratch, and how you are fully capable of granting titles identical to those of the two deceased gods, yet are completely powerless when it comes to the divine authorities of other factions." His eyes shone brightly. After all, the peak of this world is not ruled by a single solitary deity, but by three high gods. Oh wait, that's not right, there are four deities, including that grotesque demon god. Ningfeng stroked his chin and analyzed, "In plain terms, as long as I eliminate the other gods, I can completely absorb the essence of their divinity." Han Yin shrugged, "Well, it is just a hypothesis I drew up. We still need a basis to verify it." This mess made Ningfeng frown in deep thought. Should we test it out? The perspective shifted back to where the three deities were gathered. For some inexplicable reason, all three of them suddenly felt a cold shiver run down their spines. Their hearts screamed in unison with alarm. "What on earth is this?" Clearly, in just the blink of an eye, they had sensed a suffocating threat enveloping them. Going back in memory, a world-shattering battle had once erupted, essentially a tense 1 versus 3 game of chess. Zhen Yuan, at that time, had roared at the top of his lungs. All-powerful magic god, the situation didn't have to come to such a dead end. Why must you stubbornly head toward a dead end with such arrogance? Despite his frantic foaming at the mouth, the all-powerful magic god stood as solid as a statue, silently ignoring everything. Yang Yu had grumbled, "By nature, you despise bloodshed. Since the beginning of creation, we have never held a blade to your throat, but what you are setting up is a clear slap in the face to all the gods." Gui Su had glared and threatened, "Rein in your arrogance and stop being so stubborn, or we will use the authority of the 11 main gods to strip you of your title and brand you as an evil god." The all-powerful magic god had majestically thrown his head back and roared, "An evil god? Is this your final word? Very well, from this moment on. I am the evil god." So it turned out that the evil god label they kept blabbering about originated from this very event. Cutting off the memories and returning to reality, Cessida murmured, "If Han Yin's bad omen guess is spot on, you might very well step on everyone else to ascend to the final supreme godhood, holding the universe in the palm of your hand. If this play succeeds, the order of all things will surely be restored." Han Yin continued his analysis. "That system you often mention might actually be some anonymous cosmic rule. That's why it uses quest assignments to secretly tip you off right at the critical moment." Ning Feng's face darkened as he bit his lip. "Speaking of cosmic rules, I just remembered that before completing the 4th advancement quest, I received a brand new power." He recalled that the system had slapped a notification on his screen back then. "Congratulations, you have been authorized to unlock the Divine Realm." To explain briefly, the Divine Realm is the exclusive territory of gods, where they dictate the rules of the game. For deities, this place is both an endless source of power and a solid defensive shield. Cessida was overjoyed, because she was finally about to feast her eyes on her master's Divine Realm. She excitedly went back in memory. It was an incomparably beautiful wonderland, commonly known as the Infinite Sea of Consciousness. It had crystal-clear blue seas, golden sands as rich as honey, and towering skyscraping spires symbolizing absolute authority. As followers, they once had the honor of catching a glimpse of the magnificent scenery within. Highly praised by the two, Ning Feng also began to look forward to it. "Hearing you talk about it makes me eager to see it too." He closed his eyes and calculated. Ever since he acquired this high-tier skill, the method of opening the gate had automatically integrated into his mind. With just a thought, he could unlock the space instantly. "It's my turn to perform." The scene before them made all three of them drop their jaws, shouting in unison, "What kind of divine realm is this?" The luxurious paradise of their imaginations now manifested before them as a desolate, ruined dump. Ning Feng's mood dropped drastically. What is this wretched slum, in such ruins, where is even a shred of the divine realm's majesty? His stomach churned as he roared, "Where is the vast ocean? Where is the dreamy sandy beach? Is this a scam? Or is my level so low that it gave me a pigsty even dogs would turn down?" Suddenly, a low rumble echoed from deep within Ning Feng's body. "It seems I have just caught the frequency of the divine realm." Startled into realization, Ning Feng spoke up, "Brother Zai Jin, show your face and look at this. I'm furious. I can't believe this junkyard is my authentic divine realm." But Zai Jin sighed bitterly. Unfortunately, having been cut off from divine power support for so many years, it has completely gone to ruin. How did you manage to find your way to this corner? He scratched his head in frustration. How absurd. I clearly opened the gate to my own divine realm, yet somehow I ended up in Zai Jin's territory. Damn it, my brain has been wiped of memories and I can't remember a thing. Now I have to stumble along step by step. Let's just look around to survey the terrain first. Look at that ruined shrine over there. It looks like an abandoned house neglected for ages. When I got closer, there even seemed to be a flickering wave of fluctuation. I don't know if there's something wrong with me, or if I accidentally fused a fragment of an evil god's divinity. Dense fog enveloped the rolling mountains, completely obscuring the view of the surrounding landscape. Suddenly, Ningfeng spotted a strange object that made his heart skip a beat. Not only him, but Han Yin and Seseda also widened their eyes. He asked, "Do you guys see something faint in that fog?" Seseda rushed forward, stammering in shock, "My lord, isn't that?" Towering before them was a wonderful, fairyland-like scene, exactly like the blueprint in her mind. Seseda sighed in admiration. "This is definitely the supreme tower representing your authority." But her mind immediately questioned, "How on earth did your brand-name tower take root in this junkyard?" Ningfeng strode forward quickly. "Let's go over there and investigate." The moment his feet touched the ground, he curiously reached out to touch the mysterious ruins. To his surprise, the system immediately displayed a warning. "Divine Realm Core Structure Error, Activation Permission Denied." He rubbed his chin in contemplation. The Divine Realm is a mirror reflecting the laws governed by a deity. Now that the foundation of rules has collapsed, could it be because I have not yet fully mastered the control skills? Right at that moment, Han Yin shouted, "My lord, there's a new discovery over here." They quickly looked over and realized that this place wasn't unique. There were two other similar towers towering side by side. Looming behind the thick white fog, the two massive structures slowly revealed themselves clearly before everyone's astonished eyes. Seseda gasped in amazement. "This place actually conceals two more towering spires, just like those I saw in ancient murals. It seems those are indeed the remnants of Jai Ying Tongling and Qi Yue Zhaiji belonging to those towers. Who would have thought that a fanged, blue-faced guy like you could actually speak accurately for once? This is the peak of wisdom." He muttered to himself. The system actually gave a hint about an unfinished structural rule set. It seems now I can only take the risk to awaken the evil gods' Divine Realm sector first. Without a second word, Ningfeng stepped inside alone, leaving his silhouette to fade into the dark, cold space. This was originally the old lair of the evil god. It was no wonder that a place abandoned for years without care would be so desolate. Ningfeng gently reached out, brushing his fingers against the rough, moss-covered stone surface. Instantly, a brilliant greenish-blue beam of light burst forth. Just like that, the dark and ruined remains transformed in no time, fully restored to their original state thanks to his power. Right at the top of the tower, a violent wave of pressure surged and erupted fiercely in all directions. The system announced, "You have acquired the Secret Realm Enhancement ability. From now on, you can use dark power to upgrade this space. Once the intruding pests are completely wiped out, their life force will be converted into abundant divine power for you." Ningfeng rubbed his chin in thought. So this is the nature of the evil god, taking lives to cultivate one's own divine power. No wonder this secret realm went mad trying to devour other worlds. In any case, this is the first time I have laid hands on a deity's power. It would be a waste of heaven's gift not to spend some time contemplating it thoroughly. The scene shifted to the resting capital of the underworld. Located deep within the territory, under the absolute rule of Wang Hunguisu. He rubbed his forehead in deep thought. The all-powerful magic god's return to the world is indeed a bit intimidating. But since he has been completely missing and has now accidentally exposed himself, it seems bringing him out into the light is still better than letting him hide in the dark forever. Suddenly, he snapped his head up to look at the distant sky, right at the coordinates where Ningfeng's tower stood tall and majestic. Guisu felt secretly proud. Ever since the all-powerful magic god disappeared, I have been fortunate enough to touch and comprehend the laws he left behind. My power has soared like a kite in the wind, and it has opened my eyes to the fact that a deity's rules can be transferred. Bitterly, I am not the only one holding this shocking secret. Because of that, the gods have begun to watch each other warily, everyone terrified that their peers of the same attribute will snatch away their rules. The 10 main gods are now split into various factions. Wanting to gather enough of a squad to overthrow the all-powerful magic god at this point is truly a pipe dream. Heaven does not disappoint those who try. I have timely grasped a new source of power called fused divinity. It is highly likely that this evil god's ability will be the ultimate move to turn the entire chessboard around. Right then, the system's cold voice announced again. The secret realm enhancement power is now in your hands. You are fully permitted to use darkness to reinforce your domain. If any fly wanders in and dies, its life force will obediently turn into nourishment for your divine power. Guisu broke into a sly smile. The all-powerful magic god is now like a tiger in the plains. Having lost his divine realm, he can only crawl about in low-tier worlds. Do you naively think that because of the protection of cosmic rules, we will just stand by and watch without being able to do anything to you? Then let's wait and see who gets the last laugh. With that, a flash of cruelty darted across his eyes. The scene shifted, once again back to Ning Feng's headquarters. He lazily stretched and let out a big yawn, exhausted. This kind of divine power is indeed not something you can digest after just a few days of consumption. Just then Duan eagerly jogged over, raising his hand to greet, "Boss, good morning." The moment they met, Ning Feng casually asked, "Is the cleanup of the trouble at the trading house settled?" Duan nodded firmly, reporting to boss, "I have handled it cleanly without leaving a trace." Ning Feng exhaled. That one-eyed capo is truly too arrogant, acting the part of an evil god's believer a bit too deeply. Keep an eye on him for me from now on. Don't let that lunatic bring more trouble upon us. Duan scratched his head and stammered, Actually, that capo guy doesn't seem to be quite like what I had in mind." Recalling his crazed state before, it's unbelievable that even a professional boxer would kneel down to beg to be our Lord's follower. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if threatened with death. Man yawned, speaking lazily. "Why do you look like you've just had your soul swapped?" Capo scratched his head and smiled apologetically. "I am terribly sorry. My arrogant behavior before was all an act. When I first arrived here as a newcomer, so many people were plotting to use me as a shield. So, I had to show some attitude to make them fear me and stay away." Duan thought to himself, "I took the trouble to ask Senior Feng to dig into this guy's background. Indeed, since he drifted into this world, he has been completely clean, doing nothing immoral or offensive to anyone. But if you keep up this submissive attitude, won't it tarnish the majestic reputation of the great all-powerful magic god?" Capo smiled. "You can sleep soundly, sir. Those rascals still firmly believe I am a capable henchman of Wang Hun Guisu. Once the opportunity is ripe, I will spread the word that I have been reformed by the light of the great all-powerful magic god, immediately turning from darkness to light. I swear I won't bring any trouble upon our Lord." Duan nodded in satisfaction. I see. Turns out you've got a sharp mind after all." Ning Feng clicked his tongue. "So this one-eyed capo is not as foolish as he looks. Since that's the case, let's keep him under observation for a while longer to verify his loyalty. As for our true identities, keep your lips sealed for now. It's not time for him to know yet." Duan reported further, "Capo, along with the Zhengwei Trading House, has thoughtfully prepared a grand apology banquet, just waiting for you to grace them with your presence. I heard they are even bringing the entire staff of the Yuan Cheng Trading House along for the fun." Ning Feng smirked with curiosity. "Sounds interesting, let's go take a look. Coincidentally, I was hoping to relax for a bit." The scene shifted to a luxurious mansion, where the atmosphere exuded an unusual solemnity. Capo stood there, smoothly conversing all by himself with a dozen unfamiliar faces he had never met before. Whispers rippled through the crowd. "Hey, what's going on over there with everyone crowding like ants?" Another person replied, "Rumor has it that the two big bosses of the trading houses are hosting a banquet to welcome an esteemed guest, but nobody knows who that heavyweight is." Right in the midst of it, a sleek luxury car suddenly pulled up and stopped right in front of the grand hall. Ning Feng cradled Man in his arms, still leisurely leaning back in his seat with a lazy smile. Just going from the gate to here, and they had to arrange a car ride. What a pretentious display of luxury. The moment he spotted Ning Feng stepping out, Capo cheered joyfully. "Mr. Ning, you have finally arrived." The two receptionists whispered to each other, "Oh my, is this the heavyweight that the two trading houses are flattering? He looks so young." One of the girls suddenly widened her eyes in recognition, stammering, "Oh, you are. You are the hero who single-handedly defeated the hidden monster and saved so many lives, aren't you?" My family was trapped in that secret realm back then, and the footage of you was deeply engraved in my mind." Hearing this, her colleague gasped and joined in. "Huh, so you are that legendary hero. I've watched that scene over and over. Could you please give us an autograph as a keepsake?" Capo snapped around to glare at Jia Sheng, cursing, "You absolute jinx, of all people you had to provoke him. You've brought absolute ruin upon your master." Returning to the present, he bowed low and said with a flattering smile, "Mr. Ning, please step this way." Around the banquet table, everyone clinked glasses, and laughter echoed throughout the room. The table was laden with the finest delicacies of land and sea. The female employee from earlier was happily playing with Man, looking extremely amused. "This creature actually loves ice cream. That is too adorable." Jia Sheng stood up solemnly, raising his glass, and declared aloud, "Everyone, the blame for this incident rests entirely on my shoulders." Capo gritted his teeth, cold sweat dripping down. "As his teacher, I failed to guide my disciple properly. I also take a share of the blame." Kai Chen could not help but be inwardly shocked. Such an arrogant guy like Jia Sheng actually bowing down to apologize to me. This once-in-a-millennium miracle is surely thanks to basking in the bright glory of teaching assistant Ning. Jia Sheng's eldest uncle also quickly chimed in. "Mr. Ning, to prove our sincerity, the Zhangwei Trading House is willing to present you with a 25% share along with 3 energy stone mining areas, hoping you will generously accept." The director also hurriedly spoke up. "To be honest, to show our remorse, our Yuan Cheng Trading House also begs to present you with a 25% share and 3 energy stone mines. Please accept them freely so we can rest easy." The 2 receptionists standing nearby felt their limbs go weak with sheer awe. My goodness, a quarter share of both leading trading houses. At this rate, even doing nothing, he won't be able to spend all that wealth in 3 lifetimes. The director curled his lip, thinking to himself, how could you people understand? Ever since we aligned with Mr. Ning, our Yuan Cheng Trading House has been stocking up on high-end goods effortlessly, with profits skyrocketing several times over. That measly 25% is nothing. The key is finding a way to invite this big boss to guide us. That is the true path. Ning Feng tapped his fingers on the table, calculating. These shares were just a trivial matter. Securing the mining rights was the truly smart move. Having just smoothly completed his 4th turn quest, the demand for conversion stones would definitely surge in the future. With his own mines, he would no longer need to spend money buying them from others. Capo coughed lightly, interrupting his train of thought. Also, if I may, I would like to ask Mr. Ning for some advice on this matter." Capo secretly calculated. Yesterday, he had sent people from the Zhangwei Trading House to check Ning Feng's records, only to be shocked to discover that this young man was no ordinary person. Judging by how Duan submissively served him, it was highly likely that Ning Feng was the official spokesperson of the almighty Dharma God in this world. Not to mention that the monster possessing heaven-shattering and earth-destroying power actually behaved like an obedient pet to entertain him. He broke into a cold sweat, screaming inwardly in terror. "Oh heavens, that monster is glaring at me again." Ning Feng leaned forward slightly and spoke, "If there is something, please speak frankly." Capo forced a smile. "Actually, the story is like this. Originally, I was over in Libya. Lately, I've been calling on neighboring countries to unite and fight back against the crazed monsters. However, capable fighters are scarce, resulting in chaotic battles without any real strategy." A memory flashed in Ning Feng's mind. He remembered now, Duan had mentioned this. Capo had established an organization like a support association, backed by numerous nations. Those countries would commission him to clear difficult dungeons in exchange for countless valuable spoils. Even his 2 world hearts came from this trick. Capo gave a flattering smile. "If you do not mind, we hope to cooperate with you so that both sides can work together to protect the peace of the Blue Star." He quietly calculated. It was rumored that Capo's reputation in Eastern Europe was resounding, and his prestige spread far and wide. Leveraging his influence to gain more leverage would certainly be a good move. After careful consideration, he replied cheerfully, "Very well, I accept your offer." Capo happily clasped his hands. "Thank you for your patronage. Being able to recruit an expert like you is a great blessing for us." He silently evaluated. In the future, once the scale of war expanded, the nation would certainly be starved for talent to guard its territory. It seemed time to begin the hellish training for these rookies. Ningfeng spoke. "Hey Capo, when you have some free time, tell me how you drifted all the way here." He let out a long sigh. "Initially, I was just exploring a dungeon, but I was carelessly swept away by a space-time vortex. People say that chaotic spacetime is a rare phenomenon seen once in 1,000 years, yet somehow I ran right into it. Thinking back now, I still break out in a cold sweat. Space and time inside were extremely unstable. Escaping with my life without losing a single hair was truly a stroke of immense luck, protected by the gods." The screen immediately switched to an unnamed coordinate on the blue star, where lush vegetation grew and the air was crystal clear. The crowd stared in amazement, whispering and pointing toward an abnormal object that was slowly rising. "What on earth is that strange thing?" At the same time, at Ningfeng's headquarters, all forces had fully gathered for roll call. He silently evaluated that, after working together for some time, the guild leaders of the 7 great guilds were indeed high-quality teammates. Counting Professor Zai as well, the ones currently worth pouring resources into developing were none other than them. Ying Zhen bit her lip hard, convinced that this was the special training that had forged old Wang's outstanding strength, so she absolutely could not afford to be negligent. Everyone quickly set to work on the training. From all directions, dark shadows began to swarm and surround them. The mysterious object suddenly dashed forward, aiming straight at little Rui and Yan Chuan to attack. Ling Hua broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, "Old Liu, are we just going to defend passively like this forever? This training is far too bizarre. If I hadn't placed my complete trust in Little Feng, I would have thought an evil god had descended." Ying Zhen gritted her teeth and commanded, "We'll make up for it with numbers. Let's try coordinating our skills according to the battle formation. Everyone, take your positions right now and deploy the defensive array." The crowd reacted instantly, quickly gathering into a solid circle, ready to engage the enemy. Ningfeng stood aside, smiling with calculation. "I'm afraid you are all about to be disillusioned. Yue Er's guild tried this approach before, but it was in vain. But on second thought, after thoroughly studying the power of the divine realm and comparing it with this combat style, I've comprehended countless valuable insights. They truly lived up to their reputation as veteran adventurers. Their coordination was incredibly seamless. The whole group combined their forces to unleash the shield of the earth, combined with pain mitigation. Suddenly, Professor Zai froze, her eyes dazed, as if she had just remembered something. On the other side of the battlefield, little Rui and Ying Zhen were also dazed, staring at Professor Zai and Ling Hua with great surprise. The system's voice rang out clearly, confirming the activation of the enhancement barrier zone. Due to the simultaneous presence of a scholar and a priest in the defensive lineup, the total defense stat increased by 20%. Professor Zai looked at the brilliant golden light shining directly upon her, murmuring in astonishment, "What is this phenomenon?" At the position of Instructor Lu and Yue Ning, a similar phenomenon occurred, announcing the airwalk zone. Thanks to the presence of 2 assassin-class users, when forming a defensive lineup, evasion increased by 8%, and the protective shield gained 15 points. Han Yin and Sesada gasped in surprise, activating a special zone effect based on party linkage. Does such a thing really exist in this world? Ying Zhen looked overjoyed and shouted enthusiastically, "The battle team format really works. Comrades, get into position and take this seriously." And the consequence was, due to trying to maintain it for a long time, they received a full dose of torture with several times the intensity. Han Yin stepped forward to ask, "Divine Lord, was that display of power just now a miracle you bestowed?" He smiled gently. "After observing how everyone coordinated, the scattered ideas in my mind naturally became extremely clear. It was as if the moment my thoughts cleared, all those hidden domains automatically opened up. Instantly, a system notification appeared. Your comprehension of the universal laws has surged to the next level." Ningfeng frowned in deep thought. So that's how it is. can the universal laws be understood through this method? The next day, his base received the most abundant sunlight and wonderfully clear air. Feng Yi, upon meeting his friend, had to hold back his laughter so hard that his face contorted. Unable to suppress it, he burst into roaring laughter. Ying Zhen snapped in irritation, "You look pretty miserable yourself. Shut your mouth, you annoying old man." He wobbled and couldn't stand straight, calling out tremulously, "Hurry, come and support me a bit." Ying Zhen snorted, "You old geezer, you didn't come here just to mock me, did you?" Feng Yi still laughed, "I am not that free. Little Feng was the one who called us all here. I heard everyone just discovered something extremely important." Ying Zhen smiled smugly, "You mean the fact that we are incredibly outstanding, right?" Before she could finish, a sharp pain shot through her. "Ah, you old man, walk slower. Are you trying to torture me on purpose?" He stood with folded arms, staring quietly at a series of surveillance monitors displaying live feeds from various areas. Feng Yi spoke up, "Professor Zai, what stage has the research reached now?" Professor Zai calmly reported, "We have divided into several groups for experiments and discovered numerous party domains with entirely different effects. As of now, most activated team domains rely on speed, magic, and support classes. The unique feature is that the number of activated domains does not depend on level. Instead, it relies on the group's mutual understanding." Feng Yi nodded. "Simply put, with proper training, low-level adventurers have a real chance against stronger enemies, correct?" Professor Zai nodded and smiled. "Exactly." Ningfeng rested his chin on his hand and muttered, "But the trouble is, since the beginning, what I can comprehend has been steadily decreasing. Have I reached some kind of limit?" Ningfeng glanced at him in surprise. "Oh." Duan continued, "One-eyed Capo just sent over a commission." Ningfeng asked, "Didn't Capo promise to let me personally choose from all commissions?" Duan whispered, "Yes, but it's because this particular commission is extremely special." Ningfeng took the phone, his eyes glued to the photo of a bizarre phenomenon that had just been sent over. His eyes widened in surprise. "What is this? Has another new dungeon appeared?" Duan hurriedly explained, "Capo said that thing is called a space-time turbulence." Han Yin chimed in, "It's only been a month since that Capo guy used the space-time turbulence to get here. In such a short time, how could another space-time turbulence have emerged?" Ningfeng remained silent, carefully observing every detail of the photo labeled as space-time turbulence. Suddenly he was startled. "Something is crawling out. Heavens, what kind of horrifying creature is that?" The scene immediately shifted to Capo's bedroom. He had teleported directly to the spot to facilitate communication. He reported, "The coordinates of the space-time turbulence are in the state of Winken, Austria. I've handled all the procedures. We can completely use a flight scroll to head straight there." Ningfeng made a decisive decision. "All right, let's go." Capo stood there dazed, "Huh?" Capo asked hesitantly, "Are you planning to go alone?" He frowned, "Is there an issue with that?" Capo quickly explained, "I mean no offense, but space-time turbulence completely distorts space and time. It's extremely dangerous, and no one can predict what kind of monstrous things might emerge from it." He wiped the sweat from his forehead, glancing at Man, "At least you should bring that ultra-powerful pet along." Ningfeng calculated that if there were still unknown risks, having others tag along might not be helpful anyway. "There's no need for you to bring along a large group of people either. Just a few of us going is more than enough." The group stopped at a place called Winkenstedt. As soon as they arrived, someone appeared to welcome them. Catching their eyes was the exceptionally long, slender legs of a girl. Capo quickly introduced, "Her name is Lilith and she is my student. Her father is the local ruler of this area." Suddenly, Lilith's entire body convulsed repeatedly. Her hands clenched tightly as tears streamed down her face out of nowhere. This expression left Capo deeply bewildered, and he hurriedly questioned Lilith about what exactly had happened. Just as Lilith was sobbing, a warm hand gently patted her shoulder. The unfamiliar man introduced himself. "Hello everyone, I am Enluo, Lilith's father. I am deeply sorry for having you witness Lilith in this state. I will explain the details shortly." Please follow me. And Luo led everyone to the edge of the building wall, explaining as they walked. Looking down from this angle, we can observe the location of the space-time turbulence. Indeed, below was a massive pitch-black sphere, blocking out the sunlight. And Luo continued, "The reason I sent the commission to you is that the space-time turbulence has far exceeded our understanding. It swallowed a small town in the blink of an eye and created a space similar to a dungeon. The innocent residents were all transformed into terrifying monsters. The government once dispatched troops to clear them out, but despite sacrificing countless lives, we were completely powerless to destroy this dungeon. The combat team formed by Lilith herself was completely wiped out in the process. Only Lilith, using the last of her strength, barely managed to escape. For this, I must thank Mr. Capo for training Lilith so thoroughly, otherwise she might have lost her life." Lilith finally tried to calm down and bowed apologetically. "I am deeply sorry. Those who fell were my finest comrades, so I lost control of my emotions just now." Jia Sheng watched from aside, inwardly horrified. Lilith is normally a very strong-willed person. This is the first time I've seen her break down like this. Capo could not hide his curiosity and asked, "Lilith, are the monsters in that dungeon really that terrifyingly powerful?" She replied in a low voice, "It's not just that. It is a time-limited dungeon with 2 separate paths, and both must be cleared for it to count as a success. These 2 paths are like mirror images of each other. Despite the perfect symmetry, there is no connecting path between them. Even if you complete one side, you won't have enough time to run to the other, leading to overall failure. Each time, the notification board turns blood red, displaying the time's up message indicating a failed conquest." Capo stroked his chin, analyzing. "So the safest solution is to split into 2 parallel teams, each taking charge of one path, right?" Lilith shook her head, explaining, "If we do that, the strength requirements for participants will be extremely strict. Currently, even scraping together all our forces, we can't even form one standard team, let alone split into 2. After grasping the situation, Ningfeng offered his suggestion. "I think Capo can lead a team forward, and the remaining path can be left to me." The group stared in wide-eyed astonishment upon hearing this. "You plan to act alone?" Ningfeng was in no hurry to explain. He silently calculated that if someone of Lilith's caliber could find a way to escape alive, then with Capo's ability, even if they faced danger, he could at least safely retreat. Looking at him, Lilith frowned in suspicion. Master claimed he would invite an expert to help, but this person looks like an ordinary young man from the Blue Star, perhaps even younger than me. No matter how I look at it, letting someone act alone is too risky. Capo protested in panic, "Mr. Ning, how can we do that?" But Ningfeng simply said, "Don't worry about me. Everyone just focus on clearing your own path." After completing their discussion, the group began to head straight into the massive sphere. Ningfeng reminded them, "The time limit is only 2 hours. We must race against every second. I will take the left branch, everyone else head right." Lilith, still doubtful, whispered to her master, "Can he really handle it?" But Capo could only shake his head, "I don't know either. Truthfully, I have never once seen Mr. Ning take action directly. But Mr. Ning's pet once devoured my entire Shadow Guard squad." Hearing this, she stood frozen in shock. Lilith's inner voice screamed. Master's Shadow Guards were terrifyingly strong, capable of crushing any expert in this world. Just what kind of horrifying beast could devour them all like that? Then what kind of power must that young man possess to treat such a monster as a mere pet? She continued to speculate. He insisted on acting alone. Could it be to hide some secret power? The deeper they went, the more sticky and pitch-black the space became. Capo's formation officially clashed with their first obstacle. It was a pack of beasts with bumpy reddish-brown skin. They were massive, each of them aggressive as if wanting to tear apart anyone who dared block their path. Their blood-red eyes scanned the group, emitting a cold, murderous intent. Without hesitation, they roared and lunged straight toward Capo's team to attack. He immediately unleashed soul-devouring interference to fight back. From Capo's palms, the souls of 2 giant pythons shot out. In the blink of an eye, they constricted and neatly eliminated the first 2 monsters. Witnessing this power, Jia Sheng was filled with admiration, praising, as expected of master. Capo frowned, wondering, are these actually human beings after being mutated? Admittedly, their strength far exceeds that of normal monsters in dungeons. However, I can still deal with them easily. As long as Mr. Ning's strength is greater than mine, this battle won't be a problem. On Ning Feng's front, he had also just finished off his first monster. A strange scene occurred. Its massive corpse began to melt like a puddle. And then it evaporated completely, leaving no trace behind. The countdown timer now read 1 hour, 51 minutes, and 43 seconds. Thanks to the power of soul-devouring interference, Capo cleared out countless blocking monsters. However, before they could maintain their momentum for long, they encountered an extremely resilient obstacle. The blocking monster was completely unharmed after being hit by the soul-devouring interference. This made Capo cry out in panic. Something is wrong. Using the same skill repeatedly, the damage dealt to the monsters has been steadily decreasing. Now it's completely useless. Could there be a connected network among these creatures, allowing them to learn through combat and continuously evolve? Right then, Lilith screamed in panic, "Master, watch out! The monsters are swarming again." In this desperate situation, he had no choice but to unleash his ultimate skill, Death Rune Burst, to defend. A powerful surge of deadly purple energy exploded, blasting the monster far away with a single hit. Capo muttered crossly, "But to clear the monsters, we have to use skills. If this continues, it's as if we are inadvertently helping them grow stronger. All communication methods here are disabled. I have completely lost connection with Mr. Ning. I wonder about Mr. Ning's situation. Can he still hold out against these things?" On Ning Feng's side, he was also facing a swarm of monsters. However, with just a few casual swings of his sword, he easily sliced them in half. The unfortunate monster let out several miserable shrieks after being struck. Then it collapsed onto the cold ground. And finally, its body slowly evaporated and vanished. The mysterious figure watching their every move through the screen evaluated in frustration. This guy's attack power is ridiculously absurd. The monster's evolution speed cannot catch up to him at all. I really have no way to halt his advance. Fortunately, the other path is still firmly within my palm of control. The time on the countdown board was now 1 hour, 26 minutes, and 31 seconds. The adaptation speed of the monsters made it increasingly difficult for Capo to handle them. Lilith turned to ask anxiously, "Master, are you all right?" He panted, "Just a bit tired, I can still hold on." Suddenly, his pupils contracted in sheer horror. In the blink of an eye, his body was impaled by a sharp object. Lilith, as if possessed by a demon, coldly struck her own master and asked, "Then what about this wound?" Capo hurriedly retreated, his trembling hand clutching the heavily bleeding wound on his chest. Witnessing Lilith's sudden action, Jia Sheng turned pale and screamed in panic, "Lilith, what on earth do you think you are doing?" She squeezed out an extremely wicked smile and drawled, "Oh, I am so sorry. The backup you brought is just too powerful, so I am forced to send you to the afterlife right here." Capo gritted his teeth, asserting that the person standing before him was definitely not Lilith, but she immediately denied it. "Of course, I am Lilith. It's just that I found a way to upgrade myself, and you coincidentally make perfect sacrifices for me." In this critical moment, Jia Sheng utilized his power to create a shield for Capo, shouting, "Master, let me block her. You must escape quickly." Two dark figures rushed straight at Lilith, but she did not show the slightest bit of fear. With just a few gentle movements, she easily shredded those Jodir into pieces. Meanwhile, she mocked, "Fools, stop struggling in vain. From the moment you set foot in here, don't even dream of leaving alive." Capo beat his chest in regret, realizing that her story of surviving alone was a lie all along. This was a trap she had painstakingly laid out. She had absolutely no intention of letting them leave this place. While Lilith was still smugly raising her chin, "My beloved master, your panicked face right now looks exactly like mine did back then. Unfortunately, I am much smarter than you." The truth was revealed. on the night they entered this dungeon after witnessing her teammates fall one by one. Under the claws of a monster, 100,000 times more terrifying than those Jadir just now. Terrified by the pressure of the monster, Lilith hurriedly raised both hands to beg, "Please wait. I have fully understood your great power. Please spare my insignificant life, do you hear me? If you truly wish to conquer this world, I am willing to be your most loyal servant." Her barely breathing teammates screamed in anger upon hearing this. "Lilith, have you gone mad? Brother Luke and everyone sacrificed their lives to buy us a chance to escape, yet you." Before the protest could finish, Lilith ruthlessly ended their lives. Her voice rang out cold as ice, "Shut your mouths." That cold-blooded action terrified the remaining survivors. From above, a beam of brilliant light shone directly down, carrying an echoing voice. "Weaklings like you have no right to be loyal to me. I would rather turn you into sacrifices. That is far more useful." Having said that, the mysterious entity immediately commanded the Jadir to rush forward and strangle those present at the scene. Ignoring the screams of her restrained teammates, Lilith looked up at the leader with eyes full of adoration. "Of course, you can use all of them as sacrifices, but if you grant me power, I promise to bring you even more offerings just like this." The cluster of light in the sky suddenly fell silent for a long moment. Then it praised, "What an incredibly lowly and disgusting race, yet strangely enough, I find this quite amusing." Lilith did not fully understand its intention, so it continued, "I want to see what kind of valuable offerings you can present to me." Knowing the leader was granting her an opportunity, Lilith eagerly bowed low, "Thank you deeply for your profound grace. I absolutely will not disappoint you." Returning to reality, she turned to look at Capo and Jia Sheng, coldly saying, "I don't have time to waste on you. Behave and become my sacrifices." Capo and his disciple were backed into a corner, able only to grit their teeth and endure. Then unexpectedly, the system announced that the left route had been completed. This made both of them unable to hide their joy, shouting out, "Mr. Ning has succeeded." However, Lilith immediately doused their hopes with cold water. "It is useless. These two paths are separated by a space-time barrier. Even if he clears one side, it will be a long time before he can complete the remaining route." Retribution arrived swiftly. Right at that moment, the system issued another announcement that the right route had been cleared. Lilith was so taken aback that her face froze completely. It took a moment before she shrieked, "This is impossible. How did he manage to cross over?" The frame shifted to Ning Feng's side, where he, having just unleashed a skill to finish off a monster, muttered with a sigh. That Lilith girl wasn't wrong. These two tunnels are indeed perfectly symmetrical, just like mirror images. As such, I only needed to activate void travel to warp through space and head straight to the destination, without needing to repeat this path at all. Oh, it seems I am about to be teleported to another area. Welcoming him was an extremely bizarre dungeon space, covered in a hazy, pale pink light. On the other side, Lilith was still scratching her head, unable to comprehend. Alone, how could he possibly clear both paths at the same time? While the three of them were still unclear about what was happening with Ning Feng, a strange whirlwind suddenly surged and swept in. In an instant, it made everything around them extremely hazy. Jia Sheng looked around in confusion, wondering where on earth this strange place was. But even Lilith, who had entered twice, had no idea that when both routes were broken, everyone would be teleported to the Master's independent space. This was also her first time setting foot here because in previous failures, the Master deemed her useless and did not permit her entry. Right then, her sharp eyes caught an unusual detail. Right at the top of the steep cliff where she stood, a stone tablet appeared, carved with spiral characters. This sigil likely belonged to the creature Lilith always referred to as Master. Seeing this, Jia Sheng asked his master tremulously, "Could this be the final boss of the dungeon? The pressure radiating from it is terrifying. At the very least, it must be on the level of a demon lord." Capo swallowed hard, telling himself that a demon lord's level was a dominant existence, ranked only below a demon god. This time, we are all doomed. But Lilith smiled with absolute satisfaction, inwardly ecstatic. So this is the majestic and formidable appearance of my master. Just looking from afar, her adoration swelled. There's no sign of that brat surnamed Ning, he might have already been crushed to ashes. Instantly, she gleefully pointed toward her two targets, her voice sounding sweet and coquettish. "Oh, my great master! This humble one is Lilith, your obedient servant. Those brats are the sacrifices I painstakingly brought to offer to you. I hope you enjoy your meal." The giant stones suddenly rumbled. "What on earth are you babbling about?" Lilith was suddenly taken aback, her mind filled with confusion. Strange, why does Master's tone sound off? It doesn't sound like the familiar voice from before at all. Just at that moment, atop the boulder, a faint, blurry shadow emerged, its face indistinguishable. Only when a beam of light swept across did the crowd gasp in shock to discover that the person was actually Ning Feng. His appearance now looked as majestic as a descending god, coldly saying, "Lilith, open your mouth and explain this to me clearly." The entire crowd gasped in disbelief. Heavens, is this Mr. Ning? She was so terrified that her soul nearly left her body, her mind spinning. Where did that brat surnamed Ning get the courage to step directly on Master's head, and why is he standing there in dead silence taking it? We are truly doomed this time. Initially, I assumed this guy was just good at dealing high damage. Who would have thought that upon reaching the end of the path, he complained that normal basic attacks took too much time. So he made a massive move, casually casting a forbidden spell that wiped out the entire guard lineup I had painstakingly handpicked. Not stopping there, he even used a forbidden spell to tear apart the space-time barrier, appearing out of nowhere at another path. The guards over there were wiped out before they could even blink. Unleashing 3 massive forbidden spells with a simple wave of his hand. In the past, only the demon god himself could handle this level of power. Just what kind of freakish hole did this monster crawl out of? Catching a lifesaver, Zheng Jiasheng regained his confidence and shouted loudly, "Lilith, your wretched scheme has completely failed. Confess now, why were you cruel enough to backstab Master and lead us all into ruin like this?" She glared so hard her eyes almost tore, her voice cold as ice, asking why. "Because all of you are just a bunch of fools, what else? Master, I pleaded with you until my mouth was dry. With your outstanding talent, taking over this world would have been as easy as turning over your hand. My family and I were ready to be your strongest stepping stone, willingly offering strategies. Yet you brushed it all aside, not giving it a single second of thought." Ning Feng suddenly remembered how Capo had scratched his head and smiled apologetically, claiming his previous arrogant attitude was all just an act. Now he understood. No wonder the man had made such a sudden face turn back then. Lilith continued to speak without stopping. "I truly cannot understand. What foolish reason was it in the end? Aren't you extremely passionate about the feeling of ruling over others? The law of the strong crushing the weak has always been a natural truth." He simply replied flatly, "It is simple, because the deity I revere is highly allergic to those who are both greedy and unintelligent. And how coincidental, you and your family happen to possess both of those ugly traits." Her mind completely spun, unable to tell who held the upper hand. Lilith stammered back, "What did you just say?" Ning Feng's subordinates immediately flattered him. "The Divine Lord indeed has a domineering style. This old fellow Capo seems to be perfectly on the same wavelength as you." Lilith still stubbornly gritted her teeth, clinging to a sliver of hope. She pointed toward the crowd and screamed, "Beloved Master, you surely still have a hidden trump card, right? Please quickly send them to meet the King of Hell. Send every single one of them away." The moment she finished speaking, a colossally massive hand suddenly reached out. This intimidating display terrified Lilith out of her wits, leaving her speechless and unable to utter another word. The entire space was now filled only with the deafening, head-splitting echoes of thunderous pounding. Dusting off his hands, Ning Feng said leisurely, "Stretching out the time like this is enough. After smashing this big guy, let's call it a day." He decisively turned around and unleashed his skill immediately. To everyone's surprise, surging waves of power like a tempest suddenly poured down from high up in the sky. A seal identical to the previous one appeared prominently once more, leaving Ning Feng dumbfounded and frozen for 3 seconds. Barely snapping back to his senses, he could be heard cheering in delight. Well, well, I didn't expect to stumble upon such an unexpected treasure. It was an object resembling a spiritual stone, emitting a blindingly brilliant glow. At that exact moment, the system announced the detection of residual poison from the moon, asking if he wished to absorb it. This left both Ning Feng and his subordinates staring in blank bewilderment. Han Yin warned in a serious tone, "This space-time disturbance is inherently highly unstable and would normally disappear after a short while. Yet this spot remains completely unchanged. It might bring a whole mess of trouble." Just as Ning Feng was curiously trying to get to the very bottom of the matter to find the cause. He quickly explained, because even using the full power of a deity, it is impossible to extinguish this disturbance. The only way is to gather a large number of high-level believers and borrow divine power to apply a temporary sealing talisman. Seseda added, "The trouble is, as long as this disturbance remains there, it is no different from a ticking time bomb. Who knows when someone stronger might show up and shatter the seal? In the past, several worlds have been destroyed due to this exact issue." Hearing those words, Ning Feng stroked his chin in deep thought. Such a dangerous toy. What if other deities find it just to target my life? Suddenly, his tone turned icy cold. If that is truly the case, even being condemned to the 18 levels of hell would not fully atone for their sins. Deep within his eyes, sparks of extreme irritation flashed. Seeing Ning Feng's apparent intention to patch up the rift, Han Yin curiously inquired what move their master planned to make. The moment Ning Feng calmly uttered, "It seems I have enough skill to patch up this gap." Both Han Yin and Seseda froze completely, their jaws dropping to the floor. Right then, the system also dropped a fresh quest. The content was to repair the world, identify the core of this space-time disturbance, and mold it back to its original state. The allowed time was exactly 2 hours, and the penalty for failure was erasing the host without a trace. He muttered to himself, "Even divine power is completely helpless against this disturbance, yet the system boldly demands that I repair it. Could the existence of this system be on a domineering level that surpasses even deities?" On second thought, it made sense. At the slightest opportunity, the system would threaten him with elimination, showing absolutely no regard for his title of an almighty divine law master. Well, he might as well roll up his sleeves and plunge into research to get it over with. Far behind, Zheng Jiasheng quietly whispered to his master, asking what the next step was. Capo perceptively instructed, "It seems Mr. Ning is deep in thought. We had best stand here quietly with our mouths shut so we do not get in his way." Just at the moment, the rifts in time were beginning to close and heal. A strange surge of power suddenly emerged from the other side of the time boundary, rushing in violently to disrupt the process. Even though he braced all his muscles to block it, Ning Feng still cried out silently in his heart. This wretched disturbance was tearing his body apart, and the excruciating pain was truly beyond human endurance. Suddenly, his ears caught an unfamiliar, echoing sound nearby, as if someone were murmuring that even deities must eventually fall. That haunting, persistent voice repeated rapidly as if laying a curse, "Deities shall fall, deities must surely perish." Only then did Ning Feng realize, with a jolt, that things had gone terribly wrong. He had clearly walked straight into a trap. However, being naturally stubborn, a trap was just a trap. Since the system had assigned the quest, it would surely leave a way out to resolve it. Keep a cool head, I must not panic. Stabilizing his mind in the blink of an eye, Ning Feng narrowed his eyes to assess the situation. I have caught the scent, even if it was just a fleeting second passing by. But at that exact spot, an extremely unusual pause just occurred. If I can reach out and seize this opportunity, everything will change. Thus he closed both eyes, focusing all his mind to tune in clearly. Unfortunately, the surrounding disturbances seemed to mock him, deliberately throwing a wrench in the works to disrupt him. This time, he had no choice but to force his brain to operate at 200% capacity. After a tense struggle, he finally grasped the key point. Back outside, Enluo was currently pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot pan. Counting the time, he smirked. It had been nearly 2 hours since that group entered the area. It seemed Lilith's scheme had succeeded perfectly. He muttered to himself with a savage grin, "I hope the demon lord in that secret realm thoroughly enjoys these sacrifices. Once I secure his backing, no one on earth will be able to stand in the way of my dream of ruling the world." In the midst of his self-congratulation, a soldier hurriedly ran up to report. "Lord and Luo, the forces of the Guild Alliance are arriving and sealing off every corner of this area." He tilted his face to the sky and sneered, "Did these slowpokes only now scramble to get here? In that case, let's take this chance to send them all to the underworld to get them out of my sight." By then, the forces of the Guild Alliance had tightly surrounded the scene, not leaving room for even an ant to escape. The person leading the Austrian faction was none other than the notorious commander Johnny Wilson. To briefly explain, the adventurer organizations in this country were mostly established by influential corporations. The Guild Alliance was the highest authority controlling all adventurers in Austria. A subordinate eagerly asked if they should rush in to arrest Luo immediately, but the commander simply waved his hand, instructing them to wait and observe the situation first. Immediately, 3 arrows shot down from the sky and pierced the ground, serving as an introductory greeting. Seeing this signal, Johnny's face brightened. "My dear old friend, you have finally shown your face." The camera panned back inside the secret realm. Ning Feng was still frowning, racking his brain to deduce. "This is definitely the starting point of the spacetime flow. If I utilize my divine power, I will certainly be able to pin it down. Once I have subdued this section, it will obediently remain still without causing further trouble. After that, I simply need to scan for light specks in other areas. Following this method is bound to succeed." This display of skill utterly astonished Han Yin and Cessida. The colossal gap is actually gradually closing. The majesty of the Divine Lord is indeed grand. After struggling for a long while more, Ning Feng finally let his shoulders slump and sighed in relief. "It is finally resolved." The system announced, "Your comprehension level of cosmic laws has upgraded, and the recovery capability for the world you protect has also been enhanced." Ning Feng turned to ask his subordinates what exactly that recovery capability was. Unfortunately, they could only speculate. "We deeply apologize, but this domain of knowledge lies beyond our understanding. If taken literally, it is likely an ability to restore this damaged world back to its original state." Clicking his tongue, he said, "That is probably the case. I will research it slowly when I have time. However, there is still a rather unsettling matter. While I was laboring to patch up that cursed spacetime flow, whose groaning voice was that whispering in my ear. What exactly does the phrase, 'deities shall surely die' mean?" In his daze, Zheng Jiasheng suddenly cried out from somewhere, "Master, look over there quickly." Shouting, he waved his hand, pointing high up into the sky. He could not help but exclaim in amazement, "Master, the surrounding scenery is restoring back to normal. It is truly a miracle, an unbelievable marvel." Capo did not sit idle either, immediately rushing over to stand before Ning Feng. Raising his hand to the sky, he swore loudly, "Great Mr. Ning, you must believe me. I, Kun Capo, swear I have never harbored any foolish dream of ruling this world." In response to his lengthy explanation, Ning Feng merely patted his shoulder and said softly, "I am going to look for someone." Suddenly, hair-raising sounds echoed from the far distance. The group stared blankly at one another, their faces filled with confusion. "What is that bizarre sound over there?" Rewinding time to about 20 minutes earlier. Johnny's subordinates curiously asked, "Are those 3 figures flying down from the sky your old friends, Commander?" And the 3 newly landed guests were none other than Wang Yue's group. Naturally, the leader was Feng Yi. He immediately raised his voice to ask Johnny how the battle was progressing. Catching sight of him, Wang Yue thought to herself, "Well, Holy Light Knight Johnny, commander of the Austrian Guild Alliance. He and Senior Feng are both legendary figures who usually only appear on the news. Meeting them in real life is no easy task." Johnny hastily explained the situation. "We are currently casting a net to capture the fame-seeking Luo. Unfortunately, we are entirely unable to gain access to the secret realm, so no one knows what is happening inside right now. I am truly sorry to have unwittingly dragged adventurers from your country into this dirty plot. Feng Yi shrugged nonchalantly and said, Since Ning Feng is backing things up inside, you can rest assured. There will certainly be no major issues. Your task now is to focus on dealing with Luo. He must pay a heavy price for daring to deceive Ning Feng. Hearing those words, Johnny's face was filled with doubts, but he swallowed them back, not daring to speak. Did you get things backwards? The secret realm is the most serious and worrisome issue. Shifting focus to another corner, a highly bloody battle was currently taking place. Corpses lay scattered in heaps all over the ground. Several monsters grinned smugly, their faces clearly showing disdain for the weaklings. These low-born creatures do not give me any excitement for this battle at all. That old man, Johnny, is stationed at the foot of the mountain. Why don't we go down and deal with him directly to make things easier? Fortunately, a survivor managed to escape, dragging himself back to report in a panic. Commander, our team was just ambushed by the enemy. Johnny felt deeply pained seeing the battered state of his soldier. My goodness, how did you get so severely injured? Lie still and do not move, let me heal you. The soldier gritted his teeth against the pain, murmuring, Boss, that old man in Luo is gathering a large number of missing persons under his command. Feng Yi frowned and questioned sharply, How do you define missing persons? Johnny sighed and explained, They were originally a group of people who vanished mysteriously, only to suddenly reappear out of nowhere. At their core, they are still flesh and blood, but for some reason, they possess the violent power of magical beasts. Ordinary adventurers are simply no match for them. Feng Yi suddenly recalled a few familiar figures and could not help but blurt out, Could they be the ones? Johnny clapped his hands in realization. Exactly. And Luo's daughter, Lilith, had previously captured a missing target. It seems they used this opportunity to secretly build up their forces long ago. In the middle of their intense discussion, a ferocious surge of power flew directly toward their faces. Johnny quickly sensed it and shouted at the top of his lungs, Watch out. But it was too late. That strange energy had already closed in far too close. While they were at a loss of what to do, another surge of power parted the waves and rushed forward to rescue them. Johnny and his subordinates were scared out of their wits, hastily turning their heads to look at their savior. Well now, little Wang Yue, the attack path you unleashed just now was indeed quite impressive. The monsters stared in astonishment. What is this? Our attack was blocked as easily as child's play. Even Johnny was startled by Wang Yue's ability. How is this possible? Such a young girl is actually even more formidable than I am. Right at this moment, Zhang Yanquan and Wang Yue used the momentum to charge forward. Under the skillful guidance of Feng Yi, the monsters blocking their path were quickly dispatched and sent to their graves. Johnny, having witnessed the spectacular display, asked in wonder, Feng, since when did you become so powerful? He grinned and replied, It is all thanks to Mr. Ning inside, who conducted a special training session for me. He showed a look of astonishment. Mr. Ning is inside? Goodness, that is hard to believe. No wonder you were not worried at all. Feng Yi's expression suddenly turned grave. Johnny, please clear the path to lead us straight inside. After trekking for a while, the group finally drew closer to the secret realm. It happened to be just as Ning Feng and his comrades had finished wiping out the pack of monsters. The corpses of the monsters were still piled high like a small mountain. Noticing the arrival of familiar faces, Ning Feng called out in delight, Wang Yue, Senior Feng, and President Zhang, how did you all make your way here? Feng Yi began to explain the situation, introducing the top commander of Austria. Holy Light Knight Johnny detected that Luo was engaging in highly unusual activities. Considering this concerned your safety, he contacted me for support immediately. This Johnny is an old friend of mine. As Feng Yi spoke continuously, he noticed his friend standing there completely dazed, like a wooden post. His mouth was stammering, that terrifyingly grand secret realm. Has it actually vanished into thin air? Not only that, but they were also able to walk out of it leisurely, which is astonishing. Capo grabbed Luo by the collar, dragging him along and throwing him directly to Johnny. Knowing he was completely helpless this time, the old man cried out in defense, "I demand to be judged under the laws of my own country. I am a state governor. No matter what crime I committed, you foreigners have no right to judge me. If you violate this, consider it a declaration of war." Johnny sneered and replied, "You make a fair point." Seeing the situation seemingly turning in his favor, and Luo squinted his eyes and grinned as if he had hit the jackpot. But before he could indulge in his dream for long, Johnny issued a new decision that crushed his hopes entirely. "I intend to use my authority to formally invite Mr. Ning to become an honorary citizen of Austria. I hope Mr. Ning will not reject this gesture." Since a good opportunity was handed to him, Ning Feng did not hesitate to smile and reply, "I accept your country's invitation." Hearing this, and Luo felt as though he had been struck by lightning, yelling out, "What on earth is this? How dare you be so bold?" Johnny loudly and resolutely declared, "As for this wretched, insane and Luo, I hope Mr. Ning will represent the entire world in sending him straight to hell." In another development, Xu was frowning as she assisted the investigation team in carrying corpses to the gathering point. Knitting her brows together, she grumbled angrily, "Why do I have to carry corpses? This is not a job a woman should be doing." Ming Baigu glared and asked coldly, "What foolish nonsense are you talking about?" He irritably jerked his chin toward the crowd gathered around Ning Feng and Wang Yue, continuing with annoyance, "Look closely. Apart from Commander Johnny, everyone here is a guild leader of top guilds. They are all jostling to flatter the hero from Longguo. We are the only ones left here with the lowest status." Xu clenched her fists and smiled radiantly like a bountiful harvest, saying, "That youth from Longguo is truly powerful. I also hope to chat with him for a bit. If I could be lucky enough to go on a date with him, that would be wonderful." Ming Baigu was furious, rolling his eyes and shouting in a panic, "Lift it up for me. Who allowed you to let go, you crazy girl?" Johnny smiled warmly and said sincerely, "Mr. Ning, we have organized a welcoming banquet for you. We hope you will do us the honor of staying to attend, allowing us the opportunity to express our deep respect and gratitude." Ning Feng stroked his chin, lost in thought. "After patching up this spatial rift, my level has instantly surged to 150. If I perform my class advancement in Austria, my personal profile will be recorded here. Well, it feels somewhat unnecessary. However, staying for a meal to expand my network is reasonable. Moreover, having exhausted my strength to restore the spatial rift just now, I indeed feel a bit tired." After weighing his options, he smiled, took his hand, and replied, "To use our saying in Longguo, obedience is better than politeness." Hearing this, Johnny laughed with delight and replied, "My friend Feng taught me that phrase. I understand its meaning." The camera panned directly to the headquarters of an influential corporation. The old man generously hosted a lavish feast, inviting respectfully, "Mr. Ning, please make yourself at home." He smiled, nodded, and replied, "Thank you." His eyes lit up in amazement at the table laden with delicious food, his stomach growling as he muttered, "Oh, I feel so hungry." Sitting directly opposite were Capo and Feng Yining. Feng lowered his head to look at the food, but his brain was still calculating. This collaboration between Austria, Longguo, and the European region is extremely powerful. I hope we can quickly finalize the establishment of the alliance to protect Lanxing. Suddenly, a phone ringtone cut through his train of thought. With an awkward expression, Johnny spoke up, "Apologies, Mr. Ning, please excuse me for a moment while I step outside." Looking at him, he replied in a calm, gentle tone, "Please handle your business." Johnny immediately slipped away to a quiet spot to answer the call. Lowering his voice, he asked coldly what had happened. Xu on the other end hurriedly replied, "Boss, it is about the honorary citizenship title for Mr. Ning." She reported honestly, "The people in Parliament say they have no detailed records regarding Mr. Ning's background, and Longguo firmly refuses to provide them. Therefore, they cannot simply close their eyes and allow someone of unknown origin to become an honorary citizen." Johnny's eyes narrowed, his expression gradually turning furious. Striding quickly toward the reception room, he instructed, "Given the situation, I must excuse myself for quite some time. Please stay here to help me host the guest, and you absolutely must not be negligent with Mr. Ning." Xu immediately complied obediently. The scene cut sharply to the conference room. Song Qing spoke in astonishment amidst the tense atmosphere of the meeting room, and a man sitting next to him also gasped in surprise. It is truly hard to believe. Why would such an incredibly powerful expert appear in Longguo? Another person suddenly chimed in with a voice full of envy. I am also starting to burn with jealousy. If we offer generous enough conditions to entice this Ning Feng, we might even recruit him directly to work for Austria. Suddenly, the wall behind the host exploded violently. A horde of bizarre-looking monsters surged forward out of nowhere. While that foolish fellow was still engrossed in conversation saying, I think that plan is worth a try, someone suddenly shrieked in terror, monsters. Even more terrifyingly, right behind a man, a shadow appeared with a deeply sinister grin. Someone, unable to contain their fury, shouted loudly, What on earth is this? Why are monsters running wild in the solemn parliament? Where are the lazy security guards hiding? We swear to our deaths that we will absolutely never allow individuals of unknown origin from Longguo to join our country. Another irritated voice retorted, Danger is at our doorstep. What on earth are you still babbling about? He bared his teeth in a sinister grin and replied, We only have our own naivety to blame for not anticipating that the evil brat from Longguo harbors not only dreams of world domination, but is also cold-blooded enough to ruthlessly murder high-ranking national officials like us. This move is clearly a direct declaration of war against Austria. As this shocking news spread, 2 other council members gasped in utter disbelief. What? Murdering national officials? Are you delusional? What are you saying? In the blink of an eye, the other party's head suddenly began to split open gradually. His head was torn into 2 halves, and from deep within, the sharp face of a woman gradually revealed itself. Lilith smirked dangerously and mocked, I am referring to you people here, you fools. Stretching her arms wide, she released a dense, suffocating aura of killing intent and continued, Oh, my respected national officials. Johnny gritted his teeth and kicked the door open with immense anger. What met his eyes was a scene of utter chaos, with countless beaten guards strewn across the floor. Startled and astonished, he blurted out, What on earth is going on? The phone in his pocket rang noisily once again, indicating an incoming call. Johnny silently pressed the phone to his ear and spoke coldly, Speak. The person on the other end reported in a panic, Commander, we are in trouble. A massive amount of rumors from unknown sources is spreading online. Multiple websites had published articles simultaneously, drawing thousands of users into heated discussions. The caller continued with deep worry. The opinion leaders claim that the foreign adventurer murdered Austrian officials, but Austrian guild leaders are attempting to cover it up out of cowardice. They say Parliament refused to grant honorary citizenship to such a killer, and they are calling on the public to stand up together against this injustice. Currently, many netizens have rallied to support them, boss. Rolling his eyes, he roared in mad fury, This is definitely the work of that old man and Luo and his wretched family. These troublemakers are truly relentless, clinging on like starved leeches. By extension, this means the numerous guards beaten here were also the work of that troublesome family. Johnny clenched his fists, grinding his teeth as he growled. They intend to use public opinion to launch a cowardly attack on Mr. Ning, even willing to ignite a war. If we cannot expose the truth quickly, things will surely spin out of control. Looking wearily at the chaotic battlefield before him, he sighed in disappointment. Unfortunately, this place has been severely destroyed. I fear even digging 3 feet into the ground would yield no clues. Suddenly, a hand reached out with difficulty, clutching tightly onto the hem of Johnny's trousers. Startled, he gasped in surprise and looked down. The pale, bloodless man gritted his teeth against the pain and whispered, Commander Johnny, save me. Fast-forwarding to a cool, misty morning at the headquarters of a modern, high-end corporation. Ning Feng sat calmly holding his plate of food, his eyes fixed on the opposite side. Capo jumped up in shock, asking, You mean that woman Lilith is still alive and well in this world? Song Qing gritted his teeth, trembling in fear as he replied, Exactly. I saw with my own eyes that she released a horde of monsters to slaughter everyone. I was fortunate enough to use a fake death skill, which is how I managed to survive." Sitting leisurely at the dining table, he raised his eyes and asked flatly, "And where did she flee afterward?" Scratching his head hesitantly, he replied, "Apologies, boss. I was busy playing dead at the time, so I could not see anything at all." Chewing his food, Ning Feng questioned, "Does Lilith still possess some life-saving skill or resurrection trick?" Capo hastily shook his head repeatedly and answered quickly, "According to my knowledge, there is absolutely no such thing, unless she secretly learned it elsewhere and kept it entirely hidden from me." Song Qing was so terrified that tears streamed down his face as he knelt in supplication. "Mr. Ning, we beg of you to show mercy and accept becoming our honorary citizen. We desperately need your protection." Suddenly, Johnny, carrying an aura of dense killing intent, appeared out of nowhere. He delivered a heavy blow to the back of the youth's neck and roared in anger, "Shut your mouth right now." Pursing his lips slightly, he raised his head in deep thought. To escape unscathed under the bombardment of the demon army, Lilith is indeed a highly cunning fox. It seems I must keep a close eye on her movements in the future. Out in the courtyard of the corporate headquarters, birds were chirping and flying about, enjoying the air. Ning Feng pulled Johnny to a quiet corner to speak in private. The old man apologized with regret. "I am deeply sorry for bringing another heap of trouble to you. If there is any compensation you require, we promise to do our utmost to fulfill it." Leaning against the railing, he replied calmly and coldly, "Since you have said so, to be honest, I do have a request." Ning Feng tilted his head with a slight smile to seal the deal and continued, "I'm aiming for those exclusive, special magic-type skill books from your Austria." Hearing this, Johnny let out a sigh of relief, bowed his head, and replied with a cheerful smile, "That's absolutely not a problem at all. I will immediately urge the guilds to gather skill books that meet the criteria and deliver them right to you in a heartbeat." True to his word, a book was delivered into his hands shortly after. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing it with a grim and utterly indescribable expression. The old boss scratched his head, explaining with an awkward, forced smile, "The trouble is, these special skill books are extremely rare, so it's not easy to find high-quality ones in such a short time. I promise you that if we get any in stock later, we will definitely send them to you immediately. Of course, if I have free time, I wouldn't mind personally rolling up my sleeves and diving into the secret realms to hunt them down for you." Ning Feng raised a finger and replied with a broad grin, "I appreciate your kindness, boss, but the thing is, I still have some other loose ends to tie up, so I need to head back home for a while. I'll leave Capo here to help you clean up the mess and handle the aftermath." Hearing those sweet words, Johnny was deeply moved, almost to tears, and spoke up, "Thank you so much. I hope we can meet again very soon." In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed, and the scene remained exactly the same at the massive corporate headquarters. Johnny and Capo were already waiting at the meeting spot. The old boss gaped in astonishment and said, Well, Ning, I never expected we'd have the fate to reunite so quickly." Ning Feng scratched his head and gave a sheepish grin as he replied, "Even I was surprised, let alone you, boss." He pursed his lips in recollection, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, who would have thought that the 5th round secret realm clearing quest chain would point directly to Austria of all places?" An image of a barren, desolate desert quickly flashed through Ning Feng's mind as he listened to Johnny's explanation. "The secret realm you are looking for is located way out in the western wasteland. Since none of us have had the time to clear that godforsaken place, our detailed information on it is practically non-existent." Switching scenes to the mining site, a rat demon was diligently scraping the leftover food scraps from a chipped bowl. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a sharp blade swooped down from out of nowhere, shattering its bowl to pieces. The rat demon stood there dumbfounded, staring in confusion, its hands still frozen in a clutching posture like a statue. The camera cut back to a car speeding down the road, with a startled cry echoing from inside, "What in the world? None of you have ever had the chance to see something this bizarre." Johnny raised his eyebrows and replied with a slightly disdainful tone, "Forgive us, but when we promoted and changed classes, we only used conversion stones. As for that conversion essence you speak so highly of, to be honest, no one in this region has ever even heard of it." Capo gaped in shock, shedding light on the matter. that conversion essence is indeed a premium, upgraded version of the conversion stone. Back in the old world where I lived, this stuff was everywhere, but since drifting over to the Blue Star, I really haven't caught wind of it either. Ningfeng's face fell in dejection as he thought to himself, how the hell was I supposed to know the 5th class advancement quest would come with such frustrating requirements? All the built-up power I painstakingly saved was completely spent on patching up that space-time rift. So where am I going to find enough mana now to tear open a path to another world and look for items? The system screen displayed a long list of details for the All-Element Magic God class. 5th class advancement quest prerequisites. First, enter the Molten Abyss Rift Secret Realm to obtain the Abyssal Seal. Second, collect 10 pieces of Conversion Essence. Third, gather 200 pieces of glowing blue obsidian. Fourth, grind for 200 Purgatory Lava Fragments. Time limit, 30 days. Difficulty, S-Rank 6 stars. Sitting in the smooth riding car, his mind was racing with anxiety, especially since the time limit was strictly set to just 1 month. If this plan failed, he would have no choice but to drag his subordinates out and force them to work overtime day and night. The scene shifted to a place overflowing with boiling lava flowing through rock crevices, smoking and glowing with intense heat, known as the Molten Abyss Rift Secret Realm. Sharp, lashing whips repeatedly left deep marks on the flesh of the rat demon lying defeated on the ground. Hu Yanmo brandished a scythe in his hand, growling in anger. I've been watching you work like a sluggish snail this whole time, and the ore you've mined isn't even worth mentioning. Who gave you the damn right to lay around here resting? It stumbled to its feet, clasping its hands to beg, My lord, please have mercy on me. Over the past few days, the work quota has suddenly hit the roof, while our food and water have been cut, leaving us starving. Our energy bars are completely drained, and we don't have a shred of strength left to work, boss. Before it could finish its complaint, he swung his blade and sliced the rat demon clean in half. Hu Yanmo bared his sharp teeth, anger flaring like fire on his head as he roared, You useless trash wouldn't have survived to this day if it weren't for your mining skills. And yet you dare to talk back to me. He jerked his chin toward the vast crowd of rat slaves, declaring clearly, Your entire foolish pack will double your workload today. Whoever slacks off and fails to complete it, I will drag the slowest one out, butcher him, and hang his corpse outside the door as a warning to all of you. One of the rat slaves spoke up in a trembling, anxious voice, reporting to the elder, Even if we work ourselves to the bone, we absolutely cannot complete this doubled workload. At this rate, won't our brethren be killed off one by one? Tai Meng, who was splayed out on the ground from a recent beating, weakly raised his voice. Brothers, do not panic. If they need a life as a sacrifice, they can just drag me out and execute me. The elder frowned and snapped back in disagreement. Tai Meng, what nonsense are you talking? There is no way I would ever abandon a brother like you. He shed tears of sorrow and choked with emotion, saying, But unfortunately, this game always demands sacrifices, and we are too weak and isolated. Even if we wanted to fight back, we don't have the strength to resist. The entire pack of slave rats looked at one another with tearful eyes, and not a single one uttered a word. The elder sighed and instructed everyone, Tai Meng, I'll take the brothers out to work first. You lie here and rest for a bit, then pull yourself together and come help us later. Having said that, the entire group lined up and left under the elder's direction. Once they had vanished from sight, Tai Meng completely ran out of strength, losing consciousness on the rocky ground. Suddenly, the sound of rustling footsteps approached, and an excited, surprised voice spoke up. Well, look at this. I stumbled upon the corpse of a monster left out here. Could it be that this mine has already been spotted by some other quick-footed adventurers? Venturing deeper into the secret realm, streams of fiery lava cascaded down like a waterfall. The priest sat with his arms crossed, supervising the stone statue that served as the collection point for the ores. Sensing that someone had arrived, he demanded in a harsh voice, Where is the mined ore? Why hasn't a single cart arrived yet? Hu Yanmo bowed his head to apologize. Please forgive us, my lord. I've whipped them to work day and night, and I assure you that the shipment will arrive shortly. He gritted his teeth in irritation and said malevolently, If those foolish insects didn't still have some use in refining the quality of the ore, I would have slaughtered their entire kind long ago. Suddenly, the stone statue, used for sacrificial rituals, violently shuddered and shook. The priest cried out in wild excitement. It worked! The great demon god has reacted eagerly to our summoning ritual. Huo Yanmo eagerly whispered a question. Lord Priest, does he want more ore? The priest glared at him, shutting him down coldly. Shut your mouth and keep quiet. Do not disturb me while I am trying to listen to the divine message from above. From the cracks of the stone statue, a few broken, halting words were uttered. Want, flesh, blood, sacrifices. The priest immediately ordered, go fetch the offerings for the great demon god at once. Huo Yanmo scratched his head in confusion and hesitated, but boss, demanding an emergency offering so suddenly. The old boss roared in a furious rage. Drag all those foolish laboring slaves from the mines over here to me. The summoning ritual is complete, so what's the point of keeping those useless trash alive? They're just wasting space. The priest let out a chilling, eerie laugh and added firmly, becoming breakfast as a sacrifice for the great demon god is their most glorious and blessed moment. What more could they ask for? Shifting over to the resting underworld capital, in the divine domain controlled by the chief boss, Wang Hun Guisu. Guisu stood with his arms crossed in front of a sealed stone pillar, muttering in utter bewilderment. This blue star is strangely dark and creepy. Whenever I try to connect with the secret realms down there, the communication signal gets throttled and inexplicably disconnected. He frowned, his mind racing with deep concern. Judging by this, some monstrous force is definitely interfering with the evil god's signal on purpose. Looking up at the swirling electrical currents atop the stone pillar, Guisu cheered in delight. Well, I finally connected to this brand new secret realm. He did not hesitate and pressed his palm against the surface of the stone slab. Instantly, Guisu used a stream of mysterious language to forge a connection with that space. At the molten abyss rift layer, bats suddenly flew around the sky in panic. The priest stood nearby with his hands clasped, straining his ears to listen to the giant stone statue rumbling and demanding fresh meat and sacrifices. Just then, a group of emaciated rat slaves, tied up like bundles of firewood, was escorted over. One of the Huo Yanmo grinned obsequiously, reporting to the Lord Priest, the snacks you ordered have arrived. He threw his hands into the air and shouted excitedly, we invite the Lord Demon God to enjoy this humble offering. The rat slaves trembled in absolute terror as the stone statue began to rumble, preparing to make its move. In the blink of an eye, the poor elder was dragged away by a massive suction force. The rat slaves, tears streaming down their faces, screamed the elder's name. He screamed in agony as his small body slid into the black hole-like mouth of the statue. In an instant, the elder vanished without a trace by using a quick-witted, high-speed shrinking trick. His entire body was submerged in a pool of slimy green liquid. Unexpectedly, the stone statue suddenly ran out of power and shut down completely. The elder was spat back out, falling flat on the ground in pain. He lay there helplessly, panting heavily, unable to comprehend how he had just escaped death. The priest stared in disbelief, roaring in frustration. What on earth is going on? Why did the connection between me and the Lord Demon God suddenly cut out? His eyes turned bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth, adding, I get it now, these low-life creatures must taste too sour, so he refused to swallow them. The priest pointed directly at the rat slaves and roared, in that case, I will drain all your life force, and then go hunt for better prey to offer to the Lord Demon God. He raised his sinewy hands to the sky, channeling his ultimate skill, abyssal devouring. Putting all his strength into it, he unleashed a blast of pitch-black energy straight ahead. The rat slaves could only close their eyes and await their demise. However, only a gentle breeze blew, with no explosion whatsoever, leaving the priest's face completely frozen like a wooden statue. Right at the cave entrance, Ning Feng's figure emerged alongside Tai Meng. The young man quickly waved his hand to cast a spell. The rat slaves erupted in joy as their bindings fell off, crying out, Oh my God, the curse is gone. Hey, Tai Meng is back, everyone. Seeing Tai Meng running excitedly toward them, they gathered around in curiosity. Hey, Tai Meng, who is that mortal over there? He grinned boastfully. That is the Lord Demon God himself, whom I personally booked to save our family. The rats rolled their eyes. Save us. Demon God, are you out of your mind? Tai Meng, he replied calmly. It's a long story, but basically I've dedicated myself to his service. Another scratched its head and muttered, but we are as weak as snails. Why would a demon god care about us? Suddenly he put a finger to his lips. SHH, everyone, quiet down for a second. On the other side, the frustrated priest roared at the top of his lungs, abyssal devouring. Suddenly, a violet halo of light wrapped around him, causing him to mutter in confusion. What kind of trick is this? The priest's body was tightly bound, and then vanished into thin air, leaving behind a completely stunned expression. Ningfeng casually lowered his hand as countless shards from the priest's armor clattered onto the ground. The Huoyanmo shrank back in fear and shrieked, "What kind of monstrous skill is that? It actually sealed our priest." The young man calmly projected a virtual screen to connect to a distant location. Far outside the secret realm, Johnny was urgently shouting orders. "It's as easy as pie. Tell the guilds to bring over some proper skill books immediately." In the blink of an eye, a scroll rested in the palm of his hand. The system interface immediately displayed the scroll's stats. Short-range teleportation, ascended active skill, space-time patching, dark forbidden spell that uses shadow energy to distort all things. Severing and merging lower dimensions, it consumes faith points depending on the rank of each world. Ningfeng pursed his lips, calculating silently. Who knows, maybe this skill will carry the team big time. Suddenly, a rock hurtled down from above, cutting through the air. The object slammed into the ground at terrifying speed. A dazzling, shining metal token floated in midair. Engraved on its surface was a seal shaped like a blazing fire. The system text quickly flashed. Abyssal Pass Badge, Orange Quality Consumable, permanently grants 10 spirit points, permanently increases critical damage by 50%. He gripped the token tightly and whispered, "The toy is in hand, the next item to get is." Suddenly, his eyes widened as he stared down at his feet. Before him, the old elder and the pack of rat slaves were prostrating, bowing down to thank him for saving their lives. Ningfeng looked over in confusion. "Hey, Tai Meng, what's with the drama?" he quickly explained. "My lord demon god, my relatives want to pledge their lives to you, and they also want to ask what kind of offerings you prefer." With that, Tai Meng turned back to the crowd and shouted, "Attention everyone, the lord demon god has issued his decree. From now on, we just need to offer gems and minerals to the boss." The young man smiled slightly and added, "For starters, I'm currently in dire need of 10 pieces of conversion essence." The old elder looked up and patted his chest confidently. "Oh, that's easy as pie. Just give us 100 conversion stones, and our workshop will refine 19 pieces of essence for you in no time." Ningfeng laughed and generously pushed a treasure chest forward. "Is that all? Only 100 stones? I was planning on giving you way more." The elder carefully took the chest and said respectfully, "Refining essence requires some time over the flame. If you are in urgent need of treasures, you can ask Tai Meng to lead you straight to the secret realm's treasury to help yourself." Tai Meng quickly cleared the way. "Follow me this way, boss. I'll show you the path." Soon, the two stopped in front of a grand arched doorway. He gently pushed the bar to swing the door open. Inside lay a mountain of glittering treasure. Tai Meng proudly waved his hand. "Ta-da! Look, Lord Demon God, all the premium goods hoarded by those high-ranking monsters are right here." Ningfeng admired 2 flawless gems in his hand, one red, one blue, and remarked, "Compared to the stuff on the blue star, these flawless-grade gems have stats that completely outclass them by several levels." From thin air, Han Yin jumped out and pointed around frantically. "Boss, the good stuff is way over there." Floating in the empty space ahead was a rare, radiant treasure glowing with light. The young man grabbed the shining item, wondering to himself, "What is this thing?" "It's the profound ice-fire insect, perfect for upgrading your artifact pendant, boss. Just hand it over and I'll handle everything." Tai Meng jumped up in startle when Han Yin suddenly appeared. Ningfeng smiled and patted his shoulder to reassure him. "Calm down, buddy. He's one of my trusted subordinates, too." He patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief. "Hugh, you gave me a fright, so he's on our side." The young man looked around the mountain of wealth, rubbing his hands in satisfaction. Excellent. Even the auxiliary materials are scattered around here, saving me the trouble of running around searching for them. In an instant, a mysterious energy surged from both sides, converging right in front of Han Yin. His eyes burned with passion as he stretched out his arm toward the light. Tai Meng stared with wide eyes, stepping back from the approaching pressure. He cheered inwardly. Wow, this dark power is incredibly mighty. The Lord Demon God must be highly pleased with my gift. Ning Feng glanced at the piles of treasures and nodded. These are all top-tier items, so I won't stand on ceremony and will take them all. Tai Meng stood behind, his blood pumping as he wildly gathered more of the lingering dark energy. He grinned from ear to ear, kneeling down to give thanks. Thank you for your blessing, Lord Demon God. He licked his lips, calculating smugly. I've also absorbed a great deal of power from these offerings. Ning Feng's expression turned serious as he commanded, Tai Meng, go check on how the refinement of the conversion essence is coming along. He dashed off to fulfill the task. Yes, boss, I'm on it. As he ran, Tai Meng grinned and muttered to himself. Amazing, my muscles and legs feel so much more flexible. Returning to the other side, at the priest's location, a dark figure suddenly rushed in. The rat slaves broke into a cold sweat, stammering, demon. The Huo Yan Mo laughed and grabbed the elder by the neck like holding a frog, interrogating him arrogantly. Strange, where did all those laborers run off to? And hey, what are you hiding behind your back? The little rats banded together to block the stone statue, screaming, This is the conversion essence of the Lord Demon God. We'd rather die than let it fall into the hands of you bandits. Tai Meng's eyes flared with anger, radiating intense killing intent. Without a word, he lunged forward and landed a devastating punch straight to the Huo Yan Mo's face. The rats below gasped in awe. Brother Tai Meng is showing off his skills. The soldier took a fatal blow, face planting into the shattered ground. Another Huo Yan Mo's eyes popped as he mumbled, What on earth is this? Am I hallucinating? He flexed his rippling muscles, sneering, You trash, let me clean you all up today on behalf of the Lord Demon God. Before them was a surreal sight. The tails of the rat slaves were spinning rapidly like helicopter propellers. The whole crowd fell to the ground, bowing repeatedly to thank him for saving their lives. As Cessida and Han Yin appeared, Ning Feng frowned and complained, You too, why do I feel like their tails are wagging even faster than before? Tai Meng shed tears of gratitude, bowing his head in thought, Thank you, Lord Demon God, for buffing my power. From now on, our family is no longer a punching bag for others. Ning Feng picked up a crystal to examine it. So this is the highly sought-after conversion essence. Its structure is much more infused with magic compared to ordinary stones. Han Yin leisurely explained, In higher-tier worlds, even gems have to be premium limited editions, so their shapes are bound to be unique. If we manage this furry pack of little rats well, they will produce plenty of good items for us in the future. Ning Feng laughed in agreement, couldn't agree more. It's thanks to them painstakingly mining gems to upgrade the artifact that I realized. What sits above the orange tier is actually. The system flashed the stats of the accessory, Han Yin's necklace. Upgradable mythic red rarity, plus 2400 spirit, plus 200% casting speed, plus 200% mana regen, plus 60% magic block, plus 30% magic crit with indestructible durability. Passive freezing. Basic attacks inflict water damage with a 25% chance to bind enemies. Passive water walk. Swim freely without an oxygen tank. Passive frost aura. Every 30 seconds, enemies nearby have their movement speed reduced by 15%. Two-piece set bonus. All stats increased by 10%, unlocking a set of skills. Solid ice wall, raging blizzard, freezing lightning, and chilling tide. Han Yin's soul fragment was protected by divine power, preventing it from fading, and was instead rooted in this necklace. Ning Feng grinned from ear to ear, cheering, We hit the jackpot, it actually turned out to be a red-tier item. Han Yin patted his chest proudly, See, my treasure is still unmatched. The very first upgrade turned out amazing. Cessida fumed and glared, You're just begging for a beating. Suddenly, a vibrant and mystical beam of light flared up before them. The light beam slammed straight into Ning Feng's chest. His jaw dropped in shock as he muttered, How bizarre, what on earth just happened? It feels like someone just siphoned off a portion of my divine power. Ningfeng lowered his head, biting his lip as he plotted. Although the lost mana is negligible, it was drained at the speed of light, so fast that I couldn't even track where it flowed. Composing himself, he waved his hand and stepped back to leave the area. The rat slaves, tears in their eyes, sobbed in unison. We respectfully bid farewell to the Lord Demon God. As he walked away, he grumbled in annoyance. How did my divine power suddenly vanish like this? Cessida gritted her teeth and apologized awkwardly. 1,000 apologies, my lord. We are completely clueless about this place, so we dare not make blind guesses. Ningfeng curled his lip, brushing it aside. Never mind that, the priority now is to get back home and finalize the class change. With that, he headed straight for the teleportation portal. The screen flashed. Your cosmic wisdom has been upgraded. As he slowly walked down the steps, Ningfeng calculated to himself. Thanks to this class change, my divinity compatibility has jumped to 20%. Memories of the Battle of the Trio flashed through his mind, and he let out a quiet, lingering sigh. No wonder everyone's coordination has been so smooth lately. It also helped me realize so many truths about the three divine statues of speed, magic, and healing. Looking up at the endless void, Ningfeng let out a sigh of relief. Aside from the latest batch of foreign races I just subdued, I also have the fragmented memories of the dying demon inside me. I should probably camp out for a few days to fully digest all this data. Deep inside Ningfeng's divine domain, the young man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, gathering his energy and focusing his mind. Once again, surges of power erupted from his body. He snapped his eyes open, crying out in shock. Good heavens, another chunk of my mana has been drained, but this time I've caught your trail. Ningfeng frowned as he pieced the clues together. Judging by this, the source is definitely not within the country, but seems to be far across the ocean in the southern hemisphere. In the middle of the vast African desert, a spatial portal emerged with a countdown timer. 3 hours, 25 minutes, and 14 seconds. Han Yin cried out in alarm, "Damn it, so it's this piece of garbage." He frowned in confusion. What kind of terrifying thing is that? Standing before them was a colossal skeleton radiating thick miasma, which was indeed the resting underworld capital. Guisu's eyes burned with wild frenzy, and he threw his head back, laughing arrogantly. Ha ha ha, I've finally created a masterpiece. Floating above his head was the rift of the secret realm, and he chuckled darkly, whispering, "Devouring abyss, the black hole that swallows time. This is an extremely interesting forbidden zone, counting down 3 hours, 25 minutes, and 14 seconds. Those old demon gods used to pull this dirty trick to torment us back in the day." Guisu fondly recalled the scene of countless prey being dragged into the deep abyss, screaming in agony, and continued slyly. This trap will trigger a countdown, and once it hits 0, it will automatically scoop a good number of adventurers into its mouth. His mind was filled with malicious scenarios as he added, regardless of whether the foolish prey dive in willingly or get sucked in by accident, once they fail the mission, there's no such thing as a peaceful death. They will have to live a half-dead life to pay their dues. The entire essence of this land will be drained dry by the black hole, falling straight into the pockets of the demon god in charge of the secret realm. Not only is that part incredibly beneficial, but the true dominance of this abyss also lies in. Returning to the desert, Ningfeng stood before the spatial rift as the numbers counted down. 3 hours, 23 minutes, and 6 seconds. He reached out and gently touched the barrier. Ningfeng was stunned and frustrated. How strange, why am I stuck at the entrance? The system screen gave him a cold reality check. Magic-based classes are barred from entry. He laughed bitterly and retorted, what kind of system goes as far as to discriminate against classes? Cessida quickly stepped in to explain, these kinds of absurd secret realms usually appear in top-tier worlds, almost as if the evil gods are sending declarations of war to provoke the gods. That's why they often set up ridiculous, lawless rules. For instance, outright banning a group of classes to raise the difficulty for players. As for how that absurd mechanism is configured, I must admit I have no idea. The young man rubbed his chin, analyzing. So in short, the evil gods have tainted this area, or perhaps because I happened to absorb dark power, I was rejected. Both she and Han Yin were startled, nodding in agreement. That theory actually sounds quite reasonable, boss. Ning Feng's gaze suddenly became as sharp as a razor. He pondered deeply. This situation is getting more and more complicated. The problem we need to solve right now is how to remove this black hole. The faces of his familiar crew flashed through his mind, from Kabo, Han Yin, Cessida to Feng Yi, as he calculated his options. The trouble is, our core team consists mostly of magic users. If they are all banned, the team's damage output will plunge drastically. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed into a sly smile, and he snapped his fingers. Then let's throw a funny team together and give it a shot. Ning Feng's mind immediately lined up the ideal candidates. Ying Zhen, Ling Hua, Yang Xin, along with Du En and Wang Yue. He looked into the distance and thought, everyone has been training so hard lately, leveling up like crazy. Wang Yue and Yang Xin are about to reach the 4th turn, while Boss Liu has already broken through to the 6th turn. Excluding the magic users, this is definitely the fiercest team on the Blue Star. Clenching his fist, he showed his faith. Just go all out, guys. This abyss is harmless, you won't die even if you fail, so just unleash your full power and go wild for me. The entire cast that Ning Feng had just named was already standing there, shouting in unison, "Understood, boss." With that, Wang Yue took the lead and stepped through the barrier, with the rest of the ragtag crew following close behind. Inside that world was a hazy landscape, with jagged, towering stone mountains swallowed by thick fog. Ying Zhen commanded in a firm voice, "Get into formation, everyone. Spread out and attack, but keep your eyes peeled to support each other." Du En and Wang Yue nodded in immediate obedience. Instantly, the formation split as they fanned out in all directions. An assassin specter lunged through the wind, aiming to strike Ying Zhen from behind. Annoyed, Ying Zhen swung her weapon to block the sneak attack. But the assassin suddenly vanished into thin air. Then he flickered in and out of sight, hovering around Ying Zhen like an annoying fly. Elsewhere, Du En was also being bombarded by sneaky blasts of sinister light. The young man gritted his teeth, looking painfully at his defensive gear, which was cracking into pieces. Ling Hua gritted her teeth and muttered in frustration, "This tiny alley really restricts our movements." Suddenly, the assassin's blade was poised right behind her neck. The attacker smiled inwardly. This time, it's 100% guaranteed kill. Ning Feng clicked his tongue, muttering, "Well, there goes more of my energy again. The new team hasn't even been in the fray for 10 minutes, and the monsters are already hitting this hard." Shortly after, 5 halos of light spat them out one by one. The entire exhausted team dragged themselves back to their starting position. Wang Yue stepped forward sheepishly with her head bowed. "I'm so sorry the team failed." He quickly waved his hands. "Wait, failing doesn't matter. What matters is if any of you got hurt." Ying Zhen scratched her head with a grimace. "It's seriously bizarre. We got beaten to a pulp inside, but the moment we were thrown out, all our scars completely healed up." Ning Feng patted his chest in relief. "In that case, we have nothing to worry about. The whole team should have a drink and some snacks, rest up, and we'll dive back in to clear it later." She frowned and pressed, "Hey boss, you have some tricks to buff us through this stage, don't you?" He calmly shrugged. "I can't make any promises yet, we still need to analyze it some more." Ying Zhen chimed in, interrupting, "Oh, that's just a trifle. Whatever Xiao Feng says, we'll just go along with it." A moment later, the young boy plopped down again right in front of the starting line of the spatial rift. Wang Yue frowned anxiously. "Ning Feng, your face is completely pale, are you okay?" Sweat was pouring off him like rain, but he replied resiliently, "It's nothing, I can handle it." Ning Feng smirked to himself in satisfaction. Although a lot of my mana was drained, casting this net was totally worth it. He struggled to his feet and asked for help. "Yue, lift me up and help me get across that line." Wang Yue hurriedly ran over to support Ning Feng, helping him hobble forward step by step as they shared a warm smile. Stopping in front of the entrance, he puffed out his chest and patted it. "Step back a bit, let me revamp this node to give it some real style. And so, the five of them stood there obediently, waiting for Ning Feng to reshape the barrier. Wang Yue asked, sounding a bit impatient and hesitant, "Hey, are we done yet, boss?" He smiled faintly. "All set, let's jump in and start round 2, guys." Ying Zhen frowned in curiosity and muttered, "Strange, the entrance looks exactly the same. What kind of trick did Xiao Feng just pull?" The group walked together toward the rift's mouth. She stared wide-eyed at the electronic panel that had just popped up. The control panel displayed a series of options: novice low-yield grinding with trash drops, commoner mediocre grinding with subpar drops, veteran intense grinding with decent drops, masochist massive experience with super rare drops, nightmare monstrous experience with god-tier drops. Wang Yue scratched her head in confusion. "So, which one should we choose?" Duan clicked his tongue. "Why not just pick novice or commoner to be safe?" In some wild, wooded corner inside the black hole, the squad of assassins was stealthily roaming about. With a whoosh, a beam of energy arrow sliced through the air from behind, piercing through each skull, instantly wiping out the entire group. Wang Yue remarked with delight, "This novice difficulty is as easy as the normal farming spots on Lan Xing. Third transition players should be able to take down the boss with ease." Ying Zhen smacked his lips and nodded. "It's easy, but the loot is too poor. Once we get out, we've got to show this pile of garbage to Xiao Feng." In the waiting lobby outside, Ning Feng was anxiously keeping watch at the entrance alongside the duo Han Yin and Cessida. His disciple asked inquisitively, "Boss, what kind of cheat did you use? It's unreal." She also chimed in with amazement, "I can't believe that weak team has managed to hold out in there for so long." He smiled faintly and whispered, "I made them run in and out for a few practice rounds just to locate the core of dark energy accumulation inside this rift. After customizing the map, I cast a forbidden spell to split that place into 5 isolated chambers." Ning Feng stared into the mist, calculating. "Shaping those 5 small chambers completely drained my energy. I wonder if those guys inside can make anything out of it." Suddenly, Wang Yue stumbled out from the barrier. He waved at her with a bright smile. "How did it go, Yue? Get any good loot?" She pumped her fist into the air and laughed in delight. "Our team took down the final boss beautifully." Ning Feng stepped forward and swiped his hand across the spatial barrier. He pursed his lips slightly. "The dark aura has definitely faded a bit. Although this method can't entirely clear the black hole, at least it slows down its expansion." Duan scratched his head in confusion. "So, are we going back in for another round?" Wang Yue, eager for action, raised her hand. "I want to try the commoner and veteran levels." Unfortunately, as soon as she pushed the button, a notification popped up on the screen. "Locked out for 7 days, please return later." Wang Yue complained in annoyance. "What kind of trash game has a time gate like this?" He smirked. "Don't let it bother you. We can just herd some other rookies in here as guinea pigs to test the mechanics." Ning Feng dropped his playful attitude, his face turning solemn as he pondered. "As long as we prevent this realm from absorbing more mana, we can buy plenty of time to figure out how to beat it." He glanced at Wang Yue, thinking to himself, "At the very least, I need to buff this team to make them more durable." She blushed and stammered, What are you staring at?" Ning Feng cleared his throat to deflect. "Nothing, it's nothing." He stroked his chin, recalling the chain of events. "When I rescued those new foreign clans hidden in the space-time rift and devoured that demon's memory scroll, I didn't expect to strike gold with such a hot piece of intel." Ning Feng reminisced about the brilliant crystal from years ago, which reflected an endless, deep blue sea. Deep down on the ocean floor, flatfish were swimming around merrily. A peculiar bow was tightly gripped by the coral reef, and he thought with surprise, well, that bow looks awfully familiar." At this very moment, a solitary figure stood staring down 4 ghostly figures in front of him. Jiaying Tongling pursed her lips, her mind racing with calculations. Her face darkened as she saw a bolt of lightning scorch the back of her hand. Jiaying Tongling raised her sword, pointing it straight to the sky, her gaze locked onto the black demon to secure her target. Night fell over the sanctuary of Enzai Ming II. Guique swiped his hand across the stone pillar, muttering in frustration. Why is the connection failing again? The Wi-Fi has been dropping quite a lot lately. He recalled the black hole in the desert and cursed inwardly. The Tunxi Jia Yuan placed on Lan Xing is clearly still blinking on the radar, so why hasn't it absorbed a single drop of mana for so long? Guique spat in annoyance and grumbled. What a nuisance. If only there was a camera screen to look straight down there, that would be great. The camera panned to a vast grassy field where a crowd of people was gathering. Zepp stood proudly in front of the tent with arms crossed, shouting out loud. Anyone at the third transition should pick the novice package. If you're greedy enough to take the commoner package, make sure you get 4 people above the 5th transition before forming a party. A middle-aged man stood before Ying Zhen, bowing deeply and clasping his hands repeatedly. The great benevolence of Long Yu in opening up this gold mine will be forever etched in our hearts. The old general named Kita of the Skalu Alliance patted his chest in gratitude. This corner is currently the #1 trending farming spot globally. Thanks to this, we've dug up plenty of great gear to nurture our young generation of gamers. Not only did they make a fortune from the dungeon's trash loot, but their meals also became much more decent. On the grill, a slab of meat was sizzling, sending out an incredibly mouth-watering aroma. Ning Feng sat comfortably on a boulder, flipping the grilled meat while his mind raced. By herding a pack of adventurers to take turns hacking away at the monsters, the dark power will be slowly eroded, locking the countdown timer. This temporarily plugs the hole of its automatic human-devouring mechanism. He tore off a piece of meat and chewed slowly, pondering. Unfortunately, they're too weak. Even with their best efforts, they can only handle the commoner level. I must think of a way to boost the levels of Yue and the others to a new height. Ning Feng smacked his lips, piecing together the image of the bow beneath the ocean, and muttered with certainty. Within the memories of the old Demon King lies a crucial piece of intel. That is definitely the lost mythical bow, the Shan Hen Divine Bow. Imagining himself caressing the bow, he smirked. Shan Hen, the exclusive weapon of Jai Ying Tong Ling, one of the 12 supreme bosses of the Divine Realm. As the phantom image of Jai Ying Tong Ling holding her bow flashed by, Ning Feng deduced. Ever since she was beaten to a pulp by me, this toy fell down to the mortal world. Someone must have picked it up and used it to threaten the old Demon King, which is why he held a grudge until his death. Chewing his meat, he smiled widely. Once I absorb enough mana, I'll jump over to that other world and fetch that bow as a birthday gift for Yue. With top-tier gear in hand, tackling the nightmare difficulty of the secret realm will be a walk in the park. Suddenly Ying Zhen walked up and patted his shoulder. Hey Zyro Feng. Ning Feng nodded politely. Hello Boss Liu, hello Mr. Kita. The old general then pulled a tattered secret manual from his side and said obsequiously, Mr. Ning, this is our village's national treasure, please accept it for your temporary use. He took the thin book, and Kita scratched his head, explaining, Honestly, its damage is so pathetic that everyone discarded it. I don't even know if it's of any use to you, maybe as a mousepad. Ning Feng flipped open the damaged cover, and the large words nonsense babble caught his eyes. He asked in confusion, So, what is this manual actually used for? The old man quickly clarified. Basically, casting this spell on an opponent's mouth makes them stutter and talk nonsense for a while. It's good for silencing mages while they're chanting, but other than that, it's pretty useless, so it's been discarded by the meta for a long time. He stepped forward and hugged Kita warmly. You are too polite, this rustic gift is wonderful, I'll use it until it wears out. Kita laughed happily. As long as you are pleased, this old man is satisfied. Thank you and the motherland of Long Yu for protecting us. Ning Feng slipped the book into his inventory, sneering inwardly. Others trash, but in my hands, it'll surely evolve into a forbidden spell. I'd never let it go to waste. After the cheesy gift-giving scene, the 3 of them gathered around the campfire, grilling meat and chatting merrily. General Kita even waved his hand, ordering his soldiers to bring over a basket of fruits as dessert for Ning Feng. A short while later, only a few chewed bones and messy meat scraps remained on the platter. He patted his bloated stomach and let out a satisfied burp. My energy is fully recharged, I'm stuffed. Suddenly Ning Feng's eyes widened when he heard a familiar voice ringing in his ears. "Lord Ma Shen, is this a holy blessing you dropped?" His mind immediately pictured the rough face of Zai Ga, certain that this was the babbling of the Beastman chief. The setting sun dyed a corner of the Beastman village red. The Beastmen were gathering in small groups, roaring with hearty laughter. Ning Feng strolled over and asked with a raised chin, "What's with all the gathering and howling like apes?" The crowd startled, then loudly reported, "Everyone, Lord Ma Shen has arrived." They scrambled to scratch their heads, grinning and boasting. "To be honest with Lord Ma Shen, our country blacksmiths have just passed the village's exam to become certified Zhu Zhu. He asked blankly, "Zhu Zhu?" Zai Ga bared his yellow teeth with a broad grin. "Rumor has it that if any weapon forged by them takes enough lives to offer to the gods, those blacksmiths will automatically rank up rapidly." He scratched his beard and added, "The title of Zhu Zhu is incredibly powerful, forging top-tier gear extremely fast with great stats. If approved by the gods, they can rank up in no time." The image of Wang Yue and Ying Zhen carrying beastmen, geared to bash monsters and grind tirelessly flashed through his mind, leaving Ning Feng speechless and deep in thought. Could it be that, when my subordinates carry black market beastman gear to defeat bosses and collect loot, the system actually registers it as offerings? Ning Feng wiped his mouth and smiled inwardly. Whatever the ridiculous reason is, this is still a sweet deal. Thanks to this, I can absorb mana much faster to have enough fuel to breach the barrier and travel to the other world. A few days passed in a cracked, deadly desert wasteland. He clutched his collar and muttered, "Okay, my divine power is fully charged to 100%, enough to forge the key to open the spatial gate." Ning Feng pressed a finger against the spatial barrier. He calmly stepped through the rift, entering another dimension. A vast azure ocean stretched out before his eyes, with flocks of seagulls soaring and gliding through the air. Ning Feng dove deep down into the water without the slightest hesitation. Far off in the distance, the glint of the bow wedged in the coral reef flashed, and he rejoiced inwardly. The black market goods are right here. Ning Feng effortlessly pulled the bow out from the rock, when suddenly a system notification smacked him right in the face. "Congratulations, you have obtained a fake copy of the Shan Hen Divine Weapon." Deep in the ocean depths, Ning Feng's loud cry came out as bubbling gurgles. "Damn it, a super fake." Han Yin clicked her tongue hesitantly. "Boss, do you mean this piece of wood is a knockoff?" Frowning, he coldly turned the bow over. "The item in my hand is definitely a fake, but there's something off about this knockoff." Ning Feng racked his brain to recall the memories of the old Ma Zun. The old man had clearly taken several deep, divine hits from this bow before. If it was just a cheap fake, why would he be so obsessed with it? Seseda raised an eyebrow inquisitively. Or maybe some thief swapped the real deal with this junk. Ning Feng stroked his chin and nodded. That seems highly likely. He cast his gaze toward a grand structure buried deep in the mud, muttering, "This place is built just like a sea god's temple. Fortunately, I have this water-breathing amulet, otherwise I would have drowned long ago." Ning Feng bit his lip in frustration. "Looks like I'll have to go up to the surface and grab someone to ask for directions." She opened her eyes wide in curiosity. "Oh, are you going to use that overpowered transformation forbidden spell from the other day again, boss?" A mermaid's fair hand gently caressed the mossy surface of the stone wall. Ming Ji frowned gloomily, casting her vacant gaze into the distance. The guard bowed respectfully and asked, "Your Majesty, do you wish for me to accompany you inside?" She closed her eyes and sighed in distress, waving her hand dismissively. "Stand down, I just want to find a quiet place to be alone." The heavy gates of the temple slowly creaked open. Ming-Ji quickly flicked her tail and swam inside. Her eyes turned red as stormy memories of the past suddenly flooded back. Back then she sat regally on her throne, coldly snapping, "What did you just bark, demanding a marriage alliance?" The envoy smirked slyly, "Exactly, Queen. As long as your Majesty is willing to step into the bridal sedan and marry the handsome, romantic prince of our kingdom, this bloody warfare will end in an instant." The enraged guards cursed furiously. "Impudent! You bastards clearly brought your swords to provoke us first. Why should our noble queen become a concubine to a band of invaders? The envoy squinted and sneered. Stop barking at a diplomatic envoy, you small fry. If you have the guts, bring your spears to the battlefield and try to beat us to a pulp. The furious soldier was about to rush forward to smash his face, shouting, "You dog!" Mingji slightly raised her chin and commanded firmly, "Step back, do not act rashly." The envoy pointed playfully and smiled. "Your Majesty is indeed wise and far-sighted. Honestly, I think accepting the prince's proposal is a beautiful match for both kingdoms." Mingji gritted her teeth, shouting in utter disdain, "Your filthy hands are drenched in the blood of countless innocent people. I would rather remain unwed for life than marry that demon." He put his hand to his forehead, letting out a cunning smile and clicking his tongue. "Tusk, then things will be quite tense. I'll have to report your stubborn attitude exactly as it is." The envoy suddenly burst into menacing laughter and added, "I only hope our prince does not fly into a rage because of this." The surrounding soldiers all gritted their teeth, extremely infuriated by his arrogant behavior. He turned on his heel and walked away, leaving behind a disdainful sneer. That overbearing figure gradually vanished behind the temple gates. Mingji clenched her fists so tightly that her veins bulged, trying to suppress her anger. She glared bitterly at the receding back of the envoy. Bringing herself back to reality, Mingji lowered her eyes in sorrow and muttered, "Years ago, we disobeyed the gods. Could today's predicament be our retribution?" Suddenly, Ningfeng appeared before her eyes in a flash before he could even transform, startling her so much that her heart nearly skipped a beat. Mingji quickly snapped in a shout, "Who are you? How did you sneak in here?" Suddenly realizing something, her eyes widened like saucers, her jaw nearly dropping as her mind raced. There are clearly several layers of protective barriers outside the temple, so how did this guy slip in here without my guards knowing a single thing? The young man quickly offered a broad grin, raising his hands in surrender as he explained, "Whoa, calm down, heroine. I just happened to wander in here and wanted to chat to gather some information, that's all." Ignoring his explanation, Mingji drew her bow tight, pointing a sharp arrow directly at Ningfeng's face. She pursed her lips tightly, casting a razor-sharp gaze at the young man. The arrow sliced through the air and shot forward, but Ningfeng was quick enough to immediately activate his Earthen Guardian shield to block the attack. Mingji stared in disbelief, crying out, "Wait, what? What just happened?" Only then did the young man pull back his smile, asking seriously, "Well, can we sit down and have a proper talk now?" The queen's hands were now trembling uncontrollably like a leaf. Her teeth continued to chatter nonstop. She glanced at the glowing purple rift in the distance, wondering to herself, could this strange guy have emerged from that portal? Mingji was completely tense. Her attack just now was like a drop in the ocean. This guy's defensive shield reeked of sinister dark energy. Even worse, he seemed intent on stealing the precious divine weapon. In her eyes, Ningfeng now appeared like a great demon king enveloped in black mist. She thought bitterly, "Oh no, is our kingdom really doomed to fall?" Contrary to her expectations, the young man held up the weapon in his hand in confusion. "Wait, this is a fake. Do you guys know where the original is hidden?" Hearing this, Mingji stammered back immediately. "Huh, what? A fake? I don't know where the real one drifted off to either." The blurry figure of Seseda floated up beside him, whispering, "My lord, this lady is lying." Han Yin also chimed in, "To put it bluntly, she is treating us like robbers." Seeing this, Ningfeng put on a gentle smile, raising his hands in surrender. "Hey, don't get so worked up. I'm a decent person with no ill intent whatsoever. I only want to borrow this divine weapon to play with for a bit and then return it." Those words made Mingji look even more dumbfounded. Goodness, this guy was trying to rob her in broad daylight, yet he had the nerve to call it borrowing. Sensing the bizarre situation, Seseda whispered again, "Well, she seems to be sweating even more profusely than before, my lord." Mingji suddenly regained her composure, pointing aggressively and scolding them. "Our kingdom is in dire straits. This treasure is our last lifeline. I would rather die than surrender it to you." Unfortunately, as soon as she finished shouting, her courage deflated, leaving her trembling. What a disaster her big mouth might have doomed her. If she angered this tyrant, her entire race might be wiped out. However, Ning Feng didn't get angry. Instead, he scratched his chin and asked curiously, "Being attacked right at your doorstep? Tell me, what on earth is going on?" Just then a panicked cry interrupted her thoughts. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty!" She also startled, wondering what shocking thing had happened now. The soldier breathlessly reported a devastating piece of news. The enemy's vanguard has breached our defenses and is surging directly into the capital. He pleaded with a trembling voice. "The entire army has taken up arms and is ready. We are only waiting for Your Majesty's command to march out." This earth-shattering news left Ming-Ji frozen for 5 seconds, her mind going completely blank with no idea what to do. She dropped her arms, collapsing onto the floor in despair. Am I destined to be the final ruler of a ruined kingdom?" Slow footsteps drew closer. Ning Feng extended his hand to Ming-Ji, leaving her staring in confusion. "Come on, let me accompany you outside to see what the situation looks like." This friendly gesture made her freeze, blinking in bewilderment. But then she firmly gritted her teeth. Ming-Ji pressed her hand to her chest and declared with a fiery gaze, "Look, Ma Shen, even if the sky falls, I will never agree to any of your devilish deals. Don't you dare expect me to bow down to you." Despite her brave words, the young man's chilling gaze, as if from the underworld, still sent a shiver down her spine. Ning Feng shrugged to show his understanding. All right, I get it. I promise to be an obedient spectator and won't interfere." Right at that tense moment, another soldier rushed in, shouting, "Your Majesty!" The soldier who had just burst in almost tripped upon noticing Ning Feng's presence. The female soldier stared him up and down, stammering, "Your Majesty, what deity is this?" The young man remained completely calm, while Ming-Ji was so flustered her face turned pale. "It's a long story, let's deal with the emergency first and worry about this later." With that, she dashed off as fast as she could, leaving behind the dazed female soldier who was still curiously sizing up the strange young man. A group of heretics suddenly appeared, blocking her path and calling out in unison, "Your Majesty!" The queen blinked in surprise and asked, "Why are you all gathering here suddenly?" An elder stepped forward to represent them, tearfully speaking, "Your Majesty and the late emperor brought trouble upon yourselves to shelter outcast heretics like us. In this dire moment, we are willing to die to stand shoulder to shoulder with you." The group of heretics behind them also shouted with burning passion, "Although our magic power is no longer what it used to be, it is still more than enough to fight to the death on the battlefield with the invaders. That's right, I also volunteer to fight them." Such absolute loyalty brought a lump to Ming-Ji's throat, and tears welled up in her eyes before she knew it. She bowed deeply, expressing her heartfelt gratitude to everyone. This tragic yet heroic scene prompted Cessida to whisper in his ear, "My lord, look at these heretics." Meanwhile, Ning Feng and Han Yin kept their eyes glued to the unfolding drama like spectators at a play. Amidst the determination in their eyes, another whisper arose, "It seems these people are all your devoted believers." The envoy bowed low and reported, "Your Highness, Queen Ming-Ji's arrogant reply is all right here." The prince, sitting comfortably atop the head of a giant sea monster, sneered at the foolish woman. Could she be so naive as to think that a handful of small fry could block the march of my invincible army? Right on his heels were dozens of warriors radiating intense killing intent, eager to tear their enemies apart. A bodyguard crossed his arms in deep thought. "Your Highness, could this be a trick to lure the tiger out of the mountain? After all, they still hold the divine weapon of Jai Ying Tong Ling." Yet the esteemed Highness remained completely unmoved, ignoring the warning, as a massive dark phantom slowly materialized behind his back. Wang Hun Gui Su drifted by, his eyes filled with wild arrogance. What is there to worry about? At most, she is just a faded god past her prime. What right does she have to share a table with the great lord I worship? A surging black power suddenly flowed from his palm. "Recently, I feel my magic power rising rapidly, surely a gift bestowed by my lord. Why don't I use this to give Queen Ming-Ji a heavy blow and see what happens?" With that, the prince waved his hand, commanding the entire army to charge. The sea monster's eyes glowed red like burning coal, and the soldiers below roared fiercely, their battle lust surging. The wooden staff struck the ground with a resounding thud. A protective halo of light slowly radiated outward, enveloping the thin frame of the white-haired, white-bearded heretic elder. Ningfeng looked at the tiny figures dancing around inside the barrier and asked, "What on earth are they whispering and doing?" Cessida quickly explained, "They're channeling their power to set up a magic-boosting array, my lord, but unfortunately their skills are too poor to bring out its best performance." As if seeing a ghost in broad daylight, Queen Mingji stammered, sweat dripping from her forehead. "Goodness, what kind of monster is that?" The foul-smelling horde of sea monsters, and the soldiers radiating thick killing intent, were charging like a tidal wave. The heretic elder raised his wooden staff high and roared at the top of his lungs. "Attack!" Instantly, the entire group unleashed their spells in a chaotic barrage toward the enemy ranks. But unfortunately, that level of power completely fizzled out against the thick hide of the sea monster. The elder's face twisted in horror. "What? Not even a scratch? What on earth is this demon?" The prince standing atop the adjacent sea monster took the opportunity to clasp his hands together, firing a rapid barrage of magic power. His face was filled with smug satisfaction as he threw his head back and laughed mockingly, bringing out a bunch of decrepit heretics as meat shields. "Oh, Mingji, it seems you have truly run out of people to use." His smile curled sinisterly. "Make these heretics taste true suffering, show them what real power is." Upon his command, the sea monster opened its maw and spat out a beam of dark energy that crackled violently like roaring thunder. That terrifyingly powerful strike easily tore through the fragile defense the old man had just painstakingly built. The people hiding behind watched in horror as the barrier shattered into pieces. "It's over, our defense is completely ruined." Suddenly a bright, booming voice roared out, "Counterattack!" The blank command left the old man dazed, his jaw ready to drop. Ningfeng leaped in front of the old man and shouted loudly, "What are you waiting for? Channel your counterspell right now." Hearing this reckless advice, the old man scratched his head in distress and explained, But I haven't even touched a single hair of that beast, how can I deal any damage?" Further away, Mingji stared in disbelief as the young man actively interacted with the heretics. "Wait, when did he slip over there?" A guard screamed in alarm, "Your Highness, that beast out there is preparing to spit another blast." The warning made her heart leap into her throat. Queen Mingji shouted frantically, "Hurry, tell those people over there to fall back, they can't block it empty-handed." But before she could finish her sentence, the giant sea monster took a massive, 1,000-ton impact straight to its flank. The thunderous collision paralyzed the massive beast's entire body, freezing it in place. Mingji and the guards gasped in unison, their mouths wide open. What on earth just happened? Only now did Ningfeng casually drape his arm over the heretic elder's shoulder, laughing. "That was a smooth hit just now, uncle." Meanwhile, the old man kept his eyes wide open, muttering in a daze. "Incredible, did this old man just unleash that strike?" Cessida boasted proudly, "With my lord personally taking charge of the array, of course it's amazing." While Han Yin pouted and grumbled, "I'm dying of jealousy." Witnessing this spectacular turnaround, the prince was so furious he almost spat blood, tearing at his hair and screaming, "Lies, how could this happen?" The veins on his neck bulged as he roared like a madman, "Nonsense! Did you really think you could overthrow me with those cheap tricks?" The sea monster opened its razor-sharp eyes, and a bright demonic aura began to accumulate in the center of its chest. The prince bared his sharp teeth in a boastful grin. "I summoned this corrupted sea monster army myself. Unless you can sever the bond between me and them, they will keep resurrecting infinitely." Ningfeng frowned and glanced up, advising, "Did you all hear what he just boasted?" The heretic elder stammered, sweating. "Why, yes, perfectly clearly, he roared so loudly after all." Another heretic scratched his head in disbelief. But who in their right mind would blab out their fatal weakness to the enemy like that? Ningfeng's expression shifted from serious to amused. "Ho, this newly crafted forbidden spell seems quite interesting." Inside the system's illusory interface, a faint text appeared, signaling a new active skill. dark forbidden spell of will manipulation. Any prey entering this forbidden zone will be continuously cursed, and you will have the privilege to peer into and pull the strings of their brains. Just as the sea monster was about to charge again, it opened its massive maw and roared, displaying a row of jagged, sharp teeth. A powerful beam of light immediately shot out from the sea monster's pupil to attack. Unfortunately, at that exact moment, a loud explosion went off violently behind its back. Because it was too focused on attacking and paid no attention to its rear defense, the explosion tore off a chunk of its flesh, sending blood splattering as the beast shrieked in agony. At that very instant, its massive body collapsed with a loud crash, crushing several small fry scurrying around, making them scream in pain. The entire pack of sea monsters stared at each other in a daze before a hoarse voice shouted, "Get out of the way, quickly." Witnessing the comedic display before him, the prince of the sea monsters was so furious his face contorted as he cursed. Damn it, how did those small fry manage to touch the core of the sea monster? Each of them clearly has its weakness hidden in a completely different spot. Witnessing the enemy self-destruct, Ning Feng smirked with a sneer, while the nearby heretics jumped for joy and shouted excitedly, "Awesome, we hit it again." A young heretic scratched his head in amazement. Unbelievable, standing in this array even piercing magic gets enhanced. Hearing this, the girl standing next to him clenched her fists and smugly chimed in, "My eyes have already seen right through the exact location of the magic core on that monster's body." Seeing that miraculous turnaround, the old heretic wiped away tears of joy, his mouth trembling with emotion as he smiled. This thrilling feeling has been gone for so long, just like the golden age when our Lord God was still alive. Queen Mingji, after witnessing Ning Feng step in to save her people, quickly approached the young man and asked anxiously, Who on earth are you?" Hearing this, Ning Feng only smiled and waved his hand. "Long story short, I am not your enemy. Let's take things slow and discuss everything later." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Feng turned around and patted his growling stomach, grinning at Queen Mingji. "But first, could I get something to eat? I'm a bit hungry." Mingji broke into a cold sweat, embarrassed that he was thinking of food amidst the battlefield, but she still nodded hurriedly. "Why? Yes, let me have someone prepare food right away." After stuffing himself full, Ning Feng finally turned to look at Mingji and asked curiously, "So, what is the connection between those heretics and your family anyway?" Upon hearing his question, Mingji's face fell with a look of sorrow. She sighed and replied, "To be honest, they were originally citizens of other nations, and the deity they worship day and night is the omnipotent Dharma god." Mingji continued to explain so Ning Feng could grasp the situation. The omnipotent Dharma god was once one of the main gods of this world, but during the War of the Gods ages ago, we received a decree declaring him an evil god. Anyone who blindly worshipped the omnipotent Dharma god was forced to renounce their faith, otherwise they would be branded as heretics and ruthlessly slaughtered. The rulers up there even seemed to encourage their followers to do so. Fortunately, my ancestors believed they were innocent and bravely took them in. Unfortunately, the deity our nation relied on, along with all their commanders, completely vanished during that War of the Gods. Losing our protective umbrella, our strength plummeted drastically. Neighboring countries then began to get restless, using our sheltering of the heretics as an excuse to invade. Pitying us, heavens allowed our ancestors to accidentally find the divine artifact of Jai Ying Tongling. They had to rely on the power of that treasure to repeatedly repel the invasions of monsters and enemies, preserving our nation. Hearing the summary, Ning Feng also pieced together the events. Stroking his chin, he mused, "Oh, so this is the memory stored in the demon lord's mind. It turns out that divine artifact is indeed real. I must admit, you guys have quite some luck." After a few moments of thought, Ning Feng glanced at Mingji, intending to get straight to the point. "So, where exactly is that divine artifact?" But before he could finish, a loud shout cut him off. "Oh no, we're doomed." It came from the heretics. Everyone looked as if they had just seen a nightmare, staring forward in panic with wide eyes, unable to utter a single word. A massive, disgusting beast, far worse than the last one, loomed up to terrify them. It had successfully revived, though it now had only a single glowing eye left on its face. The monster's eye was bloodshot with fury, as it opened its sharp-fanged maw and roared continuously. The heretic girl with shining eyes immediately spotted the magic core on the monster. Casting magic with trembling hands, she stuttered, "Th. That thing was molded from the corpses of sacrificed citizens and soldiers. How dare that villain use such a cruel spell?" Hearing the shocking news, the heretic's knees went weak in despair, and one of them cried out, "It's over, our magic won't be able to deal any damage to it." The sea monster prince raised his sharp claws to the sky, his raspy voice filled with threats. "I will crush you all. Every fallen corpse will become nutrients to make it stronger." His eyes now held nothing but utter madness as he roared pathologically, "This is the true infinite power of the gods, a force capable of destroying heaven and earth. I will make the whole world kneel at my feet." Speaking, he posed on top of the sea monster's head, stretching his arms up into the air. A sea monster in the back whispered, "Hey, is something wrong with the prince today? He looks weird." The one next to him hurriedly agreed in confusion, "Right, he's been spouting confusing philosophy this whole time." At that moment, the one-eyed sea monster shrieked and lunged forward frantically. Startled by his pet's sudden burst of speed, the prince stood stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Thinking the beast was coming to him, he was surprised to see it swerve sharply to the side instead. Before its owner could catch his breath, it turned around and launched a powerful strike directly at him. Terrified, the prince hastily raised his protective barrier to defend himself. Shielding his head, a wave of panic and pain erupted in his heart. "Wait, why is my own sea monster turning around and biting me?" Back with Ningfeng, he and Mingji's faction were watching the events from the city wall. Seeing this infighting, Mingji's people could only drop their jaws in speechless shock. The system panel flashed, announcing a new active skill. Dark Ritual of Soul Snatching, a dark forbidden spell, consumes a portion of one's own mental power to control the target's mind, temporarily turning them into a capable clone. In another scene, the prince's entire formation was being savagely torn apart by their own frenzied sea monster. A chorus of desperate cries echoed, "Oh God, save me, please spare me my leg." The prince stood frozen like a statue, while the soldiers behind him were still screaming in agony, "Commander, don't abandon me. Commander, it hurts so much." Countless skull spirits floated about in the sky. Floating in midair with outspread arms, the prince shouted amidst the non-stop screams, "Even if you kill me, I will never surrender. You civilian-slaughtering bastards are the ones who deserve to die." Watching from afar, Ming-Ji and the heretics were frightened out of their wits by the sight. The prince's corpse now lay motionless on the ground, his battered face looking bizarre with wide, rolled-back eyes and a gaping mouth. After a while, the underlings cautiously approached to surround the corpse, one of them gathering his courage to nudge it, "Pr, Prince." At that exact moment, the prince's corpse suddenly snapped its eyes open, mumbling a strange sentence. "Don't panic. The deity I worship is Lord Wang Hun Gui Su. There's no way I'd die so easily." In less than 3 seconds, his body recovered, with even more vitality than before. His eyes shone brightly as his body radiated a surge of power. Smirking, he bragged, "I once received a blessing from our Lord God, granting me immunity to 10 fatal injuries. That just now only cost me 1 life." Hearing his babbling, Ningfeng replied dryly, "Well, so you still have 9 times left." Just as Ningfeng finished speaking, a more fearsome sea monster appeared, its body wrapped in lightning. Sensing this dangerous aura, the prince cringed, his mouth agape in absolute terror. Without a word, the giant octopus lashed out with its tentacles, grabbing the prince and shaking him violently. Meanwhile, it went on a rampage, chasing and killing the sea monster soldiers. Fleeing for their lives, the soldiers cried out in tears, "Oh God, Prince, why did you have to go and expose your own weakness like that?" After a while, the prince's army was completely wiped out. In short, the tide of battle had turned in an unexpected way. Nevertheless, in the days that followed, their remnants still had not completely given up resisting. A few sea monster soldiers were hiding behind some seaweed, spying. One of them clenched his fist bitterly and muttered, "This defeat was just an accident." The one next to him hurriedly agreed in confusion, "Right, he's been spouting confusing philosophy this whole time." A group of guards from Ming-Ji's side and the heretics spotted them and quietly closed in. The soldier hiding in the seaweed was still completely clueless, blustering angrily. "Just wait. When that time comes, how will you godforsaken trash compete with our Lord's blessing?" Finding his words annoying, a female soldier drew her bow and fired an arrow straight at the sea monster. She didn't forget to retort, "A god's blessing." "Is it something like this?" The moment he was hit by the arrow, he exploded into pieces, sending debris flying everywhere. His companions, who had been plotting enthusiastically, stared in shock, their jaws dropping as they stood frozen. Witnessing this, a sea monster soldier shrieked in utter disbelief, "Impossible! Your god died ages ago." Hearing him ramble, the female guard from Ming-Ji's side gripped her bow tightly and sneered, "Sorry to disappoint you. We have just received the favor of a new deity, one who is both powerful and incredibly merciful." Back inside the palace, Ning Feng was happily munching away at a table piled high with food. Seeing Ming-Ji and the old heretic standing there watching him eat, he waved his hand and said, "Both of you sit down, no need to be so polite." Hearing his casual invitation, they both quickly stepped back. Ming-Ji politely waved her hand, "It is fine, if you need anything, please just give us your orders." Touched, the old heretic wiped away the tears falling down his cheeks and sobbed, "In the past, I only heard about our Lord God's deeds in the scriptures. I never dreamed that I would see you descend with my own eyes to save us today." Hearing the old man's words, Ming-Ji also smiled, glancing at Ning Feng's appearance and thinking to herself, "I also did not expect the great omnipotent Dharma God to possess power far more terrifying than what was recorded in the epics." The scene shifted to Ning Feng and Queen Ming-Ji taking in the breeze on the city tower. Only then did she timidly ask, Are you really the great omnipotent Dharma God?" Standing opposite her, Ning Feng replied bluntly, "Exactly. I came here mainly to retrieve the divine artifact accidentally left behind by Jia Ying Tongling." Hearing Ning Feng's answer, she explained in embarrassment, "Actually, the divine power inside it has been gradually depleting. My mother secretly took it away to find a way to recharge its spiritual energy. What you got earlier was just a replica displayed to reassure the public." The youth's eyes widened in surprise as he retorted, "Then do you know where the real divine artifact is?" Ming-Ji clicked her tongue helplessly. "My mother left without a trace, so I am completely in the dark too." Just then an image of an ancient tower flashed in her mind, and she quickly added, "But back then, Mother often shut herself in the trial realm of Lord Jia Ying Tongling for research. If you go there, you might find some clues." Ning Feng clicked his tongue and scratched his head, muttering wearily, "Sai, last time I accidentally entered the trial realm of Zhen Yuan Sheng Ling, I got stuck at the entrance. I wonder if going in this time will bring more trouble." The two of them walked up to an ancient door. Ning Feng hesitated, his hand trembling slightly as he reached out to open it, while Ming-Ji stood outside, scratching her head, not understanding what he was hesitating about. As soon as his hand touched the button on the door, a holographic system message appeared. "Abandoned trial realm chamber detected. Do you wish to reactivate it? Accept/cancel." Ning Feng stroked his chin, pretending to be deep in thought. Peering over his shoulder to read, the two ghosts Han Yin and Sesida couldn't help but exclaim in unison, "How impressive." Sesida excitedly gave Ning Feng some advice. "If you can activate this site, it will expand the territory of the divine realm. Your believers are guaranteed to enjoy overflowing blessings." Swayed by her sweet words, Ning Feng carelessly pressed the accept button while still looking skeptical. "Is that so?" The moment the button was pressed, the tower doors swung open, releasing a brilliant beam of blue light. Watching this, Ming-Ji gasped and took a step back. What is going on? The entire tower was now enveloped in a powerful, brilliant blue light. Sweat beaded on Ming-Ji's forehead as she cried out in utter amazement. This long-abandoned trial realm has suddenly been restored. An overwhelming joy rose within her, making her clench her fists in thought. Since our deity fell, the divine artifact has been our only pillar against enemies. Reviving this trial realm is just like receiving a god's blessing once more. As the doors opened, Ning Feng casually walked inside with his hands in his pockets, calculating in his mind, "I can still feel that this place isn't fully stable yet. I wonder if I can dig up some secret information about the treasure." As he entered, he came across the blurry silhouettes of two strangers and clapped his hands. Wow, I caught an image signal. The sidekicks Seseda and Han Yin also appeared behind him, looking around. Fixing her eyes on the figure, she chirped, "Oh, isn't this back profile? Isn't it you, our Lord God?" The silhouette of the man in front was holding a bow, handing it to a woman kneeling on the ground. Handing over the bow, the man instructed calmly, "Thank you for sheltering my believers. Take this treasure back and continue to practice your benevolence and kindness." Watching the recorded memory, Ningfeng scratched his head and grumbled, "Well, it turns out this bow was the spoils of war I gave to Queen Mingji's ancestors after defeating Jai Ying Tong Ling." Han Yin, floating in the air, pouted and agreed, "Humph, here I thought the people of this kingdom were just lucky to pick it up. With such a clear reason, it makes total sense." Listening to Han Yin's chatter, Ningfeng nodded and continued, "The connection between this item and the divine realm is as weak as a spider web, making me search for quite a long time. Now that the coordinates are locked, let me find a spot to recharge my energy before going over to clean things up." Shifting to when Ningfeng emerged from the door, Mingji saw his figure and approached, asking softly, "Lord God, do you need any assistance?" Before she could finish, Ningfeng waved his hand and interrupted with a chuckle, "No need to be so polite. You guys haven't even cleaned up your own internal affairs yet, have you? I can walk there myself." Leaving them with his final words, Ningfeng waved his hand, turned around and dashed straight off. They found a pitch-black abyss deep at the bottom of the sea. Ningfeng stood with folded arms, tilting his chin up. "Here it is, this is the cave." Looking around for a while, he suddenly froze and blurted, "Strange, there's absolutely nothing here." Casually fiddling with it, he lightly touched the boundary with his finger, and somehow, that exact spot instantly flashed with light. The dark vortex from earlier suddenly blazed, a massive power pouring outward. Seseda widened her eyes in shock and cried out, "Oh, look, it's a hidden cave." Watching from the side, Han Yin stroked her chin and agreed, "Looks like it. Those runes carved at the bottom are definitely the mark of Jai Ying Tong Ling." A moment later, a vortex symbol slowly emerged on the surface of the cave. Startled, Han Yin pointed into the water and shrieked, "Wait, what on earth is that moving shadow deep inside the vortex?" Surprisingly, a mermaid with an orange-scaled tail slowly emerged from the crevice. The mermaid was still sound asleep, oblivious to her surroundings. Seeing this, Ningfeng rushed over, held her shoulders and shook her, shouting, "Hey, can you hear me? Wake up." The sleepy mermaid half opened her eyes, startled to find a strange man in front of her. "Who are you?" Ningfeng bluntly replied, "I am a close associate of Queen Mingji. Are you her mother?" Hearing that name, the mermaid muttered, "Mingji." Once her brain processed it, she opened her eyes wide in utter shock. The mermaid mother asked in flustered disbelief, "How did I end up drifting to this corner?" Ningfeng scratched his head helplessly. "Good heavens, how should I know? When I passed by here, you were already unconscious." In her panic, Mingji's mother suddenly shrieked, "Oh no, my seal has shattered and the treasure is about to spiral out of control." The vortex in front of them was churning violently. Both Mingji's mother and Ningfeng carefully stepped closer to look. Then, a voice suddenly echoed, "What was that?" The fish mother's pale face trembled as she groaned. "The treasure will resurrect the deity, but the bitter price is the destruction of this entire world." Peeking from behind, Han Yin chirped, "This is brand new, it's our first time hearing of it." Seseda next to her also chimed in shock, "What? Raising from the grave? For Jai Ying Tong Ling?" Folding his arms, Ningfeng scratched his head and muttered in confusion, "The deity has already ascended, yet there's still a trick to resurrect them." Without wasting another word, he dived straight into the vortex, shouting, "Let's dive down and check it out." Seeing him plunge in recklessly, Mingji's mother's face darkened, her eyes filled with terror as she stuttered, "It's too late." Only then did she sigh heavily, recalling her past foolishness when she found the method in an ancient book. "Back then, I was sure I had mastered the method to recharge the divine artifact, who would have thought it was a complete scam. The brutal truth behind that ritual is that the treasure will drain the fragile life force of the believers to pave the way for the deity's awakening. However, this world cannot withstand such terrifying power, so sooner or later it will be shattered." By the time I realized I had made a stupid move, the array was already running, with absolutely no way to cancel it. I had no choice but to grit my teeth, exhausting my own strength to reluctantly seal the treasure. Thinking about that mistake, the fish mother was still terrified. With tears welling in her eyes, she explained in pain, "In the end, we are just fertilizer waiting to be absorbed by that deity, becoming sacrificial offerings without even knowing it. Those blessings and graces from above turned out to be nothing but lies to deceive low-status mortals." Memories of Ming-Ji as a child flashed through her mind, and she covered her face, weeping and groaning. "My little Ming-Ji, I'm sorry, mother messed up this time. My deepest regret is that, before the world explodes, I won't be able to return to your side." Meanwhile, Ningfeng was busy diving in the eye of the storm, calling out his findings. "Wow, the surrounding space has absorbed divine power, so it's all distorted and cracked. If this continues, I'm afraid it will tear a hole right through space-time." Right in the center of the storm, a flashing badge suddenly emerged, floating. From inside the dark vortex, a slender figure slowly appeared, wearing a massive helmet on her head. This woman was none other than the resurrected Jai Ying Tongling. Spotting Ningfeng swimming below, she placed her hands on her hips and spoke invitingly. Well, I smell the trace of my own power lingering on you. So, are you willing to become a loyal servant of my vassal clan?" Hearing her invitation, Ningfeng looked back at her with suspicious caution and retorted, "What on earth is a vassal clan?" Jia Ying Tongling, knowing the man was clueless, explained flirtatiously, "A vassal clan consists of core believers who hold the highest privileges, protected by me personally. You will be free to enter and exit the divine realm. Just serve me in completing this ritual, and I will bestow bountiful blessings upon you." Hearing her rambling, Ningfeng simply replied indifferently, "I have absolutely no interest." Jia Ying Tongling laughed mockingly, scoffing that he was just as foolish as that other woman, preferring to throw away the privilege of joining the royal vassal clan just to protect mere mortals. Her mention of that woman immediately triggered a surge of thoughts in Ningfeng. The woman she was referring to was definitely Queen Ming-Ji's mother. It turned out that this parent had once flatly rejected Jia Ying Tongling to her face. Flatly rejected, Jia Ying Tongling's face instantly twisted in anger. She growled, threatening that her long slumber seemed to have made mortals forget her divine authority, and she would personally jog their memories. Finishing her threat, she unleashed an oppressive magical aura and commanded haughtily, "Kneel down, lowly mortal." Witnessing this ridiculous show of power, Ningfeng remained standing as firm as a rock, only casting a tired, speechless look at her. Not bothering to argue, Ningfeng directly countered with an overwhelmingly powerful glare. That single glance forced Jia Ying Tongling to her knees on the floor, as panic began to creep into her mind. Her expression was priceless, her mouth wide open in astonishment as she could not believe what was happening. Feeling her world crumble, she shrieked in despair, "What on earth is this? How can a deity kneel before a mortal?" Despite her humiliating position, a fire of resentment still blazed in her mind. She hissed through her teeth, swearing to make him taste agony. Grinding her teeth, she channeled her last drop of energy to stand back up, screaming in fury. Unfortunately, her legs felt like lead and wouldn't budge, forcing her to slouch in defeat. Witnessing her struggling state, Ningfeng only found it amusing, like watching a children's comedy. At that moment, a stealthy streak of light crept along the ground behind Ningfeng's back. The streak of light suddenly burst upward, intending a sneak attack from behind. His sharp instincts helped him quickly narrow his eyes in caution. In the blink of an eye, the attacker split into countless afterimages, surrounding him. However, Ningfeng calmly stood still like a stone statue. Seeing her prey fall into the trap, Jia Ying Tongling clenched her fists in joy. She mocked that a mortal who dared to despise deities should enjoy the privilege of tasting her ultimate forbidden spell. The moment she finished speaking, Ningfeng waved his hand and struck, shattering those superficial afterimages. Shocked, her eyes widened as she cried out, "What on earth is that?" Glancing at the surrounding remnants with cold eyes, he calmly noted, Well, setting up a trap. Good thing I never let my guard down." The terrifying pressure radiating from him made her break into a cold sweat, stuttering, How can a mere mortal possess such a horrific power? Oh, I get it. You must have stolen it from the omnipotent Dharma god. Hearing the omnipotent Dharma god mentioned, Ning Feng didn't bother to correct her, only staring at her quietly. Still lost in shock, she screamed furiously, cursing the traitor who dared to share sacred knowledge with mortals despite the god's tireless warnings. Memories flooded her mind. She recalled the words of Yang Yu Shenzing, "We do not force war upon you if you dislike it, but your rebellious actions go against the gods." Wang Hungui Su also warned back then, "Turn back before it's too late. Stop being stubborn, or the 11 main gods will strip your title and banish you as an evil god." Recalling the clashes between gods and mortals, she continued to argue, how can vulgar mortals control their ambition? Once they possess destructive power, they will discard all respect for their superiors. When their ambition expands out of control, they will surely be arrogant enough to challenge the status of the gods. But you mortals never understand the truth that deities are the solid pillars supporting this entire universe. Once the higher beings fall, the order of existence will lose its balance, everything will easily turn to ash, and the end of the world will knock at the door. Listening to her rant, Ning Feng kept a cold expression, not bothering to reply. Thinking he was swayed, she quickly tried to coax him, "So let us work together to complete the great resurrection. If you just nod, I promise to raise you to the vacant seat of the omnipotent Dharma god, shining as a new deity." A wave of killing intent radiated from Ning Feng as he directed a freezing gaze at her, exposing her. "Aren't deities the pillars of the universe? How ridiculous, then, that you all conspired to eliminate the omnipotent Dharma god." Speaking, he condensed a crackling ball of lightning in his palm, mocking calmly. Could it be that his existence was even more terrifying than the apocalypse itself? Sensing danger, she raised her hands in panic and screamed, "Stop, don't do anything foolish. If I disappear, the balance of the universe will break." Ning Feng threw her a sharp glare, pronouncing each word with chilling confidence. "Don't worry, even if the sky falls, I will hold it up." As soon as his words fell, a blinding violet light exploded into a haze. At the same time, Mingji's mother rushed to the scene. The shockwave from the blast forced her to shield her face, whispering in tremors, "Has the deity really risen from the grave?" At that exact moment, Ning Feng calmly appeared beside her, asking gently, "Are you all right?" His sudden presence, and the mighty bow in his hand, startled Mingji's mother for a moment. Her eyes widened as she stared at the weapon, pointing a trembling finger. "How can you hold that divine bow?" She was still haunted by how the weapon had once looked down on mortals, telling her to keep her dirty hands off. Mingji's mother added in shock, "Ever since the ritual failed, the bow has developed its own consciousness and rejects me at every turn." Ning Feng laughed to reassure her, explaining it all would be a headache. Basically, its conscious will has already vanished. Gathering her courage, she hesitantly asked, "Could I take a look at that divine artifact?" The generous youth handed her the bow directly, "No problem." Touching the item as it radiated a mysterious light, she examined it closely and murmured in surprise, "Wait, why is it like this? It seems a few lines of murderous text have appeared on the bow. What does this name, God Slayer, imply?" Instantly, the system interface popped up with a detailed notification. God Slaying Mark, an upgradable orange God-grade weapon, plus 1500 agility, increases attack speed by 120%, increases armor-piercing damage by 50%, and grants an additional 30% to both movement speed and physical critical rate. This equipment never loses durability, features Shadow Dash to create afterimages that deceive enemies during rapid movement, and allows marking to track the action trajectory of prey. The God-Slaying effect boosts all stats by 20% upon colliding with divine power. Additionally, this equipment harbors a series of unactivated ultimate skills such as Consecutive Shadow Dash, Concealed Flash Strike, Arrow Rain of the Sky, and Strike After Preparation. Looking around, Mingji's mother nodded and assessed. "The divine power surrounding us has completely dissipated. The ritual can be considered interrupted halfway." Taking the opportunity, Ning Feng asked curiously, "Tell me the whole story." Not daring to hide anything, she confessed honestly, "Yes, the truth is that I originally only wanted to find a way to restore the divine power of this artifact." Perhaps because my ability was too weak, I accidentally let it break free, causing all this destruction. You are truly our savior. I never expected an expert capable of defeating a deity to exist." She excitedly reached out to her benefactor, swearing emotionally, "From this moment on, we cut all ties with any divine worship. Please generously reveal your name so I can spread this glorious victory throughout the world." Ning Feng smiled and replied humbly, "The world is used to calling me the omnipotent Dharma God." As soon as the name reached her ears, the woman froze as if turned to stone, her face darkening. Mingji's mother's eyes clearly showed utter confusion and terror. Immediately, she bowed submissively before Ning Feng, her entire body trembling in a low posture as she pleaded, "Lord God, please forgive this humble one's foolishness. I was truly blind not to recognize your personal descent." Cessida, who was also nearby, whispered softly, "Lord God, this woman seems completely terrified by you." Han Yin, floating beside her, let out a sympathetic sigh. "Alas, having just been deceived by the very deity she worshipped, it's only natural that her mind is unstable." Holding the bow and arrow in his hand, Ning Feng bluntly informed Mingji's mother, "I will confiscate this divine artifact. There's still a lot of cleanup to do after the battle, and Mingji is probably looking forward to you lending a hand." Hearing the order, the woman obediently bowed low and complied. After responding, she rested her chin on her hand, her eyebrows knitting together, filled with anxiety. The scene shifts to the Supernova training ground. Bringing the spoils of war back to the base, Ning Feng elegantly handed the item to Wang Yue in front of the crowd. She bashfully took it with both hands and eagerly asked, "Did you favor me by awarding this to me?" Caressing the weapon, radiating a brilliant glow, Wang Yue's eyes sparkled with joy, and she choked up with excitement. "It is a divine artifact. I never dared to think I would have the honor of holding such a treasured piece of equipment." The surrounding crowd gaped in envy at the glittering toy, some admiring it while others stood dumbfounded with their mouths wide open. Keeping an enigmatic smile on his face, Ning Feng calmly added, "The reward does not stop there." Suddenly the ground shook violently and the crowd cried out in panic, "What is happening? Is it an earthquake?" Wang Yue and the others also snapped their heads up, their expressions instantly turning to stone in utter shock. A towering, glowing portal emerged from the void. Ning Feng calmly folded his arms and explained, "This is a trial secret realm custom-made for you. Its mechanism is exactly the same as the stage Du Enjai once braved." Showered with a barrage of gifts, Wang Yue was too emotional to react, her face frozen in sheer astonishment. Stroking his chin with satisfaction, Ning Feng secretly calculated in his mind, "Activating the trial secret realm means throwing open the door to the world under my control. Everyone is in the final sprint to increase their strength, so I might as well let Yue test it first." The scene shifts, and Wang Yue has now entered the land of trials. She paced forward and then stopped to look at the bizarre path, murmuring that it looked just like the skeleton of some colossal beast. Before she could finish examining it, a pack of monsters lunged out of nowhere to attack, making Wang Yue turn around in surprise. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yue drew her bowstring taut, raining arrows down upon the beasts. In the blink of an eye, all three monsters were brought down by her sharp arrows alone. Outside in the observation room, the group from the training camp stared wide-eyed at her combat on the screen, whispering in awe, "That attack power is terrifying. With these stats alone, even a 6th transition expert would be crushed by Yue." Standing apart in a corner, Ning Feng could now sense the energy waves from both Wang Yue and Mingji. The corner of his mouth curved into an amused smile as he thought to himself, "Queen Mingji has also begun her trial. What a coincidence." The setting shifts to Mingji, who is gearing up to enter the secret realm. Noticing her mother's anxiousness, Mingji turned her head to ask warmly, "What is wrong, mother? You look so pale." Her mother forced a frown, waved her hands in embarrassment, and replied, I am fine." In reality, her mind was in complete turmoil. She was anxious, unsure whether she should trust those gods, yet she did not dare to step in and stop Mingji for fear of accidentally offending the higher beings. Completely helpless, she could only stare blankly at her daughter's retreating back as it vanished into the secret realm. silently praying in her heart that Ming Ji would not encounter any danger. As soon as she set foot in the new territory, Ming Ji was immediately confronted by a pack of skull-faced wolves rushing to attack. Facing the ferocious beasts, she remained undaunted, resolutely drawing her bow to aim straight at the enemies. At the training facility, Ning Feng continued to closely monitor Ming Ji's progress. He smiled and analyzed. Different worlds bring different difficulties. Although the secret realms look identical, the monsters on Ming Ji's side are clearly much stronger than those on Blue Star. While lost in thought, he suddenly paused upon detecting an unusual detail. From Ming Ji's perspective, several mysterious locked boxes suddenly appeared in midair, leaving her lost in thought. After observing for a long time, she finally asked in confusion, "What are those things?" Ning Feng quickly closed his eyes, using his divine sense to examine the situation. On Ming Ji's battlefield, a frenzied monster charging forward was suddenly blocked by the lock on the screen. Ning Feng silently assessed. This is definitely a barrier designed to limit the knowledge Ming Ji can absorb. It is highly likely that this is Jai Ying Tong Ling's scheme to keep mortals in the dark. Remaining in a meditative state with his eyes closed, Ning Feng thought that Ming Ji seemed completely oblivious to this, proving that only a god like him could see through the existence of the barrier. He was more than capable of intervening to dismantle this restriction, but he was wary of unforeseen consequences. Returning to Ming Ji, a deep and warm voice echoed, calling her name. Recognizing the familiar voice, Ming Ji cheerfully turned her head and replied, "Divine Master." Ning Feng called out to remind her, "Take your time clearing the stage, slow down a bit. I need to verify a few things first." Receiving the command, Ming Ji raised her bow and arrow to take a defensive stance, then obediently complied, "Understood." The scene shifts outside the tower, leading to the secret realm. Ming Ji's mother remained rooted to the spot, her hands clasped tightly as she muttered prayers without ceasing. Inside, Ming Ji maintained her battle-ready stance. At the same time, Ning Feng utilized his divine sense to closely track the journeys of both Ming Ji and Wang Yue. After taking some time to understand the laws, Ning Feng opened his eyes in realization and exclaimed happily, "So that is how the mechanism works." Shifting to the tower gate, Ming Ji's mother kept her hands clasped in prayer, murmuring anxiously, "She has been in there for so long, yet her progress is so slow. What on earth has happened?" Suddenly, a sharp hand cloaked in eerie blue flames appeared on the screen. It was a giant, skeletal monster, looming forward menacingly. But before it could show off its power, a burst of blue energy struck down from above, piercing a large hole right through its chest. The culprit was a precise shot from Ming Ji. At that moment, Ning Feng's voice resonated through her subconscious, asking, "How does it feel to use?" Gripping the weapon tightly, Ming Ji shyly reported, "Divine Master, I might not be very proficient yet. I need a little more time." Hearing this, Ning Feng gently encouraged her, "There is no need to rush, take your time getting used to it." In the other dimension, Ning Feng continued to analyze the encrypted locks, pondering the issue. These restrictions are placed at crucial milestones to seal off parts of the laws of the universe. If believers want to borrow power from those laws, their only option is to sincerely pray to the gods to activate them on their behalf. However, this method creates a barrier of divine power, preventing believers from ever directly contacting the essence of the universe's laws. Over time, it will sow a blind belief in their minds that they can only rely on the gods to hope for great power. So the gods used this trick to easily manipulate mortals. While he was busy with his thoughts, the heroine Ming Ji continued to fight relentlessly against the horde of monsters. Unfortunately, a boulder suddenly fell from the ceiling, crashing right at Ming Ji's heels. Following that, countless rocks and debris rained down, and the entire space began to shake violently. Ming Ji's arm was bleeding now, but she ignored it completely. Thinking she had made a mistake, she quickly blamed herself. "1,000 apologies, Divine Master. Did I handle things too foolishly?" Seeing her self-blame, Ning Feng quickly transmitted his instructions via divine sense. "No need to ask me. Quiet your mind and feel every movement of your body carefully to see if there is any part of you that has evolved compared to before." Hearing the guidance, Ming Ji murmured to herself, After all, what is the difference compared to before? Obeying the order, Mingji closed her eyes tightly, using all her senses to listen to the strange frequencies and beats echoing in her mind. At that moment, two bat-winged demons floating in the air stealthily approached Mingji. Just as they lunged, her figure vanished without a trace, leaving the two monsters completely bewildered. Before they could recover, Mingji materialized behind their backs. By the time they reflexively turned around, deadly arrows were already pointed straight at their faces. Letting out a powerful shout, Mingji fired her arrows, attacking the two beasts. The arrows tore through the air, piercing the mushy bodies of the monsters, while high-voltage currents sent them into violent convulsions. Surprised by her own efficiency, Mingji exclaimed joyfully, "I never thought my ultimate skill could be used so flexibly before. It seems my understanding of tactics has become much deeper." Just as she was focused on dealing with the two enemies, a figure in a black cloak with three grotesque eyes on the back of his hand quietly appeared beside her. Thanks to her sharp senses, Mingji immediately detected him and finished off the enemy in the blink of an eye. At the real-world tower, the massive metal gate finally slowly creaked open. Mingji's figure emerged, instantly drawing her mother's gaze. Despite being covered in wounds, she still beamed and gestured that she was fine, cheerfully reporting, "Mother, have you been waiting long?" Seeing her daughter return safe and sound, she hurriedly opened her arms to embrace her, her eyes filled with joy as she asked about the situation inside. Receiving her mother's question, Mingji still smiled radiantly with squinted eyes and replied nonchalantly, "Mother, I failed." Seeing her daughter's joyful expression, the mother automatically misunderstood and patted her daughter's hand, happily chiming in, "Clearing the stage is wonderful." Taking a few seconds for her brain to process, she suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, crying out in shock, "What? A failure?" Mingji maintained her carefree attitude, smiling to confirm, "Yes, mother, I fell." Clenching her fist filled with energy, her daughter proudly reassured her, "But it does not matter. With the Divine Master guiding the way, I will definitely perform much better next time." Her mind overflowing with admiration for Ningfeng, Mingji's cheeks flushed red as she babbled bashfully, "The Divine Master is truly a magnificent existence. He is both gentle and incredibly wise. I cannot wait for the next trial." Looking at her daughter lost in a daydream, the mother, bewildered and confused, interrogated her. "In short, what on earth did you experience in there?" Shifting the perspective back to Ningfeng, he was still considering the problem. The believers are too accustomed to relying on divine power. Once the restrictions are lifted on a large scale, it is highly likely to cause unrest. It is best to proceed step by step with caution. Fortunately, the Blue Star region is not subjected to this barrier. Wang Yue is currently confronting a giant beast that keeps spitting fire. Ningfeng deduced, "No wonder everyone has survived so resiliently without the intervention of any gods." The giant beast opened its fiery mouth wide, unleashing a destructive attack toward Wang Yue, forcing her to roll away in an emergency dodge. As soon as she landed, she raised her bow in a defensive stance, her face tense and serious as she discharged consecutive arrows toward the enemy. The arrows tore through the air, carrying electric currents that struck the target directly, leaving the colossal monster paralyzed by electrocution. Lowering her bow, she landed majestically, a bright smile gracing her lips as she admired the neat elimination of the monster. Just then, the teleportation portal showed signs of vibration. Ningfeng calmly walked out, a smile on his lips as he approached Wang Yue. Seeing the familiar figure, she joyfully ran toward him at full speed. An emotional hug ensued, their eyes sparkling with indescribable joy. While hugging Ningfeng, Wang Yue cheered happily, "I succeeded." This excessive enthusiasm made Ningfeng involuntarily blush in embarrassment. At that exact moment, the system interface popped up with a new notification for Wang Yue. She curiously raised her head to read, "Received the grace of the gods, a reward for the one who completed the first stage." The screen shifts to a quiet study, where the trio of Ningfeng, Cessida, and Han Yin are conversing. Cessida, acting like an experienced person, analyzed, "Forbidden spells are a type of magic with terrifying power. The conditions to activate them are extremely harsh, and an ordinary mortal body absolutely cannot withstand them. Ningfeng rested his chin on one hand, tapping with the other, and asked, "So is the forbidden spell reward in the trial secret realm just a virtual item?" Cessida immediately shook her head in refusal. Absolutely not. She covered her mouth in thought and further explained to Ningfeng. History has recorded a very rare number of clan members who cleared the final trial and obtained a forbidden spell. But due to being bound by the laws of the universe, these masters were forced to ascend to the divine realm to serve beside the gods. Han Yin, who had been sitting on the sidelines, sighed in disappointment and chimed in, "What a pity. If Cessida and I had grabbed a forbidden spell back then, we could have fought side by side with the divine master now." Turning back to Wang Yue, the system notification popped up again. Inspection reveals that the adventurer class does not meet the requirements to learn the forbidden spell. The system automatically converts the reward into a class upgrade package to the Inquisitor position. The scene transitions to a large-scale research center. Su Wei was waiting in the lobby, waving his hand enthusiastically. "Great master, it has been so long since we last met." Ningfeng casually walked in with both hands in his pockets and asked, "I heard you formulated another great batch of medicine." Su Wei nodded in confirmation. "Yes, sir." The young doctor talked non-stop about the 3 newly completed medicines. All were extracted from the secret formula you bestowed upon him. They include high-grade healing potions, high-grade defense potions, and high-grade counterattack potions. These items allow users to push themselves beyond their limits in the middle of battle. Hearing this, Ningfeng raised his eyebrows and questioned, "But I recall that recipe requires many rare and hard-to-find ingredients." Hitting his pride, Su Wei clenched his hand in delight and explained, "Abundant blessings thanks to Master Capo digging up a brand new secret realm overseas, and that place happens to be overflowing with the rare herbs listed in your formula." The lens shifts to a lush, dense forest. These coordinates are the Qing Hui Lin Dian's secret realm. Du Yan was currently on duty here, his hands utilizing his power to manipulate something. The subordinate standing behind whispered in admiration, "How fortunate to have Master Capo with us. His speed in killing monsters is truly blazing fast." However, an invisible attack suddenly struck, sending Du Yan flying face first, leaving his subordinates completely dumbfounded. 2 attendants rushed to the rescue in terror. The one wearing glasses ran while screaming in panic for Master Capo. Du Yan was now heavily injured, clutching a fatal wound that was continuously bleeding from his chest. As soon as the bespectacled man arrived, Du Yan grabbed his arm tightly. The painful grip made the lackey jump in terror. With his face covered in wounds, Du Yan gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain as he hissed, "Run now." Witnessing the horrifying event, the 2 subordinates felt goosebumps, and the one behind pointed a trembling finger toward the darkness ahead. While they struggled to heave Du Yan up, from the depths of the bushes, 2 eerie, blood-red eyes stared down coldly at them. Shifting back to the headquarters, Zheng Jiasheng arrived dripping with sweat, begging in a panic, "Great master, please stretch out your hand to save my master's life." At the medical area, the emergency room door was pushed wide open. On the hospital bed, Du Yan was gasping for air as Su Ting and Chang Muqiu exerted all their efforts to treat him. Ningfeng and Zheng Jiasheng were also present at the scene. Ningfeng, with his hands in his pockets, turned to ask Jiasheng for the details of the situation. He reported that his master had been stealthily ambushed in the secret realm, and the attacker's identity was completely unknown. Having gathered the information, Ningfeng stroked his chin in deep analysis. Even though Capo was significantly weakened after losing his shadow guards, whoever beat him to this state must possess power far exceeding that of ordinary monsters on Blue Star. The pet man hovered around the hospital bed, raising her nose to sniff the patient's blood. Cessida and Han Yin hovered above. She turned to ask her colleague, "Do you recognize this smell?" Han Yin nodded with a stern face. "It is indeed an extremely familiar scent." The lens shifts straight to the dense thicket of the Qing Hui secret realm. A harsh interrogation of a mushroom stalk was taking place here. The figure standing in front barked, "Why did you let those people escape?" Hearing this, the mushroom frantically waved its hands to explain, I was just a little careless. The threatener was a Shu Yao. He glared at the little mushroom and scolded, "You little brat, I favored you with an opportunity to show your ability, but your performance was utterly dreadful." The image of the two runts carrying Du Yan to safety still lingered in his mind. Shu Yao gritted his teeth and analyzed, "Those outsiders are yearning to destroy our territory. They are plotting to take all of our lives. Today you went easy and let them escape. Tomorrow they will bring a mighty army here to wipe this place out." Shu Yao jabbed his finger and hissed with his head lowered, "Your disastrous mistake will push the entire secret realm into a dead end. Are you planning to drag our whole clan down?" Hearing those threats, the mushroom broke out in a cold sweat of fear. The tiny mushroom could only repeatedly beg, "1,000 apologies, I am truly sorry. I guarantee I will never disappoint you again." Examining the mushroom's frail physique, Shu Yao secretly calculated in his mind, "This brat is a hidden boss that I accidentally summoned not long ago. Its strength is terrifying beyond imagination. Unfortunately, its intelligence is flawed, and its stubborn temperament makes it very hard to train." After pondering for a while, a sinister smile appeared on his lips. He planned to exploit this lack of mind to turn the mushroom into an effective henchman. As long as he held this pawn, Shu Yao's ambition to conquer the world would soon become a reality. The camera pans back to Ning Feng's group. Han Yin timidly reported the matter, "Divine Master, this toxicity bears the exact imprint of a skill belonging to one of your retainers." Hearing this, Ning Feng cast an inquisitive glance at Du Yan on the hospital bed. Han Yin bit her lip and explained in more detail, "That guy goes by the name of Ma Ji. He is a mage specializing in manipulating the wood element. If compared in combat power, he is definitely at the top of our ranks." Hearing the word top, Ning Feng raised his eyebrows and asked back, "That's strong." Cessida, standing by, hurriedly chimed in, "Previously, I told you about a small group of outstanding individuals who cleared the final stage and obtained forbidden spells. That madman is precisely one of those rogue elements." Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Han Yin shivered as she further analyzed. "If he has also lost his memory like the subordinates, I fear we will have to face an extremely troublesome enemy." The screen shifts again to the deep area of the Qing Hui Lin Dian. Amidst the endless trees, a massive concentration of magic power was gathering. Laughing loudly, it promised Shu Yao that the moment of opening the space was drawing near. Seizing the opportunity, Shu Yao pandered, "I will swallow the outside world into our territory." The mushroom, hiding nearby in the bushes, accidentally overheard the entire conversation. Sensing that he was being watched, Shu Yao snapped his head back, glaring at the mushroom and snapping, "You brat, what is wrong with you?" Startled by the scolding, the mushroom's face turned pale. It waved its hands in denial, I am fine." Walking away dejectedly, the word brat inadvertently triggered a faint memory, leaving it in a daze as it searched for a familiar figure who used to affectionately call it that, someone who must have pampered it to the utmost. The mushroom's stealthy gaze fixed on the energy source and Shu Yao again. Its mind was still in a muddle, thinking this guy might be its benefactor from the past, but there was one problem. When I launched an attack against those invading strangers, a sudden sense of familiarity welled up. It was precisely because of that damn feeling that I could not bring myself to strike ruthlessly. Clutching its head in despair, the mushroom racked its brain to piece together the past, but was utterly helpless. It knew full well that it was missing a crucial fragment of memory, but everything remained hazy. In the end, what could it do to escape this predicament? At that moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a giant vortex materialized, bringing continuous flashes of lightning. Hiding behind a tree trunk, the mushroom shrunk its neck and muttered, "The entrance has opened." Witnessing the grand spectacle, Shu Yao laughed excitedly and ordered, "Get ready, brat. There will be plenty of prey entering in the next wave." The camera pans to follow Ning Feng and his two companions who are rushing toward a location. As soon as they set foot on the ground, Jia Sheng hurriedly grabbed a nearby man to ask about the situation. The staff member replied in embarrassment, "Mr. Zheng, my apologies, we themselves do not know the truth of the matter either." The response made Jia Sheng's curiosity surge even more. The employee pointed toward the fog shrouding the distant village and reported, That area is being swallowed by the secret realm. The affected area is massive, but the monsters appearing are extremely sparse. The task force has evacuated all residents, so casualties are nearly zero. The only trouble is that the enemy remains completely silent, which makes us highly uneasy. Hearing the report, Zheng Jiasheng turned his head to look at Ning Feng, stroking his chin in speculation. Boss, maybe the monsters inside are hiding and gathering energy to unleash a devastating blow. Ning Feng remained in pensive silence. Han Yin, hovering behind, nodded in agreement and added, "It is also not ruled out that they have other schemes." At the deepest center of the secret realm, an army of leaf people-shaped warriors was assembling in a long line, the eyes of each glowing with an intimidating light. Xu Yao stood majestically with hands on his hips in the middle of the formation, tossing his chin to order the low-level soldiers. "You fools, stop taking root here. Quickly lead the troops out to attack the enemy for me." The mushroom quickly hid behind his back, its whole body trembling as it whimpered, I am so scared. Could you go with me?" Hearing this, Xu Yao snapped around, glaring at the little mushroom and snapping, "I said go quickly. Stop blabbering nonsense and making a fool of yourself." With that, he turned on his heel. At that exact moment, as if receiving a mysterious message, he muttered, "The trees are sending me news." Having grasped the situation, he immediately whirled around and shouted, "The enemy is heading straight this way." Sweat beaded on Xu Yao's forehead. He made quick calculations in his head. With the enemy arriving so rapidly, I fear I cannot handle it alone. Could I be stuck here to face the music with this mushroom? Having finished his thoughts, Xu Yao dashed straight toward the teleportation portal. Seeing this, the little mushroom asked in panic, "Where is the leader going?" He only turned his head and spat, "Brat, worry about clearing the pests blocking the way over there. If you fail, do not even think about returning here." Hearing those heartless words, the little mushroom's tears flowed like rain. It hurriedly reached out its hand, clinging pitifully, "Please do not abandon me." The little mushroom ran at full speed, chasing after Xu Yao, and resolutely threw itself toward the teleportation portal. However, just as it popped its face in, Xu Yao grabbed its leg, lifted it up, and ruthlessly threw it back out. Thrown onto the ground with no sympathy, the little mushroom could only stare blankly as the portal slammed shut before its eyes. It scrambled to its feet, its face filled with grief, its hands still persistently reaching forward, begging, "Please, do not leave me behind." This scene reminded it of the cold back of a person who had abandoned it years ago. Back then, it had also reached out its hand in despair and begged in the exact same way, "No, please do not abandon me." Recalling that painful memory, the little mushroom wept and sobbed in self-pity once more. The heartless figure who turned back then was none other than the almighty Divine Master. The flashback carries the little mushroom back to the old days, the moment it was cowering on the ground, its face pale with terror before the man standing in front of it. The almighty Divine Master, in majestic armor and with long hair, glanced at the tiny creature with eyes as cold as ice and spoke, "Little brat, why did you suddenly attack me?" The little mushroom trembled and stammered, "I thought you came to capture me too." It raised its tragic eyes to look at him, its voice choking up as it poured out its grievances. "I do not know why, but whenever anyone sees me, they always want to tie me up and drag me away." Hearing the small creature's laments, he merely replied calmly, "Little runts like you are indeed extremely rare and hard to find food sources and ingredients." As soon as the words left his mouth, the little mushroom startled and let out a shrill shriek. Only then did he slowly extend his hand forward, his voice turning gentler, "But your magic aptitude is quite decent. Little brat, would you like to follow me as an apprentice?" The memory screen shifts to the study. Han Yin curiously examined the mushroom, smacked her lips, and asked, "Divine Master, is this the kid you mentioned before?" Cessida, standing nearby, could not contain her excitement and gasped, "Oh my, so cute." The almighty Divine Master was currently seated on an armchair. As for the timid little mushroom, it was peekabooing behind his leg. He let out a hearty laugh. "This kid's ability and diligence have astonished me." In just a flash, it cleared the trial, soaring all the way from the lowest-tier world to here. Cessida, who had been admiring the little mushroom for a while, commented, but it looks rather afraid of strangers, does it not? Hearing her question, the Divine Master explained to ease her mind. Whenever I am away, this kid is often eyed and stalked by others, so it must always stay highly alert. Han Yin bent down close to the little mushroom, rubbing her chin with an appreciative look. I have to admit, it looks quite delicious. Hearing those words, the small creature's heart skipped a beat, cold sweat pouring down like a shower as it wailed aloud. Seeing the tiny creature scared out of its wits, Seseda did not hesitate to fly straight over and kick Han Yin into a corner. She smiled warmly, gently reaching out to welcome the little mushroom and comforting it. Little one, just ignore that dark green guy. From now on, live in the same house with me, okay? Very quickly, the little mushroom and Seseda hit it off, the two happily sitting together as companions in a room filled with books. Without warning, the little mushroom soared into the air, its entire body emitting a brilliant radiance. Witnessing this, Seseda excitedly clapped her hands in applause. Your ability is truly top tier, you have already cleared this rank. Seeing the blazing speed of promotion, Han Yin mumbled, Suddenly, I feel like such a useless waste. Overhearing this, Seseda, standing nearby, immediately doused him with cold water. You have always been a useless waste. What is new about that? Only then did the Divine Master, who had been standing by, look down at the small creature and gently ask, Little brat, is there something on your mind you want to share with me? The little mushroom timidly took step after step toward him, its face showing clear unease as it asked hesitantly, Divine Master, once your subordinate has set foot in the divine realm, can I be exempted from killing? Sweat poured down the little mushroom's smooth forehead as it nervously explained, Honestly, I detest fighting with a passion. I only force myself to grow stronger to survive, so I thought, if I could settle permanently in the divine realm, I probably would not have to strain myself to compete anymore. Fully understanding the small creature's heart, the Almighty Divine Master gave it a warm smile and nodded in agreement. Very well, I promise you. Once you enter the divine realm, you can do whatever you like. No one will force you. After some time had passed, the Almighty Divine Master joyfully announced to the little mushroom, Congratulations, little brat, on completing the supreme trial. A warm welcome to you as you join the divine realm. Hearing the thrilling news, the little mushroom threw its arms wide open and rushed toward him, cheering loudly, I did it. From then on, the little mushroom's life in the divine realm passed in boundless joy, leisurely playing with clouds, chasing butterflies, and tending to flowers and plants day after day. Until one day, the Divine Master went through the trouble of finding the little mushroom and spoke hesitantly, Little one, I might need to ask you to head over to another world to search for a treasure for me. Hearing this, the little mushroom's face changed color as it replied in confusion, Are you going to drive me away? Seeing that it was oversensitive, the Divine Master laughed, patted its shoulder to reassure it. Basically, my schedule has been jammed lately and I cannot move anywhere, so I must rely entirely on you. Hearing his explanation, although the little mushroom's heart was thumping with fear, it still nodded obediently. Yes, I understand. I will quickly complete the mission and fly back soon. The scene now transitions directly to a majestic, freezing snow-capped mountain. The little mushroom had just arrived in this area. It sluggishly clung to the steep cliff to pluck a branch of snow flower, mumbling with joy, I finally found it. I will pluck it quickly and then head home. But just as it snapped the fragile snow flower branch, it seemed to detect something terrible and cried out in alarm, Oh no. Clutching the flower branch tightly, the little mushroom's face turned pale in utter panic. Why has the connection between me and the divine realm snapped like this? Standing in the middle of a raging blizzard, the tiny creature screamed in despair, Divine Master, please do not abandon me in this place. At the same time, in another development, a high-ranking official was speaking solemnly to the crowd, proclaiming that the almighty magic god was a heretical belief and had been eliminated by the alliance of the 11 chief gods. From this moment on, anyone who dared to worship the magic god would be branded a heretic and would never be tolerated. In the deep silence of the forest, a mysterious figure shrouded in a black cloak silently emerged. Pulling up his collar, he ran headlong into the deep waters of the ancient forest, not daring to look back even once. It turned out that the dark figure was the little mushroom, who was completely clueless about the current situation, muttering in confusion about how chaotic every corner had become, wondering what on earth was wrong with this world. Lost in its tangled thoughts, a sudden surge of killing intent ambushed it, making it jump in fright. With no way out, the little mushroom had to muster all its strength to block a fatal blow from the hidden assailant. The two colossal forces collided violently, creating an explosion that shook heaven and earth. While the little mushroom was still standing there dazed and utterly confused, a sinister voice echoed, "Caught you at last, so there are still remnants of the evil god's faction who slipped through the net." The burly man opposite him stepped forward slowly, carrying an oversized axe on his shoulder, his overwhelming killing intent pressing down heavily. As soon as the little mushroom saw his face, it recognized him and called him out. "I remember you. You belong to the kin of Quang Zhu Zhanzhu, don't you? Why did you attack me for no reason?" The warrior sneered in mockery. "Stop acting so innocent. The evil god you worship has been beaten to a pulp. Isn't that why you're running for your life right now?" The little mushroom frowned, its voice trembling with shock. "So the rumors out there are true. Was Lord God Master ganged up on and torn apart by the other gods? How did it come to this?" The warrior did not bother to reply, brutally swinging his axe in a direct slash toward the small prey, roaring arrogantly. "To think the evil god had the leisure to take in such a rare magical creature. Slicing you up thin for a barbecue will surely taste amazing." No sooner had his arrogant words left his mouth than his eyes widened in shock, a flash of panic crossing his pupils. The little mushroom did not hesitate to unleash its ultimate power, calling down rumbling thunder. Its eyes shone with authority as it locked its gaze onto the warrior and shouted, "If you know what's good for you, tell me everything." With those words, the little mushroom charged forward like a bullet, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. The warrior was no pushover either, leaping forward with his axe to meet the challenge. But in the blink of an eye, the bulky axe was firmly locked by the little mushroom's power. The giant strained his neck trying to pull his weapon back, but it was completely in vain. In the end, he was blasted far away by the little mushroom's strike. Furious to the extreme, he gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, silently horrified in his heart, to think the evil god could cultivate such a powerful subordinate. If fought in the home ground of the divine realm, its destructive power would surely be even more terrifying. But strange, why didn't we see this brat when the gods clashed? While the warrior was distracted, the little mushroom summoned countless vines that tore through the earth, rushing forward to wrap around the target. The warrior's entire body was tightly bound by the magical vines, unable to budge, leaving him to roar helplessly in madness. Casting a razor-sharp gaze at her enemy, the little mushroom growled each word, "Speak, where is Lord God Master?" Hearing this, the warrior suddenly let out a cold, triumphant laugh, then smirked provocatively. "He was ganged up on by several gods and heavily wounded. He's probably kicked the bucket in some corner by now, but if you're so eager to know more." Suddenly, his eye sockets glowed with a sinister red light, his facial muscles contorting savagely as he roared with delight. "I have just sent a signal to summon my Lord God Master. I bet he would be absolutely delighted to answer all your questions." Upon hearing his threat, the little mushroom involuntarily began to tremble like a leaf, muttering in despair. "We're doomed. If Quang Zhu Zhanzhu descends in person, how can my meager life withstand a god's incarnation?" The tangled vines wrapped around the warrior exploded into tiny pieces in an instant. Freeing himself, he stood there with a face of utmost fury. Channeling all his rage into the axe in his hand, a crimson energy instantly surged, crackling with electricity and enveloping his weapon. Without any mercy, he delivered a devastating slash toward the tiny creature, causing the little mushroom to take the full brunt of the vicious blow. With just one strike, the little mushroom was sent flying into the air, flipping several times before crashing face first onto the cold ground. Lying flat on the ground, a trickle of blood at the corner of its mouth, the little mushroom endured the bone-deep pain and whispered, "Lord God Master, have you really abandoned me?" Like a miracle, a brilliant golden halo tore through the dark space. From the midst of that ethereal light, Ning Feng stepped out majestically. Two figures followed leisurely behind, as Ning Feng stood proudly in a dominant position, looking down at the pitiful creature. It turned out that the two people accompanying him were Han Yin and Seseda. Brought back to reality, the little mushroom was still lying on the ground. Its face stained with tears, dimly catching sight of Ning Feng's figure, it whimpered, "Am I about to die? How could I have such a vivid hallucination?" Han Yin trotted over, squatted down, and rubbed the little mushroom's head with his finger, teasing, "Hey kid, we meet again." Still unable to scramble to its feet, the little mushroom whimpered to confirm, "Lord God Master Seseda, Han Yin, is it really you guys in the flesh?" Seseda, peeking out from behind Ning Feng, happily chimed in, "Well, who else would it be?" Ning Feng walked right up to the little mushroom, looked at its tattered appearance, and offered a gentle smile. Encouraged by this, the little mushroom let its emotions run free, spreading its arms and stumbling eagerly toward Ning Feng. It clung tightly to his calf, sobbing uncontrollably as its wails grew louder and louder. Han Yin stood with folded arms, staring at the tearful reunion, shaking his head and clicking his tongue. "I told you so, this kid is as timid as a mouse. I bet it wouldn't dare show its face outside. Even if it became a hidden boss or entered a secret realm, its cowardly nature remains exactly the same." Hearing him tease, Seseda could only smile, offering no words in defense. Only then did the little mushroom stop whimpering, looking up at Ning Feng with a miserable face. "Lord God Master, is it because I'm too useless and cowardly that you got tired of me and stopped caring about me?" Hearing that aggrieved tone, Ning Feng chuckled in denial. "Nonsense, if we disliked you, why would we travel all this way to find you?" The group of four gathered in reunion, as Seseda sat down to stroke the little mushroom's soft head, making it nod happily in delight. Meanwhile, deep inside the ancient forest, at a teleportation portal, a pair of stealthy eyes was peering out curiously. Shu Yao took in the entire strange scene, wondering in utter confusion what on earth was going on here. As for the little mushroom, upon realizing that the one it had just beaten to a pulp was Du Yan, it felt extremely guilty. "Oh dear, so he is also a follower of Lord God Master. I am terribly sorry. I can personally help detoxify him so he can quickly recover." Hearing this, Ning Feng gestured with his hand. "All right, once we clean up the remnants of this secret realm intrusion, we will quickly pack up and head home." The little mushroom quickly withdrew its magical aura, eagerly saying, "You don't need to worry about such a trivial matter, just leave it all to me." No sooner said than done. The little mushroom quickly cast a spell to create a massive teleportation portal for the group. It obediently followed in Ning Feng's footsteps, stepping into the spatial vortex. However, as soon as they emerged on the other side, the scene before them left both of them dumbfounded in astonishment. For some reason, Shu Yao and the entire Leaf Army were kneeling flat on the ground toward the little mushroom, shouting in unison, "A warm and victorious welcome to our leader." Although still feeling resentful inside, Shu Yao had to swallow his pride, clasping his hands and bowing his head in absolute obedience. Witnessing the crowd suddenly submitting so obediently, Ning Feng pointed directly at them and asked in bewilderment, "Little mushroom, what kind of script is playing out here?" The little mushroom itself was utterly clueless as to when Shu Yao had humbled himself to worship it so much, and did not know how to explain it. Shu Yao kept his head bowed, sweat dripping from his forehead as he explained tremblingly, "Previously, because I was blind and acted rudely, I apologize 1,000 times and hope your greatness, in consideration of our brotherhood sharing trials to preserve the secret realm, will forgive us. From this day on, we brothers swear life and death loyalty to you, with absolutely no thoughts of betrayal." Hearing those grand vows, the little mushroom looked up in confusion, seeking help from Ning Feng, "Lord God Master." Reading the little mushroom's mind, Ning Feng gave a gentle, encouraging smile. "Just follow your heart and make your own decision." In a moment of hesitation, the little mushroom recalled a past memory when it had pleaded with the Almighty God, asking if it could skip fighting, and the God Master back then had also smiled gently and said, "Sure, as long as you're happy, it's approved." Those words melted the little mushroom's heart, bringing tears to its eyes as it silently admired. "My Lord God Master is indeed consistent from beginning to end, not changing in the slightest." However, it was different now, so the little mushroom silently made up its mind and slowly closed its eyes. In the blink of an eye, the little mushroom unleashed a sharp magic. summoning jade-green flames that incinerated Xu Yao on the spot. Caught off guard by the sudden roasting, he screamed in panic, "Oh my God, spare my life, don't kill me." In response was the razor-sharp, merciless gaze of the little mushroom, as it declared solemnly, "What I detest most in this world are those who stab their comrades in the back. From now on, I will also bravely take up arms to protect those who are important to me." Scene cuts back to the familiar research base. The little mushroom at this moment relapsed into its cowardly habit, peeking out from behind Ning Feng's leg. He looked down at it and encouraged, "Mushroom, your courage has certainly leveled up." Seeing that Du Yan's complexion had gradually returned to normal as he rested against the bed, the little mushroom spoke timidly, "Forgive me 1,000 times, it was an accident that I hurt you, I sincerely apologize." Hearing the sincere apology, Du Yan gently placed his hand on his chest and smiled. "No blame at all, after all, you dedicatedly detoxified me, and now there is nothing wrong with my body." Regardless of how reassuring Du Yan sounded, the little mushroom still clung tightly to Ning Feng's trousers, trembling with a sorrowful and anxious face. Ning Feng shifted his gaze to Du Yan, speaking gently, "Capo, it has been really hard on you lately. Take a few days to rest and recover." Pleased by his superior's concern, Du Yan replied cheerfully, "It was no trouble at all. Being able to fight and contribute alongside everyone makes me happy." Hearing the satisfying reply, Ning Feng stroked his chin in contemplation, thinking that over this period, Capo had shown quite an impressive and reliable attitude, and he should find some good reward to compensate him when the opportunity arose. At that very moment, the little mushroom suddenly felt its head spin. Unable to stand for another second, it collapsed heavily onto the floor, giving everyone a fright as they frantically called out its name. The little mushroom's entire body turned a dull black as it struggled to lift its head, whispering to Ning Feng, "Lord God Master, don't panic, I am fine, just feeling a little tired." Han Yin rushed over in a flash, scooping the little mushroom up to rest snugly in his palm. Seeing it faint in Han Yin's arms, Ning Feng silently understood the issue. To save the mushroom, he had used up the very last fragment of the world heart, and now it had exerted itself, depleting its energy to detoxify Capo, so collapsing from exhaustion was completely natural. Diagnosing the cause, Ning Feng stepped forward and directly infused his own spiritual energy into the little mushroom. He muttered to himself, "First, let's dissolve its physical form, then I'll have to take the team to grind for more resources to nourish it." With just a single magical movement from Ning Feng, the little mushroom's body shrank and completely vanished from Han Yin's hands. The scene shifted deep down to the abyssal waters, right at the location of the portal. Recognizing Ming Ji's approaching figure, Ning Feng asked, "Is something the matter, Ming Ji?" She excitedly opened her palm to show a radiant gem, exclaiming, "The world heart fragment you've been searching for, I've managed to dig one up." Receiving the good news like striking gold, Ning Feng was overjoyed. He thought to himself, "Fortunately, I can now connect the two worlds, which expands the search range for rare items infinitely." On that note, Ning Feng invited Ming Ji, "Do you want to pack your bags and explore the secret realm of the world heart with me?" Hearing the invitation, Ming Ji clenched her hands and jumped with joy. "Do I have the honor of accompanying you? That would be wonderful." The scene instantly jumped to a mysterious, unnamed secret realm. The lineup consisting of Ming Ji, the veteran heretic, and a guard had fully assembled. Standing before the unfamiliar scenery, all three were somewhat astonished. Ning Feng was also present by now, spreading his arms to release his abundant energy, bathing the surrounding space with life force. Witnessing that terrifying amount of spiritual energy, the old heretic could not help but marvel. Well, such a pure natural power, this is indeed the blessing from Lord God Master's hand." In the other corner, Ning Feng calmly continued to manifest his power in a leisurely manner. Luck was on his side, and he immediately looted a pair of premium boots. System interface immediately popped up with the detailed stats of the loot. Spirit invading boots, ranked as an orange tier supreme artifact apparel. Spirit points buffed by 1,200, movement speed increased by 100%, and health regeneration also boosted by 100%. Natural resistance stood firmly at 50%, with magic critical damage increased by 20%. Durability is eternal, allowing unlimited use without worrying about wear. Bonus effect: basic attacks carry natural attributes, with a 20% chance to paralyze the opponent. The Forest Patrol skill makes traversing rugged terrain in mountainous areas as easy as pie, though the full set effect is not yet activated. Attached high-tier spell set: Wall of Thorns, Giant Swamp Spear, Life Infusion. In particular, the Natural Seal and the Little Mushroom's Spirit Soul have been protected under divine power, directly embedded into these boots without fear of dispersing. Hiding in a secluded corner in the distance, a pair of mysterious eyes was locked onto Ning Feng's every spellcasting movement. This person silently evaluated in his mind, this mage's level is quite decent, yet he's actually taking on the support role. He smirked with a wicked smile, continuing to think, but you guys are being too arrogant. Leaving a squishy mage so exposed without any protection is practically throwing away his life. With his scheme decided, he transformed into an afterimage, rushing toward Ning Feng in the blink of an eye. In an instant, he was positioned right behind Ning Feng's neck, his blood-red eyes flashing with greedy hunger, as he murmured, "Fresh blood delivered to my doorstep." Ning Feng immediately sensed his presence and prepared himself. The stalker opened his mouth, revealing a pair of sharp fangs aimed straight at Ning Feng's neck to bite down, laughing wildly. "I gladly accept this meal." Before the fangs could even touch his skin, Ning Feng spun around and delivered a devastating punch straight to the guy's face, unleashing a combo of 3 spells at once: freezing, weakening, and paralysis. Taking the full force of Ning Feng's heavy punch, the guy flew backward like a piece of scrap paper, crashing headfirst into the ground and creating a dusty explosion. Lying flat at the bottom of the crater in a frozen, motionless state, he could hardly believe his eyes at this tragic end. His bloodshot eyes now held nothing but utter astonishment. At the same time, Ning Feng, along with Mingji's trio, slowly approached, surrounding and closely observing the enemy as if looking at a strange creature. The weary vampire knelt down, raising both hands to surrender, while his mouth mumbled a string of strange sounds that no one could understand. Ning Feng turned his head to ask the queen, "What on earth is he chanting?" She replied flatly, "We are also completely in the dark and don't understand a thing." Feeling aggrieved, he tremblingly poked the ice crystals on his mouth, worrying to himself, "With my face so numb and freezing cold, how am I supposed to pronounce anything properly?" After a while, seeing the language barrier, he switched to gestures, extending his hand toward the path ahead, while repeatedly banging his head against the ground in front of Ning Feng. The old heretic stroked his beard, analyzing the situation. "It seems he is volunteering to be our guide in exchange for us sparing his worthless life." Ning Feng cast a cold glance at the kneeling vampire, declaring, "Then crawl along behind me and don't even think about playing tricks." The group wound their way into a dark, gloomy forest with barren trees, beneath a thick, dark cover of heavy clouds. Suddenly, a flock of hideous vampires with blood-red eyes flapped their bat wings and dived straight down to attack. As if pre-programmed, Mingji's soldiers immediately rushed to the front line to defend with shields, while the backlane unleashed a barrage of covering fire. Mingji drew her bowstring tight, letting loose an arrow that sliced through the air and flew straight toward a target. The monstrous figure dodged to escape his demise, turning back to point and mock the queen. But his joy was short-lived, as a second arrow followed closely behind, piercing his body and burning him to ashes, leaving his comrades frozen in shock. Mingji focused entirely on the battle, delighted that she was becoming more and more proficient with the ultimate skill bestowed by her Lord God Master, thinking that at this rate, she would soon unlock and undergo a new trial. Ning Feng scanned the surroundings, muttering, "It seems the monster ecosystem in this area is entirely composed of vampires." The vampire guide timidly peeked at him and nodded in alarm, "Yes, that is correct." He glanced sideways at the guide and said in surprise, "Oh, you can speak human language now." The guy stammered back, "Yes, just a little bit, sir." And so Mater began to ramble about his grievances, explaining that many years ago, his homeland was ambushed by this vampire army. They were too overwhelming, completely wiping out and destroying their world. The man ruling that gloomy castle over there is none other than Count Markov. He was originally a human from this realm, but out of fear of death, he sold his soul to the devil, willingly turning into a vampire to help the invaders conquer and ravage this world, which is why those invading forces withdrew and left him in charge. Ningfeng narrowed his eyes at the man, questioning, "So in short, do you have any relation to Count Markov?" The guy sadly confessed, "My name is Mater, the illegitimate son of the old Count, so Markov is actually my half-brother." The perspective immediately shifted to a pitch-black castle, exuding a desolate and gloomy aura atop a snowy mountain. A muscular man carrying a sword on his shoulder stepped out leisurely, his entire body radiating surging killing intent wrapped in a red light. His eyes widened as he roared, "Mater, so it is you, you fool, what's this, planning to borrow the strength of outsiders to overthrow my seat of power?" The vampire accompanying Ningfeng spat in protest, "Nonsense, I have absolutely no interest in your trashy power. My lord, please do not believe his rambling, I would never dare to use you." Without wasting another second, Mingji drew her bow and fired a magical arrow straight at the enemy. The old count reacted swiftly, swinging his sword to slice it in half, creating a blinding flash of red lightning. He sneered in contempt, "Trying to take my life with these petty tricks, utterly ridiculous." But before his smile could fade, his eyes widened and his mouth fell open in astonishment at another development. Ningfeng had already leisurely climbed onto his throne at some point. Wiggling to test its comfort, he commented, "Well, this chair is quite comfortable. It would be perfect if there were some snacks to munch on here." Insulted on his own throne, the count furiously swung his sword and charged straight at Ningfeng, roaring, "All of you go to hell." But before he could even touch his opponent's clothes, another movement distracted him and caught his attention. The entire lineup of Mingji, her soldiers, and the old heretic had banded together to launch an attack on the old count. Sitting cross-legged on the throne, Ningfeng smiled and nodded at the queen. Mingji's combat aptitude is not bad, bursting with energy in battle, getting stronger as she fights, with very clear progress, as long as her allies pave the way to create a platform for her to shine. More arrows flew from Mingji's hands, this time pinning directly into the count, making him freeze for a few seconds. The flesh-tearing pain caused the count to howl savagely. He glared spitefully at Ningfeng's group, a crimson light appearing to envelop his broken body. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, "I will curse you all to eternal damnation." Before being completely consumed by the bloodlight, he let out a cold laugh. "You will all suffer the same tragic fate as me. Everyone will become obedient servants serving the vampire king." Mingji and the old heretic were startled when they suddenly noticed a deep red mark appearing on the back of their hands. Even on Ningfeng's hand, that cursed seal was glowing and flashing. He frowned, looking down with a grim face at the vampire mark branded on his skin. Mater stood nearby, laughing triumphantly. "Oh, he was willing to sacrifice his very life to cast this extremely toxic curse. You guys are finished this time." The system interface immediately updated the passive skill, Wasteland Defense. When taking a hit, this skill automatically activates a shield, and all damage is absorbed 100% by Wasteland Eradication. The tolerance level is equal to the power that Wasteland Eradication can output. After the sweep ends, Wasteland Eradication will slowly recover. Ningfeng muttered, "At this rate, I am completely immune to all physical attacks." Another passive skill was reported, Vicious Retribution. The main function is to block all attacks aimed at the brain and reflect 100 times the damage back to the caster, meaning it also grants immunity to all spiritual damage. He pensively rubbed the seal on his hand, realizing that the troublesome thing about this kind of curse was that it did not fall under the physical category, nor was it part of the spiritual system. So this time, he had actually fallen into a trap. Mater pointed his finger directly at Ningfeng's face, laughing excitedly, "Congratulations on clearing the way to free my brother. From this moment, you officially become his replacements, taking on the role of dedicated slaves to the vampire king." Instantly, the seals on Ningfeng's hand and the others simultaneously erupted with blinding red light. At the dome of the ceiling, a bizarre bloody vortex suddenly tore through space and opened. From within that dark void, an ancient vampire with silver-gray hair slowly descended. He scanned Ning Feng's entire group with his eyes. Haha, another batch of fresh blood slaves. Do not panic, this old man has no interest in finishing you off so easily. Because from this moment on, you will be demoted to the lowest slaves, bending your backs to serve me for eternity. Before he could finish his sentence, the old vampire's right arm suddenly raised into the air on its own. Bam! A loud slap echoed as that very hand swung out, landing a burning slap right on the vampire lord's face. Mingji froze for 5 seconds, asking in bewilderment, why is he slapping himself repeatedly like that? The vampire king, holding his cheek in confusion, stared at his right arm. Damn it, my right hand has suddenly lost control. Smack, another heavy slap made him spit blood, yet that possessed arm still refused to spare his face. He could only howl helplessly under a continuous rain of self-inflicted slaps, truly a terrifying sight. Ming Ji's entire gang, the minor soldiers, and the old heretic all stood frozen, completely speechless at this absurd comedy. Only Ning Feng smiled in satisfaction. This is what I call making full use of straying will. Utilizing the curse as a medium, I have more than enough power to manipulate and force him to end himself. The system quickly popped up a notification for the active skill, Straying Will, belonging to the Dark Forbidden Spell category. Any prey caught in the forbidden spell is continuously cursed, and the caster has the absolute ability to read and manipulate the enemy's mind as easily as pie. On the other side, the vampire lord screamed in terror as he found his hand automatically holding a sword to his own throat. Which terrifying manipulator is pulling my strings? Please show mercy. I swear to serve you as your loyal hound. Ning Feng smirked coldly, mimicking the exact words from before. Calm down, how could I bear to send you to heaven so peacefully? His eyes rolled back in shock as he realized, so the culprit is actually you. Ning Feng got straight to the point. However, to have your life spared, there are conditions. The old man trembled, staring at him with deep resentment. The screen quickly transitioned to a peaceful wooden cabin nestled in a lush green valley. Ning Feng nodded toward the man opposite him. Capo, it's your turn to show your skills. The man bowed respectfully. By your command, Lord God Master. Capo pressed his hand against the red mark on the back of his hand, chanting the name 3 times in quick succession. Nai Nam. Instantly, a brilliant red light erupted from the seal, leaving even Capo dumbfounded in surprise. The vampire lord materialized, meekly kneeling on one knee and placing his hand over his left chest, swearing obediently, My master, this humble servant begs to offer absolute loyalty to you until my last breath. Capo stared at him as if he were an alien object, muttering, This high-ranking vampire is several tiers above me. How on earth is he obediently calling me master? If I gathered all the pets I've ever summoned, they probably couldn't withstand half a snap of his fingers. The vampire king was submissive on the outside, but crying a river of tears on the inside. How bitter, fighting fire with fire, using my own curse to chain me as a summoned beast. Filled with extreme resentment but completely powerless, he could only torment himself. There's no way out anyway, just sending any random pawn from their side would be enough to crush me into the mud. Ning Feng patted Man's head while laughing merrily. Let this little brat consume all your old summoned creatures, and I'll compensate you with a brand new minion. The only catch is that the summoning duration is quite short, so it can only be deployed in crucial, tide-turning situations. Capo was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you infinitely, my lord. This body of mine vows to support you with all my heart until old age. The vampire king standing beside him could only make a wry face and agree, Yes, I share the same aspiration. Ning Feng fell back into his personal calculations. Clearing this vampire secret realm was quite profitable. Not only did I snag a fragment of the world heart, but I also fully recharged Ming Ji's energy tank. Not to mention obtaining a rare reconstruction key as well. Now all that's left is to find the coordinates of Han Yin's original homeland, which will be more than enough to help him recover his form. Furthermore, my own level has reached 180, fully meeting the conditions to trigger the 6th reincarnation. The scene immediately shifted to the job transition hall, where Ning Feng stood motionless in the middle of a room flooded with green light. His eyes widened as he reviewed the sixth transition questline of the Magic God class. The designated location was the Shadow Path Mountains. The opening condition was to enter this secret realm to retrieve the combat magic emblem. Next was to gather 20 transformation crystals, grind for 300 pieces of Wrath Demon armor, and extract 300 War Beast teeth. The deadline was 50 days. The difficulty was completely unclear, causing Ning Feng to scratch his head and mutter, "Where on earth is this corner of a secret realm located?" The control panel immediately displayed the status, scanning for matching secret realm coordinates. A moment later, an image of a plain filled with giant elephants and a mystical purple vortex appeared. Ning Feng was startled. "Oh, this place looks familiar, could it be?" Sweating profusely, he questioned the system, but this damn secret realm has already been claimed and protected by the other gods. Not to mention it has been upgraded to a time-devouring abyss. I couldn't squeeze in even if I grew wings. A while later, Ning Feng was standing right in front of the vortex leading to the secret realm. A young girl standing beside him spoke confidently. "If you want to break the law of the jungle in this area, there is still a way out, as long as some big shot successfully clears it and wins the life-and-death challenge. Everything will be settled." Ning Feng calculated in his head. "In short, within the 50-day deadline, I must lead the team to clear the harshest nightmare difficulty to secure a ticket into this secret realm." Yuling Hua glanced at Xiao Feng, asking if he was anxious to sweep this secret realm and get it over with. Ning Feng nodded, sincerely admitting his strong desire. The female guild leader rubbed her chin in thought, coming up with an idea, but she was not entirely sure about it. Last time their 5-person group hit a wall at the Tier 3 difficult stage, which was both funny and frustrating. However, since they were using new pills lately and guild leader Wang had just acquired a divine weapon, sweeping through that stage again would probably be as easy as pie. Yuling Hua still showed clear hesitation, as the brutal battle during their previous pioneering run still made her shudder whenever she recalled it. With their current lineup, trying to reach the highest level would likely result in losing their lives for nothing. Ning Feng remained silent, fully agreeing. The guild leader was absolutely right. A quick mental calculation using mathematical tactics showed that the chance of getting wrecked was incredibly high. Yuling Hua added, "That is why I thought to myself, what if we insert another mystery factor into the team?" Ning Feng turned around in curiosity, eagerly asking which outstanding figure was about to take the stage. The young man gasped, "Chang Mu-Qiu." The person in question was also wide-eyed and open-mouthed, pointing a finger blankly at her own face. Chang Mu-Qiu frantically waved her hands, flatly denying it and claiming she was useless, not even worthy of carrying her master's shoes. Yuling Hua completely ignored her disciple's embarrassment behind her. She enthusiastically introduced that Xiao Qiu possessed an incredibly strong ability to boost her teammates' luck. Seeing such potential, she had taken her in as a disciple, training and cramming her with knowledge day and night. Ning Feng laughed as memories rushed back. In the past, he used to drag Chang Mu-Qiu along to complete some difficult achievements. After not seeing her for a while, it turned out she had been taken away by Yuling Hua for training. Yuling Hua beamed. Everyone knew that luck was the only thing science could not explain. Therefore, she was confident that Xiao Qiu would create crazy, highly entertaining turning points. Ning Feng nodded in agreement, fully supporting this wild idea. Chang Mu-Qiu, sweating bullets, cried out in despair. As the young girl meekly hid behind, Ning Feng comforted her, telling her not to scare herself and to just treat it as an outing. Yuling Hua smiled, revealing that normally this girl trained like a beast, and she had no idea where she got the energy to grind so hard. Wang Yue glanced at Ning Feng, silently answering in her mind. It was because she visualized Ning Feng in her mind every day. How else would she find the strength to grind? Yuling Hua waved her hand generously and shouted to set off, preparing to dive into the dungeon. Chang Mu-Qiu weakly squeaked in response. The system panel displayed a menu of difficulties. Casual mode, where experience and item drops were like begging. Easy mode, where everything was just enough to tide you over. Hard mode, where experience and drops were better, Torment Mode, offering massive experience and high-end gear, and finally Depression Mode, where the rewards were absolutely colossal. A line of text popped up right in front of Chang Mu-Q. The skill Finding Life in a Dead End gathers strength to block 10 fatal blows for the team. Notably, when equipped and the party's health drops below 20%, the luck effect will double. At this moment, Du An's health bar sat right at the 20% mark. A massive, menacing monster rushed in, trying to bite his head off. Du-an twisted his body to dodge the attacks like an action movie, but he still took a few painful hits every now and then. Suddenly, he clenched his fist as a brilliant golden halo gathered over it. Du-an delivered a thunderous punch straight to his opponent's face, making the monster take the full blow and roll onto the ground. Du-an muttered in his mind, "This risky game of keeping my health low is heart-stopping, but the doubled luck boost is totally worth it. Walking on the edge of death like this is actually pretty thrilling." In another corner, Wang Yue had just fired a bright green magic arrow straight into the target's face. The unfortunate victim immediately turned into a blazing green torch. Wang Yue glanced at Chang Mu-Q, who was straining to unleash her skill, silently praising her terrifying transformation, truly a talent personally molded by Yuling Hua. Far outside the trial gate, Ning Feng and Yuling Hua were pacing restlessly, craning their necks to look inside. Ning Feng suddenly noticed several pink streaks of light leaking from his body, his divine energy draining a bit more. From the looks of it, the talents inside were probably still struggling. After waiting a while longer, Wang Yue's party trudged out, their faces tense and exhausted. Yuling Hua quickly asked Ying Zhen how it went. Clutching her chest, the girl swallowed hard and confessed that in all her life, she had never danced with death as intensely as in this battle. On this side, Wang Yue excitedly chatted with Ning Feng, saying that because it was so crazy, the chance of clearing it was actually bright. If their luck was a bit better at the start, victory in the next round would be guaranteed. She turned to discuss tactics with her teammates, noting that their coordination needed more refining. She had used a skill too hastily earlier, which was a total waste. The scene shifted to Anxi Mingdu, a place with a design deeply rooted in underworld style. Gui Su jumped up. Yang Yu immediately noticed with her sharp eyes, asking what was wrong. Grimacing, he said, "The black hole I placed on the blue star is draining my divine power again." It seemed that Almighty Magic God was still scratching his head, unable to find a cure. Gui Su clenched his fists, urging the other two to copy his trick and throw a few more energy drains down to the blue star. When that time came, they could just sit back and reap the benefits, and the magic god's power would naturally fall right into their hands. Having said that, he threw his head back, slapped his thigh, and laughed smugly. Zhen Yuan crossed his arms over his chest, standing as silent as a log beside Yang Yu. All of a sudden, the laughter of Wang Hun Gui Su choked in his throat. He clutched his head and wailed in agony. Zhen Yuan and Yang Yu blinked in surprise. He was laughing just now, so what kind of act was he putting on now? Wang Yue ducked her head, tensely shrinking behind a massive boulder. She furrowed her brows to inspect her opponent, realizing he was starting to chant a spell for an attack. The other raised his staff high, and instantly, dozens of levitating spears materialized. The weapons hovered in the air before plunging straight down into her hiding spot, giving Wang Yue quite a fright. She bolted, dodging left and right to escape the rain of projectiles crashing into the ground. Dripping with sweat, Wang Yue slipped behind another rock to take shelter. She bit her lip. Her teammates had sacrificed themselves to shield her, and her own health bar was near empty. But they had gone through so much trouble to chip the boss's health down to the red zone. If they let him escape now, they would never get blessed by the god of luck like this again. Wang Yue nodded firmly, psyching herself up, determined to go all out for this final stand. She dashed out from behind the stone shield, charging like the wind toward the target. A bright golden symbol flashed right above the enemy's head. The notification popped up. God-slaying silver flash, an orange-tier divine weapon, upgrades included. It came with a lock-on effect, clearly revealing every move of the victim. Without slowing down, Wang Yue proudly raised her glowing bow. Just as the enemy was about to strike back, she slid swiftly, slipping behind a nearby rock. Pressing her back against the rock, Wang Yue aimed straight up into the sky and fired, mocking, "Did you think I wouldn't see you just because you hid?" 3 arrows pierced the air, curving sharply toward the target, fired later yet arriving first. The boss took the full volley of arrows, and his health bar instantly evaporated. A series of pink light ribbons gathered and rushed straight into Ning Feng. The young man stared wide-eyed at the familiar energy, refilling his gauge. Ning Feng stared at his hands, which were dotted with specks of light, calculating that the lost divine power had been fully recovered, with a generous surplus. The camera panned to a dark, bone-filled castle. Yang Yu hurriedly asked what disaster had struck. Guisu trembled violently, wailing, "My divine power, my entire capital has been stripped bare." He looked up crying, blaming the almighty magic god. "That low-end corner actually crushed my armored dungeon." Zhen Yuan and Yang Yu froze completely at this terrible news. Clutching his chest and panting, Guisu muttered that he had to quickly cut off the connection to that hole. He panicked, scratching his head. "Why can't I disconnect? It's like someone poured superglue over it." Shifting the camera into the dungeon, Ning Feng was flying in a surreal dimension. He examined the purple box before him. The dark energy inside was thrashing around, trying to escape, but it had been trapped by the forbidden spell zone. "No way I'm letting you escape so easily." Ning Feng smiled. "You've been relying on draining this young master's divine power for so long, now it's your turn to be my toy to pay back your debt." Suddenly, from behind him, 2 ghostly figures rushed up, attempting a sneak attack. With a wave of his hand, he instantly unleashed his ultimate skill, Glacial Eruption. Han Yin clicked his tongue in praise. As expected of a mythic red weapon's innate skill, it's incredibly sharp. Cessida pouted and replied, "It's all because the divine master carried us. Why are you praising yourself? Isn't that right, Mushroom?" The boss, who had just been beaten by Wang Yue, crawled back up, frantically conjuring a mass of spears. Before the flying weapons could even scratch Ning Feng's clothes, they were shattered to pieces by his aura. Ning Feng narrowed his eyes, thinking that leveling this amusement park would be a waste, so it would be better to put away the forbidden spell. A rain of sharp ice blocks pierced the air, flying straight toward the enemy's face. He screamed in agony as the blow landed, then dissolved into ashes. A golden medal dropped to the ground. Battle Tactics Certificate, a legendary orange-grade consumable item. Using it would permanently grant 5 strength, 5 speed, and 8 spirit points. Ning Feng paused as another surge of divine power flooded into his body. It turned out that in the past they had drained him dry, but now that the tables had turned, he was stripping them back. He smirked. "This bargain is like striking gold." Inside the strange base, Yang Yu anxiously inquired, "Wang Hun Guisu, is your soul still in your body?" Guisu slumped on his throne, panting as he replied, "I think so. This kind of rooted game is just like a high-stakes gamble. You win some, and sometimes you have to give back. When we win big, we seize the other side's power. But if we lose, we have to pay back double. Yet, even if I shaved my head, I could never have expected that impoverished corner to smash through a high-tier stage." He said bitterly upon realizing a shocking truth. Even after the compensation is paid, the gambling den hasn't closed. Now it has turned into a machine draining my blood endlessly. Damn it, my power is evaporating again. Another pink light ribbon drifted away from his body. Zhen Yuan and Yang Yu secretly wiped away their sweat, secretly congratulating themselves for not throwing dungeons down to the blue star. Otherwise, they would be as wretched as him by now. Guisu clasped his hands, begging his 2 comrades, "I must find a way to resolve this. Please save me, you 2. Shifting scenes, Ning Feng stood watching the group of people in front of the purple vortex gate, nodding in praise. "Since the 6th class advancement, my cosmic knowledge has expanded significantly. I can easily feel that the god on the other side is affected by the forbidden spell. Escaping the dungeon is impossible. As long as my crew clears the stage smoothly, I can just sit back and collect taxes from him." The young man shrugged and laughed. "The only annoying part is having to wait 7 days to continue after clearing. Otherwise, I could have done it all by myself quickly. His finger gently swiped the interface panel, putting the trouble here aside. Let's see if there's any news elsewhere. Suddenly, his eyes widened, completely stunned. The camera shifted to a gorgeous deep-sea scene. Ming-Ji stood tall in front of the raging crowd. Citizens, today we will bring the instigator to a public trial. The surrounding crowd gnashed their teeth, glaring at the chained warriors being dragged out. In another corner, Ning Feng watched the events through a screen, thinking that these guys looked like the lackeys of that prince from before. Returning to the dreamlike ocean scene, Ming-Ji's subjects cursed the warriors, calling them scoundrels. The Yidu sect elder pointed directly at the leader, demanding, "Are you the commander of the army? Did you plan and personally lead your troops to sweep this land?" The soldier smirked. "Sorry, what language are you speaking? I don't understand a single word." He shamelessly argued, "Your country dared to spit on the orders of our superiors and harbor heretics, as everyone knows. We were merely obeying our God's command to clean up heretical trash. Labeling us as invaders is a blatant slander." Ming-Ji was shocked. When they brought them back earlier, they had clearly confessed, so why the sudden change of face? The Yidu sect elder flared up and shouted, "Then did you, or did you not call for the slaughter of civilians in Huangzhou town?" Another soldier raised his chin and sneered, "How could we distinguish soldiers from civilians in battle? Anyone we saw carrying weapons to resist was dealt with." The crowd below boiled over, shouting, "Sly bastards, nothing but excuses, execute them." One of the warriors laughed, "Exactly, hurry up and execute us. Sacrificing ourselves for our God's great cause means we will be blessed to ascend to heaven after we die." Ming-Ji glared at them in anger, while the Yidu sect elder beside her also frowned deeply. On the other side, the warriors merely bared their teeth, maintaining an arrogant, defiant posture. Ming-Ji stormed back into the palace. "Even if they stubbornly deny their crimes, we have enough evidence to convict them, but I feel there is more to this than meets the eye." The Yidu sect elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, looking at their fearless, indifferent attitude, there must be a whole load of schemes hidden behind them. Ming-Ji massaged her temples. "What should we do now? If we pass the sentence as usual, we might step on their landmine, but if we delay, the outraged public will riot." Suddenly, a young girl waved her hand to Ming-Ji, telling them to follow her quickly. Ming-Ji and the Yidu sect elder froze for a moment before following her. Arriving at the meeting point, the two gaped at Ning Feng, who was sitting comfortably and feasting, crying out in unison, "Divine Master." Returning to the dark cellars of the deep-sea prison, a sea dragon warrior nudged his companions. "Did you guys see how pale Queen Ming-Ji looked during the trial?" The other gleefully mocked, "That clumsy look, and she dares to call herself a ruler. No charisma at all. If I were her subject, I'd die of embarrassment." The prison guard knocked on the door from outside and yelled, "Shut up! Do not disrespect our majesty." The soldier smirked again. "What good is a big mouth? If you're so brave, come in here and lay a hand on us. Or is everyone in this country just a bunch of cowards?" The guard was livid, clenching his spear shaft, his teeth grinding. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the dark corridor. Ning Feng and Ming-Ji walked side by side toward the cell holding the warriors. The guard respectfully bellowed, "Greetings, Divine Master and Her Majesty." Ning Feng cast a chilling look at the soldier standing behind the bars. The guy yelled at him, "Who the hell are you? What kind of ridiculous title did she just call you?" Ignoring him, Ning Feng activated the spell. Dark Forbidden Spell, Will Manipulation. Enemies within range would be continuously cursed, automatically exposing their thoughts for the player to observe and control at will. A dark lightning bolt struck the man in front of him. The soldier froze, his eyes turning dull and vacant. Ning Feng commanded in a rhythmic tone, "Spit out whatever plot you guys are planning." The brainwashed man muttered mechanically, "After we fall into this trap, the believers of Wang Hun Gui Su will set up an altar to pray. And as expected, our Divine Master just answered us. Our Divine Master is furious because you dared to take in the believers of the Almighty Magic God. He supports our war and has recognized us as heroes appointed by God." He began to shout excitedly. He also granted us his protection. If your side so much as scratches us, divine punishment will fall upon you. You will be cursed forever, while we will ascend directly to the divine realm to serve him." Ning Feng frowned, probing further. Specifically, what form does serving your divine master take? Instantly, the warrior's entire body glowed with a fiery red light. The eerie light wrapped tightly around him, causing his body to twist and transform. Ming Ji gasped, asking the divine master in astonishment what was happening. He flatly gave a chilling answer. The bodies of these guys are embedded with the seeds of power from a genuine evil god. Once killed, their corpses will turn into monsters. Ming Ji was dumbfounded by this terrible news. Ning Feng added, "The combat power of these monsters is not weak. Without preparation, it will definitely cause significant casualties for you." He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, after the 6th class advancement, his fusion rate with the evil god had reached 30%, which was enough to detect and temporarily suppress this power. Mingji frowned in confusion. Why would the great Wang Hun Gui Su borrow the power of an evil god? Is he not afraid his believers will panic and turn their backs on him? Ning Feng analyzed calmly. "I bet he will shift the blame onto you, spreading rumors that Ming Ji used dark magic to turn the prisoners into monsters. When that happens, even your own subjects might turn against you." He patted the shoulder of the panicked queen, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I have your back." Ning Feng reassured her, "His plot is just a show, it has no chance of succeeding." Mingji clenched her fists in anger and pleaded, "Divine Master, these beasts are invaders who slaughtered innocents, their hands stained with blood. I beg you to bring them to justice so they receive their due punishment." Ning Feng lightly snapped his fingers toward the front, "As you wish." The transforming warriors suddenly froze and were instantly teleported away. One of them looked in surprise at his rough hands. "Huh, my body is back to normal." Suddenly his eyes widened and his voice trembled. "Wait, what is this place?" Before him was an empty, barren, dark and lonely space. In that bizarre space, chunks of dark red fire fell scattered from above. They gathered together, gradually forming a human-like shape. The warrior panicked. "What on earth is that?" A young man appeared, clutching a dagger in his hand. He muttered disdainfully, "Scared me for a second, it's just a commoner." Suddenly, he gasped in surprise as the young man charged straight at him with the dagger. The warrior tried to dodge, but the young man's blade had already pierced his body before he realized it. He spat out a mouthful of blood, panic-stricken. "Why couldn't I dodge, and what's with these images suddenly flashing in my mind?" He faintly recalled a man shielding a girl with his body. He had apparently ordered this man's execution in some village, but had absolutely no recollection of it. The warrior clenched his fists, activating his magic. "Did you think a mere commoner like you could scare this lord?" The exact moment he attacked, the young man also managed to slash his blade past him. The two parted ways after the brief clash. Holding the dagger, the young man activated an active skill, Dark Forbidden Spell, Sadistic Vision. Upon casting, it plunges the enemy into an illusion, exposing all their weaknesses to execute a brutal torture based on those exact vulnerabilities. The long line of citizens who had been slaughtered by the warrior in the past appeared one after another. Holding weapons in their hands, radiating a murderous aura, they surrounded the warrior. Ning Feng declared the trial officially open. The furious citizens charged at him all at once. The warrior collapsed, his body covered in numerous wounds. He muttered in despair, "Didn't the Divine Master promise to protect us? Why?" Standing nearby, Mingji asked in confusion, "Divine Master, what is happening to them?" Ning Feng looked at the trembling, terrified warrior behind the bars. He coldly said, "Just a small punishment." Ning Feng turned and walked away, hoping that when the official trial came, they would be a bit clearer in the head. Mingji frowned, reflecting. Granting his believers this kind of favor shows Wang Hun Gui Su has completely lost his humanity. Ning Feng instructed her, "There are still some of Wang Hun Gui Su's believers hiding in the shadows. You must smoke them out quickly. If you need help, feel free to ask me." She replied, "Yes." Suddenly, Zai Ga and Tai Ming called out to the Divine Master together, asking if he was free now. Ning Feng was surprised. How strange, why did Zai Ga and Tai Meng arrange to contact me at the same time? The scene shifted to the Hai Luo tribe dungeon, personally named by the Divine Master. Zai Ga presented the axe to Ning Feng, respectfully inviting the Divine Master to take a look. A burst of red magic appeared, transforming into an arm guard. Ning Feng watched in astonishment as Zai Ga restored the gauntlets back into a scythe. "Oh, how did you pull off such a neat trick?" Zai Ga pointed to the person beside him. "Not long ago, our tribe's blood cursor acquired a new skill. When enhancing equipment, it randomly generates 3 affixes." He raised the weapon high. Currently, the highest tier affix is purple. For instance, this quick swap affix allows for seamless gear changing in the blink of an eye. Ning Feng remarked, "That is indeed a powerful skill, highly suited for mathematical tactics." Zai Ga smiled in satisfaction. "I knew you would find it interesting." The people of the Zai Ga tribe cheered excitedly. "Ever since we began worshipping the Divine Master, our strength has steadily grown. Gaining your recognition today is our greatest honor." Ning Feng smiled at them, thinking to himself that Tai Meng's side was probably reporting the exact same thing. Shifting scenes to the Tai Meng Cave dungeon, personally named by the Divine Master. Tai Meng came out to welcome Ning Feng. "Your guess is spot on. We've obtained a new skill called Gift of the Leyline, which helps increase the detection rate of precious minerals." He pointed toward a chest full of gems. "This is our recent harvest, we hope you are pleased." Sesida, Han Yin, and Mushroom gasped in surprise. These are all materials used for upgrading divine weapons. Ning Feng smiled with satisfaction. "It seems my other 2 divine weapons will soon undergo their evolution." Shifting scenes to the land, with the purple vortex leading into the dungeon. This was a hard-mode dungeon, offering generous experience and high-quality item rewards. The boss broke into a cold sweat looking at the figures before him. This group was too tough to deal with. A source of red flame magic gradually appeared in front of Professor Zai's hand. The item she was holding was the Flowing Flame Ward. Increases area of effect by 20%, boosts the burn status application rate, strengthens burn intensity, and extends burn duration and damage output. Seconds later, a powerful wave of magic surged forward, and the boss barely managed to dodge it in the nick of time. He stared in terror at his left shoulder, which was ablaze, cursing, "Damn it, it only grazed me and I'm already burning." Without giving him a moment's rest, Teacher Lu slashed his blade across the enemy's body, activating a skill. The skill, Fishing in Muddy Waters, attacks against burning enemies deal increased damage. The boss looked in terror at his blood-soaked left shoulder. Just outside the dungeon, Ning Feng sat munching on an apple. He felt the surge of magic swelling within him once again, his divine power restored. It seemed Professor Zai's group had succeeded. Although the new gear affixes had only recently appeared, in theory they were linked to mathematical tactics, so many people quickly adapted and even invented various techniques. Even unknown adventurers experienced a rapid rise in their combat power. Ning Feng smiled. Even more interesting was that adventurers who died in this dungeon could respawn, but instead of consuming his divine power, it consumed their own faith energy, making it the perfect real combat training ground. He calculated that with 2 worlds currently offering faith energy to him, as long as he arranged and distributed it properly, he could easily keep the consumption within an acceptable range. The scene shifted to Wang Hun Gui Su, who was utterly terrified. Despite receiving support from Yang Yu and Zhen Yuan, his divine power was still being drained exponentially. Zhen Yuan gritted his teeth. Why does it feel like Wang Hun Gui Su's condition is getting worse by the second? He looked at the struggling Gui Su, noting that the rate of his divine power disappearing was accelerating, completely beyond control. Beside him, Yang Yu was also realizing something was amiss. Wang Hun Gui Su's condition seemed abnormal, for if it were just lost divine power, he shouldn't be in such a state. Suddenly, Yang Yu asked in surprise, "What are you laughing at?" As Gui Su collapsed, a savage laughter echoed. Gui Su's body began to mutate, his horns growing longer. Mai Shang had descended. Zhen Yuan gritted his teeth, sweating anxiously. Mai Shang, one of the 7 great evil gods, had revealed himself. Yang Yu was shocked to see the wall behind Gui Su shattering. The barrier of light had vanished. Gui Su stretched out his hand, and a dark purple magic materialized. He swung his hand to attack Yang Yu, who quickly conjured a protective shield. Seeing Gui Su forcing Yang Yu onto the defensive, Zhen Yuan raised his fists, readying his attack. He delivered a punch toward the figure in front of him, and a bright golden beam pierced through Gui Su. Suddenly, Zhen Yuan realized that the Gui Su in front of him had vanished. It was merely an afterimage. Zhen Yuan startled and glanced behind him as a shadow soared upward. It shot high into the air, to the astonishment of both Yang Yu and Zhen Yuan. Gui Su flicked his cloak, unleashing 2 attacks down upon them. Zhen Yuan and Yang Yu winced, struggling to conjure shields to defend themselves. Zhen Yuan yelled to Yang Yu, "Did Wang Hun Gui Su absorb Mai Shang's godhood?" Indeed he did. Opposite them, Gui Su examined his own body, muttering, "I still cannot fully control this vessel. This is not my divine realm. A 1-on-2 fight is too disadvantageous." He turned into a small speck of light and vanished instantly. Zhen Yuan panicked. "Damn it, he wants to escape." Yang Yu cried out in alarm, "He's gone." Zhen Yuan roared in anger, "Bastard! We haven't even dealt with one evil god, and now another has emerged." Yang Yu mused, "I fear that because Wang Hun Gui Su's divine power vanished, Mai Shang found the opportunity to seize control." Zhen Yuan gritted his teeth in anxiety. Can an absorbed godhood cause a backlash like this? What if I turn into that state as well? Shifting scenes to Haohan Xingqiang, the divine territory managed by Yangsu Shenzing. Zhen Yuan clutched his shoulder and growled in frustration. Detestable, to let him escape. Whether he returns to his divine realm or hides his power in the lower world, it will be a major problem. Yang Yu anxiously bit her nails. So, in addition to the almighty magic god, do we now have another evil god to deal with? Suddenly, the two stared at each other in panic as they realized the same issue. They were also in the process of absorbing the godhood of evil gods. If any mishap occurred, they might end up as vessels controlled by the evil gods instead. Zhen Yuan lashed out, blaming her. "Didn't your research report state there would be no issues?" Yang Yu stammered in defense. Who could have known this situation would arise? Furious, blood rushing to Zhen Yuan's brain as fire erupted to envelop his body. In a fit of rage, he turned and sprinted away, leaving Yang Yu standing all alone. Yang Yu thought to herself, Wang Hun Gui Su was absolutely right. Zhen Yuan Shengling is both impulsive and stubborn, but without his help, what can I do? She gritted her teeth, racking her brain for a long time. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Yang Yu's mind. Or should I simply form an alliance with the almighty magic god? Shifting scenes to the deep-sea world, heading straight to the queen's palace. Mingji's face filled with alarm as she heard the report. What? The soldier stammered. For some reason, Wang Hun Gui Su suddenly abandoned this world. His shrines and trial dungeons crumbled overnight, and his believers have all turned into monsters. Now the nations that worshipped Wang Hun Gui Su are in utter chaos. Many refugees are fleeing to our country seeking protection and aid. The blonde girl looked anxiously at Queen Mingji. What do you plan to do? Mingji declared firmly, I will not slaughter the innocent. If they are innocent civilians, I will open our doors to welcome them. If they once supported the invasion against us, they must face trial. The camera moved down to the underwater prison. The fierce warrior from before was now foaming at the mouth, slumping down, his body exhausted and worn out. He weakly opened his eyes in surprise as he heard dozens of footsteps approaching. His former loyal fellow warriors were being escorted by the queen's soldiers. One of them looked at him joyfully. General, you're still alive. His face blank with surprise, he asked, Didn't you guys escape? Why did you walk straight into the trap to be caught? The man spat blood and shouted in fury, Are you deaf? It turns out Wang Hun Gui Su was an evil god. He has turned every single believer into a monster. The queen's soldiers raised their chins and asked each other, Should we escort them out now? No rush, let them chat for a bit. The warrior in the cell trembled in panic. So, have we all been abandoned? Clinging to the bars, he yelled to the outside, "Wait! I want to see Queen Mingji. I am willing to repent. Please show mercy and forgive me." However, none of the soldiers moved or paid him any heed. One of them replied coldly and casually, "It's too late." His knees trembled and buckled, and he collapsed completely onto the cold floor. Ningfeng watched the warrior through the screen while calculating in his mind. The dark force inside these guys has been suppressed by me. They won't turn into monsters anymore. Now they can obediently accept their judgment. Suddenly he frowned, feeling that something was slightly strange. What kind of omen is this? He paid close attention, shifting his gaze to the right. The exposed part of the divine realm beneath the tower seems to be more than before. Ningfeng narrowed his eyes in alertness. He felt as if some bizarre thing in the fog was beckoning and drawing him in. He raised his hand, a deep purple magic current surging throughout his body. An anomaly gradually materialized behind the back of his hand. Ningfeng froze in astonishment upon realizing that it was the castle of Wang Hungui Su. Ningfeng stared in surprise at the gloomy castle enveloped and obscured by a dense fog. Suddenly, with a flash, it became crystal clear once again. Then another shroud of fog rolled in to cover and conceal it. Ningfeng grumbled, "What on earth is this thing that appears in a flash and vanishes like a will-o'-the-wisp the next second?" Shifting the camera to Guisu, he shrieked hoarsely, "Hey, wait a minute." Mai Sheng, who had now taken over half of Guisu's body, sneered, "Struggling is useless." Guisu fumed with rage. "Damn it, the loss of divine power exposed a weakness, which that bastard Mai Sheng exploited." He snapped at Mai Sheng, "Even if you seize my body, it's useless. I have been hit with an extremely severe curse. If I cannot escape, it won't be long before I drag you down to the grave with me." Mai Sheng smirked and retorted, "Don't even think about fooling me. Whose curse could possibly be so powerful that even you can't resist it?" Wang Hungui Su grinned wryly, "The omnipotent magic god." In the blink of an eye, Mai Sheng gained the upper hand, and Guisu's entire body was now in his grasp. But instantly, Guisu wrested back control of half the body. Stunned, Mai Sheng asked, "Whose name did you just say?" Both souls stared at each other in speechless silence for a long moment. A few minutes later, Mai Sheng hesitantly spoke, "If it's that guy, then it's indeed possible. But aren't you guys on the same side?" Guisu grumbled, "Explaining all the details is extremely troublesome. In short, that guy is currently a target that both of us must eliminate." Guisu secretly broke into a cold sweat, telling himself absolutely not to reveal too much to Mai Sheng. He would just sweet-talk him first. Perhaps they could still cooperate. The perspective now shifts to the territory of Yang Yu. Zhen Yuan and Yang Yu narrowed their eyes in deep suspicion, staring at the newcomer. How on earth did that bastard Wang Hungui Su show his face back here? On the right half of the body, Mai Sheng burst into a smug laugh. "I advise you all to drop those petty tricks. This seat and Wang Hungui Su are sharing a single body. Whoever dares to try a sneak attack will surely perish together with us." On the left half, Guisu quickly smoothed things over. "Rest assured, with me here, no one will act recklessly. The urgent matter now is to devise a plan to overthrow the omnipotent magic god." Mai Sheng jerked his chin to question Yang Yu. "Earlier you whispered that the omnipotent magic god is hiding deep within a lowly dimension, too cowardly to come out, right?" She nodded slightly in confirmation. Hearing this, Mai Sheng smirked cunningly. "This seat has come up with a brilliant plan." Guisu on the left frowned skeptically. "What kind of dirty scheme is it?" Mai Sheng just sneered, "Keep your eyes peeled and watch the show." A deep purple halo flashed across Mai Sheng's palm. Guisu frowned and stared, an ominous premonition rising within him. This thing looked so familiar it made him shudder. Mai Sheng declared solemnly, "To deal with these lower worlds, bringing out the abyss of devouring time is the textbook play. You guys must have been tortured to hell and back by this thing in the past, right?" Suddenly, a massive, bear-like figure loomed behind him. Zhen Yuan quickly rushed over to block him, roaring in rage, "You idiot! It's precisely because of that wretched abyss of devouring time that we are reduced to this miserable state. Do you think we aren't heading to our graves fast enough? that you have to bring it out again." Beside him, Yang Yu instantly cast a spell to tightly bind Mai Shang's arm. Gui Su gnashed his teeth inwardly. All this misery was brought upon us by that omnipotent magic god. No matter the cost, I must pluck out this thorn in my side. The frame shifts to Ning Feng, who frowned in confusion. What on earth was that bizarre thing earlier? Why did it suddenly vanish without a trace? A voice spoke up, cutting off his train of thought. "Lord God." Ning Feng turned around to look. It was Ming Ji. The queen reported with an anxious expression. Just now, the divine power of Wang Hun Gui Su suddenly revived, and he immediately passed down an oracle to his disciples. "That undead bastard threw a bucket of dirty water over your head. He claimed that you were the one who caused trouble, leading to the blockade of the entire realm, and even reshaped his believers into monsters. He boasted that thanks to his intervention to quell the chaos, sentient beings were saved." She sighed and added, "Half of those blind believers completely believe those lies, while the other half are in utter panic. Overall, the shadow that Gui Su cast over them for so many years cannot be erased overnight." Ning Feng frowned in annoyance. "These gods are incredibly thick-skinned. We must find a way to give them a good beating." The perspective shifts to the blue star, deep within a mysterious area. Feng Yi suddenly stared with his mouth wide open. Seeing this, Yuling Hua asked in panic, "Did something shocking happen?" Feng Yi blinked and replied, "I just picked up a magic tome. This thing is completely foreign, it has never appeared before." Deep at the bottom of the ocean, a group of residents gathered in front of the city gates. The crowd was extremely anxious and restless, their faces pale. The old disciple leaned close to Ning Feng and whispered, "These people are innocent and have never been involved in the war. The queen believes they can be won over, so I plan to persuade them to submit to you. They were originally quite smart, but who would have thought that undead Gui Su, after drowning, would rise again to disturb their minds?" Ning Feng quietly recalled what Cessida had warned him. The bond of gods over their believers is extremely tyrannical. Anyone who dares to secretly switch masters will be tormented so badly they'd wish they were dead. No wonder everyone's faces are twisted as if they've eaten bitter gourd. He swept his eyes over the pitiful crowd, wondering if he wanted to siphon the faith of other gods, was the only way left to massacre the entire faction of Wang Hun Gui Su. The frame rotates to a small house tucked away in a dreamlike valley. "So, you've never witnessed this kind of magic with your own eyes." Ning Feng leisurely sat opposite Feng Yi. "Indeed. Recently, items dropping from the secret realms have been popping up like mushrooms after rain, and every now and then we pick up some rare and exotic goods." He was overjoyed. The rewards dropped are much better, surely because his divinity rank has upgraded. This is indeed heartening news. He pulled out a magic tome, closing his eyes to transmit his intent. "This is the loot we just dug up. I'm not sure if it's usable for you." Suddenly, Ning Feng sensed an unusual draft of air approaching. The perspective shifts back to the kingdom under the sea. The entire crowd of ocean residents was scratching their heads, looking anxious. A young girl spoke tremulously, "Your Majesty, will your god truly stretch out his hands to shelter commoners like us?" Mingji patted her chest and stated firmly, "That is of course, everyone can rest easy." Another person whimpered and interrupted, "How can we be at peace? We are now stranded with nowhere to turn. We know full well that Gui Su is a fraud, but his leash is so tight we can't escape. If we bow to your god and displease him, the price to pay might be 100 times more disastrous." Mingji frowned slightly. She recalled her mother's teachings. Historical records show that the only way to switch masters is when the former god vanishes. But who could have expected that the guy who disappeared would suddenly rise from the grave? The sound of tapping echoed, making her turn her head to look. Ning Feng waved in greeting, casually walking toward the queen. "Lord God, you've returned from your patrol so early." He smiled gently at the crowd. "This seat is the omnipotent magic god. Let me ask you honestly, have you resolved to sever ties with your old master?" The crowd began to whisper, their faces clearly expressing timidity and fear. A young woman gathered her courage and replied loudly, "Exactly. We are sick of that garbage faith from before. We beg you to show mercy and take in these stranded souls." A dreamlike purple magical mist suddenly burst from her body. causing her to widen her eyes and gasp in surprise. Ning Feng narrowed his eyes meaningfully. "A warm welcome to you, the first convert of my sect." The girl jumped up in joy. "I can feel that the shackles of the undead Wang Hun Gui Su have been snapped. What magical thing just happened?" Ning Feng smiled brightly. "Once the bond of debt between you and him is severed, you don't have to worry about lightning strikes anymore." Hearing this, the crowd burst into cheers, competing to thank him profusely. They simultaneously prostrated themselves on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly, "O Lord God, please accept our humble loyalty." Ning Feng smirked smugly. "That new forbidden technique I picked up works pretty smoothly." The system's notification rang out. "Successful transformation, passive skill, faith theft, category, dark forbidden spell. Each time you successfully convert a believer of another god to your side, you will siphon a portion of that god's divine power. The higher the rank of the seduced target, the more power you devour." Ning Feng clenched his fist. This poaching game was truly killing two birds with one stone, expanding his own influence while draining the enemy's life force. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "If that old fellow Gui Su likes to play the game of false accusations, then I will use him as the first testing ground." The lens shifts to the vast starry sky, the land of Yongyu. The deep purple light surrounding Gui Su suddenly showed signs of being drained by someone. Yongyu stared at him in confusion. "What's wrong with you now?" Gui Su tearfully confessed that his power was evaporating, dropping even faster than before. Yongyu frowned in speculation. Could it be the blue star's doing? Gui Su dismissed it immediately. "Wrong, it's from another space. I can clearly feel my believers dropping like flies. With each disconnected one, I lose a handful of divine power." Zhen Yuan scratched his head and pressed, "In short, what's going on?" "I can't help it. The thread connecting me to that realm is getting as thin as a spider's web." Gui Su hurriedly ordered Yang Yu to quickly send word to Tian Kongjai Zun, reporting that the old guy also had followers in that area, instructing him to take action immediately if he smelled anything suspicious. He narrowed his eyes, radiating absolute cruelty. "Just level that world to the ground for me." Just then, a bright green notification board slammed directly into his face. The words displayed prominently, "Do you want to activate a divine war with the selected target? Accept or decline." Wang Hun Gui Su stroked his chin, staring thoughtfully at the board. Bound by the rules of the universe, gods cannot personally go destroy a world, especially when it already has a protector. Once two powerhouses declare open conflict to fight for territory, a divine war will be activated there. The gods can roll up their sleeves and enter the battle themselves, or send their disciples to take their place, whether they personally champion the cause or push a high-level race to the front line. Once they descend upon a lower mortal realm, their power limits will definitely fluctuate according to the level of fanaticism of the locals there. Simply put, the one with more worship will have greater power, while the one with less offering will be as weak as a snail. Gui Su struck a heavy blow like a hammer onto the table, cursing, "Absolute bastard." Zhen Yuan quickly stopped him. "Calm down and take a deep breath. Clear your thoughts first. Which coffin are you planning to open to challenge?" Gui Su held his head and scratched his hair in frustration. "To be honest, I am completely clueless." Yang Yu widened her eyes. "What did you say?" Gui Su mumbled. "My subordinates whispered that some nobody in the lower realm is eyeing the command banner of Jai Ying Tong Ling. I thought it was just a small fry, so I didn't bother to pay attention." He raised his blood-red eyes to look at the other two. "But as you both can see, I almost ignited a divine war just now, which exposes the truth that." Yang Yu instantly realized, meaning that the one hiding in the shadows is indeed a genuine god. Gui Su poked the system board. "As long as I press the agree button, a bloody invitation will be sent straight to the opponent's face. From that moment on, that guy will officially be on the chopping block as our mortal enemy." The camera pans back to Ning Feng, who was letting out a long yawn. Ning Feng stretched, cracking his knuckles to loosen his muscles and bones. He thought to himself, "I expected this game of stealing other people's believers to be tedious, but it went surprisingly smooth. Maybe because old Gui Su's followers are as numerous as ants, He doesn't even care if one or two drop off. Capo waved his hands frantically. Lord God. He looked at him with a slight surprise. Why are you looking for me? Capo anxiously explained, yesterday I heard you say that old Guisu's disciples were deformed into monsters, and my hometown happens to worship him above all else. Thinking about it makes me extremely restless. Ningfeng nodded and replied quickly, is that so? Then pack your bags and let's go check the truth right now. Capo scratched his head in embarrassment. The problem is I got swept up by a space-time storm and got stuck here. How can I find my way back to my homeland? Seeing his dejected look, Ningfeng patted his shoulder and smiled. A small matter, let me personally take you back to your doorstep. A surge of deep purple magic flared from Ningfeng's palm. Under Capo's wide-eyed gaze, the halo expanded, condensing into a brilliant spatial portal. As soon as he stepped through the portal, Capo craned his neck, looking around. He jumped up in joy. Oh my God, can someone slap me to wake me up? This is definitely my old land. Ningfeng smiled. After the recent class advancement, his cosmic knowledge had reached a whole new level. The system interface had once displayed. From this moment on, you can borrow your disciples' secret realm as a transit station to drill a hole to other worlds. Opening the gate will consume dark power from sacrifice. You can use this trick to transport people through space. Ningfeng glanced at the guy who was still pinching his own cheek to check. With this local guide Capo as a compass, he might just harvest another dozen believers. He spoke up and asked, where are we walking to now? Capo quickly pointed in a direction. I want to visit the Kai Lin Tavern for a drink first. He spoke excitedly. That's our shady hangout, and the tavern mistress is a passionate worshiper of yours. If she found out you descended to the mortal world in the flesh, she'd probably faint from sheer happiness. Inside the Kai Lin Tavern, an elf girl with sharp pointed ears was cheerfully wiping down the tables and chairs. With a click, the door swung open. She turned around with a bright smile. Welcome, distinguished guests. 4 arrogant men dressed in black kicked the door open and barged straight in. The young girl kept her professional smile. Please feel free to choose a seat. Just call me when you want to order. But in her heart, she was extremely anxious. The lapdogs of the undead Wang Hun Guisu, what ill wind blew them here? Suddenly, one of the black-clad men lunged and grabbed her throat tightly. She was lifted into the air, her face turning purple as she coughed violently. Midst her suffocation, she vaguely recognized the face of the man choking her. This guy is. The thug squeezed his hand tighter and tighter around the poor girl's neck. His accomplice standing nearby spoke in an icy voice, asking where those guys were hiding. Yunna weakly squeezed out each word in pain. You guys. I have no idea what you're talking about. Slap, a dizzying slap, landed squarely on her face from the man in black. The one holding her neck increased his grip, forcing Yunna to grit her teeth and endure the agony. Hansen stood with folded arms, issuing a cold threat. Those rebellious rats are hiding in your den. If you keep quiet for bribes, prepare to be marked as a mortal enemy of the church. Yunna bit her lip until it bled, whispering back, I swear I don't know. The one choking her flew into a rage, immediately channeling a magical halo. A wave of wild power surged straight into Yunna's flesh, forcing her to scream in agony. The lackey turned to report to Hansen, Lord, let's tear up another place instead. Hansen waved him off. What's the rush? He swept his eyes around the tavern like radar. This tiny birdcage didn't look like it could hold a crowd. The corner of his mouth curved into a sinister smile, or rather, it was intentionally disguised to hide people. To expose this trick, some methods must be used. Hearing this, Yunna's hair stood on end and her mind spun. Hansen gathered energy and unleashed a move, a blazing fireball rising in his palm. He threw the fireball hard toward the ceiling, and a reddish light instantly exploded, sweeping through every corner. A hidden magic circle suddenly revealed its true form right before their noses. Yunna turned pale with fear, struggling desperately as she screamed inwardly, we're doomed, it's exposed. In the nick of time, a flying dagger shot through the air. With a rip, the sharp weapon sliced off a piece of Yunna's sleeve and plunged into the curtain behind, leaving a tattered tear. Hansen muttered mockingly, Who would have thought we'd run into the cloaking array of the omnipotent magic god? He swept his murderous gaze toward her. Tusk, a brat like you is probably a capable lackey of that evil god, aren't you? Han Sen sneered complacently. That Henry fellow had the guts to harbor these rats in this tavern. Even if mere mortals grew 100 more eyes, where would they ever find this magical cover? His tone was extremely arrogant. Unfortunate for you, this seat sits on the fifth sacred throne of the Order. How could those petty tricks of the omnipotent magic god slip past my keen senses? Bizarre purple auras began to swirl around Han Sen. Show yourselves if you know what's good for you. Otherwise I'll shatter this barrier and send your omnipotent magic god straight to the grave. As soon as he finished speaking, a crimson streak of magic flashed across Han Sen, freezing him like a statue. Like a flash of lightning, a dazzling sword light swung. The Vampire King executed a flashing strike, and Han Sen was already lying dead on the floor. The remaining black-clad man stared in shock at his empty hand. Where on earth did that woman go? Right behind him, Ning Feng had already scooped the young mistress into his arms some time ago. Capo rushed over frantically, shouting, "Yun Na, calm down, we're here to save you." He swept his eyes over the black-clad assassins, weighing his options, and swallowed hard upon realizing that with his abilities, jumping in would only turn him into their punching bag. Capo stole a glance at the majestic Vampire King, thinking that if it came to summoning, they might stand a chance. Instantly, the black-clad man recalled Han Sen's dying whispers. That summoned entity originates from a high-level realm. The other gritted his teeth in frustration. How the hell does such a top-tier creature end up as a lackey for a mage in this lower world? The Vampire King ignored the question, bowing respectfully to Capo for instructions. "Master, do you wish to spare their lives?" Capo decided coldly, no need. He gave a decisive order. "These rats have caught wind of the Lord God's magic array. If they slip away, they will surely send word to that old and dead Wang Hungui Su. Silencing them is the best course of action." Understood. The two black-clad men in panic unleashed magic barrage after barrage at the Vampire King, but unfortunately, the attacks were completely useless. The Vampire King closed in the blink of an eye, delivering a merciless strike that claimed their lives. Yun Na froze on the spot, staring open-mouthed at the scene. She wondered how did that weak, cowardly Capo from back then turn into someone this powerful. She raised her wide eyes to look at Ning Feng, her mind a tangled mess of unanswered questions. More importantly, which god was this savior who had just carried her away from death? Recalling their past chats, Ning Feng had once curiously asked Capo what his world looked like. Back then, Capo had scratched his chin in thought for a moment before saying awkwardly, "Well, let me see where I should start so you can easily visualize it." His tone dropped significantly into sadness. "My homeland is backed by 3 supreme beings. Besides you, Lord God, there is the undead Wang Hungui Su and Quang Zhu Zhanzhu. That place used to have beautiful scenery and orderly laws. Unfortunately, ever since you departed, the world order was instantly thrown into absolute chaos. People tore up all the rules, turning to worship the law of the jungle where might makes right. The strong seize everything, while the weak can only hide and scrape by at the bottom of society." Capo scratched his head with a bitter smile. "Last time I said I never had the ambition to rule the earth. I swear that was not flattery to please you." He lowered his head, his voice sorrowful. "I simply pray that the earth won't follow in the corrupt footsteps of my homeland." Returning to the bloody reality inside the Kai Lin Tavern, the 2 lackeys' mangled corpses lay on the tiled floor. Capo raised his hand apologetically. "1,000 apologies. We've completely dirtied your shop." Yun Na laughed it off and shook her head. "Nonsense. I should be thanking you all. It's a relief you purged those cultists." She quickly grabbed Capo's hand and urged hurriedly, "Hurry, take your friend and escape immediately. I swear my lips are sealed. I won't utter a single word about you dragging yourself back here." Ning Feng nodded his chin toward the corpse on the floor and asked nonchalantly, "Does this guy have some formidable background?" Yun Na stared in shock. Don't you recognize this face? He is Han Sen, sitting on the 5th sacred throne of the Order of the Undead Wang Hungui Su, and also one of the top young powerhouses." She scratched her head in anxiety. If news of his death gets out, that entire order will go wild. By then, it'll be too late to back out. Capo quickly waved his hands to soothe her. Take a deep breath, spit it all out, and tell us what on earth is happening here. Yunna sweated as she explained. A few days ago, Guisu's power suddenly vanished, and his disciples mutated into monsters. Then, in the blink of an eye, they became healthy again. The order immediately spread rumors that the omnipotent magic god was the culprit who caused the disaster. Ningfeng stroked his chin in thought. So that old undead Wang Hun Guisu sings this same scapegoating song to the believers in every world he goes to. Yunna's eyes drooped. She whimpered. They joined forces with Quang Zhu Zhanzhu's faction to launch a ruthless hunt for the omnipotent magic god's believers. Anyone who doesn't obediently submit is branded a heretic and sent to the scaffold. She cried out in resentment. They are all innocent, gentle people. Yet if they accidentally express even half a doubt about old Guisu, they are driven to death by that order. Capo frowned at her. So you've been hiding here to save people? She nodded in confirmation. Exactly. But unfortunately, too many refugees have flocked here lately, and they eventually sniffed us out. Yunna clenched her fists in anger. So infuriating. If the omnipotent magic god were still in power, those thugs wouldn't dare run rampant like this. Ningfeng and Capo fell silent, turning to look at each other with complicated expressions. After a while, Capo cleared his throat and said, Yunna, actually, he pointed to Ningfeng, the person standing right here is the omnipotent magic god whom you pray to every night. Ningfeng raised his hand and smiled gently, hello. Yunna's jaw dropped, standing dazed as she stared at the two of them. Ningfeng explained calmly, I'm afraid it might be hard for you to believe. Yunna cut him off. No, I completely believe it. Her face lit up as if she had won the lottery. Everyone knows you were swept away by a space-time storm, yet after being absent for so many years, you still managed to crawl back in one piece. Unless it's the grand power of a god, there is no other explanation for a mortal. 2 streams of tears fell down, so our tribulation is saved, right? Ningfeng patted his chest confidently. Of course, whatever matters you need me to handle, just speak up boldly. The scene shifts to the lair of the undead Wang Hun Guisu. Has that Hansen guy still not shown his face? Yes, indeed. A man dressed in black scratched his chin and muttered, he only went to catch a few runaway fish. Why is he taking so long? The one standing next to him chimed in, Lord Holy Seat, should we send scouts to check the situation? The leader sank into a thoughtful silence. Then he growled, in this crucial period, I strictly forbid any unexpected incidents. The crowd of black-clad men nodded in agreement and immediately teleported to search for Hansen's whereabouts. In the blink of an eye, the entire gang landed right in front of the coordinates of the Kai Lin Tavern. The whole group stared in disbelief at the empty plot of land. What kind of sorcery is this? The place where the tavern's sign once hung has evaporated without a trace. Where did the entire Kai Lin Tavern run off to? The camera shifts into the Crimson Covenant secret realm, where a moss-covered castle loomed into view. Vladimir stepped out from the teleportation portal, landing right in the middle of the castle hall. The old man's face was still burning with murderous intent, incredibly bitter. They dared to order a noble vampire lord to clear corpses, and even forced him to bend over and sweep the floor of a dilapidated tavern. But even if beaten to death, he would never have guessed that the true identity of this tavern was. As a new day arrived, Kai Long flapped its wings, carrying the entire group to glide on the wind across the rugged Rocky Mountains. The small house on the dragon's back was coated with a sturdy protective barrier. Capo glued his eyes to the glass window, constantly praising it. No wonder it has such a beautiful name like Kai Lin, who would have thought that hidden beneath the wooden floor is a red-scaled giant dragon. Yunna brought out a plate of steaming hot food, offering eagerly, Lord God, please taste a bit of my cooking. Ningfeng picked up a bite with his chopsticks and put it straight into his mouth, chewing. He gave a thumbs up in praise, absolutely exquisite. After chewing and swallowing, Ningfeng curiously inquired, where did you dig up this magical tavern? She scratched her cheek shyly, this is an asset left behind by my master. I knew well that he hid a summoning array under the floor, but due to my poor abilities, I couldn't control it at all. His expression turned serious. Does your old master go by the name of Jing Yuan? Yunna shook her head. I have no idea about that. Master never uttered a word about his name. Actually, that way of address was just something I called him myself. He taught me so many things but flatly refused to accept me as a disciple, probably because he thought I was too foolish. Han Yin hovered close to his ear, whispering, looking at this design handiwork, it's definitely the style of that fellow Jing Yuan. That Jing Yuan was once a subordinate under your command. In the past, his family was massacred in battle, and in his blind pursuit of revenge, he almost resorted to forbidden abyssal magic. Soaking for too long in dark magic, his temperament became warped and almost went out of control. Luckily, he accidentally crossed paths with you when you descended to the mortal realm, which stopped his corruption. That guy had quite a good aptitude. After following you and grinding for a while, he also comprehended abyssal magic. Once his vengeance was satisfied, he hung up his sword and stopped using that spell, switching to a quiet life as a researching bookworm. Ning Feng widened his eyes in wonder, so it turns out Jing Yuan is a native of this world. Han Yin replied, we really don't know either. He rarely opened up about his past. He turned to question Yunna, so where is that master wandering now? She still had a blank look, I can't help it, how would I know? Yunna let out a sigh. One morning I opened my eyes only to find him vanished into thin air. He left for good without leaving any message. Ning Feng fell deep into thought upon hearing this. He had to steer the conversation to another topic, so where is the next stop? She winked and revealed, we'll just take you to our underground headquarters. Kai Long flapped its wings and plunged into a mountainous region riddled with space-time rifts. He looked at the scenery in absolute amazement. What kind of pathway is this that's filled with space-time turbulences everywhere? The person next to him shuddered and chimed in, exactly. Last time I went out on a mission, I also got swept up entirely by these vortices. Ning Feng scratched his head in confusion. What's the point of hiding a secret base in such a peril-ridden place? Capo explained, it's tough. Ever since the world was swallowed by the secret realms, magical beasts have carved up more than half the territory. The rare clean land left has been claimed by powerhouses to build safe zones. Yunna poked her head in and interrupted. To hide from those tyrannical powerhouses, Master risked his life to settle here. Those who stayed behind are all impoverished peasants at the bottom of society. Where else would they find shelter out there? Just after she finished speaking, a burst of terrifying noise rang out, forcing him to perk up his ears and listen. Ning Feng took a defensive stance. What on earth is that sound? Yunna's face turned white. We're doomed. It's a demon tide. A sea of monsters is about to gush out from those space-time turbulences. Outside the glass, a dense swarm of monsters was gathering. Yunna bit her nails, staring in panic at the flying monsters hovering around. This is bad. Dealing with flying magical beasts like this is extremely tough. He patted her shoulder and smiled. Just breathe normally. The Lord God is standing right here. Little Kai Long still flapped its wings rhythmically, its stubborn demeanor not dropping speed. Confronted with the pestilence blocking its way, it tilted its head back and let out a earth-shaking roar as a warning. The entire swarm of monsters was frozen stiff by the flame dragon's oppressive aura. The pests shivered in fear and hurriedly scattered to both sides, leaving a wide flight path entirely for Kai Long. Inside the cabin, Yunna and Capo danced in celebration. Whoa, those demonic beasts are all shrinking back. It turns out our red dragon is actually considered a formidable powerhouse in the eyes of those monsters. Ning Feng patted its head gently to comfort it. Well done, baby, that was a decent performance. The scarlet dragon was thrilled by the praise, letting out some soft, obedient purrs to curry favor. Returning to the underground base, a thick, crimson demonic energy was billowing down toward the ground. That oppressive pressure radiated from the body of the scarlet dragon hovering in the sky. Everyone below craned their necks to look up. The whole crowd went into a frenzy, shouting, "Alarm! A flying demonic beast is coming! Run for your lives, quick!" She quickly pushed open the door, stuck her head out, and waved enthusiastically. "Everyone, don't panic. It's your beloved Yunna." The scarlet dragon circled around, found a spacious spot, and landed smoothly. A powerful aura was still billowing around its body. A deep red gem suddenly glowed brightly as it picked up its master's energy. That surge of vitality gushed out from inside the ancient tavern and shot straight outside. It instantly flew over and embedded itself firmly into the mark on the back of Yun Na's hand. Seeing her standing frozen like a statue, Ning Feng laughed and explained, "It seems your master has officially approved you and is willing to let you take charge of the Red Dragon." Yun Na jumped up and down in excitement. "Oh my God, really? Thank you, Lord Divine Master. My heart is about to burst with joy." Capo stepped down, puffed out his chest, and greeted them. "Hello, folks. Long time no see." They stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "What, Capo? How on earth is that possible, aren't you?" Capo took a step back to make way for him. "Well, it's a long story, but basically, we were saved by this VIP guest." The entire crowd stood dumbfounded as they looked up at Ning Feng. The scene shifted to the lair of that wretched organization. The boss slammed the table and roared, "What kind of cheap excuse is vanished without a trace?" The henchman reported tremblingly, "Sir, by the time we dragged ourselves there, the entire Crimson Scale Tavern had completely disappeared. Our team searched everywhere but couldn't find even a single hair of Lord Han Sen." Finch sneered bitterly. "Han Sen is a majestic member of the 5 holy seats, with strength among the very top in this place, and yet you dare come back and tell me that he and his gang just vanished without a trace." He lifted his chin and gave a stern command, "Drag out everyone who has ever had anything to do with the Crimson Scale Tavern. If necessary, arrest and interrogate anyone who has ever visited, if anyone dares to stubbornly deny it. Then immediately label them as heretical rebels who worship evil gods and let them face the consequences." The lackeys stammered, "Lord Holy Seat, doing this might be." An overwhelming murderous intent radiated, instantly silencing the murmurs. Finch asked coldly with a tilt of his chin, "Any more objections?" The lackey waved his hands in a panic. "We wouldn't dare. Your subordinate is only worried that if we crack down too hard, it might trigger a terrifying riot among the common people." The cold aura rising from Finch's body was as sharp as a razor. He sneered and spoke mockingly, "Those worthless commoners, do you think they've survived this long by their own ability?" The lackey quickly denied, "No, sir. They only survive thanks to the protection and grace of powerful masters like you." Finch concluded ruthlessly, "Smart. It's good that you understand. So those mortals should also cram that truth into their skulls. If they want to eat leftovers and keep breathing, they must obediently follow the rules of the strong. No one is allowed to oppose the will of their superiors." Returning to the underground hideout where Ning Feng was, the scene was miserably poor and dilapidated. Yun Na adjusted her sleeves awkwardly. "Oh, Lord Divine Master, 1,000 apologies for only being able to host you in such a rundown place." Ning Feng brushed off the polite words. "Put those trivial matters aside and let's get to the point. How bad is the situation here?" Yun Na sighed deeply. "As you can see, the miserable people here are all outcasts banished from various places, sent into exile because they happen to break some harsh rules. Aside from the secure fortresses of the influential figures, these outskirts are crawling with demonic beasts. For mortals without power, stepping out into that wasteland is no different from putting a noose around their own necks. We are eternally grateful to Master for saving us and building this refugee shelter so we have a place to stay." Ning Feng narrowed his eyes speculatively. "Earlier, I saw terrifying demonic beasts roaming everywhere. What kind of trick did you use to hide so well?" Yun Na smiled and gestured with her hand. "Just follow me, and you will see." She led the group straight to a shimmering spatial rift. Yun Na whispered proudly, "In the middle of this shelter, a turbulent rift in spacetime appeared. Somehow, we can enter and exit it very smoothly. Whenever we spot a demonic beast approaching, the whole neighborhood slips inside to hide. It's a bit hard to believe, but the place behind that rift is identical to this spot, almost like a reflection in a mirror. The only problem is that the opening has been shrinking lately. If it closes up in a few days, we'll all be doomed." Ning Feng frowned as he closely examined the strange rift. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind regarding the title of Lord Divine Master. Ning Feng cautiously threw a question into the void. Jing Yuan, are you hiding in there? From deep within the black hole, a familiar voice echoed. Yes, it is your subordinate. Like a drowning man clutching at a straw, I never expected to have the blessing of reuniting with you in this lifetime. He scratched his head in confusion. What on earth is happening to you? Why can I only pick up your voice signal but see no sign of your figure? Jing Yuan stammered, attempting to explain, actually back then. When he returned and sat down at the dining table, his face was still blank and dazed, prompting Yunna to gently shake him and call out, Lord Divine Master. She mumbled worriedly, is the food so bad that you can't swallow it? Ning Feng waved his hand and gave a dismissive laugh. Nonsense, I'm just caught up in a tangle of deductions. Yunna perceptively noticed. Just now you stood frozen in front of that rift, and when you returned to your seat, your mind was completely in the clouds. Is there something important? He silently pieced together the fragments of memory. No wonder I sensed a trace of time magic on Yunna recently. The root cause stems from here. Ning Feng rested his chin on his hand, musing over that mysterious conversation from earlier. Jing Yuan had secretly disclosed. Actually, Yunna was once my wife, and those little elves in this base were all of the same lineage as me. Ning Feng's mind clicked quickly as he caught the detail. Using the phrase, once was sounds rather strange, what exactly do you mean? He mumbled and scratched his head in confusion. Your subordinate is also too puzzled to describe it. Basically, the clock hands were wound backward, sending me back to the past in an absurd way. Unfortunately, I am forbidden from interfering too deeply in this timeline. Otherwise, this fragile universe would blow to pieces. Ning Feng conveyed the message. He just apologized to you, saying that your memory of your past life has been completely wiped, so even if he explained, you would still be entirely in the dark. Jing Yuan gave a forced smile to soothe the situation. It is all right, Lord Divine Master. My life is still resilient enough to maintain consciousness at the edge of this spatio-temporal rift. I have not been reduced to ashes yet. It is just that I must shamelessly trouble you to investigate and uncover the truth of the matter. As for Yunna, I can only ask you to generously take good care of her. Ning Feng stroked his chin and pondered. Even the group of Han Yin was completely clueless about this time reversal. Let alone Yunna at the present moment, who was still unaware of her true identity and had not yet become his wife. He spoke up, Yunna, I just noticed a very strange fluctuation of magical power radiating from you. Do you know where it comes from? She shook her head in confusion. I am truly sorry, I have no idea either. Ning Feng could only yield. Time magic inherently belonged to high-level cosmic laws that most mortals could never hope to reach. This time, it seemed he had to rely on his own strength. And so, he once again stepped toward that mysterious, turbulent rift in space-time. The moment Jing Yuan saw his figure, he called out excitedly, Lord Divine Master. Ning Feng didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I have carefully examined the fluctuations of magic power on Yunna, and I discovered a highly unusual truth. Yunna's heart has disappeared. The only reason she is still alive is because time magic has condensed to sustain her life. Upon hearing this, Jing Yuan was startled. What? His tone was filled with panic and sorrow. I actually had no idea at all. How on earth did Yunna's heart disappear? Ning Feng gently revealed, the magic power inside Yunna is currently extremely unstable. If she loses control, her fragile life will hang in the balance. Fortunately, I have some knowledge of time magic and can try to intervene to help her regain balance. Hearing this, the heavy burden in Jing Yuan's heart was finally lifted. Countless thanks to you, Lord Divine Master. After relaying the situation, Ning Feng turned around and returned to the small tavern. There Yunna was sitting obediently, waiting for his wise guidance. Ning Feng analyzed patiently. The introductory step to practicing time magic is perception. You must use your own mental strength to track the flowing trajectory of time. Han Yin chimed in. In the past, Lord Divine Master once said that time magic is a cosmic rule that not even the gods can comprehend. If Yunna successfully master it, she might even surpass Morga to become the most formidable kin. Suddenly, the sound of a rapid, heavy heartbeat echoed throughout the space. Countless surrounding energy streams slowly gathered around that heart. A pitch-black, gloomy hand was ruthlessly squeezing that fragile life. It turned out to be Finch. Yun-Na, do you naively believe I didn't see through your identity as a believer of the almighty Dharma God? I only spared your fragile life until now out of necessity. As long as you remain in the palm of my hand, I can turn a blind eye to your secret acts of mercy toward those heretics. But he suddenly roared in anger. Yet you actually dared to escape. I swear I will use every means to drag you out of your hiding spot. The camera immediately shifted to a tense development elsewhere. Right inside the headquarters of the church, Finch had successfully summoned two influential figures. The first figure to appear was Luke, the infamous commander of the Guangzhou Zhanzhou Order. Following right behind was Yan, the vice commander who also belonged to the Guangzhou Zhanzhou Order. He patted his two colleagues' shoulders to reassure them, "Rest easy, you two. With me backing you up here, what is there to fear? Even if the almighty Dharma God were to descend to the mortal realm, he might not necessarily be a match for me." Luke silently assessed, "Archbishop Finch is surely not boasting. Though we are of the same rank as the holy seats, his level is more than enough to crush us. That power seems to have surpassed the comprehension of this world. After all, it is only because that heart is still beating that I have a chance to touch the threshold of power surpassing even the gods. If Yun-Na collapses, this heart will surely be affected as well. Even if it's not entirely unsalvageable, I absolutely do not want the secret of this heart to catch the attention of any god." Finch cleared his throat and laid his cards on the table. "I have summoned you here because I want to enlist your help to capture Yun-Na as quickly as possible. What do you say?" They nodded in agreement. "Understood, sir. We are willing to put forth our full effort to cooperate with you." With this group backing him, Finch was as pleased as a tiger growing wings. The combined force of the two great orders and the 11 holy seats was indeed an unrivaled power on this continent. How could a tiny girl like Yun-Na overturn the sky? The camera returned to that twisting space-time. From deep within the rift, a horde of hideous demonic beasts was crawling out. They quickly surrounded Yun-Na like a pack of hungry wolves. She gently raised her hand, and an emerald defensive wall instantly expanded. As the protective barrier expanded, the monsters froze instantly, as if someone had pressed a button to pause time. But just a second later, the pack of monsters broke through the barrier, baring their fangs and claws as they charged forward. Suddenly, streaks of light flashed like a violent storm, shredding the monsters into countless fragments that rained onto the ground. Capo stared wide-eyed. A time-freezing skill actually exists. Even if it's just for a split second, on a battlefield like this, it's enough to overturn a life-or-death situation. Who would have thought that after enduring your hellish training, and being backed by abyssal magic, Yun-Na's power would now far exceed the title of Holy Seat? Ningfeng explained with a smile, "The type of time magic Yun-Na possesses is completely immune to the suppression of divine power. Thanks to that, she was able to endure my brutal training. As for you guys, you'd better break through the shackles of divine power first before dreaming of being as impressive as she is." His eyes lit up as he pressed, "Do I really have a chance too?" He nodded calmly. "Of course." Capo was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. "Countless thanks to you, Lord Divine Master." Yun-Na jogged over to report, "Lord Divine Master, those low-level monsters have been completely cleared out." Ningfeng nodded. "All right, the next step is for me to seal up this troublesome space-time rift once and for all." He raised his right hand, pointing his palm straight toward the chaotic temporal flow. The spatial opening was instantly compressed, shrinking smaller with every breath. He thought to himself, "This time, acting as Yun-Na's mentor, I have also gained a lot since my usage of time magic is becoming more and more natural. That leaking magic power might turn out to be a valuable asset for me later." Unexpectedly, crackling bolts of lightning shot out from his palm. Suddenly, a man with a pale face rushed in and shouted, "Yun-Na, there's trouble. The lackeys of the two great orders are marching this way. It seems even a few holy seats have personally shown up." Hearing this shocking news, both Yun-Na and Capo stared in astonishment. "What?" He glanced at him who was busy casting the spell and decided, The Lord Divine Master is probably occupied, so I will tag along to support you. She nodded decisively. Let's go. Finch's gang had acted ruthlessly, leaving the surrounding commoners scattered on the ground, their lives hanging in the balance. The lackeys looked around and sneered. This place is indeed tricky. I didn't expect them to hide in such a wretched corner. That turbulent space-time rift disrupted our magic tracking sensors. No wonder we searched everywhere and couldn't find any trace of them. Finch gave a cold laugh. At least we should credit those commoners for accidentally leaving clues to guide us here. Billowing clouds of dust swallowed the entire area. Yun Na's group was rushing to the scene as fast as they could. This time, they knew they were bound to have a fierce clash with Finch's gang and the incredibly formidable force backing them. Meanwhile, Ning Feng was still highly focused on sealing that troublesome space-time rift. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear, "Even the gods must die, the gods will surely perish." He furrowed his brows. That eerie tone again. Yun Na's side finally came face to face with Finch's pack of wolves. He sneered mockingly, "I thought you mice had fled to some far-off place, but it turns out you were hiding in this hole. I must truly admire your recklessness." Right behind him, his henchmen had already cold-bloodedly taken the lives of innocent commoners. Finch waved his hand ruthlessly and ordered, "Except for that girl Yun Na, there is no need to keep the rest of these useless trash alive." The crowd chorused their agreement and pounced toward the two of them like wild beasts. Yun Na didn't bother speaking. She directly unleashed an explosion of power around herself. A man swung his blade fiercely down. "Are you frozen with fear, standing there without even trying to dodge?" But before he could rejoice, he was completely paralyzed by her domineering power. The scoundrel's limbs were instantly bound tightly by bands of energy. Yun Na spoke words as cold as ice. "You were the one who personally slaughtered my clan, weren't you?" Those energy threads ruthlessly constricted his body, tightening around his throat and choking him. The remaining lackeys cried out in panic, "Are you kidding me? Isn't Yun Na just a defenseless weakling? How could she so easily crush a holy seat?" Another guy gritted his teeth to boost their morale. "What's there to panic about? Even if they had 3 heads and 6 arms, there are only 2 of them. With our large numbers and strong forces gathered here, what is there to fear?" Yun Na clenched her hand into a fist, and a blinding halo of light instantly erupted. The majestic scarlet dragon also seized this opportunity to rise and join the battle. Capo sneered, "Who asked you to count? Our side doesn't just have 2 people." The scoundrels' jaws dropped in terror at the sight, their faces turning as pale as scrap paper. Within the scarlet dragon's maw, a massive orb of energy was condensing. That terrifying surge of energy blasted out like a tornado, incinerating all the small fries blocking the way. Vladimir also eagerly joined in, tearing an unfortunate fellow apart with just a single swipe. Luke broke into a cold sweat. They are all high-level demonic beasts. Why are they obediently listening to them? Don't tell me the almighty Dharma god intervened. Finch sneered with contempt. Just some high-class monsters. If someone serves up experience points to my doorstep, I'll gladly accept them. He suddenly asked, "Archbishop, do you have a plan?" Finally, he rolled up his sleeves, and a billowing energy radiated in all directions. Seeing this, Luke let out a sigh of relief and said proudly, "As expected of Archbishop Finch, his inner strength is incredibly profound." He snorted coldly as he reassessed the current situation. But suddenly Luke cried out in panic, "Archbishop Finch, what is the meaning of this?" It turned out he had secretly backstabbed them. "I'll temporarily borrow a bit of your strength to use, you won't mind, will you?" Luke gritted his teeth and roared, "How dare you!" The severe depletion of his energy caused him to collapse to the ground. This power absolutely does not come from Wang Hungui Su. Finch smugly admired the stolen power in his hand. "Of course not. This is a power that far surpasses the level of the gods. Before me, even the gods are nothing." Vladimir suddenly launched a surprise attack from behind, swiping his sharp claws to deliver a fatal strike straight to his abdomen. Capo turned pale and shouted, "My vampire lord, watch out." That audacious action angered the scarlet dragon, causing it to let out a deafening roar. but its powerful bite only snapped at empty air. Because Finch had used a time-shifting trick to slip right in front of her. He gave a cunning smile. Yunna, that I am so majestic and powerful today is all thanks to the precious gift you bestowed upon me. From this moment on, I will absolutely never let you out of my sight. Yunna instantly fell into a dangerous, lurking predicament. Capo panicked and shouted his comrade's name, Yunna. But unfortunately, he himself was also deeply entangled in danger. A halo of green energy had quietly enveloped Capo's entire body. The attacker was none other than Old Finch. He spat out in disgust, "Shut your mouth, you filthy insect." By this time, Yunna had been tightly imprisoned within a ghostly cage of bones. Her face was pale, and her eyes clearly showed utter terror. He strolled over leisurely and teased, "Who would have thought a little brat like you would actually comprehend the power of time? It seems sparing your life was an incredibly wise move on my part." Yunna was bewildered. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Finch replied mockingly. "What I mean is, by all rights, you should have died long ago." He slowly recalled the past. "Back when I was just a rookie in the Order, we suddenly received an urgent secret command one day. According to the guidance of the Divine Oracle, deep within a secluded elf village, an evil treasure capable of crushing this entire world was hidden. Of course, those weak elves were thoroughly beaten by us, but even after turning the entire village upside down, we found no sign of that treasure." Finch's voice suddenly paused, except for me, of course, because on that fateful day he had personally pierced Yunna's chest. At that moment, Finch had gaped in pure shock. The reason was that he had just extracted a beating heart. Finch continued enthusiastically, "When I casually killed the little elf girl who owned the tavern, I discovered that an unusual heart had grown inside my own chest. The rest of the Order went back empty-handed, while I wisely kept this secret to myself, studying it in the dark. What shocked me was that this heart contained a wondrous energy, unlike any divine faction. Furthermore, it possessed the ability to shield itself from the gaze of the gods, ensuring it remained undetected. Unfortunately, before I could tame this power, your husband Jing Yuan became a lackey of the almighty Dharma God and came back to seek bloody vengeance against us. I was killed, and that old Wang Hun Gui Su, wanting to compromise with the almighty Dharma God, ruthlessly refused to protect us. But a crazy twist occurred. Not only did I not die, but I also wound up turning back to the past. I immediately realized this heart must possess a level far surpassing the gods, so I took your life right under everyone's noses and claimed your heart for myself. For some reason, this time, that fellow Jing Yuan completely vanished. Unfortunately, after some time, the heart began to wither and shrink, and its power gradually faded. So I took a gamble and committed suicide, and sure enough, I was thrown back into the past once again. This meant I had countless opportunities to test how to wield the heart's power. After numerous trials, I finally grasped the truth. Even without a heart, you wouldn't die immediately. If I kept you alive, that heart wouldn't wither. Therefore, the fact that you are still breathing today is entirely due to my mercy. You should be grateful to me." Yunna was stunned as she realized the truth. "So you mean I have had my life snatched by you many times already?" He waved his hand. "That is just a necessary detail. At least you still have your fragile life to sit here now." She braced herself and unleashed an explosion of energy, shattering the hideous barrier trapping her. At that very instant, the figure of Jing Yuan appeared behind her. Seeing his enemy's face, Finch froze. Jing Yuan. Not only that, but Ningfeng and Capo also strolled out and showed themselves. Finch gaped as if seeing a ghost. "The one-eyed guy, weren't you already dealt with by me?" He sneered in response. "The god we worship is not that low-rate Wang Hun Gui Su. Our Lord Divine Master will absolutely never abandon us. That illusion you just witnessed was merely a trick." Finch laughed heartily. "Do you naively think these few tricks guarantee your victory? My apologies to you all, but I will have to turn back time to the past and start all over again. What method should I use to torment Yunna this time?" He laughed hysterically, looking as crazed as a clown. Finch recklessly attempted self-destruction, but then cried out in surprise, Why is it stuck like this? Quickly return to the past. Right at this moment, Ningfeng waved his sleeve, and a spatio-temporal vortex instantly spread out. The precious heart was snatched away in the blink of an eye. Finch shrieked in despair, "Give back Yun Na's heart, no." Jing Yuan walked over slowly, preparing to collect the debt. "It is time to settle the score between us. The Lord Divine Master will not allow you to disappear so easily." Finch retreated in panic. Lord Divine Master, could this guy be? Before he could finish his last words, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Only then did Finch nod in realization. "So that's how it is. Almighty Dharma God, do you really delusionally believe you saved your believer's life?" He gritted his teeth and cursed. "Who knows, maybe one day in the future, that brat Yun Na herself will personally plunge a dagger to send her almighty Dharma God on his way." Finch was writhing in excruciating pain that tore at his very soul. The twisting of space-time deformed his features into a grotesque mess. In an instant, Finch's face suddenly reversed in age, returning to his youth. His eyes widened, completely failing to comprehend what bizarre phenomenon was happening to him. Finch was bewildered to find himself standing in the village of yesteryear. "Have I returned to the past again?" He slapped his thigh and laughed maniacally. Indeed, a treasure surpassing even the gods. Even when the almighty Dharma God personally took action, he could only stand by helplessly and watch me escape. This time Finch went to search for Yun Na again. "We are about to meet once more. To repay your favor in helping me return to the past, I promise to grant you an extremely fascinating death." Finch quickly located the familiar tavern from back then. He pushed the grand entrance open and walked inside confidently. At that exact moment, a set of iron chains suddenly shot up from beneath the floorboards. They quickly bound Finch's limbs tightly. He roared frantically like a wild beast. Yun Na walked out slowly with an expressionless face. "It is an honor to welcome our distinguished guest, Archbishop Finch." Finch gaped in horror. "How did you recognize me? Don't tell me you also followed me back into the past." She smiled and waved her hand. "Not at all, I am still standing in the original world. To be precise, you are stuck in this very day, and I am observing you clearly. In the past, because of your greed for my heart, you snatched my life countless times. So from this moment on, you can slowly experience that exact same feeling." Finch hastily tried to negotiate. "Stop. I can tell you an earth-shattering secret. You are completely in the dark about the supreme power of this heart." Yun Na narrowed her eyes to scrutinize him. "What exactly do you mean?" Finch countered with another question. "Do you know what I hear every time I use this heart to cultivate? There is a voice constantly whispering in my ear. The gods will surely die, the deities are destined to perish. Think about it. This heart is more than capable of hiding from the gaze of the gods, proving its power completely outclasses those deities. Holding such a formidable treasure, why would you resign yourself to being a servant wagging your tail for the gods?" Yun Na turned back to report to him, "Lord Divine Master, the words he just said." Ningfeng waved his hand to interrupt. "There is a high probability they are true." Finch froze upon seeing his face. The almighty Dharma God, was he always there? Why didn't I sense him at all? He announced confidently, "The power hidden within that heart is indeed superior to that of other deities, but unfortunately that excludes me. So you do not need to be anxious, just focus on cultivating diligently." Yun Na smiled joyfully and clasped her hands. "Understood, Lord Divine Master." The gears of spacetime in this place began to show signs of shifting once again. The trio from Han Yin's group quickly spoke up. "Congratulations, Lord Divine Master, on recruiting another follower." Jing Yuan asked bashfully, "Lord Divine Master, may I remain here with Yun Na?" Ningfeng agreed generously, "Oh, of course you can." The singles standing nearby were completely speechless at this scene. He then revealed further, "It just so happens that on this occasion, you can work together to gather more believers for me. My divine power is depleting again, but I found that the turbulent spacetime here can disrupt the perception of the gods. Even if I convert their believers, they won't be able to detect it." "Ah, that's right, Jing Yuan. Do you happen to have any divine equipment to give me?" he stammered, "about that." "I am truly sorry, sir. When I regained consciousness, this bracelet was already severely damaged. This fire dragon bracelet is now broken and useless. It might have been formidable in the past, but now it is just a piece of scrap metal. Han Yin immediately made a request. Lord Divine Master, how about I try to kill him? Hearing this, Jing Yuan was startled. Senior Han Yin. He replied casually, Jing Yuan's situation is different from yours. It is best if we think of another way. Suddenly, a notification panel popped up in front of him. The text inside clearly read, the deities wish to initiate a divine war against the host in the designated world. Do you accept? Yet again, that bizarre designated world. Elsewhere, two gods sharing a single body are conversing with each other. Are you sure this plan is feasible? Of course. Don't forget, you and I are currently sharing a single body. So in that world, there are not only your believers but also mine. Descending in my name will give us more than enough power to fight the one on the opposite side. The silhouettes of the two seem to have merged into one. One of them exclaimed, a battle of the gods, it has been a very long time since I last witnessed one. He then asked, does the other side have any requirements? Ning Feng revealed, they demand that 5 believers from Ming Ji's world be chosen to duel, with their identities concealed. The time is set for 1 month from now, and whichever side wins 3 matches will take the entire victory. Yun Na curiously asked Jing Yuan, what does concealing identities mean? He patiently explained, it means the deities of both sides do not know each other's identity, nor do they know the identities of the opposing side's disciples. Rubbing his chin, he continued to analyze, if only believers are allowed to fight, then in this world, aside from Ming Ji's strength being at the top, the rest are somewhat weak, so securing 3 wins might be very difficult, however. Meanwhile, back at Mai Shang's hiding place, he spoke, my disciples have taken advantage of this world's constant warfare to quietly gather strength. This is a good opportunity to test their abilities. Wang Hun Gui Su calculated in his mind, it is a pity we cannot let outsiders know about Mai Shang's resurrection, so we must use the hidden identity format. Otherwise, I would have known who is stepping in to replace Jia Ying Tong Ling. Mai Shang grumbled in frustration. Sharing a body with this guy is truly annoying. My divine power is constantly depleting, so I might as well use this divine battle to make a gamble. Wang Hun Gui Su also secretly plotted, if I can use this divine battle to suppress Mai Shang, it might bring me some benefits as well. Hearing of this, Luo Zai curiously asked, Lord God, do you plan to train them personally? Soaking in the water, he pointed toward the tower behind him. That is right, just go inside and test it out. She gasped in surprise, is this not the trial realm specifically for agility training? Why would I? Besides, a trial realm normally does not accommodate 2 people at once, but no matter, since the Lord God has instructed so. Without hesitation, Luo Zai and Shang Niu headed straight inside. She looked around. The scenery in the realm is exactly the same as before, but where is Grand Mage Shang Niu? Has he not entered yet? At this moment, Shang Niu was looking at the scene before him in amazement. What is the meaning of this? The old man curiously looked at the vast, clear blue sky. Is this another new trial realm? Ning Feng recalled that he had originally intended to train Shang Niu last time, but unfortunately, he did not have any trial realms in this world. Who would have thought that wandering around Capo's world would yield such a grand surprise? In the sky where Jing Yuan was, a temporal flow appeared once again. Holding Yun Na's hand tightly, he said, we can finally escape from that temporal turbulence. Next, the Lord God will seal that place. Ning Feng took action, and the entrance to the temporal rift immediately vanished. A notification appeared. Special realm detected, upgradable to a trial realm. Does the host wish to proceed with the upgrade? He joyfully replied, of course, upgrade it. The notification updated. Host already possesses a trial realm, proceeding with fusion. The final notification displayed, fusion process completed. In an instant, the sky became clear and bright once again, shifting the perspective to the believers on the other side. They were baring their fangs and claws, preparing to attack Shang Niu. The old man calmly planted his staff firmly onto the ground. From above, a series of swirling whirlpools gathered. He nodded in approval. Not bad. Shang Niu's body is completely unrestricted by divine power. At this rate, he will quickly master the forbidden spell training. Ning Feng's eyes glanced toward another corner. How about over there? Luo Zai stammered, what is happening? Night fell over the dark abyss trial realm. A group of believers had secretly gathered here in full force. Sirius was surprised. Are these the long-time believers of Wang Hun Gui Su? They indeed kept their promise. Some believers secretly wondered, why did we receive such a divine oracle? The contents of the oracle required them to go to the dark abyss trial realm and assist the realm leader at all costs. One of them questioned, what do you need us to do? Sirius replied, actually, the request is very simple. He drew a scythe that was radiating powerful surges of energy. Sirius smirked and revealed, my weapon needs to devour a large amount of life force to replenish its energy. The believers backed away warily. What on earth are you planning to do? We brought the divine oracle to assist you. He sneered as he looked at the prey trapped in the cage. Of course, to assist means at all costs. The believers immediately launched an attack, determined to eliminate him. But they realized in shock that they could not use magic. The Lord God has sealed our mana. Sirius swung his scythe downward violently, a bunch of fools. Behind him, fresh blood stained the entire ground crimson. He spoke disdainfully, your lives are the price to pay. At the undersea tower, a temporal portal suddenly opened up. Luo Zai was horrified once again. What is happening now? The system notified, detected a large amount of dark power hidden within the target's body. Ning Feng, seeing her distress, asked, Luo Zai, what is wrong with you? She whimpered in reply, Lord God, this is a curse. Several years ago, while I was conquering a trial realm, I was gravely injured by the leader there. Although I was fortunate to survive, I became infected with the dark power. Luo Zai dejectedly thought to herself, I have always tried to hide this from the Lord God, but I did not expect to be exposed in the end. I wonder if he will abandon me because of this. Ning Feng spoke gently to reassure her. No need to panic, just follow my guidance and try to direct the dark power inside your body. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, guiding Yun Na last time gave me some experience, so at least I can help her control the dark power this time. But considering everything, the divine battle roster might have to be changed. Seeing him motionless, Han Yin called out, Lord God. Luo Zai closed her eyes, quietly regulating the surging energy within her. Han Yin reported, the dark power inside her body is gradually becoming gentle. Ning Feng nodded in admiration, as expected of another exceptionally gifted prodigy. She seems to have thoroughly mastered the method I taught her. From Luo Zai's chest, brilliant beams of light burst forth, directly dispersing the gloomy dark energy. He realized it was the divine power's seal, used to stop the circulation of the dark power. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted. Ning Feng gasped in surprise, a direct impact already. Countless shattered fragments floated through the air. Luo Zai's body was gradually being reconstructed. The system notification displayed, breakthrough complete, officially unlocking the new advanced class, Soul Hunter. In a flash, the day of the divine battle arrived. Once the battle begins, the combatants from both sides will enter a closed space, and even the gods cannot see through the fight inside. Each side's battle group has only a single chance to summon the assistance of divine power. The two souls sharing a body exclaimed, the opponent only sent 3 people to the field. They probably didn't have time to nurture their believers, so they had to scrape up these 3. Ning Feng saw through the issue. If they are killed in the divine battle, they will truly lose their lives. It is best not to let weak believers enter just to throw away their lives. Luo Zai entered the battle with a majestic and awe-inspiring aura, just like a true female warrior. She floated proudly in the air, her sharp eyes staring straight ahead. Right in front of Luo Zai, a spatial gate slowly opened. Sirius waved in greeting, Mermaid Queen Luo Zai, what a coincidence. Has the wound I inflicted on you last time healed yet? Rumor has it that when your dark power erupted, You almost killed your own daughter, forcing you to abandon your throne and hide like a lowly worm. Luo Zai remained completely silent in the face of those insults. A look of astonishment appeared in Sirius's eyes. Luo Zai transformed, donning a full suit of armor. Thank you, Lord God, for granting me the opportunity to settle this grudge. With that, she instantly vanished right before his eyes. Luo Zai quickly teleported behind her opponent, raising her sharp weapon to take his life. In a panic, he spun around, quickly raising his scythe to block. Luo Zai's overwhelming power pushed Sirius sliding backward. His face paled as he realized, it is dark power, she actually dares to use dark power. Sirius was pushed back even further, while Luo Zai furiously charged forward, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Each of her sword strikes fell with the force of sharp tempests. Sirius struggled to swing his scythe, creating slashes of light to counter and defend. He racked his brain but could not understand. How did her combat style change so completely? What is the meaning of this? Luo Zai gracefully took flight, easily dodging his attack. Furious, Sirius launched an extremely sharp scale spike. The spike tore through the air, rushing toward her like lightning. Luo Zai immediately swung her sword, shattering it into countless fragments. Sirius stood below, so overwhelmed that he could not even raise his head. At the same time, she slashed her sword across him with extremely decisive movements and an imposing demeanor. Sirius gritted his teeth and blurted out, "How do you know how to use magic as well?" She coldly retorted, "Stop babbling, prepare yourself for death." The electronic notification board lit up. Battlefield 2 decided, Battlefield 3 in combat, Battlefield 4 in a stalemate, Battlefield 5 still fighting. Mai Shang read the notification and sneered, Battlefield 1 is still active. My 2 disciples have victory secured even before fighting. We only need to take one more match, and the opponent is guaranteed to lose completely. Wang Hungui Su replied thoughtfully, Do not rush, we must still wait for the final crucial moment. The notification displayed that Battlefield 3 was raging, and a request to summon divine power was being sent. Hearing this, they were overjoyed. My believer has used the chance to summon divine power, fantastic. He bragged confidently, no matter who the opponent is, we are sure to win. Inside the misty space where Luo Zai was battling, a temporal flow suddenly cracked open. Driven into a corner, Sirius begged his Lord God, please grant me more power. A majestic voice echoed down, Do not panic, my divine power will surely help us seize glory. Hearing this, Sirius's fear subsided a bit. Right at this moment, Luo Zai behind him was also about to unleash a terrifying surge of power. Sirius charged forward fiercely, Queen Luo Zai, let me show you the gap between the gods. A new round of combat was ignited. Luo Zai was prepared to take on any of her opponent's attacks. Her lightning-fast counterattack knocked Sirius flying backward once again. His confidence began to waver as he gritted his teeth and charged again. How can this be? Was it not said that divine power would surely grant me victory? Luo Zai swung her sword powerfully, carving a sharp line across the sky. She sneered, mocking her opponent. It seems the deity you worship is only at this level when standing before my Lord God. Sirius was speechless. He roared inwardly in anger, Lord God, please grant me even greater power. I must kill this wretched woman. Recalling the past, Sirius had once ruthlessly slaughtered countless of Luo Zai's kin. A loyal female guard had risked her life to block his path, crying, Queen, please leave quickly. When the physician came to examine Luo Zai, he shook his head, Your injuries are too severe. I fear only the boundless power of a divine artifact can suppress them. She choked back tears and said, Mother really did not do it on purpose. Luo Zai turned away in pain, not daring to look at the child. Ming Ji, I am so incredibly sorry. Ming Ji, the energy of this divine artifact is depleting by the day. It can no longer suppress Mother's wounds. This land is now entrusted to you to bear. If one day I lose my mind and turn into a demon, you must not hesitate to kill me. Returning to the present, it was Ning Feng who had helped her change her fate. Luo Zai spoke with grit, The Lord God has given me a new life. He is entirely different from your decaying deities. Like a fierce beast, she thrust her sword straight into her opponent's chest, the cruel torture I once had to endure, along with the suffering that Ming-Ji had to carry all these years. Today, I will make you pay it back 100-fold. The notification board on his side flashed. Battlefield 3 in combat. This area has just requested to summon divine power. He gasped. On Battlefield 3, both sides actually summoned divine power at the same time. Han Yin frowned, noticing an anomaly. Lord God, something seems wrong. The rules only allow summoning divine power once. Why is this happening? The notification flashed again. Battlefield 1 in combat. This battlefield is also requesting to summon divine power. On my Shang's side, they were also extremely surprised to read the news. Battlefield 1 is actually summoning divine power too. Thinking about it, our current situation is not necessarily disadvantageous. With one body possessing two distinct divine personalities, we can summon them separately during the divine battle, which is equivalent to having an extra chance. The two souls spoke in turn. Damn it, Battlefield 3 actually lost. But no need to worry, the opponent has exhausted their chance to summon divine power. How could we possibly lose on Battlefield 1? Shifting the view to Battlefield 1. Shang Niu's opponent pointed at him provocatively. Come on, let me see how powerful the deity backing you is. In response, a colossal wave of power surged violently right behind the old man. The majestic and powerful divine energy poured down, enveloping Shang Niu's entire body. The other two were deeply shocked to see this. How can that be? The opponent actually summoned divine assistance as well. This is impossible. Don't tell me they also share a body with two divine personalities like us. Meanwhile, Ning Feng's group simply watched everything unfold with folded arms. The notification showed that Battlefield 4 had fallen. This situation does not look good. My Shang cried out in panic. Battlefield 4 has fallen. Now we can only rely on the outcome of Battlefield 1. On Battlefield 1, Shang Niu was unleashing a powerful strike aimed straight at the enemy. In this match, he achieved absolute glory. The young man smirked with satisfaction while Han Yin's team jumped for joy in celebration. Winning 3 out of 5, our side won big. The system reported a message from the enemy. No matter what your background is, do not celebrate too soon. I want both sides to play another match to settle this. At the same time, on my Shang's side, he roared in anger. Is there something wrong with your head? Why did you dare to start a divine battle on your own? Wang Hungui Su retorted, could you really accept losing so pointlessly? He immediately snapped, how else? Was it not because a fool like you dragged me down? Wang Hungui Su explained, I will absolutely not accept an unjust defeat. I must dig out that person's background. You should also remember that he is like us, possessing multiple divine personalities. Who knows, maybe I can use my silver tongue to invite him to partner up. My Shang found it reasonable and softened his tone. That sounds plausible. If he is just like the two of us, with two divine personalities crammed into one form yet keeping independent consciousness, then negotiating might not be a dead end. As for Ning Feng, he was counting the wager. Originally, it was only 10% of mana and a divine artifact, but now the enemy has generously raised the price to 30% of mana plus 2 divine artifacts. Han Yin muttered to herself, with these gods bashing each other's heads in, we mortals can only stand by and watch. He decisively clicked accept. Since I am already set against the gods, why would I miss the chance to send each of them to their graves? Right in the center of the arena, 2 heavy pressures suddenly descended. My Shang's side quickly recognized this aura to be that of the almighty magic god. Ning Feng pointed at the enemy and asked innocently, which one are you? Why do you have such a funny yin-yang face? The opponent immediately protested, my face is not a yin-yang face. Wang Hungui Su suppressed his anger and slowly explained, stop playing dumb, this is just a side effect of carrying dual divine personalities. Jai Ying Tong Ling is sharing a vessel with you too, isn't he? A bolt of lightning tore through the air, crashing toward them. The system signaled the activation of the active skill Lightning Hazard Road, using a dark forbidden spell to summon a massive lightning storm to wear down the destructive power of the heavenly tribulation. The young man spoke coldly. Anyway, did you come here to fight or to stand there gossiping? Mai Shang stared in shock. This dark energy is clearly not the ultimate technique of the almighty magic god. Has he actually fallen to become an evil god? He waved his hand close to the ground, unleashing the devastating apocalyptic aurora. The blinding light, carrying terrifying heat, swept straight ahead. Ning Feng immediately erected the defiled earth ward to defend himself. Seeing the barrier crack slightly, he quietly admired. The battle of gods indeed lives up to its reputation, actually cracking the defiled earth ward. Mai Shang spoke doubtfully. Why is the other divine personality in his body so quiet? Jia Ying Tong Ling, can you hear what I am saying? His entire body radiated countless colossal stones surging with lightning, unleashing the forbidden spell Heavenly Meteor Destruction Rain. They temporarily retreated into the protective shell of a giant skull. Mai Shang cried out in shock. Unleashing a forbidden spell consumes so much energy, yet how is the divine personality residing in that guy completely unaffected? The young man raised his finger, ready to deploy the next killing move. Bone-chilling, sharp shards of ice rose simultaneously from beneath the enemy's feet. Mai Shang urged, just standing here taking hits like this is bad, quickly transfer all your life force to me. Wang Hungui Su gasped, what did you say? Mai Shang urged in a panic. That guy must have mastered all the divine power in his body to be so fierce. If you keep lingering as a hindrance, we will have no choice but to go to the grave together. Wang Hungui Su fell into deep thought, remaining silent. He hastily raised a white flag. All right, stop, I surrender. Mai Shang, standing beside him and seeing his teammate act so cowardly, froze in shock. Ning Feng frowned warily, observing closely to see if they were up to any tricks. The pair bickered again. I surrendered first, ignore him. You are talking nonsense. I was clearly the first one to lay down weapons. The young man casually waved his sleeve. Are you people trying to set a trap to deceive me? The storm of the dark erosion wind forbidden spell immediately roared, enveloping both sides. Glancing at the victory notification board, Ning Feng wore a triumphant smile. Gathering the two spheres of energy, he had to admit that 30% of divine power carried an incredibly terrifying destructive force. The young man's face gradually turned thoughtful. Noticing something unusual, Cessida gently asked, My Lord God, you seem to have something on your mind. Ning Feng sighed. I suddenly realized a rather large loophole. He shared honestly, the reason I can dominate this land is thanks to the strong backing of my believers. However, if I have to fight in other spaces, my believer count will definitely be completely overwhelmed. Should the enemies march their forces to start a divine battle in those regions, there is a high percentage that I will face certain defeat. Han Yin offered words of comfort. Theoretically, battles of this scale are unlikely to break out randomly, because when under the same sky, supreme beings can always sense each other and secretly measure the number of their opponent's followers. Once they know they are at a disadvantage, they will mostly turn a blind eye to any challenges. Cessida remarked, It is highly likely that Wang Hungui Su and Mai Shang misjudged your strength, which is why they dared to provoke you. He let out an ah, no wonder things went down this path. With these divine artifacts delivered right to my mouth, I don't mind pocketing them. The system board immediately updated the info on the accessory called Language. An orange-quality upgradable divine artifact. Spirit increases by 1,400 points, spell casting speed increases by 100%, magic damage increases by 50%, spell critical strike rate increases by 20%, and mana regeneration speed increases by 100%. The Eternal trait makes the item immune to durability loss. The magnetic field skill deals damage over time to opponents within the area of effect. The Soul Devour skill gains 1 bonus point per kill, up to a maximum of 200 points, currently at 0 out of 200. The Underworld King effect increases resistance to death-type damage by 50% and causes undead creatures below king level to ignore the user. Set equipment incomplete. Associated spells include Summon Dead, Soul Step, Life Scan, and White Bone Prison. Ning Feng stared in surprise. Oh, I didn't expect it to be a divine artifact that never wears out. What a bunch of tricksters. Han Yin examined it and commented, "This thing exudes a thick evil aura, just like an evil god's tool." Stats of the second item appeared: Destruction Ring, an orange-quality upgradable divine artifact. Strength increases by 800, attack speed increases by 20%, armor penetration increases by 50%, physical critical rate increases by 35%, and lifesteal is 10%. The Eternal trait makes it immune to durability reduction. The Violent skill guarantees that the first punch hitting the target will deal critical damage. Set effect incomplete. Supporting spells include Doomsday Strike and Wild Trample. Ning Feng wondered, where did another item suddenly pop up from? He gripped the handle of the scythe. Tusk, it has been gathering dust for quite some time since I last used this treasure. The notification board chimed. Detected accumulation of strange toxin, proceed to extract. Streams of magical energy quickly absorbed into Ning Feng's body. Right then, a sturdy shield faintly appeared before his eyes. He racked his brain. Among my kin, is there any female whose weapons are a sword and a shield? My ancient runes are clearly engraved on her shield. Han Yin immediately thought of her. Could it be Sheng Yin? Cessida nodded in agreement. Exactly, she specializes in melee magic, and her signature gear is a sword and shield. Ning Feng remarked, "It seems she is trapped in another dimension, and her survival is unknown. I must find her coordinates." The scene shifted to Yang Yushen Xing's place, where Wang Hungui Su had just made her way back. She stared in disbelief and asked, "You two actually failed. Who on earth is that guy?" He stammered for a long time before squeezing out, "That guy is just some random deity we have never encountered before." Zhen Yuan Shengling was also present there. Yang Yushen Xing gaped in shock upon hearing this information. He sighed and lamented. Who could have anticipated that the small-time underlings under his command would be such useless trash? The other two snapped back in anger. "Are you kidding? As a believer, they couldn't even find a trace, and yet you have the nerve to come back here and make excuses." Zhen Yuan Shengling scolded irritably. "So noisy, it is giving me a headache." He waved his hand in irritation. "You guys handle it yourselves." Yang Yushen Xing muttered calculations. "These people have lost their minds. It seems I will have to shamelessly go to the almighty magic god to beg for mercy." She spoke up to advise them. "You two go ahead and continue bickering slowly." Only then did the pair ease their tension slightly. Inwardly, they rejoiced, breathing a sigh of relief because the others had absolutely no clue about the anomaly. Wang Hungui Su knew all too well that losing 30% of power in an instant, not to mention having life force constantly leaking, meant this battered body would surely expire soon. He screamed in panic as he saw Wang Hungui Su make a move. "What are you trying to do?" The other replied coldly, "Of course, I am going to make a snack out of you. Since you dragged me into the mud, you will have to lose some pieces to pay for it." A violent surge of energy furiously poured out of his body. My Shang secretly planned. Pretending to coexist with Wang Hungui Su might fool those people for a while, but I must quickly find the almighty magic god to beg for his leniency. The scene shifted to Vladimir's mansion. He was quietly admiring the bright moonlight outside the window. Suddenly, from behind him, the large door was kicked open violently. Bai Lang Wang led a pack of lackeys as he walked in arrogantly. His henchmen barked angrily, "Bai Lang Wang, do you have the guts to come here and rebel?" He smirked disdainfully. "Your leader has now degraded himself to being a pet for tiny creatures, truly bringing disgrace upon us. He has no hope left of holding power in this trial realm, so you had better kneel and submit to me." The subordinate spat in anger. "Arrogant talk. Where does a small fry like you get the qualifications for that?" Bai Lang Wang immediately unleashed a terrifying pressure. "Qualifications." The crowd was so terrified their jaws dropped. "That terrifying power is." He beat his chest proudly. "You guessed right. I have just been approved by the Lord God, and this life force is the blessing he bestowed." Vladimir stared in astonishment, quickly turning around to glare at him. Recalling the past, when he had personally gone to see him, Ning Feng skeptically confirmed, "Do you really want to bow to me as your Lord God?" Vladimir bowed respectfully. "Your power is unmatched. I hope you will look upon this humble wish of mine. He figured that since this guy's attitude had been decent lately, bringing him under his wing wouldn't hurt. Returning to the present, Bai Lang Wang was still howling for power. Vladimir, show your face now. From this moment on, the throne of this place is mine. He cast a look of contempt. What nonsense are you barking? What brainless deity went blind and chose a piece of trash like you? He gritted his teeth in anger. How dare a creature like you speak insolently about Lord Mai Shang? Bai Lang Wang, in a fit of rage, lunged forward to slap Vladimir's face. He calmly swung his sword to block instantly. A flash of crimson fire erupted, striking back at Bai Lang Wang. Inside Vladimir's palm, a powerful surge of energy immediately accumulated. He unleashed a strike that landed heavily onto the rebel's chest. His lackeys turned pale as they watched their leader fly backward like a broken kite. Vladimir coldly waved his hand, telling the lackeys to clean up this mess immediately. Bai Lang Wang struggled to stand up, shouting hoarsely, "Stay where you are. I have just received instructions from above. The Lord God has a message for you. It is time for your miserable life to come to an end." Vladimir maintained a face as calm as a still lake upon receiving the threat. Mai Shang transmitted his voice through his subordinate's body. "The mana flowing from you carries a very familiar scent. Don't tell me you are a believer of the almighty magic god." Bai Lang Wang widened his eyes, waiting for the opponent's response. Vladimir flatly admitted that was indeed the case, while his mind raced with calculations. He had obviously just cast a random skill, so how on earth did he end up provoking actual gods? Facing opponents of this caliber, he would surely suffer a crushing defeat, and might even have to run and beg his divine lord for protection to find any peace. Overjoyed, he grabbed his hand like striking gold. "Absolutely fantastic. Could you please connect me with the almighty mage god? I came here with an olive branch of peace, and I swear I have absolutely no ill intent." Vladimir immediately led the way, taking him straight to Ning Feng's lair. The young man raised an eyebrow in surprise at this uninvited guest showing up right at his doorstep. Bai Lang Wang stood submissively in the main hall. Vladimir secretly patted his chest in relief. Even someone like Mai Shang had to tuck his tail and kowtow before the divine lord. It was a stroke of absolute luck that he had been wise enough to choose the right side early on. He frowned and probed, "So you want to strike a deal?" Bai Lang Wang nodded repeatedly. "Exactly. I am willing to serve as your eyes and ears to gather all information for you, and also act as an efficient executioner to clean up any other random gods." He smirked and retorted, "There is no shortage of people lining up to cooperate with me, so why should I put my trust in you?" The fellow asked back in frustration, "Has some other god already beaten me to the punch?" Ning Feng showed no interest. "My schedule is very busy. As for any partnership, wait until you show enough sincerity before we discuss it further." Bai Lang Wang complied repeatedly, "As you command." He grumbled in irritation, "This is infuriating. Which bastard actually beat me to the punch? These gods are truly as cunning and crafty as they come." He went back to find Wang Yue, casually asking how she had been doing lately. Wang Yue pouted and explained, "Ever since reaching the 4th class advancement, my leveling speed has slowed down to a crawl. The weak monsters in the dungeons provide far too little experience." Ning Feng immediately made a decision, "Then let me take you to other dimensions to grind faster. But wait, take this first." She blinked, looking at the items in his hand. "What kind of gift is this?" The attribute panel updated. Gale Necklace, an upgradable orange-quality divine artifact. Increases agility by 1200, boosts attack speed by 140%, increases armor penetration by 20%, physical critical strike rate also receives a 20% bonus, and movement speed acceleration is increased by 40%. The Eternity stat grants immunity to durability loss. The Gale skill triggers splash attacks, while Swift Strike causes the attack tempo to increase exponentially if continuously hitting a single target. The set effect is currently locked, and the accompanying buff skills are Piercing Sun, Meteor Arrow, Vital Strike, and 9-star Continuous Shot. Wang Yue froze. "How did you get another divine artifact?" He replied casually, "It was all gifted." She opened her eyes wide in surprise. Are there actually people foolish enough to offer up such high-quality gear these days? Recalling a past event, Yang Yushen Xing had once reported, I just obtained another divine artifact from Jai Ying Tong Ling and have had my subordinates send it straight to you, hoping you will accept this humble token of my sincere devotion. Ning Feng stroked his chin in deep thought as he recalled the past. He cleared his throat and urged, once you are charged up, let's set sail. Wang Yue nodded in agreement, let's do it. Setting foot on the new land, she looked around and marveled, so this is the beautiful scenery outside of Earth. Ning Feng was somewhat uncertain. Sheng Yin had clearly ended up in this realm last time, but he had no idea whether she was currently dead or alive. Currently, they both stood in the middle of a village, buried in a blizzard. The common folk were terrified when the snow demon showed its face, shouting at one another to flee as fast as their legs could carry them. From the far distance, a hideous creature with blood-red eyes slowly crawled out. Zhu Qin hurriedly waved her hands, quickly get the children to a safe hiding spot, and the guard team stay close to me. Her mouth fell open when she recognized the figure before her. That fierce monster turned out to be Tuan Tuan, who was tilting its massive head and looking at them. The panicked, fleeing villagers instantly froze and held their breath. Zhu Qin spoke in a daze, Lord Tuan Tuan, what on earth is going on? The others whispered to each other in anxiety. Normally Lord Tuan Tuan only shows up when a disaster is about to strike. Don't tell me some catastrophic event is about to happen. Suddenly a gentle voice spoke, hello everyone, please forgive our intrusion. Tuan Tuan's attitude instantly turned unusually joyful. The people standing in the distance broke into a cold sweat and shouted, watch out. The massive size of the creature immediately shrank down to a compact form. Tuan Tuan excitedly rushed over and hugged Ning Feng's leg tightly. Wang Yue opened her eyes wide, stunned by this affectionate scene. Even Zhu Qin stood there completely dumbfounded. She muttered in confusion, Lord Tuan Tuan is supposed to be our tribe's guardian beast, who would have thought he would be so clingy with a total stranger. Han Yin whispered into his ear, Tuan Tuan is Sheng Yin's mount. It seems he still remembers your scent. However, those villagers of the Zhu Ling tribe do not bear your followers' mark. There might be many hidden secrets about their origin. Zhu Qin stepped forward to explain, the Zhu Ling tribe are originally those abandoned by the gods, having taken root here for countless generations. It is thanks to Lord Tuan Tuan's protection against massacres that the villagers worship and cherish him. Accepting the bowl of water from the villagers, the Du nodded slightly to express their gratitude. The young man calculated in his mind, it seems these locals hold quite a grudge against the gods and are completely clueless about Tuan Tuan's true origin. It's best to keep my identity under wraps for now. It is not yet the time to reveal my name. Ning Feng suddenly slapped his forehead, almost forgot, the two of us are looking for a dungeon around here to grind. Zhu Qin enthusiastically pointed them out, there is a zone on the western slope, but the risk is extremely high. The group of locals eagerly took the lead to guide Ning Feng. Wang Yue looked back and saw Tuan Tuan closely following his heels, surprised that this little cotton ball of a creature was tagging along too. A few villagers kept a watchful eye around them, whispering a warning, be careful where you step, this land is the territory of the Snow Giant tribe. They worship Zhen Yuan Sheng Ling, who is a sworn enemy of our tribe. Those people whispered, if they run into Lord Tuan Tuan, we'll be in big trouble. Right at that moment, they were surrounded tightly by an entire gang of snow giants. The village youth stammered in absolute terror, we're done for, we've been ambushed. The leader of the snow giants smirked, voluntarily bringing such a tasty morsel to our mouths, then we have no choice but to devour you. It swung its club and ordered, that guy is prime material from head to toe, make sure to take him alive gently. A giant that had just aggressively rushed forward instantly took a lightning-fast punch that tore through its chest. Energy flames exploded right on the monster's chest. The monster stumbled backward, screaming in agony. Wang Yue drew her bow and fired a few shots, then grumbled, my damage output feels like a mere tickle. He gently analyzed, The level scale in this dimension completely outclasses Blue Star. The locals here are much more formidable than those back home. Just consider this an advanced sparring course to improve your skills. She quickly assessed the situation. If dealing direct damage wasn't working, she might as well fall back and provide support to the party. Another snow giant fiercely swung its arm, pointing its sharp weapon at the guide. With a swift whoosh, another arrow embedded itself deep into the monster's temple. Right then, the guide's blade slashed down cleanly, sending its head flying. Wang Yue let out a long sigh of relief and slowly relaxed her bow. She had just unleashed her. The small devours the large, ultimate skill. When facing superior monsters, this move would erode 10% of the enemy's total defense. He was secretly thrilled. Who would have thought Wang Yue would be lucky enough to secure such an excellent achievement? In another direction, a giant was threatening to strike Tuan Tuan on the head. Tuan Tuan lowered his head and rammed straight into the enemy's abdomen, causing the giant's chest to fracture in multiple places. His massive body was sent flying backward through the air. Gasps of admiration echoed. So incredibly powerful, it feels like Lord Tuan Tuan has undergone a massive transformation and grown much stronger than before. Tuan Tuan trotted over to high-five Ning Feng to celebrate their victory. The leader bellowed in panic for reinforcements. Before the words could fully leave his mouth, death came knocking at his door. A figure flashed past, delivering a fatal strike that sent him straight to his grave. The newcomer moved at wind-tearing speed, clearing the remaining remnants in the blink of an eye. Ning Feng maintained a calm demeanor as he watched this intense scene unfold. The tip of the attacker's spear was still dripping with thick, fresh blood. The duo who had just put on that incredible performance began turning their gaze toward his group. She jerked her chin toward the young man. "Not bad. I can smell the scent of an ally radiating from you. Have any interest in joining our group of pseudo-god slayers?" Wang Yue looked behind her in confusion, seeking his guidance. She scratched her head and tactfully asked, "May I ask what exactly a god slayer is?" She replied proudly, "They are individuals capable of fighting back against the gods. Once selected, they are rare talents of this world." Ning Feng feigned surprise. "Oh, so you too are those renowned pseudo-god slayers?" The duo scratched their noses and replied humbly, "We are still just testing the waters on the outer fringes. We haven't reached that noble title just yet." She targeted Wang Yue again. "Well, do you guys plan on joining our guild?" Wang Yue waved her hand immediately. "No thanks, we're good." Rejected flatly, she pouted and snorted, "How shallow." The other person quickly changed the subject. "If I'm not mistaken, your target is that dungeon over there, right?" Wang Yue nodded promptly. "Spot on." She pretended to offer kind advice. "Drop that idea, things are getting extremely tense there. Even our big boss had to admit utter defeat to the final boss inside. Truth be told, we are planning to sneak in to investigate. We sincerely advise you not to tag along. If anything bad happens, we won't have the time to protect you." Once the two figures disappeared from sight, Ning Feng smacked his lips. "I have a feeling they actually wanted you to tag along just to act as a meat shield." A villager chimed in to reveal, "Those two are actually descendants from our tribe. But since they have incredible natural talent, they were taken away to be nurtured from a young age, making them incredibly arrogant, and they rarely show respect to anyone." He nudged him curiously. "So what's the deal with that pseudo-god slayer label they use?" The man shook his head in resignation. "Thought of as heroes stepping out of fairy tales, folks of our standing don't even have a chance to associate with them." Ning Feng patted Tuan Tuan's head. "Let's settle on that. We'll charge into that dungeon lair and take a casual stroll." Along the way, he scanned around and counted a mass of monster corpses scattered everywhere. All the minor gatekeeping monsters had been completely wiped out. Those two individuals seemed to have quite nimble hands and feet. Tuan Tuan sniffed out trouble in a corner, and Lord Mushroom immediately reported, "Master, this place somewhat resembles Sheng Yin's former lair, except it has been severely blackened by evil energy." From the courtyard ahead, an ear-splitting noise echoed as massive chunks of rock were blasted into the air. The pseudo-god slayer duo from earlier was sent tumbling backward. a massive boss monster slowly crawled out from the cave entrance. They screamed at the top of their lungs, "Get out of here! The hidden boss has appeared, you'll lose your lives here." Tuan Tuan immediately bristled his fur, baring his fangs and growling as he locked onto the boss monster. Wang Yue calmly stepped back, raising her bow and preparing to release an arrow. Unfortunately, her sharp arrow only grazed the boss's stone-hard armor, doing nothing more than tickling it. The beast's eyes flashed with a savage light. The pseudo-god slayers screamed in terror, "We're truly finished. It seems this monster just used a secret art to boost its power." The surging killing intent around the monster intensified violently. Suddenly, a blade of energy cleanly severed the beast's sword-wielding arm, and Ningfeng followed up with another attack to its body without hesitation. An expression of utter horror flashed across its eerie face. The pseudo-god slayer duo could only gape in stunned silence as they witnessed this slaughter. With a glance, the young man recognized Shang Yin's defensive bracers, though unfortunately, they had been corroded out of shape by evil energy. "Looks like this pair of bracers is the battery supplying your power." Ningfeng directly severed the boss monster's arm that held the bracers. He realized, "So you were leading us here to find this item. We've got the gear, the boss is still kicking, feel free to finish up your grinding." Wang Yue replied cheerfully, "Absolutely perfect." The two pseudo-god slayers stood trembling. This guy might actually be even more terrifying than the boss. She turned back and cordially invited them, "Would you two like to join the fight?" The duo seized the opportunity and nodded repeatedly, "Of course we do." Deep inside the cave walls, the rest of the giant horde was still baring their fangs, ready for battle. The pseudo-god slayer duo volunteered to draw the monsters out first. "Miss Wang, we are pulling the monsters toward this direction." Wang Yue chose an excellent vantage point, calmly drawing her bow to prepare for a barrage. A rain of arrows cut through the air, piercing straight into the monster's forehead. As soon as the level-up notification appeared, she beamed and cheered. "I've gathered enough experience points, I can proceed with my class advancement now." Wang Yue politely turned to thank them. "Thank you both for helping me grind, it's all thanks to you." The duo tactfully replied, "Don't mention it, it's only thanks to your help that we could clear this dungeon, we should be the ones thanking you." Ningfeng spoke up to ask, "Would you mind sharing some information about your organization?" She patted her chest without hesitation, "No problem at all." She began to recount, "Actually, this is a very old secret society, operating under the name Golden Pupils. Rumors say that the founder of our guild unearthed an ancient manual containing methods to resist the gods. The standards to be dubbed a pseudo-god slayer are extremely strict. How could ordinary mortals easily qualify? That's why every generation, from the leaders to the members, strives endlessly toward this goal." She slapped her forehead, recalling the earlier question. "Earlier we were curious about which god you serve, but you asserted that you don't worship anyone. The strong refuse to submit to the control of gods. It would be wonderful if we could invite you to join our guild, but our words carry no weight, so we should probably head back and report to the big boss." Meanwhile, at Sheng Yin's Golden Eye Lair, she was lamenting the fact that talented young recruits were becoming as rare as autumn leaves. If this continued, they would all eventually be wiped out by the followers of the gods. Just give the youth some more time to hone themselves, they will eventually grow up. The Grand Elder waved his hand in dismissive disapproval. "This batch of brats is entirely useless, far inferior to the previous generation. Why don't we unlock that top-secret plan?" She quickly waved her hands in rejection. "Absolutely not. The previous boss strictly warned that the project is full of fatal flaws and must remain sealed forever." The Grand Elder turned to leave, grumbling, "Fine, then I'll go supervise and urge those kids to keep training." The pseudo-god slayer duo returned to headquarters to report, "Leader, we've returned." Sheng Yin nodded and inquired, "How far has the scouting progressed?" She reported that dungeon was just flattened by a powerful expert. Sheng Yin's eyes went wide in surprise. "What did you say?" The other added, "The person who blasted that dungeon is a major figure without a faith, just like you. We thought that if you personally spoke to him, we could definitely recruit him into our gang. Sheng Yin nodded in consideration. Let's give it a try. Where is that eccentric expert staying right now? When she landed, the curious crowd stared and whispered among themselves. Is this the top leader of the renowned Golden Pupils? At my age, this is the first time I've met such a prominent figure in person. Sheng Yin quickly spotted Tuan Tuan. She cried out in startled surprise. Oh, Tuan Tuan, why are you wandering around here? Ning Feng leisurely took a step toward her. Sheng Yin was frightened out of her wits once again. Divine Lord. The entire crowd froze in absolute shock upon hearing that title. She slowly removed her mask. Your subordinate Sheng Yin greets you. The pseudo-god slayer duo whispered again. Does the boss know this big brother Ning? Did you hear correctly? How did she just address him? Sheng Yin submissively apologized. Please forgive me for overstepping. Seeing you has truly overwhelmed my reason with joy. The Zhu Ling people and the Golden Pupils organization are completely oblivious to my true identity, and none of them know of your subordinate's glorious past. Ning Feng was quite curious. Why did you drift into this god-slaying faction and even end up rising to the position of leader? Her face suddenly darkened with sorrow. It is embarrassing to speak of. Back then, I was ambushed by the followers of another god and left half dead. By some stroke of luck, the former head of the Golden Pupils saved my humble life. Gradually, the Golden Pupils organization was ambushed by enemies, and the wounded old leader quickly handed this burden over to me. Out of gratitude for saving my life, I accepted it. But meeting you again by chance, my faith in the divine has been rekindled, and I have no reason to stubbornly remain in this guild. I will clarify things with the organization and step down from this hot seat. He grunted and nodded. Very well then, we'll wait here for you to settle your business. Sheng Yin was overjoyed. How wonderful. The gossiping pseudo-god slayer duo whispered again. From the moment she met that big brother Ning, our boss has been beaming. What kind of relationship do they actually have? The scene shifted back to the location of the Golden Eye. The Grand Elder's lackey reported tremblingly, but the leader strictly banned that project. Could it be that you? He thought to himself. Judging by this setup, this old man has definitely hidden it from the leader and secretly launched the project. The Grand Elder smirked. Stop being so rigid. Ultimately, only successful results are of any value. This spoils of war is our only way out for the future. Using the flesh and blood of gods as a stepping stone to nurture a true god slayer. In the meeting room, Sheng Yin dropped a bombshell. Everyone, I am prepared to resign as leader. The crowd nearly fainted upon hearing this. What on earth did you say? She expressed frankly, I will hide nothing. My background is originally that of a follower of the almighty mage god. Not long ago, my faith was restored. An elder questioned furiously, were we kept completely in the dark about such shocking news? The lackeys who worship the gods are the sworn enemies of this guild. Have you lost your mind? Or did you come here with some other agenda? Another elder stepped in to explain. This was because the former leader strictly forbade her from speaking about it to avoid wild rumors. After all, at that time, looking at the capabilities of the rank file, we couldn't find anyone capable of taking charge of the guild. The old man angrily slammed the table. I see, so you were all familiar with this girl's identity, meaning this old body of mine was the only one in the entire guild kept in the dark. Someone retorted, is it not because of your conservative and easily extreme nature that the leader had to intentionally hide it to get things done? He pointed his finger directly at Sheng Yin's face and barked, don't be so naive, she knows all the organization's secrets. If she leaves, what if she suddenly turns into an enemy and stabs us in the back? Either way, the target we are fighting against is the very god who pulls her strings. The elders swallowed hard upon hearing the analysis, remaining silent and not daring to utter a word. He revealed his murderous intent. I approve of you resigning from your position, but there's no way you're walking out of that door alive. An elder suddenly shuddered. Grand Elder, don't tell me you have approved that insane project. He boasted with raised chin. This is what truly deserves to be called a real god slayer. One must experience it firsthand to realize that without using special methods to activate it, No matter how high a mortal's potential is, they will never reach this threshold of divine power. He rushed toward her like the wind, shouting, "You'd best drop your weapons and surrender quietly." Sheng Yin immediately raised her hand to parry. A terrifying pillar of energy poured straight down onto the Grand Elder's head. His eyes widened in shock, unable to believe that this woman was strong enough to block his attack. Sheng Yin was brimming with momentum, her entire body's power erupting violently. The memory rewound to a quiet cave from years past. As Sheng Yin barely opened her eyes, a voice echoed in her ears, "Awake! From the look of it, you've escaped death's door." She blinked curiously. "Are you the savior who rescued me?" The leader casually replied, "Just happened to pass by and lent a hand." He offered an invitation. "If you haven't decided on a place to settle, why not stay here? This cave is well hidden. Even if someone searches, they won't find a trace. To be honest, after interacting for a few days, I see you don't carry the blind fanaticism of others. You don't blindly believe in gods and still maintain your own judgment. Hearing your stories, it seems the almighty mage god is indeed a unique figure." Until the day that person fell, Sheng Yin pleaded anxiously, "Leader, please hold on. The healer is on the way. You must try to endure." The leader instructed with his last breath, "Sheng Yin, I leave the management of this entire organization to you. I know this deeply conflicts with your religious beliefs, but I cannot find anyone else as reliable as you, so please forgive my selfishness." Back in the present, the Grand Elder spat and cursed. "You lackey of the gods, is it because you are afraid we will gain power surpassing yours that you desperately stand in the way of this plan?" She coldly exposed him. "You know perfectly well that garbage plan contains fatal flaws." He argued vehemently, "Nonsense, I've already conducted numerous experiments, and even if there are minor issues, they can be entirely corrected." The surrounding elders desperately pleaded, "Grand Elder, please stop. You cannot continue using innocent lives as test subjects." Hearing this, Sheng Yin roared in rage. "What did you say? It seems your brain has truly rotted." The Grand Elder recklessly brandished his weapon and charged at her. A brilliant circle of divine light radiated from her body, blowing him backward. The Grand Elder quickly flipped and clung to the ceiling. Sheng Yin did not let him go, leaping up to closely pursue him. Unfortunately, his figure vanished into thin air, and she clicked her tongue in annoyance. He managed to slip away. The Elder Council anxiously explained, "The Grand Elder has uncovered the secret of the divine corpse, and he won't let it go easily. If you leave now, who in this guild will be capable of dealing with him?" Sheng Yin reassured them, "Let me think of a way to deal with this, and the organization's base must also be relocated quickly. Once this mess is settled, I will hand over the seal to the next leader." The scene shifted back to Bai Lang Wang's location. He stared at the other party and demanded, "Are you sure you are not deceiving me?" The Grand Elder firmly assured him, "Not at all. I was once a member of that organization after all." Bai Lang Wang stroked his chin. "That divine corpse matter you just mentioned, I am quite interested, but unfortunately that level of power is beyond my reach." The Grand Elder stammered in panic, "But—" Bai Lang Wang raised his hand to conclude, "I will pass this information on to the Divine Lord, and he will decide for himself."